Year 51 of the Hidden Leaf, in the Hyuga clan's council hall. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat alongside Hayashi Hyuga, head of the main branch, Hisashi Hyuga, head of the branch family, and Konoha, year 51, in the Hyuga clan's council chamber. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat together with Hayashi Hyuga, head of the main house, Hisashi Hyuga, head of the branch house, and several Hyuga elders. Every gaze in the room was fixed on the young boy kneeling quietly on a cushion. The boy looked no older than 3 or 4, his skin pale beneath a somewhat soiled white cloak. He had a head of tousled silver hair, a pair of tiny horns on his forehead, and a set of pure white eyes that now stared ahead in calm innocence. With his pipe held between his teeth, Hiruzen began, "This child was found unconscious outside the village by a patrol. When they saw he had to be a Kugan, they reported to me immediately. It seemed important, so I brought him here for everyone to see." Hayashi asked, "Lord Third, you haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" Hiruzen nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry. I've already instructed the 2 patrol ninja who discovered him to keep this strictly confidential. For now, only the top leaders of Konoha and everyone present here know about this." Hayashi finally relaxed a little, then turned to question the boy. "What is your name?" The boy answered in a soft, childlike voice, "Uncle, my name is Hyuga." Hayashi pressed further. "You say your father is Hisashi. Is that true?" Under Hayashi's stern gaze, the boy, who called himself Hyuga, remained calm and harmless-looking. "That's what my mother told me." Hayashi rested his chin on one hand, eyes narrowing. "Who is your mother?" Hyuga answered quietly. "I can't remember clearly. She only told me about my background before she passed away and asked me to come to Konoha to find my father, Hisashi." Hayashi turned sharply to Hisashi, his tone severe. "Hisashi, what exactly is going on here?" Aye. Hisashi looked utterly bewildered. Hayashi pressed, "Is this your child or not?" Hisashi hesitated. I can't be certain." The truth was Hisashi's wife, Hyuga Mawako, had died not long after giving birth to Niji. Later, during a long assignment, Hisashi had indeed shared a brief relationship with a fisherwoman from the Land of Fire. He couldn't be blamed entirely. He'd lost his wife young, lived under stifling family expectations, and after drinking that night, acted on impulse, a very human mistake. Hisashi thought to himself, "Could it really be from that time? But I remember taking precautions." Bang! Hayashi, frustrated by Hisashi's evasiveness, slammed the table and said sternly, "You either did or you didn't. What's so hard to admit?" Hisashi's face flushed red, then turned pale, and finally he could only mutter, "I did." Hayashi covered his face, letting out a long sigh. What a disgrace to the family. The Hyuga clan, as one of Konoha's most prestigious families, naturally placed great importance on their reputation. Ahem. Hiruzen, who understood the subtleties of social etiquette, cleared his throat twice, pulled down his bamboo hat, and headed for the door. "You all go on talking. I'll step outside for a bit. Just let me know when you've reached a decision." As expected, what followed was a sharp and stern scolding. Though Hayashi was furious, the deed was done, and he couldn't bring himself to take harsh measures against his own younger brother. He confirmed once more, "So, is this really your child?" Let me have a closer look." Hisashi, unsure, leaned in to carefully examine you. The age matched up, and the child possessed the Byakugan, a clear sign of their bloodline. What's more, Yu's appearance did resemble Niji to some extent. The only thing that gave anyone pause was the pair of horns sprouting from Yu's head. Scratching his head, Hisashi asked cautiously, About those, why do you have horns on your head?" Hyuga reached up to touch his tiny horns, and with a voice full of grievance, explained, "Those aren't horns. I fell on the road and bumped my head. It really hurts." Hisashi, Hayashi, and the Hyuga family elders exchanged bewildered glances. Could a bump possibly turn out like that? And so perfectly symmetrical? Just as Hisashi was about to press further, he caught sight of Yu's innocent, pleading eyes gazing up at him, an expression that no decent adult could turn away from. His heart softened, and he decided to admit it outright. "Yes, that's right. This child is mine." But was that really the truth? In fact, it wasn't. The child before them, Hyuga, was actually an offspring of the Otsutsuki clan. So, why had an Otsutsuki child appeared in the land of the shinobi? And why had they come to the Hyuga family, seeking to trace their lineage? Was this a twist of fate, or a sign of moral decay? It's a long story, but let's keep it brief. Everyone knows that the Otsutsuki clan, in order to plant the divine tree, sought out suitable planets. They didn't simply carry saplings from place to place. Instead, they dispatched scouts to search for worlds where the divine tree could take root. These scouts would report their findings to the clan, and only after confirmation would the Otsutsuki send someone to plant the tree. The whole process was extremely meticulous. Roughly 1,500 years ago, an Otsutsuki scout arrived on the shinobi's planet. By then, humanity was already present on Earth, steadily multiplying and growing in strength. This scout didn't bring calamity. Instead, he took a local woman as his partner. After giving birth to a child, the woman died from exhaustion. Soon after, the Otsutsuki received orders to return to his homeland, Takamagara. But what about the child? Should he take the child back with him? The Otsutsuki clan considered themselves gods, and for them, mingling with humans and bearing offspring was an enormous taboo. Even if such a child were brought back, they would only be regarded as a member of a branch family, holding an extremely low status. Bringing the child back would only ruin their future. So, that Otsutsuki came up with a solution. He placed his child inside a coffin-like vessel and buried it deep within the earth. This vessel could induce a deep slumber, drastically slowing the passage of life. He intended to return to his clan and report, then come back to awaken and raise the child when the time was right. However, after he left, there was never any word from him again. As a result, this child never appeared in the main story of Naruto. Throughout the long years, countless mighty figures emerged in the ninja world. Was it possible that none of them ever discovered this child's existence? The answer is, no one ever did. The child's father was incredibly powerful, one of the most formidable even among the Otsutsuki. Whether it was Kagaya or Ishiki who later descended to Earth, or Kagaya's two sons Hagoromo and Hamura, or Black Zetsu, or Hagoromo's descendants Indra and Ashura. Even the ninjas of later generations, none ever sensed the presence of this child. 3 days ago, MOU unexpectedly found himself transmigrated into the body of this Otsutsuki infant. Given a new life, he realized he had arrived in the world of Naruto. But he wasn't any of those well-known, popular characters. Instead, he had become a child of the Otsutsuki clan. To him, this was truly unfortunate. Yet, there was one piece of luck. He hadn't ended up on the Otsutsuki's home planet. The Otsutsuki were marauders, their lives filled with slaughter and plundering. That was not the kind of life MOU wanted. He was unwilling to simply surrender to fate and become a villain, helping evil thrive. He knew clearly what kind of life he truly longed for. Beneath a clear blue sky, with fluffy white clouds overhead, he wanted to grow up and play with a childhood friend. Then, when the time was right, get married, have many adorable children, and watch them grow up generation after generation. A happy, carefree life. That was the life he yearned for. But dreams must be fought for. After understanding his situation, he began to consider his options. At the very least, he needed a legitimate identity and enough protection before he could plan his next steps. Otherwise, he could be snatched away at any moment for human experimentation, without even a chance to protest. After some inquiries, he learned it was now Konoha year 51. By his calculations, this was the very year when Hisashi Hyuga was kidnapped and killed by the Cloud Village. An idea struck him. Since he possessed the Byakugan, why not approach the Hyuga clan? He even thought up a story for himself, claiming to be Hisashi's illegitimate son from outside the clan. After all, Hisashi had already passed away, and no one could verify his identity. But he had miscalculated. Even though it was already the 51st year of Konoha, with 365 days in a year, the day Hisashi was supposed to die had not yet arrived. Now he was in real trouble. He had thought his plan had completely failed, and was even preparing to make his escape. Unexpectedly, Hisashi had made a common mistake, just as many men do, and that allowed him to get by without raising suspicion, letting him stay. Sigh. In the main hall, Hayashi let out a long breath and said to Hisashi, "Then I'll leave this matter to you." Hisashi walked over to you, bowed his head, nearly kneeling, and said, "I'm sorry, child. You and your mother have suffered so much all these years. I don't expect you to forgive me right away, but please, let me fulfill my duty as a father." A wave of guilt washed over MOU. She gently patted Hisashi on the shoulder and said, "Dad, neither Mom nor I blame you. Please get up. We're family, don't do this." Hayashi walked out of the room, and the elder followed him. In the wooden corridor, Hayashi clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the moon above. He said, "I never imagined Hisashi would keep something like this from us doing such things outside. Luckily, that child managed to find us on his own. If the Byakugan bloodline had been lost out there, how could I ever face our clan?" What troubled him even more was how to settle this child. No matter how well he phrased things in front of others, reality would still present its own challenges. At that moment, the elder spoke. "Hayashi, you're still young, and Koa's health is good. You can have more children in the future." Hayashi understood what the elder meant. "You're suggesting this child should take on the responsibility of guarding the second branch of the family?" The elder nodded. "That's exactly right." Hayashi thought it over. "That depends on whether the child can be trusted. Even if his talent rivals Niji's, He grew up outside, not within the Hyuga clan. A deep look came over the elder's face. That's not a problem. The caged bird seal exists for situations like this. As long as the curse mark is applied, he won't be able to disobey. Hayashi fell silent for a moment, still seeming hesitant. We need to consider this carefully. For now, let Hisashi take the child home. I'll go report to the Hokage. Back at their new home, you took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Outside the door, Hisashi said, You must be tired from the journey. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, I'll show you around the clan and the village. You replied sweetly, Okay, you should rest soon too, Dad. Hisashi lingered at the door, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he stayed silent and walked away. You lay down on the bedding spread out on the floor. Although he had finally arrived at the Hyuga household as he wished, as a seasoned fan of Naruto, how could you not understand the significance of this place? The reason Hayashi hesitated to speak was probably because, as a member of the branch family, he was destined to face a predetermined fate. Would he, just like Neji, also be branded with the curse mark of the caged bird? Could something like this ever be insignificant? Of course it mattered, but since he had the courage to come here, you naturally had his own means of support. First and foremost was the Otsutsuki body he currently possessed. Secondly, his biological father, that mysterious Otsutsuki, had left him something of immeasurable value. It was a secret scroll called the Book of Gods. Within the Otsutsuki clan, gifted with innate power, they could unleash overwhelming abilities with the merest gesture, so the very concept of techniques never truly existed for them. But think about it differently. If a race as supremely gifted as the Otsutsuki began to refine and perfect their use of techniques, the competition would grow even fiercer. Rivalry among gods. In this regard, Yu's biological father pushed such internal strife to its absolute extreme. Thus, the Book of Gods became a unique, one-of-a-kind tome among the Otsutsuki. When his Otsutsuki father left behind the Book of Gods, he also included a letter. My child, if you awaken early, it means your father is no longer in this world. I have poured my life's work, all my secret techniques, and the clan's deepest secrets into this Book of Gods. Sign a contract with it using your blood, and it will guide you to become a truly powerful Otsutsuki. That heavy scroll bore the weight of a father's profound love. Even a ferocious tiger will not harm its own cub. Though we have never met, I will be forever grateful to you, Otsutsuki, whatever your name might be. At that time, you dipped his tiny hand in fresh blood and pressed it onto the first page, completing the pact. When the contract was sealed, the Book of Gods transformed into a beam of light that merged directly into his mind. Truly, only a real father could be so thoughtful. In this way, the Book of Gods was now firmly bonded to him, so there was no worry of losing it or having it stolen. Because his own powers were still shallow, you couldn't yet consult the Book of Gods at will. But for now, it would automatically offer up valuable information at critical moments or when he had a desperate need. For example, when he was journeying from his birthplace to Konoha, a trek both long and arduous, the Book of Gods provided a technique called Divine Step, which was roughly equivalent to the high-speed movement of an elite ninja. And when he encountered a giant grizzly on the road and nearly lost his life, the Book of Gods offered a technique called Divine Air Strike, a foundational form that seemed to blend the gentle fist air palm and the 80 Gods vacuum attack. When he was injured and bleeding profusely, the Book of Gods sent him the Divine Healing Technique. While it wasn't the ultimate skill, it was still on the level of Hashirama's seal-free healing. Because of this, you had every reason to believe that if he ever found himself in real danger, say, if someone tried to forcibly brand him with a caged bird seal, the Book of Gods would surely provide him with a way to break free. And if the mighty Book of Gods couldn't remove or make him immune to the caged bird seal, then I'll just run away. If I can't stay here, there will always be another place for me to call home. The next morning, you crawled out from under the covers and stretched with a lazy yawn. He turned his head just in time to see the door crack open. Neji, for years old, poked out half of his little face, gazing at him with curiosity. He almost forgot Neji was now his older brother. Though in terms of age, he was more than old enough to be Neji's uncle. Still, you waved his tiny hand in greeting, calling out, "Oh heyu, good morning, Oni-chan." For Neji, waking up to suddenly find himself with a younger brother felt like a dream. But childhood is a world of simple joys, undisturbed by the complexities of adulthood. All he knew was that he'd always been an only child, but from today onward, he was going to be a big brother. And a big brother had to act like one. Neji pushed the door open and entered the room, introducing himself with utmost seriousness. "This is our first meeting. My name is Neji, and I am your older brother. You should call me Ni-san, not Oni-chan." He looked so much like a tiny adult that it was hard not to tease him. You replied, "Got it, Niji Nei-san. Big sister. Niji corrected him right away. It's Ni-san, not Nei-san. You tried again. Okay, Nichan. Niji started to get annoyed. Why you're doing that on purpose, aren't you? If his teasing went on any longer, Niji looked like he might just bite out of frustration. At last, you relented. It's nice to meet you, Ni-san. That finally made Niji happy. He smiled and said, in front of others, call me Ni-san. But in private, you can call me Oni-chan if you want. As everyone knows, every boy who appears commonly outside was once an adorable and just a little bit proud child. I'm full, father. After breakfast, Niji had to head to the main family's dojo for training. As the eldest son of the branch family, his schedule was packed. You asked, you're not staying to play with me? At the entryway, Niji finished putting on his shoes and socks and replied, I can't. I have to work hard to get stronger so I can help take some of the burden off, father. He wrapped a white bandage around the green mark on his forehead, neatly placed his wooden sandals back on the rack, and turned to you. Be good, little brother. When I'm done training, I'll play with you then. You nodded. It's a promise. Tonight, I'll take you out to play. All right, it's a promise then. Niji couldn't shake the feeling that something was a bit off, but he agreed nonetheless. In truth, you wasn't just thinking about having fun. This was simply his way of caring for Niji. As a prodigy and the eldest son of the branch family, Niji's childhood was destined to be a lonely one. But from now on, things will be different because you would always be by his side. Hayashi approached them and asked, Did you sleep well last night? You replied with a cheerful smile, Yes, I slept very well. I'm glad to hear that. In fact, Hayashi hadn't slept well at all the previous night. Let's go for a walk. I'll show you around Konoha and introduce you to the family estate. All right, Hayashi and you stepped outside together. Along the streets of the Hyuga compound, clansmen came and went, casting curious glances their way. I can't believe Lord Izashi is actually out here in person. Lord Hayashi has already made it clear. This matter is not to be discussed, whether inside or outside the clan. Wow, he's so little and so adorable. Well, he is Niji-sama's younger brother. After all, Mom, look, that kid has horns on his head. Hush now, sweetheart. It's not polite to stare at others. Contrary to what some might have expected, there was no ridicule or mockery in the air. Setting aside the long-standing tensions between the main and branch families, the Hyuga clan was actually quite harmonious within. Even members of the branch family were treated with proper respect. No one would be foolish enough to openly trample on someone's dignity while holding sway over their fate. At the very least, anyone so extreme would never be able to gain a foothold in the Hyuga clan. As a noble family, their members' conduct was a reflection of their upbringing. Of course, in reality, those who pose the greatest threat are often the ones who greet you with a smile. Lord Hayashi is coming. Across the street, Hayashi appeared in his gray robes, and people instinctively stepped aside to clear a path for him. Hizashi stopped and said, Brother, I'm taking little you to get acquainted with the place where we'll be living from now on. Very well. Hayashi nodded, his hands folded into his sleeves, his expression grave. As the clan head, he naturally had far more on his mind than any ordinary member. He cautioned, Make sure to explain the clan's rules to him thoroughly. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. Hizashi replied respectfully, Understood, brother. Hayashi added, Also for now, he's only allowed within the Hyuga grounds. Don't take him outside. Yes, sir. Hizashi agreed, taking Yu's small hand and stepping aside to give Hayashi the right of way. After Nichiza left, Hizashi turned to Yu and said, You, don't think your uncle is cold or unfeeling. As the clan leader, he's responsible for all the affairs of the family. He has to look after everyone's well-being here. In truth, he's an upright and honorable man. You'll come to understand that in time. I understand, you replied. You nodded, half understanding, half confused. But deep down, he knew perfectly well. If he hadn't truly accepted all of this, he wouldn't have come here at all. The Hyuga clan's compound wasn't exactly large, considering that the entire Hidden Leaf village didn't cover a vast area, and the Hyuga were just one part of it. Yet it wasn't small either. As one of the great clans, the Hyuga occupied twice as much land as any other family, and their living facilities were fully equipped. Because of this, even under a semi-restricted lifestyle, there was no sense of suffocation or constraint. That day, Hizashi took you practically all around the clan's residences, visiting each household, introducing Yu's identity to the other clan members, and introducing you to the various elders and peers, helping him get acquainted with his new surroundings as quickly as possible. Humans are social creatures. Learning to interact with others is an essential lesson of life. Even if it meant mentioning the painful past over and over again, Hizashi still hoped that this son, who had arrived so unexpectedly, could live openly within the clan. You took all of this in and cooperated with his father in perfect harmony, politely greeting each member of the family and committing their names and faces to memory. By the time the visits ended, night had already fallen. Father and son sat together on the grassy riverbank within the Hyuga compound. Gazing at the shimmering river, glinting under the twilight, Hizashi began to share with you the long history between the Hidden Leaf and the Hyuga clan. You had heard these stories before, but he listened again, treating it as a timely review. To speak of the Hyuga clan was to mention their Byakugan, and to speak of the Byakugan was to inevitably touch upon the strict division between the main and branch families. The reason the Hyuga are considered one of the Hidden Leaf's noble clans is because of our unique bloodline, the Byakugan. This ancient ocular jutsu is one of our village's most precious treasures. It's our duty, passed down through generations, to ensure it is never leaked to outsiders. That's why the main and branch family system exists in the first place. The main family carries on the clan's legacy, while the branch family's mission is to protect that legacy at all costs. Having you here by my side, truly makes me happy. But to tell the truth, I don't wish for you to become entangled in all of this. At this, Hizashi reached up and gently untied the bandage from his forehead, revealing the curse mark, the mark of the caged bird. He gripped the bandage tightly at its center, his face etched with pain and helplessness. The fate of the branch family is to become a bird in a cage. Once this curse mark is branded on you, not only is the power of the Byakugan sealed away, but the main family can destroy a branch member's brain nerves with a single thought. No matter what the branch family wants, we're forced to obey the main family's orders and become their puppets. With those pale eyes, he gazed at you, his look full of silent pleading. Now that you know all this, if you don't want to stay, I can take you away from the Hyuga clan, away from the Leaf Village right now. He didn't mention the price of such a choice, that it would mean being branded a traitor by both the Hyuga clan and the Hidden Leaf. Hayashi was full of conflicting emotions. He wanted his child to grow up by his side, yet he was afraid of the harm that would follow. Otherwise, after introducing you to the clan, he wouldn't have suggested leaving in the dead of night. After a moment of silence, you clenched his small fists. Dad, let's go. Hayashi's eyes widened in surprise. You mean, you want me to take you away from here? You dusted himself off and stood up. I'm just hungry. Let's go home and eat. Hayashi was taken aback. A soft laugh bubbled out. In the evening breeze, you stood atop the embankment, flashing Hayashi a brilliant smile. You little rascal, you really... Hayashi's eyes grew misty. He shook his head helplessly, then carefully wrapped the bandage back around his forehead. Taking Yu's small hand in his, the two of them headed home together. At that very moment, Hayashi had no idea that because of this child arrival, his own fate, Niji's fate, the Hyuga clan, the Leaf Village, and even the entire shinobi world would soon be swept up in tremendous change. Days slipped by, and you had now been living with the Hyuga family for several days. During this time, he acted remarkably well-behaved. But in truth, he was not a docile child at all. He simply understood all too well that Hizashi had arranged for people to watch his every move. Within the Hyuga compound, whether main house or branch, most people possessed the Byakugan, making privacy an incredibly rare commodity. The main house had it a bit better. They'd set up special charms in bedrooms and bathrooms to block the Byakugan's gaze. But the branch family wasn't so lucky. Only the bathroom was protected by those wards. So, you often drank water just to have an excuse to visit the bathroom more frequently, hoping no one would notice anything unusual. During this period, something puzzled him. This body of the Otsutsuki never felt hunger, nor did it need to use the bathroom. No matter how much water he drank or how much food he ate, he never had the urge to relieve himself. As someone with a modern, educated mind, he couldn't help but be curious. If there's no need for excretion, then why do those organs still exist? Are they only there for reproduction? No, that can't be right. If it's just for reproduction, keeping the reproductive organs would be enough. Why would there still be an anus? And if I don't need to excrete anything, then where exactly does the food I eat go? I've checked. Once the food enters my stomach, it simply vanishes without even a hint of digestion. It's as if it falls into a bottomless pit. This really makes no sense. While he was puzzling over this mystery, the Book of the Divine offered an answer. To adapt to the demands of evolution, the Otsutsuki clan's digestive system is extremely specialized. It only recognizes and digests highly purified chakra aggregates, such as elixirs or chakra fruits. Only these can be absorbed. As for ordinary food or foreign matter, these are treated as waste and are instantly transported to another dimension. This is an innate ability possessed by all Otsutsuki, known as Stomach Passage Valley. Oh no, I really don't want to turn into a creature that only takes in and never lets out, like the legendary Pishio. I really miss the feeling of relief. Please give it back to me. As you murmured to himself, the Book of the Divine responded. Secret art, O Ajitsuheim. Effect: food consumed will no longer be transported to the otherworldly stomach passage valley, but is instead transformed into chakra extract and expelled through the anus. Note: the name of this secret art comes from mythology. It said that Otsutsuki could create exquisite food from her mouth, nose, and anus to offer to the god Susanoo. However, she was misunderstood for making food out of filth and was ultimately killed. After learning this secret art, you immediately put it to the test. Splurt, splurt. After a wave of blissful relief, he looked down to see that the paper was dotted with colorful little spheres. Summoning his courage, he tasted one. Delicious. Isn't this just white rabbit milk candy? Ha! Whoever invented the secret art must have had a truly wicked sense of humor. I love it. You gobbled up the rest of the candies, then made a new discovery. Do the color and flavor of these candies depend on what I ate? Suddenly curious, he wondered, if I ate something nasty, would I end up with foul-tasting candy? Tempting as the thought was, he never mustered the courage to try it. Furthermore, although the candies produced by the Otsutsuki secret art couldn't permanently increase chakra, they could restore stamina and replenish spent chakra. They were similar to the soldier pills used by ninja, but in terms of both effect and flavor, these candies were far superior. Haha, this is amazing. Even eating has become fun now. That day, you made a special trip to the Hyuga family's convenience store and bought a huge tub of assorted candies. He collected all sorts of brightly colored candy shells, then hid in the bathroom, busy crafting his own unique treats. Time slipped by unnoticed as you lingered in the bathroom. Outside, Hisashi paced back and forth in front of the door. Are you done yet? As the sound of running water echoed, you stepped out, his pockets bulging. With concern, Nichiza asked, You seem to go to the bathroom a bit more often lately. Is your stomach upset? It's nothing, you replied with a mischievous grin. He pulled out a beautifully wrapped candy from his pocket. Here, Dad. This is for you. Nichiza took the candy and smiled. Oh, you still remember to share with your dad. You really are my good boy. In the bathroom, Nichiza unwrapped the candy and popped the green sweet into his mouth. It's pretty tasty, but why does it have a hint of wasabi? Did I put too much wasabi on my lunch? But after eating this candy, I suddenly feel full of energy. How strange. That evening, you waited in his room, a small plate on the table piled high with candies. You come play with me. Having finished his training, Niji dashed eagerly into the room. Because he was always busy with his training, Niji had hardly known a real childhood. Yu's arrival gave him a companion to play with, letting him rediscover the joys of being a child. They played games together, nibbling on candies as the evening slipped away until it was time for bed. Reluctantly, Niji said, I have to go to sleep now. There's more training tomorrow. You waved, Go on, big brother. Just before leaving, Niji turned back and said, You have to keep working hard at your training too. That way, someday we could be together all the time. Lying in bed, you could still feel that constant, watchful gaze. He whispered to himself, Being monitored like this, whether I'm playing or training, I just can't relax. I'd better keep observing for now. Days like this probably won't last much longer. Deep into the night, in a secluded corner of the Hyuga branch family's residence, the one responsible for keeping watch over the main house saw that you had fallen asleep. He retracted his Byakugan, then ate his soldier pill to recover his strength. The next shift arrived and asked, Was there anything unusual today? Nothing out of the ordinary, except he spent a bit longer in the bathroom than usual. You've worked hard, I'll take over. Go report to Lord Hisashi. It turned out they took turns watching day and night. Everything in the main house was as it should be. Lord Hisashi, here's a summary of young Master Yu's activities today. He did morning exercises in the courtyard, spent 20 minutes in the bathroom after breakfast, then observed an ant trail in the garden. Until noon. After lunch, he went to the convenience store, bought some candy, and brought it home, spent another half hour in the bathroom, then went to the riverbank and napped there until the afternoon. After he woke up, he went fishing and stayed out until dusk. When he returned, he released all the fish he had caught before heading home for dinner, then spent another 20 minutes in the restroom. After supper, he returned to his room and, as usual, played with young Master Niji. A nearby elder shook his head in disapproval when he finished listening. All he does is eat, drink, go to the restroom, sleep, and play. Not a single meaningful thing. He'll have a hard time achieving anything in the future. Hayashi sat with a teacup in hand, lost in thought. He hadn't ordered people to keep an eye on you out of suspicion. After all, a 3- or 4-year-old child, even with an unclear background, could hardly pose any real threat. His main purpose was to understand Yu's disposition, so that he could have a basis for certain decisions. Lord Hayashi, do we still need to continue the surveillance tomorrow? As far as I can see, at this rate, there won't be any new discoveries. Besides, Lord Hizashi seems to have noticed we're watching them with our Byakugan. Every now and then, there's a sense of warning coming from him. Hayashi nodded. I understand. Starting tomorrow, there's no need to keep watch. Everyone, take the night off. Yes, sir. The clan member from a main branch breathed a sigh of relief and left the room. Hayashi tightened his grip on the teacup, gazing at the ripples in his cup, his expression somber. The elder spoke up. Both the main and branch families have been watching closely these days. We've already given him a buffer period. If we drag this out any longer, it'll only stir up more talk. Since ancient times, the branch family has never been able to escape their predetermined fate. It's harsh, I know, but if we make an exception, it will harm the main family and be unfair to the branch. Hayashi, as the head of the family, you must put the greater good first. Don't let your feelings sway you. Hayashi let go of the teacup, as if making up his mind. I'll handle this matter properly, and soon. The next day, you lay atop a tree branch with a blade of grass in his mouth, gazing at the blue sky and muttering to himself. There's no one watching me anymore today. Father's been called away, too. Looks like something's about to happen. Around midday, Hizashi returned home, his expression grave and his fists clenched. You, the head of the family, wants to see you. I understand, father. You leapt down from the tree, thinking to himself, what must be faced has finally come. On the way to the main estate, Hizashi walked with heavy steps, the atmosphere thick with tension. Outside the head's residence, Hizashi stopped, clutching his fists tightly. You, this is your last chance. Father still wishes to take you away from here. Yu's expression was calm. If you do that, you'll be branded a traitor, won't you? Hizashi was taken aback. You. Besides, I'm not afraid. With that, you reached out and pushed open the tightly closed doors. Father and son walked the long stone path together, stopping at the entrance to the tatami room. Nichiya glanced around, sensing that something was off. Aside from Big Brother, none of the other clan members or elders are here. He was just about to push open the door. At that moment, a calm and steady voice called out from inside the room. You come in. Nichiya, you stay outside. It was Hizashi's voice. Nichiya's footsteps halted at once. Pain and turmoil welled up inside him as he watched, powerless, while you walked alone through that doorway. The door closed behind you with a heavy thud. Nichiya realized, in that instant, that it was already too late to stop anything. Fury surged through him. He slammed his fist into the stone steps, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. How useless am I, really? In the end, I didn't even have the courage to take you away, to help him escape the fate of a caged bird. Inside the house, Hizashi and you sat facing each other. Hizashi's expression was grave and direct. Your father should have already explained to you the rules of the Hyuga main and branch families, right? You nodded. Hizashi fixed you with a piercing gaze. What do you think about all this? I want to hear your honest opinion. My honest opinion? Of course, it's that this whole system is laughably foolish. If not for my desire. Nichiya was stunned. I'll say it again, I'm not afraid. With that, Yu's small hand pushed open the tightly closed door. The two of them walked along the long stone path, finally stopping before the entrance to the tatami room. Nichiya looked around, sharp eyes catching the oddness of the situation. Other than Big Brother, the main family, and the elders, why is everyone else gone? He was about to open the door. Just then, from inside the room, Hizashi's deep, commanding voice rang out. You come in. Nichiya, you stay outside. Nichiya stopped in his tracks. His heart was racked with agony and helplessness as he watched you walk alone into that room. The door shut behind you with a heavy bang. In that moment, Nichiya knew whatever he did now, it was already too late. He struck the stone steps hard with his fist, his eyes reddened with anguish. I truly am worthless. In the end, I didn't even have the courage to run away with you, to free him from becoming a caged bird. Inside the tatami room, Hizashi and you sat across from each other. Hizashi's expression was as serious as ever, and he got straight to the point. Your father has already told you about the system of the Hyuga main family and branch family, hasn't he? You nodded. Hizashi scrutinized him, asking, what do you think about it? I want to hear your true thoughts. His true thoughts? Of course, he thought these people were hopelessly foolish. If not for his longing for a peaceful life, he wouldn't care about these clan disputes at all. But of course he couldn't say that. You replied, I think sacrificing so many clan members' lives just to protect the Byakugan really isn't worth it. Hayashi spoke. You're still too young. You see things too simply. In the world of shinobi, only those with power have a voice. The Hyuga clan became a pillar of Konoha, and even the entire ninja world, because of the Byakugan bloodline limit. That's precisely why this power has always been coveted by other nations. Since the founding of Konoha, villages from outside have made countless attempts to seize the Byakugan. The last clan to suffer a similar fate was the Uzumaki of the Land of Whirlpools. They were wiped out years ago. These tragic histories forced the Hyuga to establish the main and branch family system. To protect the power of the Byakugan, someone always has to make sacrifices. You are Hisashi's child, a descendant of the branch family. And the fate of the branch family is to become caged birds, swearing to protect the main family with their lives. This isn't something you, your father, or even I can decide. It's a reality every Hyuga must face. However, you weren't born into this clan, and your father still feels guilty about your mother's family. So, I'm willing to give you a special opportunity. Hyuga, from this day forward, you shall be adopted as a child of the main family. Outside the door, Hisashi jerked his head up in shock as he heard these words. You asked, adopted as a child of the main family? What does that mean? Am I going to become your son? Hayashi replied, of course not. Hyuga Amano is your father's cousin. He has no children. If you're adopted into his household, you'll become a member of the main family in name and in fact. That way, you'll escape the fate of the caged bird. What do you think? Hisashi's voice came from outside the door, urgent and unwilling to let go. You say yes. This is the best path for you. You looked up and asked, but what about me and Father Hisashi? Hayashi answered, you'll have to sever ties. From now on, you must consider Amano your true father and honor him as such. You lowered his head, his small hands gripping his knees. In truth, these terms were not so bad. He was, after all, a traveler from another world, and there was no real blood bond between him and Hisashi. In these past days among the clan, some affection had grown, but not enough to make separation unbearable. But in his own world, you had lost his father early on. The word father was more than just a title to him. Hisashi's acceptance and care had rekindled a warmth he hadn't felt in years, the warmth of a father's love. Maybe if he made this choice, Hisashi would not blame him. But afterward, Hisashi would surely be heartbroken. Of that there was no doubt. Just thinking of Hisashi's feelings, you found himself unable to speak. More than anything, he simply did not want to go through with it. Nichiren looked at you, who was lost in thought with his head bowed. His tone turned stern. You ought to be content. Nichiza has already taken you to acknowledge your ancestry, and everyone in the clan knows your connection. In truth, I'm already under great pressure. You lifted his head, his youthful face filled with resolve. Thank you for your kindness, but I must refuse. Nichiren's expression changed, and his voice grew even more serious. Are you certain about this? Yu's reply was unwavering and clear. If I let the fear of becoming a caged bird keep me from acknowledging my own father, then that would make me a true prisoner. Nichiza Hyuga is my father. That will never change. Go ahead, give me the mark of the caged bird if you must. Outside the door, Nichiza pressed his hands into the damp earth, weeping softly. You, my foolish child, why do you have to be so stubborn? And yet, why do these tears come from joy? Inside the room, Nichiren gazed at young Yu's determined face for a long time, then finally let the tension slip from his features. You've truly surprised me. I took you for a free-spirited outsider, but I never expected you to possess such awareness and responsibility. Nichiren stood up and walked toward the calligraphy scroll on the wall, the one that read, Clear mirror, still water. He spoke slowly. Half a year ago, in the dojo, my younger brother Nichiza, for the first time, revealed a murderous intent to me, or perhaps to fate itself, because of the differences in talent among the children. I suppressed him with the caged bird seal. Niji and Hinata were both present at the time. When I said that I would only forgive foolishness today, that wasn't how I truly felt. I know very well that if I'd been born just a few seconds later, I might have become him. Niji's mother, Mihoko, also suffered for years, burdened by the fate Niji was meant to face, until it finally took her life. Your arrival has made me realize even more clearly just how much pain Nichiza has borne all these years. The unfairness of fate is truly heartbreaking. Myself and the main family of the Hyuga owe my brother, and all those of the branch family, far too much. If I forced you to live through the same fate as Niji, Nichiza would likely hate. Nichizu looked at you, who was bowing his head in thought, and his tone grew stern. You should be grateful. Nichiza once took you to acknowledge your ancestry. Everyone in the clan knows of your connection. In truth, I have already shouldered a great deal of pressure. You lifted his head, youthful face filled with determination. Thank you for your kindness, but I must refuse. Nichizu's expression changed, his voice growing serious. Are you certain about this? Hyuga-Yu's reply was firm and clear. If I let my fear of becoming a caged bird stop me from admitting who my father is, then I would be a true prisoner. Hyuga Nichiza is my father. That will never change. Go ahead, brand me with the caged bird's mark if you must. Outside the door, Nichiza's hands dug into the damp earth as he wept softly. You, my foolish child, Why do you have to be so stubborn? But why then do these tears I shed come from joy? Inside the house, Nichizu gazed at young Yu's resolute face for a long time, finally letting his tense expression soften. You truly surprised me. I thought you were just a carefree child from outside, but I never imagined you'd have such insight and sense of responsibility. Nichizu rose and walked over to the calligraphy hanging on the wall, the characters reading serene as a mirror. He spoke slowly. Half a year ago, at the dojo, because of the gap in the children's talents, my brother Nichizu revealed for the first time, to me, or perhaps to fate itself, a killing intent. I suppressed him with the caged bird's curse mark. Both Niji and Hinata witnessed it. When I said that today I would forgive the foolish, that wasn't truly how I felt. I know very well, if I had been born just a few seconds later, I would have become him. Niji's mother, Mihoko, fell ill and passed away, her grief stemming from the fate Niji was forced to face. Your arrival made me realize even more how much pain Nichiza has borne all these years. The injustice of fate is truly disheartening. My own family, the Hyuga main house, owes my brother and the branch family far more than I can say. If I let you suffer the same fate as Niji, Nichiza would probably hate me for the rest of his life. That's why I once had people quietly observe you, to understand what sort of child you really are. Only after that did I put you to this test. He was a little surprised. A test? Nichizu turned to face him and said, That's right, a test. In truth, I never intended for you to become Hyuga Amano's adopted child. If you had agreed, I would not have hesitated to brand you with the caged bird's mark. In that case, though Nichiza would have felt sorrow, I fear disappointment would have outweighed it. But your performance exceeded my expectations. You did not let your father down. This is something you earned on your own, whether it was for yourself or for Nichiza. My younger brother has spent his whole life accepting a fate that was arranged for him, never having a choice of his own. In that case, let me take fate's place and make one more choice for him. Only this time, it will be out of an elder brother's concern. You ask, so does that mean I no longer have to be a bird trapped in a cage? Nisaka smiled and replied, Yes, you don't have to anymore. However, there are 2 things I hope you can promise me. He nodded earnestly. Please go ahead. Nisaka sat down again. First, the distinction between the main and branch families is an old rule handed down from our ancestors. Even as the head of the family, I cannot change it lightly. So, at least on the surface, we must still go through with the formal ritual. Nisaku took a brush from inside his robe. This is a brush whose markings will never fade. With it, I'll draw a false caged bird seal on your forehead. To outsiders, to anyone at all, you must never mention this. Can you do that? You replied with firm resolve. Of course I can. Very good. Nisaku raised the brush and carefully drew the mark on Yu's forehead. When he finished, he put the brush away. He continued, The second thing is my second child will be born next year. Yu was taken aback. Hanabi? But isn't she supposed to be born 2 years from now? Nisaka paused in surprise. How did you know her name is Hanabi? Oh no, you had gotten too excited and let slip by accident. He quickly explained, It was Aunt Kawako who told me. Nisaku's wife, Kawako, had always been very fond of you. Nisaka looked thoughtfully at you. Is that so? Feeling nervous, you fidgeted with his fingers and whispered, Could you please not ask Aunt about it? I promised her I wouldn't tell. Nisaka said, Very well, but you mustn't tell anyone else about this either. As it turned out, Nisaka had originally planned to have another child the following year. But after he learned that Nichiza had a son out in the world, a feeling of unease kept growing in his heart. That very night, on a sudden impulse, he gave Hanabi the chance to come into the world a little earlier. For you, this was completely unexpected, but also something to be happy about. In other words, in another 10 months, in the 52nd year of Konoha, Hanabi would be born ahead of schedule. Nisaka's expression grew serious. In any case, Hanabi will be the hope of the Hyuga main family's future. You, as the second son of the branch family, I hope you'll take on the responsibility of caring for and protecting Hanabi. Do you think you can do that? You didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached into his pocket and took out a piece of candy, handing it to Nisaku. Nisaka looked puzzled. What does this mean? You smiled and said, Uncle, have a candy. Oh, all right, Hisashi replied, peeling off the wrapper and popping the candy into his mouth. You gave him a harmless smile. Then it's settled. Hisashi muttered inwardly. Settled? Why does this feel like I'm handing over my own daughter? Oh well, this candy is actually pretty good. It's refreshing. I should be able to spend more time with Kurenai tonight. With a gentle creak, the door swung open. Hisashi stepped out into the courtyard, locking eyes with his younger brother. With a complicated expression, Hisashi spoke. My brother, do you think this will ease some of the resentment you hold toward me? Hayashi dropped to his knees, bowing deeply with solemn respect. Big brother, I truly don't know how to thank you. Hizashi helped Hayashi to his feet. Take you back with you, and train him well. Help him become as outstanding as Niji. That would be the best way to repay both me and the Hyuga clan. Hayashi promised with emotion. Yes. I swear I won't let you down, brother. Just then, snow began to fall from the sky. The 51st year of the leaf had entered the depths of winter. The Chunin exams are held twice each year, once in the summer and once in the winter. This summer's Chunin exams were held in the Hidden Cloud Village. The winter exams, however, were scheduled to take place in the Leaf Village. Watching the snowflakes drift down, Hizashi murmured to himself, but there's no need to hurry Yu's training. Next spring will be soon enough. With the Chunin exams about to begin, the village will be in chaos. As the Hyuga clan, our first duty is to ensure the village's safety. The Chunin exams in the 51st year of the leaf. That was the very day Hayashi sacrificed himself for the sake of the village and the main family. Yu's expression grew serious. Now that he was here, he would not allow the same tragedy to unfold again. He would not let anything threaten the hard-won peace of his life. It sounds easy to say, but what am I actually supposed to do? That night, Yu tossed and turned in bed. The Chunin exams were approaching, and the ninja from a hidden cloud would soon arrive. The death of that cloud ninja was the event that changed Niji's fate forever. Under cover of darkness, the hidden cloud infiltrated the Hyuga clan, intending to kidnap Hinata. Hizashi discovered them in time and killed the intruder. Afterwards, the Cloud Village seized the opportunity to pressure the Leaf, demanding Hizashi's body in retribution. To avoid war, the Leaf reluctantly agreed. Hayashi died in his brother's place, marking the tragic beginning of Niji's childhood. Now, Yu stood at a crossroads in life, facing a choice. He began to consider several possible ways to respond. The first option, should he take matters into his own hands and deal with the Cloud Ninja directly? Although that would solve the problem swiftly, the consequences were unpredictable. It could create even greater trouble. Rejected. The second option, should he warn Hizashi in advance about what was about to happen? This approach is far too risky. The hard-won trust could easily be shattered by suspicion. After all, no one would unconditionally believe a warning from an outsider. Rejected. The third possibility, sending an anonymous letter to Hizashi to warn him that the Hidden Cloud plans to harm Hinata during the Chunin exams. This seems like a safer option, but anonymous letters are rarely convincing. What's more, the Hyuga clan and Konoha's Anbu might trace the source of the letter, triggering even more problems. Every member of the Hyuga clan possesses the Byakugan. If he were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Still not feasible. With all three plans unworkable, Yu found himself in quite a quandary. If only I could do what the king of the Wajiguo did in those old tales, send a dream to Tang Monk, revealing the whole story to Uncle Hayashi in his sleep. He cradled his head in his hands, troubled, when suddenly the Book of the Gods offered a delightful surprise. Secret Art. Ancient Izanami's Dream. This technique allows you to send a preset dream to a specific target using chakra as the medium. The name of this technique is not without precedent. In myth, Mikoto once foresaw an omen of doom in a dream before his demise. You sat up in contemplation, using chakra as the medium? I wonder how complicated it is to actually perform. Suddenly, you remembered that earlier that day, Hayashi had already eaten the candy made by Otsutsuki. That candy had come from his own body, and naturally carried his chakra. Yeah, let's see if this works. If not, I'll just have Uncle Hayashi eat a few more pieces of candy. Ancient Izanami's dream was not difficult to master. You learned it in just half an hour. Once the technique was activated, he could clearly feel the changes in his chakra. The spiritual energy in my chakra feels especially lively, and there's more. Within his perception, he sensed 3 faint links, 2 nearby, 1 farther away. Those were the 3 people who had eaten his chakra-infused candy so far: Niji, Hizashi, and Hayashi. Yeah, I would have thought that candy could do this. I could make even more in the future, let more people try them, and we'd all be linked in our dreams. Just imagining it is fun. He closed his eyes and focused. His spiritual energy surged, more vibrant than ever. He began weaving the dream, a process both abstract and tangible. It's just like editing a map in Age of Empires. Scenes, characters, plots, all under my control, he mused. Suddenly, a white luminous orb appeared in his palm and then vanished. Through the chakra connection, this power acted directly on the intended target. The strength of this technique lay in the fact that you didn't need to touch the target or trace the source. Once finished, you wiped the sweat from his brow. This technique truly drains one's mental energy. If I want to use it for fun, I'll have to get even stronger first, he murmured to himself. He took out a piece of candy, popped it into his mouth, and then lay down, wrapping himself snugly in his little blanket. "That should help me get a good night's sleep," he whispered softly. In the deep of night, Yu slept soundly. But in the second half of the night, Hizashi awoke from a dream, drenched in sweat. Kaku looked at him with concern. "Dear, what's wrong?" Hizashi shook his head. "It's nothing, just a strange dream." Still uneasy, he got out of bed and went to Hinata's room. Opening the door, he found her sleeping peacefully. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. "Maybe it's just that too much has happened lately, and my mind is running wild," he reassured himself. Hizashi returned to his room and tried to sleep again. The night, at last, passed without incident. But over the next several days, he had the same dream every night. In the dream, during the Chunin exams, a masked man from the Hidden Cloud Village tried to abduct Hinata. Hizashi discovered him and killed the intruder. The incident sparked conflict with the Cloud Village, and his younger brother, Hayashi, volunteered to die in his place. This has never happened before. Could it be? If it had only happened once or twice, he might have ignored it. But having the same dream every night forced Hizashi to wonder whether it might be some kind of omen. The Chunin exams proceeded as scheduled. After that, Hizashi no longer had nightmares, because he didn't dare to sleep, always staying on guard. For several days, the man from the cloud never appeared. For a moment, Hizashi thought perhaps he'd just been overthinking things. Even so, he kept up his vigilance, choosing to believe that danger was real, and waited patiently. At last, on the final night of the Chunin exams, a masked figure slipped quietly into the Hyuga compound. He broke into the main house, entered Hinata's room, and took the girl wrapped in her blanket. Just as he thought he'd made a clean escape, a white blur suddenly leapt down from the wall and struck the cloud ninja cleanly on the neck with a swift hand chop. The man collapsed instantly. Unlike in the dream, this time Hizashi did not kill him. Hizashi rescued Hinata, cradling her in his arms. Under the street lamp, the dark circles under his eyes were starkly visible. He leaned down and removed the mask from the cloud ninja's face, his expression grave and thoughtful. Soon, several other members of the Hyuga clan arrived and examined the fallen intruder carefully. Shortly after, one Hyuga clan member extracted something from the cloud ninja's teeth. Reporting in, "We found poison hidden in his teeth." Elder Hyuga stepped forward and said, "Their plan was incredibly thorough. If they're discovered, they'll choose suicide, not only to conceal the truth, but also to use the incident as an excuse to act against the leaf. It seems the Hidden Cloud is absolutely determined to get their hands on our Byakugan." Hayashi replied, "Lock him up. We can't give him any chance to take his own life. Notify the third Hokage immediately." Half an hour later, in the Hyuga clan's council hall, everyone was deep in discussion about how to handle the situation. Hayashi clenched his fists in anger. "The Hidden Cloud's actions are a blatant provocation of our bottom line." Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in his mouth, spoke thoughtfully. "Now that we've captured their agent and averted the worst outcome, let's handle this as cautiously as possible to avoid sparking further conflict. Hayashi, you must put the greater good first." Hayashi's fists remained tightly clenched. He was filled with frustration. If not for those recurring dreams that had warned him, he knew that, true to his usual temperament, he would have killed that Hidden Cloud ninja without hesitation. What's more, with Hizashi's personality, it was likely he would have done the same. In other words, without those dreams, the end result would probably have been Hizashi dying in his place. With this realization, Hayashi felt a mix of relief and lingering dread, yet an urge to strike back simmered within him. Still, as a member of the Leaf, as head of the Hyuga clan, and as someone who had experienced the devastation of the previous Great Ninja War, he was all too aware of the destruction that new conflict would bring. More importantly, the village was still recovering from the Nine-Tails attack 3 years ago. Konoha was in no shape to withstand another war. At last, he unclenched his fists and said, "Then let's proceed according to the third Hokage's plan." Hiruzen nodded. "Very well. I'll use this incident to issue an official warning to the Hidden Cloud Village." Hayashi glanced down at the Hidden Cloud ninja lying on the floor and murmured, "Even so, they'll just deny everything, call it a rogue act, hand out some token punishment, and in the end, nothing will really change." Hiruzen continued to puff on his pipe, lowering the brim of his Hokage hat. And so it was. When Konoha returned the Hidden Cloud ninja to his village, the cloud leaders put on a show of astonishment, feigned ignorance, and promised Konoha a full explanation. But in the end, the matter was quietly swept under the rug. After everything was over, Hayashi found himself lost in thought, alone. The face of that Hidden Cloud ninja was exactly the same as the one he'd seen in his dreams, something beyond the bounds of normal explanation. Why'd he dreamed of the future like that? He was certain the Hyuga clan did not possess such abilities. Could it be because of that child? A sudden, unbelievable thought flashed through Hayashi's mind. No, that was just too far-fetched, almost impossible. Soon, he dismissed that thought. After all, Yuhei had never shown any unusual behavior in his daily life. Besides, people often indulge in their own fantasies. Hisashi preferred to believe that perhaps he himself had awakened some ancient power of the Byakugan. The Chunin exams of the 51st year of the Hidden Leaf Village finally came to an end. You also smoothly passed this crucial milestone. He wasn't surprised at Konoha's low-profile approach to the whole affair. However, he had already achieved his goal. Hisashi did not become a casualty of peace. Niji didn't lose his father, and so his childhood was no longer clouded by the shadow of fate. Unexpectedly, after this incident, Hayashi became much more attentive to Hisashi, and by extension, showed more warmth toward both Niji and Yu. Yu's life grew smooth and stable, filled with contentment. He had finally become a true part of the Hyuga clan, and his temperament became more relaxed. In his spare time, he often teamed up with Niji to plan harmless little pranks. At first, Niji was a bit reluctant, but before long, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. In this famously strict family, the two brothers brought a lot of laughter, though of course, they were often on the receiving end of rebukes. Whenever they were criticized, you would go from house to house handing out sweets. Hisashi worried that if this kept up, the family atmosphere would suffer, and he decided it was time for the children to receive a bit of elderly guidance. Before long, spring arrived in the 52nd year of the Hidden Leaf. Hisashi called Yu to his side and said sternly, You've had your share of fun these past few months. It's time to settle down. Starting today, just like Niji, you'll begin your formal training. Even though you're my son, I won't go easy on you. Be prepared, Yu. Inside the Hyuga branch family's training hall, Yu, dressed in a white robe, sat upright on the wooden floor. Hisashi sat across from him, his expression solemn as he began the lesson. Our Hyuga clan specializes in taijutsu. Unlike the Goken style, ours is unique and known as the Gentle Fist. Gentle Fist channels chakra directly into the opponent, attacking their chakra pathways, that is, the meridian system and internal organs. Only with the Hyuga's unique Kekkei Genkai, the Byakugan can this art reach its full potential. Since internal organs can't be strengthened through training, no matter how tough a ninja is, getting struck by the Gentle Fist has serious consequences. This is the essence of Gentle Fist. You nodded as he listened, looking as if he only half understood. Hisashi then turned to Niji, who was waiting at the side, and said, Niji, you've already mastered these basics. You can continue your training at your own pace. But Niji replied, Father, since he was just starting, I'd like to stay and practice with him. It won't slow me down. Very well. Hisashi nodded, feeling deeply gratified in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and spoke with a solemn tone. The Byakugan is the foundation of Gentle Fist. When it is activated, chakra flows rapidly throughout the body, greatly enhancing the power of taijutsu. Watch closely, Yu. He raised 2 fingers. Byakugan. In an instant, the veins around Hisashi's eyes bulged and extended all the way to his temples. Lowering his hand, Hisashi explained, this is what it looks like when the Byakugan is activated. Yu exclaimed in awe, that's amazing. Hisashi smiled and said, it's nothing special, really. Once you begin your training, you'll be able to do this too. You then asked, Dad, that motion you made with your hand just now, is that called hand seal? Does activating the Byakugan also require making a seal? Hisashi explained, yes, that was just a demonstration for you. Beginners typically need to use hand seals to help activate the Byakugan, but once you're proficient, you can trigger it anytime, anywhere. Yu, why don't you give it a try? Yu lifted his small hand and, with great concentration, began to form a seal. Hisashi reminded him, making a seal isn't just about the gesture. You also need to move your chakra along with it. Focus and feel the chakra flowing inside your body. Oh, you looked a bit puzzled. As a pure-blooded member of the Otsutsuki clan, he actually didn't need to use hand seals for any jutsu. Hisashi thought to himself, starting straight with the Byakugan and skipping the most basic chakra training. This is how I taught Niji too. But Niji's talent was extremely rare. If you really can't do it, I'll have to teach him from the very beginning. Suddenly, pronounced veins appeared around Yu's eyes. I did it. Wow, so this is the Byakugan. I can see so clearly. I can even see through the walls. This is incredible. Yu deliberately put on an astonished act. Nearby, Niji stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. Hisashi maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was deeply shocked. Looks like there's no need to start from the basics at all. This child is just like Niji. He's on a whole different level from the start. In truth, from the very first day Yu arrived in this world, he had already been able to sense chakra and activate his Byakugan. This wasn't due to any help from the Book of God, but rather the innate talent that came with his Otsutsuki lineage. With such talent and understanding, what about his chakra reserves? Hisashi looked closely and saw that at Yu's abdomen, what ninja call the root chakra, there was a blazing blue flame of chakra, more than 2 feet high, nearly reaching the top of his head. What? Hisashi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and when he looked again, the massive chakra flame had already shrunk to just reach Yu's chest. Even so, the sheer amount of chakra was astonishing. This can't be. He's never trained before, yet his chakra already far surpasses other children his age. In fact, it's already at the level of a jonin. Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How close, he thought. He'd almost given himself away. When he activated the Byakugan just now, he nearly lost control of his chakra. The chakra of the Otsutsuki clan was said to rival that of the tailed beasts. But here, tailed beasts didn't refer to the 9 created by the Sage of 6 Paths, but rather the original 10 Tails itself. Generally speaking, even a member of the Otsutsuki with average talent, without ever consuming a chakra fruit during their growth, would eventually possess chakra reserves nearing half that of the 10 Tails. Those with higher aptitude, at their peak, could amass chakra on par with the complete 10 Tails. And as for the most gifted among the Otsutsuki, at their zenith, their chakra could equal 2 or even 3 10 Tails. For them, this was hardly a challenge. A rare few possessed such extraordinary talent that their abilities defied measurement, such as Yu's biological father. But those details, for now, were better left unspoken. Yet at their core, the Otsutsuki were still living beings, bound by the need for growth. In childhood, their chakra was not much greater than that of ordinary humans. Only after passing through those early years would their chakra soar exponentially, revealing the vast gulf between them and other races. Thus, Yu was still just a child brimming with potential. Nothing more, nothing less. This was precisely why his father felt such comfort. After all, with Konoha's leadership always so cautious, Yu's life would hardly be peaceful if things were otherwise. Excellent, excellent. As expected of my son. Hayashi nodded repeatedly, his pride practically overflowing. After all, every parent wished for their child to shine above the rest. Still, a faint worry lingered in his heart. How would his elder brother react upon seeing this? Hinata's potential had always been a sore spot for Hayashi. And as fate would have it, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. At that moment, the door slid open. Hayashi stepped in. So, you have started training? I came to check on his progress. Has he learned how to refine chakra yet? No sooner had he entered than he saw you sitting there, Byakugan already activated, gazing straight at him. What? He could use the Byakugan already? Hinata had needed 3 months to learn that. Hayashi was astonished. He activated his own Byakugan, only to discover, with a shock, that Yu's chakra was surging up from his root chakra, forming a pillar more than a foot high. A child of 3 or 4, with chakra reserves rivaling a jonin's? What on earth was going on? Hayashi pressed. Hisashi, be honest. Have you been giving Yu special training on the side? Hisashi quickly replied, no, absolutely not. Well then, Hayashi, ever experienced and composed, soon regained his calm. Hisashi stood up and offered his seat. Brother, please have a seat. Hayashi waved a hand. No need. Please go on teaching. Nikia cleared his throat and, wearing a serious expression, said, now that you're able to activate the Byakugan, you have the foundation needed to learn the gentle fist. But remember, the gentle fist is a profound art, honed over generations by the Hyuga clan. You must approach it with humility, start with the most basic movements, and practice diligently, step by step. Do you understand? You replied, yes, father. Nikia continued sternly. In the dojo, there are no fathers and sons. You must address me as honored father. You felt a bit odd about this, but still responded obediently. Understood, honored father. Good. Nikia stood up and said, listen, gentle fist is a practical fighting art. You can't master it through theory alone. The foundation of the technique lies in your footwork. If your steps are unstable, your fists will become chaotic. The footwork of the gentle fist is derived from the 8 trigrams formation. Its hallmark is movement that flows like water, agile, ever-changing, and difficult for opponents to anticipate. Now, I'll demonstrate once. Watch carefully with your eyes, and try to truly feel it in your heart. Nikia gave a demonstration in front of everyone. You watched intently, thinking to himself, whoosh. When the demonstration ended, Nikia quickly returned to his original position. What I just showed was the basic structure of the footwork. Of course, in real combat, you must adjust according to your opponent's position, but no matter how it changes, the core principles remain the same. Picture the 8 trigrams formation in your mind, with your opponent at its center, that way you won't go wrong. You nodded. I understand. Nikia said, now you try it. I'll help you spot what needs improvement. All right. You stood up and began to practice. Tap, 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 tap. His little feet landed on the floor in a light, rhythmic pattern. Nikia felt a bit puzzled. The steps are correct, but why does it look less like he's practicing martial arts and more like he's dancing? Hiv hiv. Indeed, he was dancing. In his mind, the melody of the most dazzling ethnic style was playing, and his steps, though based on the gentle fist 8 trigrams, matched the beat of that catchy song. Nikia's body couldn't help but sway along. If Nichizu weren't right there watching, he might have joined in himself. Nichizu, too, was struggling to contain himself on the sidelines, thinking, this rhythm is really something. After sitting down, Niji leaned over and whispered, You're actually dancing, aren't you? As expected, children always understand each other best. You whispered back, Shoo, just keep it to yourself. Niji's eyes sparkled with excitement. After practice, let's dance together, okay? You grinned. Sure, it's a promise. Their little secret didn't escape the adults, who heard every word. Ahem. Nikia cleared his throat from the side. Yuv and Niji immediately sat up straight. Clip-clop, clip-clop. With his arms folded across his chest, Nichiza's right foot tapped unconsciously as he spoke. The fundamentals of your footwork are correct. Although, well, never mind. I'll add in some punching techniques and demonstrate for you all again. Perhaps influenced by you, Nichiza's first steps this time carried a hint of a dance rhythm. Fortunately, he quickly steadied himself, avoiding any embarrassing missteps. That was close. Almost let a child lead me astray. Good thing my foundation is solid. Nichiza then proceeded to give a thorough demonstration, from the basics all the way up to advanced techniques, while you followed along with focused attention. You made no effort to flaunt his talent, but neither did he feign ignorance. The prodigious gifts of the Otsutsuki clan spoke for themselves. He understood long ago that once he began formal training, his abilities would be impossible to hide completely. Always keeping his true strength under wraps would only make life more difficult in the future. Besides, if everyone continued to see him as useless, you himself would feel uncomfortable. Since he had already promised Hizashi that he would look after and protect Anabi, he needed to set Hizashi's mind at ease. So, you decided to reveal a glimpse of his abilities, shaping himself as a calm, promising genius. Not so dazzling as to overshadow Niji, but enough to earn respect. His persona should be this: a talent on par with Niji, the clan's foremost prodigy, who simply started a little later and is currently in second place, but with the potential to catch up and maybe even surpass him in the future. In just a single day, under Nichiza's tutelage, you had already mastered the basics of Gentle Fist. Hayashi witnessed his progress with his own eyes, his emotions a tangled mix of melancholy and admiration. In the corridor, bathed in the soft glow of evening, Hayashi spoke from the heart. Nichiza, perhaps the heir of the main family, should have been you. Nichiza quickly replied with humility, Brother, you give me too much credit. You are more than capable of leading our clan. Hayashi shook his head with a wry smile, patting Nichiza on the shoulder. Take good care of you and Niji. They're the future of the Hyuga clan, and the hope of the Leaf Village as well. Watching his brother's departing figure, Nichiza bowed deeply. Thank you, brother. At the entrance to the house, you and Niji were dancing together. Clan members passing by stopped in their tracks, gathering to watch with a mix of puzzlement and curiosity in their eyes. Look at you. He's at again. Ah, that child is always so mischievous. But why is Niji joining him this time? Though Niji was gradually allowing himself to relax, he still maintained his usual cool composure. Under the gaze of the clan, he eventually came to a halt. You, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying himself, leaping sideways so quickly that after-images seemed to flicker in the air. What kind of move is that? Secret technique, relentless side-to-side sprint. Hey, what's going on with you? This is just too ridiculous. But, can you leap so fast you leave after-images like that? I really don't think I could pull that off. So, is he a genius, or just an idiot? I heard he's performed impressively at the dojo. Even Lord Hizashi has praised him. Could it be that he's another prodigy from the branch family? Suddenly, you bent low, sweeping his leg in a wide arc, sending a gust swirling across the ground. Whoosh! Whoa! Everyone's eyes lit up. He moved faster and faster, until it seemed as if the force of his sweeping kicks conjured a rising whirlwind, lifting him right off the ground. Secret technique, spiraling ascension. The crowd craned their necks to watch him, all thinking the same thing. Maybe he really is a fool, after all. Hiv hiv. Up in the air, you stretched out his arms and scattered candies in every direction. Secret technique, celestial blossom. Ha ha ha. He might be a fool, but he's the kind you can't help but like. Everyone joyfully picked up the candies, and after eating them, each return home. That night, everyone who had eaten the candies shared the same dream. In their dreams, to the unforgettable tune of the most dazzling ethnic style, they danced all night long, unable to stop themselves. When dawn arrived, the melody lingered stubbornly in their minds, impossible to shake off. Perhaps this was the beginning of the Hyuga clan's peculiar new style. Time flowed on, and it was now the 55th year of the Hidden Leaf Village. This was Yu's 4th year among the Hyuga. His ID card listed his age as 7. Due to his background, Yu had barely left the Hyuga compound in all these years. But despite the monotony, he never felt bored. 3 years ago, Hanabi was born. From that moment, Yu naturally became Hanabi's guardian. He took care of her feeding, played with her, soothed her to sleep, changed her diapers. With the exception of nursing, Yu handled almost everything himself. The only thing that troubled Yu was how clingy Hanabi could be. If you left her side, even for a moment, she'd cry endlessly. No one but him could calm her down. But the main and branch families didn't live together, so how was this supposed to work? Hisashi came up with a solution. 7 days a week. On Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, you would stay at Hisashi's house. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, he'd bring Hanabi home with him. And so, he shuttled back and forth between both homes. As for his training, 2 years ago, Hisashi admitted there was nothing more he could teach you, and from then on, left him to spar and practice in private with Niji. Thus, for the past 2 years, Yu and Hanabi had been nearly inseparable. Hanabi, now 3, had a round, adorable face with a hint of baby fat, and when she smiled, she looked just like a happy little bunny. She could already speak, though her voice still carried the innocent lilt unique to children. Today was Wednesday, and Yu was staying at the Nichisoka household. Hanabi lay sprawled across Yu's back, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity as she watched the stack of white paper on the tatami mat before him. What was truly remarkable was that, although you didn't touch the paper, the sheets folded themselves, transforming into paper airplanes that soared around the room. More and more paper planes joined the flight, yet none collided with each other or fell to the floor. This is so much fun. You're amazing. Hanabi clapped her little hands, laughter bubbling from her lips. This was an ability you had learned a year ago from the Book of Gods. Secret art, the wisdom of animerecap. By using his mind, he could alter the shape of objects and control their movements. At its core, this power was much like telekinesis. If one were to compare it to moving objects at a distance, on the surface it seemed reminiscent of Uchiha Shin's ocular jutsu, but in truth, it operated on an entirely different level for 3 main reasons. First, the wisdom of animerecap required no special markings. Second, with enough strength, it could manipulate any object. Even living beings could be affected. Third, in theory, this technique could be combined with the Byakugan. Though you had yet to accomplish this, the prospect alone was daunting. You unwrapped another piece of candy and popped it into Hanabi's mouth. Nearby, discarded candy wrappers had already formed a small pile. With a gentle whoosh, under the force of his mind, those candy wrappers joined together, their seams vanishing and edges perfectly aligned, turning into a colorful paper balloon. Hanabi, still chewing her candy, was utterly captivated by the floating balloon. You puffed air into the paper balloon, sealed the opening, then balanced it on his palm before giving it a gentle push so it floated upwards. Hanabi reached out, trying with all her might to grab it, but no matter how she stretched, it remained just out of reach. In a small, pleading voice, she said, "You lift me up." You scooped Hanabi up in both arms, raising her high above his head. Yet, having inherited certain genes from his Otsutsuki father, you had only grown 10 centimeters taller in the past 4 years, and still stood under 1 meter and 10 centimeters. At this rate, he'd be lucky to reach 1.5 meters as an adult. Honestly, the Book of Gods seems to have everything, except a way to grow taller. And why was he so certain? Because over the years, he'd wished fervently, every single day, to sprout up faster, always with the highest hopes, yet the Book of Gods had never answered. It was endlessly frustrating. Even with you holding Hanabi up, and Hanabi reaching as far as she could, she still couldn't grab the paper balloon floating beneath the ceiling. Hanabi's anxiousness grew, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Truthfully, you could have fetched the paper balloon with his mind at any moment, but instead he decided to let Hanabi soar up to get herself. Whoosh! He let go, and to his surprise, the firework floated up into the air. Footsteps sounded at the door, stopping just outside. With a thought, you guided Hanabi, who was clutching the paper balloon, to gently land back on his shoulder. Rustle, rustle. All around the room, paper airplanes fluttered down to the floor. But there were simply too many of them. One slipped out of his control, spun a few loops, and landed right on Hisashi's forehead as he entered the room. Thud! Hisashi glanced down at the pointed paper airplane by his feet, and the scraps of paper scattered everywhere. A look of helpless resignation crossed his face. Time for dinner. Your father will be joining us tonight. There's something important we need to tell you. Yu wondered to himself. So formal? Could it be? At the dinner table, Hisashi said, You're not a child anymore. Sooner or later, you'll have to become a ninja. To become a full-fledged ninja, you need to study at the Ninja Academy and graduate. So, starting tomorrow, you'll be attending the Ninja Academy as well. Yu immediately understood, just as he suspected. In fact, by age, he could have enrolled last year. But because of his special background, Hisashi had worried that word might get out and tarnish the reputation of the Hyuga clan. Then, just last month, something happened. Danzo approached Hisashi and hinted that he wanted Yu to join the Root organization. Of course, Hisashi refused. But Danzo threatened him. If he didn't agree, he would expose Yu's origins, including the fact that Hisashi had been involved with a woman from outside the village during a mission, ruining his standing in the community. Furious, Hisashi was fortunately saved by Hayashi's timely intervention. After all, the Hyuga clan was a distinguished family in Konoha, and Danzo dared not act rashly. For the time being, the matter was set aside. Even so, this entire ordeal served as a wake-up call for the Hyuga. The influence of Root was beginning to seep in. After careful thought, Hisashi confessed his decision to Hayashi, expressing his willingness to face his past mistakes and hoping for Hayashi's understanding and support. Hayashi was relieved and told him he'd been waiting for this conversation. He then sought help from the third Hokage, quietly spreading the word so the villagers could learn about Yu ahead of time. That way, Danzo would lose his leverage. Now, you could finally step out into the world as a Hyuga, attend the Ninja Academy, and become a true ninja. For all of this, Yu had long since prepared himself. He glanced down at Hanabi beside him. She'd eaten her fill and was now curled up on his lap, sleeping soundly. In a soft voice, Yu asked, I'm fine with it, but what about Hanabi? Hayashi stroked his chin and thought. Hanabi just turned 3. She's at the age where she can begin her training. He was about to say more, but Hayashi cut him off. That's your responsibility. You'll have to comfort her yourself. For the first time, Yu found himself at a complete loss for words. Forget it. After all, that's exactly what he was thinking too. In the world of the hidden leaf, and even in some cultures, it's perfectly legal for cousins to marry. Besides, even though he lived in Konoha and belonged to the Hyuga clan, at his core, he was a descendant of the Otsutsuki. And so, after exhausting every possible means, Yu finally managed to calm Hanabi down. The next day, accompanied by Hayashi, Yu stepped out through the grand gates of the Hyuga estate. They made their way to the Ninja Academy. The schoolyard was alive with noise and laughter. Children ran about in groups, some with familiar faces, others complete strangers. But Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to a lonely blonde boy sitting on the swing. Hayashi leaned in and spoke quietly. That child's name is Naruto Uzumaki. 7 years ago, the year you were born, the nine-tailed fox attacked the village. In the end, the beast was sealed inside him, and ever since, he's been seen as an ill omen by the villagers. Of course he knew all this. He'd grown up watching Naruto, after all. Then, under Hayashi's surprised gaze, Yu walked over to the swing and spoke to the boy whose face was hidden in shadow. Hi, my name's Yu. Can I be your friend? Startled and confused, Naruto slowly lifted his head, only to see Yu smiling and holding out a char-siu-flavored candy. Good kid. I look forward to seeing you grow. A gentle breeze swept by, and the surprise on Hayashi's face softened into a warm smile. He quietly turned and left. And that was how Yu and Naruto first met. In the tiered classroom of the Ninja Academy. Yu and Naruto sat together in the very last row, drawing plenty of curious or suspicious glances from their classmates. On the boys' side, look, the new guy is actually hanging out with dead last Naruto. Check out those horns on his head. Maybe he's a freak too? Freak and freak, what a perfect match. On the girls' side, he's actually pretty cute. Not the same type as Sasuke, but maybe just my kind of guy. Oh, stop swooning. Looks aren't everything. Sasuke's not only handsome, but smart. He's definitely going to be a great ninja someday. Maybe even Hokage. Should we warn him that Naruto's nothing but trouble? Forget it. If he's that clueless, let him find out for himself. Yu ignored the chatter around him and focused on watching Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was quietly slumped over his desk, lost in his own world. The Naruto before him was nothing like the mischievous boy from Yu's memories, the one who used to paint graffiti all over the Hokage Rock and get chased through the streets. But then again, that was Naruto 5 years from now. By then, he'd be 12. It seems that Naruto wasn't mischievous by nature. Rather, it was years of loneliness that taught him to use pranks as a way to attract attention from others. Nowadays, although Naruto still has his little antic from time to time, he is, for the most part, a reserved and melancholy child. After a brief silence, Naruto absent-mindedly poked at a crumpled candy wrapper on the desk with his finger and asked in a low voice, "Hey, why do you want to be friends with me? Someone like me." Children who have been shunned by their peers for a long time do not open their hearts easily. You understood that saying too much at this moment would only push Naruto further away. With a light chuckle, you replied, "Well, I just thought you looked lonely all by yourself, and it turns out I'm alone too." "Alone? You get lonely too? Wasn't that your dad I saw with Hinata's father this morning? Don't people with a father and siblings ever feel lonely?" Naruto's questions were direct and sincere. You explained, "That was my father, not Hinata's. Her father's name is Hayashi. Mine is Hisashi. They're twin brothers. So Hinata and I are cousins, and my real brother is Neji." Naruto looked thoroughly confused, trying to sort out the relationships with his fingers, but it was clear that this wasn't his strong suit. He gave up with a sigh. "Well, as long as that's your dad, I get it." "Wait, Neji? You mean that upperclassman, the genius ninja? He's your brother?" Neji was a year ahead of Naruto, so they weren't in the same class, but Naruto saw him around school often enough. You scratched the back of his head and grinned. "Yep, that's right. Next time, I'll bring Neji along. We can all hang out together." Naruto shook his head. "Forget it. That guy always looks so cold and distant. I doubt we'd have any fun." "Cold and distant?" The truth was, just a few days ago, you and Neji had teamed up to knock down a bird's nest. But such small mischief didn't excite them anymore. Next time, they were planning to use an explosive tag to blow up a public restroom outside the school, and they'd already worked out their escape route. You thought to himself, Neji really does act the part at school. Naruto said honestly, "Anyway, thank you, but you'll regret being friends with me. You'll find out soon enough." At that moment, Irika-sensei walked up to the podium, glancing at the seats in the back row with a complicated look in his eyes. Suddenly, mocking voices rang out across the classroom. "Hey teacher, looks like we got a clueless newcomer." "Yeah, make him introduce himself." "That's right, let's hear it." As a seasoned teacher, Irika knew exactly what was happening. It was normal to have new students introduce themselves to the class, but the mood in the room was clearly off. Irika understood very well. This was clearly because the new student had grown close to Naruto, which had stirred up dissatisfaction among the classroom cliques. They were trying to use this as an opportunity to give the newcomer a hard time. Irika quickly tried to smooth things over. "Let me introduce our new classmate to everyone," he said. But he raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I'd like to introduce myself." Irika was a little surprised, but he nodded in agreement. "All right, go ahead." With the whole class watching him, you stood up. To be honest, he was already tired of playing the part of the mischievous yet well-behaved child within his family. Among his relatives, even if they sometimes joked and called him a fool, it was always good-natured. But here, if he acted too obedient, not only would Naruto end up isolated, but things wouldn't go well for him either. He took a deep breath. With a young but determined voice, he spoke out directly. "My name is Hyuga. Naruto is my friend, and I can't stand anyone bad-mouthing my friends. I won't fuss over what's happened before, but from now on, if I hear anyone talking trash, any boy will get a beating and a dunk in the bathroom, and any girl will get her head shaved and sent off to the temple as a nun. If you run home to complain to your parents, I won't spare them either." "What are you staring at?" "Yes, I'm talking to you, the one whose hair looks like a bird's nest. So what if someone has horns? That's still better than acting like an animal. Honestly, the word lower life form fits you all much better. Did Naruto ever eat your food? Do you even know what goes around comes around means? Maybe it isn't your fault that you're arrogant, but dragging others down to feel better about yourself, that's definitely your problem. Anyone with an issue, let's settle it in the training yard right now. We can see who's better. If you've got nothing to say, then shut those crow-like mouths of yours. That's my introduction." The classroom fell into a deathly silence. Those students who had been whispering just moments ago now had faces turning pale, then purple, but not one of them dared to talk back. The one who was moved the most, of course, was Naruto. He stared in disbelief at you, who was a little shorter than himself. Does this guy really think of me as his friend? It was one thing to share candy, but to stand up for me against the whole class on the very first day? A friend? For Naruto, that had always seemed like an impossible luxury. But now, tears welled up and streamed from Irika understood in his heart that this was definitely because the new student had gotten close to Naruto, which had upset the little cliques in the class. They wanted to take this opportunity to give the new student a hard time. Irika quickly tried to smooth things over. "Let me introduce our new classmate to everyone," he said. But you raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I'd like to introduce myself." Irika was a little surprised, but he nodded in agreement. "All right, go ahead." Under the gaze of the whole class, Yu stood up. To be honest, he was already a bit tired of always playing the mischievous yet obedient child in his family. At home, people sometimes teased him and called him a fool, but it was always good-natured. But here, if he acted too well-behaved, not only would Naruto end up isolated, but he himself wouldn't have an easy time either. Yu drew in a deep breath, then spoke out in a young but steady voice. My name is Yu. Naruto is my friend, and I hate it when people badmouth my friends. I won't hold grudges about what's happened before, but from now on, if I hear anyone talking trash, if you're a boy, I'll give you a beating and toss you in the bathroom. If you're a girl, I'll shave your head and send you to the temple as a nun. And if you run home to your parents, I won't let them off the hook either. What are you staring at? Yes, I'm talking to you. The one with hair messier than a bird's nest. So what if someone has horns on their head? That's still better than acting like an animal. Frankly, the term lower life form fits some of you perfectly. Did Naruto ever eat your food? Do you even understand what goes around comes around? Maybe it's not your fault for being self-important, but if you look down on others because of it, that's on you. If you have a problem, let's settle it in the training yard right now. If not, then shut those crow-like mouths of yours. That's my introduction. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. Those students who had just been whispering among themselves now looked like they turned every shade of green and purple, but none of them dared to talk back. The one most moved, of course, was Naruto. He stared in disbelief at Yu, who was just a little shorter than himself. Does this guy really see me as a friend? It was one thing to give me candy, but to stand up for me against the entire class on the very first day? A friend? For Naruto, this had always been an unattainable dream. But now, he couldn't hold back the tears that streamed from his bright blue eyes. Yu gently patted Naruto on the shoulder and whispered, Hey, why are you crying? Honestly, I didn't do anything special. Naruto, a little embarrassed, retorted, Idiot, I'm not crying. And in the corner of the classroom, watching Naruto silently, there was also a girl whose eyes had turned red with emotion. Yu-kun, thank you for standing up for Naruto, she whispered in her heart. Although Yu's arrival had directly changed the fates of Neji and Hayashi, and indirectly influenced some other events, the story of Hinata and Naruto, the budding of that affection, still quietly unfolded just as it had a year before. How interesting. The boy in the front row, who had yet to experience any family upheaval, was brimming with talent and looked up to his older brother. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. So this is Hyuga, Niji's little brother. Ahem. Irika, standing at the podium, finally snapped out of his astonishment. Clearing his throat, he moved on with the usual formalities. Yu, that was certainly a unique introduction. Anyway, I hope everyone gets along well from now on. Let's begin today's lesson. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was divided into theory and practical skills. For now, they were learning theoretical knowledge in the classroom. Irika drew a diagram on the blackboard, illustrating the forces at play when throwing a kunai, and thoroughly explained the related principles. Flipping through the textbook, you made a mental note. So that's how it is. The theoretical knowledge for ninjas is roughly equivalent to the level of 9 years of compulsory education in the real world. But to be honest, having to juggle this with ninja skills training, mastering all this theory in just 6 years is no easy feat. No wonder the passing rate for the first written test of the Chunin exams is so low. You also notice some interesting details. The physics formulas in the world of the Hokage are actually the same as those in the real world. For example, the formula for gravity is still G equals mg. But there's a difference. The gravitational acceleration constant, G, is 9.8 in the real world, but here in the world of the Hokage, it's less than 3.6. No wonder even little Naruto can leap over a 3-meter-high fence with ease. Finding patterns in these small details, you wondered if other yet undiscovered formulas in this world could also be explained with real-world scientific principles. The key would be to determine the values and applications of these constants. As he twirled his pencil, you let his thoughts wander freely. Analyzing the world of the Hokage from a scientific perspective was, in its own way, quite fascinating. For instance, what exactly is the essence of chakra? If it's a tangible substance, then it would fall under the realm of chemistry. If the chemical reaction behind chakra could be determined, could chakra then be artificially produced using methods from chemical engineering? He chuckled to himself. Still, Yu was just idly musing. This wasn't his true passion. If anyone could actually accomplish such a thing, it would probably have to be a mad scientist like Orochimaru. He did have an idea, to bring some interesting inventions from the real world into the world of Naruto. After all, the ways people entertained themselves here were still stuck somewhere around the 1980s. To use an analogy from a certain island nation, it would be about the end of the Showa era. Honestly, life at this level was just too backward. If I want to make this happen, I'll have to pay close attention in class. You looked up at the blackboard and started taking notes with focus. Naruto noticed how seriously Yu was listening and, surprised, asked, "Hey, Yu, do you actually understand what Iruka-sensei is saying?" Yu smiled and replied, "More or less." Naruto exclaimed, "You're amazing, just like Sakura." His voice was loud, and everyone in the classroom turned to look. However, since Yu's unusual self-introduction earlier, the others just glanced over without saying anything. Ahem. Iruka cleared his throat and said, "Naruto, no talking during class. Yu, that goes for you too." The lesson continued. Soft whispers floated through the classroom. "Hey, Sakura, it sounds like they're talking about you." Sakura was diligently taking notes, her expression calm as she replied, "Really? I didn't hear anything." In her heart, she thought, "I don't care about people who aren't trying to improve themselves. Next time, I'll definitely get top marks and catch Sasuke's attention." Even as she listened to the lesson, Sakura didn't forget to chat with Naruto. At this moment, Yu asked, "Naruto, what do you think of Hinata?" "Hinata?" Naruto turned and looked toward the window seat in the front row. That quiet girl was busy jotting down notes, completely absorbed in the lesson. Naruto replied offhandedly, "Hinata? I haven't really paid much attention to her. As far as I remember, she's pretty quiet. Maybe a little weird. Just as expected." You understood perfectly. With Naruto's straightforward personality, if it weren't for the events with Pain, there was no telling if he and Hinata would ever get together. At that moment, Hinata felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. "Naruto-kun, did he just glance my way?" Yu thought to himself with a grin. "Ha, Naruto, just stick with me. Whether it's the Nine Tails or Hinata, I'll help you both open up to each other sooner." The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Time always seemed to fly when you were paying attention. Before they knew it, the bell for the next period had sounded. Iruka's teaching rhythm was excellent. He never ran over time. He closed his textbook and said to the class, "That's all for this lesson. Next period is Mizuki Sensei's Shuriken training. Everyone, be sure to gather at the training grounds on time." He gave a pointed look at the back row before gathering his materials and leaving the classroom. Even though class was over, the room didn't erupt into its usual lively chatter. The children all remained quiet, as if waiting for an approaching storm. As expected, a few of the classmates who usually loved to show off gathered around. Naruto stood up and said, "If you have a problem, come at me instead. Leave everyone else out of this." He wasn't really naive. He knew perfectly well that you couldn't handle all of these guys alone. But you simply pulled Naruto aside gently, pretending not to understand. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" Their tone was mocking. "Oh, now you're playing dumb? Did you already forget what you just said?" You flashed an innocent smile. I never mentioned any names. Don't take it so personally." They exchanged glances, their eyes burning with anger as they glared at you. "You said the guy with a bird's nest on his head. Were you talking about me? And you call me a lowlife with a weird jaw. Are you insulting me? You also said I was arrogant. What's that supposed to mean? You'd better explain yourself right now, or you're not getting away with this." You spread his hands. "So you want to settle old scores now? Why didn't you challenge me back at the training grounds? You had your chance." "You're too full of yourself, newbie," the classmate with wild hair shouted. "If the teacher hadn't been there, I would have taught you a lesson already," the one with the odd jaw growled. "You think the Hyuga clan is something special? You're just a bunch of self-important snobs." Another spat his anger barely contained. At this point, Hinata was dragged into the conflict, and even Niji was unfairly mentioned. Yu's expression remained calm as he asked, "So, you're saying you want to fight me?" "That's right. You need to be put in your place." The biggest of the three suddenly rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fist, and swung it straight at Yu's face. His fist cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, clearly thrown with all his strength. Naruto cried out, "Watch out." But Yu simply lifted his hand, effortlessly catching the heavy punch. The powerful blow, which should have struck like a hammer, was neutralized in an instant, as if it had hit nothing but air. "What the?" the attacker gasped in shock. At that moment, Yu decided it was time to teach these three a lesson they would never forget, and to make sure others thought twice before following in their footsteps. Though he always wore a smile, Yu understood exactly what it took to survive in this world. He lived by a simple rule. If he had to fight, he would never hold back. There was good reason for that. Yu looked around at everyone, his voice steady and commanding. "It's one thing to come after me, but to insult the Hyuga clan, that's something I cannot tolerate. I am Yu Hyuga, a branch family member. For the honor of my clan, I must make you pay." Gentle Fist Secret Technique, Modified, Receive, Redirect, Release. This was Yu's own original creation, a unique Gentle Fist technique. Receive refers to catching the opponent's fist. Dissolve means neutralizing the force of their punch. And Release is about combining the opponent's strength with your own inner power to launch a counterattack, unleashing explosive force against overwhelming odds. Though it may sound a little amusing, the power of this move is no laughing matter. Crunch. Crunch. The boy with the bird's nest hair had his arm muscles twisted like braided dough, blood spraying out in all directions. Eh? His scream left the other children frozen in shock. A few seconds later, the bird's nest-haired boy's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, as if tiny birds were swirling above his head. In truth, his injuries weren't that severe, certainly not enough to make him pass out. It turned out, this kid had always been terrified at the sight of blood. The boy with the oddly shaped chin and the one wearing the plain cap stood rooted in place, petrified by fear. You had no intention of letting them off so easily. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp uppercut, landing it squarely on the chin of the boy with the unique jaw. Secret technique, persona correction fist. Thud. The force of Yu's small fist shot upward, causing the boy's chin to snap tight like a spring, his face contorting in pain. Boom! With the punch, the boy's feet left the ground, his tall, skinny frame flying straight up. At the peak of his arc, he toppled backward in a graceful curve, crashing heavily onto a desk in the middle of the classroom. It just so happened to be Sakura's desk. One had to admit, this desk was incredibly sturdy. After such a heavy impact, it didn't budge an inch. If this were a period drama, the desk would have splintered into pieces by now. The desk was unharmed, but the boy wasn't so lucky. The split on his chin, already there, was torn wider by Yu's punch. Blood trickled down, staining Sakura's textbooks. Sakura's face turned pale, whether from fright or disgust, no one could tell. But at this moment, no one had the time to worry about Sakura's feelings. Thud! Thump! 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 Crash! The boy with the plain cap landed hard on the steps, his body bouncing down in segments until his back finally hit the stone platform and brought him to a stop. He stared ahead in terror. "D, don't come any closer." Pat, pat. You strode up the steps, each step steady and unyielding, his face cold and merciless. When you bully others, you'd better be prepared to be knocked to the ground yourself. Didn't you say Hyuga can't see people clearly? Then let me make sure you can't see anything at all. Snap. As he spoke, the distinctive veins of the Byakugan bulged across Yu's face. Buzz. In an instant, the boy seemed frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. I can't move. Secret technique, aura suppression. When the intense aura generated by the white eye is focused on a single person, it can pin them in place, rendering them utterly immobile under crushing pressure. This ability, just like receiving, redirecting, and dissolving force in the personality correction fist, is one of the 18 secret techniques you developed on his own. The oppressive force of this aura is overwhelming. If the opponent is significantly weaker, they might lose all ability to move almost instantly. Even those of comparable strength will find it difficult to resist its effects. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The boy found himself completely unable to move, not even able to blink. Tears mixed with other fluids streamed from his eyes as he cried out in terror. What are you going to do? Stay away from me. Yu's gaze drifted toward the wall by the door, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his lips. What am I going to do? Naturally, I'm here to make you pay the price. Before the words even faded, Yu strode forward. With a deft motion, he jabbed 2 fingers toward the boy's eyes at just the right angle. The boy shrieked, "No!" Many of the girls squeezed their eyes shut in fright. "Stop right there!" At that moment, a stern voice rang out from the doorway. Yu's 2 fingers paused less than half an inch from the boy's upturned, terrified eyes. He turned to look at Irika, standing at the door. In truth, Yu had never really intended to blind the boy. He was well aware that Irika had been outside the entire time, observing the situation, so he deliberately waited for him to intervene. Most of the time, you don't actually have to resort to extreme measures. Just make your opponent believe you're willing to go that far, and you'll get what you want. You might wonder, what if Irika hadn't shown up? How would you have handled it? The answer is simple. You would have actually blinded the boy, and only then consider what to do next. After all, the Book of the Gods contains plenty of ways to restore someone's sight. Whether or not he would help the boy recover his vision would depend entirely on his subsequent behavior. Irika walked into the classroom, his face grim. "You, what do you think you're doing?" Yu withdrew his hand, putting on an innocent face. "They all ganged up on the new kid on me. I was just acting in self-defense." At that moment, one boy lay on the floor battered and barely conscious from blood loss. Beside a desk, another boy was slumped over, his jaw broken and already unconscious. And the last boy stood petrified, his eyes glazed and mind clearly overwhelmed by fear. The entire class stared in shock and disbelief. Calling this self-defense was a stretch. It was at the very least excessive force. Yet Irika actually understood exactly what had happened. If he hadn't come in to stop things right away, it meant he too had his own thoughts on the matter. Irika said, "I've seen enough to understand what happened. But between classmates, there's no need to take things this far. you've made your point. Let's end it here. You gave a mischievous chuckle. All right, but I'm not quite done yet. You grabbed a handful of the arrogant boy's hair and yanked it upward with force. Ah, that hurts. It hurts so much. The boy woke up from the pain, writhing and rolling on the ground. You walked over to the trash can, tossed in a messy clump of hair along with a small patch of blood-stained scalp, dusted off his hands, and paying no mind to the stares around him, turned and headed back toward the classroom. Since he'd said there would be blood, he had to follow through. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to the other two. Irika let out a helpless sigh and took the two more seriously injured students to the infirmary. On the way to the playground, Naruto seemed deep in thought. You asked, Naruto, do you think I was too harsh with those guys? Naruto hesitated for a moment, words caught in his throat. He knew you had stood up for him. He felt both touched and conflicted. You continued, I held back. I didn't really hurt them too badly. Besides, with how they treated you, I just couldn't stand by and watch. Is this what friendship feels like? A wave of warmth surged in Naruto's heart. Until now, no one had ever spoken up for him, stood by his side, or defended him against injustice. Naruto clenched the crumpled ramen coupon hidden in his pocket. Thank you for everything you did for me. Let me treat you to ramen tonight. You know what, There's this ramen shop I know. The owner's a bit gruff, but the noodles there are absolutely amazing. Sure, I've been wanting to try Ichiraka ramen for ages. You laughed, clasping his hands behind his head. But let's get to class first. Inwardly, he thought, the shuriken class. Of all people, it's that man teaching it. Mizuki, the one who once tried to harm Naruto. Hasn't he been expelled yet for choking a fellow mission partner and then lying that it was a leg injury? Let him slip up and show his true colors. A rotten apple like that needs to be dealt with before it infects the whole barrel. Being isolated, under the blazing sun on the schoolyard, Naruto and you sat together on a round log, while all the other children kept their distance. For Naruto, being shunned was nothing new, but you had brought it upon himself. It made sense. After all, on the very first day of school, he had befriended Naruto, the class outcast, spoken harshly to others, and even gotten into a fight. For Naruto's sake, beating up the troublesome trio. Now, no one dare mess with him, but the price was that no one was willing to talk to him, either. Naruto apologized, guilt weighing on his voice. Sorry, it's all because of me. You swung his little legs, which dangled above the ground. Don't worry about it. He truly didn't care. Despite how crowded the Ninja Academy seemed with new students, he knew that, in the end, only about 12 would ever take the spotlight. Oh, 13, counting himself. Just enough for a last supper around the table. Aside from the hard luck pair that was you and Naruto, all the other boys in the class were at their own targets, practicing with shuriken. One particular target drew everyone's attention, especially the attention of the girls. Yes, it was that boy who seemed to command the wind and rain. With 3 shuriken poised between his fingers, he fixed his gaze on the target 10 meters away, held his breath, and focused for 3 seconds before launching all 3 in quick succession. Fwhip, fwhip, fwhip. The 3 shuriken left his hand one after another. Thunk, 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 and each one landed dead center, right in the bull's eye. The girls erupted in delighted screams. Wow, Sasuke, you're amazing. He hit the bull's eye on my target. I wish I could marry him. Among these shrill voices was Sasuke's #1 fan, Sakura. Sasuke let out a soft, dismissive sound, his face cool and aloof. In truth, he was soaking up the attention. After all, he hadn't yet endured the tragedy that would later define him. For now, he was still just a 7-year-old kid. Naruto muttered jealously, "There goes Sasuke, showing off again." Unwilling to be outdone, Naruto jumped down from the log and threw shuriken at his own target several times, missing every single shot. Darn it, why can't I ever hit? Frustrated, Naruto trudged back. No one dared insult Naruto with you around, but the scorn in the children's eyes was impossible to hide. You saw it all, but he knew that changing how people saw Naruto wasn't something that could happen overnight. You picked up a shuriken with his small hand. He had always trained in hand-to-hand combat within his clan, and this was actually his first time handling a shuriken. It was a thin sliver of iron with a hole in the center and 4 jutting points. Not as hefty as a kunai, but the blade was honed razor-sharp. In the hands of a skilled ninja, it was a deadly weapon. Ninjas, after all, were known for their high offense but low defense. Even such an unassuming shuriken, in theory, could end the life of almost any ninja. Just imagine, even someone like Madara, one of the top-tier ninja, is still flesh and blood. If he neither dodged nor defended himself, a shuriken to the throat would end him just the same. Of course, this is just a hypothetical. In real combat, Madara would never just stand there and let you slice his neck. It simply illustrates the essential truth. Ninja are, after all, made of flesh and bone. That's why, at the highest level, the most effective way to deal with an enemy is often the simplest one. And the best proof of this is Uchiha Itachi. So, mastering Shuriken Jutsu is still quite necessary. No skill is ever a burden. You leapt down from the log and walked toward the target. The children stopped what they were doing and looked over, their faces showing a mix of emotions. You ignored their gazes, his attention fixed on a man standing not far away, with light hair and a black headband. It was Mizuki Sensei, the so-called good guy, a despicable schemer who wore a mask of kindness. At this stage, you considered him one of the pests to be watched closely. Yu's eyes flickered briefly as he walked over and tugged at Mizuki's sleeve. Sensei. Mizuki crossed his arms and glanced down. You must be the new transfer student from the Hyuga branch family? Yes. You nodded. I don't know how to throw shuriken. Could you teach me, Sensei? Mizuki wasn't aware of what had happened in the classroom, and he only had a vague idea about Yu's background. He looked down on him, just a kid, from the Hyuga branch, and rumor has it he's even an outsider born beyond the village. Oh well, I'll humor him. Maybe he'll be useful someday. I'll demonstrate just once. Watch carefully. Mizuki took the shuriken from Yu's hand, glanced at the target, and tossed it without a second thought. As a chunin teaching practical skills at the Ninja Academy, his fundamentals were solid. At this distance, missing the mark was simply impossible. But then, thud, he missed. Not only did he fail to hit the bullseye, the shuriken completely missed the target and flew off to the side. What? Mizuki was stunned. The children gasped in disbelief. Mizuki-sensei actually missed the target? No way. Sensei Shuriken Jutsu is legendary. Yu's eyes widened in feigned amazement. Wow, Sensei, your Shuriken Jutsu is incredible. At such close range, you managed to avoid all the scoring rings with perfect precision. Mizuki's expression grew awkward. That was just a slip of the hand. You nodded, as if understanding. So, it was a slip? Does that happen often? Of course it doesn't. Who do you think I am, you little branch family brat? Mizuki's frustration didn't show on his face. That was a once-in-a-lifetime accident. A true fluke. Now watch closely, and I'll show you real technique. Mizuki pulled a shuriken from his tool pouch, eyes locked on the target, and threw it with deliberate care. But you curled his lips into a sly smile, and with a subtle flick of his palm, whoosh, the shuriken suddenly dropped just before the target, landing on the ground in a perfect arc. Mizuki was completely dumbfounded. How did that happen? The throw felt perfect, yet the shuriken seemed to have a will of its own. Of course, shuriken don't have minds of their own. You had secretly intervened, just as he'd done with the very first throw. This was the secret technique, Mekinu Sumino Mikoto, which let him manipulate objects with psychic force. But the kids didn't know that, and soon they all began to question what they'd seen. Sensei Mizuki, did you eat something bad for lunch? You're way off your game today. But he's the teacher. Even on a bad day, he shouldn't mess up this badly. Sensei, are you slacking off or something? Mizuki's face was a portrait of embarrassment, while you, utterly unrestrained, called out, I've learned a lot today. Well, my dad and Uncle Hizu asked me later. I'll just say it was a special lesson for my teacher. I'll call it the art of the wayward shuriken. Are you kidding me, you little brat? Mizuki was losing his mind, but forced a smile through twitching lips. You've got quite a sense of humor, kid. Actually, I was just joking around with you before. Watch closely. This time you'll see my real skills. I'll show you how a master can pierce a target's head with a single throw. To be safe, he stepped forward, wiped the sweat from his palms, drew another shuriken, and fixed a textbook-perfect stance. Eyes locked on the target, he hurled the shuriken with all his might. Swish! But the moment it left his hand, the shuriken veered sharply and at lightning speed, skimmed right past Sakura's scalp. It happened so fast, no one had time to react. With a soft rustle, several strands of pink hair floated to the ground. Sakura now sported a brand new look, the peach Mediterranean. Mizuki had missed again, nearly taking Sakura's head off in the process. The kids erupted into chaos. Sensei, you can't just throw shuriken like that. It's dangerous. Even if you're off target, that was way out of line. Did you do that on purpose? You just said you could pierce a skull, then you aimed right at Sakura's head. Good thing you missed, or we'd have lost her. Sensei, you owe us an explanation. Sensei, you owe Sakura's hair an explanation. If you don't, we'll tell Irika-sensei and the principal. They'll have to sort this out. And no, that's not it. Mizuki, at a total loss, clutched his stomach and stammered in embarrassment. Ugh, my stomach's acting up today. I'm really not myself. For now, just practice on your own. With that, he bolted south in a panic. You pointed north with a tiny hand. Sensei, the restroom's that way. Shuemu quickly turned around and exclaimed, Oh, just look at me. I've been so rattled by the teacher that I can't even think straight. Since no one had actually died, he really managed to gloss things over. Sakura felt a chill sweep over her head, her whole spirit seemingly drifting away. It's over, it's over. There's no way I can face Sasuke now. Why didn't they just finish me off instead? Swaying unsteadily, Sakura bent down to pick up the kunai she dropped in her fright just moments ago. Naruto cried out in alarm. Sakura, don't do anything crazy now. Sakura shot Naruto a fierce glare. Idiot, who asked for your help? Stop looking down on me. Clutching the kunai, she straightened up, an inner beast roaring to life. If I've already embarrassed myself, I might as well go all the way. At the very least, I want Sasuke to see me differently. My hair, right? Well, I don't need it anymore. Amidst the stunned eyes of everyone present, she grabbed a fistful of her own hair, her gaze hardening as she slashed at the roots with the kunai. With a sharp snap, her hair fell away, leaving her forehead shining bright. Kunai in her right hand, hair in her left, she muttered almost deliriously, "Ha ha ha, a first-rate kunoichi has no need for something as troublesome as hair." But wasn't it just a while ago she'd always say in class that a woman's hair is her life? Sakura flung both the kunai and her hair aside and shouted, "From now on, I, Sakura Haruno, am done being a girl." With that, she marched toward the exit of the training grounds, bald head held high. As she passed by, two boys clung to each other, trembling in fear. Whoa, was that really necessary? That was terrifying. Never mess with a woman who's ruthless with herself. When she got near Sasuke, Sakura picked up her pace, breaking into a run. But out of the corner of her eye, she could see that Sasuke's gaze never once shifted toward her, not from start to finish. Biting her lip hard, Sakura ran as tears streamed down her face. Why does this kind of thing have to happen to me? And why, of all times, right in front of the Sasuke I love? Watching her retreating figure, Ino felt a pang of sympathy. Sakura's probably going to be down for a while, but she's genuinely brave. I don't think I could ever go that far. Chuji munched on his chips even faster. I just don't get girls. It's just hair, right? It's not like it won't grow back. Shouldn't she be grateful she's alive? Shikamaru's mind drifted elsewhere. I can't shake the feeling that something's off here. Even if Mizuki-sensei isn't feeling well, a Chunin shouldn't make such a basic mistake. Could he have done it on purpose? But what would he gain from that? Ugh, what a drag. Well, nobody got hurt in the end. Maybe it's best to just treat it as an accident. An accident? That was no accident at all. In a restroom, Mizuki splashed water on his face. In the mirror, his reflection twisted into a sinister scowl. It's a nine-tailed fox. It must be the nine-tailed fox stirring up trouble. That damned fox Naruto, always using his tricks. This has to be it. Making me look like a fool in front of everyone. I won't let you get away with this. Just you wait. Out on the training field, the true instigator, you had already started focusing on throwing his shuriken. Thud, thud, thud. He threw several in a row, but every single one missed the target. The other kids watched, clearly enjoying his failure. Hey, didn't you say your punches and kicks were impressive? But when it comes to real skill, you're completely useless. Looks like you're nothing special after all, just a slightly better class dunce. No wonder you hang out with Naruto. Honestly, if you wanted to, he could easily use his psychic power to guide every shuriken to the bullseye. But where's the fun in that? It would only be fooling himself. He was always up for a bit of mischief, but showing off on purpose? That wasn't his style. He talked big and thrown punches in class only to stand up for Naruto. He'd used his psychic powers to throw Mizuki's shuriken off course and embarrass him. Simply because, from a reader's perspective, he'd witnessed Mizuki's despicable behavior. But then, something unexpected happened. Sasuke walked over, watched Yu's movements for a moment, and said, "Hey, you over there. Don't put all your strength into your arm. Focus on using your wrist and fingers like this." As he spoke, Sasuke pulled a shuriken from his pocket and casually hit the bullseye. Naruto protested, "Hey, quit showing off, you poser." Sasuke scoffed, "Shut up, you loser." Naruto rolled up his sleeves. "What did you say? You want to fight?" Sasuke chuckled. "Humph. If you can't handle a few rookies without backup, you should keep your mouth shut." Naruto was so angry that his eyes nearly rolled back as he brandished his fists. "You stop looking down on people. Listen up. One day Naruto Uzumaki, will become Hokage, just you wait." Sasuke sneered. "Humph. Before you dream of becoming Hokage, how about you focus on graduating from the Ninja Academy without repeating year? I knew I could never get along with you." Naruto huffed and turned away, stomping his feet in frustration. Listening quietly to their bickering, Yu turned to Sasuke and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Hands his pockets, Sasuke glanced sideways at Yu. "I watched you beat those guys in class. You've clearly got some skill in taijutsu, but you haven't really started training with shuriken or ninjutsu yet, have you?" "That's right," Yu replied. Sasuke continued, There aren't many people your age with that level of taijutsu. So, I'm a little interested, that's all. Consider it a whim. But, let me tell you, the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy is comprehensive. If you're only good at one thing, you'll have a hard time passing. That's not exactly the case. If someone shows truly exceptional talent in a particular area, the Ninja Academy will relax its graduation standards for them. Just look at Rock Lee, for example. But right now, Rock Lee hasn't graduated yet, and Sasuke hasn't ever seen such a precedent, has he? Little Sasuke, just 7 years old, already has quite the elite mindset. Yu's lips curled into a smile, layered with subtle meaning. Sasuke frowned. What's so funny? You replied. How about we make a bet? Sasuke asked, a bet? You said, I'll go back and practice my shuriken skills for a while, and then let's have a shuriken competition. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. And what happens if you lose? You scratched the back of his head. I haven't actually thought about losing. That's loser talk, how about this? No matter who wins or loses, the other has to do one thing for the winner, no questions asked. A grin tugged at Sasuke's lips. Interesting. I accept your challenge, but you only get a month to practice. You laughed. Don't worry, I won't need that long. 3 days will be more than enough. Evening, east of the Hidden Leaf Village, Ichiraku Ramen. You sat atop a tall stool, gazing at the steaming, oversized bowl of ramen before him. The broth was piping hot and rich. The noodles glistened with oil, fine and inviting. A thumb-sized, tender slice of fish cake floated in the center, ringed by a delicate sprinkle of green onions. On the right, slices of char siu pork. On the left, a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg. There was pickled mustard greens, nori, crispy, fried tofu, each side dish in its proper place. In this one bowl was an entire world distilled, a world brimming with flavor. The rich aroma of the broth rose, filling his senses. It was simply intoxicating. His mouth began to water. No, hold on. I'm the pride of the Hyuga clan. I can't let myself show such embarrassing reactions. What the heck with pride? What's pride compared to ramen? Beside him, Naruto was already wolfing down his own bowl. He'd loved ramen since he was little. He could eat it with his eyes closed. No matter how much hardship or heartache he suffered, it would melt away with the first bite of noodles, and the soup would heal him from the inside out. This tiny little shop, no bigger than 4 tatami mats, was the wellspring of joy for young Naruto. A bowl from Ichiraku, just one, and happiness was his. For you, this was his very first time at Ichiraku, and a first time demanded a sense of ceremony. That's not quite accurate. If someone displays exceptional talent in a particular area, the Ninja Academy will actually relax its graduation requirements. Just look at Rock Lee. At the moment, though, Rock Lee hasn't graduated yet, so Sasuke hasn't seen such an exception before, has he? Sasuke, only 7 years old, already has a strong sense of elite pride. A subtle, intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Yu's lips. Sasuke frowned. What's so funny? You replied, Want to make a bet? Sasuke asked, a bet? You said, I'll go back and practice my shuriken throwing for a while, then we'll have a shuriken contest. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. And what if you lose? You scratched the back of his head. I haven't really thought about losing. That's loser talk. How about this? No matter who wins or loses, we both have to do something for the other. No questions asked. A playful smile tugged at Sasuke's lips. Interesting. I accept your challenge. But I'm only giving you 1 month. You grinned. No need. A mere 3 days will do. Evening fell in the east of the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Ichiraku Ramen shop. You perched on a tall stool, gazing at the giant bowl of ramen in front of him. The broth was piping hot and savory, the noodles glistening with oil and perfectly thin. A tender, thumb-sized fish cake floated in the center of the soup, surrounded by a delicate ring of chopped scallions. Slices of chashu pork were stacked to the right of the bowl, a soft-boiled egg nestled to the left, and all around were little side dishes, pickled mustard greens, seaweed, fried tofu, each in its rightful place. In this one bowl was packed an entire world, a world of ultimate flavor. The rich aroma of the broth rose up and filled his senses, utterly intoxicating. His mouth watered uncontrollably. No, I'm from the Hyuga clan. I can't let myself act so undignified. Oh, to heck with dignity. What a dignified face compared to a bowl of ramen. Beside him, Naruto had already started wolfing down his food, hardly stopping to breathe. He'd loved ramen since he was small. He was a natural at this. No matter how much pain or disappointment he went through, it all vanished with the first bite, and the warm broth washed it all away. This little shop, barely 4.5 tatami mats, was the wellspring of Naruto's happiness. Ichiraku, one bowl pure joy. For you, this was his very first bowl, and a first time deserves a sacred sense of ceremony. He rubbed his little hands together and snapped his chopsticks apart. "Ita de kamasu," he exclaimed. He dove right in, scarfing down noodles with gusto, slurping loudly and enthusiastically. Ah, so delicious. He used to think those food bloggers exaggerated when they described how good food tasted, but now he finally understood. He felt like he'd reached the peak of excitement. Life itself had reached new heights. Awesome, no, incredible. Why did the Otsutsuki look down on humans? Because they didn't understand human culture, especially the culture of food. What's the point of immortality, anyway? It's just fear of death, nothing more. What's the point of being powerful? And when does it ever end? Constantly evolving. Evolving just for the sake of it, becoming nothing but a slave to your own genes. It's precisely because life is fleeting that it holds meaning. If not to protect what we cherish, then blind strength, whether for others or for oneself, is nothing but disaster. Why would eating a bowl of ramen bring on such profound thoughts? Perhaps that's the magic of Ichiraku ramen. Yes, that's it. We should just tie up Mamashiki, Kinshiki, and Kagaya, make them all eat a bowl of ramen. Every problem will be solved. Ugh, what a messy eater, this little brat. Wait, isn't that him? Just my luck. Just as I was enjoying my noodles, a voice, slurred and thick, sounded from behind me. A chunin, clearly drunk and staggering with the help of a companion, had come in. The one speaking was the drunk chunin. With a boozy belch, he pointed at Naruto and said thickly, "Hey, boss, can't you throw this little brat out?" Tucci, the ramen chef, squinted at him and replied, "Sorry, throw this little brat out. That's not on the menu here. How about you try somewhere else?" The drunk chunin snapped. "What'd you say? Say that again." His sober companion tried to smooth things over. Let it go, let it go. You won't find ramen this good anywhere else. Just put up with it. Boss, 2 bowls of shoyu tonkatsu, please." Ichiraku's ramen was simply too delicious. No matter a person's character, it was almost impossible to resist. There were even rumors that even Danzo, before he became the head of Root, had eaten here once. Tucci turned back to his work, rolling out the noodles. "2 shoyu tonkatsu." The 2 chunin sat down, deliberately leaving an empty seat between themselves and Naruto, and started talking loudly, without a care in the world. TCH, what are the village elders thinking? Leaving such a dangerous brat in the village? He's a born killer. They ought to lock him up. What can you do? He's got the 9-tailed fox sealed inside him. His companion hurriedly tried to hush him. "Chill. Don't say that out loud. The higher-ups don't want it spread around." Sorry, the sake's made me forget. Thanks for the reminder." I am brought over their ramen, smiling politely. "Here are your 2 shoyu tonkatsu. Please add any seasonings to your taste." The sober chunin pulled out a cigarette, about to light up. Without turning around, Tucci called out, "No smoking inside the shop." The man frowned. "Since when? I always used to smoke here before my noodles. No one ever stopped me." Tucci kept stirring the broth. "That's a new rule. Just said it today. Haven't put up the signs yet." "Fine, I'll step outside to smoke." Shaking his head, feeling a bit awkward, he got up and said to his companion, "Put some chili in for me, but not too much." The drunken chunin let out another boozy burp. After glancing at Naruto, who was utterly absorbed in his noodles, he muttered under his breath, "Ugh, could this day get any worse?" He reached for the chili powder on the table, sprinkled a reasonable amount into his own bowl, and then, without warning, started adding it to his companion's bowl as well. Suddenly, the chili powder tumbled out in a messy rush, pouring into the noodle soup. His companion's eyes went wide in disbelief as he stared at his own hand, which just couldn't seem to stop shaking. A fiery red mountain of chili powder quickly piled up on top of the soup. At that moment, the sober chunin returned from his smoke break, only to witness this disastrous scene. "Hey, what are you doing? That much chili powder? How am I supposed to eat this?" The drunken chunin looked utterly baffled. I have no idea. My hand just started shaking all of a sudden." The sober chunin, grumbling, took his seat again. "Fine, whatever. You've been drinking, so I'll let it go. Let's just switch bowls." The drunken chunin nodded sheepishly. "Sorry. All right, let's swap bowls." The drunken chunin stared at the hill of chili powder atop his noodles, at a loss for how to even begin. Meanwhile, his now sober companion broke apart his chopsticks, ready to dig in. But then, as if possessed, the drunken chunin's hand suddenly lifted itself and hovered over his friend's head. The very next moment, to his own utter shock, his hand pushed down hard, shoving his companion's head straight into the scalding noodle soup. A howl of pain ripped through the air. The bowl went flying. His friend's face was now covered in oil, scallions, and burns, and he glared furiously at his now wide-awake companion. "What the hell was that? You got a problem with me or something?" I didn't mean to." "Didn't mean to? First, you accidentally dump half the chili powder in my bowl, and now you're shoving my head into boiling soup. You expect me to believe that was an accident? No, really, I swear I didn't mean to. My hand, it just started moving on its own. You think I'm some gullible kid who'll buy that? Admit it. You've been holding a grudge ever since I took your girl. Let me tell you, May came with me because she wanted to. It's not my fault you couldn't keep her. What did you say? If we weren't in the same squad? And if you weren't the captain, I wouldn't have put up with you for this long. Fine, I'll say it. I've had enough of you. Then let's settle this outside, you loser. Enough. Both of you, stop right there. With a loud bang, Tucci slammed his rolling pin onto the counter. If you want to fight, take it outside. Scowling, the two Chunin had no choice but to back down and head for the door. Hold it. Pay your bill first. Tucci barked after them. Once they had left, Iam started tidying up the table. All that broth Dad worked so hard on, what a waste. Tucci crossed his arms and said, it looks like we'll need a new rule from now on. No drunkards allowed. So full, so satisfied. Naruto set down his empty bowl, clutching his round belly, a picture of contentment. Huh, was there some commotion just now? Or am I imagining things? As it turned out, little Naruto, completely focused on eating his ramen, had entered his own little world, paying no attention to the commotion beside him. With a happy gulp, he raised his head, drained the last of the broth, and let out a satisfied burp. Burp, who knows? Maybe it was just the Zhao family's dog barking again. The Zhao family's dog? Naruto was puzzled, but decided to let it go. That's right. It was you, once again using her tried-and-true Mechi no Yuzum as her cover, pulling strings behind the scenes. Naruto patted his pockets. Wait, where did it go? My Ichiraka discount coupon is missing, oh no. Hearing this, Tucci rolled up his sleeves. Naruto, planning to dine and dash, are you? Already up to no good at your age. Let's see if my rolling pin agrees with that. Naruto hurriedly fished out his little frog-shaped wallet, but alas, there were only a few coins inside. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Just then, you pulled out her own little crab-shaped wallet. Tucci glanced at the large denomination bills and said, this is way too much. I don't have enough change. Do you have anything smaller? You put her wallet away with a grin. Actually, I'd like to get 2 VIP cards. Tucci hesitated. But we don't really offer that service here. You replied, you're the boss, aren't you? If you say so, you can make it happen. Tucci stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Well, I suppose I could do that. But I'll only make 1 card, and you'll both have to come together for it to work. It's a deal. With Tucci's personally written Ichiraku VIP card in hand, you left the shop, thoroughly satisfied. As the two of them walked away, Iam watched them go and asked, Dad, why did you make an exception just for those kids? Tucci replied, Naruto has always been alone. Today, he finally found a companion. This is just my small way of cheering him on. On their way home, sorry you. I meant to treat you, but in the end, you paid for everything. Don't be so formal with me. We're good friends, aren't we? Friends for life. For life. And believe me, we'll make even more friends along the way. Really? That's wonderful. My house is this way, and mine's over there. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. At the fork in the road, the two friends parted, reluctant to say goodbye. Yu's smile faded as he walked beneath the streetlights on his way home. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Because there, leaning against the wall at the mouth of the alley, stood a man. It was Mizuki. He had been following you all evening. Yu's lips curled in a half-smile. Mizuki-sensei, has your stomach finally recovered? Mizuki replied, his tone laced with malice. Hinata, you seem awfully close to Naruto Uzumaki. I advise you not to get involved with him. Yu tilted his head, feigning confusion. I don't understand. Why is that? Mizuki began sowing discord. I see you really don't know. Fine, let your teacher enlighten you. Naruto Uzumaki is the terrifying vessel of the nine-tailed demon fox. He was born evil, and anyone who gets close to him will be plagued by misfortune. Stay away from him. I'm only telling you this for your own good. Mizuki's honeyed words were all meant to drive a wedge between you and Naruto. But you understood that Mizuki must have his own secret agenda. So, you decided to play along. Oh my, there's such a terrible monster sealed inside Naruto. Thank you for telling me, Mizuki-sensei. I'll think about what you said. Yes, I'm only looking out for you. That demon fox brings disaster, and you could get dragged in. Your very life might even be at risk. How frightening. Now hurry on home. And remember, don't tell your family or any teachers or classmates at school about our meeting tonight. Do you understand? Understand, Mizuki-sensei. As you spoke, he pulled a candy from his pocket and handed it to Mizuki. Mizuki frowned. What's this? You answered, it's candy. Oh. Mizuki took the candy, barely disguising his indifference. Thanks. You urged, go on, eat it, sensei. Right now. Mizuki eyed Yu's innocent face and thought to himself, what a childish little brat. Fine, I'll humor him. Feigning enthusiasm, he said, "Getting candy from a student. What a lucky teacher I am." With that, Mizuki popped the candy into his mouth. To his surprise, it actually tasted pretty good, and he felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of energy. You nodded with satisfaction. "I'll be heading home now, Mizuki-sensei." As Yu's figure receded, Mizuki's lips twisted into a sinister sneer. "Naruto, you're not allowed to have friends." "Absolutely not. The cruelest thing in this world isn't never having something, it's having it, only to lose it. When your heart is at its most desolate and empty, that's when I'll strike. Through you, I'll get my hands on the scroll of seals." "I can hear your thoughts, Mizuki." Yu's lips curved upward as he walked away. Secret art. Celestial listener. Not only did this jutsu allow you to eavesdrop on another's thoughts, he could also share his own thoughts with others. This art is no baseless fabrication. In mythology, Ame-no-Sugiyome is remembered as Ame-no-Sugiyome no Mikoto, a goddess in Japanese legend, and said to be the original model for the trickster Ame-no-Jaku. The Sugiyome, in her divine name, means to probe or to seek, and its pronunciation closely resembles the gyakumi, reverse I, of Ame-no-Gyakumi, thus carrying both the meanings of seeking knowledge and contradiction. Since she could perceive the intentions of the 8 million gods of Takamajihara and the thoughts within human hearts, she would deliberately contradict others and play tricks upon them. In the myth of Ame no Wakahiko, she saw through the fact that the pheasant messenger was sent by the gods, yet she advised Ame no Wakahiko to shoot it with a bow, ultimately leading to his own doom. This technique can also be combined with the Byakugan, transforming it into a visual jutsu. As things stand, Yu's Byakugan is not powerful enough to achieve this, so another requirement for activating the technique is using chakra as a catalyst. And that's when the all-purpose Otsutsuki candy comes into play. The candy is completely harmless, and even quite nourishing, but eating it forms an invisible bond with you, allowing him to influence many things. Yu is a good child, of course, and would never do anything to harm people, because the ones he harms have never been human. The very moment the candy is swallowed, Mizuki's nightmare begins. It was Thursday, and Yu was staying at his own house tonight. "I'm back," he called out cheerfully. As he slid open the door, he saw Niji leaning against the wall in the entryway. Even at just 8 years old, Niji already stood a full head taller than you. "You're back late," Niji remarked. "You sat down to change your shoes." "Yeah, just grab a quick bite outside." Niji added, "I heard you got into a fight at school." You replied, Just a few clueless guys. Couldn't help but teach them a lesson." Niji asked, "Was it for that kid named Naruto?" You placed his shoes neatly by the wall and stood up. "Yeah, he's my good friend." Niji responded, "I see. So you made friends outside now. Before, it was always just the two of us playing." You grinned. "Hey, Nizan, let's invite Naruto over tomorrow night and hang out together." Niji hesitated for a moment. "Will you be comfortable with that?" You stood on tiptoe and patted Niji's shoulder with a small hand. "I promise, he's got a natural gift for this." "Oh, is that so? Then that's good," Niji replied, unable to hide the smile tugging at his lips. You teased, "So wicked, so sly. It's like you found a new toy. Nizan, you've changed." Niji laughed. "Oomph. And who do you think corrupted me in the first place?" As they spoke, a deep, resonant singing voice soared through the walls. Both brothers looked in the same direction. It was coming from the bathroom. Their father, Hisashi, was taking a bath, and from the old cassette player drifted the tune of the most dazzling folk style. On the white sliding door, the silhouette of a tall figure could be seen dancing, casting a lively shadow. That long, wet hair whipped around wildly like a mop, creating a scene so bizarre it was almost hypnotic. It turned out, in this household, Hayashi was actually the greatest victim of all. Back in his own room, Yu hooked me. Little Hanabi threw herself onto Yu, her big eyes gazing up at him with anticipation. You pinched Hanabi's chubby cheeks, doting on her. "Did you miss me?" Hanabi pouted. "I don't want to train with Daddy. I want to play with you." You gently patted Hanabi's head. "Lord Hayashi just wants you to grow up strong and healthy. How about tonight? Your big brother holds you while you sleep?" "Okay." Hanabi nodded in perfect contentment. But before bedtime, you still had a few things to do. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and paid a quick visit to the bathroom. With a subtle flurry of movement, a few candy drops appeared in Yu's small hand. "Hee, these are the limited edition Ichiraka ramen candies. I'll give them to Naruto tomorrow." After tucking the candies away, he closed his eyes and gathered his focus. In his hands, 2 semi-transparent orbs of light appeared. He was weaving 2 new dreams. Secret art. Ancient Izuki's fate. 4 years ago, you had used this very technique to give Hayashi a prophetic dream, unraveling the Hidden Cloud's plot and saving Hisashi. Since then, you would occasionally improvise a dream or 2 for his clan members, letting whoever ate his candy experience them. Of course, since they were his own kin, most of the dreams he bestowed were pleasant ones. Tonight, he had dreams for 2 people. Romance has to start young. Naruto, it's time for you to notice Hinata's feelings for you. The first dream, he wanted Naruto to dream about Hinata's care and attention. Yes, just like in the last, Naruto the movie, when Naruto saw Hinata's memories. As for the second dream, a wicked grin curled at the corner of Yu's mouth. Mizuki, tonight you'll be visited in your dreams by the 4th Reikage and Killer Bee. Oh, and let's add the 3rd Reikage too. His hell stab. 1-fingered assault should be right up your alley. Whoosh, whoosh. With everything arranged, the 2 orbs of light vanished from Yu's small hands. Back in his own room, Zizi, little Hanabi, clutching a tiny shuriken, had already fallen asleep, a trickle of drool at the corner of her mouth as she murmured, "You lift me up, higher." Yu smiled fondly, tiptoed over, gently pried the shuriken from Hanabi's grasp, set it aside, then wrapped his arms around her and drifted off to sleep. Buzz. The scene shifted. He found himself in a space much like the inner world of a Jinchuriki's mind. As his power grew, you could now come here at will. Atop an altar lit by foxfire, a massive golden scroll stood tall. This was the Book of the Gods. ZZZZT. Below the altar, when you opened his eyes again, his Byakugan had already transformed into the Sharingan. And not just any Sharingan. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan. A true Otsutsuki doesn't need to endure the pain of loss to awaken greater ocular powers. In fact, there's not even a risk of going blind. Sometimes, you really have to admit, your starting line is already the finish line so many people chase their whole lives. Yu muttered to himself, the light in his eyes shifting and swirling. On the altar, the foxfire flickered and danced, restless and unpredictable. Binya Wakimi. Binya Wakimi. One of Yu's Mangekyo techniques, Binya Wakimi, allows him to create a training clone with the same innate talent as the original. This clone exists solely to cultivate skills, has no independent consciousness, and does not draw upon the original strength. After setting the training parameters, the clone will tirelessly practice, feeding its progress back to the original in real time. Yu had arranged with Sasuke to compete in Shuriken Jutsu 3 days from now. He was someone who treasured every minute as if it were gold, never allowing training to encroach on his time for sleep or play. That's why he relied on Binya Wakimi. Shuriken Jutsu, after all, is a fundamental skill for any ninja. It seems simple, but it takes thousands upon thousands of repetitions to truly develop muscle memory. Sasuke had begun practicing Shuriken Jutsu at a young age, and had even received personal guidance from Itachi. Even with Binya Wakimi, surpassing Sasuke in just 3 days would be no easy feat. So, he needed the help of something else as well. The Book of the Gods didn't just contain records of wondrous techniques. It also sealed away all manner of strange and curious things. For instance, within this mental world, there existed a plain and unassuming little house. Although the Hyuga clan had long since stopped keeping him under surveillance, with so many people around, it was impossible to avoid the risk of being discovered in daily life. You realized that, more often than not, he needed an utterly secret place where no one would ever find him, but he had never managed to secure such a spot. That is, until last year, when by his own power, he beheld the Book of the Gods within his spiritual realm. At the same time, a certain seal was undone, and that's how the little house came to be. It was the Tenashi house, something akin to the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball. Of course, the time dilation wasn't quite as dramatic. In the Tenashi house, time flowed 10 times faster than in the outside world. 1 day of training inside equaled 10 days progress outside. So, 3 days of training meant 30 days, or a whole month's worth of effort. Hey, Sasuke, I'm not cheating, just using a month's worth of training to duel you. Yu was preparing to take his Binya Wakimi clone, identical to himself, in every way, into the Tenashi house to train. But just before entering, a thought struck him. Oh wait, technically, this is my spiritual world. I can't bring any shuriken in with me. What should I do? Yu gazed longingly at the Book of the Gods. The Book of the Gods remained silent for a long while. Clasping his hands over his chest, Yu pleaded pitifully, "Boo-hoo, I really want to grow stronger through my own efforts, but even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. If only there were a way to create unlimited shuriken." Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. The Book of the Gods responded at last. A beam of red light shot out, blasting you away. Tumbling, rolling, spinning. After rolling a great distance, you finally scrambled back to his feet. Floating before his eyes was a crimson halo. What is this? The moment you reached out his tiny hand and touched the halo, A flood of information surged into his mind. Divine armament, Pow-ei divine ring. With chakra, you can forge all manner of weapons from within. You blinked in a daze. Oh, isn't this the very same ring that glows behind Kinshiki's big round head? With a single thought, a red shuriken appeared in his palm. He weighed it, its heft and feel exactly matched a standard ninja shuriken, but its power was on a whole different level. Haha, now I'll never have to worry about running out of shuriken again. As long as the clones made by Pinya and Kaminomi are training, they have unlimited chakra, so I can forge as many as I want. The Pow-ei divine ring buzzed softly, drifting behind Yu's head and merging with him. At the same time, on the back of every Pinya and Kaminomi clone, who shared everything with the main body, the ring appeared as well. Inside the celestial stone chamber, 2 more clones were hard at work. One pounding away on a post in the east, the other sitting in quiet meditation to the west. Yes, Yu awakened his Mangekyo about half a year ago, and Pinya and Kaminomi's clones have been in use more than once. The technique is undeniably convenient, but it comes with a fatal flaw. Once a training clone is set, it can't be dismissed at will, unless the skill it's practicing has been honed to perfection and can improve no further. You hadn't known this at first. His first clone, assigned to post-pounding, has been hammering away inside the celestial stone chamber for a full 5 years without stopping. Fortunately, the number of Pinya and Kaminomi clones he can sustain increases as his power grows. About 3 months ago, you gained access to his second clone. This one, the silent meditator. This time, he was much more cautious. That second clone was practicing a divine art known as the adamantine body. Unlike the techniques you could pick up with just a little effort, this adamantine body required endless time and dedication. Even for you. After all, it was considered a core ability among the Otsutsuki clan. Anyone who's watched the Boruto movie or the Boruto, Naruto Next Generation series knows that after Momoshiki devoured Kinshiki, his body became virtually indestructible. He could even clash head-on with Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. That was the manifestation of the adamantine body, though it was just the most basic form of the technique. The diamond body can indeed be cultivated, a technique that bestows unmatched, monstrous strength, making the flesh itself unbreakable and impervious. This art has 10 levels of mastery. With each level, the body's resilience multiplies, but so does the difficulty of cultivation. It's said that even with the lifespan of an Otsutsuki, achieving the 10th and final stage within a single lifetime is nearly impossible. Yu is now focused on conquering the very first stage of the diamond body. Once the first layer was mastered, it would grant him superhuman strength, enough to move 1,000 pounds with ease, and a body immune to ordinary weapons. His clone had already been practicing for 3 years. Judging by my progress, just another month or so, and I'll have the first layer down. He led the third clone south, where rows of targets have been set up specifically for honing throwing techniques. Go on, Pinya, Hachi-Ming. With everything in place, the third clone began its shuriken training. Well, all 3 clones are occupied. Until the 4th Pinya Hachi-Ming clone awakens, I'll have to do things myself. Being an Otsutsuki isn't as easy as it seems. What if I just stop trying? It would be nice to take it easy, but my strength won't allow it. Alright then, let's set a small goal. First become the strongest in the shinobi world, then become a high-quality Otsutsuki. There's no such thing as a peaceful, carefree life. If you want quiet happiness, you have to fight for it yourself. Time to sleep, time to sleep. With a whoosh, Yu's consciousness faded from his spiritual world, drifting away into genuine slumber. A night so dark you couldn't see your hand before your face, on the remote northwestern edge of the shinobi world. Deep within a desolate graveyard, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. The loyal follower, Kabuto Yakushi, spoke. Lord Orochimaru, it's just ahead, the container emitting that unknown chakra signature. Orochimaru gazed at the mysterious, ancient coffin. In his snake-like eyes, intellect and madness danced together. His voice, raspy and beguiling, carried on the wind. Haha, I have a feeling a brand new truth is beckoning us. Kabuto asked, what about the villagers who discovered this coffin? How should we deal with them? Orochimaru replied, isn't it obvious? We can't let anyone know of its existence, especially not the Akatsuki, and most of all, not that person. Kabuto's eyes grew dark. Understood. He signaled to those behind him. In a flash, the Sound 5 vanished into the night. Not long after, calamity descended upon the village that had discovered the coffin. Yes, that very coffin was the vessel in which you, the young Otsutsuki, had slept for 15 centuries. It was so heavy that, even upon awakening, you couldn't take it with him and simply buried it deep underground. But fate had its own plans. Traces left by turned earth caught the attention of grave robbers, who ended up exposing the coffin, and word of it reached Orochimaru, who was still with the Akatsuki at the time. Around this coffin, the seeds were sown for the coming storms in the ninja world and within Konoha itself. The next morning, after breakfast, you arrived at the Ninja Academy right on time. Naruto sat in the back row, gazing absent-mindedly at a seat by the window in the front. There, a quiet girl sat with her head lowered, absorbed in her book. You walked over and waved a small hand in front of Naruto's eyes. "Hey, what are you staring at?" "And nothing at all." Naruto quickly looked away. Last night, his dreams had been filled entirely, with Hinata. He didn't know why he dreamed like that. Normally, he hardly noticed Hinata at all. But because of that dream, after waking up, he couldn't help but pay attention to her. Not that he could ever say it out loud. Looks like the dream did its job. You saw right through him, but said nothing. Sitting down, she pulled out some candy she'd wrapped herself the night before. Naruto tasted one, his eyes widening in surprise. "Whoa, this candy tastes just like Ichiraku ramen. Amazing. Where'd you buy these, wow?" You gave a mysterious smile. "Hee, that's a secret." Naruto protested, "Huh? Come on, tell me. If I told you, I'm afraid you'd be traumatized." Meanwhile, the kids in class were whispering among themselves again. "Hey, I heard from my family. He's the Hyuga clan's illegitimate child, you know." "Illegitimate child? That means his parents did something bad, and he's the bad kid born from that. No wonder he hangs out with Naruto." "Guess it's true. Birds of a feather flock together." "And did you hear? He's from the Hyuga branch family. The branch family, from the moment they're born, get marked with a curse called the caged bird seal. They can be killed at any time, anywhere." No wonder. Someone with no future from start. Even if he's got some skills, he's got nothing to brag about. Skills? At best, he's just handy with his fists. Did you see him throw shuriken yesterday? Ugh, it was a total disaster. Though their voices were hushed, they could still be heard. You leaned back, hands behind her head, perfectly at ease, completely unconcerned with the opinions of these nobodies. Naruto, confused, asked, "Hey, they're talking bad about you. Why don't you go teach them a lesson?" You replied, "If a dog bites you, would you bite it back?" Naruto thought for a moment. "Then why do you stand up for me?" You answered, "Let a dog bite me if it wants, but if it bites my friend, I'll slam it to the ground." Naruto felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Hey, he was just about to say something when Sakura entered the classroom, and the whole class instantly fell silent. During yesterday's shuriken lesson, Sakura, right in front of everyone, had shaved her head bald and then walked out in style. Was she really that carefree? Not all. After getting home, she regretted it so much she could have turned blue. She gazed at her bald head in the mirror and suddenly realized something. Mizuki's shuriken hadn't shaved her head completely bald. It had given her a Mediterranean look. That meant there was hair on both sides with nothing in the middle. So if she only shaved off one side and left the other, not only would she avoid looking ugly, but she could even pull off a bold, stylish, cool older sister vibe. That's definitely better than being bald. Realizing her own reckless mistake, she squirmed and rolled on her bed in frustration. But it was too late for regrets. She hated herself, but hated you even more. Why blame you and not Mizuki? Because if you hadn't gone to ask Mizuki for help, Mizuki wouldn't have thrown the shuriken around in the first place. Besides, ever since you showed up, nothing good had happened. That cleft-chin kid had been thrown onto her desk, splattering her with blood. Her favorite clothes had gotten ruined. Wearing a hat to class, she shot a fierce glare at Yu's seat before heading to her own. She vowed she would settle the score with you. Naruto, hopelessly clueless, said, "Huh? What's going on?" Sakura just looked at me. You offered a gentle reminder. Don't get your hopes up. She's not interested in you. The 3 troublemakers who were sent to the nurse's office yesterday didn't show up at school today. Their parents, upon hearing their kids had been beaten up, initially wanted to make a fuss. But when they found out the other party was from the Hyuga clan, they decided to let it go. Still, that didn't stop them from gossiping behind closed doors. First period was still Irika's theory class. You listened with great interest. Naruto buried his head and napped. As class was about to end, Irika set down his textbook. Mizuki-sensei isn't feeling well, so he's taking the day off. Today's shuriken class will be replaced with free activities. Huh? Mizuki-sensei's still got an upset stomach? Maybe he was too embarrassed after yesterday's fiasco to show his face today. Sensei, can we get a new teacher, please? Mizuki-sensei's skills are just too lousy. Just look at Sakura's hair, and you'll know. A burst of laughter erupted, just as expected. But under Sakura's fiery glare, everyone quickly shut their mouths. At the end, Sakura shot you another vicious look. Her eyes were filled with resentment. You thought to himself, hey, why are you looking at me? That really was an accident. I didn't mean to target you. It's just, Your big forehead is really hard to miss. I'm not the type to attract resentment. Unless a sudden idea struck you. Unless resentment could be turned into power. Buzz. And in that moment, the Book of the Gods reacted. Clang. Clang. You slapped the desk. No way, it's real. Ahem. Irika quickly cleared his throat to remind him. You, please mind the classroom rules. The lesson isn't over yet. Hif hif. You gave a silly little chuckle, then began to review the content that the Book of Gods had just delivered to her mind. Secret art. Heavenly grudge you. Gather the power of resentment into a magical beast called the Heavenly Grudge You. The stronger the collected grudge, the greater the beast's power. You nearly let out a squeal of delight. Why didn't they show me such a fun technique earlier? In these 4 years, just think how many chances to gather resentment I've wasted. Ah, the prime of my youth. Every cause has its consequence. The Book of Gods was created and left behind by Yu's biological father, Otsutsuki, as an act of paternal love. Like squeezing toothpaste, he releases its contents bit by bit, a kind of protective measure. After all, the true power of the Otsutsuki clan only begins to awaken after childhood. Some techniques are simply too powerful for a child's body to handle. Even now, though you can see the Book of Gods in her spiritual world and even hold one-sided conversations with it, she still can't actively look up its contents at will. But on second thought, that's not so bad. Haha, I kinda like the feeling of being spoon-fed. Besides, every technique the Book of Gods sends over must be studied and mastered on her own, including understanding how to use it afterward. This was her father's earnest hope, to end any notion of getting something for nothing, to stop relying on a parent's resources, and to fight for everything with her own hands. Many people think of the Book of Gods as similar to the systems in certain novels, and while there are similarities, the biggest difference is this. The Book of Gods doesn't come from the cold, indifferent laws of the universe, but from a flesh-and-blood father. The bell, signaling the end of class, broke her train of thought. Irika called out, You, come with me to the office for a moment. The tricky part of Heavenly Grudge You lies in collecting resentment, not in mastering the art itself. You'd already learned it on the way to the office with Irika. As Irika walked ahead, you asked, Sensei, how old are you this year? Why is she asking that out of the blue? Still, he replied, 17. Believe it or not, in the 55th year of Konoha, Irika really is only 17. You exclaimed, wow, so young and already a talented chunin, teaching at the Ninja Academy. Sensei, you're amazing. Is she trying to butter me up? Irika couldn't help but smile, just as he was about to say something. You added, if there were a King of Ordinary Ninjas award, Irika-sensei, you'd definitely win it. Hif. This brat, is she mocking me? A network of dark lines appeared instantly on Irika's face. With a soft pop, a small black bubble drifted out from the back of Irika's head and floated right into Yu's palm. You hurriedly hid it, glancing around. The bubble was clearly visible, yet no one passing by seemed to notice it at all. So that's how it is. Only I can see it? No, that can't be right. Otherwise I'd be invincible. It must be the sort that can't be perceived without a certain level of eye power or sensory ability. Feeling reassured, you open his palm for a closer look. So, this is what a grudge looks like after it materializes. A bubble, huh? It kind of reminds me of Luo Xiaohei's tale. It seems if I gather 100 of these little bubbles, I can make a grudge bat. A grudge bat is the free-floating form of Tian Yuanyu. When many small bats flock together, they form the true shape of Tian Yuanyu. The more bats, the stronger the combined power. You had planned to make a few more sly remarks, but seeing how pitiful Irika-sensei looked, he decided to let it go, for now. Anyway, this Tian Yuanyu technique theoretically has an upper limit, its ultimate form, with power equal to the 10 tails before it became the god tree. It just goes to show, the 10 tails really is the top of the beast world. But wait, why did Irika call me to the office? Is he planning to scold me? You fished a piece of candy from his pocket. Sensei, would you like some candy? Oh, thank you. Irika accepted the candy, holding it in his hand. You thought to himself, if he's taking candy from me, maybe he isn't planning to scold me after all. They stopped at the office door. Irika put on a serious face. I'm going to introduce you to someone. You must be very careful with your words, understand? You nodded. Okay, I understand. Such a big fuss. Could it be the third Hokage himself? The door opened. Inside the spacious office sat a man. He was dressed all in black, facing the window with his back to the door. Who is he? Irika announced, I've brought the student. A deep male voice echoed from behind the chair. Thank you, Irika-sensei. You may leave us. I'd like to speak with him alone. All right. Irika turned to go, pausing to pat you on the shoulder. Remember your manners. He left, closing the door behind him. You gazed silently at the man's silhouette behind the desk, waiting for him to speak. After a long, thoughtful pause. Hyuga, I've heard about you. As he spoke, the man's chair slowly turned to face him. A chiseled face, dark sunglasses, and a headscarf. Even though you had already guessed who it was, he still couldn't suppress a sigh when he saw the man's face. So it's just Ebisu after all. Ebisu rested his chin on his hands, his appearance lending him a mysterious air. I've heard that you enrolled a year later than the other children, but specifically transferred to their class. Was that your own decision? Yes, you replied with a nod. Ebisu continued. Why did you want to do that? Would you mind telling me? Of course, it was so I could be in the same class as Naruto and the others. The students who came after us are mostly just background characters. Only Konohamaru stands out a little. But naturally, he couldn't say that out loud. So he replied, well, I think my basics are pretty solid, so I just wanted to spend less time on the foundational courses. Ebisu's lips curled into a smirk. He seemed satisfied with this answer. Still, he deliberately tried to put some pressure on you. The Ninja Academy isn't just a training institution. It's also a place for selection. Truly outstanding. Students don't need to spend the full 6 years here. They graduate early. Take, for example, Kakashi Hitaki, the famed copy ninja, or today's elite Umbu, Itachi Uchiha. Both of them breezed through the academy and graduated with ease. Oh, really? That sounds so enviable. There's no need for you to envy them, because even the most brilliant prodigies still need nurturing. Is that so? I can tell you with certainty, it's true. Ebisu placed his hands on the table, his tone suddenly solemn. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Ebisu, a special jonin and an elite educator of Konoha. My mission is to discover talented young ninja, no matter your background. As long as you have potential, I don't care where you come from. I want to find the most exceptional seedlings and nurture them into great ninjas like the Hokage. You, Hyuga, consider yourself lucky. I have my eyes on you. He thought to himself, please don't set your sights on me. He scratched his head, then pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and set it on the table. Ebisu asked, what's this supposed to mean? Trying to bribe me. He took a step back. Ebisu-sensei, whatever it is you see in me, just tell me and I'll fix it, okay? Ebisu was momentarily stunned and adjusted his glasses. What's going on? Why isn't this kid playing by the rules? 3 little bubbles of resentment popped from Ebisu's forehead and floated away. He steadied himself and said, I've looked into your record among the Hyuga clan. Most of the time, you're up to some sort of mischief. Even so, your mastery of Gentle Fist is far beyond your peers. Honestly, you're almost on par with Niji. You replied, then why don't you go after Niji and I instead? 2 more bubbles popped out and floated away. Ebisu shook his head. Niji's already been chosen for the Taijutsu specialization class. If all goes as expected, when he graduates from the academy, he'll be mentored by Might Guy, Konoha's top Taijutsu expert. He paused for a moment, then continued. Besides, Niji is outstanding, but his talent is mainly in combat. The seedlings I'm looking for are those who excel in all areas, who I personally confirm have the potential to become Hokage. That's the kind of student worthy of my guidance. You asked, so you think I have the makings of Hokage? Ebisu nodded. That's right. Nothing escapes my discerning eye for character. Those who go on to become Hokage often have turbulent backgrounds or fates. It might sound a bit harsh, but your origins aren't exactly honorable. Yet, with such a background, you've still earned the Hyuga clan's recognition. That's something truly remarkable about you. He lifted his hand and adjusted his glasses. And, based on my years of teaching experience, I've found that students who are too rule-abiding rarely achieve greatness as adults. Look at history. The 3rd Hokage, the 4th Hokage. Even in their youth, they stood out from the crowd. You beat up 3 delinquents on your very first day at the academy. In my eyes, that makes you an extraordinary ninja. Let me be your teacher. Yu's expression slowly grew serious as he asked sharply, Ebisu-sensei, what do you think of Naruto? Ebisu muttered inwardly. Naruto? Why bring him up all of a sudden? Ah, that's right, they've become friends. A promising candidate for Hokage can't be hanging around with someone like Naruto. I must nip this in the bud before it grows. Ebisu carefully chose his words, convinced he was giving well-meaning advice. Honestly, I don't think Naruto is someone with much potential. It's not just that he lacks motivation, he's always pulling pranks, too. You'd be better off not befriending a kid like that. But you, unusually persistent, pressed on. There are plenty of unmotivated people, and even more who pull pranks. Why do you single out Naruto? Why this particular prejudice? Ebisu started to explain. You cut him off. Is it because Naruto has the 9-tailed fox sealed inside him? Suddenly, Ebisu shot to his feet. How do you know about that? You replied. Just last night, Mizuki-sensei snuck over and told me. Ebisu frowned deeply. Mizuki? What is that guy up to? The secret of the 9 tails inside Naruto is strictly forbidden from being spread around by order of the leadership. Still, if he's trying to persuade you to stay away from Naruto, it's understandable. Ebisu decided to go with the flow, his tone grave and mysterious. You have no idea how terrifying the nine-tailed fox is. Countless ninja lost their lives to it back then. Many children, just like you, lost their parents. Even your teacher, Iruka, was among them. Out in the corridor, Naruto stood frozen, his voice trembling. Iruka-sensei, is this true? Worried that he was being called in for scolding, Naruto had sneaked over too. Thinking that friends should face trouble together, Iruka leaned against the wall, looking calmer than expected. Yes, it's true. Naruto clenched his fists tight, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Just then, Yu's voice sounded from the other side of the door. But is it really Naruto's fault? Just because you couldn't stand up to the Nine-Tails, you shifted all that resentment and blame onto an innocent child. Do you really think that's fair? Ebisu was left utterly speechless. Naruto lifted his trembling eyes, his gaze swimming with unshed tears. Iruka said in a low voice, Naruto, I won't hide it from you. There was a time when I, too, directed that hatred towards you. That's why when people spoke ill of you, I chose to turn a blind eye. Naruto's body shook with emotion. Iruka's voice turned somber. But later, I realized I was just shirking my own responsibility, yet I didn't have the courage to stand up for you. For that, I'm truly sorry. Even though it's late to say this now, I'm genuinely happy for you. Happy that you found real friends. He stepped forward and embraced Naruto tightly. Iruka-sensei. Naruto's shoulders quivered, and at last, his tears fell. Inside the room, Ebisu was left at a loss for words, staring at Yu's young, yet resolute face. He had pointed out the truth everyone knew, but deliberately avoided. Once the mask of conventional hypocrisy is torn away, it is impossible to ignore the ugliness within. Flustered, Ebisu reached for the candies on the table, hoping a burst of sweetness would jump-start his frozen mind. After eating a candy, he adjusted his glasses and rallied. Setting the Nine-Tails aside, Naruto has his own problems, doesn't he? You answered bluntly. That's because the Nine-Tails interferes with Naruto's chakra. That's why he's so clumsy at learning ninjutsu. He's carried this burden since childhood, trying so hard to prove himself, but never earning understanding or recognition. That's why he resorts to pranks to get people's attention. But tell me, has any of his mischief ever truly hurt anyone? The Nine-Tails interferes with Naruto's chakra? How did he come to that conclusion? And why does he sound so certain? Wait, the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan. They might have noticed something. Ebisu found himself rationalizing Yu's explanation, while a new realization dawned on him. This child, at first, I just thought he was more lively than his peers, but his perspective is surprisingly sharp. And now that he's suddenly brought up Naruto, could he be testing me in return? Quite the handful. I need to steer this conversation away from Naruto. After popping another candy into his mouth, Ebisu didn't notice that you had already activated her heavenly listener technique. Every thought crossing his mind was as clear to her as if he'd spoken aloud. You had two ideas. First, to continue standing up for Naruto, and second, to make Ebisu give up on becoming her teacher. Are you kidding me? I know it's rude to say this, but you, my teacher, what are you even thinking? Well, since you're essentially a good person, I'll politely let you give up on that idea. Ebisu, trying to turn defense into offense, said, when it comes to Naruto, I'm willing to set aside my prejudices. I genuinely want to help you become an excellent ninja, one worthy of the title of Hokage. You lazily scratched the back of his head. I don't want to be Hokage. I just want to be a regular genin and coast along until the Leaf Village goes out of business. Slam. Ebisu smacked the table. What are you saying? That's so unambitious. Realizing he'd gone too far, he quickly tried to calm himself. All right, let's not talk about the distant future. You haven't learned any ninjutsu yet, have you? Ebisu thought to himself. He enrolled late and hasn't studied any ninjutsu. I'll teach him a few basic techniques. Let him see that even being a genin isn't easy. After that, I'll have plenty of time to win him over. Ninjutsu, you asked. Ebisu adjusted his glasses. That's right. There are 3 fundamental ninjutsu techniques: transformation, clone, and substitution. Aren't those required courses at the Ninja Academy? You replied. Ebisu nodded. They are, but it takes the students 6 years to truly grasp these 3 basic techniques. They're a staple of the graduation. Exams. Even though your class has already been together for over a year, only a handful can even master one of them at a basic level. You spread his hands. All right, I just thought they'd be easy to pick up. What does this kid think a ninja is anyway? Ebisu fumed, his resentment practically bubbling up. This was already the 20th time or more. You said, Sensei, why don't you demonstrate? Maybe I'll pick it up just by watching. Oof. Ebisu almost laughed from sheer exasperation. Listen, in the entire history of the Ninja Academy, only a few, like the current 3rd Hokage Hiruzen, the late 4th Hokage, Minato, the famed white fan Kakashi Hitaki, and Itachi Uchiha, have ever learned these 3 techniques just by watching once. I admit you have a talent for taijutsu, but what if I really do learn them just by watching? You asked. Ebisu, at least, was self-aware. If you can master them after seeing them once, then I'll admit, I'm not qualified to teach you. He thought to himself, impossible. Geniuses like that only come along once every 10 years, if that. If he truly had that much talent, he'd become Hokage with or without my help. Hearing Ebisu's inner thoughts, you felt reassured. That's all I wanted to know. Ebisu said, I'll demonstrate. But if you can't learn them, you'll have to honestly ask me for guidance and become my student. Can you agree to that? You said, I accept your challenge. Please show us. Ebisu glanced around. There isn't enough space here. Let's head to the training field. I want all the students present as witnesses. By noon, the training field was packed with people. Students from every grade had gathered. Look, it's that kid. He's the one everyone's been talking about lately. The Hyuga clan leader's illegitimate brother from outside the family. On his very first day, he became friends with the class loser, stood up for him, and even fought other kids. No way. He looks so cute, but he's actually a troublemaker. That's my little brother. You'd better watch what you say. The moment those words rang out, the chatter and whispers instantly fell silent. Neji had arrived, the most popular student in school. With his striking looks, top grades, and peerless martial arts skills, he was the very definition of a prodigy. Sasuke only became the school heartthrob after Neji graduated. Tintin asked, Neji, why does your little brother have horns on his head? Neji replied, those aren't horns. He got that lump from falling as a kid. It just never went away. 556, 557. Rock Lee was hanging from the rooftop doing sit-ups. Yu's own classmates had shown up too. Sasuke stood at the very front, hands stuffed in his pockets, his attention fixed on the scene. Sakura, wearing a hat, stood close to Sasuke. The look she gave you was filled with resentment, almost as if little bubbles of jealousy were popping out of her just by standing there. She was practically a resentment-generating machine. You was a loss. Why were there so many people? Couldn't they resolve this quietly, in private? Ebisu smiled and said, with the whole school as witnesses, you can't go back on your word. If you can't learn it, you'll obediently become my student and accept your destiny as Hokage. The crowd outside buzzed with speculation. Hokage? What's going on? That kid seems to have caught the eye of that elite ninja teacher. He wants to take him on as a personal student. You gotta be kidding. Other than some basic fighting skills, what's he got going for him? A flurry of resentful little bubbles seemed to float up in the air around them. He was a bit surprised. Clearly, there's strength in numbers. Never mind. For the sake of those jealousy bubbles, he'd just have to endure. He started hopping and stretching, twisting his waist and swinging his arms, warming up right in front of everyone. To finish, he leapt high into the air, hugged his knees, tucked himself into a tiny ball, and spun rapidly. Tintin giggled. Neji, your little brother seems a bit slow, doesn't he? Neji replied, just watch. Thud. Yu landed on the ground, dusted off his sleeves, and said, let's begin. Ebisu adjusted his glasses. I'll demonstrate each technique only once. First, the transformation jutsu. He formed a series of hand seals. With a puff of smoke, he transformed into Irika. The crowd erupted with discussion. Is it really necessary to make such a big show just to demonstrate the transformation jutsu? They say that kids skipped grades to get in and never had any formal ninja training before. The two of them are betting on whether he can master it just by watching once. Master in one go? That's just empty boasting. Exactly. Even that second-year prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, took a whole month before he could use all 3 jutsu at will. Ebisu, intent on making things harder, didn't give you any time to think. As soon as his transformation jutsu ended, he immediately performed the substitution jutsu. With a puff of smoke, Ebisu vanished from where he stood, leaving only a chunk of wood clattering to the ground while he reappeared at another spot. As it turned out, the substitution jutsu didn't have to be triggered at the exact moment of an attack. The real catch was that it couldn't be used repeatedly in quick succession, so the timing was crucial. Ebisu immediately followed up with the clone jutsu. Another cloud of white smoke billowed out, and an identical clone appeared right by his side. With another burst, the clone vanished. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and smiled inscrutably. These are the 3 fundamental jutsu every ninja must learn: transformation, substitution, and clone jutsu. So, have you figured them out? You remained silent. Huh? Figure them out? More like doomed to fail. Many in the crowd, who secretly disliked you, were already snickering, eager to watch him make a fool of himself. Ebisu genuinely wanted you as a student, so he quickly offered him a way out. It's perfectly fine if you can't get on the first try. Geniuses that rare are few and far between. To become Hokage, what matters more than talent is. Ebisu-sensei, you have to keep your word. You interrupted, raising his hands to form seal. With a burst of white smoke, he transformed into a bald Sakura. The entire crowd fell silent, and Ebisu's expression froze in shock. You maintained the appearance of the bald Sakura. Next up, the substitution jutsu. Someone in the crowd, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Wait, he can still use other jutsu while in a transformed state." With a swirl of white smoke, you vanished. No wooden log left behind, just a sweep of dust across the ground. Still in the guise of bald Sakura, you reappeared at another spot. Ebisu was dumbfounded. "Wah, where's the log?" You, still looking like bald Sakura, replied, "The log is a weakness. Why not just swap with the air? Isn't it much cleaner?" Ebisu's jaw practically hit the floor. And finally, the clone jutsu, right? Maintaining the bald Sakura form, you lifted his hands to form another seal. "Wait, hold it right there," Ebisu shouted in a panic. You, still as bald Sakura, paused with her small hand raised. "What's wrong, sensei?" Ebisu's trembling index finger pressed against his glasses as he forced himself to stay calm. "Haha, I understand now. It was my mistake in gathering intelligence. You've already learned these techniques at the Hyuga household, haven't you?" The shocked spectators outside the ring finally snapped back to their senses. So that's it. He already knew how to do this. No wonder. Niji thought to himself. Is this some kind of joke? Besides Gentle Fist, we never teach anything like that. On the field, you, still in the guise of bald Sakura, tilted her little head. "Sensei, are you giving up already?" Ahem. Ebisu quickly interjected. "How about this? Let's not worry about whether you've learned it before. I still have a secret trump card when it comes to the clone technique. If you can master this one too, I'll admit complete defeat. How does that sound?" "All right," you replied, still looking like bald Sakura, her patience wearing thin. "What is it?" Ebisu raised a finger. "The clones I just created were afterimage clones, meant to confuse the enemy, but they have no real combat capability. What I'm about to demonstrate is the real deal, a superior clone technique with actual substance. Watch closely, you. I'll only show you once." Ebisu, having thrown all caution aside, swiftly formed the signature hand sign in front of his chest, channeling chakra with all his might. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. Poof, poof. With two bursts of white smoke, two genuine shadow clones appeared on either side of him. Ebisu, straining with effort, declared, "Well, how about that? This is the B-rank jutsu created by the second Hokage himself. Its enhanced version, multi-shadow clone technique, is a true A-rank jutsu. Because of the uncontrollable risks, it's classified as a forbidden technique and hidden away in the Scroll of Seals. In the future, I could teach you this technique." But before he could finish, you, still in the form of bald Sakura, brought her hands together and formed the same iconic hand sign. Ebisu's eyes flew wide open. No way, you. Ninja art, multi-shadow clone technique. Poof, poof, poof. Clouds of smoke erupted everywhere. As the haze cleared, the audience was stunned to see. Poof. As the final plumes of smoke dissipated, the field was not filled with an army of bald Sakuras, but instead, the place was overflowing with Naruto Uzumakis, all identical. It was Naruto. He had mimicked the hand signs and performed the multi-shadow clone technique. Why did this happen? Was he trying to steal Yu's thunder? No, that wasn't it. Naruto had noticed Sakura's face growing more and more embarrassed. Realizing that what was about to happen would humiliate her deeply, he was driven by a sudden urge to help her out. Drawing upon a surge of chakra, he unleashed the multi-shadow clone technique. Now, the center of everyone's attention shifted away from Yu and Irika and landed squarely on Naruto. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How could this be possible? It was Naruto, dead last Naruto. A subtle expression flashed across Yu's face. He didn't want to show off the shadow clone jutsu and crush Ebisu's hopes. True, but in his mind, creating 10 or so clones would have done the trick. Unleashing thousands at once was far too conspicuous. It completely clashed with the persona of an ordinary genius he'd carefully maintained for so long. Naruto really went overboard this time. He's drawn way too much attention to himself, and that could be a problem. Still, now that things have happened, I might as well just go with the flow. Poof! In an instant, Yu shifted from bald-headed Sakura back into his own form. Ebisu was so stunned by the sight of Naruto's multitude of shadow clones that his glasses slipped right off his face. Ebisu-sensei, did you see that? That's the potential of Naruto. The very boy you decided was talentless. You couldn't even judge people properly, yet you wanted to play the wise mentor. Isn't that aiming a bit too high? You stepped forward, picked up Ebisu's glasses, and gently tucked them into the teacher's breast pocket. He spoke sincerely. Still, I do appreciate the hopes you had for me. I can't be your disciple, but I'm sure you'll find someone who truly needs you. Ebisu, who'd planned to teach you a lesson, instead received a lifelong one from both you and Naruto. The very next evening, as Ebisu sat on a bench at the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village, pondering his place in life, fate brought him face to face with his destined pupil. Konohamaru, as a ninja, one must always remain humble and never reach too far, too soon. In the years that followed, Ebisu often used these words to guide Konohamaru. Back at the training grounds, Naruto's shadow clones didn't last long. One after another, they vanished with a series of soft pops and fizzles. Whoosh! Once the crowd had dispersed, Yu stretched out his hand, and from above the training field, countless tiny bubbles of resentment zipped through the air, slipping right up his sleeve. What a surprise! Most of those little bubbles actually came from Sakura herself. He was thoroughly pleased. What an unexpected haul. I'll be able to gather so many little grudge bats from this. He returned to his class's formation. Sasuke stared at Naruto in a daze, his fists clenched tight. You didn't need to read thoughts to know exactly what was running through Sasuke's mind. It had to be, that loser, he was hiding this kind of power all along? No way. I refuse to accept this. You said, Sasuke, don't forget about our shuriken competition in 2 days. Sasuke didn't take his eyes off Naruto. I won't forget, and there's no way you'll beat me. Then let's both do our best. You grinned, scratching the back of his head and whistling as he strolled out of the training grounds. Everyone's attention was still fixed on Naruto, but Shikamaru turned to glance back. Choji, curious, asked, Shikamaru, what's up? Watching Yu's departing figure, Shikamaru mused. Isn't it strange? That kid didn't seem the least bit surprised by what Naruto just did. Ino was taken aback. Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. Even the teachers were left speechless by what happened, but he acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Why is that? Shikamaru's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I can think of 3 possible explanations. First, maybe he's known all along that Naruto has been hiding this kind of power. Second, if he wanted to, he could easily do the same thing himself. Ino and Choji exchanged startled glances, then asked at the same time, then, what's the third possibility? Shikamaru's gaze sharpened. The third possibility is both the first and second are true. Ino and Choji were stunned. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Choji began devouring his potato chips even faster. Ino exclaimed, no way. If that's the case, doesn't that mean his talent as a ninja is even greater than Sasuke's? Shikamaru scratched his head. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Maybe that's just his personality, naturally gifted, but he doesn't really care about these things. At the edge of the Ninja Academy's rooftop, 999, 1,000. With a final burst of strength, Rock Lee completed his last 2 sit-ups, sprang up with his legs, performed a backflip, and landed perfectly on his feet. Looking out over the bustling schoolyard, a youthful smile spread across his face. While everyone else is amazed by the genius of others, I'm taking steady steps forward, one after another. I'll prove it with my actions. Hard work can surpass genius. Even if I can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, with taijutsu alone, I can become an outstanding ninja. Next training exercise, 500 laps around the back mountain of the academy, on my hands. Let's do this. What happened in the academy grounds quickly spread throughout the student body. Naruto, the notorious underachiever of the Ninja Academy, had mastered the forbidden shadow clone technique at a single glance, improvising on the spot, and in front of a crowd, summoned an unbelievable number of shadow clones. It was a sensation, enough to alarm even the Hokage. Upon receiving the report, the village elders of Konoha immediately convened behind closed doors. Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffing on his pipe, opened the discussion. What are your thoughts on this matter? Kohori Udatane spoke up. Even if Naruto is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, he shouldn't be able to accomplish something like this at his age, on his own. Hamura Mitokado added. After years of quiet, the chakra of the Nine Tails is starting to show itself. This is happening sooner than we expected. We need to strengthen our surveillance. Of the Jinchuriki, right now, with tensions between the Uchiha and the village at a peak, if anything goes wrong with the Nine Tails, the consequences could be disastrous. Danzo Shimura's eyes flickered as he remarked, that Hyuga kid, has been spending more time with Naruto lately. Could the changes in his circumstances have affected his state of mind? making the Ninetales seal unstable? It's certainly something we need to keep a close eye on. Hiruzen lifted his gaze. Danzo, don't tell me you're targeting that child again. Danzo's eyes glinted with a shadowy light. I'm simply making a reasonable assumption. I never said I'd actually do it. Hiruzen tapped the ash from his pipe, his voice heavy. That's for the best. But let me remind you, our conflict with the Uchiha has already reached a near irreconcilable point. If we fall out with the Hyuga as well, the consequences will be catastrophic. Danzo's eyes grew darker. I understand what's at stake. Yet in his heart he sneered. Now's not the time, but once the Uchiha are dealt with, that'll be a different story. Under the sinister moonlight, for figures gathered, their secret meeting shrouded in the night. Neji spoke up. You love to steal the spotlight, don't you? Your shadow clone technique is impressive. I've definitely underestimated you before. Naruto grinned. Honestly, I don't even know how I managed it. When I got home, I couldn't make nearly as many clones. You chimed in. Neji, unlike you, Naruto shines best under pressure. Maybe so, Neji replied, glancing at the small, hesitant figure hiding behind you. Young miss, what brings you here tonight? How did Hinata, who should have been an innocent villager, end up joining the werewolf side? Hinata nervously pressed her fingers together, stammering, you said there was something important she needed to tell me. That's right, she'd been coaxed into coming by you. Earlier that day, Naruto had unleashed an astonishing power to help Sakura out of a bind. While it made sense, you still felt Naruto had gone a bit too far. Naruto, your true match is Hinata. Why waste your energy on Sakura, who doesn't even appreciate it? Sure, every boy falls for someone, but as a good friend, you still wanted to give Naruto a nudge in the right direction. Clearly, just dreaming about it wasn't enough. It was time to break the ice once and for all. Neji asked. All right, but if you're out all night, will Lord Hayashi let you off the hook? Hinata replied. It's fine. Lately, I've been training late in the back hills, so father knows. She stole a quick glance at Naruto. Naruto blinked in concern. Hinata, your face is so red. Are you feeling sick? Hinata practically steamed with embarrassment. You thought, now that's the reaction I was hoping for. Neji cut in. All right, let's get down to business. You sighed inwardly. Big brother Neji really doesn't know how to read the mood. You slipped off her small backpack and pulled out several bundles of explosive tags for sets of black outfits and a map. Neji raised an eyebrow. Oh, you really came prepared. You replied, it might be a game, but it's not just for fun. Naruto crouched down. Hey, aren't these explosive tags? I saw the Chunin instructors at school use them. He reached out to touch them. Neji quickly warned, don't mess with those. If they go off, this whole area will be leveled. Naruto yanked his hand back in alarm. Then, the four little troublemakers gathered around the map spread out on the ground. Hinata said nervously, Teach this is. You replied, it's a map of the Konoha village's underground pipelines and septic tanks. I drew it myself after observing with my Byakugan. It took me ages to finish. Neji raised an eyebrow. Septic tanks? Wasn't tonight's target supposed to be the public toilets? You grinned. The plan's changed. Since we're playing, why not make it even bigger? Niji's eyes lit up. Oh, that actually makes sense. Honestly, messing with a bird's nest doesn't excite me anymore. Naruto thought to himself, is this guy really the top prodigy of the ninja academy that I've heard about? You marked 5 red spots on the map, indicating the 5 major septic tanks located at the north, south, east, west, and center of Konoha. All the village's waste gets funneled into these tanks and is processed together on special days. You explained, a ninja's waste can reveal information about them, which is actually a classified matter. That's why it isn't simply dumped in fields or rivers. Instead, there are specialists who secretly take care of it. The 3rd Saturday of every month is when the waste is dealt with, which happens to be tomorrow. So, if we're going to strike, tonight's our only chance. Neji nodded. I see, that makes sense. Hearing you and Neji discussing septic tanks and classified secrets, Hinata couldn't help but ask, Neji, what exactly are we going to do? You replied, our target is Konoha's 5 underground septic tanks. The mission, to blow them up. In other words, explode the poop. What? Hinata's face instantly became a picture of shock and embarrassment. Naruto burst out. Why would we do something so rotten? Neji shrugged. No reason. It's just fun. Are you in or not? If you're not, just go home. Don't get in the way. Naruto hesitated, a battle raging in his mind. He hadn't expected Yu's plan to be this wild, even using explosive tags. What should he do? But Yu was his very first friend, and the most important one. Inviting him meant you trusted him. Besides, blowing up poop actually sounded kind of thrilling. Naruto clenched his teeth and made up his mind. I'm in. I'll do it. Hinata gulped. her cheeks turning bright red, heart pounding. If Naruto's doing it, then I'll join too. And just like that, the four of them came together as a team. You, the mastermind of this messy affair, declared, "All right, let's start working out our battle plan." The others listened intently. Pointing to the septic tank closest to their location, right in the center of Konoha, you said, "First, all four of us will go here together and set the explosive tags. This way, we can get a feel for the process. Then, we'll split up and hit the other sites. We'll keep in touch using our ninja earpieces." Naruto asked, "Aren't we supposed to blow them up one by one?" Neji shot back, "Are you out of your mind? The noise from the explosions will definitely attract the village's ninja. Worse, we might be mistaken for terrorists. The best plan is to set everything up first and then detonate them all at once. Can't you even figure that much out?" Naruto replied, "All right, fine." Inwardly, he fumed. This guy, acting all high and mighty. How annoying. You pointed to the cesspool on the northern side and continued, "Once we've finished prepping the one in the middle, we'll split up. Neji, the cesspool in the north by the Akimichi clan, is yours." Neji nodded. "The Akimichi, that's Choji's clan, right? Good. If it were the Yamanaka, there'd be a risk of being sensed." You then indicated the southern cesspool, the one by the Aburame clan. Naruto, "Hinata, you'll take care of that together." Hinata gasped, "Huh?" Naruto stammered, "Me? With Hinata? I thought we were going alone." You smiled. "That's right, you're working together this time." Naruto scratched his head. "But, Hinata, will she be okay?" Hinata hesitated in silence. Neji scoffed. "You really underestimate her. The young lady here is far more capable than you." Hinata mustered her courage. "Hey, it's fine. I can use the Byakugan to help Naruto-kun." Naruto's eyes widened. "The Byakugan? That's the same power you has, the one that makes your face swell up?" "Hinata, I had no idea you were so amazing." Hinata flushed. "Naruto-kun just complimented me." Neji thought to himself, "I'd love to punch that whiskered face of his until it's actually swollen." You pointed west. "The cesspool on the Uchiha clan's land. That one's my responsibility." "Hold on." Neji's gaze shifted to the eastern side of the map, his expression serious. "Wait a second. Our own Hyuga clan has a cesspool too, doesn't it? If we leave ours untouched while the others get hit, wouldn't that make us look suspicious?" You grinned. "Of course not. Before I left home this morning, I already took care of it." Neji laughed. "You really thought of everything, little brother." At that moment, Naruto glanced at the 4 sets of clothing and gas masks lying nearby. "Hey, you, what are these for?" You explained, "We'll be moving around a lot. If we get spotted by patrolling ninja, things could get ugly fast. These disguises are to hide our identities, and if worse comes to worst, we'll need to be ready to escape using less conventional routes." Neji caught on. "By unconventional routes, you mean Konoha's sewer system, the pipes that carry all sorts of garbage and, well, sewage." Naruto groaned. "Are you serious? Do we really have to go that far?" You looked up at the moon, her expression solemn. "Ah, we absolutely must not get caught. Otherwise, word will spread that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, together with the 2 prodigies of the branch family, blew up the septic tank in the middle of the night. The Hyuga clan would become a laughingstock. For the honor of our family, we must not fail." Neji nodded. "Exactly. This is a game, but it's also a trial." Hinata stammered, "T together with." Naruto piped up, "Hey, what about me?" Neji shot back. "You already stink enough as it is. What's one more, Mark?" Clang. Naruto puffed out his cheeks in indignation. "That's too much. You make it sound like I'm a pig who doesn't care about boiling water. Listen up. One day, I'm going to be Hokage." Hinata whispered, "And Naruto-kun." Neji was about to tease him further, but then recalled Naruto's performance on the training field earlier that day and held back. "Hokage, huh? Then your path ahead is destined to be anything but easy." You grinned. "Come on. Life needs a bit of ceremony." Under the moonlight, 4 small hands stacked together. Ready, set, 1, 2. "Tonight, I'm Hyuga-yu. I'm Hyuga Neji. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. And I'm Hyuga. Hinata. The 4 of us, united as the 4 moonlit brothers." Hinata gasped. "Be our brothers? Let's work together, wholeheartedly. Strike gold in the muck. Let's do this. Let's go for it. Action starts now." The 4 of them donned protective suits, fastened their gas masks, shouldered their tools, and slipped into the night. They moved nimbly through the shadows, reaching the center of Konoha, near the public septic tank. Naruto, perched on a beam, scanned the area. "Where's the septic tank?" Neji scoffed. "You really don't know? A place that stinks that badly has to be covered up." Activating his Byakugan, Neji spotted something. He pointed with a small finger. "Found it right down there. You, as the leader, jumped down first, followed by Neji, Naruto, and Hinata in turn. Whoosh! With a sweep of her sleeve, you sent a gust of wind swirling, blowing aside the sandy soil that disguised the tank's cover, revealing 4 large stone slabs fitted together. At the seams of the slabs, a talisman was affixed, its purpose to prevent the covers from being moved or damaged by outside force. You peeled off the talisman and stepped back, raising 2 fingers in a sign. Rumble. The stone cover slowly parted, and a strange odor wafted up at once. At last, the gas masks they wore proved their worth. Standing before the now open stone cover, you gazed into the 10-meter-wide, bottomless pit of the septic tank, and suddenly, she took off her gas mask. Hey, none of the 3, including Neji, could quite understand what you was up to. You stood alone by the edge of the cesspit for a while, then put his mask back on. He thought to himself, ever since I stopped needing the bathroom, even the smell of waste has become strangely refreshing. What's wrong with me? He took the bundle of explosive tags he'd prepared earlier, wrapped in a small book bag, and tossed it into the cesspit. The stone slab was set back into place. You then carefully pressed the talisman back onto it. Naruto, puzzled, asked, "Why do you need to put the talisman back on?" You explained, "This talisman acts as a protective seal. If it isn't there, the blast will blow the stone slab right off, and all the waste will come shooting out, splattering everywhere." Naruto, thinking it was obvious, said, "Isn't that exactly what we want?" You chuckled, "But if we keep the talisman in place, the explosion will be contained beneath the slab. The waste will be forced to find a new way out. You see what I mean?" Naruto scratched at his gas mask, still confused. "Not really." Neji, however, understood immediately. In other words, in the first scenario, we'd just create 5 fountains of filth in the middle of the village. Sure, it'd be spectacular, but the damage would be minimal. In the second scenario, the waste would back up through the pipes, flooding out from every household, every public restroom, anywhere connected to the sewers. Is that right? You grinned. Bingo. Neji laughed. So you want to drown the whole village in waste? That's outrageous, but I like it. Naruto was stunned. Yu's expression grew serious. All right, here's the plan. Naruto and Hinata, you head north. Neji, big brother, you take the south. I'll go west. We'll keep in touch through our earpieces. When we're done, we'll meet up at the rendezvous point. Hinata stepped up to Naruto's side, her embarrassment clear even through the black protective suit and gas mask. And Naruto, Hinata, let's work well together. All right, let's go. Neji reminded them, stay sharp. Don't do anything reckless. Naruto muttered, yeah, I got it, so naggy. With their packs of explosives on their backs, Naruto and Hinata headed off to the north together. Neji, still uneasy, called out, maybe I should switch with you. The west side is the Uchiha clan's territory, and the police headquarters too. If an outsider get caught there, it could get really bad. You thump his chest. Hey, relax. Don't you trust me, big bro? Neji relented. All right, but if anything goes wrong, let me know and I'll be there in a flash. You nodded. You be careful too, brother. Without another word, Neji became a shadow against the night, heading south with his pack. Yu's face grew solemn. He turned his gaze westward, activating his Byakugan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has a range of 1 kilometer, and when scouting particularly skilled or perceptive targets, there's always a risk of being detected in return. But Yu has never told anyone that, as an Otsutsuki, his Byakugan can see for more than 10 kilometers. And to this day, not a single person has managed to counter-observe him while he was using it, not even the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen himself. Swish, swish. He quickly found a route that avoided all the patrols and slipped into the secluded western part of Konoha. Outside the Uchiha compound's wall, he deactivated his Byakugan. After all, when the Byakugan is activated, chakra circulates at high speed, and if there are sensory-type ninja nearby, there's still a chance of being discovered. And sure enough, at this very moment, Konoha's Zanbu were imposing strict surveillance on the Uchiha clan. Hidden in the shadows, he watched the sentries and the surveillance cameras. He thought to himself, the Uchiha massacre happened in the 55th year of Konoha. The original story never gave an exact date, but judging by the current situation, it's bound to happen within the next 10 days or so. He was someone who cherished a peaceful life, but a quiet life didn't mean turning a blind eye to the world outside his window. Everything is interconnected. The Uchiha massacre might seem irrelevant to his present life, but its impact would be profound and far-reaching. How could he simply stand by and watch? So he would not allow the Uchiha to be wiped out. Divine Step, second movement. Whoosh! You slipped right over the compound wall and entered the Uchiha district. Divine Step, first mentioned in Chapter 1, was a technique you had mastered for traveling quickly, something akin to a top-tier ninja sprint. He could travel 1,000 miles in a day without growing tired. Years had passed, and his proficiency with the skill had only grown. Now, with the second movement, he could perform multi-directional, targeted instant movement, a technique gamers might call blinking. Unlike the Qiao clan, who could only blink once in a lifetime, you, as an Otsutsuki, could use this ability as freely as the Flying Thunder God, without any gaps or cooldowns. Of course, without gaps only meant there were no objective time limits. In reality, any technique still required a moment of conscious intention, a mental reaction arc. Use reaction arc in the present moment was 0.08 seconds, faster than most humans, though still a ways off in the late Yellow Flash's legendary 0.01 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of swift blinks, you appeared atop a towering tree in the forest behind the Uchiha compound. Well, the Divine Step is a space-time technique, but it actually evolved from a simple footwork style. With the second-tier Divine Step, I can cover 10 times my normal stride in a single move. But my legs are too short. When I run into really big obstacles, I still can't cross them in one go. If only my Byakugan could unlock space-time abilities like Kim's, things would be so much easier. The Book of Gods remained silent. Alright, last time I managed to freeload a bit of Kim's power of wave, and now I'm dreaming of getting space-time ocular powers for free. Looks like that's not going to happen. The Book of Gods is said to contain everything, so if it doesn't record something, the chances of it existing are slim to none. If there's no response, there are really only two possibilities. First, my own strength is still lacking. Second, I already possess that ability, so the Book of Gods doesn't need to offer it to me. The entire Uchiha clan compound was shrouded in darkness, except for one place ablaze with light, the Naka Shrine. Are they holding a secret meeting there? Well, never mind. I'll just eat, listen, and wait for Naruto and the others to make contact. He took off his gas mask, pulled out some candy and snacks, and sat down on a tree branch. Secret art, eavesdropper's ear. Yu's ears grew larger, transforming him into big-eared Yu. Every whisper and rustle in the area drifted right into his ears. Clan leader, let's do it. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata had wandered all the way to the outer wall of the Aburame clan's estate. The wall was high, and despite several leaps, Naruto couldn't get over it. Hinata said, I wish we had a rope or something right now. Naruto replied, I once saw Irika-sensei walk straight up a cliff. I still have no idea how he did that. Hinata explained, I heard that if you channel chakra to the soles of your feet, you can stick to walls or even walk on water. Naruto glanced at her, surprised. You even know something like that? Hinata, you're amazing. Hinata blushed. What? And not at all. I'm going to try your method, Naruto announced. He formed a hand seal in front of his chest and focused. A faint current of air swirled around his feet. He tried climbing, and sure enough, he stuck. 1 step, 2 steps, thud. Down he went, landing flat on his back. Hinata hurried over. Naruto-kun. Naruto scrambled up. Ugh, this is really tough. Indeed, though the principle is simple, the technique requires fine control. In the original story, even after graduating from the Ninja Academy, Naruto and Sasuke had to train hard before they mastered it. Hinata reassured him, It's okay, I believe in you, Naruto-kun. You'll definitely get the hang of it. Naruto was touched. Thank you, Hinata. You really are as kind as you were in my dreams. Hinata's heart raced like a startled deer, dreams. Naruto pinched his chin thoughtfully. How can I get up there? When they were at a loss, Hinata spoke up. Now, Naruto, why don't you step on me and climb up? Naruto's eyes brightened. That's actually an idea. But what about you? How will you get up? Hinata hesitated, her expression uncertain. I can. At this point, she had already learned how to climb using chakra. Thanks to the Hyuga clan's unique talent, she could channel chakra effortlessly through her acupoints, so she had mastered this technique even earlier than Naruto and Sasuke. But out of concern for Naruto's feelings, she was reluctant to say it outright. Seeing Hinata stammering, Naruto grinned. Let's forget it. You're so petite, I'd worry about hurting you if I stepped on you. Hinata replied, It's really fine, as long as it's you, Naruto. Naruto shook his head. Besides, I don't want to climb up by stepping on someone else. Let's think of another way. Seeing Naruto's resolve, Hinata blushed and nodded meekly. Okay, I'll do as you say, Naruto. Beneath the wall, Naruto racked his brain for a solution. I've got it. This'll work. He formed a hand sign. With a burst, 2 shadow clones appeared and together lifted Naruto, tossing him up onto the top of the wall. That worked perfectly. My shadow clones never let me down. Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hey, amazing, Naruto. You're a real genius. Naruto touched the bridge of his mask, a little bashful. Hey, you're the first one to ever call me a genius, Hinata. I'll use my clones to throw you up there too. Before Hinata could say a word, the 2 shadow clones took action, each grabbing one of her slender legs and lifting her up with ease. Wait. Hinata's face went pale in surprise. 1, 2. The two clones swung their arms and tossed Hinata up onto the top of the wall. From there, things became much easier. Naruto simply picked Hinata up and, with a leap from the 4-meter-high wall bathed in moonlight, landed softly on the loose, muddy ground below. Just like a perfect little sister act. If only they weren't sneaking out to blow up dung, that is. Once Hinata was set down, she felt light as air. Her tiny feet trembled like a newborn fawn, and she pressed a hand to her wildly thumping heart, her breath coming quick and audible beneath her mask. Naruto asked, "You're breathing so fast. Do you need to pee or something?" Hinata panted, "And no, not at all." Naruto tilted his head, a little bewildered. "You're such a strange one." With a faint pop, the shadow clones vanished outside the wall. Together, the two little adventurers had successfully infiltrated the Aburame clan. The churring of insects echoed through the night, and under the streetlights, you could see swarms of bugs flying in formation. Naruto remarked, "Weird, it's already autumn, so why are there still so many bugs around here?" Hinata explained, "The Aburame clan specializes in raising insects for battle. Our classmate Shino comes from the Aburame family, too." Naruto, "Shino? Is there someone by that name in our class?" Narrator, once again, Shino is forgotten. After a roundabout journey, they arrived at an open space to the north of the Aburame clan's compound. This was precisely the location marked on the map, the site of the septic tank. Hinata activated her Byakugan, locating the concealed talisman and peeling it away. As the stone slab opened, a foul stench spread out, and countless bugs, none of which they could name, swarmed into the air. With protective suits and gas masks, none of this could faze them. Naruto slipped off his backpack and hugged it to his chest, clinging to the last shred of his dignity, struggling in vain. Hinata, are we really going to do this?" Hinata fell silent. To be honest, she still hadn't made sense of everything that had happened tonight. Somehow, she had become an accomplice. As a young lady raised in the shelter halls of her clan, the idea of blowing up a septic tank was so crude, it was utterly unthinkable. But tonight was also the first time she and Naruto had truly interacted, in every sense of the word. Even if this connection had taken a wild detour, she felt a satisfaction she'd never known before. Naruto confessed his feelings. "All these years, I've had no friends. Everyone treats me like some kind of plague. He was the first person who ever treated me as a real friend, even standing up for me against the whole class. When I first heard what we were supposed to do, honestly, I wanted no part of it. But I just didn't want to let my friend down." Gripping his backpack tighter, Naruto continued, "But now, I find myself actually excited. The thought of what's about to happen makes my heart race. Hinata, what do you think of someone like me?" Hinata replied softly, "As long as you're yourself, Naruto-kun, that's enough." "Is that so?" A gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it a hint of golden promise. Naruto hesitated no longer. "I want to blow up the septic tank." With a swift motion, he hurled the backpack stuffed with explosive tags into the swirling, fetid air, flinging away his dignity along with it. Splash! The backpack landed in the septic tank. Naruto, now there's really no going back. Hinata, I guess that makes me Naruto-kun's accomplice. Naruto, let's close up the slab and get out of here fast. Clang! Who's there? Just then, a thunderous shout split the night. Naruto and Hinata both jumped in shock. A stern man in a gray coat, wearing sunglasses even in the dead of night, strode towards them. It turned out that, even while sleeping, members of the Aburame clan released some of their insects to keep watch outside, a habit forged in times of war. Naruto, oh no, we've been caught. Hinata, that's Shino's father, Lord Shibi. Intruders, huh? Bad luck for you. Shibi Aburame stretched out his hand, and countless insects scattered, weaving together into a vast net that descended from above. The area it covered was enormous. There was no way to escape. Naruto exclaimed, amazing. So this is what a real ninja can do. Hinata whispered, it's my fault. If I had kept my Byakugan active, Naruto-kun wouldn't have been put in danger. It's far too soon to give up now. As the curtain of insects closed in, Naruto scooped Hinata into his arms and leapt straight into the cesspit. With a heavy splash, the two of them vanished beneath the murky surface. Shibi Aburame observed. To avoid leaking information, they didn't hesitate to dive into a cesspool to escape. That level of resolve. Even though they look like just children, I'm convinced they must be professionally trained enemy ANBU. Meanwhile, in a small grove outside the Uchiha Nanga shrine, up in the trees, you dispelled his eavesdropping jutsu. Among his Uchiha clansmen, there was nothing but endless grumbling and talk of encouraging Fugaku to rebel against Konoha. Nothing of real substance. Activating his Byakugan, you spotted Shursui sitting at the back of the crowd, looking deeply troubled. Before the massacre, Shursui was supposed to have left on a mission. Is he already back? If so, then that event must be drawing near. Lost in thought, you stretched out his small hand. With a faint flutter, a little bat of resentment materialized in his palm, its wings flickering as it flew straight toward the Nanga shrine, passing through the wall and landing gently on Shursui's shoulder. This little bat, born from Yu's heavenly resentment technique, was invisible and imperceptible to ordinary people. At least, the normal Sharingan couldn't see it. Whether the Mangekyo Sharingan could, was still unknown. Among those present, only Fugaku and Shursui possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, but neither had theirs activated at the moment. So no one noticed a thing. With the bat, carrying Yu's chakra now in contact with Shursui, you could activate another technique. Heavenly Inquisition. Shursui's innermost thoughts echoed clearly in Yu's mind. Lord Danzo is summoning me tomorrow. He wants me to use Konoha Tsukimi to prevent the Uchiha rebellion. Will he approve of my actions? The situation is already critical. A faint smile tugged at Yu's lips. So that's how it is, just as I expected. Everything is happening at this crucial moment. It's lucky I arrived tonight. Otherwise, even if the Uchiha survived, Shursui would have been lost. Danzo's real motive in meeting you is to take your eye, the one with Konoha Tsukimi. Danzo knows Izanagi. Be extremely careful. Yu's voice resonated directly in Shursui's mind. Who's there? Shursui jolted in shock, and the commotion within the shrine came to an abrupt halt as every eye turned toward him. Itachi, standing nearby, looked startled. Shursui snapped back to his senses. With his back to the Uchiha stone tablet and facing the gathered clan members, Fugaku's gaze was heavy. Shursui, what's wrong? Shursui looked up and replied, I'm fine. I just lost focus for a moment. Fugaku said, You've just returned from a mission, and you haven't rested much lately, have you? Why don't you go home for now? Shursui responded quickly. No, I'm all right, Fugaku-san. Really? Fugaku nodded, withdrawing his gaze. Inside the shrine, the voices of eager warriors soon filled the air again. Only Itachi, watching the bead of sweat trailing down Shursui's cheek and the grave look on his face, fell silently into thought. Within, Shursui's mind was shocked, yet he maintained absolute calm and razor-sharp analysis. That voice just now was an illusion? No, for an illusion to occur, it must be rooted in the subconscious. I can say with certainty that I've never linked Danzo with our clan's Forbidden Eye technique. Izanagi, so such a hallucination shouldn't be possible. If it wasn't an illusion then, was it a technique like the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer? The shrine is sealed off, which means this technique can ignore barriers. The user can pinpoint me with precision, even reflecting my inner thoughts the moment they form. Is there really someone in Konoha who can do this? The fact that he chose to help me means he isn't an enemy of the Uchiha, or at least our interests don't conflict. In that case, is he still watching my thoughts right now? If so, in truth, Shursui was overthinking it. The little bat perched on his shoulder had already flown away. People often said that Shursui's abilities were no less than Itachi's, perhaps even surpassing them. That's why Yu's little tip was more than enough. Well then, time to get down to business. Yu patted the dust from his pants, leapt down from the tree, and headed towards the Uchiha clan's sewage pit. On the way, he spotted Sasuke alone at the training field, practicing his shuriken skills with single-minded determination. Just as I thought. The model student always makes it sound easy, but behind the scenes, no one works harder. Is it simply a pure desire to win, or has Naruto's potential spurred him on? You ponder for a moment. Maybe it's neither. Before the massacre, Sasuke's drive was just to keep up with his brother and earn his father's approval. His obsession with strength only began after witnessing his clan, his beloved brother, slaughter everyone and vowing to become an avenger. If the massacre never happens, Sasuke would probably grow up to be a stoic but warm-hearted kid, ambitious and always striving to improve. I like to be friends with that kind of Sasuke, which means in the Shuriken showdown the day after tomorrow, I absolutely can't lose. Just wait and see. 10 minutes later, you had effortlessly finished planting explosive tags in the Uchiha sewage pit, and then slipped away from the clan grounds without leaving a trace. In his headset, Niji's voice came through. You, how's it going on your end? You replied, Mission accomplished, I'm heading back. What about you? Judging from a noise, did you run into some trouble? In the alleyways of the Akimichi clan, Niji was sprinting, glancing anxiously behind him. A heavy, thunderous rumble echoed, the sound of a rolling meatball relentlessly chasing after him. It turned out that Choji had eaten so much barbecue that he ended up with a stomachache and clogged the toilet at home. He dashed outside to find relief, only to run into the suspiciously sneaking Niji by chance. Of course, Niji was in disguise, so Choji didn't recognize him and simply took him for a thief. And that was how this chaotic scene came to be. Niji muttered, "Just a big, fat pig. Hardly what I'd call real trouble." But the rumbling drew closer and louder. To make matters worse, from the other end of the alley, another gigantic, rolling meatball came barreling toward him. It was another young Akimichi warrior joining the chase. Niji was now caught between two human bulldozers, boxed in from both sides. This might actually be a problem after all. In a flash, Niji dug his heels into the ground and leapt, soaring 5 meters into the air. Below him, the two human wrecking balls collided with a tremendous crash, shaking the very walls and ground with their impact. When the dust finally settled, Choji and the other Akimichi youth were sprawled at the bottom of a freshly made pit, eyes spinning in dizzy spirals, completely out for the count. Niji landed lightly on a rooftop, letting out a relieved sigh. That was close. If they'd managed to sandwich me, even my rotation wouldn't have saved me. Meanwhile, Choza Akimichi arrived at the scene, wielding his great club, leading a group of sturdy clan members. Damn it, did the thief get away? That thief was incredibly skilled. Could it be that enemy ANBU are here, trying to steal our clan's secret multi-sized jutsu? The fact that we've been targeted just proves how exceptional our clan is. Our strength has driven the enemy to take such risks. Let the ANBU handle the thief hunting. Come on, everyone. Let's celebrate with some meat and sake. Yeah, let's go feast. Wait up. I need to run home first. The toilet's still clogged. Niji, having escaped unscathed, finally reached the rendezvous point, where only Yu was waiting. The young lady and that idiot still aren't back. Do you think something happened to them? Don't worry. They'll be here soon. Yu glanced to the side. Suddenly, a few dull thuds came from the manhole cover nearby. From a cloud of foul-smelling steam, Naruto emerged, cradling Hinata in his arms. Under the moonlight, the four brothers-in-arms were reunited at last. In the village of Konoha, shadowy figures darted through the night. It was clear now that news of the enemy ANBU's infiltration had spread. The ANBU were already taking action. But in the cover of darkness, four small figures slipped away unnoticed, free as the wind. Niji called out, "Are you really determined to go through with this, little brother?" "Absolutely, Nisan. I'm going to—" You spread his little arms wide. "Here, let the Hidden Leaf Village feel the urge to relieve themselves." Boom! Boom! All 5 of the village's massive septic tanks exploded at once. The tremendous force of the blast was contained by the protective charms sealed onto the stone slabs. Yet even so, the thunderous roar shook the very heavens. All across the village, people jolted awake from their sleep at the same time. What on earth was that noise? Are we under attack again? The shadow of a Ninetales rampage had only faded a few years ago. That terror still lingered in everyone's blood. Whoosh! A golden pillar of filth shot hundreds of meters into the sky from the north side of the village, right where the Aburame clan lived. Niji said, "Hey, what's going on over there?" Naruto scratched his head. We didn't have time to close up the stone slab before we were discovered. So in a panic, I had to grab Hinata and escape through the sewer. It was hardly a glorious escape. Hinata bowed her head in embarrassment. Niji pressed on. "So, you're saying no one from the Aburame clan sealed the protective charm back on afterwards? Then it's obvious. They must have been lying in wait by the septic tank." And indeed, that's exactly what happened. Members of the Aburame clan, dressed in their signature coats and dark glasses, hands in their pockets, were striking their classic poses right by the septic tank. And then, the tank exploded. A tidal wave of sewage crashed down on them. The clan's usual air of cool detachment was instantly swept away. What just happened? Where are we? Thud. Shino collapsed to the ground. Shino, his father, Shibi, rushed over through the muck, heart pounding with worry. He unfurled a shield of insects above his son to block the raining filth. It was well known that, to host insects inside their bodies, members of the Aburame clan had small openings on their skin. Shino, delirious, gasped that the sewage is seeping in through my insect holes. Shibi's expression grew grave. "Quickly, command your Kakachu to consume all the filth inside you. Otherwise, the bacteria and toxins could contaminate your blood and organs, leading to sepsis." At once, Shino did as he was told. A curious clan member asked, "Shibi-sama, how do you know all this so well?" Shibi replied in a somber tone, "If you must know, my grandfather, Aburame Shursho, once attempted something similar while trying to breed a new insect species called the waste beetle." Something similar? That's right. He intentionally let sewage flow into his body through the insect holes, then injected chakra to cultivate the Kikeichu. And did he succeed? He failed. He died of sepsis. It's a disgraceful bit of clan history, so I've never spoken of it. Thanks to his Kikeichu devouring the filth in his body, Shino was out of danger, but he still slipped into unconsciousness. Most of the bugs inside him had perished, but one or two managed to survive and even laid eggs. Haruno, Sakura's home. Sakura was gradually getting used to her bald head. When I had hair, I used to spend an hour every day just taking care of it. But now that I don't have any, I have an extra hour each day to spend on other, more meaningful things. She gazed at her smooth, bare head in the mirror. And washing it is so much easier, too. Before, I'd shampoo 3 times, then use conditioner twice, but now I just need to turn on the shower and give a quick scrub. Perhaps this is a test from the god of love. Cherry blossoms must endure the chill of winter before they can bloom with the richest fragrance in spring. Lost in her own motivational thoughts, Sakura turned on the shower. She was ready to wash her head. The hot water cascaded down, soaking her smooth scalp. She closed her eyes, savoring the soothing sensation on her skin. But suddenly, the shower seemed to get clogged, letting out a sputtering, uneven sound. As Sakura massaged her scalp, she felt something thick and sticky, like toothpaste being squeezed out. She grabbed a strand and held it up in front of her eyes. There was a strange smell. She opened her eyes to look. It was feces. The shower had squeezed out lines of it in a horrible mess. Reflected in the mirror, her head was now covered in filthy braids made of excrement. Sakura's pupils contracted in shock. A piercing scream split the air. Sakura, what happened? Her mother burst through the door, only to be utterly stunned by the sight. Sakura sat amid the stench, her eyes rolling back in horror. Honey, come here quickly. What's going on? Sakura's father rushed downstairs, still pulling up his pants. Sakura, she's had a terrible accident. She's lost control of her bowels. Elsewhere, a strange coincidence was unfolding. Mizuki was having nightmares again. Once more, he was being overpowered by those 3 demonic musclemen. All 3 were monsters. 2 were father and son, able to use lightning-style chakra mode, and the other could even use tailed beast chakra mode. The 3 of them took turns tormenting him in his dreams. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't fight back. Every time he woke up, the pain felt so real, he was terrified to fall asleep again. He'd thought it was just a random nightmare, but it wouldn't go away. If this kept up, he'd lose his mind. Luckily, the explosion just now had jerked him awake from his nightmare. Dragging his aching, exhausted body, he stumbled to the sink, splashed water on his face, and stared at his increasingly haggard reflection. It's the 9 Tails. It must be Naruto, that fox demon. He's casting some kind of spell on me. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm gonna lose my mind. I can't sleep anymore. At least not until I find a solution. But tonight, how am I supposed to get through this? Shueimu felt utterly drained, his exhaustion clinging to him like a shadow he couldn't shake off. Wait, there's still that old trick. I've used it before. He turned on the tap again, trying to stay awake by gulping down cold water. Gulp, 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 gulp. Shueimu's bloodshot eyes widened in desperation. He collapsed onto the floor, retching violently as his stomach twisted in knots. Gurgling noises filled the air as sewage surged up from the sink, overflowing from the edges. Shueimu broke down, screaming, I've had enough of this. The explosion startled the Uchiha clan, who were gathered at the Nanha shrine. The clansmen jumped up, tense as startled birds. Damn it, have they finally decided to strike first? To attack us when we're supposed to be asleep? How despicable. Clan leader, let's fight them head on. Fugaku, the clan head, kept his composure. Everyone stay calm. Go check what happened. Sasuke, worried about his young child at home. His anxiety was almost unbearable. A few minutes later, an Uchiha scout rushed back with a report. Clan leader, sir, our clan cesspool just exploded for reasons unknown. What? The cesspool exploded. Could this be a trick by Konoha to distract us? Fugaku asked. What's the situation? The scout replied. Sewage has backed up into the pipes. If anyone turns on a faucet, filth will gush out everywhere. Phew. Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we were worried for nothing. The tense mood on the scene finally began to ease. Splash. Just then, a long-haired Uchiha man suddenly stood up, his face drained of color. It's over. I'm doomed. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. What's wrong? The man stammered. I forgot to turn off the tap before I left the house. When a cesspool explodes, no one sitting on the toilet is truly innocent. Only breathing is equal for everyone. Under the stench, no one can escape. Ugh. Whose idea of a sick joke is this? Erfurt, if you seek to know the feeling of suffering in a bathroom, the cries of Konoha's monkeys will never cease. All across Konoha, countless little bubbles of resentment rose up from the pipes, swirling and spinning into hundreds of tiny bats of ill will. Hif hif. You, the one behind it all, watched the chaos with an innocent smile. The next morning, you went to school on an empty stomach. With the sewer system in ruins, there was no water left at home to cook breakfast. Sigh, is this what they call getting what you deserve? Fortunately, every household was in the same predicament, so you felt a little better about it. But after that day, the sales of water tanks in Konoha soared. The stench still lingered in the air on the way to school. All the shops were closed, because cleaning up the mess was a massive undertaking. People were talking about little else except the septic tank explosion from the night before. Mr. Dingza was unclogging his toilet last night when he suddenly got a face full of sewage. That poor girl, Ino from Yamanaka family, had it even worse. She was helping water the clan's flower fields when the hose suddenly sprayed filth everywhere. The little girl burst into tears on the spot. What about the flower fields? Flower fields, cesspool. The Inuzuka clan was hit hardest. Every single dog was out of commission, and Konoha Hospital is running out of beds. Sigh, who on earth would do something so heartless? They still haven't caught the culprit. What's the Uchiha police force even doing? Aren't they always strutting around like they own the place? Regarding the incident, the Hokage Hiruzen was in talks with Konoha's senior jonin, with Shikaka Nara taking the lead. The Aburame and Yamanaka clans both have eyewitness accounts, but after the AMBU searched, no suspects were found. Did they escape through the drainage pipes? But Konoha's drains don't lead outside the village. To get past Konoha's detection barrier unnoticed and slip away without a trace. Either the enemy's skills are beyond imagination, or they're still lurking here in Konoha. Hai Yamanaka stroked his chin. This whole thing is too strange. The enemy went to great lengths to sneak in and blow up the septic tanks. What could they possibly gain from it? Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. That's what troubles me too. If they were trying to extract intelligence from ninja waste to analyze chakra or ninjutsu, it would make some sense, but there are far wiser ways to go about it. Could it be an inside job? Indeed, all the current evidence points to that conclusion. I hate to suspect our own people, but it would explain why the detection barrier found nothing. But then, who would do such a thing? I suspect it was a child's prank. The one who spoke was Shikaka Nara. The room fell silent for a moment. Hai asked, Shikaku, do you have any reason for your suspicion? Shikaku replied, both eyewitnesses reported seeing someone with a child's build. Hai countered, perhaps the enemy was in disguise. Shikaku said, disguise is possible, but it doesn't explain the motive. Maybe there was never a motive to begin with. We've fallen into a logical trap. If we see it as a prank, everything suddenly makes sense. Haichi said, you've always been the type to overthink things, so I'm surprised you've come to such a simple conclusion. Luju chuckled. Actually, that's how my son, Shikamaru, sees it. We adults tend to complicate matters, but children's minds often see straight to the heart of things. Haichi nodded. I agree. But if this were some child's prank, there should be some trace left behind. Yet there's nothing at all. That's the key issue here. Luigi replied, when you've eliminated every other possibility, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. That must be one remarkable child. Hiruzen waved his hand, cutting off the discussion. Enough. Even if this incident had bad repercussions, at least no one got hurt. Let's just treat it as a harmless prank and move on. With the Hokage's word, no one spoke further. Right now, with tensions running high between Konoha and the Uchiha, no one had the energy or manpower to spare for this absurd, laugh or cry-worthy event. And so, the investigation into the septic tank explosion quietly faded away. At the Ninja Academy, the four mischievous little rascals exchanged knowing glances, tacitly agreeing not to mention last night's events at all. Several classmates were missing from class, including Shino, Kiba, and Sakura. Mizuki, as usual, was absent. Surprisingly, even Irika-sensei had taken the day off. It turned out that Irika had been soaking in a hot spring the night before, only to find himself suddenly surrounded by a foul-smelling soup. As a young chunin, he'd never encountered anything like it. He was so shaken that he worried he'd bring that negative energy into the classroom and taint the children's innocent hearts. So, he took a day off to recover his composure. There was something else that made Irika fume. He was a top-tier VIP at that hot spring inn. He'd spent more than half a year's salary on the membership. The inn's proprietress claimed it was 100% pure, natural hot spring water. So why did all that filth bubble up from the sewers? Swindlers. Cheats. How dare they brazenly spread false advertising in the heart of Konoha? Even if I never get my money back, I'll expose them for what they are, so no one else gets duped. And so, today's theoretical lessons at the Ninja Academy turned into free time. Outside Konoha, in a place where the stench did not reach, Shursui Uchiha, answering Danzo's summons, walked up the cold stone steps, his ninja blade strapped to his back. That voice I heard in my heart last night, was it real or just an illusion? Let's find out. Tap. He stopped, dropped to one knee, and said calmly, Lord Danzo, I am here. Tap. Before the temple, where cold bronze statues stood guard, a figure wrapped in white cloth over the right side of his face and arm, leaning on a cane with his left hand, turned slowly to face him. Danzo's lone eye fixed intently on Shursui, the deep-set wrinkles at the corners of his mouth twitching as he stepped forward and spoke in a weighty tone. The Uchiha's rebellion is imminent. The situation has become urgent. There's no time to lose. As one of the new generation of Uchiha, and a shinobi I have long valued, Shursui, I want to know, where do you stand? Shursui replied, on the day I returned, I already spoke before Lord Hokage. If a time of absolute necessity should come, I will use my Konoha Tsukimi to prevent the rebellion from taking place. Halting in front of Shursui, Danzo's lips curled into a thin smile. And if that moment arrives, would you even consider using that technique on me? The air instantly grew icy and tense. In a flash, Danzo lunged forward, his hand darting towards Shursui's eye socket. A sharp, electric hiss cut through the silence. The three tomo of Shursui's Sharingan gleamed. Danzo's movements froze abruptly. You. Shursui steadied him with a hand. Don't worry, it's just a simple jinjutsu. And in the blink of an eye, Danzo's figure shimmered and vanished like a mirage. With a cold, slicing sound, that old hand once more struck mercilessly for Shursui's eye. As he closed in, Danzo's face twisted into a look of sinister triumph. At last, the eye of Konoha Tsukimi will be mine. But just as quickly and without warning, Shursui's form vanished from where he stood. Danzo's face went ashen. What? He used the body flicker technique to evade my Izanagi surprise attack. In the next instant, Shursui reappeared atop the torii at the rear stone steps, both eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Izanagi. So it's true. Danzo, from the very beginning, you never intended to resolve things peacefully with the Uchiha. Realizing their plot was exposed, the root operatives lying in ambush revealed themselves one after another. Danzo barked, his voice sharp as steel. His eyes are a grave threat to Konoha. At any cost, they must be under our control. With a swift, coordinated rush, the root members surged forward. But even back when Shursui was ambushed and grievously wounded, losing an eye, he still managed to escape Root's pursuit. Now, at full strength, he was even more formidable. With a thunderous roar, green chakra, the very symbol of peace, exploded upward, transforming into the mighty form of chakra armor. The root members stared in disbelief. What kind of chakra is that? Danzo, once a disciple of the second Hokage, narrowed his eyes. That's Susanoo, isn't it? With a grinding sound, the chest plate of Susanoo opened, revealing a blazing orb of red light. The sacred tool, Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Susanoo 99. A volley of green magatama shot forth from the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, raining down on the attackers. Several root operatives, unable to dodge, fell at once in a spray of blood. And when the last magatama faded, Shursui had vanished without a trace. Danzo's face was ashen, his expression dark and grim. If we let him return alive to the Uchiha, we'll lose the upper hand completely. After him. I don't care what it takes, kill him. And inform the Hokage. Konoha is now on the highest level of alert. The Root's pursuit of Shursui ultimately ended in failure. Back at the underground headquarters of Root, Danzo ripped off his bandages. The Sharingan eye that had cast Izanagi was now forever robbed of its light, turning into a bleak, lifeless white. He failed to obtain Shursui's eye, lost one of his own for nothing, and over 10 subordinates were dead. A total disaster, losing both the prize and his own men. Shursui, you wretch. Danzo's rage nearly erupted from his left eye. He took out another spare Sharingan and implanted it into his right eye socket, then wrapped it up again with fresh bandages. Once calm, he considered his options. Now that Shursui had escaped, he had only 3 choices. First, pretend nothing happened. That's highly unlikely. Shursui is not the passive type. He must have realized I'm determined to destroy the Uchiha. Second, report everything to Hiruzen and expose Danzo's actions. Knowing Hiruzen's nature, he'd give me some token punishment, but ultimately, he'd still protect me. To secure his position as Hokage, he has to rely on Root's power. Shursui can't possibly be naive enough to blindly believe in the Hokage's so-called justice. Third, return to the Uchiha and incite a full-scale rebellion among the clan. That's the most likely option. If that happens, we'll lose any advantage. The Uchiha are doomed either way, but bringing them down without a fight is the ideal path. We can't afford any more delays. The plan must be set in motion. Gripping his cane, he ordered his subordinates, summon Uchiha Itachi. Bring him to me. A short while later, a subordinate returned to report. Lord Danzo, we can't reach Itachi. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. Of all times, it has to be now. Clang. He struck the ground with his cane, his voice harsh and cold. Keep a close watch on Uchiha Sasuke. That man's weakness is his still young brother. Having escaped Root's pursuit, Shursui arrived at the designated spot outside Konoha, where Itachi was already waiting. Danzo never intended to negotiate peacefully with the Uchiha from the start. The Sharingan in his right eye can cast the forbidden Izanagi. That means he must have also experimented with Hashirama's cells. This man's ambition is even more out of control than I imagined. Hearing this, Itachi fell into a long, troubled silence. Shursui, what will you do now? Shursui replied, I can't pretend none of this happened. But going to the Hokage to expose Danzo won't solve the root of the problem. Itachi clenched his fist. Will you return to the clan? Shursui gave a bitter smile. If the others find out what happened to me, there'll be no turning back. The war will break out instantly. Itachi's gaze fell, heavy with emotion. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a thoughtful pause, Shursui spoke honestly. You know, Itachi, today I was supposed to fall victim to Danzo's treachery. The only reason I escaped was because a mysterious figure warned me. Itachi looked up in surprise. A mysterious figure? Shursui's eyes flickered with memory. Yes, during last night's gathering, a voice echoed in my mind, a warning from that person. He told me of Danzo's plot to steal my eyes, and that he even possessed the power of Izanagi. Itachi couldn't hide his shock. Is that even possible? Shursui's expression grew inscrutable. At first, I didn't know whether to believe it either. But when I went to meet Danzo today, I realized every word was true. After a long silence, Itachi asked, Do you have any clues about this mysterious person? Shursui replied, No, but I'm certain it's someone whose ocular powers surpass even mine. Itachi pressed, Why are you so sure? Shursui explained, No jutsu can be activated without chakra as its medium, and the Sharingan is renowned for seeing chakra itself. Yet, neither I, nor you, nor your father, none of us sensed when I was drawn into that power. That's why I'm convinced. The jutsu this person used is beyond the Sharingan's capabilities. Itachi realized. Anyone who can see through ocular powers must also possess them. Itachi, look into my eyes. A surge of intense feeling struck him as Shursui's gaze shifted, his eyes transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan, locking with Itachi's. A piercing emotion stabbed straight into Itachi's heart. Shocked by this overwhelming stimulus, the Tomo in Itachi's eyes spun rapidly, awakening his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Ah! Itachi dropped to one knee, supporting himself with one hand, his face stunned. Shursui, what'd you do to me? Shursui's eyes reverted to their three-tomo form. He half-closed his eyelids and spoke quietly. Kodo Amatsukami can change a person's mind, making them carry out the caster's wishes faithfully without the interference of their own feelings and even rationalize those actions. But Kodo Amatsukami cannot control a person's emotions, love or hate, devotion or resentment. Those remain beyond its reach. But Kodo Amatsukami is a power of both eyes. That means when the strength of both eyes is combined, its effects can transcend the ordinary. With the power of double Kodo Amatsukami, even emotions can be transferred. I gave you my grief over losing a dear friend, and with it, awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan. This way, you can accomplish what I no longer have the strength to do myself. Itachi stood slowly, his voice weighed down by sorrow. Are you leaving? Shursui answered, I've decided to leave the leaf, becoming a missing nin. Itachi asked, Is there a reason it has to be this way? Shursui revealed another secret. While I was away on a mission, I came into contact with an organization called Akatsuki. During my dealings with them, my partner was killed by an Akatsuki member. That's how these eyes were awakened. The Akatsuki is a dark organization made up of powerful rogue ninjas from various nations, amassing wealth through nefarious means. If that were all, it might be tolerable, but I've received even more troubling news. They actually intend to seize control of the tailed beasts. Tailed beasts? At the mention of those words, sweat broke out on Itachi's face. Immediately, he thought, Could it be that the chaos with the Nine Tails in the Leaf Village 7 years ago was orchestrated by this Akatsuki organization? Shursui replied, "There's no direct evidence yet, but I believe they must be involved. To uncover Akatsuki's core secrets, there's no better way than infiltrating their ranks. I will join Akatsuki and keep watch on their movements. That is the true meaning behind my defection from the village." Itachi felt both admiration and regret for Shursui's decision. With worry in his voice, Itachi said, "After you leave, our clan's morale will surely be shaken, and Danzo will no doubt accuse you of attacking the ANBU." Shursui answered with clarity, "Those are just charges they're eager to pin on me. Sooner or later, what must come will come. As for the clan, here is a letter written in my own hand, Itachi. Please give it to your father. I hope this letter can at least ease the Uchiha clan's warlike fervor, even if just a little." Itachi took the letter, his voice heavy, but if the fundamental conflict isn't resolved, war will break out eventually, no matter what. Shursui spoke low and deep. "You're right. Right now, the only hope our clan has to cling to is that mysterious master. The fact that he didn't just stand by and watch us perish shows he doesn't want the Uchiha to walk the path of ruin. And the fact that he chose to guide me from the shadows, instead of appearing directly, means he must have his own difficulties. Itachi, you must find this master. He alone can save the Uchiha from disaster." Leaving behind his trust and a gentle, reassuring smile, Shursui turned and walked off into the distance. A sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting Itachi's hair as he watched Shursui, the man who was both his mentor and friend, disappear farther away. Itachi made a silent vow. "Shursui, I swear I won't let you down." At the Ninja Academy, another idle day finally came to an end. After class, Naruto was still brimming with energy, already plotting some fun for the night. But with the recent septic tank incident still fresh and everyone on high alert, doing anything reckless right now would be too risky. You decided to lay low for a while. Besides, having stayed out all night yesterday, little Hanabi had been worried sick. Who knows if she's calmed down yet? At the crossroads where they parted ways, Naruto said, "Hey, you're going to have that shuriken match with Sasuke tomorrow, right?" You replied, "Yep." Naruto asked, worried, "You think you got a chance? I mean, I can't vouch for the rest of his skills, but when it comes to shuriken techniques, Sasuke's really got some moves." You grinned, "Heh, maybe." Naruto's concern grew. "I'm really worried. Didn't you guys agree that the winner could make the loser do anything? What if Sasuke wins and tells you to eat something gross? Well, after just one rehearsal, you've already shown the makings of a director." You chuckled. "Then let's eat it." You, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Then, with a sense of heroic loyalty, declared, "All right then. If it comes down to it, I'll eat it for you. So you have to win. Don't make me eat something disgusting, please." That night, Itachi returned to the clan, troubled and preoccupied, bringing with him the news of Shursui's defection. As word spread, the clansmen gathered anxiously at Fugaku's door, their tempers flaring and their words sharp. Damn it, why would Shursui do this now, of all times? What is he thinking? He's supposed to be the clan's strongest genius, but the moment a crisis comes, he backs down. He just doesn't want to stand with us. He's a coward who values his own life over the clan. That coward. All these years I respected him so much. What a waste of my trust. Let him go. Cowards like him would only hold us back if they stayed. In the dimly lit tatami room, Itachi sat face to face with Fugaku, presenting him with Shursui's handwritten letter. In it, Shursui had laid everything bare. He wrote of witnessing his comrades die on a mission, awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, and discovering the power of Kodo Amatsukami. He admitted that, if left with no choice, he considered using Kodo Amatsukami on Fugaku to prevent a rebellion. He even exposed Danzo's meddling with the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, and his coveting of Shursui's eyes. What's more, he named the mysterious figure pulling strings behind the scenes. Shursui's words were sincere and forthright, with only one purpose: to persuade Fugaku, as long as there was still a way out, to consider the bigger picture and calm the clan's urge for war. Because Shursui knew that Fugaku was not a man who lacked understanding. After reading the letter, Fugaku burned it in the candle flame, lost in thought. The wavering candlelight cast sharp shadows across Fugaku's chiseled face. After a long silence, Fugaku finally spoke. "A mysterious master, huh? I've lived in Konoha for decades and never sensed such a person nearby. They've hidden themselves well. But tell me, Itachi, have you considered what it means to rely on others? It means you're also at their mercy." Itachi replied, "I understand. But right now, we have no better options. No matter how powerful the Uchiha are, we can't stand against Konoha alone. In the end, it would only lead to the Uchiha's destruction. Konoha, left in ruins, and then the other villages would seize the opportunity to invade. That would ignite another great ninja war. In other words, we'd be sacrificing the entire clan just to vent long-held resentment. I believe it's simply not worth it. Fugaku, having seen much in his life, knew this all too well. It was a future whose outcome was painfully clear. Yet in the current predicament, even if the Uchiha didn't rebel, disaster was looming. Fugaku asked, "Has Danzo approached you?" Itachi answered candidly, "He did. He threatened to use Sasuke's life as leverage, hoping I would work with him from the inside to help wipe out the Uchiha." Fugaku gazed at Itachi. "So what would you choose?" After a long struggle, Itachi fell to his knees on the tatami mat, his voice heavy with pain. "If Shui hadn't given me an alternative, I think I would have compromised." The meaning of compromise was clear without needing explanation. The candlelight flickered violently. A deep sigh escaped Fugaku. He rose, walked to the desk, picked up brush and ink, and began to write a letter. Setting the brush down, he returned to his seat. His gaze toward Itachi grew calm once more. "I see. That does sound like something you would do. Thank you for telling me everything so honestly." He slid the letter, addressed to the Honorable Hokage, in front of Itachi. Itachi stared in surprise. "This is," Fugaku explained, "this is the letter in which I, representing the Uchiha, propose negotiations with the Leaf Village. The meeting is set for 3 days from now. With this, even if Danzo objects, at least the Hokage will think twice." Itachi's voice trembled. "Father," Fugaku continued, "in the meantime, I'll do everything I can to calm the clan and buy you some time. Do what you must, Itachi. Whatever happens in the end, I will accept it." Itachi's fists clenched tightly, and through gritted teeth, he forced out 4 trembling words. "Thank you so much." Fugaku stepped outside, persuading and dispersing the clan members who had gathered there. Itachi tucked Fugaku's letter away, changed his shoes in the entryway, and prepared to leave. Little Sasuke came over. "Hey, big brother. Tonight, can you help me train with Shuriken?" Itachi straightened up and stretched out his hand. Little Sasuke ran over, full of joy. Thump! Itachi's 2 fingers poked Sasuke on the forehead. Thunk, thunk. Sasuke staggered back a couple of steps, puffing out his cheeks in protest. Itachi smiled. "Forgive me, Sasuke. I have something important to take care of tonight. Next time, I promise I'll train with you." Sasuke looked troubled. "But tomorrow, I have an important shuriken contest at school. It's against a kid from the Hyuga clan." Itachi asked, "Hyuga, is it Niji?" Sasuke replied, "Not Niji. It's Niji's younger brother. Someone named you." "Hyuga, you." Itachi fell into thought. Sasuke chattered on. "Lately, a lot of people in the village have been comparing the Uchiha and the Hyuga clans. They say the Hyuga are the true noble family, and that the Uchiha aren't as good. That's why I want to prove that the Uchiha are the strongest." Itachi said, "I've heard about that kid too. He just started school, right?" Sasuke nodded. "Yeah, he's a new student, but he's already shown amazing talent. Guess what? Not only did he learn the body replacement jutsu, the clone jutsu, and the transformation jutsu all at once, he can even use the shadow clone jutsu." Oh, at this, a hint of surprise finally appeared on Itachi's face. "You said, shadow clone jutsu?" Sasuke said, "Yes, even though he didn't show it in public. I know for sure, he's mastered it." Itachi pondered again. "How about this? When I come home, if you're still awake, I'll give you some guidance." Sasuke's face lit up with delight. "Heh, I won't sleep. I'll stay up and wait for you to come home, brother." With Fugaku's handwritten letter in hand, Itachi presented it directly to the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen immediately convened a meeting of the village's top advisors. Kohyutatane spoke first. "The Uchiha, they actually want to negotiate with us?" Hamura Mitokado added, "Looks like Shursui Uchiha's defection has finally made those hotheads face reality." Danzo Shimura's eyes narrowed. "I'm afraid this so-called negotiation is just a stalling tactic. If you ask me, we should seize this chance to wipe them out in one stroke. Only then will the threat be gone for good." Hiruzen replied calmly, "Even so, we cannot abandon hope. The Uchiha are our comrades. As long as there's even a sliver of room for mediation, we must do everything we can to resolve this peacefully." Danzo snorted, "You're always so naive. But if anything goes wrong..." Hiruzen cut him off. "I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens." At this, Danzo had nothing more to say. He rose from his seat, gripping his cane. "Very well, we'll give them 3 more days." But inside, he seethed. Damn that Shursui Uchiha, choosing to betray the village. He must have met with Itachi before fleeing and said something to him. Otherwise, knowing Itachi's nature, he would have caved if his brother was used as leverage, instead of promising to get back to me later. And now, this uncharacteristic letter requesting negotiations. Just what is Fugaku Uchiha scheming? Struggle all you want. 3 days. Let's see what tricks you can come up with. On the day of the competition, the Academy's training grounds buzzed with excitement. Sasuke and Yu, one, the Uchiha clan's young prodigy, the other, the Hyuga family's child genius, drew everyone's attention with their shuriken contest. Their teacher for the shuriken class, Mizuki, had taken a leave of absence for 3 days in a row. So Irika had stepped in as the judge for today's match. After submitting Fugaku's letter to the Hokage the night before, Itachi had come home to coach Sasuke in shuriken techniques, even asking a few questions about you. Itachi seemed genuinely interested and said he would come watch the match today. Will my brother really come? Sasuke scanned the crowd with eager anticipation. Not seeing any sign of Itachi, he felt a pang of disappointment. Well, he's always so busy. Why would he bother with a kid's contest like this? Just as Sasuke was about to turn away, he caught sight of a familiar figure standing atop a utility pole outside the field. Brother! Joy flooded Sasuke's face, and he nearly called out loud in excitement. But he quickly composed himself. After all, just like Niji, Sasuke had a reputation for being cool and aloof at school. Itachi and Sasuke faced each other from a distance, exchanging encouraging smiles. Sasuke steadied his pounding heart, thinking to himself, I must win. I can't let my brother's efforts go to waste. A breeze swept by, causing Itachi's braid to sway gently. He crouched atop a telephone pole, his gaze fixed on Yu's back as he murmured, so that's the child. With those unusual horns, and making a point to approach the 4th Hokage's son, Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Up to now, Itachi hadn't yet connected Yu with the mysterious figure Shursui had mentioned. Still, in just 3 days, the Uchiha and Konoha would be sitting down for negotiations. Time was short. He couldn't afford to let any possibility slip by, even if it seemed utterly far-fetched to him. With a faint crackle, Itachi activated his Sharingan. While not as perceptive as the Byakugan, the Sharingan could still sense the strength of chakra. He noticed a brilliant blaze of chakra flaring up from Yu's navel, remarkably strong for someone his age. Itachi was taken aback. For a 7-year-old child, his chakra is already at Jonin level. Some people are born with immense chakra reserves, and this much was still within Itachi's understanding. His expression darkened slightly. But the thing is, in the Hyuga clan, chakra only surges like this when the Byakugan is activated. So, his true chakra reserves must be even greater. Itachi's ability to deduce this much was impressive. After all, only Yu himself, still just a young member of the Otsutsuki clan, knew his real chakra level. Just before the match began, Sasuke said, "You Hyuga, let me see the results of your training. If you're still as terrible as before, there's no point in even competing. All right, then let me show you da." Yu reached into his ninja pouch and fished out a shuriken. Glancing at the target 10 meters off to the side, he tossed it with a flick of his wrist, hitting the bullseye dead center, clean and precise. Not at all what you'd expect from a beginner. It was hard to believe that just 3 days earlier, he'd had no foundation at all, and now he was already showing real skill. Kids from other classes, not in the know, exclaimed, "That guy's got some moves. He must have put in a ton of effort." A classmate who didn't like you grumbled, "Effort, my foot. That guy just messes around at school. I've never seen him seriously practice shuriken even once. Why him? Why's he going to be so good?" Little bubbles of resentment seemed to float up around them. Too bad Itachi hadn't awakened his Mangekyo yet, or the truth would have been plain as day. Sasuke, though, wasn't overly surprised. He already knew Yu was gifted. "That's more like it. Now you're worthy to compete with me." Yu scratched the back of his head and grinned. "Yeah, so how should we compete? Just target shooting?" Sasuke was generous. "I've been practicing shuriken jutsu for way longer than you, so I won't take advantage. However you want to compete, I'll go along with it." Yu was equally bold. "All right then, how about this? We stand face to face and throw shuriken at each other. See who goes down first." Sasuke was taken aback, thinking to himself, "This guy is clearly testing my nerve." He stubbornly retorted, "If you're not afraid of losing your head, go ahead and try." At that moment, Irika crossed his arms into an X and declared, "Rejected." According to the student handbook, any sparring during ninja school must not endanger personal safety. He thought to himself, what a joke. If anything happens to these two knuckleheads, there goes my job and my iron rice bowl. Yu shrugged. "All right, what a pity. Let's just stick to target practice. But let's make it a little different." Sasuke asked, "Different? Let me show you what I mean." He took a step back, pinched a shuriken between his fingers, and spun his arm around like the blades of a fan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone in the crowd thought the same thing. "Hey, Is he serious with this ridiculous throwing style? Suddenly, zip, the shuriken shot up into the air at a nearly vertical angle while the onlookers weren't paying attention. When the crowd realized what had happened, their collective thought was, that's it. Yet, in a twist that defied expectation, the shuriken, after reaching its peak, suddenly swooped down in a strange arc and buried itself deep in the bullseye. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Did that really just work? As Sasuke stared in astonishment, Yu grinned and said, that's my original high arc shuriken throw. Show off. Roundabout tricks. With all that fuss, the enemy would have run away ages ago. Exactly. From the sidelines, voices of envy, admiration, and mock resentment bubbled through the air like little grumbling clouds. But perched high up on a utility pole, Itachi looked on with quiet authority, thinking there's never a fixed form in shuriken jutsu. Besides, every advanced technique is built on solid basics. Clearly, his skill with shuriken has reached a masterful level. What's more, though that move had obvious flaws, its strengths were just as remarkable. Whether it's just playful improvisation or a deadly technique, it all depends on the timing and the situation. This kid doesn't stick to convention. He's always thinking outside the box. Back in the arena, shaken from his stupor, Sasuke reasoned. So, the point is just to show off some fancy moves? You smiled meaningfully. Is that how you see it? Well, let's go with that then. Of course, you don't have to use the exact same throw. Just try any unusual technique you like. As long as each throw is different and hits the bullseye, it counts. Sasuke asked, so, whoever misses the target first loses, right? You nodded. Yep. After all, point for style are too subjective, and without a sharp-eyed judge, let's just keep the rules simple for now. Sasuke said, all right then, let's go by these rules. I accept your challenge. The two of them squared off, ready to begin the match in earnest. Irika, who served as referee despite not being able to see through the contestants' techniques, announced, before the match begins, both sides please make the sign symbolizing opposition. Facing each other, Yu and Sasuke formed the seal of opposition. Outside the ring, Naruto shouted encouragement. You go for it. Don't lose to that pretentious guy. You hear me? Sasuke shot back in his mind, pretentious? Look who's talking. You're the dead last around here. Sakura cheered from the sidelines. Sasuke-kun, do your best. Don't lose to someone so clueless. You, inwardly amused, thought clueless? Says the girl with a head full of nothing but love-struck nonsense. The shuriken contest officially began. Sasuke went first. With incredible speed, he threw 2 shuriken in rapid succession, his hands a blur. The second shuriken flew even faster, striking the tail of the first. 2 crisp, metallic clangs rang out. The shuriken split apart in midair, each one veering off to hit the exact center of 2 different targets. This was a technique favored by Itachi. Sasuke had only learned the basics, but he was already able to show it off. Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, Sasuke declared confidently, this is the Uchiha style, gale-chasing shuriken technique. The girls shrieked in excitement. Wow, Sasuke-kun. So cool. Red heart. Sasuke tried to appear indifferent, but inside he was secretly delighted. He turned to Yu and said, the rules say you can't repeat the same move, but since that was just a demonstration earlier, you're allowed to use your so-called high arc shuriken again. Yu shook his head. No, that's just one of many tricks I know. A shuriken spun gracefully on Yu's fingertip, like a tiny spinning top. I know a lot of you are thinking about Danzo right now, but trust me, this is different. When it spun so fast it became a blur, Yu flicked his finger forward with a gentle push. Clang! The shuriken flew toward the side of the target at an angle so wild it seemed impossible to land a hit. Watching this, the crowd thought, no way. If that lands, I'll eat my own hat right here. Whoosh! But then, something strange happened. The shuriken, which looked certain to miss, curved inward at the last moment, skimming along the very edge of the target and embedding itself dead center. Yu grinned, side-spin shuriken. The crowd was left speechless. Thank goodness Newton doesn't exist in this world. Otherwise, someone would have to hold down his coffin lid to stop him from coming back to protest. Perched atop a utility pole, Itachi's lips curled into a faint smile. So that's it. Unlike us Uchiha, who change a shuriken's course through collision, he specializes in the spin of the shuriken itself. The truth was, Itachi also knew similar spinning shuriken techniques. But as his skills advanced, he found that rather than the standard, square-edged shuriken, he preferred to use kunai. The kunai was heavier and better suited for direct, linear attacks. The collision techniques related to it were also ones Itachi had developed based on kunai and shuriken skills. On the field, Sasuke refused to be outdone. He flipped in place, channeling his momentum, and hurled 2 shuriken forward with all his strength. Clang! Clang! This time, there was no clash. Both shuriken flew straight and struck the bullseyes of two parallel targets. The force was so great that more than half of each shuriken was buried deep in the wood. Seeing this, Itachi smiled gently. I never taught Sasuke that move. Did he improvise using his own fundamentals? Thud. Sasuke landed, then looked at Yudu. If my shuriken went head-to-head with yours, I'm certain yours would be the first to fall. Yeah. Yudu grinned, tossing a shuriken high above his head. With a flick of his thumb, as if snapping a coin, he struck the shuriken's edge. With this, it might not be so certain anymore. Explosive drive shuriken. A thunderous crash echoed out as Yudu infused the gentle fist's rebounding force into the shuriken, unleashing a burst of explosive spinning velocity. Rip! Two targets, lined up one behind the other, were pierced clean through, the shuriken embedding itself deep in a third target behind them. What? The children were completely stunned. What kind of power was that? He could smash straight through someone's skull without breaking a sweat. Just throwing a shuriken with raw strength. This rivals the power of shuriken enhanced with chakra. What kind of monster did the Hyuga clan produce? Irika was thinking to himself when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. You're the real monster, master of verbal jutsu. Irika. Irika was bewildered. Wait, what has happened? Was that my imagination? Up on the utility pole, Itachi mused, still spinning. This time, he used the Hyuga clan's force manipulation technique. But, is his fingernail all right? Rip! The white bone, covering Yudu's thumbnail, which had struck the shuriken, quietly retreated from sight. Sasuke couldn't hide his shock. Just how many bizarre techniques has this guy come up with in just 3 days? At this point, Sasuke had no intention of holding back. Swish! Swish! Amazingly, Sasuke began forming hand seals while still holding shuriken. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. That's the technique I taught him just last night. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Shuriken wreathed in flames shot out, spreading like the crimson claws of a phoenix in full bloom. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken struck the bullseyes and immediately set the targets alight. The children's jaws dropped in astonishment. What was that move? Was that fire-style ninjutsu? Amazing. He's so young, and he can already use fire-style so effortlessly. No, is he combining fire-release ninjutsu with shuriken skills? A genius. A true genius. Huff, huff. After using Phoenix Sage fire technique, Sasuke was slightly out of breath. Itachi murmured, Phoenix Sage fire requires extremely precise control over fire release chakra. Fortunately, the number of shuriken isn't high. Sasuke, who hasn't awakened the Sharingan yet, managed to exceed his limits and avoid mistakes out of his strong desire to win. But this is already the utmost he can achieve right now. As everyone cheered mindlessly, Neji stepped forward and raised a challenge. Sasuke, aren't you breaking the rules? We agreed on a shuriken contest, but you mixed in ninjutsu. Sasuke felt a bit uneasy, but still replied, Phoenix Sage Fire is both a ninjutsu and a shuriken technique. Neji frowned, clearly dissatisfied. You know, my little brother just started school and hasn't even learned chakra techniques yet. Isn't it unfair for you to push the limits like this? Sasuke's gaze darted aside, unsure of himself. Sakura jumped to defend him. Well, it's not Sasuke's fault if the others can't do it. He's just showing what he's good at. What's wrong with that? Neji shot Sakura a stern look. Sakura shivered but forced herself to continue. I mean, just because someone's not as skilled doesn't mean they're automatically right. At this moment, you spoke up. It's okay, Neji. The rules didn't say you couldn't use ninjutsu together with shuriken skills, right? Neji relented. All right then. Technically, the rules were clear. As long as you hit the target with some creative way of throwing shuriken, it counted. But in reality, the mood of the contest had shifted. Another, unwritten rule had taken hold. That was a competition for style and spectacle. It wasn't just about winning. It was about earning the others' genuine admiration. Since Sasuke had already used the Phoenix Age fire, you would have to edge closer to using ninjutsu too. You said, but honestly, I haven't learned elemental ninjutsu yet. Sasuke, could you give me a little time to figure something out? Knowing he'd bent the rules himself, Sasuke wanted you to feel the contest was fair. All right, I won't take advantage of you. I'll show you the Uchiha clan's basic fire release, fireball jutsu. Do what you can after that. You gladly agreed. Okay, go ahead. Sasuke put on a show, forming hand signs with great seriousness, chest swelling as he drew in a deep breath. Fire release, fireball, jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, breaking apart into leaping tongues of flame. From the sidelines came waves of awestruck admiration. Incredible. With fire jutsu like that, Sasuke's definitely got the skills of Jinin already. And to think in such a dominant position, he'd actually go out of his way to help his opponent. What composure, what style. He's just too cool. The real question is, can that kid actually learn this? To be honest, after seeing how he did last time, I wouldn't be surprised if he could pick it up. What really matters is how well he can put it to use, and that's what everyone's really wondering about. All eyes were fixed on him, watching intently. Yu brought his hands together to form seals, channeling chakra to his throat. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Whoosh! A blazing fireball burst forth from Yu's mouth. For the first time, Yu was truly unleashing a nature transformation ninjutsu. He tilted his head back and breathed out fire. As the fireball swelled, it didn't dissipate as expected. Instead, it transformed into a pillar of flame, shooting straight up into the sky. The crowd's gaze followed the rising inferno, their eyes widening in astonishment. A flurry of question marks seemed to dance across the bewildered, innocent faces of the children. When it came to ninjutsu, Yu was still just a complete novice. Internally, Yu was panicking. This is bad. I can't stop my chakra. The pillar of fire erupting from Yu's mouth and climbing into the sky left everyone utterly stunned. Even Itachi was startled at first, but soon his sharp eyes saw through the spectacle to its true nature. Every ninjutsu has a built-in safeguard. When performing a technique, the chakra consumed never exceeds a certain proportion of a user's own reserves. The second Hokage called this mysterious mechanism the Gate of Wonders. The more advanced the ninjutsu, the more it can tap into this Gate of Wonders. That means with the same amount of chakra, a user could unleash even greater power. But at the same time, the risks also become greater. No matter how advanced the jutsu, the Gate of Wonders is always there. It can never be fully disabled, because if it were, the technique's power would reach its absolute limit, but the risk would be uncontrollable. The worst-case scenario? The user drains all their chakra and dies. Building on the concept of the Gate of Wonders, the second Hokage once envisioned that if a way could be found to control it, the art of shinobi combat would leap to an entirely new level. Unfortunately, though the second Hokage created countless forbidden techniques in his lifetime, he died without ever discovering a way to control the Gate of Wonders. Could it be that, on his very first try at ninjutsu, that child accidentally triggered the Gate of Wonders? This is bad. If this continues, he'll pour all his chakra into this fire-style technique, until there's nothing left. And that, in fact, was exactly what was happening. For 1,000 years, ninjutsu has been the shinobi's way of wielding chakra. The Gate of Wonders' protective mechanism has become an ancient instinct, like the way you reflexively shut your eyes when a fist comes at your face. That's why, for any normal shinobi, the Gate of Wonders is always closed. But Yu is an Otsutsuki. He, of course, is a different case entirely. No matter how powerful the chakra is, it's not infinite. If things keep going like this, the consequences could be disastrous. Amazing. The children, unaware of the true danger, were still caught up in the shock and awe of what they had just witnessed. Itachi shouted at the top of his lungs, "Niji Hyuga, use all your strength and strike his chakra points. Otherwise, your brother's life will be in serious danger." What? Niji's face changed dramatically. In the very next instant, he activated his Byakugan, dashed forward, gathered all his chakra, and drove a focus strike straight at Yu's chest. Thud! A white vortex of energy exploded from the point where Niji's hand met Yu's chest. At the same time, a terrifying counterforce from within Yu's body sent Niji flying far back. The chakra point strike was useless. Yu roared inwardly, frustrated. Damn it, stop. Just stop already. I don't want to get drained dry from just casting a single jutsu. Buzz. At that critical moment, feedback surged from the Book of Gods. Secret art. 8 gates formation. He can now control the opening and closing of the gates at will. Even adjust the degree to which they opened, freely regulating how much chakra the technique consumed. Within the Book of Gods, the 8 gates formation wasn't considered a particularly advanced technique, and in this moment of crisis, Yu's own potential burst forth. He quickly grasped the trick. Buzz. Yu shut the gates by himself. Buzz. The effect was instantaneous. The pillar of fire was suddenly cut off at its source, compressed into an unimaginably massive fireball, which burst high in the sky and scattered in hundreds of flaming meteors across the land. Crackle. Yu collapsed on his back, gasping for breath. It wasn't exhaustion. This much chakra loss was nothing to him. He was shaken to the core, because if he hadn't been able to stop just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yu had just received a harsh lesson. So even ninjutsu hides such terrifying risks. I nearly became the most miserable Otsutsuki in history. It's true. No matter the moment, You must always respect the laws of nature. Thank goodness the Book of Gods covers such a wide range of knowledge and has such strict controls in place. Really, just how remarkable is my Otsutsuki father, anyway? You hiccuped, puffing out a tiny flame, then sat up. Wait, remember Brother Niji rushing at me just now? And then he got blasted away. After quickly sorting out what had happened, Yu's eyes darted mischievously. Ow, that really hurts. I feel so weak, my whole body is drained. Yu pretended to stagger to his feet, acting feeble under the silent, watchful eyes of everyone present. He made his way to the small crater where Niji lay. Brother, are you all right? Niji scrambled to his feet, covered in dust, thinking to himself that the chakra point attack must have worked. I'm fine. You really gave me a scare, little brother. If that stranger on the utility pole hadn't warned me, things could have gone terribly wrong. Sasuke's face was ghostly pale. That fire jutsu just now, what on earth was that? Not just me. Even my father and brother couldn't do something like that, could they? The children watching from the sidelines, as well as Irika on the field, were all struck speechless in utter shock, because it had gone far beyond anything they thought possible. Just then, with a swift leap, Itachi dropped down from the top of the utility pole and landed on the field. I'm Sasuke's older brother. My name is Uchiha Itachi. Let me explain to you all what just happened with Hyuga. After hearing Itachi's clear explanation, the children suddenly understood. So that's what it was. I was scared out of my wits. For a second there, I thought you was some sort of alien. Sasuke's brother sure knows everything. Huh. Even the mess that you himself couldn't wrap up, Itachi managed to resolve perfectly. Irika wiped the sweat from his forehead. That really gave me a fright. This kid never lets me have a quiet day. There's no way that commotion just now will go unnoticed. I was just racking my brain over how I'd explain it to Lord Hokage and the Jonin, but thank goodness Sasuke's brother, the genius Uchiha Itachi, was here. Since Itachi knows about this so-called strange technique, I suppose the Hokage and the others must know as well. After dispelling the confusion of the clueless children, Itachi himself fell into deep thought. Even if it was just a chance encounter with a rare jutsu, maybe it won't draw much attention from the Hokage and the others. But it's clear that this child has extraordinary talent for ninja arts, and that ability to unleash such an overwhelming fire jutsu and still have chakra to spare. It's certain that his future potential is limitless. He might even become one of those few who surpass the Hokage. Yet, looking at Yu's innocent gestures and words, he was clearly just a child. Itachi shook his head, thinking, this kid probably isn't the remarkable person Brother Shursui mentioned. It wasn't Itachi's fault for missing the truth. Yu was simply too convincing in his act. As Itachi turned away, Yu snuck a glance at his back. Hif. Itachi, I know you're looking for me, but I'm not going to let you find me that easily. After all, things that come easily are never treasured. You just have to try a little harder, won't you? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. What a character. Yu was openly toying with our dear Itachi. Pulling his gaze back, Yu scratched his head. Can we continue the shuriken contest now? Shuriken? Oh, only then did everyone, adults and children alike, remember that the shuriken competition was still underway. Sasuke made a sarcastic remark. You alright? I'm surprised that last move didn't drain all your chakra. Yu grinned and replied, ha, thanks to you, I came up with a new shuriken technique. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Oh, then let me see what you've got. Sure thing. You turned to Irika. Sensei, could you set up a few more targets? Irika asked, how many are you planning to hit? You declared, I want to hit 10 of them. Irika raised 2 fingers. I'll set up 20 for you. And so, after a bit of bustling about, 20 targets were set up all around you. Wow, just look at this setup. He's really going for something big. You smiled and said, Sasuke, don't forget about our pre-battle agreement. Don't worry, I won't forget. Sasuke replied confidently. At this point, he felt that even if he lost, it wouldn't be unfair. Seeing Sasuke looking so calm, as if winning or losing no longer mattered, Sakura grew increasingly anxious inside. No, this can't go on. Sasuke-kun, my dear Sasuke-kun, he might really lose. No, I can't let that happen. She glanced around and saw that everyone's attention was fixed on the field. Quietly, she slipped a discarded rubber hair tie from her pocket. Bracing her arm, she stretched it taut, adjusted her aim, and targeted you. In her heart, she resolved, at this critical moment, I'll be the one to defend Sasuke-kun's honor. She was waiting for the perfect moment, when you was totally focused to strike. But she was so nervous that her hand slipped. The rubber hair tie snapped loose, smacking Yu's left cheek before bouncing off and coming to rest on the tip of his right horn. Apart from Sasuke, who stood directly across from you, no one noticed this little incident. Sasuke's eyes flicked to the crowd, and immediately, he spotted Sakura wearing a look of regret. Sasuke clenched his fist. That girl. There's got to be a limit to looking down on people. In that case, here I go. You smiled, activated his Byakugan, wind swirling at his feet, and spun rapidly like a top. That's... Tintin gasped, pressing a bandage on Niji's face. Niji said solemnly, yes, that's the secret of our Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Rotation. Tintin asked, is little you combining rotation with shuriken jutsu? Niji replied, if that's all he was doing, there'd be no reason for him to learn fire style. Tintin was astonished. Then what's he planning? Niji answered, only my little brother knows that himself. Whoosh. In the midst of rotation, you lifted off the ground. Tintin exclaimed, wait, rotation can make you fly? Niji explained, no, but my brother's so light, he can pull it off. Tintin caught on to the truth. Hey, that clearly has nothing to do with weight. Are you sure your brother isn't tricking you? Bear. In midair, the whirling defense was suddenly engulfed in flames. He combined fire style with his spinning defense, and then added his shuriken technique on top of that. Uchiha style, flaming whirlwind, heavenly phoenix blossom claw. Bang, bang, bang. Fiery shuriken burst from the blazing whirlwind, wiping out all 20 targets nearby in a sweeping blaze. Devastating, like a forest flattened by a hurricane. Sasuke knew his defeat was already decided, but with Itachi watching, he didn't want to lose too disgracefully. He had only one move left. He had to use it. Sasuke said, Irika, set up the targets for me. As many as you can. Irika could only comply, resigned to the chaos, thinking as long as nobody gets hurt. A few minutes later, Irika said, these are all the targets we still have left. Sasuke stood among the targets, lifting his left sleeve to reveal a portable summoning scroll. Tintin gasped, hey, that's for the summoning shuriken technique. Sasuke knows it too. Niji replied coolly, well, that's because your technique is so common. Tintin huffed, cheeks puffed, hey, it's not called common, it's called accessible. Sasuke's face was solemn. The rapid summoning shuriken technique. This was the move he'd been practicing in secret, hoping to surprise his brother after he'd perfected it. But now, before he'd truly mastered it, he was forced to use it here. So be it. This was the only way to save some pride for the Uchiha name. Bang, bang, bang. Sasuke began rapidly summoning shuriken, his movements a blur as he hurled them in every direction, faster and faster, until his hands were nearly impossible to follow. After a minute, Sasuke collapsed, breathless on the ground. Each target was riddled with shuriken at odd angles, so was the ground. More than half had missed the mark. Sasuke laughed at himself. Damn it, is this what they call a half-filled bottle sloshes the most? But Itachi murmured softly, Sasuke, you've worked hard enough. I'm proud of you. With a thud, Sasuke lay down flat. So this is what utter defeat feels like. Koyashi, so frustrating. Irika walked over to Sasuke. Well, it looks like the match is decided. Sasuke admitted frankly, yeah, I lost. As a teacher should, Irika offered his guidance. Sasuke, as someone who's been where you are, let me tell you, life is full of flavors and defeat is something we all taste. The key is how we choose to face it. Even though you lost, the grit you showed today will prove more valuable than any victory. Sasuke snorted. You really know how to lecture, don't you? I'm a teacher, after all. Irika smiled, then grew serious. At the start of the match, you formed the seal of confrontation. Now that it's over, it's time to form the seal of reconciliation. You strolled over, and Sasuke sat up. The title of top student in our class. I'll let you have it for now. But let me make this clear. It's only temporary, not forever. The two of them formed the seal of reconciliation. You grinned. Yeah, it's time to fulfill the promise we made before the match, right? Yeah, I'm not about to back out. But before that, Sasuke stood up, his eyes drifting towards Sakura in the crowd. Then, he walked straight over to her. Thump! Sakura's heart raced. Sasuke's coming right toward me. Could it be he saw me try to help him earlier and wants to praise me? For a moment, her heart fluttered wildly. No, wait, I didn't actually manage to help him. If anything, I should be apologizing. Sasuke stopped in front of Sakura. Sakura greeted him warmly. Sasuke, I'm sorry. I couldn't really help you back there. Sasuke cut her off coldly. You're really annoying, you know that? Always doing unnecessary things. Sakura's face froze in shock. I just wanted to help you, Sasuke. I don't need that kind of help. You're just getting in the way. There's a limit to how much you can look down on someone. With those icy words, Sasuke turned on his heel. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept Sakura's hat away, revealing her conspicuously bald head. A chill ran over her scalp, but an even deeper cold gnawed at her heart. It's over. Sasuke hates me now. Completely crushed, Sakura ran out of the field, tears streaming down her face. Hey, Sakura. Naruto started after her on instinct, but something made him stop in his tracks. This isn't something I should get involved in. Sakura has her own thoughts and ways of doing things. As long as it's not a matter of life and death, I have no right to interfere. Besides, she really did go too far this time. Outside the fence of the training ground, Mizuki stood, looking haggard, dark circles under his eyes. He watched Sakura run out the exit, then glanced back at Naruto on the field, a shadowy smile curling at his lips. He turned and left, plotting something unknown. Iruka happened to witness the scene. Mizuki? Didn't he call in sick? What's he doing here? Actually, Iruka had been having strange dreams these past few nights. In his dreams, Mizuki urged Naruto to steal the Scroll of Seals and betray the Hidden Leaf Village. He couldn't understand why he'd have such a bizarre, nonsensical dream. After all, Mizuki usually seemed like a decent person. Still, Iruka kept his guard up. It doesn't feel good to doubt a friend, but Mizuki's behavior these days, and that strange smile just now, something isn't right. For his sake and for my students, I'd better keep an eye on him. Back on the field, Sasuke returned. All right, what do you want me to do? As long as it's within my abilities, I'll do it. You grinned mischievously. You reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of candy, handing it to Sasuke. Sasuke asked, "What's this supposed to mean?" You replied, "If you eat this candy, it means you'll do what I ask." Is this his idea of a joke? Sasuke hesitated, reaching out his hand. Then, recalling Yu's usual antics, Sasuke grew suspicious. What if this candy is actually made of something disgusting? His hand paused midair, but then he took the candy anyway. Fine. A bit. Even if it's something awful, I'll eat it. Peeling off the wrapper, Sasuke braced himself and popped the candy into his mouth. To his surprise, it was his favorite flavor, tomato. Wow, this is delicious. Not only did it taste great, Sasuke felt his energy quickly returning, as if the exhaustion he'd felt was melting away. What on earth is in this candy? He wanted another, but couldn't bring himself to ask. What should he do? You grinned. You've eaten my candy, so now you have to be my friend. Sasuke was taken aback. Friend? You cradled his hands behind his head. Yeah, want to be friends with me? The idea of friendship. It wasn't that Sasuke had never thought about it, but unlike Naruto, he was extremely popular. For him, such things didn't matter much. Some are parched, some drown, life's hardly fair. Those who are favored always seem to have problems of their own. If he were to truly make a friend, it would have to be someone who could match his talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't recognize them as an equal. It was precisely because you understood the mindset of a top student like Sasuke that he'd suggested the shuriken contest in the first place. Friends, huh? Sasuke scratched his cheek, his gaze flickering. He wanted to say yes right away, but in the end, he just couldn't shed that cool, aloof persona. And the reason you hadn't asked to be friends right from the start was that it would have felt too clingy, too desperate. Plus, to someone who truly valued friendship like you, friends should come together naturally, not through coercion. So he'd taken a roundabout approach. I already ate your candy like you asked, so I have no obligation to agree to be your friend. After that bit of bravado, Sasuke's cheeks flushed slightly. Anyway, I won't be your friend, but as rivals, I suppose that's acceptable. You replied. Well, I was hoping to give you candy every day, but if we're just rivals, that doesn't seem like a great deal for me. Sasuke sputtered. You really are impossible. Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree. But just so we're clear, it's not because of the candy. That guy's so full of himself. Naruto was fuming, but then thought, so he can act like a regular kid too. Whatever. Naruto stepped forward and said, if you want a friend, I can do that too. Sasuke shot back coolly, beat it dead last. Naruto rolled up his sleeves. Hey, are you looking for a fight or what? And so, after Naruto, both you and Sasuke became friends as well. The school day ended as dusk settled in. Sasuke, accompanied by Itachi, walked down the path leading back to their clan's compound. It was clear that, though he had lost the competition, Sasuke had gained a friend, and he seemed to be in high spirits. Itachi, however, looked troubled, his mind weighed down. After all, there was still no way to track down the mysterious master's whereabouts. As they reached the entrance to their home, a group of young Uchiha suddenly surrounded Itachi. Itachi frowned and asked, "What's the meaning of this, everyone?" The long-haired youth at the front sneered coldly. "Itachi, at such a crucial time, you chose to watch a brat shuriken show. Tell me, do you even know where your loyalties lie?" "Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. Please step aside." Itachi led Sasuke toward the door, intent on going inside. But the group wouldn't relent, still blocking their way. The youth barked, "You're not going anywhere until you explain yourself." "Neeson, Sasuke, not understanding what was happening, looked up in alarm, his little face full of confusion. Sasuke, go on inside. But, do as I say. Sasuke obediently went into the house, pausing in the entryway to watch. A sharp sound cut the air. Itachi's eyes transformed, spinning into the three-tomo Sharingan. Huh, you want to fight? The others, seeing this, revealed their own Sharingan as well. Tension mounted, then in moments the confrontation erupted. 10 seconds later, the group lay defeated on the ground, one of them gasping, Itachi, this isn't like you at all. Do you even care about our clan anymore? Itachi slowly straightened. It's best not to judge someone solely by appearances or assumptions. You're the ones who pegged me as calm and reserved. So you made the mistake of thinking I'd never use force. That's why you're all lying here now. You're always going on about the clan, over and over, but it's because you've misjudged the depth of my resolve. You have no idea how deep it truly goes. Your obsession with the organization, with the clan, with reputation, those things only limit your potential. They stunt your growth and fill you with fear and hatred of things you've never even seen. That's the height of foolishness. The long-haired youth snapped. What the hell are you talking about? A kunai flew through the air, embedding itself into the Uchiha family crest on the wall. My abilities have long since given up hope on this mediocre clan. Only the small-minded cling so tightly to these things, and in doing so, they miss what truly matters. Real change can never be bound by rules, nor limited by mere intuition or imagination. The leader shouted, That's enough. Everything you've done today, and all this nonsense you're spouting, we're reporting it all to your father. The three of them scrambled to their feet and left in disarray. Do as you wish. Itachi clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the chaos around him. Negative emotions surged within, and without realizing it, the pattern of the Mangekyo began to surface in his eyes. Sasuke was surprised. Huh, what's my brother looking at? He followed Itachi's gaze, but all he saw were the slinking backs of those three people, slipping away in shame. But Itachi saw something different. On the backs of their heads, strange little black bubbles were bubbling up, dark and mysterious. Itachi couldn't hide his shock. What is that? Those black bubbles rose, gathering in midair and transforming into a tiny black bat. Its wings fluttered as it prepared to fly off. With a soft thud, Itachi leapt onto the rooftop, determined to chase after it and uncover the truth. Sasuke, confused, called out, Brother, where are you going? Itachi dashed from rooftop to rooftop in quick succession, but the little bat flew too swiftly, pulling farther and farther away. With a sharp swoosh, Itachi sprang onto the tallest building, mustering all his strength as he hurled a kunai. But to his astonishment, the kunai passed right through the bat's body. What? Falling from his leap, Itachi's face showed his alarm. Yet he quickly regained his focus. His right eye zeroed in on the bat overhead, blood streaks appearing as, with a drip, a thin line of blood trickled down from the corner of his eye. Then how about this? Amaterasu. With a fierce hiss, black flames erupted, engulfing the little bat. Landing back on the rooftop, Itachi watched from a distance, waiting to see if it had worked. Did it have an effect? With a crackling sound, the little bat burned apart, dissolving into a cluster of bubbles. But within seconds, the bubbles reformed, gathering once again. The bat faced Itachi, unleashing a sound wave attack from its tiny mouth. What the? The blast struck Itachi, sending him tumbling from the rooftop. As he fell, the resentful thoughts of those three people echoed through his mind. Itachi, that guy's so arrogant. After what he just said, it's obvious he's not on the same side as the clan anymore. If the clan leader keeps covering for him, there's no point in staying in this police force. Lying on the ground, Itachi gazed after the distant, fading bat, his eyes deep and somber. The rapid patter of footsteps approached. Sasuke rushed over, anxiety in his voice. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Itachi wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, the Mangekyo Tomo, fading from his gaze as he sat up. Sasuke said, What happened to you just now, brother? That was really scary. Itachi replied, I wasn't in a good mood, so I needed to let off some steam. Don't worry, I feel much better now. Sasuke, innocent and earnest, went on, Lately I don't know what's going on. Everyone's acting strange. Every night, Dad and Mom leave the house, and they don't come back until it's almost morning. Brother, is everyone keeping something from me? Looking at his little brother's anxious face, a sharp ache twisted in Itachi's heart. But the only thing showing on his face was a gentle, reassuring smile. No, everything's fine. Everyone is doing well. Mom and Dad just went out for a walk, that's all. Everything's just as it always was. There's nothing we're keeping from you, Sasuke. Sasuke looked up at him, eyes shining like a puppy's, and asked eagerly, "Really?" With a soft flick, Itachi tapped Sasuke on the forehead, his voice calm and soothing. "I promise, everything's all right. Let's go home. I'll make your favorite tomato fried rice." But the pipes still aren't fixed. They keep leaking that awful-smelling water. "It's all right. I can use water release to make clean water for rinsing the rice." "Hee hee. You're amazing, big brother. When I grow up, I want to be a ninja as awesome as you." Sasuke's worries were simple and easy to read. Itachi's, however, ran as deep as the sea. "I can confirm that it's a phenomenon triggered by a jutsu. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan can perceive it. Its form is a unique chakra entity, not affected by physical objects like kunai. Amaterasu's attack can force it to briefly return to a free-floating bubble state, but it can't be completely erased. These aggregates can identify their attacker and counterattack using something like a bat's ultrasonic waves. Of course, it's also possible that the jutsu caster is actively directing the attack." Itachi's gaze darkened. "What's most important is the resentful whisper I heard when struck by the sound wave. If I'm right, the essence of this technique is to take the resentment in people's hearts and give it form, making it usable by the caster. The caster must possess visual power at least equal to, or beyond, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The characteristics of this jutsu also match what would be needed to bypass my clan's senses and secretly send a message to Shursui, specifically, chakra medium. With all this, Itachi could finally be sure. The caster is that master whom Shursui is always thinking about. If this jutsu indiscriminately collects resentment within a certain area, then this phenomenon is bound to reappear. I'll have to seize the opportunity myself. Next time, I won't let it slip away again." A sharp energy surged. Itachi's eyes once again turned into the Mangekyo. Determined to find the true identity of a master, he resolved not to miss a single chance to observe. The little bat-shaped resentment spirit fluttered in front of you, circled a few times, then slipped into his sleeve. You chuckled. "Hee hee, looks like the day I finally meet Itachi face-to-face isn't far off. I can't wait." On the way home, you ran into Mizuki again. You stopped and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Mizuki-sensei, what a coincidence running into you here again. You don't look too well. Are you feeling sick?" Shuemu said, "Ah, you could say that. But more importantly, I heard you won against Sasuke in the shuriken contest today. That's really impressive." You replied with a grin. "It was just luck, really. But it's odd. Sensei, you were supposed to be off today, so how did you hear about the shuriken contest?" Stepping closer, Shuemu said, "Don't worry about that. Would you come with me for a moment?" You hesitated. "But my dad always says good kids should go home on time." Shuemu gave a gentle smile. "Don't worry. I've already spoken to your father. Even if you come home a bit late, he won't scold you." You, with innocent delight, said, "Really? Then that's fine." Shuemu turned around. "Good, follow me." The moment Shuemu stuck out his rear, you knew exactly what trick he was about to pull. Well, you thought, "I'm not busy anyway. Might as well play along with you." 10 minutes later, you asked anxiously, "Sensei, aren't we there yet?" "Almost. It's just up ahead." "What is this place? It feels so remote." Shuemu didn't answer, just picked up his pace. "Here we are. This is the place." Shuemu came to a halt. Before them stood a dilapidated, abandoned hut. You asked, "Why did we come somewhere like this?" Well, in an instant, Shuemu slipped behind you and struck him sharply on the back of the neck. With a thud, you collapsed to the ground, motionless. Shuemu's voice turned sinister. "Of course, you're going to be my hostage. One of your friends is inside. Tonight, the two of you will be buried together. Ha ha ha. If you want to blame someone, blame that demon fox Naruto. He's the one who called you his friend." He tied you up tightly, tossed him into the dark hut, slung a Fuma shuriken across his back, and vanished into the night. Inside the hut, muffled sobs echoed. It was Sakura. Her hands and feet were bound, and her eyes were red from crying. Earlier that day, Sasuke had rejected her, leaving her devastated. She'd run all the way to the riverbank outside Konoha, wiping away her tears in secret. That's when Shuemu, who had been following her, kidnapped her and brought her here. You, nearby, said, "Stop crying already. Can't you do anything but snivel?" Sakura shot back, voice trembling, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't meddled, Sasuke-kun wouldn't hate me. Ever since you showed up, nothing good has happened." You replied, "Are you talking about me having my head shaved?" Sakura's sobs grew even more heartbroken. "Hey, Sakura, what do you actually like about Sasuke?" Yu's soulful question cut through the darkness, and Sakura's tears stopped abruptly. Sakura stopped crying and, with a dreamy look, began to speak of love. "Sasuke is so handsome, so cool, and so talented. He has this irresistible charm that makes girls fall for him. You burst out laughing, her laughter echoing throughout the room. Annoyed, Sakura snapped, "What's so funny?" You grinned and replied, "I'm laughing because you're 3 years old and don't understand what love is." Sakura retorted, "Nonsense. Utter nonsense." You pressed on, her tone probing. "All right, since you say you like Sasuke, do you know what food Sasuke likes or dislikes? Do you know anything about his background, where he was born and how he grew up? Do you understand the troubles behind his successes? Aside from his looks, his cool demeanor, and his perfect grades at ninja school, those things anyone can see, what more do you really know about Sasuke?" Sakura was momentarily at a loss for words, then tried to turn it around. "And what do you know, anyway?" You replied, "I'm not infatuated with Sasuke, so why should I know all that? But at least I do know that I don't know these things. I'm not dismissing your feelings for Sasuke. I just think your affection is too shallow, too superficial, too cheap." Sakura, growing emotional, protested, "That's not true. Even if I don't know those things yet, I desperately want to. It's just, I can't get close to Sasuke." You chuckled. "Well then, let me ask you this. Do you know what Sasuke truly wants?" Sakura was confused. "What do you mean?" You continued, "Remember earlier today, during the match? You snapped a rubber band at me to try and distract me, right?" Sakura responded, "I just wanted to help Sasuke win." You pressed further, "But did you ever stop to think if that kind of victory is what he really wants?" Yeah. Sakura stood frozen, remembering Sasuke's cold words from earlier. "Who told you to do something so unnecessary? There's a limit to looking down on people, you know? You're just so annoying." Still unwilling to accept it, she insisted, "But I just didn't want Sasuke to lose." You revealed the truth. That's your own selfish desire. You can't stand to see Sasuke lose his spotlight. You can't accept him being anything less than perfect. You've never truly considered his feelings. In other words, your so-called affection and your attempts to protect him are really just ways to satisfy yourself. "No, that's not true." Sakura tried desperately to deny it, but her weak voice betrayed the turmoil in her heart. You said gently, "There's nothing wrong with liking someone or even being drawn to what's on the surface. The real trouble comes when your understanding and your needs don't match up. The way Sasuke treats you, isn't it just a mirror of how you treat Naruto?" At last, she broke down, her defenses crumbling. "What's so wrong about this? Liking someone, wanting to get closer to him, wanting to do things for him. How can that be a crime? Just like when I dislike someone and don't want them near me, is that so wrong? Why should I have to sit here and listen to you, my second most disliked person, constantly criticize me? Even my mom and dad have never spoken to me like this. It's just too much." You replied, "Maybe so, but you've got it wrong. I'm not here to scold you. I never waste words on people I don't care about. I'm just here to speak the truth for my friends, for Naruto and Sasuke." Sakura fell silent, her tears flowing unchecked, crying until her voice was nearly gone. When the sound of her sobbing finally began to fade, you asked, "Hey, do you know why Mizuki brought you here and tied you up?" Sakura, lost and helpless, muttered, "How would I know something like that?" You explained, "Mizuki wanted the scroll of seals, the one that holds forbidden techniques. But he didn't dare steal it himself, so he tried to trick Naruto into doing it for him. He was worried Naruto might refuse, so he kidnapped you, someone Naruto cares about." Sakura was about to say something, but you cut her off. "You want to say it's Naruto's fault you're here, don't you? What I want to say is it's your fault Naruto got dragged into this. If you hadn't left the academy on your own and wandered off to that deserted riverbank, Mizuki wouldn't have noticed you and taken you. And then Naruto wouldn't have been used by Mizuki to steal the scroll of seals. In truth, to prevent Naruto from being manipulated by Mizuki, you had already taken precautions in his dreams." Sakura retorted, her voice full of indignation. "You're one to talk. Didn't you get kidnapped too? And you still have the nerve to lecture me." You chuckled. Can you really compare me to you? I was just playing along for fun." With that, you snapped the ropes binding him and stood up. Sakura stared in astonishment. You, with a meaningful look said, "Sakura, I don't really like you, but I can't say I hate you either. I do bear some responsibility for what happened to your hair. If you want, I can try to help you with that." For once, Sakura's tone was uncharacteristically calm. "Forget it. Hair will grow back sooner or later. But after what I did, it's going to be hard for Sasuke not to hate me." You were surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect that level of self-awareness from you." Sakura said, "I've thought about it. Your words made sense. But I want you to know, my feelings for Sasuke aren't just empty words." "Oh." Yu's eyes sparkled as an idea suddenly came to him. "How about this? I can make sure Sasuke stops disliking you. Maybe even help bring you two together. How does that sound?" "Really? But there's one condition." "Name it. Anything, just tell me." "Forever. Keep your shiny bald head." You held up 2 fingers. "You can have your hair. or you can have Sasuke. The ultimate choice, pick one. Sakura gritted her teeth. You lowered his hand. Well, are you going to choose or not? If you don't, I'll go set up Sasuke with Ino. Sakura gave in. I choose Sasuke. You smiled. All right, it's settled then, bawled Sakura. You. Just as Sakura opened her mouth, you took the opportunity to flick a piece of candy straight into it. Gulp. Sakura swallowed it down, nearly choking in the process. Well, what did you make me eat? You grinned. Hey, I always give as good as I get. You pinged me with a rubber band earlier, so now I feed you candy as payback. Fair's fair. With that, you headed for the door. Sakura called after him. Wait, untie me first. You replied, I've got to settle things with Mizuki. You'll have to figure out yourself. Not long after you left. You scoundrel. Sakura unleashed her inner bald Sakura, summoning enough brute strength to snap the ropes. She stepped out of the little dark room and found that night had already fallen. A cool breeze swept by, making Sakura shiver uncontrollably. The more she thought about it, the more she realized how serious things were. Teacher Mizuki is a chunin, after all. No matter how impressive you is, he's just a kid who hasn't even graduated from the ninja academy. How could he possibly be a match for Mizuki-sensei? This could be dangerous. No, I have to tell the adults about this. After leaving the dark room, you floated up into the sky. Floating was an innate ability of the Otsutsuki clan. You had mastered it long ago, though he'd never shown it off. Finding flying too slow, you used the divine step, second form, blinking through the air in rapid succession. He was utterly brazen about it. Well, after all, at this hour, Konoha enforced a strict curfew. Both the patrolling ninja and the Umbu were constantly keeping watch over the Uchiha compound, day and night. So, there was almost no one on the streets. But luck was not on his side. As you passed over an alley, a chunin happened to look up and spotted him. Their eyes met, and the air was thick with awkwardness. Aren't you the one who was eating ramen with the Ninetales that day, from the Hyuga clan? The chunin had drunk quite a bit and was slurring his words, but he recognized you. In a flash, Yu's Byakugan shifted to Sharingan. Then, with a hypnotic gaze, he cast a Jinjutsu. In a series of quick blinks, you vanished from sight. Just then, another chunin, tipsy and fumbling with his trousers after relieving himself, came down the alley. He was the squad leader. He and his companion had once dueled over a girl named Xiaomei, see the ramen shop incident, though they'd made up since. Seeing his teammates staring at the sky, he asked, Hick, what are you looking at? The first chunin replied, Nothing, just saw a seagull flying by. The squad leader chuckled, A seagull? You think you're Stormy Petrel now? Hick, huh? Second round, let's go. The chunin said, Are you sure about this? Isn't Xiaomei still waiting for you at home? The squad leader replied, Don't mention Xiaomei. Only after that night did I realize who I truly love. The chunin hesitated. Captain. The squad leader interrupted. Don't call me captain anymore. Our three-person squad, there's no going back now. Then, Liofun-kun. Hick, Setsuna-chan. You're drunk. So are you. Let's go to my place. Outside the small grove, under the moonlight. This is what you want, isn't it, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto planted the scroll of seals upright by his side and shouted toward Mizuki, Take it. Let you and Sakura go. Mizuki asked cautiously, You weren't followed, were you? Naruto replied, I don't know, but I didn't see anyone trailing me. Hurry and let them go. Mizuki thought to himself, No one guarding such an important place? How could Konoha make such a rookie mistake? TCH, if I'd known, I'd have done it myself. Would have saved me from cleaning up after others. Konoha was standing off against the Uchiha, with all able forces on standby, ready for anything that might happen. But to avoid panic, only the top brass and a few Jonin knew about this. Someone at Mizuki's level wouldn't be privy to such secrets. Never mind, as long as I have what I came for. Shaking off his worries, Mizuki said in a low, cold voice, Naruto, put it down there. You, come over here. Worried for you and Sakura's safety, Naruto had no choice but to follow instructions. Yes, that's right, just like that. Come over, slowly, don't do anything rash. Mizuki's voice dripped with menace as he loosened the Fuma Shuriken from his back, watching Naruto step into range. Suddenly, he drew back his arm, ready to strike. You demon fox, whatever jutsu you used has haunted my dreams for days on end. Unless I kill you, I'll never be rid of this hatred. With a rush of wind, the Fuma Shuriken hurtled toward Naruto. In that critical instant, a figure threw themselves in front of Naruto, shielding him with their back and taking the lethal blow full force. A sickening crack echoed, then blood poured out. Naruto stared, wide-eyed, at Irika's pain-stricken face. Sorry, I got here too late, Naruto. With a trembling voice, Naruto cried out, Irika, sensei. After all they'd been through, There was no need for more sentimental words between them. Naruto, go. Run now, I'll hold him off. No, I can't just leave you behind. Irika-sensei. Mizuki spat coldly. Irika, how did you end up here? Blood streamed from Irika's mouth, and his heart ached with despair. Mizuki, back at the training grounds today, I noticed that malicious glint in your eyes. Still, I refuse to believe it. I never thought my friend would do something like this. Heh, friend. Mizuki strode forward, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You really are hopeless, Irika. Friends? Aren't they just meant to be used and betrayed? You, all of you, and everything in this village are nothing but stepping stones for me to climb higher. People like you are destined for a short life. With a twisted sneer, Mizuki raised his foot and stomped hard on the shuriken lodged in Irika's back. Crunch. The blade drove even deeper into Irika's flesh. Af! A torrent of blood burst from Irika's lips. Thud! Irika collapsed, but with the last of his strength, he gasped, Naruto, run! Hurry, run! Naruto's blood-streaked face went wide with shock. His blood-soaked hands trembled violently. TCH. After spitting contemptuously at Irika, Mizuki turned a cold gaze on Naruto. 7 years ago, it was your fault Irika's parents died. And now, it's your fault Irika's dying too. People like you only bring misery to the world. All these years, my failures in the Leaf Village, those are your fault too. Mizuki pressed his boot into Irika's lower back and wrenched the shuriken free. Fresh blood welled from the gash. You're the source of all misfortune. I'll kill you, take the scroll of seals, and leave this wretched village behind. Brandishing his blood-stained Fuma shuriken, Mizuki swung it down toward Naruto. Boom! Suddenly, a violent gale erupted, hurling Mizuki away. What the? Mizuki gasped in disbelief. Irika-sensei! Naruto's furious cry echoed as, in response, chakra seeped from the 8-trigram seal on his stomach, swirling around him in a crimson cloak, the guise of the Nine Tails. Naruto's canines sharpened, his pupils thinned to slits, and his young face twisted with murderous fury, marked by savage streaks. Slash! His hands, now tipped with glowing red claws, burned with a searing heat as he crouched low, ready to pounce. A guttural, animalistic growl rumbled from his throat. Suddenly, tails began to sprout from behind him. 1, 2, boom! A vortex of chakra tore through the clearing, the air crackling with raw power. The terrifying transformation snapped even Mizuki out of his arrogance. His face twisted in terror. No way! Is that brat drawing on the power of the nine-tailed fox? Arg arg! Naruto threw back his head and howled. A third tail burst forth. Boom! A wild, murderous aura, so intense it bent the trees. Mizuki was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear, unable to move. Only one thought echoed in his mind. It's over, I'm finished. The Nine Tails' wicked laughter resounded in Naruto's heart and mind. That's right, Naruto. Given a hatred, let it consume you. Then, I shall grant you the power to destroy everything, no matter the cost. A sharp, cracking sound split the air. Young Naruto, with just 3 tails, he had lost all sense of himself. Without warning, Naruto, his hand transformed by chakra into the claw of the demon fox, lashed out blindly at the dying Irika. With a deafening crash, the strike landed, gouging the ground with deep, terrifying claw marks. But Irika was nowhere to be seen. In a blur, the murderous fox's eyes whirled to look behind. Yu, carrying Irika on his back, stood atop the Book of Seals, calmly facing Naruto in his transformed, fox-like state. Mizuki stared, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Inside Naruto, the Nine Tails' pupils narrowed. So you've been hiding something, haven't you, brat? I didn't expect to face you so soon, Kurama, Yu murmured, closing his eyes. Well, it's been 4 years since I've had a proper fight with anyone. If you're my opponent, I suppose it's a good chance to test my blade. A crackle of energy. When Yu opened his eyes again, the Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. With a series of sharp, metallic bursts, dark silver chakra bones spiraled out, encasing him. Susanoo. A hiss cut through the tension. Naruto, now 3 tails transformed and radiating murderous intent, darted in a serpentine rush, launching a deadly assault. His attacks were simple. Slashing wildly with the fox's razor-sharp claws, he tore at the outer armor of Yu's Susanoo with frenzied desperation. The air was filled with the relentless, scraping sounds of claws on armor. Yu murmured, a light scraping attack. This incomplete Susanoo should be able to hold out for a while. But the real priority was Irika. His injuries were severe, and he was barely clinging to life. With wounds this deep, the only ones who could save him are myself and Lady Tsunade. Oh, right. At this time, Lady Tsunade is sidelined by her fear of blood, so that leaves only me. With a swift motion, Yu's right hand gathered a small orb of white light, which he pressed to the gaping wound on Irika's back. Divine healing. You had learned this technique from the Book of the Gods, when he was injured fighting beasts before coming to Konoha. It worked much like Hashirama's healing, though at first he could only heal himself. Over the years, as his mastery grew, he'd learned to use it on others as well. While not as effective as self-healing, it was more than enough to treat a wounded grave. With a gentle hiss and rising steam, Irika's wound began to close. You withdrew his hand. There, Irika's life is safe now. Crack, crack, crack. Under Naruto's relentless assault, the exoskeleton of the Susanoo began to show signs of breaking. You couldn't expect too much. After all, what he was using now was only the most basic form of Susanoo. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, I can finally focus on taking you on. You smiled, stretching out her small hand toward the ferocious Naruto. Let me greet you first with a signature move from the Hyuga clan. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Boom. A terrifying blast surged forth from Yu's little hand, sending Naruto flying into the woods. Trees toppled and crashed all around him. Mizuki was so shocked, he began to question his entire career as a ninja. That was the Hyuga's vacuum palm? How powerful is that? And what on earth was that skeleton? What did he do to Irika? Who is this kid, really? Even if he's talented, he's just some brat who hasn't even graduated from the academy. You released the Susanoo and leapt down from the top of the upright Book of Seals. Gazing at the cloud of smoke rising from the forest, you murmured, Naruto has the tailed beast chakra to protect him. My vacuum palm just now shouldn't have done any real harm. But with Irika and the Book of Seals here, it'd be bad if they got caught in the crossfire. Fine, I'll just stay put. With all of Naruto's rage focused on me, he'll keep attacking no matter what. So, you gently laid the Book of Seals on its side, placed it next to Irika, and waited patiently at the same spot. Crash! With a sweep of his chakra arms, Naruto flung the broken trees aside and got back to his feet, glaring murderously at you. A spark. You switched back to her Byakugan and took a ready stance. Come on then. Boom. Naruto charged again, fiercer than ever. Thud. You blocked Naruto's headbutt with her left hand. Secret technique, redirection. She absorbed the force of the blow, shifted it, and sent it flying back with her own power. Thud. Naruto was knocked away once more, but he was getting smarter. 3 tails stabbed into the ground for support, and 2 chakra arms stretched out, reaching for you. Bang, bang. You unleashed 2 consecutive vacuum palms, blasting the arms aside. Crash. Naruto lunged again. Yu's self-made technique, redirection, was ultimately more playful than practical. And so, with the traditional Hyuga 8 trigram style, you engaged in close-quarters combat with the beast-like Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. Every blow landed with a satisfying, bone-jarring thud, a storm of fists and fury. The more they fought, the more exhilarated you became. This is amazing. When I was 4, only Niji could give me any real challenge in a spar. For the last 2 years, I've just been humoring him, but today, I finally get to feel what real hand-to-hand fighting is like again. You countered every move, trading blow for blow with Naruto in his tailed beast form. It was a fierce, evenly matched duel. Meanwhile, Mizuki, the sole witness, stood rooted to the spot, a long strand of snot hanging from his nose. What am I seeing? A kid from the Hyuga branch family, fighting the Nine-Tails with taijutsu? Only the head of the Hyuga clan should be able to do that, right? Hearing Mizuki's inner monologue, you sounded disappointed. Hey, who do you think you're underestimating? Bang! He met Naruto's full-force strike head-on, and then changed tactics, unleashing a technique from the Book of Gods, a move from the Otsutsuki style. Divine Void Strike. This was the very move that, years ago on the road to Konoha, had slain a fierce beast in one blow. It was the foundation of Kagaya's divine technique, 80 divine strikes of the air. Boom! A tangible, white chakra fist sent Naruto flying. The cloak of the 3-tailed Nine-Tails couldn't withstand the force, and was pushed to the brink of collapse. Lowering his hands, you murmured, 3 tails, and that's all it's got? The Nine-Tails' eyes burned with fury. Damn it, I am a mighty and unrivaled Nine-Tails. There's no way I can lose to a brat like you. A low, guttural rumble rose up as the fox poured out even more chakra, straining to break the seal and seize control from Naruto. But since Naruto had never fully lost control before, the 8 trigram seal still held strong. Try as it might, the 4th tail just wouldn't emerge. You understood the limits. That's enough. If this goes any further, Naruto's bound to get hurt. With a swift, 2-step teleportation technique, you appeared right in front of Naruto, his Byakugan flickering and morphing into the Sharingan. locking eyes with him. Drip, drip. Ripples spread across the water surface. Yu's consciousness slipped into Naruto's inner world, where, separated by metal bars, he faced the snarling Kurama and greeted him with a playful, "Hello there, little nine." The fury on Kurama's face gradually gave way to something deeper and more profound. As a 1,000-year-old fox, even if Uchiha Madara had once claimed he had no intelligence, nothing could hide Kurama's deep experience. You can switch between the Byakugan and the Sharingan at will, but I'm certain you're not a brat from the Hyuga or the Uchiha, because those horns on your head, they're identical to the Sage of Six Paths who created me back in the day. Are you a direct descendant of the Sage? You smiled. The details, I'm afraid I can't tell you just yet. Kurama roared. You've infiltrated Konoha, getting close to Naruto. What are you really after? Are you after my power? Such deep-seated paranoia. Poor little nine, it's all Hashirama and Madara's fault. You replied with a teasing lilt. And if I am, what then? Kurama, feeling sorrow for Naruto like an old fox mourning a rabbit's death, laughed bitterly. Huh, what can I do? I just feel sorry for this kid. Born without parents, neglected for years, and just when he finally makes a friend, he ends up being used all over again. But remember this, if I weren't reduced to half my strength, if I weren't trapped in this frail little brat's body, dealing with you would be more than easy enough for me. You said, hey, you can look down on me if you want, but don't underestimate Naruto. He's only 7 years old. His potential is enormous. If you hadn't been meddling with his chakra all this time, he wouldn't have lagged behind everyone else. Kurama shrugged it off. Why do you care what I do? If you want the kid dead, then you'd better get over with. You replied, you're overthinking things. I'm not here to harm you. But right now, I do need to teach you a little lesson, just so you don't cause trouble again. A deep, throbbing sound echoed. Outside, Naruto's cloak of fox chakra was gradually peeled away, condensing into a lustrous, crimson pill in Yu's palm. With a soft thud, Naruto slipped from his berserk state, lost consciousness, and collapsed onto the soft earth. Yu gazed at the pill in his hand. So this is a Dan, one of the Otsutsuki clan's ways of seizing chakra. Momoshiki once said that after swallowing it, one could achieve immortality and gain demonic power. However, the Book of Gods says that the strength gained from the pill is only temporary, and its effect on lifespan is negligible. Makes sense if immortality were so easily attained, why bother with chakra fruit at all? Still, there's some truth to the legend. The pill does grant immunity to all diseases. Yu had hardened his heart and used a portion of Kurama's chakra to forge this pill, not just as a warning for Kurama to stop interfering with Naruto, but in truth, he had another use in mind for the pill. Snapping back to reality, you noticed Mizuki was gone. It turned out that, once Mizuki regained his senses, he immediately took the chance to flee, leaving behind even the scroll of seals in his haste. A flurry of footsteps rushed in. Alerted by Sakura's message, Konoha's shinobi arrived to help. Yu, already adept at playing the part, lay sprawled on the ground. Boo-hoo, Irika-sensei was injured by Mizuki while protecting us. Thank goodness for Irika-sensei, sob sob. One of the rescuers demanded, where did Mizuki go? Yu pointed with his small hand. Mizuki-sensei ran off that way. After him, the rescuers dashed off in pursuit, vanishing into the woods. Yu sat up and opened the scroll of seals. If the Book of Gods was the Otsutsuki clan's ultimate repository of wisdom, then the Scroll of Seals is the crystallization of the second Hokage Tobarama's genius, the pinnacle of shinobi knowledge. I am an Otsutsuki, but I'm also a ninja, so I won't be shy about copying this. Crackle. You flipped open the Book of Seals, activated your Sharingan, and began copying each page with practiced precision. As for Mizuki, since you dared reveal your secrets right in front of him, you clearly had no intention of letting him walk away alive. Whoosh. The tiny bats of heavenly resentment had already been dispatched. The pursuit squad relentlessly chased Mizuki, hounding him until he had nowhere left to run. Realizing escape was impossible, Mizuki spun around, gripped his kunai tightly, and took up a defensive stance. A burly Ambu ninja, masked and draped in a white cloak, stepped forward. Give up, Mizuki. For the sake of our village, I don't want to destroy you completely. Mizuki suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, maybe, but the one you really ought to catch might not be me at all. The Ambu asked, what do you mean? Mizuki replied, if I confess, can you promise me a lighter sentence? The Ambu considered. That depends on whether what you reveal is worth it. Mizuki grinned. Don't worry, this is explosive stuff. I bet you won't even believe it. The Ambu raised an eyebrow. Oh, let's hear it then. Mizuki leaned in. That little brat, he's carrying... Buzz. Suddenly, in the depths of Mizuki's mind, A pair of Byakugan eyes descended, commanding absolute authority. Secret technique, aura suppression. A crushing pressure, several times more terrifying than Naruto's earlier tailed beast transformation, bore down upon him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Mizuki trembled uncontrollably, his tongue unable to form words. The AMBU in white barked. Hey, out with it already. Rustle, rustle. From above, an invisible black bat streaked down like a shadow, diving straight into Mizuki's head and completely seizing his mind. Heavenly resentment, domination, bloodshot eyes glazing over, Mizuki lifted his kunai and turned it toward his own throat. The AMBU's eyes widened in alarm. Something's wrong. He's going to kill himself. Stop him. They scrambled forward, but they were too late. Slash. Mizuki drew the blade across his neck, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After checking him, the AMBU in white shook his head. He's dead. And thus, a new question arose. What exactly was he about to say just now? That little brat he's carrying, was he talking about Naruto Uzumaki? Besides Naruto, what other kid in Konoha could he possibly be trying to pin something on? He must have meant Naruto has the nine tails sealed inside him. As if we need him to tell us that. What a joke. The white-cloaked ANBU rubbed his chin, troubled. Still, I can't shake this feeling. He really seemed desperate to confess something to save himself, but then he suddenly killed himself. It doesn't add up. Now that you mention it, Captain, it does seem odd. Maybe there's something wrong with this guy's mind. Didn't that bald little girl say that Mizuki has been skipping work for days? And look at him. His face looks like he's seen a ghost. The others leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough, Mizuki's forehead was shrouded in darkness. His face was bloodless, and deep shadows ringed his sunken eyes. You're right. His mental state is clearly abnormal. In that case, whatever he says isn't worth believing. The masked Umbu in white, having dismissed his suspicions, made his final judgment. Mizuki took his own life to escape capture and punishment. That's what we'll report to the higher-ups. In front of the small grove, you finished copying the Book of Seals with a Sharingan and set it aside. Irika stirred awake, catching sight of you sitting nearby, and Naruto lying collapsed on the ground. He froze for a moment, then asked urgently, "What happened to Naruto?" You replied, "Don't worry, sensei. Naruto's fine." Irika breathed a sigh of relief, but after taking in the scene, suspicion clouded his face. What are you doing here? And where did Mizuki go?" You answered, "Mizuki-sensei was driven off by Naruto. The ninja who came to help us has already gone after him." Irika was stunned. Naruto defeated Mizuki? You scratched his head. I'm not sure about the details, but it looked like Naruto used something that Ebisu-sensei once mentioned to me. What was it? Q-by chakra. Irika exclaimed. Do you mean the Nine-Tails chakra? Shocked, he lowered his gaze in thought. Though my memory is a little fuzzy after I collapsed, I'm sure I saw a red chakra flaring up around Naruto. So it really was the power of the Nine-Tails. You took the cue and continued. Yeah, I think that's it. By the time I arrived, Mizuki had already been driven off. Naruto was channeling that Nine-Tails chakra and doing something to your back, sensei. My back. Irika suddenly remembered. That's right. Mizuki wounded me badly in the back. But now I'm completely fine. Did Naruto do this too? His heart was awash with emotion. Is that how it was? Naruto controlled the Nine-Tails power, defeated Mizuki, and even healed my injuries. So the chakra of the Nine-Tails isn't just for destruction, for taking lives. It can also protect and heal others. Power itself has no inherent good or evil. It all depends on how it's used and by whom. I'm sorry, Naruto. Only now, at this point, do I finally understand such a simple truth. As a teacher, I've truly failed you. Hearing Irika's inner turmoil, you let a subtle smile play on his lips. Sensei, could you keep Naruto's use of the Nine-Tails power secret? And please, when you report what happened to Mizuki, say it was your own doing instead. Irika was puzzled. Why is that? You replied. Before Naruto collapsed, he specifically asked me to pass this message on to you. Irika said, so, it was Naruto's wish? In that case, I have no objections. But I'm worried. If Mizuki is caught, what if he reveals the truth? At that moment, footsteps echoed from the forest's edge. The Umbu who had been chasing and hunting returned, and the one carrying Mizuki's corpse was a slender figure in a black cloak. Irika stood up. Mizuki, the Umbu in white said. He took his own life, unable to face his crimes. Irika's expression grew somber. Mizuki had been his friend for many years, and he had never imagined that Mizuki could commit such an unforgivable act. A thought weighed on his mind. All these years, I never truly understood him. If I had noticed something sooner, could I have stopped him from going astray? Yu's mind was as clear as still water. No, Irika, you're mistaken about this. Not everyone can be redeemed by genuine feeling. A person's background and experiences shape what they desire, and each of us wants something different. For someone like Mizuki, only real, tangible benefits could bring him peace of mind. For that, he would stop at nothing. He was a born egotist through and through. The Umbu in white stepped forward, slinging the Book of Seals over his shoulder. We'll be taking this back. But Irika, you're the one who drove Mizuki away, aren't you? Irika was momentarily taken aback, then replied, That's right. It was me. The white-clad Umbu glanced around at the battered forest and the pitted earth, a note of intrigue in his voice. You're quite something. Staying a Chunin is a waste of your talent. You felt troubled, thinking this guy's a little too sharp. Can't he just play the part of a proper background character? Well, our job here is done. You all should head back soon, too. The village is under lockdown these days. Don't wander around after dark if you don't have to. With a lingering look at Naruto, who lay unconscious on the ground, the white-clad Umbu gave this warning, then led the group of black-cloaked Umbu away. On their way back, the black-cloaked Umbu carrying Mizuki's body asked Captain Xiong about those traces of battle just now. The Umbu captain in white, Xiong, replied, Yes, it's clear that neither Irika nor Mizuki could have caused that. The damage looked more like a desperate clash between elite. Jonin, if Mizuki got caught up in that, he wouldn't even know how he died. If it was Naruto unleashing the Nine Tails power and going on a rampage, that would make sense. Shouldn't we report this to the higher-ups? Xiong thought for a moment. Let's leave it for now. As long as Naruto can keep it in check himself, it's not enough to trouble the Hokage. Besides, this is a critical time. We can't let any extra complications distract the Hokage. The subordinate in black chuckled and said, Well, that's not quite your usual style, is it? Xiong merely smiled ambiguously, thinking to himself, I can understand it, actually, how that guy wants to protect his own student. This time, I'll just turn a blind eye. And so, the world became one where only Shuemu got hurt. After returning home, Yu, acting as if nothing had happened, was once again up to his inexplicable antics, setting up a huge pot, bubbling and steaming. Standing on tiptoe, he stirred the thick broth in the pot with an oversized ladle, the bubbling sound filling the kitchen. He was cooking excrement. Was this yet another moral breakdown, or humanity warped one more time? But in truth, this time, everyone really misunderstood you. It turned out that, after the sewage explosion incident, Konoha's drainage system was basically paralyzed. Although the village had rushed to repair it, the sheer scale of the project meant it still wasn't fixed even now. This was a real hardship for the Hyuga clan. Most people there weren't skilled in ordinary ninjutsu, so even daily water had to be brought in from outside the village, making cooking a major problem. So what could be done? An idea sprouted in Yu's mind. Why not process the waste into delicious cuisine? This way, he could solve the problem of leftover waste and, at the same time, feed the entire clan, well, at least help them get by. Turning trash into treasure. What's not to love? Consider it a small, humble compensation for the clan members who got caught up in the sewage incident. Hey, once he decided, he got right to work, gathering materials on the spot and pulling out the family's big stewing pot. What about water? After learning fire release, Yu had mastered water, earth, lightning, and wind release on his own, without any teacher. But for this, he decided to respect the natural integrity of the ingredients. So, he just used the water from the toilet tank. Once the water was boiling, the first step was to prepare the soup base. He was making poop curry. The main ingredient was that golden pile stacked up in the corner. Using telekinesis, he dropped it into the pot. He added star anise, fennel, ginger, mustard, and other seasonings. Then a splash of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, cumin, and similar flavorings. And to neutralize the smell, Yu thoughtfully poured in 2 whole bags of sugar. Once everything was in, you began to stir. The pot was huge and the ladle too small, so he went ahead and grabbed the toilet plunger to use as a stirrer. As he mixed, the main ingredient dissolved, blending together with the spices and seasonings into a rich, thick broth. Yu's secret soup base was done. He tossed in potatoes, carrots, cucumbers, and other vegetables as side ingredients. The nutrients are there, but it could use a bit more substance. From his pocket, Yu pulled out a handful of assorted candies and dumped them straight into the pot. Oh, I forgot to peel the wrappers off. Oh well, what matters is what's inside. He put the lid on, cranked up the heat to bring it to a roaring boil, then lowered it to a gentle simmer, letting all the flavors soak in. This doesn't really smell like curry. It's more like a stew. Oh well, let's not fuss over the details. Half an hour later, it was finally done cooking, sending up clouds of steaming heat. Yu scooped out a ladleful and glanced over at little Hanabi, sound asleep. Hanabi's at that age where she's growing fast. Maybe I should let her have the first taste. But on second thought, Hanabi was still young, and her stomach probably couldn't handle it just yet. Better hold off for now. Let's have Brother Niji and Dad try it instead. You filled Hanabi's little bath basin to the brim, cradled it carefully in both hands, and tiptoed out of the room. 5 minutes later, you returned, still holding the basin, now dubbed the poop bowl, and leaned your back against the door, sinking slowly onto the tatami mat. Am I just running away from this? Or is it that I don't trust my own cooking and don't have the courage to take the first bite? As a ninja, in any situation, you can never choose to run away. Resolving yourself, you formed a seal with both hands. Poof, poof, poof. 3 shadow clones appeared. We can't run away. That's right. We come from a land of manners and courtesy. Politeness is a virtue. You go first. No, you go ahead. After you. No, you first. You all go ahead. Let's settle this with rock, paper, scissors. Great idea. The 3 clones played rock, paper, scissors, and every round was a tie. Their politeness threatened to break into an all-out brawl. The original spoke up. Enough. Do you want to wake Hanabi? All 3 of you together. The original has spoken. Let's do it together, then. Gulp. Each of the 3 clones scooped up a spoonful, braced themselves, and swallowed it down. Poof, poof, poof. All 3 clones vanished at once. The feedback from the tasting hit instantly. Blear. You collapsed onto the tatami, retching into the basin, a torrent of disgust pouring from your mouth. Ha, ha, ha. Not only did the sugar fail to mask the original stench, it mixed together and turned into the smell of flies. And with that wasabi kick, it shot straight to my head. Ha ha, what a flavor, absolutely unforgettable, Blear. After cleaning up the leftovers and dumping them on the flowers outside, you returned to your room and flopped down. Poop curry, a total failure. But you're not the kind to give up after a single defeat. You'll analyze what went wrong and try again. Wait, when frying fish, people often coat it in flour to get rid of the fishy odor. Maybe I can do something similar, like plastering a layer of earth over the poop before cooking it. Hey, that's a good idea. I'll try that next time. You snuggled the sleeping Hanabi in your arms and switched off the light. Hey, play is play and jokes are jokes, but we can't mess around when it comes to the clan. Just before falling asleep, 100 tiny, ghostly bats burst from the ceiling, fluttering out into the night-shrouded Konoha, scattering in all directions. Opportunities must be seized for yourself. Whether you can grasp them, it all depends on you. Itachi. The Hidden Leaf Village is small, yet also vast. As soon as the 100 or so bats scattered, they vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the deep of night, a lone little bat flew above the Uchiha clan's compound. Itachi was sleepless that autumn midnight, dressed in a thin black shirt, sitting atop the highest roof of the Uchiha estate. His ever-awake Mangekyo Sharingan glimmered with a striking crimson light in the clear, cold night. As soon as the little bat entered his line of sight, Itachi stood up, his gaze calm yet unfathomably deep. He couldn't tell if this was pure coincidence, or the kind of inevitability that only seems coincidental. But he knew, without a doubt, he had to seize this fleeting moment. That is a unique chakra form, born from lingering resentment. If I compare it to the Nara clan's shadow techniques, in principle, it should fall under the transformation of in release. In that case, this method just might work. A sharp caw echoed through the night. Between Itachi's hands, using the same in release principles, he performed the crow hunt jutsu, conjuring a black crow that soared into the sky. The moment the crow collided with the bat, it was instantly snuffed out. Both techniques relied on in release, but they were on entirely different levels. But that wasn't the main point. The key was their chakras had synchronized. Even if only for a split second, Itachi managed to reverse sense and pinpoint the general location of the caster. He lifted his gaze toward the east, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. The Hyuga clan, with a swift motion, he vanished from the rooftop, slipping past the watchful eyes outside the clan, and made his way toward the Hyuga compound. You, too, sensed something and awoke from his sleep. So quick. You really are impressive. With a soft rustle, he threw off his covers and, with a flash, stepped out of his house. Whatever the reason, this isn't a good place to meet. I better find somewhere a bit more secluded. On his way to the Hyuga grounds, Itachi spotted another little bat. Again, he tested it with a crow technique. A realization dawned on him. The caster is moving at high speed. He paused for a moment, then the corner of his mouth curled up. I see. So you're inviting me, after all. I knew I hadn't chosen the wrong person. Itachi and you were about to meet. What sort of sparks would fly when these two crossed paths? Guided by reverse perception, Itachi arrived at the forest in the eastern outskirts of the village. Bathed in bright moonlight, clusters of little bats hung upside down from the branches, their eyes glowing with golden light. In a clearing, a small figure dressed in white was diligently digging into the earth with a shovel. When Itachi saw the mysterious figure for himself, he was both surprised and, somehow, found it perfectly fitting. So it really is him. The sound of earth being turned sliced through the silence. You focused on digging, as if he hadn't noticed Itachi's arrival. Itachi steadied his emotions, walked forward, and tried to start conversation. "What are you doing?" Without looking up, you replied, "Digging." Itachi asked again, "And what are you digging for?" You gave a mysterious smile. "What do you think?" Of course, it was just dirt for collecting manure. He was a man of action. But Itachi sensed there was a deeper meaning to Yu's behavior. He lowered his gaze, pondering. Hyuga Yu has been in Konoha for years now, and not a single person, not even those of the Hyuga clan, truly knows the full extent of his hidden strength. This shows just how much he values keeping a low profile. So, for him to dig the earth right in front of me, was it a warning for me to mind my place and attitude? A sign that if I cross him, he could bury me right here without a word? Still, since I dared to come, I was prepared for this. Opportunity always walks hand in hand with risk. I never thought I could win the help of a master without paying any price. Very well, then. Let me see what kind of violence lies beneath that harmless exterior. Steadying himself, Itachi raised his eyes and probed. "You once hinted to Sure Sway about Danzo's conspiracy, didn't you?" You answered ambiguously. "Who's to say?" This only deepened Itachi's sense that the man before him was unfathomable, and so he fell silent for a while. When you finally stopped digging, there was a hole in the ground just big enough for a person. Itachi thought to himself, is this his way of expressing displeasure at my test? He immediately lowered his stance. "Forgive me, I was rude just now. I'm truly grateful for how you saved Brother Shursue's life." It was nothing, just a small effort. You resumed digging. He'd simply paused because he was tired and needed a break. Now, Itachi was no longer sure what to do. Should he continue speaking? Or was he waiting for a greater gesture from him? But just then you spoke first. "Say, aren't you the least bit surprised to see that it's me? You're taking this all a bit too calmly, don't you think?" Itachi was stunned for a moment, then replied, "The fact that you're a master did shock me, but it also makes perfect sense." Yu's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, and why is that?" Itachi spoke in a low voice. "All people live bound by their own knowledge and beliefs. They call it reality. But knowledge and beliefs are ambiguous, and reality may be nothing but an illusion. We all live trapped in our own obsessions. Take myself, for example. I was constrained by the image of what a master should be. Even after witnessing your unusual abilities, I still unconsciously excluded you. In other words, human perception is limited. Once you realize that when you encounter something that shatters your understanding, you can accept it calmly. Wouldn't you agree?" You smiled. "Exactly. That was also why, even in the chaotic late chapters of Naruto, Itachi never fell from his pedestal. No matter the circumstances, Itachi could always find his place and do what was right. He was a man of high awareness, the kind that never goes out of style. In any worldview, Itachi would surely make waves. You said, hey, if I told you I could see the patterns behind how things unfold, and even interfere with them, would you believe me?" Itachi replied, "I would, because, at our core, you and I are the same sort of people. We both seek to understand the essence behind appearances, to see the big picture in the smallest details. The difference is, I lack your power to change reality. All I can do is fight for a sliver of agency within the overwhelming current called the world." At that, his gaze fell. "If you'd never appeared, the Uchiha massacre would have been inevitable. I would have accepted Danzo's plan to protect Sasuke at all costs. After that, perhaps it wouldn't have been Sure Sway joining Akatsuki, but me instead. So," Itachi bent to his knees, bowing his head deeply in a formal kneeling plea before you. "Please, save the Uchiha clan. If you're willing to help us, I'm prepared to pay any price, even if it means devoting the rest of my life to repaying your kindness." With a gentle sound, you set aside his small spade, quickly stepped forward, and supported Itachi by the shoulders, lifting him up. "There's no need for that. The fate of the Uchiha clan is tied to Konoha, and to the future of the ninja world as a whole. To be honest, I'm not. Just an outsider here. I can feel your sincerity, and that's enough. Let's face this together as equals, and figure out how to resolve things." Yu's words were a balm to Itachi's anxious heart, yet he still dared not relax his vigilance. Itachi sat down in the pit you had just dug. You perched atop the small mound of earth beside it. The two sat at eye level, facing each other. Itachi began. "Master." You interrupted. "Just call me you." Itachi nodded. "You-san." "That sounds odd. Well, let's leave it at that." Yu's tone grew serious. "Itachi, what do you think brought the Uchiha to this point?" Itachi considered for a moment. "Part of it is historical, some Konoha leaders exploiting events for their own ends. But of course, the Uchiha themselves are not without fault. He didn't, like so many in his clan, blame everything on outside forces or harp only on the injustices the Uchiha suffered. Instead, he stepped back and examined the issue from a higher vantage point. You pressed him, so, in your view, should the Uchiha be wiped out? Itachi clenched his hands. To be honest, maybe the disappearance of the Uchiha would make Konoha more stable. But I'm part of this clan, my family, and everything I care about are here. My feelings simply can't accept that fate. You nodded. Would you like to hear my thoughts? Itachi listened intently. Please, Yu-san, go ahead. You said, let's set aside the historical issues for now. After all, we can't just dig up the second Hokage and flog his corpse. Itachi nodded in agreement. True enough. Regarding the problems with Konoha's leadership. Honestly, even if Danzo were eliminated, someone like Enzo or Rizo would simply take his place. And why is that? Because Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, needs them for his reign. His conservative approach means he inevitably relies on someone like Danzo, a hardliner, to clean up the messes for him. Otherwise, his own position would be shaken. That's precisely why Danzo was able to take root in Konoha. Itachi nodded in deep agreement. You're absolutely right, sir. You continued. So, unless the era of the third Hokage comes to an end and a new Hokage rises to power, and more importantly, unless this new Hokage establishes a more robust system of governance that doesn't depend on such shady organizations as Root, only then can the Uchiha truly be safe from unfounded suspicion and persecution. Itachi lowered his gaze. So what you're saying is, you support the Uchiha's resistance. You shook your head. Not quite. What we're doing is unraveling the threads, clarifying the issues step by step. After all, neither you nor I want to see Konoha or the Uchiha come a harm, do we? Itachi nodded. Exactly. You explained, right now, the conflict between both sides is on the verge of exploding. It's a matter of do or die. The position of Hokage can't be replaced overnight, nor can the Uchiha's way of doing things change in an instant. That's why the upcoming negotiation between the Uchiha and Konoha is absolutely crucial. Itachi looked up. To be frank, to most of the clan, that negotiation is little more than a formality. You shook your head. It can't just be a formality. In my original plan, such a negotiation was necessary to buy us valuable time for a buffer. I see. Itachi nodded. The key to the negotiation is to find a point where both sides can compromise. The clan hopes my father will be admitted into Konoha's leadership, at least holding a seat among the elders. You smiled faintly. Do you think that's possible? Even Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. Wishful thinking. You exactly. Then what about your father's own thoughts? Itachi, my father doesn't insist on joining the leadership. He just wants the Uchiha relieved of their police force duties, because that role has brought too much negative attention to the clan already. You. And what do you think? Itachi, I believe that while it may not be the most ideal solution, it's probably the most realistic outcome we can hope for at this point. Never mind Danzo. At least the third Hokage might be willing to concede that much. You. But why do you think that isn't the healthiest solution? Itachi hit the nail on the head. Because that only shifts the conflict, it doesn't resolve it. The existence of a police force is necessary. Even if the Uchiha step down, another clan will take their place. At that point, the hatred of criminals and potential criminals will just be redirected toward the new clan in charge. And the clan that inherits this hot potato from the Uchiha will, in turn, resent the Uchiha. You smiled approvingly. Exactly, that's the root of the problem. If all we do is transfer the conflict, we'll never truly solve anything. That's why I believe, if the Uchiha want to break this deadlock, they shouldn't back away from the police force, but face the challenge head-on. For the first time, surprise flickered across Itachi's face. Yu's young face grew serious. Itachi, have you ever wondered why law enforcers, those meant to punish criminals and keep the people safe, end up being despised and avoided like the plague? Itachi thought for a moment. Is it because the Uchiha's law enforcement is too harsh? You replied, that's part of it, but it's not the main reason. Itachi pressed on. Then what do you think it is? You raised a small hand. Because there's no objective law as a standard for sentencing. Whether someone's guilty or how they're punished is left entirely to the enforcer's personal judgment. That's the real reason the police force struggles to win people's trust. Let me give you an example. Imagine Zhang San harasses Li Si's wife in public. Everyone knows Zhang San is in the wrong. But if there's no law in Konoha stating that Zhang San can't do that, and the police drag him off and beat him half to death, in the moment, people might feel satisfied, but afterward, they'll inevitably think the police went too far. Did Zhang San really deserve such a punishment? In the end, Even though Zhang-san was at fault, no one pays attention to that anymore. People start focusing their criticism on the police instead. And while the police might deter crime through harsh punishment, they can't avoid becoming targets of resentment and hatred, even from those who benefit from their actions. Why is that? Yu's gaze grew somber. Because everyone has a dark side inside them. No one knows when they themselves might become the next Zhang-san. Hearing Yu's words, Itachi felt profoundly enlightened. You're absolutely right. If only we'd realized this sooner, maybe things wouldn't have come to this. But unfortunately, time is short, and establishing laws isn't something that can be done overnight. Yu grinned and pulled a thick book from her robes. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything for you. When Itachi took the book, he couldn't hide his shock. This is... Yu laughed softly and said, over the past couple of days in my spare time after class, I put this together based on the current livelihood situation in Konoha. It covers the definitions of criminal behavior and the standards for sentencing. It's quite objective and fair, and I believe it can fill a gap in Konoha's legal field. At the negotiations the day after tomorrow, have your father submit this to Hiruzen. I think as long as Hiruzen's mind is still sharp, once he reads this, he'll surely feel the Uchiha sincerity in seeking peace. Itachi looked down at the hefty book in his hands. The Konoha Civil Code, Trial Edition, which was as thick as a dictionary. Then he gazed at the young child before him, struck by a wave of intense emotion. He treasured it like a priceless artifact, carefully putting it away. When he looked back at Yu, his eyes brimmed with newfound respect. So much so that even his Mangekyo Sharingan quietly faded away. Yu straightened his clothes and composed himself. With this, the negotiations should proceed smoothly. At the very least, it will buy some time for both Konoha and the Uchiha, a period to breathe and regroup. But what comes after, the long-term plan, that's what truly matters. Itachi, you should start preparing yourself, at least mentally. Itachi replied, Master Yu, please speak your mind. You said, Itachi, I hope you can become Hokage. Me become Hokage? Itachi's first reaction was utter disbelief. Even though he had unwavering faith in the abilities of this young child before him, Itachi simply couldn't imagine a day when he might become Hokage. For the Uchiha, the position of Hokage was a forbidden realm, blocked by too many obstacles, none of which had to do with merit or fame. Unless the Uchiha's rebellion actually succeeded, there was no chance at all. But even then, all the major clans would surely refuse to submit, and a split from Konoha would be inevitable. If only the Uchiha remained in Konoha, could it still be called Konoha? So, for the Uchiha, the dream of becoming Hokage was nothing but an illusion, as elusive as a mirage. After regaining his composure, Itachi said, Master Yu, forgive me for being blunt, but that's simply impossible. You had expected Itachi to think this way, so you replied, it may seem impossible right now, but we can turn the impossible into reality. Itachi asked, and how would we do that? You explained, just imagine, Konoha were to face a major crisis, and the current Hokage was gravely injured, unable to continue his duties, and then the one who stopped the disaster and saved the village was you? Itachi understood immediately. He grew wary and said, You're not suggesting that we create such a disaster ourselves, are you? You waved your hand dismissively. No, all I want is a peaceful life. No matter what, I would never deliberately cause a disaster just to achieve my own goals. Itachi bowed his head in thought, then looked up sharply. Then, are you saying you've foreseen such a disaster coming to Konoha? Your gaze grew heavy, and though you didn't answer directly, your silence was an answer in itself. For years ago, the coffin in which you were born was only hastily buried nearby, but it was something your Otsutsuki father left for you. There was a connection between you and that coffin. From the very moment it was unearthed, you sensed it instantly. It was Orochimaru who found that coffin. With his thirst for truth, he would stop at nothing to uncover its secrets. To put it plainly, you had only just arrived in the world of Naruto at the time, completely in the dark. All he wanted was to reach Konoha and settle down as soon as possible, so he hadn't made any special effort to conceal his tracks. Inevitably, Orochimaru would piece together the clues and trace the coffin back to you. When that happened, what would he do? Indeed, just as before, Orochimaru would surely scheme to launch an assault on Konoha. Seeing Yu's tacit admission, Itachi's heart tightened. Mr. Yu, could you tell me who was behind that disaster? Was it Akatsuki? You replied with a hint of mystery. Yes, the culprit was one of the current members of Akatsuki. But by then, that may no longer be the case. You mused silently. The turning point in Orochimaru's departure from Akatsuki was Itachi's joining. But this time, it was sure Sui who joined, so things might unfold differently. When it comes to the pursuit of truth, Orochimaru would go to any lengths. So, his seeking out you and attacking Konoha was almost inevitable in the future. By then, being an Akatsuki member would become a burden. Akatsuki members operate under the orders of their leader, Pain. While they have some autonomy, there is a fundamental rule. Nothing can interfere with Akatsuki's plans. Akatsuki's plan was to collect the tailed beasts. The Nine Tails, being the strongest, was in Konoha and scheduled to be captured later in their operation. If Orochimaru wanted to attack Konoha, he would have to get Akatsuki's approval. But would Akatsuki agree? This concerned the fate of the Nine Tails. Even if Orochimaru promised Akatsuki he'd capture the Nine Tails along the way, they might not trust him. More importantly, would Orochimaru share the secret of that coffin with Akatsuki? Absolutely not. His interests were at odds with Akatsuki's, so his departure from the organization was inevitable. Sensing Itachi's unease, you reassured him, "Don't worry, Itachi. I can promise you, the disaster can be averted. It's well within your capabilities." Itachi shook his head. "That's not my concern. May I ask, what role will you play in this disaster?" You answered bluntly, "Given Danzo's style, he'll surely hide out in his underground root base. I'll take that opportunity to strike. Wipe out Danzo and Root in one fell swoop." That was Yu's plan. Danzo had to be eliminated, but the timing and method were crucial. Kill him too early, and the problem wouldn't be solved. Too late, and unnecessary complications could arise. You spoke of it lightly, but Itachi was deeply shaken. Such confidence to single-handedly destroy Danzo and Root. His power might be even greater than I imagined. He really might have the ability to make me Hokage. Yet Itachi hesitated. After all, this didn't quite align with his beliefs or his nature. Sensing what was on Itachi's mind, you said gently, "Itachi, it's Hiruzen's conservative ways that have given Danzo the space to thrive. As long as Hiruzen remains Hokage, Danzo, and people like him, will always have a place in Konoha. And as long as Danzo holds a position of power, Konoha's suspicion toward the Uchiha will never end. You know as well as I do that man will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Even if the Uchiha act with complete integrity, he'll find ways to stir up trouble for them. If we truly want to secure the future of both Konoha and the Uchiha, the leadership needs to be reshuffled. The Uchiha are no different. Years of unfair treatment have left deep resentment in their hearts. That's the root of their decision to rebel. But if an Uchiha became Hokage, it would be a perfect solution for both sides. Of course, I don't mean a schemer like Danzo. I mean someone who's seen the darkness and still yearns for peace, someone strong in both power and spirit, someone who can lead Konoha to strength and prosperity, standing tall in the shinobi world, respected by all, a true Hokage. And among the Uchiha, you're the only one fit for that role, Itachi. Faced with Yu's trust, Itachi replied with complicated emotion, "Mr. Yu, you give me too much credit. It's not the title of Hokage that earns people's approval, but rather, only those recognized by everyone can truly become Hokage. Honestly, I don't think I have what it takes. Someone like me is better suited to protecting peace from the shadows, unseen." You smiled and said, "No one's born knowing how to walk. If you never try, you'll never know how remarkable you can be." Itachi lifted his gaze, looking at you with deep seriousness, and asked, "Is this a condition you require for helping the Uchiha?" At that moment, you understood just how heavy a burden this was for Itachi. For the sake of peace, he could sacrifice his feelings, act against his own clan, even consign himself to endless darkness. But to step into the light, to become the admired Hokage, that was a decision he found much harder to make. Perhaps that's what happens when you've spent too long in the darkness. You become afraid of the light. But you truly, from the bottom of his heart, didn't want Itachi to keep living that kind of bitter life. Letting him become Hokage was as much a matter of public good as it was a personal wish. So, you steeled himself and said, "Yes, you could see it that way. It's one of the 3 conditions for me to help you and the Uchiha." Sigh. Inwardly, Itachi let out a quiet sigh and finally gave voice to his last concern. "Mr. Yu, what I'm about to say may sound disrespectful, but I want to be clear from the start. If one day I truly become Hokage as you wish, I hope you won't become another Danzo. Well now, so he thinks I'm some master schemer. But it's understandable. After all, what 7-year-old could so casually decide the next Hokage over a simple conversation? If anything, you could say that if Itachi weren't so cautious, he simply wouldn't be Itachi at all. You said, 'Itachi, just what kind of person do you take me, Hyuga-Yu, for?' So you decided to give him exactly what he needed. All right, I'll let you in on a secret. The sewage explosion? That was me." Itachi's face instantly transformed. His expression was even more dazzling than when he learned you was that mysterious master. After an awkward moment of eye contact, Itachi asked, Why? Why would you do something like that? You scratched the back of his head and replied with utter nonchalance, No real reason. I just thought it'd be fun. Itachi pressed, Fun? That's all. You answered exactly. If you ever become Hokage, I hope you'll turn a blind eye to little things like that. However absurd it sounded, Itachi found his worries fading away. Maybe you really was just a kid whose ideas and hobbies were simply a little strange and unconventional. Accepting the terms, Itachi asked, Mr. Yu, can you predict when this disaster will happen? You considered for a moment. Maybe a year from now, maybe 3, but definitely no more than 5. A troubled look settled on Itachi's face. 5 years? I'm worried the Uchiha clan won't survive the next 5. You replied. After the negotiation succeeds, as long as the Uchiha don't do anything too outrageous in these 5 years, Hiruzen can keep Danzo in check. Itachi gave a bitter smile. What I fear most is that our clansmen will do something reckless. My father is already exhausted trying to calm everyone down. Seeds of unrest have long taken root in their hearts. I'm afraid the clan won't endure all these uncertainties. You said, I understand. It's all that pent-up frustration, isn't it? Even with this planned rebellion, everyone knows it'll fail, but they press on anyway. Itachi nodded. Exactly. The rebellion is just an excuse. They're desperate to vent years of negative emotions, even if it means utter ruin. You said meaningfully, there's more than one way to let off steam, you know? Fighting isn't the only outlet. Itachi asked, You mean? You replied, Happiness is everywhere. You just have to know how to find it. Among your Uchiha, are there any women who can sing and dance? Sing and dance. Itachi couldn't help but think of his childhood friend, Izumi. That girl had once lifted his spirits by singing and dancing for him. For once, a gentle look surfaced in his usually reserved eyes, tinged with a hint of shyness. Not a woman, but there's a girl, just one. You grinned. Hey, even better. This means the secret weapon I prepared can finally come into play. As he spoke, you revealed his secret weapon. It was a cassette tape, 2 pairs of cat ears, a pair of cat gloves, a cat tail, and a matching set of catgirl outfits. The outfit was impossibly light and petite, brimming with that unmistakable anime charm. Itachi was utterly perplexed. You spoke calmly. Take these back and give them to that girl. Then, do exactly as I'm about to instruct. After hearing the plan, Itachi hesitated. Will this really work? You thumped his chest with confidence. If it doesn't, you can come straight to me. All right then. Though still doubtful, Itachi ultimately chose to trust the advice of this mysterious expert. Wait, about the cat ears, why are there 2 pairs? You grinned slyly. Better safe than sorry, right? I see. After stashing away the secret weapon, Itachi turned and asked, By the way, you said there were 3 conditions for helping the Uchiha. Where are the other 2? You explained. The second condition is this. Anything about me must remain absolutely confidential. Don't tell a soul, not even your father, Fugaku. Itachi nodded solemnly. That was my thought as well. Don't worry, Mr. Yu. I won't reveal anything about you to anyone. You nodded in approval. Good. Now as for the third condition. Itachi, you're a decent cook, aren't you? Itachi was taken aback and replied modestly. I suppose I'm not too bad. Few people knew that Itachi's old dream was to one day open a dessert shop in the Uchiha district after retiring. Yu's eyes lit up in delight. That's wonderful. I've been trying to learn how to cook lately, but I've hit a few snags. I'd love your help. Itachi was surprised. That's the third condition? You nodded. Exactly. Itachi could only marvel at how unpredictable this sage truly was. He agreed readily. All right, leave it to me. Fantastic. You could barely. The outfit was incredibly light and petite, exuding a distinct anime vibe. What is this? Itachi was completely baffled. You said, take these back and give them to that girl. Then, do exactly as I'm about to tell you. After listening, Itachi was dubious. Will this really work? You patted his chest confidently. If it doesn't, you can come right back to me. All right then. Though still unsure, Itachi decided to trust the advice of someone so clearly extraordinary. Wait, about the cat ears. Why are there 2 pairs? You grinned slyly. Better safe than sorry, right? I see. Stowing away these secret weapons, Itachi asked. By the way, you mentioned there were 3 conditions to help the Uchiha. What about the other 2? You replied, the second condition is that anything concerning me must be kept absolutely secret from everyone, including your father, Fugaku. Itachi nodded solemnly. That was my intention as well. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, I will never reveal anything about you to anyone. You nodded in approval. Good. Now for the third condition. Itachi, you're pretty skilled in the kitchen, aren't you? Itachi paused, then answered modestly. I'd say I'm passable. Few people knew that Itachi once dreamed of opening a dessert shop in the Uchiha district after retiring. Yu's face lit up with delight. That's wonderful. I recently started learning how to cook, but I've hit some roadblocks. I was hoping you could lend me a hand. Itachi was surprised. That's the third condition? You nodded. That's right. Itachi thought to himself. The mind of a true master really is unfathomable. He agreed readily. All right, leave it to me. Fantastic. Inside, Yu was overjoyed. With Itachi's help, I'll finally be able to make Win-style curry, Western-style gourmet pizza, West Coast barbecue, and tempura. Everything I've dreamed of. A sudden chill swept through the room. Ahem. Itachi shivered and coughed twice, unable to help himself. We got so carried away chatting. I almost forgot why you came. You reached into his pocket, fumbling for something. In the original story, Itachi suffered from an incurable illness, the cause unknown, perhaps congenital, perhaps from years of worry and overwork. But none of that really mattered. As long as he didn't get sick, everything would be fine. You rummaged through his pocket full of candies and pulled out a vermilion red pill, the very one formed from the chakra of the rampaging Nine-Tails, extracted from Naruto. Handing the pill to Itachi, you said, "Here, Itachi, take this, it'll do you good." Itachi examined the scarlet pill in his palm, thinking, a soldier's pill? But the color and texture were nothing like what he was used to. In a way, the pill could be considered the Otsutsuki version of a soldier's pill. Its effects surpassed even Yu's ordinary atmospheric chakra candies, though it was still less potent than a true chakra fruit. Candies from the atmosphere can be enjoyed by all, gods, mortals, young and old alike. But the chakra fruit is reserved solely for the Otsutsuki clan. The threshold for this elixir falls somewhere in between. You needn't be a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, but some trace of their lineage, however faint, must flow within you. As a descendant of Indra, son of the sage of six paths, Uchiha naturally possesses the qualifications to take the elixir. Though the origin of this elixir was inscrutable, Itachi trusted that such a master would not act without reason. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, crackling energy. In an instant, his hidden Mangekyo, Sharingan, spun to life, and the chakra surging within him multiplied at an astonishing rate. What is this? Itachi's pupils trembled with shock as he rose from the earthen pit. Master Yu, does this medicine grant only a one-time boost to chakra? You stood atop a mound and replied, that's right. The surge in chakra is temporary, but it will fundamentally strengthen your constitution and render you immune to illness. Itachi measured the sensation inside. This power is overwhelming. While its effect lasts, I can wield the Mangekyo, Sharingan's techniques, without pause. Such a treasure is not easily won. I must not waste it. With a flash, Itachi's eyes blazed, and the braid at the back of his head lifted in the wind. Even if the chakra boost is fleeting, what matters is how you use it, to make the most of every drop. Susanoo, scarlet chakra erupted, coalescing into a towering skeletal guardian. Itachi, who had only recently awakened the Mangekyo, could still manifest just the half-formed skeleton of Susanoo. But now he poured the overflowing chakra from his body straight into Susanoo. You gave a deep nod of approval. Using the elixir's fleeting chakra to catalyze Susanoo. Well done. Even after the chakra fades, the form of Susanoo will remain. That's worthy of you. Crack, crack, crack. Muscles and sinew twined themselves around the bones, and Itachi's Susanoo swiftly advanced to its second form. Yet even then, torrents of chakra remained. Itachi stoked the flames again. A thunderous roar. A suit of crimson armor materialized, enveloping Susanoo's upper body, leaving only its golden eyes blazing through the helm. This was the form of the Crow Tengu, the very limit for an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan's Susanoo. A transformation that once required breaking through agony was now achieved with ease. A low hum filled the air. A blazing red mirror gathered in Susanoo's left hand, a shield against all attacks. A sharp flash. A fiery gourd ignited in Susanoo's right hand, concealing a blade within. The sacred treasures, the Yata mirror and the Tatsuka blade, were both now in place. The third divine tool, the Yasakani Magatama, was being nurtured, though it had yet to take form. At this moment, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan had reached its full potential. Under the protection of the Crow Tengu, Itachi saw through everything clearly. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I have no idea how much longer it would have taken me to reach this stage. You replied with calm composure. Oh, not at all. This is entirely a reward you earned for yourself. I never even expected it. Itachi responded with a gentle turn of phrase. By the way, Mr. Yu, you seem to know quite a bit about Susanoo as well. With a sly grin, you laid your cards on the table. That's because I can use it too. A crackling energy rippled through the air. As you spoke, your eyes transformed into the Mangekyo. Silvery chakra ignited, forming bones that rapidly shaped themselves into a crow tengu, standing toe-to-toe with Itachi's own Mangekyo Sharingan. So that's how it is. In that instant, countless things became clear to Itachi. No wonder he seemed to understand the Uchiha's ocular powers so intimately. Apparently, the supposedly lost Hyuga child living among the common folk was nothing but a facade. As for his true origins, perhaps only he himself knew for certain. Itachi, being who he was, understood perfectly well the wisdom of seeing without speaking. Unless a master chose to reveal the truth, it was not his place to probe, much less to ask. The two exchanged a knowing look, reaching an unspoken understanding. With a laugh, you asked, "So, Itachi, can you tell what's different between my Susanoo and yours?" Let me see." Itachi examined it closely before answering. "Other than the color, there's a ring behind the head. Mine doesn't have that." You chuckled. "And you didn't mention that mine is missing a gourd and a mirror compared to yours." Itachi pressed his lips together, stifling a smile. "Ahem, if I said that, wouldn't it be a bit impolite? After all, you are a distinguished person." Distinguished my foot. Does he really think I can't tell that his distinguished is in quotation marks? I'm just standing on a mound of dirt, looking up at Itachi's face at a 45-degree angle, staring at the lines under his eyes. Was it really necessary to tease me like this? Sure, I've been asleep in a coffin for 1,500 years, but my body is only 7 years old. I'm still just a kid. I'll definitely grow taller. That's how you consoled himself. With a whoosh, you leapt up, landing on your own Susanu's shoulder, gazing down at Itachi. Itachi remarked, "Well, now you really are a distinguished person." Who would have thought Itachi had such a cheeky side to him? Still, it was proof that Itachi had truly opened up to him. "All right then, you're forgiven." Perched upon the giant's shoulder, you pointed your small finger at the halo floating behind Susanu's head, keeping up the suspense. "That ring is my sacred relic, Myakin Divine Wheel." Itachi was surprised. "That's a sacred relic too?" He thought to himself. "I figured. It was just an ornament he added to make his Susanoo look more impressive." You laughed. "Go on, take a guess. What do you think it can do?" Itachi pondered. "Myakin. Then it must have some marvelous use. Could it be that this halo is an entrance to another dimension?" Ah, as expected of our Itachi-sama, his imagination is almost soaring to the heavens. But this time, Itachi was mistaken. Watch closely like this. Whoosh! The Myakin Divine Wheel flew into the palm of Susanoo and began to shift its form, transforming unexpectedly into a gourd. Itachi was astonished. Could this be the Sword of Totsuka? With another transformation, it became a mirror. Itachi was once again amazed. The Yada mirror, whoosh! Again, it changed this time into a Magatama jewel. A third surprise from Itachi. The Yasakani no Magatama. I understand now. This Myakin Divine Wheel can freely replicate other sacred treasures. Whoosh! Yet again it shifted and became a bow. This time, Itachi was no longer surprised, only curious. Is this too some kind of divine weapon? That's right, it was none other than Sasuke's future artifact, the Amino Makakugo bow. Whoosh! 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 The Myakin Divine Wheel kept morphing. A slingshot, a wooden fish, a baby bottle, a rattle drum, a telescope, a sledgehammer, a flintlock pistol. All sorts of bizarre and unexpected items appeared. Itachi began to doubt inwardly. Are all these divine weapons? Not quite. The Myakin Divine Wheel isn't limited to transforming into legendary artifacts. It can also be customized. In other words, according to the wielder's will, it can become whatever weapon is needed. Because this involves altering concepts themselves, whether the custom weapon turns out to be useless, an ordinary Susanoo tool, a true artifact, or something even greater, all depends on the wielder's strength. Put simply, the existence of the Myakin Divine Wheel dramatically increases Yu Susanoo's flexibility and potential. Susanoo is the exclusive power of the Uchiha clan. So far, among the Otsutsuki who have appeared, many possess the Rinnegan, but aside from the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo, none have ever wielded this technique. Why is that? Because Susanoo is a rebellious ocular power. It will never favor pure-blooded Otsutsuki. He was chosen by Susanoo because his mother was human. Just like the Sage of Six Paths long ago, he was also a hybrid of Otsutsuki and human. By all rights, his Otsutsuki bloodline should have been greatly diluted. But what happened to you was unexpectedly wondrous. Even his Otsutsuki father never could have anticipated it. He's not a 50 out of 100. He's 101 out of 100. Otsutsuki represents the 100. And that extra spark of possibility comes from the blood of humanity, the blood spurned by those who dwell above. Whoosh, whoosh. Both Itachi's and Yu's Susanoo faded away at once. They exchanged a knowing smile. Itachi said, "Please, go easy on Sasuke if you can." You replied, I will. Sasuke is a dear friend of mine." Itachi smiled. "Then I should go back and do what needs to be done. In the days to come, I'll be counting on your help in many places." You grinned. Same to you." Without another word, Itachi turned and melted into the evening breeze. The little bats clustered around you in the tree. He packed the freshly dug earth into a burlap sack, slung it over his shoulder, and gazed at Itachi's departing figure. With a sigh of satisfaction, he murmured, that was truly a delightful first meeting." By the time Itachi returned home, it was deep into the night. Entering the house, he found Fugaku waiting for him. "Did you meet that remarkable person?" Itachi sat down in the entryway and began brushing the mud from his shoes. As the quiet scraping of bristles filled the hall, Fugaku asked, "So what kind of person are they?" Itachi's hand paused mid-brush. After a long moment of contemplation, he replied, "A fascinating person." He resumed brushing, the soft rasp of bristles lingering in the air. Fascinating? Fugaku hadn't expected Itachi to use such a vague and evocative word. He pressed further. "Is this intriguing person someone I know?" Itachi answered, "I can't say." Fugaku lowered his gaze, hands clenched tight. He wanted to ask more, but in the end, he held his tongue. Once his shoes were clean, Itachi said quietly, "But there's at least one thing I'm certain of." Fugaku looked up. "And what's that?" Placing his shoes neatly on the rack and changing into house slippers, Itachi stood, a gentle smile on his lips. "The Uchiha can still be saved." Morning. Yu awoke to a strange weight on his chest. He reached out, soft, warm, and fragrant. Opening his eyes, he found little Hanabi sitting astride him, cheeks puffed in indignation, staring him down. Their eyes locked, big and small, as Hanabi demanded, You snuck out last night to have fun, didn't you?" Yu asked. "How did you know?" In her childish voice, Hanabi replied, "I got up to use the bathroom and saw you weren't home. I looked everywhere for you, and you still weren't back. I waited so long, but you never came back, so I just went to bed by myself." "How many times has this happened? Huh? Tell me." "Caught again, what rotten luck." You pinched Hanabi's chubby cheek. "Be good now. Big brother had something important to do. If you don't believe me, ask Niji." I don't care. I'm mad at you." "Oh, Carrot. Oh, I'm telling Dad that you don't take care of me and go off with Niji to have fun." "No, please, my little princess." I don't care, you figure it out." 3. This was a textbook case of a spoiled little sister. There were only two ways to deal with it. Either discipline her, nipping these bad habits in the bud, or keep spoiling her, knowing full well it would only get worse, and you'd be caught in a vicious cycle. You couldn't bring himself to scold her, so spoiling it was. This little sister he'd brought home. No matter how much she pouted, he'd just have to dote on her, even if it brought him to tears. Oh, smack. You leaned over and planted a kiss on the left cheek of Little Firework. Little Firework huffed. Do you think that's enough to earn my forgiveness? What about the other side? Smooch. With no other choice, you kissed her right cheek as well, completing the set. A classic buy one get one free. At last, Little Firework was satisfied. "All right, I'll let you off this time. But next time, I won't go so easy on you. Ring an equal to ring an equal to." At first, you thought Little Firework was just saying that for show. He never imagined she'd actually use that unique method to put him in a truly embarrassing spot. But that would happen the next time you stayed out all night. After getting up, you folded a colorful pinwheel from paper, propped it up with a straw, and pinned it to the back of Little Firework's shirt. Then, he made one for himself and attached it to the back of his own collar. On the way to school, the little pinwheel on Yu's collar spun with a gentle whir as the wind blew, catching the eyes of everyone passing by. "Look, it's that kid with horns on his head again. It's winter already. Doesn't he feel chilly on the back of his neck walking around like that? Cool. Mom, I want a little pinwheel too." "No way. People will think you're silly." But you was perfectly content. What do these outsiders know? This pinwheel is my chakra alarm device. Yesterday morning, at the end of his shuriken contest with Sasuke, his nearly uncontrollable fire jutsu had almost gotten out of hand. Luckily, the Book of the Gods delivered a last-minute Chimin Duinjia technique to bail him out. Still, it exposed the fact that his chakra was quickly growing stronger and harder to control. He'd always kept his chakra suppressed at the level of an average jonin. But recently, it kept creeping up toward Kaga level without him noticing. So, you came up with this little trick. Whenever his chakra started circulating, the pinwheel would spin faster, sending a cool breeze as a reminder. It's kind of like tying your hair to a beam or stabbing your thigh with an awl to keep yourself alert. With this little pinwheel, Mom would never have to worry about him overusing his chakra. If he had a mom, that is. At the corner, an eye-catching bald girl was waiting. It was Sakura. Wasn't this the wrong route for her to take to school? Why would she be here? Whatever. Better to act like he didn't see her. He kept his eyes straight ahead and walked by. Sakura immediately caught up to him. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Wasn't she annoyed with him just yesterday? Why the sudden change of heart? They weren't exactly friends, were they? Oh, right. Yesterday's meeting with Itachi was so intense, he'd completely forgotten about that little episode in the dark room after Mizuki kidnapped them. Today, Sakura wasn't even wearing her hat. It looked like she'd finally decided to face her bald-headed fate head-on. You said, "What do you want with me?" Sakura said, "Yesterday, after you left, I managed to break free from the ropes too. Then I told the gatekeeping ninja about what Mizuki-sensei did." You replied, "Oh, that explains it." Sakura asked, "You and Naruto, are you both okay?" "Oh, she's actually worried about Naruto's safety now. That's progress." You said, "Irika-sensei took Naruto home. And as for Mizuki, he's been dealt with." Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear." You reminded her, "But remember, don't go talking about what happened last night at school." Sakura retorted, "Do I look like the type who loves to gossip?" You said, "Good, as long as you're not." He kept walking forward, and Sakura caught up, walking right beside him. "Hey, don't follow me like that. Walking to school with the bald girl will ruin my reputation. You know Hyuga, have a spotless reputation. Any objections? Well, a gravestone is still a stone." Whir. The little windmill spun faster, stirring up a cool breeze that blew over Sakura's bare scalp. Feeling the chill, Sakura naturally didn't dare get too close. Secret technique, physical dispersion. They walked with a respectful distance between them. Sakura asked, "Hey, do you think I should apologize to Sasuke-kun?" You answered, "Why ask me? I don't get these things." Sakura protested, "Huh? Weren't you the one lecturing me with all those big truths last night?" You replied, I barely remember." Sakura grumbled, "Don't even think about denying it. You're responsible for that. You hear me?" You retorted, "Who's responsible for you? Watch what you say." Sakura bit her lip. Fine, but you have to take responsibility for my shiny bald head. You promised me, if I gave up my hair, you'd help me get together with Sasuke." You said, "I haven't forgotten. Don't worry." They arrived at the Ninja Academy, and across the training field. It was full of bald Sakuras. You looked astonished. "What?" Thunk. Sakura's school bag slipped from her hand and hit the ground. What on earth is going on here? The training field was a sea of bald Sakuras. Thankfully, it was broad daylight. If it were night, they probably wouldn't even need streetlights. Jokes aside, we ought to give a proper explanation for this phenomenon. The root of all evil, of course, is you. If he hadn't shown up, Sakura would never have lost her beautiful hair. Setting aside that big picture, let's focus on what's right in front of us. The cause dates back to after the shuriken contest ended yesterday, when a group of older students started chatting. Ever since Niji's little brother arrived, this school's been so lively. Yeah, that fire jutsu nearly scared me out of my wits. Hey, do you remember the way he looked when he used the transformation technique before? I kind of remember. Wasn't it that bald girl? I recall that later when he used the clone jutsu and shadow clone jutsu, he kept the bald girl's appearance. Right? That's not the point. Don't you think the image of that bald girl is ridiculously funny in a strange way? Thinking back, you're right. Back then, I was too busy being amazed by Niji's younger brother's skills and totally missed that detail. Hey, I have an idea. Let's all transform into the bald girl and just walk around like nothing's unusual. What's that? That sounds like so much fun. Count me in too. The group hit it off instantly. They all turned themselves into little bald Sakura lookalikes and strutted through the streets. At first, nothing much happened, and feeling a bit let down, they went home, slept, and soon forgot all about it. That should have been the end of it. Just a silly prank by a bunch of mischievous kids. But silliness is contagious. The people we saw earlier today were hilarious. A big forehead and a shiny bald head. What an iconic duo. If I turned into that, standing up to pee would feel epic. After a night of fermenting, the other kids caught on to the joke. One copied another, then 10, then 100, and before long, it became the defining spectacle of the schoolyard. At the school gate, Sakura's frustration was about to overflow, almost turning the area into a haunted house of resentment. Oh, come on. Since using her heaven's grudge, this was the first time things had gone this far. Even you felt uneasy and quickly distanced herself. Let's be clear. This time, I really had nothing to do with it. Sakura, for once, was reasonable. I know. You always come straight to me. You'd never do anything sneaky behind my back. If this makes them happy, let them be. With that, Sakura picked up her backpack, pulled a little red cap from it, and head down, dashed across the schoolyard as swift as the wind. Watching her retreating figure, you muttered, I get that you're trying to protect yourself like an ostrich hiding its head, but in a sea of bald heads, the one person wearing a hat is bound to stand out. Sure enough, Sakura was spotted. All the kids turned to look. Look, it's the bald girl. That hat is unmistakable. It's the real deal. Everyone look. Hey, it's you. We're your clones. Let's play together. Whoa. The crowd's uproar was relentless. Beneath her cap, tears glimmered in Sakura's eyes. She hadn't done anything, yet she was targeted for no reason. Even though it was mostly a prank, she could still feel a chill run down her spine. At that moment, Sakura finally began to understand, if only a little, what it was like to be Naruto. Has Naruto always grown up surrounded by this kind of atmosphere? How has he still managed to smile? Because when you've cried all your tears away, all that's left is to laugh. Who is it? Who's talking to me? You. Oh no. I let my thoughts slip and commented on her inner voice without meaning to. He immediately cut off Heavenly Spy Girl. Thud. Sakura, running at full speed, was startled, failed to notice a patch of ice, and tumbled to the ground. Her hat flew off, leaving her bald head fully exposed to the biting cold wind. It was the very definition of public humiliation. Lying face down on the ground, Sakura was overwhelmed with despair. Bold letters flashing her mind. I just want to die. Tap. A steady footstep stopped right in front of her. Who? They're so close. Just as Cinderella hits rock bottom, her prince on a white horse appears to save her. Every girl has dreamed of this melodramatic romance at least once. Could it be Sasuke? No. Please, let me just disappear here on my own. Even so, a flutter of hope took hold in Sakura's heart, her pulse speeding up. A concerned voice called out, Are you all right? Sakura looked up to see thick brows, bright eyes, and a head shaped like a watermelon rind. She recognized him. Rock Lee, a year above her, famously passionate and perpetually at the bottom of the class rankings. Splash. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been dumped on Sakura, utterly crushing her hopes. I'm fine, thank you. Sakura got up and walked off with a cold air, not even giving Lee a chance to plant a flag in her story. Trying to catch my attention when I'm at my lowest? As if. These boy schemes are just sickening. Even if I've lost my hair, I'm not someone just anyone can pursue. Watching her run toward the school building, Rockley shouted with heartfelt enthusiasm, Don't pay attention to what others think. Seal their mouths with the sweat of youthful effort. After school, I'll be waiting for you behind the hill. You boy I've never met before. Crunch. The blow was so devastating that Sakura was frozen on the spot, her heart shattering into 8 pieces, eyes rolling back as she collapsed, a little glowing wisp, her very spirit, floating out of her mouth. Even her soul was bald now. There was no hope left. Naruto didn't come to class today. After last night's Mizuki incident, Irika had sent him home. By now, he probably knew his nine-tailed chakra had gone haywire. So, is he shutting himself away? You thought, let's give him some time to think things through. From here on, the path he takes must be his own choice. As his friend, I can cheer him on, but I can't walk it for him. Yuku. Hinata came over, shy but full of concern. Naruto-kun, why isn't he here today? You replied, he's not feeling well. Hinata was immediately anxious. What? Naruto-kun is sick? Is it serious? Has he gone to the hospital? Yudao said softly, Don't worry, it's nothing serious. He just needs some rest. Only then did Hinata breathe a sigh of relief. You suggested, after school, why don't we go visit him together? Hinata replied, her cheeks turning rosy with embarrassment. Back at her desk, Hinata slipped her hand into the compartment under a tabletop. She made up her mind. The bento she was supposed to open at noon. She'd save it for tonight. Irika arrived, right on time. Glancing at Naruto's empty seat, his expression tightened ever so slightly. Due to special circumstances, Mizuki-sensei will no longer be teaching. Starting today, the shuriken class will be handled by. Irika paused mid-sentence and looked at you. Hyugi, you'll be taking over, won't you? You was dumbfounded. What? Irika, in a move no one expected, had just asked you to lead the shuriken lessons for their own class. Any ordinary student would have been over the moon, taking it as a great honor. But you saw right through it. Mizuki's gone. Hiring a new teacher would cost extra. So they're just trying to get free labor? Dream on. Fuming, even the little pinwheel on the back of his collar seemed to spin faster. Still, you wasn't foolish enough to argue with a teacher in class. He'd have a word with Irika after the lesson. For now, he opened his textbook and focused on the lecture. Suddenly, thud. A paper ball sailed over and hit him. Looking up, you spotted Sasuke sitting diagonally ahead, his chin propped in his hands, face turned away in his usual cool aloofness, but there was a distinct air of grievance bubbling around him. The paper ball was blank, not a single word on it. You quietly called on his heavenly listener technique to eavesdrop on Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke, humph. He promised to give me a piece of candy, and he already forgot. I even agreed to be his friend. You nearly laughed out loud. So this was what the fuss was about. No need to be so dramatic. He quickly folded a paper airplane, tucked a piece of candy in its folds, breathed on it for luck, and sent it flying. With a graceful arc, the airplane swooped across the classroom, circling around before landing softly right in front of Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes lit up with anticipation. He eagerly unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth, only for his face to turn a deep shade of purple. The taste was indescribable. Sweet, pungent, salty, a chaotic clash of flavors, nothing like he'd ever tasted before. It was last night's infamous poop curry candy. Sasuke froze, his body trembling as he fought the storm raging in his stomach. He clung to the edge of his desk, desperate not to lose control, and vomit up yesterday's lunch. Otherwise, his carefully maintained image as the cool genius of the school would be utterly destroyed. Over his head, gloomy little bubbles of resentment bubbled up and popped. Sasuke shot you a wounded look, thinking, is this what you give your friends? Seriously? At that moment, you passed him another piece of candy, this time along with a note. You made a mistake. The one just now was for a lucky classmate chosen at random. This is the one I actually meant to give you. Well, I guess I'll believe him. Sasuke ate the candy. It was his favorite flavor. The storm churning in his stomach eased considerably. He passed over another note. Written on it was, that dead last idiot. Why didn't he show up today? You replied, are you worried about Naruto? Sasuke responded, humph. Why would I care about someone like him? I was just asking in passing. What's up with him? Is he sick? I remember that guy never gets sick. You. Hey, after school today, let's go visit him together. We can play something fun while we're at it. Sasuke, play? But I still have to train. You. Well, it's a super fun and exciting game you've never tried before. Go or not, it's up to you. Sasuke clenched the note in his fist, a restless feeling stirring inside him. After class, you found Iruka. Iruka-sensei, why do you want me to teach everyone shuriken throwing? Iruka answered, well, your skill with shuriken is obvious to everyone. When classmates cooperate and help each other, the whole class improves. You're right, you sure know how to say all the nice things. It wasn't really a big deal. You had nothing better to do anyway. But he didn't want to be taken advantage of, and even help count the money for it. Looks like you think I'm a little kid. Huh, sensei? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Find someone else who's better suited. With that, you turned to leave. Wait a second, Iruka called after him, speaking honestly, I won't hide it. Things are tough at the school right now. Funds are tight. Honestly, even if Mizuki hadn't caused trouble, the school was already planning to lay off staff. You pressed, but still you can't just dump all the work on the students, right? I'm here to get ahead in life, not to be taken for a fool. In other words, you rubbed his fingers together. If you want someone to work, shouldn't you pay them for it? That's how you adults do things, right? It's the rules. Iruka stared. You want money? You shook his head. Nope. My family is loaded. My weekly allowance is higher than your monthly salary. Sensei. That mouth of his, always causing trouble. Grumble, grumble. Little bubbles of resentment popped above Iruka's head. His eyebrows twitched. Then, what is it that you want? You pinched his chin, thinking, HM power? Status? Iruka forced a smile. Only the Hokage can grant things like that. How about this, you? Just do your teacher a favor, and I'll owe you one. You replied matter-of-factly. A Chunin's favor? What good is that? If I have time, I'd rather invest it in a genin. You. Iruka was at a loss for words. Every time he tried to argue with this kid, whether mentally or physically, he came away with invisible wounds. But he also knew he was in the wrong this time. So fine. I'll talk to the principal about it later. If there's really no other way, I'll just take on the shuriken class myself. He was a perceptive child. He could be swayed by kindness, but never by force. If you try to push him around, well, fists would do the talking. But if you approached him gently, then there was always room to negotiate. Of course, negotiations were one thing, but freeloading was absolutely out of the question. A principle that never changed. You scratched his head and thought aloud. When we graduate from the Ninja Academy, it's the teachers who decide the genin team assignments, right? Iruka considered for a moment. Strictly speaking, that's up to the Hokage. But as your homeroom teacher, my opinion does carry some weight. That would do. You grinned. Hey, how about this? If by the time I graduate, we still have the same Hokage, I hope you can put in a good word for me, so I can choose my own team and jonin leader. Iruka immediately grew serious. You shouldn't say things like that. The third Hokage is strong and noble. You'll graduate in maybe 5 years at most. Why? Would the Hokage change before then? Is there anyone in this village more formidable than the Third Lord? So even as a joke, you shouldn't say such things. But regarding team assignments, if you already have specific teammates in mind and the combination makes sense, then I can certainly advocate for you. You readily agreed. All right then, leave the shuriken lessons to me. I'll need a bit of time to prepare. So let's start next week. Irika was surprised and delighted. Really? That would be a huge help, you replied. But, being able to do something and being able to teach it are two different things. I'll teach them my way. Whether they can pick it up or not is up to them. And so, another pleasant day at the Ninja Academy came to a close for you. Evening. Naruto lay dejectedly on his bed at home. Ever since waking up last night and learning what had happened to him, he'd been sunk in gloom. It's probably the end of the school day by now. I wonder if he had good time. Because of me, he got kidnapped by Mizuki. I hope he doesn't hate me for it, but he doesn't seem the type to hold a grudge. I skipped school today. Will he worry about me? Will he be bored? Maybe, maybe not. But he's friends with Sasuke now, too. Even without me, he won't be alone. Come to think of it, someone like me, someone who just drags his friends down, do I really deserve to have friends? Forget it. Maybe it's better if I'm just forgotten by the world. Just as Naruto was lost in his despair, a burst of cheerful shouting rang out from outside his window. Hey, Naruto from everywhere, a Su whirlpool. Let's all play together. Hearing the shouts, Naruto walked over to the window and saw you and the others downstairs. Naruto was surprised. Huh? How did you guys? Neji, cool as ever, replied. We heard you were sick, so Lady Hinata insisted we come check on you. Naruto hesitated. Sick? At that moment, you raised a hand to his lips, signaling for silence. Naruto caught on to Yu's intention. Since I didn't go to school today, Hinata and the others got worried. You must have covered up what really happened last night and told him I was sick. He's so considerate. Still, I didn't expect even Sasuke to show up. That guy acts all aloof, but he's actually a pretty decent person. Wait just a second. Naruto closed the window and opened the front door. Come on in, though my place is a bit messy. Hinata held out a lunchbox. Naruto-kun, here, have some lunch. Naruto was taken aback. Huh, you brought this just for me? Thank you, Hinata, you're so kind. Hinata stammered. It's nothing, really. Taking the lunchbox, Naruto asked, have you eaten yet? Hinata shook her head. And no, not yet. Naruto weighed the heavy lunchbox in his hands and said, this is a huge lunch. I don't think I can finish it by myself. So sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata fidgeted nervously. The lunchbox was actually her own. When she heard Naruto was sick, she skipped her own meal and brought it over. Plus, Hinata has a much bigger appetite than most people, so it's a lot of food, something she'd never admit out loud. Naruto laughed. Why are you apologizing? You're such a funny one. Hinata lowered her eyes. Because I'm troubling you, Naruto-kun. Naruto scratched his head. Not at all. Actually, I was going to say, if you haven't eaten yet, why don't we eat together? Hinata's face turned crimson with surprise and embarrassment. Naruto's cheeks flushed too. See, can we? Hinata nodded shyly, eyes downcast. Well now, before they've even stepped inside, the rest of us are already getting a taste of their sweet moment. Before coming in, Sasuke made sure to clarify, just so you know I didn't come specifically for you. I'm just here by chance. That's all. Naruto shot back. Yeah, whatever you say, you defeated rival. Sasuke retorted, still better than you dead last. These two, perfectly matched rivals. They went inside. Naruto and Hinata sat down together to share the lunch. You, Neji, and Sasuke hung out in the living room. Looking at the chaos of Naruto's home, Sasuke frowned deeply. This guy lives alone, no parents, and yet he hasn't learned a bit of self-discipline. Empty ramen cups and milk cartons littered the table. At the very least, shouldn't you tidy up your household trash? Sasuke picked up the instant noodle cup and the milk carton, when suddenly a detail caught his eye. Expired? Seriously? Wait a minute, the food he's eating at home, it's this expired stuff? He tossed the empty noodle cup into the garbage bin, falling into deep thought. He'd heard there was some kind of village welfare program for children who'd lost their parents. So how could Naruto be living in such squalor? Could it be that this guy's parents were criminals who committed some terrible crime? No, you're wrong, Sasuke. Naruto's parents weren't criminals. On the contrary, they were heroes who saved the village. A sudden inner voice echoed in his mind. Startled, Sasuke looked around. Who is it? Who's talking? Yu's thoughts slipped out again. I just couldn't help but comment on what I was hearing. But come to think of it, it's strange. The child of a hero, not only denied the treatment he deserves, but forced to endure years of cold stares and prejudice. The most puzzling thing of all was the attitude of Konoha's leadership, especially the third Hokage, who seemed content to just watch from the sidelines. True, Hiruzen had shown some kindness to Naruto in private, acting with a bit of humanity now and then. But still, that didn't excuse his negligence and incompetence in this matter. After seeing all this, Neji couldn't help but feel a surge of pity for Naruto. He really has it rough. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Next time, I'll use my allowance to help him out. Yu's inner voice chimed in. The thought counts, but that's charity, not real care. Neji suddenly understood. You're right. That's exactly it. I almost did something that would hurt my friend. My subconscious always seems to guide me at just the right time. By now, he was used to these sudden heart whispers. At first, he'd been startled and even a little frightened, but gradually he accepted it, believing the voice was his subconscious, offering deep insights that corrected his less mature thoughts and actions. After finishing his lunchbox, Neji stepped forward and, a bit awkwardly, patted Naruto's shoulder. You know, you seem to have a pretty good appetite. You don't look sick at all. Are you just pretending to make us worry? Naruto was taken aback by Neji's sudden warmth. No, I just... Forget it, Neji said. Let's just play together. Naruto's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. But You gently patted Naruto's back and whispered, Don't worry about what happened last night. I know everything. Since we're all here, let's have some fun. Don't overthink it. Naruto finally let go of his worries. All right, I'll listen to you. They left Naruto's home. By then, night had already fallen. It was another dark, blustery night. Yu darted ahead, leading the way as they ran into the night. Neji said, Little brother, what are we playing tonight? Don't tell me we're going out to blow up poop again. Sasuke exclaimed, Blow up poop? Yu chuckled. Let's give the poop a break this time. Otherwise, you adorable little troublemakers would flood the comment section again, calling him the reincarnation of Toby, or the Hyuga clan's terrifying dung fiend. After stopping, they arrived at the foot of the Hokage rock. Sasuke said, Hey, the exciting, fun thing you mentioned. Don't tell me it's just coming to see the Hokage rock. Yu replied, Of course not. That would be way too boring. The real fun starts once we get to the top. Sasuke hesitated, but it's so high up. How are we supposed to get there? Yu grinned. Easy. We just run up. Whoosh. With a leap, he kicked off the cliff face, chakra gathering at his feet, and sprinted straight up the vertical rock. Whoosh. Neji followed, pulling off the same move with ease. Sasuke exclaimed, That's the ninja wall-climbing technique. Naruto asked, Hinata, is this what you mentioned before? Neji paused halfway up, turned back, and called, Lady Hinata, what are you waiting for? Come on up. Naruto stared in disbelief. Wait, Hinata, you can do this too? Hinata apologized. Sorry, Naruto. Last time, when we climbed the wall, I didn't tell you I could do it. Naruto's face cleared with understanding. So that's it. You were looking out for my feelings. Hinata said softly. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto smiled. Don't worry about it, Hinata. Hurry on up. This time, I'll figure something out myself. And with that, Hinata made her way up as well, leaving Naruto and Sasuke at the bottom, staring helplessly. Sasuke grumbled, feeling a pang of jealousy. Even that quiet girl can do it. After all, the Hyuga clan's chakra control skills were second to none. Naruto asked, Sasuke, I thought you were top of the class. You can't do this. Sasuke retorted, You don't get it. This is an advanced chakra control technique. Damn it. When I get home, I'll make my brother teach me this for sure. Swish, swish, swish. Sasuke hurled a few kunai into the rock face, creating makeshift footholds. Dead last, I'm not waiting for you. Figure out yourself. With that, Sasuke gripped a kunai handle in his teeth, ran up, sprang onto the lowest kunai, leapt up, swung himself onto the highest one with a single arm, then pulled out the kunai from his mouth, jabbed it higher into the rock, and continued to climb by swapping them out, one after another. Watching from above, Neji glanced aside, slightly impressed. Oh, that younger kid can manage something like that? Not bad at all. How about a way to? Naruto formed a hand seal. Ninja art, multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. Pop, pop, pop. White smoke billowed as countless Naruto shadow clones appeared, lifting the real Naruto high above their heads, stacking up in midair like a tower of monks. Neji exclaimed, Hey, that idiot is really making himself the center of attention. Yu thought to herself. As expected, the sinister interference from Kurama with Naruto's chakra is gone. At last, he can start on equal footing with Sasuke. Sasuke stared, astonished at the spectacle Naruto had conjured. What the? Is that guy using that fleeting technique again? Just then, Naruto's stomach gave a fierce, twisting pain. Oh no, the expired milk is kicking in. With a sudden pop, the stacked shadow clones began to vanish, and Naruto plummeted from midair. Hinata cried out, Naruto! In a flash of panic, Naruto instinctively grabbed a protruding rock, slowing his fall for a moment, only to resume dropping, this time snagging hold of Sasuke's waistband. Sasuke shouted in alarm. You idiot, what are you doing? With Sasuke busy trying to protect his pants, neither could keep climbing, and the two tumbled down together. Fortunately, a few shadow clones remained below, cushioning their fall. One after another, the clones disappeared in puffs of smoke, and as the haze cleared, 3 pairs of Byakugan eyes were wide with shock atop the mountain. At the bottom, Naruto and Sasuke landed in a tangle. Face to face, lips pressed together. A long moment passed, 10 seconds, maybe more, before they broke apart, both gagging and scrubbing at their mouths in horror. Up on the summit, Neji asked, what on earth are those 2 idiots doing down there? Hinata whispered, Naruto's first kiss. You, meanwhile, broke into a knowing, almost motherly smile. Neji sighed. Looks like there's no way they're getting up here on their own. Maybe we should lend them a hand. Who's got some rope? You replied. No need for all that trouble. She strapped a few small balloons to her waist, then leapt off the mountaintop. As she fell, the wind whooshed around her, inflating the balloons. Her descent slowed, and just before hitting the ground, the buoyancy perfectly countered her momentum, bringing her to a gentle stop. She grabbed a kid under each arm. The little balloons lifted them up, and the trio floated gracefully back to the summit. A world where only Newton suffers. Mission accomplished, Neji said, as expected of my little brother. He mused to himself. Maybe I should try that next time. What do you think, subconscious me? His subconscious replied, try it and you'll regret it. Meanwhile, the accidental kiss at the base of the mountain had left the 2 victims dazed and speechless, squatting in silence. Just then, Neji plucked a blade of grass and crouched beside Sasuke, adopting the tone of a reporter. Sasuke, may I ask for your thoughts on kissing Naruto? A sudden gust of wind swept by. Sasuke was skeptical. Is this really Hyuga Neji, the guy I once considered a rival? Is he actually a hidden fool too? He glanced at the grass in Neji's hand and scoffed. If you were holding a clove of garlic right now, I'd eat it without a second thought. Neji's curiosity was piqued. Oh, and why is that? Sasuke replied, garlic kills germs. I care about oral hygiene, that's all. Neji nodded with exaggerated understanding. I see, that makes sense. Naruto's forehead twitched with annoyance. Hey, you jerk, are you just looking for trouble? Sasuke shot back. So what if I am? Got a problem with that. Neji, ever the spectator, egged them on. Naruto, what do you think? Naruto's eyes darted mischievously. If there was a toilet in front of me, I'd stick my head right in without hesitation. Sasuke sneered. Because you like eating crap, right? Naruto retorted. I'd rather gargle with toilet water than let this guy spit anywhere near my mouth. There was a sudden, crackling tension. A brief silence fell. Sparks seemed to fly between their locked gazes. I swear, you're just asking for a beating, you dead last loser. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you're untouchable. You're about to get knocked down a peg, believe it. You and Neji quickly grab hold of Naruto and Sasuke, keeping them apart before a fight could break out. Hinata, worried, tried to intervene. Naruto, Sasuke, please don't fight. Both boys turned their heads away in unison, pouting. After that little episode, calm returned. The 5 little friends sat side by side on the edge of a cliff. Above them, a full moon hung amidst a sea of twinkling stars. Below, the village glowed softly in the night. Naruto broke the silence. I've decided. Everyone turned in surprise. Naruto declared, I'm going to win the recognition of everyone in the village. I'll become Hokage and have my face carved into this mountain. Neji commented dryly, haven't you already made up your mind about that? Hinata encouraged him, her voice trembling. In Naruto, I believe in you. You can do it. You thought to himself, Naruto, your dream will come true. After Itachi, the 5th Hokage, retires with honor, it'll be your turn, Naruto. Sasuke scoffed. Dreaming is easy. Becoming Hokage isn't that simple. You should focus on graduating from ninja school first. Then talk about your Hokage ambitions. Neji glanced sideways at Sasuke. Sasuke, if we're being honest, do you have a dream? A dream. Sasuke lowered his eyes in thought, propping his chin on his hands. If I had to say yes, there's someone. A ninja I'm desperate to surpass. Someone who's so close, yet impossibly far away. But I want to catch up to him and go beyond. Neji's eyes glimmered with understanding. Could it be that man who stood on the utility pole during the shuriken match, watching you from afar? I remember, that was your brother, Uchiha Itachi, wasn't it? Sasuke spoke in a low, serious voice. And what if I said yes? Naruto scratched his head. Uchiha Itachi? That guy, is he really that amazing? He's someone you can't even begin to imagine. Sasuke replied, his tone proud. Listen, I'm not one for sentimental words, but he's the ninja I respect and admire the most. At that, Sasuke turned his gaze to you. Hyuga, you, Even though your talent is already astonishing, even makes me feel a bit inferior, Itachi is still far beyond you. You only smiled in silence. Niji couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, my little brother is only 7 years old. How can you compare him to your big brother? Sasuke looked away. Yeah, I know. But Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy when he was just 7. Niji turned to you and asked, how about it, little brother? Maybe we should try graduating early too. I heard the village offers a few special spots each year, but you have to earn them yourself. You grinned. Yeah, I'll pass. But Niji, if you want to try, go for it. For once, Niji's expression turned earnest. Yeah, I do want to try. Honestly, our Hyuga clan is famous, but we've never produced a ninja who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hokage. I want to break that curse and bring honor to the Hyuga name. To the clan, huh? Sasuke fell silent. He hadn't just come tonight to visit Naruto and have some fun. Lately, the atmosphere in the Uchiha clan had grown so stifling, it felt like you could hardly breathe. His young heart was struggling under that pressure, and instinctively, he'd come here seeking escape. But Niji's words brought him back to reality. Sasuke stood up. Sorry, I think I should head home. Niji protested. Hey, don't be a downer. We haven't even started playing yet. Naruto chimed in, yeah, come on. Sasuke relented. All right then, so what should we play? He figured he'd just go along for a bit. All eyes turned to you. The night air was crisp, yet held a gentle warmth. A famous quote from a legendary athlete who had passed away suddenly came to Yu's mind. Have you ever seen Konoha village at 4 in the morning? He made up his mind. Let's play ball. Play ball. Yu stood up and pinched a small dumpling off his own cheek. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata stared in confusion. What? Niji explained. Don't be surprised. This is my brother's way of saving face. He always keeps a layer of dough on his face, so if he gets hit, it doesn't leave a mark. Naruto gaped. You can really do that? Sasuke added, how many beatings did it take to figure that out? Of course, covering your face with dough was just a joke. The truth was, there had been this one time, right in front of Niji, when you smeared his face with dough, and then just washed it off afterward. After all, some of the techniques described in the Book of Gods are simply too wondrous. Not to mention, there always needs to be a plausible explanation. As for what triggered this particular technique, honestly, it's been so long that you can't remember anymore. But this technique is incredibly obscure. In fact, after Yu's Otsutsuki birth father invented it, he only ever used it once. That's because it's a technique reserved for the exalted Otsutsuki, something one might only use when granting salvation to all beings. It's a far cry from the mischievous delight of the Owagetsuheim candy technique. This one, called Great Deity of Food, is much more proper and dignified. Flesh attached to the body is just meat, but pinch it off, and it turns to dough. Blood flowing inside is just blood, but once it leaves the body, it becomes a delectable sauce. But what does any of that have to do with the ball? Just watch. Rumble, rumble, rumble. You took the small piece of dough he'd pinched from his face and infused it with chakra. Immediately, the dough began to ferment, stretching and expanding. Sasuke exclaimed, why is the dough getting longer? And why is there more of it? Niji replied, because it's been around for a while, it must be old dough, see? That's exactly what you use for fermentation. Clap, 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 clap. You grabbed both ends of the dough, slapped it onto the ground, twisted and rolled it, then divided it into several small pieces. He shaped 2 parts into lids, pulled each into rings, and combined them into circles of dough. Stacking the rings of various diameters one atop another, he quickly formed a hollow ball with an open top. Everyone stared. That's the ball? It's hollow. How are we supposed to play with that? You replied, well, someone has to go inside, of course. Everyone. But how do you get in? You said, let me show you how it's done. He squatted down, curled himself into a tight ball, and rolled right into the opening at the top of the dough ball. Buzz. As you settled inside, the doughy lid closed over the top, and each layer fused tightly together. There was a real ball just like that. Plop, plop. Niji picked up the U-ball with you inside and bounced it a few times on the ground. It actually worked. He could play with it. Pop. The lid on top sprang open, and you tumbled out, rolling onto the ground before standing up again. He felt his own horns and said, that's how it works. But my horns, no wait, my head's a bit pointy, so it's easy for me to poke holes in the dough. I'm not the best candidate for being the ball. So, you guys should play rock, paper, scissors to decide. Sasuke asked, wait, what are the rules of the game? Niji said, whatever the rules are, someone still has to be the ball. But lady, you're definitely off the hook. Naruto chimed in, all right, let's go. Rock, paper, scissors. Please don't let me be the ball. Please don't let me be the ball. Clang. Naruto lost. Yuwa. How could this happen to me? Naruto wailed in exaggerated despair, clutching his head. Sasuke smirked, cracking his knuckles with anticipation. Hurry up and explain the rules. I can hardly wait. At this moment, Hinata volunteered, her voice trembling. Naruto, if you don't mind, maybe I could be the ball instead. Hinata's offer took Naruto completely by surprise. But Naruto was a responsible kid. How could he let Hinata take on his misfortune for him? Naruto said, Hinata, you really are a good person, always looking out for others. But you don't have to put yourself out there for something like this. Hinata stammered, and no, it's not like that, Naruto blinked in confusion. Hinata, don't tell me. You actually like being the ball? The first half of his sentence made Hinata's cheeks flush crimson, but the latter part immediately turned the atmosphere icy cold. Scratching his head, Naruto continued, I don't really get what you're thinking, but I just feel like this isn't right. So I'd better do it myself. You finally couldn't stand watching anymore. You can both do it together. Naruto was startled. Together, what do you mean? You explained. Both of you can get inside the ball together. Naruto stared at the noodle ball. Can it really fit both of us? Of course. This noodle dough is incredibly stretchy. You pulled off one of the noodle rings from a ball, slipped it around her waist, and spun it like a hula hoop. Sure enough, it grew bigger. It can do that. Naruto hesitated. But, squeezing two people into one ball, isn't that a bit? Hinata stuttered. It's fine, really. Naruto blinked. Face burning and head bowed. Hinata nervously fiddled with her fingers. If you don't mind, Naruto, it's really okay. Thump thump. Naruto's heart started pounding uncontrollably. He couldn't help but remember that recurring dream he always had. Okay then. Naruto thought to himself. What's happening to me? I've never felt like this before. With a strange mixture of excitement and embarrassment, he and Hinata crouched down, facing each other. You, holding the noodle ring, urged, get a little closer. Otherwise the ball will end up huge. Like it. They scooted closer, their foreheads almost touching, but it still wasn't enough. The ball would come out flat. You said, you have to make good use of the space. Have you ever played with building blocks? Wherever you can fit together, do it. Naruto's expression fell. I've never played with building blocks. Well, that was awkward. The mood turned heavy in an instant. You quickly added, in that case, just hug each other. Hey, little bro, that might not be. Neji started, but before he could finish, you moved with lightning speed and sealed Neji's mouth shut with tape. Naruto and Hinata, flustered and embarrassed at the same time, exclaimed, hug each other, Yuwashi said persuasively. This is all for the sake of the game. Whether we're studying, playing, or doing anything at all, we have to give it our all. That's the only way to become Hokage, right? Naruto, completely convinced, echoed, to become Hokage, I have to hold Hinata close. So that's what it takes. For the sake of our dreams, Hinata replied softly. Come on, Naruto, let's do it, for our dreams. Wait, our dreams? Naruto wondered for a split second. Is Hinata's dream also to become Hokage? But he didn't ask out loud. Instead, his body responded honestly, and he wrapped his arms around Hinata. Their cheeks pressed together, nestled on each other's shoulders. In that moment, it felt as if the world split into two halves, leaving only the two of them. Naruto remarked, Hinata, your face is really warm. Are you running a fever? Hinata's ears turned bright red. You walked over, slipped the noodle ring in place, lifted her little hand, and the noodle balls separated into the perfect-sized rings. She layered them over, one by one, then with a swift flip, sealing the ends, of course. Naruto started, Hinata stammered in Naruto whispered, if you feel like you need to, pass gas, just let me know, okay? Give me a heads up, so I can brace myself. Hinata fell silent, mortified. Oh wow, a rare, bubbling cloud of resentment. Hinata limited edition. Pop, pop. Two noodle lids sealed the top and bottom of the ball, leaving only two small holes for airflow. Even if it's just a game, the seal has to be tight, such as the way of a scroll. Neji commented, well, if the lady has no objections, I have nothing to say. Sasuke added, there's an outsider in there, but as long as that guy's inside too, it's fine. You, tell us the rules already. Clack, clack, clack. You pressed her small hand against the bottom of the ball, supporting it upwards like a volleyball move. The rules, let me think. Inside the ball. Hinata murmured. Naruto asked, Hinata, are you okay? You're making strange noises. Hinata replied, I am fine. Thud. The ball landed on Yu's fingertips, and she nimbly spun the ball with quick flicks, making it whirl rapidly like a basketball. Inside the ball. Naruto groaned, Hinata asked, Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto replied, I'm so dizzy. Aren't you dizzy too? Hinata answered, I'm on. After all, the Hyuga clan's techniques often involve a lot of spinning around. Pop, pop. You bumped the ball with her head a few times, then juggled it with her feet, showing off some fancy moves, just like those genius soccer players. Alright, here are the rules for our game of relay ball. The server starts by passing the ball to the second player. The second player must hit the ball to the third, and the third, in turn, hits it back to the server. That completes one round. After each round, the role of server rotates. The game continues in this fashion until someone fails to serve or receive the ball, at which point the game ends. Niji asked, I see. So only the server can use their hands to pass the ball, and everyone else must hit it. But is that really safe? The young lady will be inside the ball, right? What if someone hits it too hard? Could she get hurt? You smiled and replied, don't worry. This dough ball is designed to absorb all the force. Whatever little energy makes it inside won't be enough to hurt anyone. Niji chuckled. Well then, I'm relieved. Sasuke interjected. Hold on, there's still a flaw. If the server or the person passing the ball just throws it straight to the ground, the receiver wouldn't stand a chance, right? You replied, I'm not finished explaining yet. Don't be so impatient. Whether you're serving or hitting the ball, you have to make sure it stays airborne for a while. Let's say no less than 5 seconds, so everyone has enough time to react. And no maliciously hitting or throwing it the wrong way. Also, like any ball game, we need boundaries. Let's make the top of this mountain the edge of the field. If the ball rolls down the mountain, it's out, and whoever caused it loses the round. That makes sense then, Sasuke nodded, thinking to himself. He usually acts so flippant, but for a game made up on the spot, he's thought through every detail so quickly. Maybe his mind really is quite sharp. Sasuke said, there should be a penalty for the loser, otherwise it wouldn't be any fun. You grinned. With 3 players, one will definitely lose. The loser has to take a punishment together with our little friend inside the ball, and the 2 winners get to choose what that punishment is. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Oh? So whoever ends up inside the ball is doomed to be punished, no matter what. You giggled. Exactly. Niji absent-mindedly touched the bandage wrapped around his forehead, a shadow passing over his face. Yes, an inescapable fate. Such is life, isn't it? You thought silently. Don't be sad, big brother. I already erased your caged bird seal long ago. The mark on your forehead now is just drawn on with a pen, just like mine. Hee hee. Sasuke said. All right then, let's get started. The 3 of them took their positions in a triangle. Sasuke asked, first round, will you serve? You replied cheerily, you could serve if you want. Sasuke scoffed, doesn't matter to me. Go ahead, you serve. All right then, I won't hold back. Passing clockwise, Sasuke, you're up first. You flicked the ball up with your foot, caught it in your small hands, and with a flourish reminiscent of spinning a giant wheel, swung your arms in a rapid arc, sending the game into motion. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. That posture, it's just like the high arc shuriken he used before. Itachi once told me. That technique uses rotation. Whoosh! Once the ball left his hand, it soared high into the sky, reaching its peak, then came plummeting down at a wicked angle, slicing through the air at high speed. Sasuke thought, just as I expected. But if I can read its trajectory, this move is nothing. With a slap, he dashed to where the ball would fall, clasped his hands together, and pushed upward with all his might. Thud! A heavy, muffled impact resounded, the air swirling in its wake. Sasuke's face twisted with effort. The downward force of this ball, it's so heavy. Summoning every ounce of strength he had, he finally managed to offset the ball's momentum. Glancing in Niji's direction, he forced his arms upward. Thwack! The ball soared back into the sky, but the strike lacked power, and its direction wavered uncertainly. After all, at this point, he was pushing himself to the limit. Oomph! Niji sprinted toward the ball, Byakugan active, determination blazing across his face. You may be my little brother, but don't think I'll go easy on you now. Let me show you the kicking technique I've been honing lately. Swish! He came to an abrupt stop right under the falling ball. In the background, the secret pattern of the 8 trigrams shimmered to life. A sharp cry split the air. The instant Niji planted his foot, a fierce aura erupted, slicing upward like a hawk soaring through the heavens. Wait a second. Isn't this supposed to be a soccer match, not an action anime? Shatter it. The fate of the caged bird ends here. With all his might, Niji unleashed a powerful kick, as if determined to break free from the prison of destiny itself. 8 trigrams. Hayabusa kick. Boom. Niji's ultimate Hayabusa kick sent the ball careening erratically, zigzagging and trailing after images as it whipped toward you. Well now, who knew Soccer Kids was actually such a gritty, realistic sports show? You calmly raised his little hand and, with a solid thump, stopped the spinning ball right in front of his palm. He could have caught it effortlessly, but you thought, this is Niji's full-strength kick. If I just catch it lightly, it wouldn't do him justice. Time to put on a bit of show. Whoa, this one's tough. I'll have to use my secret technique. Secret technique. Gentle Tai Chi. Whiz. You drew in his chest, straightened his back, dropped his shoulders and elbows, and brought his arms up, conjuring a sticky force that drew the ball into a circling motion around his body. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yu loosened his waist, relaxed his hips, and, channeling his energy, launched the ball skyward at a slant to the left, his whole body spinning like a drill. Swish! Swish! He repeated the move, once to the left, once to the right, and then again in the middle, before bursting into a free-form martial dance against a surreal, abstract background. It was, in every sense, a masterful pastiche of all the most over-the-top moments from Journey to the West, the after-story, and those early, gloriously cheesy martial arts films. Under the stunned gazes of Sasuke and Neji, Yu landed gracefully. That unruly, defiant ball finally seemed to have been tamed. At this moment, it was spinning slowly on the tip of Yu's finger. As expected of Brother Neji. For your little brother to catch this ball? I've already used up my entire life's. Whoa. Before he could finish, Yu braced himself on the ground with one hand and spat out a mouthful of long-held phlegm with a dramatic cough. Neji cried out anxiously, "Are you all right, little brother?" Yu stood up, replying, "No, I'm fine." Neji pressed, "Really, you're okay?" Yu reassured him, "Truly, I'm fine. This round is over. Sasuke's turn to serve." Neji said apologetically, "It's all my fault. I got carried away and used too much strength. Next time I'll hold back, Yu." Inside, Yu was secretly amused. Maybe I really do have some talent. If I hadn't crossed into this world, I could have gone to Hongdian to audition, might have actually made a debut, and become the next Baoqiang. Sasuke caught the ball Yu tossed over and immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. I nearly forgot. This game heavily favors the Hyuga. They've trained in taijutsu since childhood. I have to come up with something or I might really lose. He looked up and said, "Hey, when returning a serve, you have to strike it, but for the serve at the start and the catch at the end of a round, the rules don't seem to require that, right?" Neji asked, "What are you getting at?" Sasuke replied, "I'm asking you." Neji huffed, "Humph. According to our custom, anything the rules don't mention isn't forbidden." Sasuke said, "That's all I needed to hear." Neji thought, "Let's see what tricks he's got up his sleeve." A sly smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. "Hyuga Yu, I haven't just met you today. You really are innovative, but when it comes to adapting after taking a hit, I, Uchiha Sasuke, consider myself second to none." With that, he sat down and began stuffing shuriken into the grooves along the ball stripes, one after another. Neji protested. Sasuke grinned. "As long as the rules don't mention it, it's not against them. Isn't that what you said?" Neji clenched his fist. Damn it, such trickery. By the time Sasuke was finished, the ball bristled with shuriken, looking just like a cactus. Lifting the ball by its base, Sasuke stood up. "Well then, besides that idiot Naruto, isn't your Hyuga heiress inside this ball too? Can you really bring yourself to hit it, Neji?" Whoosh! Without giving Neji a moment to think, Sasuke hurled the ball straight at him. Neji's mind raced. Stay calm. Uchiha Sasuke is playing mind games, betting I won't hurt the heiress over a mere game. It's despicable, but it's still a kind of tactic. But let me tell you, Uchiha Sasuke, you still underestimate the Hyuga. Crackle. Byakugan activated. The area covered by those shuriken. There's only one spot they avoided, right where his hand was dragging just now. Oh, isn't that exactly where Naruto is? Sitting? Well, that puts my mind at ease. Watch closely. I'll use the Hyuga clan's secret taijutsu to put an end to your underhanded Uchiha tricks. Whoosh! Neji locked onto the ball with his Byakugan, chakra gathering at his fingertips as he thrust them hard into the bare spot on the ball. Gentle fist, chakra point strike. His fingers landed squarely on the vital point, sinking deep into the Daoi's surface. Ugh! Inside the ball, Naruto's face twisted into a bizarre expression, and in the darkness, his body involuntarily pitched forward. Squeak! Hinata's mind went utterly blank in an instant. Neji, begone! Clang, clang, clang. The chakra Neji injected through the strike sent all the shuriken embedded in the ball flying off in every direction. With a flick of his wrist, Neji called out, "You, it's yours. Catch it and show him what you've got." Hey! You leapt up, sleeves billowing. Bang! The ball, now spinning with a powerful lateral twist, shot toward Sasuke. Sasuke, this is just like his sideways, spinning shuriken move, but the curve's too sharp I'll never reach it in time. Thinking quickly, he formed hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Whoosh! The tail of the flame struck the ball, slowing its descent. Swish! Sasuke dashed forward at full speed, dove, and with a flawless roll, cradled the ball in his arms. Yeah, I got it. Neji. He actually used ninjutsu. Sasuke. There's no rule against ninjutsu. The only thing that matters is the ball doesn't touch the ground, right? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. But just then, the ball in Sasuke's arm started to puff out smoke from its seams. Startled, Sasuke fumbled, and the ball slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a thud. Neji, the ball touched down. You lose. Sasuke, wait, even if I only dropped it after catching it, it still counts? The rule's been clear from the start. The ball can't touch the ground. Remember the serve earlier? Didn't I toss it to you instead of rolling it? Sasuke slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. Damn it, I guess that's true. But wait, where did that smoke come from? Could it be that fire style just now roasted Naruto inside? No way. The ball's not even cooked through. He stopped in front of the ball, thinking to himself, it's about time to let them out. Any longer, and Boruto might pop out next. Rumble, rumble, the ball opened. All was revealed. Hinata's face was crimson, steam rising from her head, her eyes swirling in a daze. Huff, huff, Naruto was gasping for breath. Neji demanded, hey, what did you just do to the young lady? Aye. Naruto's face was blazing red. How could he possibly say that his backside had been struck with a pressure point, and in all the chaos, he ended up kissing Hinata? Naruto said, say no more. I accept the punishment willingly. Neji asked, what about Sasuke? Sasuke replied, fine, it's not like this guy's getting away anyway. Neji continued, since the young lady has fainted, the punishment will fall on both Naruto and Sasuke. Little brother, do you want to decide what the punishment should be? You said, Neji, you go ahead. All right then. Neji didn't hesitate any longer. He looked at Sasuke with a mischievous smile and said, Sasuke, you tried to pull a trick just now, didn't you? Well, don't blame me for having a little fun with you in return. Sasuke retorted firmly, a bet's a bet. Do your worst. If I even flinch, I'll take your last name. But inside, his nerves were jangling. Did I say too much? What if he really makes me eat something disgusting? Hyuga Sasuke, that doesn't sound half bad. Neji said, I was actually thinking of making you eat something gross, but on second thought, that'd be letting you off too easy. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. Worse than eating something disgusting? Don't tell me. He's gonna make me embarrass myself in front of everyone at the academy? Neji then picked up an empty bamboo tube. I was gonna catch a cricket and put it inside, then have you and Naruto each hold an end and blow as hard as you can. Whoever manages to blow the cricket into the other's mouth wins. Are you the devil? Neji shook his head, but unfortunately no cricket could be found, so he tossed the bamboo aside and brought out a stick of sugarcane. You'll each bite one end of the sugarcane and gnaw your way toward the center. Whoever gives up or breaks the stick first loses. But if neither of you backs down and you get too close, you just might accidentally end up sharing another kiss. Now, little brother, what's this game called again? You chimed in, the Pocky game. Neji grinned wickedly. Right, the Pocky game. Of course, you two can skip the game and just kiss once to settle it. You've done it once already. Think of it as savoring the moment. No way, I'd rather die. Absolutely not. They shouted in unison. Well then, let's begin. Neji handed them a sugarcane. Gulp. Naruto and Sasuke each swallowed nervously, then bit down on either end of the sugarcane, eyes locked in a fierce stare down. Go. Crunch, 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 crunch. Naruto and Sasuke started gnawing at the sugarcane, but halfway through, they suddenly froze. Neji commented, something's off with them. You took a closer look. Their eyes had rolled back and drool was running down their chins. She cried out, they're choking, quick, pull them apart. The two were separated and gently laid down on the ground. Neji said, hey little bro, why are there soul-like wisps floating out of their mouths? You replied urgently, quick, stuff them back in. One impressive brother Neji. He almost let you score a double knockout with Indra and Ashura. Cough, cough, cough. After a frantic rescue, Naruto and Sasuke woke up in a fit of violent coughing. Though they looked a mess, the two scholars continued to reenact that well-trodden, endlessly entertaining saga of love and rivalry. Dead last, I didn't expect you to have such guts. If you're up for the challenge, I'll see it through to the end, believe it. Sasuke lay on the ground, gazing up at the moonlight. Nothing else could release his stress quite like a full-throttle game. Though he would never admit it, Sasuke felt a kind of satisfaction he'd never known before. This was thrilling. He actually wanted to spend more time together, doing more and more fun things. He sat up. I should head home now. Neji said, what's the rush? Tomorrow's a ninja school holiday. No classes. Sasuke replied, if not tomorrow, then another day. Secretly, he thought to himself, tomorrow, I have to make sure my brother finally teaches me the chakra climbing technique. Neji said, all right then, I guess we're friends now. When we see each other at school, we can at least say hi. No need to pretend we don't know each other. Fine, that's settled. I'm heading back. Sasuke walked to the edge of the cliff and paused. Neji teased, what's wrong, stuck up there? Don't underestimate me. With a dismissive snort, Sasuke scraped his kunai against the cliff face. landing atop the second Hokage's stone head. Then he pulled out a rope, tied one end to a pointed stone on the Hokage's hair, and used it to rappel down, touching ground safely. But then a new problem appeared. If he left the rope tied up there, wouldn't someone catch on? So how to retrieve it? Climb back up, untie it, and jump down again? Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of using the rope in the first place? Could he throw a shuriken to cut the knot? Not only was it pitch dark, but even in broad daylight, he doubted his aim was that good. After thinking it over, only one option remained. Use brute force to rip the knot loose. He took a running start, sprinted at full speed until the rope pulled taut, and then yanked with all his might. Ninja-grade rope was tough, no need to worry about it snapping in the middle. Snap! At last, the knot gave way, but with it, a chunk of the second Hokage's hair broke off and clattered to the ground. Sasuke brushed the dust off, pocketed the rope, glanced at the now shattered rock, and looked up at the Hokage's stone face above him. Was that statue always this flimsy? Well, it doesn't matter. The second Hokage's carving was never much of a landmark anyway. Missing a piece. Who's even going to notice? Then, Sasuke took a shortcut home. Up on the hilltop. Neji asked, "What was that sound just now?" You replied, "A chip just fell off the second Hokage's stone statue." Sasuke knocked it down. Neji glanced over and said, "Honestly, there's a perfectly good path down, but he refuses to take it, always putting on a show." You chuckled, "Hee, maybe he just wanted to walk to the edge and take in the view. You keep saying he can't get down but with someone. As proud as Sasuke, of course he'd want to prove himself. Big brother, you really should work on how you talk to people otherwise. Oh, by the way, isn't there a girl with a bun hairstyle and a cheongsam who's always with you?" Neji answered, "Ah, you mean Tenten. She's also an orphan from the village, but her family's been wealthy for 8 generations, enough to last a few lifetimes. She spends time with me because our families have some history together, and she specializes in a type of taijutsu. There's a chance we'll become teammates, so Lord Hayashi thought it'd be good for us to build some rapport in advance." Then Neji teased, "What's the matter, little brother? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to Tenten. If you want, I can introduce you sometime." You protested, "Big brother, if you keep talking like that, you'll never get along with women." Neji snorted, "Women, they're just a distraction that slows down my punches." You thought to himself, "Big brother, you got a long way to go." Neji said, "It's getting late, little brother. Let's head home." You glanced over at Naruto, who was sitting a little ways behind them, and said, "I'll stay a bit longer." Neji looked at the unconscious Hinata. "What about the young lady?" You replied, "Why don't you take her back?" Neji hesitated. "If Lord Hayashi finds out, it might not look good. Maybe you should take her back on your way home." You nodded. "All right, I can do that. I'm off then." With a swift backflip, Neji landed atop the second Hokage's stone head. Using the momentum, he leapt into the air, flipping gracefully across the distance before landing securely on the rooftop platform of the Hokage's office. He darted between buildings, quickly vanishing into the night. After Neji left, Naruto came over. There's something I want to talk to you about, just the two of us." You nodded. "I know." They sat down together on the ground. Naruto began, "I'm sorry for dragging you into all this because of me. I didn't know how to face you, so I skipped school today." You asked, "Dragged in? Are you talking about the incident with teacher Mizuki?" Naruto replied, "Yeah. Actually, I don't know why, but I once dreamed that Mizuki-sensei was a bad guy. I thought it was just a dream, so I didn't take it seriously. If I'd paid more attention and told someone sooner. No, maybe no one would have believed me anyway, because there's a cursed fox sealed inside me." As Naruto spoke, he placed a hand on his stomach, his expression shadowed with sorrow. "The nine-tailed fox. Even though my memory from back then is so hazy, I know that the voice urging me to destroy everything, it was that fox. I don't even remember how I lost consciousness, or how I woke up. Not being in control of myself like that. It really scares me. Do you know? I'm honestly terrified. I'm scared that one day, if I lose control again, the Nine Tails will hurt innocent people, hurt you. It won't happen." A faint smile appeared on Yu's lips. Naruto said, "Maybe someone like me isn't meant to have friends, but you, can I be selfish for a moment?" You replied, "Go ahead." Naruto continued, "Even if I have the fox inside me, even if I might lose control at any time, please be my friend. Don't leave me, okay? I don't want to see my friends get hurt because of me, so I've decided I won't just drift through life anymore. I want to become stronger, strong enough to control this power, to keep it from hurting anyone, strong enough to protect everyone, so that no one like Mizuki-sensei can ever hurt me or my friends again. So, please, promise you'll always be my friend. I don't want to go back to being all alone ever again." As Naruto poured out these heartfelt words, tears welled up in his eyes. Behind them, Hinata, now awake, trembled, her eyelids fluttering and her small hands clenched tightly. You spoke softly. Is this what you wanted to say? Naruto gathered his courage and nodded. Yeah, you finally said it. I've been waiting for you to admit you want to be stronger. You smiled, gratified. His philosophy was to offer support, but never to fight someone else's battles for them. You said, tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. Let's start training together. Naruto looked surprised. Huh, the day after tomorrow? But don't we have school? You replied. You can have a shadow clone go to class for you. Naruto blinked. Why didn't I ever think of that? You stood up, gazing into the distance. Say, Naruto, do you know who was the first to stand here and look out over this land? Naruto shook his head. No idea. Yu's gaze grew distant. Back in the era of great battles, the first Hokage and his dearest friend stood here, dreaming of the future. That's how the Hidden Leaf Village came to be. Naruto thought for a moment. The first Hokage, that's the guy whose face is on the mountain, right? So was his friend the second Hokage. Yu shook his head. No, it was the leader of the Uchiha clan. His name was Madara Uchiha. A gentle breeze swept by. Naruto's eyes shone with admiration. Sasuke's ancestor? That's amazing. But how come I've never heard that story before? You smiled faintly. For certain reasons, Uchiha Madara left the village. At least, that's what my family told me. As for the more specific details, I really don't know. That's why, from a historical perspective, this place is quite special. What's more, it has the best view in all of Konoha. I want to turn this spot into our secret base. A secret base? Naruto exclaimed in excitement. What is that? It sounds so cool. How we build it? When do we start? Whoa. You turned around, facing the others. The little pinwheel on the collar of your shirt spun wildly in the breeze. Of course, we start right now. You crossed your small arms in front of your chest. Wood style, technique of intertwined pillars. With a thunderous rumble, towering trees burst forth from the earth, their trunks spiraling together to form houses that quickly lined the mountaintop. Naruto stared in awe, his mouth hanging open. Amazing! Inside him, the Ninetales was left utterly speechless, shrinking away in fear. The goal was achieved. On one hand, you really did want to build a house here. On the other, this was a little performance for the mini Ninetales. If it dared to cause trouble for Naruto again, you'd just deal with it using wood style. As for the fact that you could use wood style, this deserved a special mention. Otherwise, it would make the technique seem far too mundane. In truth, the world only knows that the origin of wood style can be traced back to Azura, son of the Sage of Six Paths, and that it later found its fullest expression in his reincarnation, Hashirama Senju. But in fact, the true source of wood style's power lies with the god tree itself. The Otsutsuki clan, by consuming the chakra fruit of the god tree, introduced that power into their own genetic lineage. Generally speaking, descendants born from Otsutsuki who have eaten a chakra fruit have a certain chance of being able to use wood style. But as for your Otsutsuki father, though incredibly powerful, he never consumed a chakra fruit. So, naturally, you wouldn't have inherited wood style through blood alone. So then, where did wood style come from? It turned out that after the fire style technique at the end of the Shuriken contest, you, relying on your innate talent, managed to master fire release, water release, earth release, wind release, lightning release, yin release, and yang release all on your own. Note, even though this story has a somewhat comedic tone, it's important to be precise here. Yin release, yang release, and yin-yang release are fundamentally different. Don't get them mixed up. After mastering the 7 chakra nature transformations, you still weren't satisfied. What you wanted wasn't just power. Wood style was a jutsu bursting with creative possibilities, and it just seemed so much fun. I want wood style. I want wood style. I want wood style. That intense longing finally prompted the Book of the Divine to grant you a milestone technique. Secret Art. Hands of Abundant Sunlight. A jutsu that lets you freely combine different chakra natures to generate unknown, new transformations. Well, isn't this a case of give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime? This technique, without a doubt, opened a door to a whole new world for you. Wood release, as a known Kekkei Genkai, is traditionally a combination of water and earth chakra natures. But that's only the basic form of wood release. According to the records, even Meng Huang could wield it. The kind of wood release that can conjure entire forests, though requires a touch of yang release transformation as well. So, water plus earth, combined with the transformative power of yang release. After several attempts, you finally succeeded in creating wood release using this method. And if wood release could be mastered, then all the other documented nature fusion Kekkei Genkai were well within reach. Completely backward compatible. Combine wind and fire, and you get scorch release. Combine fire and water, and you get boil release. Combine fire and earth, and you get lava release. Combine wind and water, and you get ice release. Combine lightning and water, and you get storm release. On the day you awakened Hizuhizu no Mikoto, you had planned to experiment with even more chakra combinations to create all sorts of fascinating new techniques, but just then, guests arrived unexpectedly at home. With no choice, you had to set the matter aside for the time being. Well, there's plenty of time. Just find a quiet, secluded spot when a chance arises and get it done. Maybe tomorrow, watching the negotiations between Konoha and the Uchiha, while using Hizuzu no Mikoto to invent some fun new jutsu. Now, that sounded like a good plan. Wood release, pillar linking house technique complete. You lowered her small hands from the final hand sign, the little pinwheel on her collar slowly spinning as calm returned to the air. As for how the pillar linking house was learned, that was all thanks to the Book of Seals. Otherwise, even if the Otsutsuki could use wood release, they wouldn't have thought to use it for building houses. Naruto was still reeling in amazement. That's incredible. What jutsu is this? You replied nonchalantly, wood release. You'll understand it in the future. It's nothing special. Oh, I see. Naruto believed her. But if you build a house here, what if someone finds it? You answered, this is the highest point in the village, and it isn't on any of the roads out of town. Normally, no one comes up here. Naruto said, but I saw lots of little houses hanging below the Hokage rock. You replied, those are shelters, only used if the village is attacked. Well, that's what my dad told me anyway. Naruto, oh, I get it. You continued, so unless there's an attack on the village or repairs being done on the Hokage rock, usually no one will be around here. Look back, and there's the secret hideout. Look down, and you can see the Hokage's office building. That thrilling sense of living on the edge, yet staying hidden. It made Naruto's heart race just thinking about it. But you didn't feel the same way at all. She didn't think she was being reckless in the slightest. This is called shadow under the lamp, meaning the shadow right under the light, which is actually hard to notice. It can also be understood as, the most dangerous place is often the safest. You said, so, the day after tomorrow, let's have our shadow clones go to school while our real selves meet here. Naruto replied, sounds good. So, what are you going to do tomorrow? You grinned. Just wander around by myself for a bit. Naruto said, all right then. Even the best of friends must have their own secrets. It was time to head home. Naruto glanced at Hinata lying on the ground, and his cheeks instantly flushed. You said, I'll walk Hinata home. You go on ahead. Okay. Naruto dashed down the mountain path, but, with a thud, stumbled and fell. He scrambled back up, flailing awkwardly as he hurried on. After Naruto had left, you spoke softly. You're awake, aren't you, Hinata? Hinata's eyelids fluttered as she opened her eyes. You asked, why pretend to be asleep after waking up? Hinata replied, Yukuin, you're someone special to Naruto. If I were awake, there are things he definitely wouldn't say in front of me. I wanted to hear what's truly in his heart. I want to understand him better. You smiled. You like Naruto, don't you? With no one else around, Hinata's cheeks turned crimson as she nodded. You chuckled. All right, I understand. I'll cheer you two on. Let's head back. Hinata was moved. Thank you, Yukun. Whoosh. With a swift movement, you returned to his own bedroom. He carefully pulled the life-size doll, made in his own likeness, from little Hanabi's sleeping embrace and hid it under the tatami. Then, quietly, he slipped into bed. As for why he used a doll instead of a shadow clone, well, because when it comes to the girl he has his eye on, even his own clones aren't allowed to get close. This thrill of dancing on the edge of danger. It's simply irresistible. What a hopeless perv. While Yu was basking in self-satisfaction, he failed to notice the sly, impish smile creeping onto Hanabi's lips. Big liar you. Just you wait. When morning comes, you'll get what you deserve. That night, not a single member of the Uchiha clan slept a wink. Because at dawn, they would face a life-and-death negotiation with the upper echelons of Konoha. As the first rays of morning shattered the darkness of night. Huff! Before the stone monument flickering with foxfire, Fugaku rose to his feet. His gaze swept over the grim, silent clan members in the shrine as he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, stay here and wait for orders. Itachi, you're coming with me. At the Hyuga household, Yu stretched with a yawn and crawled out from under the covers. Little Hanabi was still fast asleep, sucking her thumb. Already 3.5 years old, and still acting like a baby. I'm heading out to play now, little princess. Wait for me and be good. Yu slipped into his clothes, ready to greet Hizashi before leaving. After all, this wasn't his own home, so he had to keep up appearances. Stopping in front of the main hall, Yu paused and greeted respectfully, Good morning, uncle. Hizashi, who was enjoying his morning tea, set down his cup and looked over with a gentle smile. Come in and have a seat. Yu entered the room, and sat properly on the cushion. Hizashi said, "Up so early? You don't have to go to school today." You replied, "To be honest, Uncle, I've gotten used to going to bed and waking up early. I was planning to go out for a morning run to keep fit." "Very good." Hizashi nodded in approval, lifting his teacup. "Discipline is a core lesson for any ninja, and you've already built a solid foundation for it." You grinned. "You flatter me, Uncle." Hizashi took a sip of tea and said, "I've heard that recently, when Hizashi tested your gentle fist skills, you almost managed to get the better of him." You scratched his head. "That was just luck. Father was holding back. He didn't want to go all out." Hizashi tightened his grip on the cup. "Even so, it shows you've reached quite a level. Your father is second only to me in the entire Hyuga clan. It looks like next time, I'll have to test you myself." You chuckled nervously. "I hope you'll go easy on me, Uncle." Hizashi smiled. "Of course, I'll keep it light. But Hanabi is still young, yet she's improving at a remarkable pace. Soon, she'll master the basics of gentle fist." You said in surprise, "So soon? That's impressive, Uncle." Hizashi lowered his gaze. "It's all thanks to her own determination. Unlike her sister, well, Hinata is working hard too. I see it all with my own eyes." He looked up at you. "Enough about that. Hanabi's next steps in gentle fist. I want you to teach her personally." He was taken aback. "Huh? Me? Are you sure?" Hizashi reassured him. "Absolutely. You've got the skill, and besides, Hanabi is closer to you. She'll listen better to your guidance. I'm entrusting Hanabi's training and daily care to you, which will also give me more time to coach Hinata." You bowed his head earnestly. "Since you trust me so much, Uncle, I'll do my best." Hizashi swirled his teacup thoughtfully. "By the way, I've heard about your performance at the Ninja Academy. Not just with Shuriken. Despite starting from scratch, you've managed to convincingly use ninjutsu. Clearly, your talent as a ninja isn't limited to taijutsu alone. The Hyuga clan holds gentle fist taijutsu as our core tradition. To preserve this, we generally don't allow members to train in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. But your situation is truly rare. I've thought long and hard about it. We can't let the clan rules become shackles that hold back your progress." Slamming his teacup down with emphasis, Hayashi said, "So, this is what your uncle has in mind. In the future, Hanabi and Niji will carry forward the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. As for you, just follow your own path. As long as you master the essentials, learn from every source. I look forward to seeing just how far you can go." You put on a look of humble surprise. "I'm a bit embarrassed, but I'll do my best, Uncle." Hayashi smiled. "All right, aren't you going for a run? Off you go then." You stood up. "I'll be off, Uncle." After you left, Hayashi drained his tea in one swift motion, many thoughts stirring in his heart. When you first returned, he was far too playful, and I worried he might go astray. But now, seeing how he's behaved all these years, he has every bit the bearing of an outstanding next-generation member of the Hyuga clan. Entrusting Hanabi to him truly was a wise decision. Under the table, his legs wouldn't stop bouncing. "My hands are itching again. I should go to the inner room and practice a bit." He was just about to get up when his wife, Kiwa, arrived. "Dear, come out to the yard for a moment." "Hanabi's." Hayashi looked puzzled. "Hanging quilts? There's no sun early in the morning, and besides, isn't it supposed to rain today?" When he stepped into the yard, sure enough, Hanabi was standing on a little stool, reaching up to hang a quilt on the clothesline. And right there on the quilt was a clearly visible little map. Hayashi blurted out, "Hanabi, did you wet the bed?" Little Hanabi bit her lip, clearly embarrassed and at a loss for words. Hayashi folded his arms. "Come on, tell the," with a deliberate clink. Hayashi set his teacup down and said, "So, that's my plan. In the future, I want Hanabi and Niji to carry forward the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. As for you, keep walking your own path. As long as you maintain your skill, learn from others as much as you can. I'm truly looking forward to seeing how far you'll go." You put on a look of pleasant surprise. "I'm honestly a bit embarrassed, but I'll do my best, Uncle." Hayashi smiled. "Good. Didn't you say you were going for a run? Hurry up and get going." You stood up. "All right, I'll be off then, Uncle." After you left, Hayashi drained his tea in one swift motion, a flood of emotions rising in his chest. This child you, when he first returned, was far too playful. I used to worry he might go astray someday. But now, after watching his words and actions over the years, he's developed the poise that a distinguished new generation of the Hyuga clan should have. Trusting Hanabi to him, it turns out, was indeed a wise decision. Under the table, his legs wouldn't stop bouncing. "My hands are itching for some practice. I'll head to the inner room for a round or two." Just as he was about to get up, his wife, Kurinai, arrived. "Dear, come out to the courtyard for a moment." "It's Hanabi." Hayashi looked puzzled. "Sunbathing the bedding? There's no sunlight this early in the morning, and isn't it supposed to rain today, anyway?" When they reached the courtyard, sure enough, Hanabi was standing on a little stool, hanging a comforter on the clothesline. And right there, on the comforter, was a very clear little map, a telltale stain. Hayashi blurted out, "Hanabi, did you wet the bed?" Little Hanabi bit her lip, visibly troubled by something she couldn't say. Hayashi crossed his arms. "Out with the truth. Your father won't laugh at you." Hanabi replied, "It was you. You wet the bed. After he left, I quietly brought the blanket out to dry." "What?" Hayashi's expression changed instantly. "Quick, bring that comforter inside." What kind of example is this if someone sees it? The Hyuga household was right in the busiest part of the compound, with people coming and going all morning. There was no hiding anything here. And so, the news of Yu's accident spread through the Hyuga clan like it had sprouted wings. "Did you hear? You wet the bed. Right at Lord Hayashi's place." "No way, really? I saw it with my own eyes." The second young lady was secretly hanging up Yu's wet sheets. "He's 7 and still wets the bed?" And the second young lady had to clean up after him? On top of that, he got caught by Lord Hayashi himself. Haha. Oh man, this is going to haunt him his whole life. From now on, let's call him Little Bedwetter. Ugh. Honestly, I'm so jealous of that kid. I wish I could share a bed with the second young lady, too. They say jealousy makes people ugly. No, I have to let even more people know about this. Hey, we can laugh about this among ourselves, but let's keep it within the clan, all right? I don't want our people to become a joke in the eyes of outsiders. Of course, only the Hyuga can mess with the Hyuga. No one else is allowed to lay a finger on us. Unaware that he had already become a laughingstock, Yu arrived at the small shrine. This was his personal hideout, a place that not even Naruto and his closest friends knew about. Around the shrine, the Jizo statues were covered with talismans Yu had pasted himself, forming an invisible barrier that kept prying eyes away. It was no exaggeration to say that, at least for now, in Konoha, nobody could discover this place. He took out fruit and snacks, setting them neatly to the side. With a soft whoosh, a crystal ball, the same model the third Hokage used, fell into place before his eyes. Now let's get started. Ninja art, telescope technique. Images began to swirl on the surface of the crystal ball. Inside Konoha's top-secret conference room, protected by an anti-surveillance barrier. Representing Konoha's leadership were Hiruzen and Danzo, while the Uchiha side was led by Fugaku and Itachi. All were already seated, ready for the meeting. In the Uchiha district, Sasuke walked through the empty streets. Honestly, first thing in the morning, and both Dad and my brother are out. I was hoping Itachi would teach me how to climb using chakra today. Weird, the breakfast shops should be open by now. Maybe the water pipes still aren't fixed. Oh well, I'll just go practice in the woods by myself. Silently, two shadowy figures leapt onto a wall, stalking the lone child below. That kid, that's Itachi's little brother. Lord Danzo said to bring him in alive. As the negotiations unfolded, the dark hand of Root was quietly closing in on Sasuke. Did Itachi know? Would you discover the truth? Where would these negotiations lead? In Konoha's highest council chamber. Danzo set his cane aside, one hand resting on the back of his chair, head lowered, the cross-shaped wrinkles on his chin standing out sharply. Fugaku, I must say, your Uchiha clan just doesn't know when it's well off. Konoha has treated you generously, entrusting you with the vital position of the police force. And what have you given us in return? Nothing but mess and trouble. To keep you away from conflict, Konoha kindly moved your settlement to the edge of the village. But still, you insist on throwing yourselves into the center of every storm. Fugaku folded his arms tightly against his chest, gripping his shoulders as he struggled to stay composed. But Danzo looked up, his left eye cold as he shot Fugaku a glare. And now, after everything, you still have a nerve to ask for negotiations with Konoha? Negotiations are held between equals. What right do you have to stand on equal footing with us? Cough, cough. Hiruzen, sitting nearby with his pipe, quickly coughed to signal Danzo not to go too far with his words. Fugaku spoke in a deep voice. Lord Third, does Lord Danzo's statement just now reflect your own position? If it does, then I see no point in continuing these negotiations any further. Hiruzen reproached him. Danzo, you've gone too far. All clans, including the Uchiha, are our comrades and fellow villagers of Konoha. Whatever differences we may have, we can sit down and resolve them through equal and friendly dialogue. That attitude of yours isn't helping these talks at all. Danzo gave a cold snort and said, I'm trying to be friendly, but isn't it obvious they're just making outrageous demands? Let's drop it. For their own sake, I hope they know when to stop otherwise. Well, they truly risk bringing about their own destruction. Beneath the shrine. So, one plays the villain, and the other plays the good guy. You picked up a takoyaki ball with a little bamboo skewer and popped into his mouth. The chewy texture made him savor it, His cheeks puffed out into two little round balls as he chewed. Why does Hiruzen need Danzo? Because those words, just now, Hiruzen himself would never say them aloud. But someone had to say them. Swish! With a flick of his small hand, you sent the bamboo skewer flying. It shot into a stone pillar, landing perfectly to form the character for awkward, with the other skewers already stuck there. Burp! After a satisfied belch, you turned to another task. In his left hand, he gathered a murky ball of earth-nature chakra. In his right, a glistening orb of water chakra. Earth plus water, and with the addition of yang release, that would be with style. But what if I reverse the process? He brought both hands together, and this time, mixed an yin release as well. Secret technique. Hands of life's bounty. Swish, swish, swish. A riot of colorful flowers suddenly bloomed, carpeting the ground in vibrant hues. You marveled, wow, flowers everywhere. Did I just use flower style? But on closer inspection, he realized it wasn't just flowers. There were grasses alongside the blossoms, and mushrooms nestled among the grass. What's going on with this composition? If with style creates trees, then is this style for herbs and flowers? But mushrooms aren't even plants, they're fungi. So how should I even classify this jutsu? Whatever, it's fun. Let's just call it flower style for now. Once I get the hang of it, I should be able to separate the flowers, the grasses, and the mushrooms at will. You played with his new discovery, thoroughly entertained. Back in the conference room, the negotiations had moved to the heart of the matter. Hiruzen took a long draw from his pipe. Since we're all at the table, let's lay everything out and talk openly. Fugaku, the police force has indeed become a hot potato. I am willing to have the Uchiha step down from the police force. Fugaku asked, then how do you intend to fill that vacancy? Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe. The Sarutobi clan will take over. Fugaku and Itachi both showed looks of surprise. Meanwhile, Danzo felt only contempt in his heart. Oh, so you want to use this self-sacrifice to appease the Uchiha's anger? You really are still the same. So naive. Fine then. Do as you please. In any case, this negotiation is just for show. I'm turning it into a way to lull the Uchiha into complacency. That man's weakness will soon be under my control. So whatever the outcome of this meeting, the Uchiha are doomed. The fleeting shadow in Danzo's eyes did not escape Itachi's notice. Danzo will surely keep something up his sleeve. Will it be Sasuke? For now, we must do what we should and trust in Mr. Yu for the rest. Under the table, Itachi inconspicuously brushed Fugaku's leg with his hand. Fugaku spoke. Lord Third, regarding the matter of the police force, my clansmen and I actually think this way. We hope the Uchiha can continue to serve in their roles within the police force. Everyone present, Hiruzen, Danzo, and the advisors Koharu and Hamura, all wore expressions of astonishment. Hiruzen said, this surprises me, Fugaku. Didn't you come to negotiate in order to have the Uchiha? Fugaku replied, yes, the purpose of my negotiation is to enable the Uchiha to better serve the Leaf Village. Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, Hamura. Fugaku continued, to be honest, what Lord Hokage and Lord Danzo just mentioned, bloody conflict, extreme demands, all left me rather puzzled. Danzo thought, we both know what's really going on here. The masks have already dropped, so what is he playing at now? True, the situation between the Leaf and the Uchiha is extremely tense, on the verge of eruption. But since open conflict hasn't broken out, the hostilities have remained beneath the surface. Before this negotiation, neither side had actually said the word war aloud. Still, both sides took that understanding as a given. So Fugaku's unexpected move had caught Hiruzen completely off guard. But if the falling flower longs for love, the running water cannot remain indifferent. Hiruzen took a slow draw from his pipe, steadied himself, and decided to go with the flow. I see. Still, the current situation within the police force pains us deeply. May I ask, Fugaku, do you have any good solutions? Fugaku replied, we would like to propose that the village improve its legislation, particularly for ordinary Leaf citizens who have never had a truly complete set of laws. Without objective law as a standard for sentencing, without clear criteria for crime and punishment, everything depends on the subjective judgment of the enforcers. That, in my view, is why the police force has struggled to win public trust. For example, imagine Zhang San harassing Li Si's wife in the street. Everyone knew Zhang San was in the wrong, but there were no laws in Konoha forbidding Zhang San from flirting with Li Si's wife. At that moment, the police force came and dragged Zhang San away, beating him half to death. At the time, people felt a sense of justice, but afterward, they couldn't help but think that the police force's methods were too harsh. Was Zhang San's crime really deserving of such punishment? In the end, even though it was clearly Zhang San's fault, no one paid attention to that anymore. The public's focus shifted to criticizing the police force instead. Moreover, while the police force's severe punishment of Zhang Sin did objectively deter crime, it inevitably made them the target of public resentment and hatred, even among those who actually benefited from their actions. Why is that? It's because, deep down, everyone harbors a darkness within. No one knows when they themselves might become the next Zhang San. The room fell silent. Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura were left completely stunned by what they heard. You chuckled. Fugaku. Turns out you're the true copy ninja. All those words were exactly what you had once said to Itachi. Itachi had repeated them to Fugaku, and now Fugaku recited them flawlessly, word for word. But from his tone and composure, you'd never imagine he had just crammed this knowledge at the last minute. In Yu's small hands, a searing ball of fire chakra merged with a crystal-clear ball of water chakra. This combination, known as boil release, was something you had already mastered. But this time, he also added in release. With a series of wet, splattering sounds, lumps of droppings rained down from the sky. Thus, the defecation release was born. Inside the conference room, Hiruzen was so shocked by Fugaku's words that he wiped the sweat from his brow. So that's how it is. What you said makes perfect sense. We'll definitely consider improving our legislation in this area. Fugaku then respectfully presented a book wrapped in craft paper. If you don't mind, please take a look at this. Hiruzen, pipe dangling from his mouth, unwrapped the package to reveal a thick, weighty book. He gasped in astonishment. This is... Fugaku declared solemnly, "This is something I've been compiling over these past days, drawing from the realities of Konoha society, using my spare time as a police officer. It's called the Konoha Civil Code, Trial Edition. Inside, you'll find clear definitions of criminal behavior and sentencing standards. I believe it is objective and fair, and it should help fill the gaps in Konoha's legal system. Of course, this is only a draft. Whether it should be improved or officially enacted is for you to decide after reviewing it." Hiruzen immediately began reading the Konoha Civil Code, his gaze fixed on the ever-changing images in the crystal ball. Meanwhile, Yu quietly immersed himself in his own daily routine, sui, shou, jianming. Just now, by fusing fire, water, and in release, you had created the defecation release. Now, what would happen if you tried replacing in release with yang release? With a series of explosive bursts, a new transformation began. Papayas, coconuts, peaches, apples, watermelons, bananas, a vibrant array of fruits tumbled down from the sky. Have fruit escape. Keep going, keep going. When lightning and earth attributes are fused, the result is melting release. Building on that, you added yang release transformation. The product? A ground covered in yellow-brown, gelatinous goo. Glue? Exactly, and not just any glue, but a super adhesive with max stickiness, far beyond any ordinary mousetrap. If someone stepped on this, they'd be lucky to walk away without leaving a layer of skin behind. Compared to Kamizuki Izumo's water syrup capture field technique at the gates of Konoha, this is on a whole other level. Glue release. Now, let's see what happens when in release is mixed in. The product. A floor slick with a bronze-colored fluid. Using psychic power to manipulate it, you tossed a few clumps of poop onto the surface. Toss, toss, toss. The poop kept sliding around, bumping into each other like bumper cars. He threw a stone onto it next. Toss. The stone actually bounced right off. Amazing. This is a zero-friction, highly elastic, non-Newtonian fluid. Let's call it flow release then. The experiments continue. When lightning and water attributes combine, you get storm release. You quickly blended in both yin and yang release transformations. The results were smoke and light. Both are things that slip through your fingers if you're not careful, but they make fantastic accents for a dance party. Smoke release and light release? That works. Now, when wind and water attributes merge, you get ice release. After further processing with yin and yang release, the products are dry ice and liquid nitrogen. Hey, with dry ice, we've got stage effects covered, and it could even be used for making artificial rain. And liquid nitrogen, in the sweltering summer heat, imagine cooling your skin with a touch of it. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As for naming, dry ice is essentially solid carbon dioxide, and liquid nitrogen is, well, liquid nitrogen. Both are gases in essence. Let's fudge it a bit and call it gas release. The name isn't important. What matters is the effect. Let's keep trying. Fire and earth attributes combine into lava release, and now with yang release transformation. Down from the sky, a cascade of colorful, oddly shaped stones fell. Are these agates? You picked out an unusually shaped one. It turned out to be a tiny golden star. Yu's eyes sparkled like golden stars themselves. I like this. Even though not everything I make will be a star, let's call it star release anyway. Let's try adding release transformation. A bubbling, steaming liquid came pouring down from above. Magma? No, lava release already does something like this. When it cooled, it became a lump of irregular golden solid. Weighing it in his hand, the texture was unmistakably metallic, and it had a satisfying heft. Wait, could this actually be melted gold? I'll have to take it back and get it appraised. Thump, thump. Use heart raced. If this really is gold, and if Kakuzu finds out about this technique, forget it. Even if it's not gold, it must be some kind of metal. Calling it gold release shouldn't be wrong, right? Let's keep going. Fire and lightning. Those make explosion release. Unlike the earlier ones, you hadn't yet managed to synthesize a pure explosion release. Bang! As soon as the glowing orb in his palm closed, it vanished without a trace. Boom! It exploded. The shrine was blasted apart. You, now a little charred figure, sat at the bottom of an earthen pit, blinking in a daze. That was close, really close. Thankfully, last time I tried to perform as Anaji at home, Granny Toshi, who happened to be visiting, interrupted me before I could try out the explosion release combination. Otherwise, I would have caused a real disaster. Thank you, Granny Toshi. When you pass on one day, I promise I'll pay my respects at your altar. Explosion release is quite unique. It's a kind of release technique, but it doesn't exist in a chakra form, so it can't be further fused with yin or yang release. Crack, crack, rumble. You got up from the pit, and, using telekinesis, pieced the shattered shrine back together, sealing it with a powerful glue made from his adhesion release. Settling back down, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Explosion release is best applied by infusing it into a medium, like Daidara's explosive clay. But, as useful as explosive clay is, it's got a fatal flaw. It's vulnerable to lightning release. You glanced at the little star-shaped stone he'd made earlier. If this works, I could create a stellar explosion combo, not bad at all. I'll need to find a proper test site for a blast experiment later. Onward, onward. Lightning release plus wind release, magnet release. The original story never specified the chakra composition of magnet release, but since electricity generates magnetism, lightning release must be involved. Lightning and water make storm. Lightning and fire make explosion. Lightning and earth make lava. So let's set magnet release as a combination of lightning and wind. Plus, magnet release often appears in the Sand Village, which is famous for wind techniques. So lightning and wind make sense. Magnet release has a wide range of applications, each with its own focus. The third Kazekage used iron sand magnet release. The fourth Kazekage controlled gold dust, and Gaara manipulates regular sand with his magnet release. Got it. After synthesizing magnet release, inspiration struck. He took out the metal he'd earlier suspected of being gold. He tried using magnet release, but the metal didn't budge at all. Ecstatic, you exclaimed, "There's no doubt about it. It's definitely gold." Why? Because gold simply isn't affected by magnets. So how does gold dust work? That's because gold dust contains not just gold, but other metallic impurities as well. That's why magnet release can control it. Magnet release, much like explosion release, typically manifests as an ability rather than a form of chakra. When magnet release chakra becomes visible, it appears as something akin to a curse mark, attaching itself to the surface of techniques. Consider the examples: Sand Waterfall Layered Burial Seal and Magnet Release, Rasengan. You took out a mirror and check a reflection. Sure enough, when she used magnet release, those telltale dark circles appeared beneath her eyes. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, also showed these dark circles when using magnet release. In truth, these dark circles are probably the curse mark of magnet release. If that's the case, then the unique nature of magnet release dooms it, just like explosion release, to be unable to merge with yin or yang release and create some new type of elemental technique. Setting the mirror aside, you fell into deep thought. Still, the curse mark is essentially a seal, isn't it? The Book of the Divine contains a universal method for releasing seals. Back then, I used that very technique to break Niji's caged bird seal. Perhaps I should give it a try. Secret art, Yudojin kick and release. A deep hum resonated in the air. The dark rings around Yu's eyes vanished. It wasn't that the magnet release state was dispelled. Instead, it was completely unsealed. Crackling and snapping, silver arcs of light suddenly danced across Yu's body. Her silver hair stood on end, bristling like metallic quills. So this is it. This is the true power of magnet release. Wreathed in silver lightning, you unlocked the genuine strength of magnet release. Next comes the union of wind and earth attributes. Snap! A sharp, Crisp sound rang out from Yu's right arm as it transformed, becoming hard, gleaming steel. Steel release, a technique that directly alters the body's composition. If I recall correctly, this was Hiriko's ability. So, it's actually a combination of wind and earth. Yeah, and if I combine it with magnet release, boom! Yu launched her steel arm, propelled forward by electromagnetic force. Thunder rumbled in her wake, and for hundreds of meters ahead, the earth was gouged out, trailing sparks and flashes of lightning behind the flying arm. Yu grinned. Yeah, using magnet release to drive steel creates the effect of a railgun. Sure, I could do the same thing with psychokinesis, but it never hurts to have more skills up my sleeve. With a metallic grinding, she summoned her launched steel arm back from deep within the mountainside, reattached it, and it became flesh and blood once more. The magnet-released chakra faded, and Yu's hair fell back into place. Among the combinations of two chakra natures, with yin or yang release added in, the only pairing I haven't tried is wind and fire. The fusion of fire and wind attributes gives rise to the Kekkai Genkai, known as Scorch Release. As far as is known, only Pakura from Sunagakure has ever used it. When Scorch Release is activated, fireball-like spheres appear around the user. In close combat, if these orbs touch an opponent, they instantly evaporate all moisture from the body, leaving nothing but a shriveled husk. What kind of new jutsu would emerge from combining yang release and yin release transformations? Hey, let's give it a try. First, add yang release. Whoosh! The small Scorch Release fireball suddenly turned golden. A golden fireball, huh? I wonder how effective it is. You glanced at a nearby pond and threw the fireball in. Splash! A frightening thing happened. The water in the pond evaporated in an instant, and at the same time, the fireball became even larger and more intense. You exclaimed in astonishment. This is incredible. Not only does water fail to extinguish it, it actually makes it stronger. If I toss this thing into the ocean, wouldn't it spell mass extinction for marine life? In one piece, this thing would be on par with an ancient weapon. While he was still reeling from surprise, the golden fireball rose from the now parched pond bed and actually started moving toward him. Hey, I'm your master. What are you trying to do? He waved his sleeve to fan out a gust of wind, forcing the fireball back, but it trailed after him relentlessly. It seemed to be drawn to water. I get it. You must be infatuated with my watery charm. Well, sorry, but I'm already taken. Better luck in your next life. Hiss, hiss. A sudden blast of dry ice and liquid nitrogen poured down, snuffing out the golden fireball before it could fully develop. You could be whatever kind of release you want. I don't care for you, and I can't even be bothered to give you a name. You gathered another small Scorch Release fireball, this time planning to try adding a yin release transformation. Hopefully this one won't turn out weird again. After adding yin release, the Scorch Release fireball turned white, and then, with a pop, burst into countless tiny white tadpoles. Plop! You landed on the ground with a thud. What the hell? That scared the life out of me. The little white tadpoles floated haphazardly in midair, cackling with eerie, mischievous laughter. Damn, they're alive? That laugh is downright spooky. Don't tell me these are will-o'-the-wisps. After darting about in the sky for a while, the tadpoles drifted down and fizzled out on the ground. You stood up. I don't really get it, but that was pretty entertaining. And it seems the flames aren't hot. They don't harm living things. Huh. At that moment, you noticed something surprising. Wherever the flames had gone out, the withered autumn grass was coming back to life. Huh. This strange phenomenon piqued his curiosity. Then, a sudden idea occurred. If I use that to nurture the Aburame clan's Kikaichu, could I raise glowing Kikaichu? Hey, that'd be something. Maybe I should go find Shino and get a few original specimens to try it out. Speaking of which, Shino really has no presence at all. I've been in school for days and barely even noticed him. I should chat him up next time. So, what should that technique just now be called? Forget it. Let's call it Soul Release. But honestly, it barely resembles the original Scorch Release at all. I can hardly see any connection. At this point, you had already tried all the possible combinations of the two basic chakra natures, experimenting with the variations of yin release and yang release. As for those other obscure Kekkai Genkai techniques, like swift release, dark release, and transparency release, they probably have nothing to do with elemental fusion. After all, the Sharingan is classified as a Kekkai Genkai too, but it's not related to chakra natures, which shows just how broad the definition of Kekkai Genkai really is. As for the combination of three basic natures, that falls under the category of Kekkai Toda, which is still far beyond Yu's current abilities. The only known Kekkai Toda is the dust release used by Inoki of the two scales, formed from wind, earth, and fire natures. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are countless possible combinations. When your strength grows, he is determined to unlock even more mysteries behind Kekii Toda. He settled himself back down at the foot of the shrine. On the crystal ball, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, put aside the Konoha civil code, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. After a long silence, he let out a sigh. You have truly opened my eyes, Fugaku. The depth of your understanding of Konoha's people, and the way you've crafted such a rigorous and humane code. Honestly, I'm humbled. Fugaku asked, so what do you mean? Hiruzen replied, there's no need for any revisions. Just go ahead and publish it as is. What? Both Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado looked utterly astonished. Still smoking his pipe, Hiruzen spoke in a low voice. To tell you the truth, back in the day when the second Hokage was drafting regulations to bind the shinobi, he also drew up some laws aimed at Konoha civilians. But the kind-hearted first Hokage rejected them. He believed that any ordinary citizen willing to join the shinobi family deserved unconditional protection and acceptance. But as time has shown, perhaps that wasn't entirely appropriate. In any case, Fugaku, your dedication as commander of the Konoha police force and your vision for peace have been deeply inscribed in this book. With that, he set his pipe down. I must apologize. There have been many unfounded suspicions cast upon the Uchiha lately. I'll make a public statement immediately to set the record straight. And we'll waste no time implementing the Konoha civil code throughout the village. Koharu spoke up. Is this really all right? No matter how good this code is, it's still a restriction for the people. At this point, they're bound to have complaints. Hiruzen said, it is a restriction, but it's also a form of protection. There may be some grumbling at first, but in time, they'll come to understand. Hamura added, and who do you expect to bear the brunt of those early complaints? Hiruzen spoke firmly. Of course, as Hokage, I will take responsibility. Fugaku, there's no need for you or the Uchiha to worry about the law education campaign. The entire effort will be overseen by Konoha. Until the program is complete, your police force will temporarily suspend operations to avoid escalating any conflicts. With these words, Hiruzen stood up and bowed deeply. For all the harm and stigma the Uchiha have suffered in the past due to flawed systems, I offer my sincere and heartfelt apology as Hokage. We will take real action to make amends and restore the Uchiha's good name. A heavy sigh passed through the room. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane exchanged glances, then both stood and joined Hiruzen in a solemn bow. Fugaku and Itachi quickly rose to their feet. Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors, there's really no need for such formality. A cold snort broke the moment. Danzo gripped his cane, shot them a look of disdain, and turned to leave. Suddenly, outside, a shadow dropped down in front of him. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Sasuke is now in our custody. A sly smile tugged at the corners of Danzo's mouth. Itachi, in the end, nothing has changed after all. Where am I? Ni-san, save me. The heavenly probe maiden synchronized Sasuke's terrified cries, transmitting them directly into Yu's mind. A sudden gust of wind swept through. At the base of the shrine, Yu quietly put away the crystal ball and rose to his feet. Danzo, you're the one who can't change anything. In Root's secret black chamber, Sasuke was tied to a bench, staring in terror at the two men before him, both wearing animal masks. He'd been practicing his tree-climbing technique in the Uchiha Grove when, out of nowhere, he'd been knocked out and brought here. Fighting down his fear, Sasuke demanded, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The two men were both Root operatives, codenamed Xincho and Xinc. Their orders were simple: guard Sasuke until the Uchiha clan was destroyed, then silence him. When neither man replied, Sasuke shouted, "Let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Uchiha clan." A low, sinister chuckle escaped Xinc. Sasuke snapped, "What's so funny?" Xinc replied, "The Uchiha? Soon, there won't be any left." Sasuke protested angrily, "That's nonsense." Xinc continued coldly, "Oh, I see. So you really don't know anything, kid? Fine, let me enlighten you. Your Uchiha clan is planning a rebellion." Sasuke's face drained of color. "That's impossible. You're lying. There's no way that's true." Xinc sneered, "Can't you feel what's going on around you, kid?" Sasuke sucked in a sharp breath, his mind racing back to the strange tension that had filled his home lately, and how his parents always disappeared at night. Suddenly, the clash at the gate between Itachi and the three clan elders, and all those cryptic words, finally made sense. His voice trembled as he cried out, "Lies, all lies. Why? Why would anyone do something like this to us?" Seeing his reaction, Xinc let out a cold sneer. "Because you Uchiha are born traitors, that's why." Sasuke's face turned deathly pale. "Itachi, my brother, he wouldn't." Xinc continued, Your dear brother Itachi has always served as a spy for the village, reporting Uchiha's secrets directly to the higher-ups. Thanks to him, we've been able to monitor your clan's every move. Sasuke shook his head in disbelief. My brother? He'd never do something like that. Xinc's voice rose, sharp and merciless. Not only that, he even agreed to help the village wipe out the Uchiha completely. Sasuke looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes wide with shock. Xinc shook his head, but in the end, he wavered. He couldn't go through with it. That's why we had to bring you here, to use your worthless little life as leverage to force Itachi to finish the job. Huh, not that we ever planned on letting you walk out alive anyway. At that moment, Xinc, standing to the side, said, Hey, why are you telling this kid so much? Xinc replied, I just wanted to see that constipated look on his face. Besides, he's as good as dead already. It's time he learned how cruel this world can be. Not that he could change anything, ha ha ha. In Sasuke's mind, thoughts exploded like fireworks. Brother, no. I can't let my brother hurt everyone just because of me. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This brat, he's trying to bite off his own tongue. Xinc rushed forward, gripping Sasuke's jaw and forcing his mouth open. But in a flash, Sasuke clamped down hard on Xinc's hand. Af! Xinc roared in pain and lashed out, slapping Sasuke across the face. With a loud crash, Sasuke and the chair toppled to the ground. As his consciousness blurred, horrific images of Itachi slaughtering their entire clan flashed before his eyes. Brother, father, mother, everyone. A faint, fledgling Sharingan flickered in his eyes, then vanished. Sasuke lost consciousness. Xinc stared at the bite marks on his hand, cursing, Damn brat. Before I kill him, I'm pulling every last tooth out of his mouth. To prevent Sasuke from trying to bite off his tongue again, Xinc stuffed a wad of paper into his mouth. There, that should keep him quiet. Xinc, you too. He turned, but his words froze on his lips. His eyes widened in terror, staring at something behind Xinc. In that sealed room, no one knew when, but suddenly there was someone else, standing right behind Xinc. Xinc frowned. Hey, what's wrong with you? Xinc stammered. Behind you. Behind me. Xinc turned, but there was nothing there. And then, a blood-curdling scream tore through the room. A blood-curdling scream from Xinc rang out, making Xinc spin around, eyes wide with shock. A small figure stood before Xinc, its entire arm thrust straight through his abdomen. With a sharp, slicing sound, Yu's arm withdrew, morphing from steel back into flesh. Droplets of blood, which should have splattered across her face, suddenly hung suspended in the air, trembling with unnatural energy. Aside from that one indirect incident with Sui Mu, this was Yu's first kill since crossing into this world. It was even more uneventful than she had imagined. Xinc, refusing to stand still and await death, drew his ninja blade and slashed at the back of Yu's neck. But the blade struck an invisible force, was instantly blunted, and shattered into several pieces with a resounding clang. A crushing pressure pinned Xinc to the spot, rendering him unable to move. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he stammered, who are you really? You, still facing away, paid him no heed. 3 meters away, the ropes binding Sasuke snapped in midair as if cut by an unseen hand. With a flicker of telekinetic power, Sasuke was lifted and floated over to her side. Hoisting Sasuke onto her shoulder, Yu rose off the ground and hovered into the air, turning to face Xinc. Xinc's eyes bulged in terror. Those horns and those white eyes, you're that one from the Hyuga clan. Yu stretched out her small hand. A sickening crunch echoed through the room as Xinc's limbs twisted grotesquely under the force of her telekinesis. His head wrenched at an unnatural angle, eyes bloodshot and wild. He squeezed out through clenched teeth, You're not human. With a final brutal snap of her tiny fist, his body exploded apart with a wet, thunderous sound, blood and viscera splattering the walls of the pitch-black chamber. I am indeed not human, Yu said coldly to the 2 corpses, but compared to you, even Akamaru puts you to shame. Leaving those icy words hanging in the air, she carried Sasuke out of the secret chamber in a single, effortless stride. Meanwhile, the negotiations between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups had concluded successfully. At dusk, after leaving the meeting room, Itachi was approached by Danzo, accompanied by 2 members of Root. Danzo hobbled forward with his cane. Itachi, Root has just received intel. Your brother has been abducted by an old enemy of the Uchiha. Itachi halted, his hand clenching into a fist, and then, Danzo's tone was loaded with implication. The enemy's demand is the life of the entire Uchiha clan in exchange for your brother. Root has already sent a rescue team, but your brother is still in their hands. If you don't take some decisive action, I fear your brother's fate is sealed. I see. Itachi had anticipated this. Danzo would surely make a move. At this point, it was his only card to play. Danzo wanted to disregard the outcome of the negotiations, using Sasuke's life to coerce Itachi into wiping out the Uchiha clan. If Hiruzen questioned him, Danzo would simply blame everything on Itachi, claiming it was all his own doing. What a despicable scheme. Itachi had anticipated this, but made no preparations for a backup plan. The reason was simple. He wanted to show, through this very act, his absolute trust in you. I have entrusted the life of my most precious younger brother to you. How could you ever let him down? Yu's voice echoed directly in his mind. Itachi, I've saved your brother. Thank you. Itachi offered his gratitude silently, then turned slowly to face Danzo. The fury burning inside him was forcibly twisted into a faint, playful smile. So that's how it is. The Uchiha are about to host a grand gathering, and I'm running late. I must take my leave. With these words, and under the stunned gaze of Danzo and his two subordinates, Itachi strode away with effortless grace. One of the root members behind Danzo stepped forward, shouting, Hey, Uchiha, Itachi, that's your brother we're talking about. Itachi glanced back, the corners of his mouth quirking up with a mischievous urge. Please do me a favor, pass a message to that Uchiha enemy of yours. Tell him I don't want this brother anymore. Go ahead and get rid of him for me, would you? Thanks. As they watched Itachi's departing figure, one subordinate muttered, Lord Danzo, something's not right here. Danzo gripped his cane tightly, a sudden realization dawning on him. Quick, go check the dark chamber where Sasuke is being held. Inside the chamber, Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. The gruesome sight of Xiancho and Xinc's corpses was shocking beyond words. Even Danzo's two men, hardened as they were, had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Xiancho and Xinc were already jonin before they joined Root. There's no way they wouldn't even put up a fight. Just who could have done this? Danzo's gaze turned cold and dark. So it's as I thought. Itachi spoke that way because he already knew Sasuke had been rescued. Bang! His cane struck the floor with force. Where did things go wrong? Why have our plans been forced onto the defensive ever since Shursui defected? Could it be there's a traitor within Root? But he quickly regained his outward composure. Go! Dispose of the bodies thoroughly. Destroy this chamber. Leave no trace behind. And what about Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke is of no more use. Itachi is not a man to make the same mistake twice in the same place. Leaning on his cane, Danzo turned and walked out. It seems wiping out the Uchiha by cunning alone is hopeless. The Uchiha are like rotten cotton. No matter how well you cover it once. You cut it open, it's black on the inside. Hiruzen, this time, I'll play the role of a forthright advisor who dares to speak the truth. He arrived in front of Hiruzen. Danzo said, Hiruzen, you can't possibly believe the Uchiha's honeyed words, can you? Hiruzen replied, You must have seen the sincerity the Uchiha have shown. Danzo retorted, All of that is just a delaying tactic. Even that so-called code of law is nothing but a smokescreen. They know that. If they rebel now, it'll end in certain defeat. So they're just buying time, retreating to advance, trying to secure a breathing space. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe in silence, saying nothing. Danzo spoke up. Think about it. Who was it that first leaked the news to us about the Uchiha planning a rebellion? It was Itachi. Afterwards, each of us used our own people to confirm it. The Uchiha clan was thirsting for war. That much was as clear as day. But now, today, Uchiha Itachi is cooperating with Fugaku, trying to deny everything. Do you really think that makes sense? With a heavy voice behind the curtain, Hiruzen replied, Perhaps they've realized the danger and pulled back just in time. Maybe we should give them a chance. Danzo's expression twisted with contempt. Pulled back just in time? Hiruzen, you're not young anymore. Do you really still believe that nonsense? A leopard doesn't change its spots. The truth is we have all underestimated the Uchiha. They're nothing like those brash warmongers from the Kagaya clan of the Mist. The Uchiha are clever, calculating. If we give them even a moment to catch their breath, the ones who will regret it later will be us. Our lives don't matter, but if Konoha falls into Uchiha hands, how could we ever face the Hokage of generations past? Hamura Mitokado chimed in. Hiruzen, Danzo makes sense this time. Kohyudatane agreed as well. Their attitude at the negotiation was far too strange. There's definitely something going on beneath the surface. Danzo pressed on with a ruthless glare. So, while they're still basking in the joy of their successful negotiations, and their guard is down, we strike. Your Umbu and my Root, everyone, move at once, wipe them out, eliminate the threat forever. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe. Tonight, Umbu will move in secret. Danzo, you, and I will go together. Danzo's eyes flashed with anticipation. We're really taking action? Hiruzen shook his head. No, seeing is believing. Let's confirm with our own eyes the true face of what's really happening behind the Uchiha. Only then will we decide our next step. In the agreed-upon forest clearing, Itachi took the unconscious Sasuke from Yu's arms. So far, everything has gone just as you predicted, he said. We've pulled the wool over their eyes, and, for now, won the Hokage's support. But that's just the surface. The Uchiha aren't as idealistic as my father claims. In truth, the clan is riddled with internal strife, and the people are desperate for war, eager to vent all the negative feelings they've bottled up. The negotiations didn't bring them any real benefit. If these internal conflicts aren't resolved, if those feelings aren't eased, it's all just an illusion. You said, that's why it's time to use the secret weapon I prepared for you. Itachi replied, at this point, there's no turning back. Everything will be decided tonight. I'm going, Mr. Yu. With a gust of black-winged crows, Itachi vanished into the night, Sasuke in his arms. Yu stretched his little arms. Phew, I guess it's time for me to head home too. Hanabi must be missing me like crazy by now. The Uchiha clan, at the Naka shrine, erupted in heated discussion upon hearing the news brought back by Fugaku. Legislation, reform? That's it. Those old fossils in Konoha's leadership. Are they not willing to grant us even a single real benefit? So, did they think giving us a day off will fix everything? What a joke. No way, absolutely not. If we just let everything that has happened be swept under the rug like this, wouldn't that make us look like fools? We refuse to hide in our shells like cowards. It's not about whether they'll let us go anymore. It's about whether we'll let Konoha go. At worst, we'll drag them down with us. That's right. None of us who stayed here are like that coward Shursui, clinging to life. Enough! Fugaku's sharp shout cut through the uproar, the foxfire by the stone tablet flickering wildly. Instantly, the room fell silent. Raising his eyes, Fugaku spoke in a piercing tone. Ask yourselves honestly, in the course of law enforcement as the police force, have you truly done nothing wrong? Several clansmen averted their eyes. But didn't you say there weren't any clear laws to follow? Fugaku pressed on. Even if there were laws, would you really enforce them impartially? Silence. The clansmen hung their heads. Someone cried out, but, all we ever wanted was to be treated fairly. Fugaku replied, don't blame all of life's troubles solely on an unfair environment. Think carefully, for the peace we've enjoyed until now, how many of our Uchiha ancestors, how many comrades, have paid with their lives? If not for yourselves, at least think of your children. A young Uchiha man clutched his hair in anguish, his voice breaking. But if we just let it go like this, how are we supposed to vent all the frustration that's been bottled up inside us? Exactly. Fugaku let out a long, steadying breath. Everyone, please gather in the Uchiha's outdoor plaza. In a back alley, a tall girl with a beautiful face, her long hair falling gracefully, and a beauty mark just beneath her right eye, met with Itachi. Uchiha Izumi, Itachi's childhood friend. With a low voice, Itachi said, Izumi, did you listen to the tape I gave you last time? Izumi's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Yes, I listened to all of it. Those songs were so refreshing, it made me really happy. I never knew you had such a romantic side, Itachi. Itachi clenched his fist. Actually, there's something I need to ask you. Oh, Izumi's beautiful eyes shone with curiosity. What is it? You sound so serious. Go on, tell me. Slowly, Itachi picked up a shopping bag by his feet and handed it to Izumi. Inside, cat tail, cat ears, cat paws, and a catgirl dress. The sight made Izumi blush furiously. Itachi bit his lip, struggling to speak. Please, Izumi. This is my one and only request in this lifetime. For the sake of the Uchiha clan, please, put these on. The Uchiha clan's outdoor plaza. 4 strong Uchiha men worked together to carry a massive set of equipment onto a hastily assembled stage. Fugaku and Itachi stood in the shadow beside the stage. Fugaku said, this equipment cost me 3 years' worth of savings. I bought it from the Land of Sound, wore out 8 horses on the way, and it took 2 days and nights to secretly deliver it to Konoha. Itachi replied, at first, you didn't even support this idea. I can't believe you went to such lengths and spent so much. Fugaku answered, it's true, I always thought this was an absurd idea, and honestly, I still do. But, Itachi, you've never let me down since you were a child. That's why I've decided to place my bet on you this time. All 561 Uchiha, young and old, men and women, were gathered here, except for Sasuke, who was recovering at home, and Shursui, who had defected. In total, 559 people were present. People sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of each person was a tray, holding a bottle of Daijinoya sake and a glow stick. Everyone glanced around at each other, puzzled. What's this all about? They called us all here to drink. Why can't the clan leader just give instructions at the shrine? Why all this mystery? At that moment, a young Uchiha suddenly exclaimed, I get it. This is our parting drink. Once we finish, we'll fight Konoha to the death. So that's what this is. Huh. The clan leader talks about peace, but his warrior's blood has been burning all along. A thin young Uchiha picked up the glowing stick from his tray. But what's this thing for? A well-traveled, balding Uchiha man explained, that's a glow stick. I've heard about these. Some street performers use them to set the mood. Everyone was even more confused. If we're going to war, why do we need something like this? The young man from before suddenly had another revelation. I get it. The clan leader wants us to fight a glorious battle. If we win, we'll use these to cheer for victory. If we lose, we'll use them to celebrate our deaths. A hot-blooded Uchiha youth leapt to his feet. That's our clan leader for you. Such fearless acceptance of life and death. He's a true role model for all of us. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his kind couldn't hold a candle. To him, the clan leader should be the one crowned as Hokage. Come on, everyone, let's raise our drinks. Down this sake, follow our leader out of Uchiha, flatten Hokage Rock, and carve Lord Fugaku's name upon it. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. The Uchiha rose as one, drinking straight from their bottles with abandon. The sharp crack of shattering bottles echoed across the plaza, blending together into a wild, thrilling chorus. Everyone was hyped up, brandishing their glow sticks with wild enthusiasm. Go for it, Chief. Just say the word, and we'll take the Hokage's head right now. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of chaos, crisp footsteps echoed from the south. Everyone turned toward the sound. Under the soft glow of the lights, a girl in a catgirl outfit strode forward, the outfit hugging her. Graceful figure perfectly. From beneath her skirt, a sleek black cattail flicked up, swaying in rhythm with her light, airy steps. The feverish crowd was instantly struck dumb. Is that Izumi? Izumi's elderly father, his head wrapped in a white bandage, shouted hoarsely, Hey Izumi, what do you think you're doing, dressing like that at such a serious occasion? You'll be on the battlefield soon. Do you want the enemy to mock you? The crowd's gazes shifted, their expressions turning odd. But Izumi paid them no mind. Or perhaps, the moment she put on this outfit, she had tossed her shame to the winds. She climbed the steps and took the stage. Fugaku muttered, Itachi, you really pulled it off. She's actually wearing it. Itachi replied, I think I've used up all my courage for a lifetime. Izumi took her place on stage and nodded to Itachi. He returned her glance with an encouraging look. Snap! Fugaku snapped his fingers. With a flourish, the tablecloth was whipped aside, revealing a top-tier, luxurious sound system gleaming under the lights. In the corner of the stage, Mikoto Uchiha quietly slid a cassette into the player connected to the speakers, pressed the play button, and clasped her hands in a silent prayer. A lively, soaring light rock melody burst from the speakers. The hall fell utterly silent, every eye fixed on the stage. Izumi Uchiha, with fuzzy cap paws raised, began to dance gracefully to the beat. Whoosh! From the audience, Itachi tossed a microphone high into the air. As the intro faded, Izumi spun beautifully, her skirt flaring at just the right moment. Her palm caught the descending microphone mid-turn, and a clear, joyful voice soared into the night sky over the Uchiha clan. The song, Bitter Bittersweet, a track performed at the Culture Festival by anime heroines Yui Yugahama and Yukino Yukinoshita from Oreguru. Lyrics, Rhino. Composition and arrangement, Kurozu Kayahiko. Original vocals, Saori Hayami. Naoto Yama, 3D World. Performance, Izumi Uchiha, 2D World. It's just a little bitter, like a piece of chocolate, sharp and sweet. Your voice echoes in my heart, strumming these feelings inside. Overflowing, awkward, yet true. All forms of awkwardness were on full display. Utterly baffling. Nonsensical. Unfathomable. Completely out of place. Sheer madness. And yet, to break through these biases takes only a matter of seconds. The hand gripping his shoulder, her second finger, began tapping an unconscious rhythm. Gradually, the ticking of the second hand could no longer keep pace with the beat of his heart. Some instinct dormant in his genes was being awakened. It was a joy, simple and pure, that the Uchiha had long forgotten. Today, I want to reach you with my song. Without meaning to, I caught a glimpse of your serious profile. Izumi was completely immersed now. As she sang this line, she turned her eyes, seemingly by chance, and shot Itachi a playful wink. Phew! In that instant, it felt as though an arrow had pierced right through Itachi's heart. His fist clenched, but he could do nothing to steady his racing pulse. I understand now, Mr. Yu. My pounding heartbeat keeps racing faster and faster. Every time I look at you, my heart pounds wildly. Wah, eh-ha. At some critical threshold, the crowd burst. Shouts, cheers, and applause erupted, mingling with the dazzling glow sticks boiling up into the night sky above the Uchiha's open plaza. Outside the Uchiha compound wall, the commotion startled the Konoha ENBU. What was that sound just now? It doesn't seem to be coming from a Naka shrine. Hurry, let's check it out. Swish. High above, an ANBU member grabbed his binoculars, adjusted the angle, and focused in on the Uchiha open-air plaza. His jaw dropped. This is... Danzo, what do you see? Speak. NBU, the Uchiha. They're having song and dance party. That noise just now was them cheering. Danzo, what did you say? Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, watched the live scene through his crystal ball, stroking his beard with a slight nod. Haha, Danzo, it seems your worries were unfounded. The Uchiha's nightlife is lively and colorful. With people like this, there's no way they do anything to endanger the village. Danzo, stubborn as ever. They're putting on a show for us. Hiruzen's gaze grew thoughtful. A party can be faked, but can laughter? Can a genuine smile be forged? Danzo. Rigian handed the crystal ball to him. Look closely. Every face here is lit up with a genuine, heartfelt smile. That's not the kind of joy you'd see on someone plotting a rebellion. Gazing at the crystal ball, where one smiling face after another flashed by, Danzo's expression turned ashen. For a long moment, he was speechless. Raindrops began to patter on the eaves, soft at first, then suddenly cascading down in torrents. Rigian's pipe had gone out. He lifted his eyes to the rain-streaked night sky and murmured, "They said there'd be rain tonight, and finally, here it is." He set the crystal ball down, took out a handkerchief, carefully cleaned out the damp tobacco from his pipe, and packed it away. When rain is late in coming, it weighs on people's minds, but once it passes, the sky will clear again, and the village hidden in the leaves will be full of life once more. Danzo, from now on, you are forbidden to mention attacking the Uchiha ever again. As he turned, an ANBU attendant stepped forward and opened an umbrella for him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Rigian addressed the crowd in a deep voice. Effective immediately, the ANBU will cease surveillance of the Uchiha clan. All of you, return to your posts. The ANBU responded in unison. Yes, sir. Catching sight of Danzo's barely contained fury out of the corner of his eye, Rigian added meaningfully, Danzo, the crystal ball is yours now. Use it however you wish. With that, Rigian and the ANBU left. Danzo stared at the swirling lights of the glow sticks on the crystal ball and could no longer suppress the fire raging within him. Ark, these rebellious fools. He yanked his right hand from the cloth pouch, gripped his staff with both hands, and drove its pointed end down hard onto the crystal ball. With a sharp crack, the crystal ball shattered, and the images vanished. What kind of sick joke is this? What kind of joke? Still fuming, Danzo seized the bottom of his staff, wielded the top like a hammer, and began smashing furiously. Bang, 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 bang. Muddy water splattered everywhere. The crystal ball was pounded into fragments beyond repair. The root members around him didn't dare breathe a word. None of them had ever seen Danzo so out of control. Yet his anger still wasn't spent. Glancing sidelong at the Uchiha clan emblem on the wall, he suddenly charged over and swung his staff at it with all his might. With a resounding crack, the staff snapped clean in two, its broken end flying across the room, while the wall remained utterly unharmed. Panting heavily, Danzo tried to collect himself after his outburst. The Uchiha hadn't rebelled, which was a tremendous boon for the village. So why was Danzo, who prided himself on protecting the leaf, so overcome with rage? The answer, of course, lay in the secrets he dared not reveal. He had coveted the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi. The power it had granted him had become an obsession, one he could no longer do without. But Izanagi required a vast number of Sharingan eyes to sustain it. He did, in fact, have several Sharingan in his possession, collected through unspeakable means from a number of Uchiha clansmen who had met with unexpected accidents. But it was far from enough. The thought that such sweet power would not last long left him deeply unbalanced inside. Izanagi, that could grant me invincibility. I hold a position of great power, with Root's elite bodyguards at my side. Unless there are special circumstances, I don't need to fight personally. So, as long as I can get my hands on the remaining Sharingan from the Uchiha, it should be more than enough to deal with those rare special circumstances. To protect Konoha, I need the power of Izanagi. The Uchiha must become the sacrifice. He would crush the Uchiha, all to fulfill his own ambitions. Following the thread left by the second Hokage, he had implemented a series of harsh policies to suppress the Uchiha, to stoke tensions, and then, with overwhelming force, he planned to wipe them out without shedding a drop of blood. What a perfect plan. Yet now, things had gone awry. How could that not make him furious? But things had already reached this point. No matter how much he raged, it was useless. Perhaps, he thought, the Uchiha's luck had not yet run out. He tried to comfort himself with this thought. He tossed aside the half-broken stick in his hand, then lifted his gaze to the towering wall ahead. His eyes regained their depth and icy clarity. So be it. Killing the chicken for its eggs is no long-term strategy. Better to let the chicken grow even bigger. With a sharp snap, a piece of wood sprouted from beneath the bandages on his right hand, twisting into the shape of a cane, which he grasped in his left. He turned to leave, and the root members trailed behind. Lord Danzo, are we just letting them go? Danzo tucked his right arm back into his cloak and replied in a low voice, there will be plenty of chances. The Uchiha are a clan born to evil. I refuse to believe they can truly change. Let them prance about a while longer. They'd better raise me a few more fine pairs of good eyes. Not long after Danzo departed, a dozen or so newborn bats, perched atop the wall, fluttered their wings and took off into the night. Hyuga clan. When you arrived home, he noticed an extra pair of adult shoes by the entrance. This smell must be Hayashi. Is he here for a visit? He changed into his little slippers and walked to the sitting room. Both Hayashi and Hizashi were there, with little Hanabi seated quietly to the side. The atmosphere was tense. Something's up? You kept his composure and stepped forward. Uncle, Dad. Hizashi scolded him. You, what on earth have you been up to? You froze for a moment. Could be Hinata let something slip and the septic tank incident had been exposed. No, surely not. He scratched his head in confusion. Me? What did I do? Hayashi from the side chimed in. Let it go, Hizashi. It's nothing serious. Everyone has their urgent moments. Big brother, don't cover for him, Hizashi replied. Following the principle of loose on the outside, strict on the inside, Nichiza pulled a small quilt from under the table. Opening it up, he revealed a little map, then asked, You wet the bed this morning at your uncle's house, didn't you? Huh? You was stunned for a moment. No, that can't be right. I don't even need to use the bathroom. How could I possibly wet the bed? Nichiza continued, Such an embarrassing thing. If you don't clean up after yourself, you trouble Miss Hannah to take care of it for you. Aren't you already famous enough in the clan? Sigh. He looked toward Hanabi. She was standing to the side, head lowered. Heavenly detective girl. Hanabi's thoughts echoed in his mind. Oh no, what do? I just wanted to annoy you a bit, so he wouldn't come home so late and would spend more time with me. I never thought it would turn out like this. What if he gets mad and doesn't want me anymore? No, I can't let that happen. I'll admit it to father. It was me who wet the bed. You thought to himself. So that's what happened. Oh, my little troublemaker. You really are my nemesis. He said out loud. It's true, I did wet the bed, but there's a reason for it. What? Hanabi lifted her head in surprise. Nichizu and Nichiza exchanged glances. Nichiza asked, Oh, what reason could possibly justify wetting the bed? I'd really like to hear this. Thinking quickly, you replied, I was experimenting with a new escape technique. And I've already succeeded. A new escape technique? That's right, it's my urine escape technique. As long as I don't say stop, it just keeps going and going. Nichiza, Nichizu, and Hanabi followed you out into the courtyard. Rain was falling gently. Nichiza, with a serious expression, said, You, a man must stand by his words. You say you've mastered this urine escape technique. Then let us see the results of your training. All right. You agreed, turned his back, took a deep breath, and fumbled with his hands. Seconds later, a clear stream shot forward, tracing an arc through the air. He really was peeing. Nichiza thought to himself. To be honest, I've watched this boy grow up, but this is the first time I've actually seen him pee. Gradually, the stream turned into a torrent, and the arc became more impressive, steeper, and higher. Nichiza and Nichizu. Well, not so strange, really. When we were kids, we were much different from this. The three of them stood behind you, watching him in action. As the seconds ticked by, the arc showed no sign of fading. Instead, it climbed even higher, as if it might vault over the wall despite the wind. Nichizu's expression grew more and more serious. At last, he couldn't hold back. He stepped forward for a closer look. Whoa, you, with a mischievous flick, made the arc ripple into a wavy line. Even after it settled, the momentum didn't lessen. Nichiza was equally astonished. He came over as well, and the two brothers crouched side by side, eyes wide, witnessing this incredible feat together. Little Hanabi tiptoed over, at first feeling a bit shy, covering her eyes with her small hands. But curiosity soon got the better of her. Her fingers slowly parted, and she peeked through the cracks. "Oh my," she gasped. The sight of the adorable white baby elephant, trunk raised high and spraying water, made her cheeks flush a deep, bright red. Just then, Niji pushed open the garden gate and caught a glimpse of the scene, freezing in place. "Hey, what on earth is going on here?" "Hush." Hisashi immediately made a gesture for silence. Niji quietly stepped closer, standing for a moment as his expression gradually grew more and more unrestrained. The scene seemed to freeze in time. The gentle, persistent rain, the seemingly endless stream, and the crowd left utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't until a rainbow arched gracefully across the sky above the courtyard that anyone stirred. Hisashi's mouth was dry as he finally managed, "Hayashi, how long has it been?" Hayashi, his bloodshot eyes struggling to tear away from the rainbow, glanced down at his watch and croaked, "An entire hour. To the minute." The rainwater, pooled throughout the yard and filled with curious bubbles, began to flow toward the drain. Amazed, Hisashi declared, That's enough, you can stop now." "Phew." You let out a long breath, and the arc suspended in midair gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt, leaving only a gentle drip-drip as he shook himself off and put away his tools of the trade. Beneath the lingering rainbow bridge in the sky, you faced the crowd and announced calmly, "As you can see, this is the P-escape, infinite flow technique." Hanabi's face shone with admiration. "Amazing, you. You're absolutely incredible." Niji gave a big thumbs up. "You're something else, like a cow having a muscle spasm. Just wildly awesome." Hayashi and Hisashi exchanged glances, the two brothers' minds turning not to the spectacle, but to the deeper principle behind it. Hisashi asked, "How did you actually do it?" You replied, "Actually, the technique is something I realized by drawing inspiration from our Hyuga clan's most treasured art." Hayashi and Hisashi stared in shock. "From the clan's secret techniques? Are you talking about gentle fist?" You nodded. "Exactly. First, it's the breathing technique of our Hyuga gentle fist. That's the key to creating an endless flow." Hayashi questioned, "The breathing technique?" Hisashi pressed, "Isn't it chakra that creates the flow?" You shook his head with a smile. "Dad, you're underestimating me. Not to brag, but any technique that relies solely on chakra is second-rate, no matter how powerful. Why do we relieve ourselves? To get rid of waste, of course. And what is chakra? It's the body's precious essence. If I use my essence to make waste, and then throw it away, wouldn't that be completely backwards?" Hisashi nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. That makes perfect sense. In truth, before crossing over to this world, you had suffered from uremia, a condition where the kidneys fail and the body loses its ability to eliminate toxins through urine. His family's financial situation was poor. He couldn't afford expensive medicine, let alone a kidney transplant. The only way he could stay alive was through dialysis. But what is dialysis exactly? It's a process that uses specialized equipment to filter toxins from blood. After his transmigration, you became a young member of the Otsutsuki clan in the world of Naruto. He never had to suffer that kind of pain again, but he never lost his true self. The ninjutsu of urine release. This was a technique he invented very early on. Because it carried the regrets of his past, he never used it in front of others. Urine release was something you comprehended from the very principles of dialysis. The production of urine is the process where water filters toxins from the organs inside the body, gathers in the bladder, and is then expelled. And before it becomes urine, it's just water. But where does this water come from? From outside the body. Compared to drinking, breathing is much more practical, so I modified the Hyuga clan's gentle fist breathing technique and created breath of water. Hayashi, Hisashi, and Niji were stunned. Breath of water? Like this. You took a deep breath. "Dad, uncle, brother, use your Byakugan and watch me." Before he could finish, the three men had already activated their Byakugan, and Hanabi followed suit. Moisture in the air is flowing rapidly into Yu's body. Incredible. That's my son for you. But then, how do you quickly turn the water you've drawn in into urine? It's simple, by stimulating the meridians, that is, using acupressure. Hayashi and Hisashi both jumped in surprise. Acupressure? You explained. That's right. Who says acupressure in the Hyuga clan can only be used on enemies? Years of habit have blinded us to other possibilities. Acupressure can also be used on oneself, if you know exactly where to press. Tap, 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 tap. Yu's fingers danced rapidly, pressing several acupoints on his own body. By pressing the right points, the water drawn in with the breath of water is quickly filtering toxins from my body, producing urine. 4 pairs of Byakugan eyes zeroed in on Yu's lower abdomen. Drip, drip, drip. It's coming out. It's really coming out. Amazing. He filled up his reserves in an instant. So you could just keep making and releasing at the same time? Never-ending urine release. Absolutely incredible. You said, the next steps are simple enough for anyone. As for how far you can shoot, that depends on the individual. Can other people learn this technique? Yes, as long as they're members of the Hyuga clan, it's possible. That's fantastic. To be able to control your urge at will and filter toxins from your body. This technique really should be spread throughout the clan. You've made an enormous contribution. That's my son through and through. Well, no one seemed to care anymore about why you didn't clean up the scene after wetting the bed. Night had fallen, yet even the heavy rain couldn't quench the Uchiha clan's burning passion. In the crowd, not a single person held an umbrella. People swayed in unison like wheat fields in the wind, tireless, waving their glow sticks in perfect harmony. On stage, Izumi's sleek black catgirl outfit was already soaked. No one could tell if it was from sweat or rain. Clutching the microphone tightly, she announced in a deep voice, "Next, the final song." A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd, and for a heartbeat, everything fell silent. Izumi lifted her face, her dark eyes ablaze, the three tomo of her Sharingan sparkling with life. So, pour out every last drop of your passion. Give it your all. Don't hold anything back, all right? Suddenly, the speakers exploded with the electrifying notes of Only My Railgun. Whoosh! The entire audience shot to their feet, their deafening cheers echoing through the night square. Hey, 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 hey. Amid the surging energy, Izumi sang her final song. But down below, the Uchiha weren't ready for it to end. They shouted for an encore, voices wild with excitement. At that moment, Fugaku stepped onto the stage and took the microphone from Izumi's hand. Bizidzid. A sudden buzz from the mic hushed the crowd. Fugaku stared at the microphone in confusion. Izumi whispered, "Uncle Fugaku, you're holding it too close. Move it a bit farther away." Fugaku replied sheepishly, "Oh, sorry." A round of good-natured laughter rippled through the audience. Regaining his composure, Fugaku raised his voice and asked, "Everyone, did you enjoy yourselves tonight?" The Uchiha responded in unison, "Yes, it was incredible, absolutely amazing." Fugaku's expression grew solemn as he lowered his voice. "But if we go to war, we'll never be able to hold a party like this again." The crowd fell silent, heads bowed, lost in long contemplation. Seizing the moment, Fugaku continued, "We're always complaining about how unfair life is, and in doing so, we've lost our sense for finding happiness. But the truth is, happiness is all around us. We just haven't opened our eyes to see it. I won't deny that Konoha's current system has cost us many things we rightfully deserve. But as the old saying goes, if you're never satisfied, you'll end up with nothing. We may not have the best, but we're far from the worst. Think of all the clans wiped out in the past shinobi wars. All that's left of them are empty graves and bones, nothing more. Of course, I'm not telling you to endure endlessly. But before we complain, let's first do what we ought to do. We are the police force of the Leaf Village, entrusted with maintaining its peace and order. In the past, the lack of a sound legal system meant our enforcement lacked clear standards, drawing much criticism and suspicion. But in these recent negotiations, this issue has finally been resolved. From now on, as long as we abide by the law during our duties and keep personal feelings out of our actions, I believe no one will have grounds to question us ever again." Drip drop. In the stillness of the night, the rain gradually faded and a rainbow stretched across the sky. The rain has passed and the sky is clear. Life must go on. I believe that, starting tonight, the Uchiha will embark on a new, hopeful chapter. Would you all be willing to witness it with me? These moving words stirred a yearning for a better life in everyone's hearts. They raised their heads and voiced what they truly felt at this moment. I am willing to follow clan leader Fugaku. So am I. All of us are willing. Clan leader Fugaku, please lead the Uchiha toward this new beginning. Clutching the microphone tightly, Fugaku spoke from the heart. "Thank you, my beloved clan. Tonight, let's drink and celebrate without restraint." Fine dishes and good wine were brought to the tables. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the hall as the Uchiha's grand banquet began. Izumi leaned on the stage railing, exhausted as she made her way down. Itachi hurried over to support her. "Izumi, you've worked so hard tonight." Izumi smiled gently. "If what I've done can benefit the clan, then it's all worth it." As she spoke, Izumi took off her cat paw gloves and with a teasing touch, pressed her finger to Itachi's lips. "But don't forget what you promised me." Itachi's eyes flickered, and a faint blush colored his cheeks. It turned out, Izumi had agreed to wear that outrageously embarrassing costume and sing on stage, but only on one condition. For the coming week, Itachi had to wear a pair of cat ears. Itachi said, Yes, I'll keep my promise. But can I start tomorrow? Nope, not a chance. With that, Izumi placed another pair of cat ears right on Itachi's head. She grinned mischievously. You have to wear them while eating and sleeping. No taking them off. Itachi hesitated. But what about when I take a bath? Izumi laughed. Don't worry. This extra pair of cat ears is waterproof. At that, Itachi surrendered completely, secretly marveling. Master you. Did you even foresee this? Standing there with the cat ears, Itachi was, in every sense, the perfect picture. So adorable. Thinking of how Itachi would have to keep up this look for an entire week, Izumi simply couldn't hide her smile. And Itachi was the same. Until now, his mind had been wholly occupied with Master Yu's plan and whether it would succeed. He hadn't had time to care about anything else. But his worries turned out to be unnecessary. The rifts within the Uchiha clan truly found resolution through this evening's celebration. With his heart finally unburdened, so much more became clear to him. He could see and understand things he hadn't noticed before. Izumi's catgirl costume was simply stunning, breathtaking to the point of being irresistible. After her spirited performance, she was covered in a sheen of sweat, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks, filling the air with the vibrant aura of youth. Their eyes met, and it was as if a mysterious current passed between them. Itachi. Izumi's gaze shimmered with gentle affection as she leaned in closer. As childhood friends, Izumi was the first girl to ever enter Itachi's heart. But because of all the troubles within and outside the clan, his feelings had always been pushed down and hidden away. Now that the Uchiha had found redemption, Itachi finally didn't have to suppress his emotions any longer. He began to lean toward her as well. Izumi closed her eyes, ready to receive the warmth of an impending kiss. Suddenly, Itachi stopped. He had sensed several gazes fixed upon them. He whispered, "Can you wait for me just a moment, Izumi?" Izumi nodded. But don't keep me waiting too long." Itachi stepped out from the shadows at the edge of the stage and made his way to a corner of the plaza. There, 3 young members of the Uchiha clan were sitting. They were the same 3 who'd clashed with Itachi on the day of Sasuke's shuriken contest. The one in front, with long hair, was named Uchiha Ro, a well-known genius in the clan, though his brilliance had long been overshadowed by Shursui and Itachi. It was Ro whose watchful eyes had just interrupted Itachi. Facing Ro, Itachi knelt and bowed deeply. "Ro-senpai, I sincerely apologize for offending you a few days ago." Ro stared at Itachi's cat ears for a while, then poured a cup of sake and said, "You think an apology is all it takes? That's not very sincere." Itachi replied, "Then what would it take to appease you, senpai?" Ro handed him the cup. "Drink this and say something nice. Do that, and I'll forgive you." Itachi sat up straight and looked at the cup held before him. "I'm only 13. According to the 3 taboos of the ninja, I shouldn't drink. But, to satisfy you, senpai, I'll make an exception tonight." With that, Itachi took the cup and downed it in one gulp. Ro let out a low, surprised sound at Itachi's decisiveness, now curious to hear what words Itachi would offer. Behind him, the 2 Uchiha youths sneered inwardly. Humph, so Itachi finally knows when to yield. He's great with lectures, but when it comes to flattery, let's see how he embarrasses himself. And those cat ears, is he serious? Itachi wiped the last drop of sake from his lips, then, to everyone's surprise, reached out toward Ro's hair. Ro frowned. "I asked for some nice words, not for you to suddenly reach out and touch my hair." Itachi gently threaded Lang's hair through his fingers, softly caressing the silky strands. In a tone that was oddly serious, he said, "Senior Lang, among the Uchiha, we've never lacked men with long hair. But not a single one of them has hair as smooth and lustrous as yours. Could you tell me your secret? I'd love to have hair as beautiful as yours." Behind him, 2 young men stared in disbelief. What is this guy doing? What does he take Brother Lang for? Yeah, this is just outrageous." Both of them waited, expecting Lang to explode with anger. Yet, Lang's eyes darted away, almost shyly, as a faint blush appeared on his cheeks. "Be beautiful hair? What are you even talking about? Honestly, I can't do anything with you. Fine, I'll tell you my secret to keeping my hair so nice." He closed his own door. Little Hanabi knelt on her cushion, bowing her head in apology. "It was my fault. I wet the bed on purpose and tried to blame it on you, which made everyone misunderstand him." You replied, "I know. I only showed off my pee-jutsu in front of Dad and Uncle to try to smooth things over." Hanabi looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes. "So, you're not mad at me. You slipped under the covers, acting as if nothing had happened. What's done is done. Getting upset won't change anything. Let's just sleep. We have school tomorrow." Hanabi pouted, then suddenly leaped onto you, her chubby little hands grabbing his 2 small horns, tugging and pulling at them. You protested. What are you doing? Hanabi insisted. You're totally mad at me. Normally you'd be way more fun when you talk. You'd even laugh, but now you're not laughing at all. You said, then what do you want me to do? Hanabi bit her lip. Tomorrow, I'll tell everyone the truth and apologize. You pinched Hanabi's cheeks. Don't. Then all my effort tonight would be for nothing. Really, it's fine. Let's just get some sleep. Hanabi climbed off you. The light was switched off. Not long after, you fell asleep. Little Hanabi glanced at the north side of the bed, at the fourth tatama board. That was where you usually hid his treasures. A faint rustling sound. As you slept soundly, a tickling itch woke him up, scratching at his face. He opened his eyes. A fluffy tail was swaying right in front of him. He reached out and grabbed the tail. At the other end, as if sensing his touch, it started to move, jingling and tinkling with the sound of a bell. You sat up and turned on the light. There, perched at the end of the bed, was a tiny white calf, wiggling its perky little backside. The tail he held was attached to the calf's rump. The little calf turned its face toward him, flat cow ears, tiny horns, and a bell hanging from its neck. Moo! A clear, youthful moo filled the room, leaving you completely stunned. A year ago, you made a little cow costume for Hanabi to cosplay, but Hanabi was too shy to wear it no matter how much she was coaxed. Today, to Yu's amazement, she put on all by herself. You called out, Hanabi. Hanabi threw herself into the role with gusto. Moo moo moo. I'm not Hanabi. I'm Yu's little cow. Does you like me? Moo moo moo. You burst out laughing. Hey, since when do cows talk while they're mooing? You're really something, but... With that, you scooped Hanabi up into her arms. Hey, you're adorable. She rubbed her face wildly against Hanabi's little cow face, unable to resist her cuteness. Hanabi protested. Moo you, you're holding me too tight. I can't breathe. You grinned. You're just too cute. Let me give you a big kiss, mwah mwah mwah. They cuddled and played for a long while before you, a little reluctantly, finally set Hanabi back down. As for the mischief Hanabi had played on her earlier, those feelings had long since melted away into laughter. Then Hanabi came up with a peculiar new wish. Hey, I want horns like yours, you. You looked at the little horns on Hanabi's cow costume. You got horns right now, don't you? Hanabi replied. These are just part of the costume. I want real ones. You touched her own Otsutsuki horns thoughtfully. This was a tricky problem. After all, horns were a symbol of the Otsutsuki clan. Even though she always claimed to outsiders that they were just lumps on her head from falling down, the only one who still believed that story was her cousin Niji. Now, even Hanabi wasn't buying it anymore. Maybe she could use the Shikatsumiaka technique to make Hanabi some horns? But attaching them would be a bit complicated. Or perhaps use a method similar to a cursed seal. First, she needed to figure out why Hanabi suddenly wanted horns. You asked, why do you want horns anyway? Hanabi answered honestly, because they look cool. You replied, but people might think you're a monster. Hanabi, innocent as ever, declared, I'm not scared. If anyone calls me a monster, you will beat them up for me. What a girl. As expected from the Hyuga clan's little princess, she's got attitude. Yu's eyes sparkle with an idea. Tell you what, New Year's is coming up in about a month. If you behave really well until then, maybe the Hyuga clan's guardian spirit will grant your wish. Hanabi's eyes lit up. Really? You promise you're not tricking me? You grinned. Hee hee. But you have to be good, okay? Hanabi nodded obediently. I'll be good. I won't even listen to Daddy. Just to you. Moo moo. This month, you knew she'd still be away from home a lot at night. Even though Hanabi had mastered the art of bedwetting to torment her, making Yu's life miserable. But stubbornness, that was the mark of a real man. A real man doesn't just give in all the time. He needs to win a girl's heart, so she'll willingly listen to him. That's what it means to truly have her wrapped around your finger. That's what real knowledge is all about. Hey, time to sleep. I want to fall asleep in your arms, you. Just don't actually wet the bed. Even if I do, you'll be there. You will wash the sheets for me. Well, that's true. When I grow up, I want to be your bride, you. You thought to himself, chuckling, life just keeps getting better and better. With the little bedwetting episode behind them, Yu and Hanabi grew closer than ever. After witnessing Yu's secret escape technique, Hizoku and Hizasa quickly picked up the trick themselves. Right now, the two of them were tucked away in a corner of the Hyuga clan's estate, competing to see who could pee the farthest. It's true what they say, boys will be boys, no matter how old they get. The contest had been going on for a whole hour. Twin little rainbows arched from their middles, landing on the lawn a meter away. In terms of distance, Hizasa was clearly winning. Hizasa boasted, Big brother, at this rate I'm going to win. Darn it, does my pride, as the clan, head mean nothing to you? I'm ahead of the main family. Determined, Hizoka tried to push his rainbow even farther, but suddenly it split in two right down the middle. Hizoka burst out laughing, Look, Hizasa, my rainbow turned into two. Hisasa stared for a moment. Big brother, I don't think that's something to celebrate. You really ought to take it easy. The Uchiha's banquet finally drew to a warm close just before dawn. As Itachi and Izumi walked home together, Itachi suddenly stopped, gazing intently at the shadowy forest. Izumi asked in surprise, "What is it, Itachi?" Itachi withdrew his gaze, masking his thoughts. "It's nothing. Let's keep going." It seemed that, aside from Mr. Yu, there was another presence secretly watching the Uchiha's every move. Deep in the dark woods, a shadowy figure stood tall, a mane of spiked hair, an orange mask marked with swirling patterns, a single eye gleaming crimson through its lone opening, glowing eerily in the darkness. Itachi, what a perceptive man. The Uchiha clan was supposed to perish tonight, yet things haven't gone quite as I expected. No matter. Akatsuki's plan will not be hindered. I've witnessed quite the entertaining performance. Now it's time to greet that one. With a rush of swirling energy, a vortex spun out from the eye, engulfing the figure and whisking him away without a trace. Unknown lands. A young man with a Sharingan, marked by the forehead protector of a rogue leaf ninja, stepped into a temple dominated by towering statues. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain Devapath, spoke. Our new member has arrived. Before Shursui stood 7 figures in total, including Pain himself. None of them men of goodwill. His gaze flitted across them in turn. Konin, Kakazu Sasori, Kisame Hashigaki, Zetsu, and Orochimaru. Looking up, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes gleamed with intrigue. Uchiha, Shursui, the genius whose talent and skill are said to surpass even Itachi's. I can't believe you would join the Akatsuki. With a calm composure, Shursui withdrew his gaze. Pain stepped forward, handing him a cloak patterned with red clouds, along with the ring symbolizing the vermilion bird of Akatsuki. He spoke. Akatsuki's goal is to bring about true peace in the shinobi world by having Akatsuki represent the 5 great nations and rule over the world. To achieve this, we gather exceptional shinobi, regardless of their origin or past. Shursui of the Leaf, welcome to Akatsuki. Let your denial of Konoha grow even stronger. Your partner is Juzobiwa. He's not here at the moment, so feel free to move about this base until his return. With a rustle, the red cloud cloak draped over him, and the ring slid onto the ring finger of his right hand. Shursui officially became a member of Akatsuki. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the temple. Watching his retreating figure, Sasori, hidden within his Hiriko puppet, spoke in a low and raspy voice. Looks like we've got another one who doesn't really fit in. Huh. Orochimaru's smile was wicked. Leader, Shursui and I come from the same place. May I go and greet him? Perhaps I could also introduce him to Akatsuki's rules. Click. Hiriko's eyes swiveled, casting a sidelong glance. Orochimaru, you're not eyeing his Sharingan, are you? A sliver of light from Pain's Rinnegan swept over Orochimaru, scrutinizing him. Orochimaru chuckled. Haha. Don't be ridiculous, Sasori. I only take interest in things that are within my reach. That pair of eyes, well, they're far beyond my grasp. Sasori replied with a sly, sing-song tone. Oh my, oh my. To think the ever-proud Orochimaru would admit he's outmatched. This new member must be something special. Pain withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, Orochimaru, you may go. Well then, if you'll excuse me. With a swish, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Shursui was walking up the stone steps that led higher, when he sensed someone approaching from behind. He stopped and turned, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan already spinning in his eyes. Orochimaru, what can I do for you? Standing on the lower steps, his long hair drifting in the breeze, Orochimaru mused, Shursui, I never would have thought you'd escape the clutches of Danzo and Root. To be honest, those eyes of yours, eyes that bear Konoha Tsukumi, are coveted by more than just Danzo. Even I can't help but desire them. That Orochimaru knew these secrets did not surprise Shursui. After all, Orochimaru's collusion with Danzo was no secret to him. Shursui's gaze was deep and unreadable. Orochimaru, knowing the power of my eyes, you still dare to approach me so openly. You must have come prepared. Orochimaru shook his head with a slight smile. No, Shursui, it's just that I know your eyes well enough. The power of Konoha Tsukumi once flickered among the Uchiha during the Warring States era, a rare bloom. That quickly faded. It's been proven that if you don't possess Hashirama cells, you can only use that power once every few decades. Even for the wielder, the cooldown between uses is no less than 5 years. That's why I believe you wouldn't carelessly waste such a precious ability on me. Before they parted ways, Shursui had used the power of Konoha Tsukumi in both eyes to unlock Itachi's Mangekyo. From that moment, the ability had entered its cooldown phase, though Orochimaru was unaware of this. With a swift, metallic whisper, Shursui drew the ninja blade from his back, his voice calm. There's no need to use it on you. But as for techniques other than Konoha Mitsukami, I have no shortage of those. Orochimaru smiled. Shursui, I bear you no ill will. I just want to ask about a few things. We're both from Konoha, and now we serve together in the same organization. I trust you wouldn't refuse to help with such a simple request. Shursui said, What do you want to know? Orochimaru replied, Has Konoha recently taken in any outsiders whose identities are in question? Shursui asked, What do you mean by identities in question? Orochimaru mused, Someone who seems out of place, and yet somehow fits in. It could be an adult, or perhaps a child. Shursui frowned. That's a rather vague description. I have to ask, why are you looking into this? Or perhaps I should ask, what is it you already know? Orochimaru shrugged. Nothing really. I'm simply searching for someone who fits that description, so I thought I'd check with you. Why? Even after betraying Konoha to join the Akatsuki, are you still holding something back? Shursui replied. As far as I know, there isn't anyone like that. I see. That's good to know. Orochimaru's smile lingered enigmatic. Shursui, there's something else I don't quite understand. After Danzo's downfall, you could have returned to the Uchiha clan, or even gone straight to the third Hokage. Either path would have placed real pressure on Danzo. Yet you chose instead to abandon your reputation and bear your clan's suspicion, turning down a road of no return. Let's set aside your motives for now. The Uchiha are on the brink of survival, and you simply walked away, as if you were certain that even without you, the Uchiha would weather this storm unharmed. And as it turns out, Shursui cut him off coldly. What exactly are you trying to say? Orochimaru chuckled, his tone laced with intrigue. I'm simply curious. What gave you the confidence to defect without a second thought? What drove you to join the Akatsuki? For a shinobi like you, I doubt it was just about finding a place to hide. Before the words had even faded, Shursui's figure flashed in like a streak of lightning, and with a swift slashing, his blade swept through the air, sending Orochimaru's head flying skyward. A rustling sound followed. From the severed stump of Orochimaru's neck, several snake heads emerged, slithering up to his airborne head, and with force, yanked it back onto his body. With another swift motion, Shursui sheathed his sword and turned away coldly. Orochimaru, this is your only warning. Do not investigate me. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. You truly are Shursui the teleporter. If I hadn't activated that jutsu in advance, there's no doubt I would have died just now. He attacked without hesitation, even knowing I was protected by a technique. Did he see through it all with those Sharingan eyes of his? Watching Shursui's figure grow smaller as he walked away, Orochimaru's lips curled into an inscrutable smile. But Shursui, neither the power of the Sharingan nor the secrets of the Uchiha clan hold much allure for me anymore. I have glimpsed a new truth, one that I sense will eclipse both the Senju and Uchiha. A secret so earth-shattering, even the legendary sage of six paths would pale in comparison. When that secret is finally revealed, the entire ninja world will be turned upside down, and that day is not far off. After breakfast, Yu made his way to the alley outside the Hyuga residence. Glancing left and right to make sure no one was watching, he formed a shadow clone. Handing his small backpack to the clone, Yu said, I'll leave school up to you, clone. The clone slung the backpack over his shoulder and replied, Leave it to me, original. And so, Yu split in two directions. The clone headed off to school, while the real Yu made his way toward his secret hideout. Near the Hokage's office, the streets bustled with people coming and going. Yu kept to the shadows, observing, I nearly forgot. During the day, this area is crawling with people. Running up that mountain now would draw too much attention. Wait, I've got it. With a soft pop, Yu transformed himself into a little honeybee. His transformation jutsu was truly something special. Not just imitation, but full-on biomimicry. Buzzing up to the mountaintop, Yu dispelled the transformation. Nice, infiltration successful. But Naruto was nowhere to be seen. You couldn't help but worry. I hope he's okay. He sat down on a rock and waited for Naruto. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. The rock began to move on its own. What's going on? Yu jumped to his feet, his expression turning puzzled. With a puff of white smoke, the rock transformed back into Naruto, who looked as if he had just woken up. Oh, you're here, you asked. What are you doing here? Naruto replied. Last night, I was practicing my transformation jutsu here all alone. I must have dozed off without realizing it. Whoa. You couldn't help but marvel. You really are something else. While Naruto slept, his transformation jutsu remained unbroken, lasting all the way until dawn. It seemed that, without Kurama's malicious interference, Naruto's innate talent as a ninja was finally awakening. At this rate, All the lessons he missed over the past year might be made up in no time. You mused, speaking of which, what about the shadow clone at school? Naruto smacked his forehead. Oh no, I completely forgot. I'll send a shadow clone over right away. You stopped him. Forget it. You'll give yourself away for sure. My clone can ask for leave on your behalf. Besides, after what happened last night, Sasuke would probably be taking the day off too. You took out a lunchbox. Hinata asked me to bring you this lunch. Eat first. Once you're done, you can start practicing tree climbing. Naruto was surprised. Wait, Hinata. She knows I'm here too. You smiled. She does. She told you to do your best. And she said, once you've learned it, maybe you too can relive what happened that night. Thinking back to the kiss inside the sphere 2 nights ago, Naruto's cheeks flushed bright red. You chuckled inwardly. Perfect. He's finally realized his feelings for Hinata. There's no doubt we'll be brothers-in-law someday. With a thud, you clapped his hands, and a tall tree shot up from the ground. Focus on channeling your chakra steadily and evenly to the soles of your feet. The key is stability, not too much, not too little. Give it a try. Okay. Naruto did as he was told, took a running start, and began to climb the tree. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With a crash, he fell down. When it comes to these fundamental chakra control skills, there really is no shortcut, just practice and experience, even for someone from the Otsutsuki clan. Use shadow clones, Naruto. When the technique is released, all your clones' experience will return to you. It'll make your training twice as effective. Really? That's amazing, you. You understand my shadow clone jutsu even better than I do. Naruto created multiple shadow clones, and you followed up with another would release, conjuring a matching number of trees. Finally, you pulled out a handful of candies from his pocket. If you get tired, have a piece of candy. If things go well, you might master this today. And once you do, I'll teach you something new. You chewed on a piece of candy and sat down cross-legged. That was enough for today. While he guided Naruto's training, he also needed to take some time to reinforce his own skills. So far, the Book of Gods had given him all sorts of techniques. To avoid being a jack of all trades, he made a habit of reviewing and summarizing them periodically, and, based on his foundation, coming up with new ideas. Meanwhile at school, Yu's shadow clone had excused Naruto's absence and was now sitting in the back row. Unexpectedly, Sakura came right over and sat down beside him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yu's clone quietly got up and switched seats. Sakura stood up as well, taking a seat beside Yu's clone. With a weary sigh, Yu's clone shook his head. Sakura, troubled, asked, "Does sitting next to me really make you this upset? No matter what anyone says, I'm still the most popular girl in our class." The clone thought to himself, if only you weren't so bald. Adopting a more serious tone, the clone said, "If there's something you want to say, just say it. Once you're done, go back to your seat." Sakura gazed at Sasuke's empty desk, her eyes clouded with confusion. After what happened, I just don't know how to get closer to Sasuke anymore. I feel so lost. Yu's clone replied, the closer you try to get, the farther away you'll end up, especially in a one-sided crush like yours. Sakura's voice was filled with pain. Then what am I supposed to do? You asked. Tell me, Sakura, what do you think love is? Sakura was taken aback. Isn't it a strong feeling? The willingness to do anything for the other person. You said, that's just one-sided affection. True love is about mutual attraction. Why do you like Sasuke? Because he has qualities that draw you in. But you, on the other hand, don't have anything that attracts him. That's why things are the way they are. Sakura hesitated. You continued. Instead of worrying about how to get closer to him, why not focus on becoming someone exceptional, so that he'll want to come closer to you? Sakura protested. Exceptional? But I've already been working so hard at my studies. My current grades are the best I can do. You asked, Sakura, have you ever seen Konoha village at 4 in the morning? Sakura was puzzled. Huh? Why do you ask? You replied, what you think is hard work is nothing compared to those who are truly giving it their all. Without meaning to, Sakura recalled that figure. Always doing handstands and somersaults in the schoolyard, persisting in being himself despite ridicule and mockery. And before, when all the boys in school shaved their heads to tease her, that boy didn't join in the laughter. Instead, he invited her over. Back then, she hadn't taken that invitation seriously at all. You spoke again. If you haven't truly given your best, you have no right to complain. I promise to help you with Sasuke, but in the end, whether you win his heart or not will depend entirely on you. Sakura clenched her fists. Let me think about it. Brother, please don't. Jolted awake from the nightmare of last night's abduction, Sasuke gasped for air. Itachi was sitting by his bedside, his voice gentle and reassuring. You're awake, Sasuke. Brother? Sasuke looked at Itachi, who seemed just as he always did. He glanced around his room, still dazed and a little uneasy. What about those bad guys? Itachi comforted him. Don't be afraid. The bad guys have been chased away. You're safe now. Sasuke had just begun to calm down when he remembered the threats those two people made last night. Worried, he said, "Hey, brother. Those bad guys said the Uchiha are going to rebel, and that you'd have to kill the whole clan for the sake of the village." Itachi fell silent at his words. Sasuke, full of anxiety and fear, pressed on. Was what they said true, brother? He gazed into Sasuke's eyes, seeing the confusion and terror there. Itachi realized that he had been too protective of Sasuke all these years. He had tried to control every variable, shielding Sasuke from even the slightest harm. But in the end, perhaps that only made the pain worse. He questioned himself. I've always treated Sasuke like a child who hasn't grown up, never really seeing him for who he is. If Mr. Yu hadn't appeared, maybe Sasuke would have carried the hatred of our clan and walked down the path of revenge. I can't keep running away. Itachi lifted his gaze and, with a serious tone, said, "They weren't wrong." What? Sasuke froze, stunned and lost. Itachi continued, "But the problem has been resolved. We've reached an agreement with the village, and the things you're worried about won't happen." Really, brother? You're not going to lie to me again, are you? Itachi gave him a gentle smile. I promise, and from now on, if anything like this ever comes up again, I'll tell you. Let's carry the mission of protecting our clan together, as brothers. That's wonderful, brother. Sasuke leapt from his bed and hugged Itachi tightly. Itachi stroked Sasuke's back, doting on him. All right. How about I cook something for you? After they finished eating, Itachi said, I've already had Izumi ask for a day off for you at the Ninja Academy. Take it easy and rest at home today. Brother, I want to learn the chakra climbing technique. Itachi was surprised. That's a technique you only get to learn after officially graduating from the academy and becoming a genin. Why are you in such a rush? Sasuke shared his secret. Brother, actually, I've become friends with that kid I competed with in Shuriken throwing last time. Hyuga-yu. We've been playing together recently. Him, Niji, and Hinata. They all know that technique, so I don't want to fall behind. Yesterday was a holiday, and I wanted to ask you to teach me, but you weren't there, so I tried practicing by myself. And that's when those two bad guys. I see. Itachi patted Sasuke's little head. All right, I'll teach you myself. Awesome. Sasuke cheered, then happily set out with Itachi. Only then did he notice that the clan's atmosphere had changed overnight. Why does everyone look so happy? Itachi smiled. Because the negotiations were a success. The whole clan has finally cast off the shadows. Is that so? Sasuke asked again. Hey, big brother, why are you wearing cat ears? Itachi reached up and touched the cat ears on his head. Well, that's a long story. Better not tell Sasuke about the party last night. Just then, a passing member of the Uchiha clan was reminiscing with delight. Last night's party was incredible. We really ought to do it again. But the clan leader says there isn't enough money in the budget, so we'll have to wait until the end of the year. But isn't the end of the year almost here? Exactly. We need to find a way to raise some money. Sasuke's smile slowly faded. Hey, big brother, what party are they talking about? At noon, in the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, one of Yu's shadow clones was teaching the Shuriken class. Although the other children thought Yu was a bit of an oddball, his skill with Shuriken was plain for all to see. So when he came to teach, no one complained. The children sat in a circle around him. Yu's clone began his demonstration. To climb to the pinnacle of Shuriken mastery and achieve true unity with your weapon, the secret is not to treat your Shuriken as cold, lifeless tools, but as your good friends. With a rhythmic tap, 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 he juggled a four-pointed Shuriken with his feet, as if it were a hacky sack. It was a strikingly fresh perspective. One child asked, that sounds easy, but how do we actually do it? Yu replied, first, you have to develop a sense for the Shuriken. A sense for the Shuriken. See, like this. Treat the Shuriken as an extension of your own body. Handle it freely and naturally. With a deft flick, the Shuriken he had been juggling spun in the air, coming to rest, balanced and spinning, on the tip of his nose. I see. So we should treat it as part of our body. The children began to imitate him, albeit a little clumsily. Ouch, that hurts. One child got his hand pricked by a falling Shuriken. The rest, startled and skittish, let their Shuriken clatter to the ground in a chorus of metallic thuds. Yu's clone advised, the reason you got hurt is because, deep down, you're afraid of the sharpness of the Shuriken. That's not how you treat a friend, and so the Shuriken refuses to cooperate with you. Then what should we do? But Shuriken really are sharp, and if you're not careful, you'll bleed. I'm not really afraid of blood. I just really don't like the pain. Yu offered guidance. If you want to master the Shuriken, you need the determination to withstand hardship, to persevere through pain. Without that dedication, it's hard to achieve anything in this field. But fear of pain isn't something you can overcome in a day. So, Before you start out, try using practice shuriken with blunted edges to get the feel for it first. Clang! As she spoke, the bald-headed little Sakura dragged over a large box filled with unsharpened shuriken and dropped it onto the ground with a heavy thud. The children burst into excited chatter. Wow, I didn't even know there were shuriken like these. This is great. Now we don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. One of the injured kids piped up, hey, if you had these, couldn't you have brought them out earlier, teacher you? Hee-hey-ha. Sakura just laughed it off. With renewed energy, the children dove into their practice, full of youthful spirit. Of course, not everyone was convinced by Yu's teaching methods, especially the little prodigies from families known for their secret ninja techniques. Ino asked, hey Choji Shikamaru, what do you think of Yu's way of teaching shuriken? Choji replied, it's fun sure, but it kind of feels like he's just making things up as he goes. Shikamaru shook his head. I don't think he's making it up. From what I've observed, Hyuga you might act a bit silly, but when it comes to important matters, he's actually quite serious. Ino looked surprised. Wait, are you saying he's actually teaching us for real? Shikamaru nodded. That's right. He's showing us an introductory technique for high-level shuriken jutsu. But the thing is advanced skills. Like that aren't for everyone. Without his talent, jumping right in could backfire. So, I think we should stick to the basics for now. The other little prodigies didn't say anything, but they all felt Shikamaru had made a good point. Beneath a big tree at the edge of the training field, Shino stood alone, hands tucked in his pockets. Ever since the sewage explosion incident, Shino had taken several days off. After he returned, there was always a strange odor about him that the other kids couldn't stand, especially Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba had complained about it before. Shino, can't you do something about that smell? Akamaru's fainted 3 times already. Shino found it troubling too. He'd been the victim of the sewage explosion, but, as luck would have it, something rare happened. His dung beetles had been successfully cultivated, and were now multiplying in the rich fertilizer inside him. Shino thought to himself, this can't go on. The thing is, I overheard my father say that after we graduate from ninja school, Kiba and I will be on the same team because of our scouting abilities. That means sooner or later, we'll be together all the time. The beetle smell will become a big problem. Yet I can't just abandon them, because the bugs are our partners. He felt as if his life was at a crossroads. Hey, just as he was mulling over the hardships of life, a busy but cheerful clone of you strolled over and started up a conversation. Shino thought, Hinata you, why would he suddenly start talking to me? It doesn't make sense. If I have to guess, since the beginning of school, we haven't crossed paths. At all. Could it be that he minds me daydreaming under the tree instead of paying attention to his lectures? If that's the case, I should make things clear to him. With her usual cautious mindset, Shino carefully chose her words. I'm sorry, Hinata you. You may be skilled with shuriken, but I'm not sure I can learn your technique. Honestly, thinking of shuriken as friends or anything like that, it's just not possible for me. In the Aburame clan, the only friends we have besides humans are insects. What a bittersweet and touching story that was. You've got it wrong, Shino, Yu's clone said, stepping forward with a friendly smile. I know exactly what's on your mind. Shino's brows furrowed above her sunglasses. Yu's clone reached into his robe and produced a small bottle. What's inside this will mask the odd scent you're worried about. Like many of Yu's unnamed little gadgets, this was another one of his inventions, created out of boredom, a natural and harmless fragrance. True to her principle of never accepting something for nothing, Shino asked, what is it that you want from me in return? Yu grinned openly. Hey, isn't it only natural for friends to help each other out? Friends, Shino murmured, then straightened and said, I don't think we're friends yet. If you ask me why, it's because we've had no real interactions so far. You replied with an earnest smile. So what? We can start being friends right from this moment, can't we? From behind her sunglasses, Shino studied Yu's harmless smile. He was serious? She reached out and took the bottle from Yu's hand. Very well, I'll accept it. But even between friends, I can't just take something without giving back. If there's anything I can do for you, just tell me. Yu said, insects are your close companions, right? Would you be willing to share some of your friends with me? Shino was surprised. You are interested in insects? You nodded. Shino asked cautiously. May I ask what you intend to do with them? If it's just for playing with them as toys, then I'm afraid my answer is no. You replied solemnly. Here's the thing. I've developed a method to cultivate insects that can glow in the dark. I need Aburame clan's Kakacha beetles as the base stock. Shino asked, glowing insects? Like fireflies? You replied, to be precise, firefly Kakacha beetles. Shino hesitated. Can I really trust what you're saying? You said, honesty is my rule when it comes to friends. I never deceive them. With his head lowered in thought, Shino reflected that although Yu's behavior was always peculiar, when it came to Naruto, he truly was a genuine friend. All right, I trust you. I'll give you the queen of the parasitic insects, but promise me, you must treat it well. A parasitic insect crawled from Shino's sleeve, stopping at his fingertip as he handed it to you. You accepted it with great care, tucking it away in a small vial. He grinned, saying, hey, thanks. When I manage to breed the firefly parasitic insect, I'll share some with you too. Hith hith. Befriended by dung, bonded through bugs. Thus began the strange friendship between you and Shino. Evening. Atop Hokage Rock. Hood. All of Naruto's shadow clones, created for his training, vanished in an instant. With a soft plop, the real Naruto dropped from a treetop, landing on his back. His orange jacket was smeared with dirt. Yet as the sunset bathed the world in gold, a pure, beaming smile broke across his sweaty, grimy little face. Hey, I did it. In less than a day, he'd mastered the technique of gathering chakra beneath his feet. He could now climb trees. Certainly, the shadow clones helped, but Naruto's own grit and talent were just as crucial. After munching on a piece of candy you had given him, Naruto sprang to his feet. You were still sitting there, completely motionless. Curious, Naruto asked, You just been sitting there all day without moving. Don't you get bored doing nothing? You chuckled. Hey, I might look still, but that doesn't mean nothing's happening, Here, let me show you what I've accomplished today. With that, you stretched and stood up. The little windmill clipped to the back of his collar began spinning faster and faster. Whoosh! He extended his small hand, where bright blue chakra gathered, compressed, and began to swirl in his palm. Seconds later, a Rasengan took shape. Naruto gaped in wonder. What is that? Rasengan, a powerful, offensive jutsu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As you spoke, more Rasengans sprang from his hand, breaking free and whirling around his body in orbit. Naruto's eyes sparkled. That's so cool. Secretly, you thought to himself, controlling the Rasengan's movement with telekinesis isn't as solid as wielding truth-seeking balls, but it's enough for now. If only there were a way to fire Rasengans like a machine gun. Well, about half a year later, the Book of Gods would deliver the secret technique. Thousandfold true Nightheim, finally granting you his wish, but that's a story for another time. Once his awe faded, Naruto scratched his chin and said skeptically, Wait, so that ball is just made of chakra? It looks so small. Does it really have any power? Why don't you take another look? You extended his hand, whoosh. A Rasengan shot out, and with a thunderous crash, tore a gaping hole clean through a tree as thick as a grown man. Naruto was utterly stunned. Awesome. That move is seriously amazing, wow. You grinned and said, Hey, want to learn it? I can teach you. You explained the steps for practicing the Rasengan to Naruto. Of course, the explanation wasn't as thorough as Jiraiya's had been, but you knew that with Naruto's talent, it was only a matter of time before he mastered it. After all, Konohamaru had learned it the same way. It's a bit complicated. Let me write it down first. Naruto fished out a pen and scribbled the instructions onto the back of his hand, the words a bit crooked and messy. A dull pencil beats a sharp memory. After all, you thought to himself, perverted sage, I'll lay some groundwork for you. Teaching him later will be much easier. Naruto said, Hey, I've gotten used to staying at this secret hideout. I don't really want to go back home anymore. What should I do? You replied, Then just stay here. A house built with the technique of the Senju clan isn't just for show, after all. Naruto agreed. All right, I'll find a chance to move my stuff over from home. Yu's eyes brightened as he thought more deeply. Naruto's home is so bare, and the food he eats is mostly expired. Giving him money or food directly would feel like charity, and that's not the way. But right now, maybe this is a good opportunity. You said, This place is our secret hideout now. Naruto, would you be interested in being the manager here? Manager? Naruto echoed. You explained, It means you'll be in charge of watching over the hideout for all our friends. What's that? Sounds amazing. I'm interested, very interested. You chuckled and pulled out a thick wad of bills from his wallet. A sum Naruto could hardly imagine. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and suspicion. Is this money? I can't take it. You reassured him, Don't misunderstand. This isn't for you personally. It's the maintenance fund for the hideout. And, as the manager, you'll be in charge of it. Use it to buy things for everyone, whether it's food or supplies. Just keep them here at our base. I see. I'll take good care of it. Naruto said earnestly as he put the money away, stuffing his frog-shaped wallet until it bulged. You scratched the back of his head. Hey, tomorrow I'll bring over some food and supplies. When you're here alone, just help yourself to them. Naruto hesitated. Is that really all right? You replied, Of course it is. You're looking after the base for all of us. It's only right that we feed you. You stood up. We'll see if there's anything else we need to improve later. For now, let's go eat. Ichiraka ramen, anyone? Naruto pulled out the only crumpled bill that was truly his from his wallet and declared, This time, no matter what, I'm treating. If you don't let me, I won't agree, Databayo. You laughed. Well, I won't say no then. Before leaving the secret hideout, Naruto summoned a shadow clone. I'll leave my clones at home while you and I go out on patrol. You guys keep watch here, and in the meantime, try to figure out that spiral sphere move. Leave it to us. We'll get right on it. In the little grove near the Uchiha compound, with a thud, Sasuke, halfway up the tree, slipped and tumbled onto the soft earth below, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. Climbing trees is so hard. Itachi encouraged him. To reach this height in just one day is already impressive, Sasuke. At this rate, you'll probably master the technique within 3 days. Sasuke asked, so, brother, how long did it take you to learn this back then? Itachi smiled faintly and tapped Sasuke on the forehead, leaving the question unanswered. It's getting late. Let's head home. Besides, it's been ages since I last gave you a piggyback ride. Sasuke remembered the time he twisted his ankle practicing shuriken and couldn't help but recall the memory. In a soft voice, he said, I can walk by myself. But Itachi was already crouching down, turning his face with a gentle smile. You've had a long day, Sasuke. Let your big brother carry you this time. Sasuke's cheeks flushed. Honestly, you're impossible, brother. But he climbed onto Itachi's back, all the same. When they returned to their neighborhood, the streets were nearly empty. At the door, Fugaku stood lost in thought as Itachi carried Sasuke home. Father, you're back. Sasuke, go and keep your mother company at dinner. Okay, brother, come and eat soon too. As the sun dipped low, Fugaku and Itachi sat together on the wooden steps of the porch. Itachi asked, why is the street so quiet today? Fugaku replied, everyone in the police force is working hard to study the new Konoha civil code written by that remarkable figure. This time, we have to set a good example. Next, I plan to lead the police in some community service around the village. If we can restore even a bit of the Uchiha's reputation, it's worth it. Itachi responded, that's a promising sign. However, how could he not realize that Fugaku was paving the way for Itachi to become Hokage someday? Fugaku continued, Itachi, I know what you're worried about. The condition for that person's help was for you to take up the mantle of the next Hokage. But if you really become Hokage, the Uchiha, who have only just settled down, might start getting restless again. What I'm doing isn't just to win you public support. I want the Uchiha to spend these next 5 years truly engaging with the village, so there's no room for anyone to use the Hokage position for their own gain. I imagine that's also what that mysterious person, who only reveals his identity to you, wants to see, isn't it? His father's boundless care filled Itachi with a swirl of emotions. Between father and son, there was no need for thanks anymore. Fugaku went on. Sasuke has been through a lot lately too, hasn't he? Something to do with that Hyuga kid at school? Itachi nodded, a subtle expression on his face. Yes. Fugaku said, that's fine. Having a peer as a competitor in a higher position might finally make Sasuke stop chasing after you. Itachi's gaze grew somber. Perhaps this. Just as he was about to speak, a graceful figure appeared at the courtyard gate. It was Izumi. A gentle breeze brushed across her face, and a shy, hopeful smile played on her lips, the look of a girl in love. She had come to invite Itachi out on a date. Fugaku caught on at once. Go ahead, Itachi. Faced with his father, Itachi was a bit embarrassed. Father, Fugaku stood up. You're not part of the police force yet, so you don't need to study the law codes. Go on, whether it's love or battle, you should face it bravely. School had ended at the Ninja Academy, and Yu's shadow clone slung a backpack over its shoulder, heading home. Master Yu, teach us again tomorrow, okay? The other kids from his class passed by, greeting him with utmost respect. Sure thing, Yu's clone replied with a cheerful grin. He looked at the child's dimpled chin, but for a moment couldn't remember who it was. After taking on the responsibility of teaching shuriken techniques, Yu's status in the class was now second only to Irika's sensei. All those old prejudices were gone. Yu's clone felt a pang of emotion. No wonder people are so infatuated with power and status. There's a world of difference between ruling hearts with fear born of strength and earning genuine respect from others because of recognized status. Still, to go from being ignored to being admired overnight, you found it a bit hard to get used to. He also knew perfectly well that his own shuriken skills were not something everyone could imitate. Even if he gave his all to teach them, very few would ever truly master them in the end. After leaving the school gates, Yu's clone looked for a secluded spot, planning to dispel itself. But then, in the shadow cast by the setting sun, an unexpected figure was waiting for him. Tap, tap, tap. A man approached at a measured pace, leaning on a cane. Hyuga, I've had my eye on you for quite some time now. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shimura Danzo, and I am one of the Hokage's trusted advisors. Danzo's appearance was unexpected, yet somehow made perfect sense. So, the Uchiha hadn't been eliminated, and now their sights were set on him, the Hyuga prodigy. You decided to play it cool. Uncle Danzo, why are you so interested in me? Danzo gave a grandfatherly smile, slipping easily into the role of coaxing child. Only those who are exceptional ever attract my attention. Hyuga, with your talent and potential, staying in the Ninja Academy is a waste of time. There's a much better path ahead of you. You asked with a playful grin. Oh, what path would that be? Danzo replied. The foundation of Konoha. We specialize in discovering prodigies like you and providing them with special training. You smiled and said, Hey, Uncle Hizashi told me about Root. He said naughty children would get snatched away by Root. A flicker of surprise flashed through Danzo's eyes. So, Hizashi had already warned him. Just as he suspected, his earlier attempt to approach Hiyu smiled and said, Hey, Uncle Hizashi told me about Root. He said that disobedient children would be snatched away by Root. A flicker of surprise flashed in Danzo's eyes. He hadn't expected Hizashi to have already prepared the boy for this. So, last time when he rashly approached Hayashi and asked for the child, had he alerted them too soon? Though this child's birth was unconventional, his talent was undeniable. The Hyuga clan would hardly let him go easily. Danzo spoke with calculated warmth. Root indeed bears the darkness of Konoha. Any child chosen to join Root must have a touch of darkness within their heart, one way or another. You replied with innocent curiosity. A touch of darkness? What does that mean? Does it mean I don't have to turn off the lights when I sleep at night? To avoid being sidetracked, Danzo ignored the question and pressed on. You are from the Hyuga branch family, and moreover, you were born from a relationship with an outsider. Even if you return to Konoha to acknowledge your kin, you'll be branded with the so-called caged bird seal. You do know what that means, don't you? You grinned. I know. It means I'm the designated leader of the branch family, destined for endless wealth and glory. Danzo's grip tightened on his cane as he forced himself to regain control of the conversation. That's just a trick to fool children. Listen well. The caged bird seal isn't just a mark. It can seal away the power of the Byakugan. What's more, it allows the Hyuga main family to destroy the brain of any branch member at any time through that cursed mark. In other words, the moment that seal is placed on you, your life belongs to the main family. You put on a look of exaggerated shock. How terrifying. Is it really like that? Seeing his words had the desired effect. A sly smile crept onto Danzo's lips as he seized the momentum. In truth, as one of Konoha's founders, I've long despised the Hyuga clan's tyranny. Once you join Root, you'll sever ties with that lot for good. Even if they wished you harm, they'd never get the chance. As for wealth and glory, as long as a ninja has strength, what riches can't they claim? Join Root, and everything you desire will be within reach. So what do you think? Interested? You pretended to hesitate. Can I go home and ask my dad first? I don't think my dad would ever want to hurt me, right? Danzo's eyes narrowed. Well-versed in human nature, he understood that blood was thicker than water. He could use Hayashi and the main family as leverage, but he wasn't foolish enough to try and drive a wedge between you and his father, Hizashi. However, he could shift the focus to Hizashi himself. Danzo took another approach. Your father may not wish you harm, but his whole life has been ruined by the main family. He dares not go against their will. Your uncle has a deep grudge against Root, and I'm sure your father would never agree to let you join. He'd only worry, and honestly, it's better not to ask him at all. You replied, a little awkwardly, well, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Danzo said, I am a man of great reputation in the Leaf Village. Would I deceive a child like you? Joining the Foundation won't do you any harm. You hesitated. But I have friends at school. Danzo replied, you can make like-minded friends in the Foundation as well. You sneered inwardly. And then, once enough time has passed, you'll have me killed, isn't that right? Aloud, you said, Uncle Danzo, you found me out of the blue and asked me to join the Foundation. I can't make up my mind so quickly. Could you give me some time to think it over? I promise I won't alert anyone, not even my father. Danzo scrutinized him and asked, how long do you need? Would 5 days be enough? He scratched his head. How about 5 years? 5 years. By then, I'd have graduated from the Ninja Academy. Danzo pressed on, trying to persuade him. Opportunities don't wait for anyone. You're at the prime age to become a ninja. If you waste your time in the academy, your achievements as a ninja will fall far short of your potential. You grinned slyly. Isn't that a bit unfair to say? Our teacher told us that the second Hokage himself founded the Ninja Academy, so the children of the Leaf could receive a good education and build a foundation to become great ninjas. If you call time in the academy a waste, Aren't you basically saying that the second Hokage led us astray? Danzo's eyes narrowed, this little brat. But when it came to the second Hokage, he still maintained the respect that was due. Tap. Leaning on his cane, he circled around you. True education means teaching according to one's abilities. There aren't many prospects promising enough for me to come in person. Hinata you. Think it over carefully. With that, he turned to leave. You called out, wait. Danzo paused and looked back. What is it? You stepped forward, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of candy, which he offered to Danzo. Danzo frowned. What's this supposed to mean? You held out his hand, smiling. Go on, try it. Danzo lowered his gaze, staring at the candy in Yu's palm. He thought dismissively, candy. No matter how talented or clever he is, at heart he's still just a naive little kid. Yet, in this, Danzo saw a glimmer of opportunity. He took the candy from you, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. You asked with anticipation, so how does it taste? Danzo nodded. It's delicious. What? You was puzzled. That can't be right. This is the limited edition curry-flavored poop candy. How could Danzo think it tastes good? Does he actually like the taste of... No, that can't be. He came to a conclusion. This old man must have lost his sense of taste. Is it a side effect of having Hashirama's cells? But it doesn't matter. After all, it has already eaten my candy. Now I can easily read its thoughts, and, at will, send it into dreams. Seeing that you had no intention of joining Root, Danzo said, Hyuga-yu, this old man, will return. As he turned to leave, his inner voice drifted over. Hyuga-yu, if I can make a breakthrough through him, then it would be as if I've driven a wedge right into the Hyuga clan, a clan that Root has long sought to infiltrate, but never could. Even if things are exposed in the end, I have made my preparations. I've already investigated. That woman in the village, the one rumored to have had an affair with Hyuga, Hisashi, and born a child, is still alive and well. She never died at all. So this Hyuga-yu, he's definitely not Hisashi's child. If my guess is right, Hyuga-yu's true identity. He must be Hayashi's illegitimate son. For the sake of the main family's reputation, they passed him off as a branch family child under Hisashi's name. That has to be it. There's no mistake. Otherwise, I can't imagine why Hayashi, who has always been so careful about his image, would be so outrageously tolerant of this child. If the truth comes out, I'll use this secret to threaten Hayashi. I don't believe he won't do exactly as he's told. Hearing Danzo's inner scheming, the corners of Yu's doppelganger's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Sorry, Uncle Hayashi, things seem to be getting interesting. Buzz. In the middle of the night, Yu was startled awake by a sudden buzzing in his mind. He sat up in the warmth of his little bed. It's one of the avatars practicing night drilling and kimmin. Could it be? Has the piling technique finally been mastered? He checked with anticipation, but it turned out that wasn't it. Instead, he found that his diamond body had reached the first stage. Previously, in the celestial stone chamber of his spiritual world, you had set up 3 avatars to ceaselessly hone 3 skills: the piling technique, diamond body, and shuriken jutsu, without rest, day or night. Time flowed 10 times slower in the celestial stone chamber than in the outside world, so 1 year of practice inside was worth 10 years outside. The diamond body was a core technique of the Otsutsuki clan. It granted those who mastered it unparalleled strength and a body nearly indestructible. The technique had 10 stages of mastery, each exponentially more difficult and powerful than the last. It was said that even with the Otsutsuki's long lifespan, reaching the 10th stage in a single lifetime was nearly impossible. You had set his diamond body avatar to training 3.5 months ago. Exactly 3 years had passed in the chamber, and only now had he broken through the first stage. That alone spoke volumes. The first stage of the diamond body granted him extra strength, enough to move 1,000 pounds, and a body impervious to ordinary weapons. Do I really have that much strength now? You decided he'd better have a glass of water to steady his nerves. Snap! As soon as you picked up the teacup and gave it a gentle squeeze, it shattered into pieces on the floor. You winced in pain for a moment. Hey, that was my beloved little white rabbit teacup. This is all your fault, Book of God. Hurry up and make me a time machine. The Book of God remained silent, ignoring Yu's unreasonable demand. With no other choice, you had to use telekinesis to gather the broken shards, piece the cup back together, and glue it with some adhesive. Glancing at Hanabi, who was still sleeping soundly, Yu thought to himself, this won't do. If I'm not careful with this kind of strength, I might accidentally crush Hanabi in my arms. That would be a disaster. I really need to get this damn power under control as soon as possible. You got up and walked out to the courtyard. The moon was bright, stars faint, and a few bats flitted across the night sky. Looking at his small hands, you murmured, so, am I now completely invulnerable to blades and bullets? Hard to say. I can't quite tell. He took out a kunai, took a deep breath, and stabbed it straight into his palm. Crack! With a sharp sound, the tip of the kunai snapped clean off, while the flesh of his palm remained perfectly unscathed. He didn't even feel a hint of pain. You said, just as I thought. Weapons like kunai can't even scratch me anymore. But what if I do this? Whoosh! You breathed out a thin stream of white wind, wrapping it around the kunai, then slashed it across his palm. A faint, shallow cut appeared. You muttered, so if I infuse it with wind chakra to boost its power, I could just barely break the skin. With this, you had a rough idea of his condition. The first successful stage of his Vajra body likely granted his flesh a defense comparable to the initial form of Susanoo. And what was the evidence? Well, anyone who'd seen the Danzo versus Sasuke battle would know. You gave his palm a small lick, the little cut instantly smoothed over, making one wonder if he'd grown up eating glue. When someone masters a new skill, they always want to test it out and amuse themselves. Well, normal people don't actually master techniques like this anyway. In the courtyard, you stacked up some bricks, piling them to about chest height. Raising a small hand, he chopped down with the side of his palm, deliberately avoiding the use of chakra. Crack! The brick split clean through. Brick breaking wasn't quite satisfying enough. Scanning his surroundings, Yu's eyes lit up. Swish! He used body flicker to slip into the training room of the Hyuga Tsubaki household next door. A heavy sandbag hung from the beam overhead. Let's try a combination punch. Boom! But the moment his first punch landed, the sandbag began to swing wildly, spinning around the beam. Finally, the rope snapped, sending the sandbag crashing right through the ceiling and flying outside. You clutched his head, exasperated. 1,000 pounds of force, seriously? He'd overlooked something. That 1,000 pounds was in addition to his natural strength, which was already several hundred pounds. Years of practicing gentle fist had honed his technique for delivering power, too. With his innate advantages, his foundation of just over 1,000 gene in raw strength could erupt in a several thousand gene of force. Hiv. He was fired up. After using his wood release to repair the ceiling, he stepped outside. Spotting a roadside boulder, he smashed it to pieces with a single slap, then dashed off at full speed. He arrived at the grove behind the Hyuga estate and unleashed a wild barrage of blows against the trees. The mountains trembled from the impact, the woods standing in silent awe. After tearing down a patch of the forest with his bare hands, Yu lay flat on his back, gazing up at the moon. A thought crept into his mind. Shuren should be on the moon right now. If he suddenly loses control and comes to snatch Hanabi away, could I take him on in my current state? Yu weighed his own abilities. Maybe, right now, he still wasn't a match for Shuren. Yu pondered further. If, one day, the Otsutsuki clan decided to come and wreak havoc, what would he do then? Was there any way he could stand against those people? He thought about this before, but it always seemed like a problem too distant to worry about. He couldn't help but sigh. A comfortable life really dulls your sense of danger. He recalled his clone's guidance to Sakura earlier that day, about the importance of hard work. Yu activated his Byakugan and looked toward the northern mountains. There was Sakura, dressed in a beige bodysuit and draped in a white cloak, practicing handstand walking alongside Rock Lee. Yu chuckled. She really put that outfit on. It turned out that Sakura wanted to work hard, but didn't know where to start. Yu analyzed the situation. Sakura's gift lay in her delicate control over chakra. Because of this, she was destined to excel in medical ninjutsu and as a practitioner of monstrous strength. If she followed the usual path, she would eventually apprentice under Tsunade, study medical ninjutsu, and find her value there. But would that really be enough? As time went on, the role of medical ninja would become narrower and narrower. On the other hand, taijutsu practitioners had vast potential. What if, instead of following the medical ninja path, Sakura used her talent for controlling strength to pursue the strong fist style? What would happen then? Perhaps the ninja world would lose an excellent medical ninja, but it would gain a formidable taijutsu warrior. So, you advised Sakura to seek out Rock Lee, to challenge a new version of herself, with effort no less than his. Sakura asked, "Is this to chase after Sasuke's footsteps?" You replied, "Don't compare yourself to anyone else anymore. From now on, just chase after your own footsteps. Trust me, when you let go of your obsessions, the things you yearn for will come to you when you least expect it." And so, on a cold winter's midnight, Sakura Haruno, her head freshly shaved, donned her bodysuit and set out on her path to chase her dreams. You sat up. "Hey, I made up my mind, too. Starting tomorrow, I'll try even harder." Whoosh. Back in his room, you stood by the wall, measuring his height with a ruler. 1 meter, 1 centimeter. Before drifting back into his dreams, he closed his eyes. Grow tall, please. Let me wake up 10 centimeters taller. Morning sunlight spilled across the tatami mats. You opened his eyes to the sound of birds singing outside the window. He walked over to the wall and gazed at the ruler, frowning at the 1-meter 20 mark. Swish! The door opened, and a gentle breeze swept in, brushing against his face. Hanabi appeared, stepping up to him with a playful smile. You noticed that she, too, now had a pair of horns curling forward on her forehead. Today's the day of your graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, isn't it? Yeah, it crept up on me before I knew it. He pinned the little windmill to the back of his collar, tied a bow at his front, and glanced at the calendar on the desk. Year 60 of the Hidden Leaf Village. 5 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. After breakfast, you set out for school as usual. Ever since he'd officially stepped out of his family's gates 5 years ago, he'd walked this road to school so many times he'd lost count. Well, to be fair, most of that time, he'd let his shadow clone handle the commute. But for graduation season, it felt right to show up in person. Still, would you believe it? There'd a long-haired Uchiha man, famous for his fierce looks, helping an old lady cross the street. Since the Hidden Leaf Village enacted the civilian reform 5 years ago, the police force has led by example, winning over the people with sincerity. It was hard to imagine that the Uchiha, once the target of so many complaints, had now become model citizens of the village. The police force, once a hot potato, was now the most desirable division to join. The Uchiha clan's reputation was now praised by all, no longer a name carved on gravestones, but a monument to greatness. As you walked the bustling streets, the gossipy whispers about his less than illustrious origins had faded away. People weren't stupid. When endless gossip about the same old thing couldn't touch the person's life, the rumor mongers soon grew bored. Besides, who didn't know by now that you was a rare genius at the Ninja Academy, someone destined for greatness? And the truth was, no one really held any deep grudge against him, did they? At a roadside stall, the uncle selling children's toys saw you approaching and called out, "Hey you, I've seen that little windmill on your collar for years now. Don't you want a new one? Take one on the house." You smiled and politely declined. "Thanks, but no. I'm loyal to a fault. I don't go chasing after new things." The vendor laughed. "Now that's a rare trait. So, when's your family's candy shop opening? We'll be there to show our support." Oh, this matter spread quickly, as you'd expect after 5 years. No one could say just how much candy had been handed out, but everyone knew that Yu's pockets seemed bottomless, always filled with endless sweets. You chuckled. I'm still picking out the location. Once it's open, I'll invite everyone over." There was no rush. Once Itachi became Hokage, getting a plot of land would be the least of their worries. Just then, a little child ran up. "Uncle, I want a pinwheel too. The same as that kid with the horns. And, I want a pair of horns too." The vendor called out, "All right, 1 pinwheel and a pair of horns. That'll be 300 ryo." Now, it was common to see children, and even adults, on the streets of Konoha sporting decorative fake horns. This all traced back to Hanabi's childhood wish. She wanted a pair of horns just like Yu's. Hanabi's horns, though, were the real deal, planted in secret by you 5 years ago. The method? Using the power of the Otsutsuki clan's Shikatsumiyaku, he grafted bone sprouts that became a part of Hanabi's very skeleton. Then, both openly and behind the scenes, you set about making horn-wearing a trend in Konoha, turning it into a fashionable statement. All of it was for Hanabi's sake, so her wish could be fulfilled without her standing out as an oddity. You could say it was a painstaking effort. Indeed, 5 years is enough to change a great many things. But there was one constant, that bald head and the distinctive tight-fitting suit in pale yellow and white, a sight that remained unchanged. After quite some time, Sakura was once again waiting along the path you took to school every day. This time, though, Sakura's gaze was sharp and resolute, her eyes gleaming with determination. Even through her fitted attire, the outlines of her well-trained muscles were obvious. And yes, she now wore the forehead protector, a symbol of being a Konoha shinobi. As it turns out, not long after that, Sakura Haruno had skipped a grade, and last year, she graduated alongside Lee, becoming a taijutsu master of Konoha and Might Guy's star pupil. Now, with Might Guy leading as Jonin, Team 3's Jinin members were Sakura Haruno, Rock Lee, and Tenten. You're wondering what happened to Niji? 3 years ago, Niji joined a special selection program linking the Ninja Academy and the ANBU, passed with flying colors, and became a member of Konoha's ANBU. Now, at just 13, he's already a squad leader, just like Itachi was back then. Sakura stepped forward, greeting with a bright, hearty voice. "Yo, long time no see." These days, even you had to look up to the new Sakura. Quite literally, in fact. You asked, "What brings you here? Don't you have a mission to run?" Sakura replied, "I'm just about to head out, but I heard you're graduating today, so I made a special trip to see you." You smiled. Not gonna check in on Sasuke? In response, Sakura simply gave a calm smile. 5 years of steady effort had broadened her horizons. As for Sasuke, she still cherished her first love for him, but it was no longer the shallow infatuation it once was. To be honest, on the path of a ninja, Sakura had undoubtedly surpassed both Naruto and Sasuke. At least for now. The two of them walked side by side on their way to the Ninja Academy. Sakura said, "After you graduate, it won't be long before the Chunin exams. Your skills have already surpassed the level of Chunin, maybe even a Jonin. Yet you chose to stay at the academy and follow the standard path. I didn't understand why at first, but now I think I get it. When you truly become a ninja, you'll face all kinds of pressure and situations beyond your control. You can't be as carefree as you are in school. You have real talent, but you enjoy a peaceful life, don't you?" Oh, he thought to himself, though you only got a half right, I'm still impressed. Looking at Sakura's shaved head, "You spoke seriously for once. Sakura, back when we were in that little dark room, I said you should keep your head shaved forever. But that was just a joke. You really didn't have to take it seriously." But Sakura just laughed freely. "I've gotten used to it. No need to fuss with my hair in the morning and washing it with sweat. This is fine. A life lived worrying about others' opinions is a shallow one. Now, I genuinely love this hairstyle and the life I have. Hey, could you not be so cool, sis?" You sighed inwardly. People, as long as they're on the right path, will shine, just like that bald head. "Haruno Sakura, I used to simply not dislike you, but now I find myself admiring you a little." In front of the Ninja Academy gates, Sakura stopped. "You asked, aren't you going in to see your old classmates?" Sakura replied, "I'm not a student here anymore, so I won't go in. I'm sure I'll see everyone I need to soon enough. But you, take it easy, okay? This is just the graduation exam for becoming a genin. Don't go wrecking the school." You grinned. "You don't have to tell me. I've got it under control." Sakura smiled back. "That's true. Off you go then. Let's meet again at the Chunin exams, master you." Watching you walk through the academy's doors, Sakura clenched her fist, fiery determination flaring in her eyes. "All right, I'll hop to the mission, rendezvous on one leg like a frog." Inside the Ninja Academy's meeting room, Irika was in the middle of a meeting with the other staff. Sitting at the seat facing south, Irika surveyed the room and said, "Everyone's here, so let's finalize the assessment content for this year's graduating class." The portly Chunin, who served as the director of instruction, spoke up. "There's no way we can go through with the shuriken technique exam. More than half the class will definitely fail." The teachers present all wore bitter smiles. It turned out that in this graduating class, more than half the students had utterly failed to learn proper shuriken technique. And the reason for this was, as everyone knew, best left unsaid. When the school realized how serious the problem had become, they immediately removed you from the role of acting shuriken instructor and sent in a specialist to retrain the students who'd learned it wrong. But the damage was already done. No matter how hard they tried, those kids just couldn't be corrected. This could only be described as the worst teaching disaster in the history of the Leaf Village Ninja Academy. Even the previous principal, who'd appointed you as a cost-saving measure after Mizuki's death, felt compelled to resign in remorse over the incident. Note: the third Hokage was only the honorary principal of the Ninja Academy. According to procedure, Irika should have been the one to take the fall. But that night, the former principal had a terrible nightmare, and as if frightened by some unseen force, took responsibility himself the very next day. Originally, the new principal was supposed to be appointed from outside the school, but then, as if under a spell, the entire staff unanimously recommended the relatively inexperienced Irika. And so, almost without realizing how, he found himself made principal. Afterward, Irika suspected you had something to do with it all, but he had no proof. That being said, it was impossible to blame you for this teaching fiasco. The idea had come from the previous principal, whose motives were hardly pure. He'd wanted to cut costs by turning students into unpaid labor. As for you, he was just a student himself, didn't earn a penny, always followed the school's assignments, took on teaching duties, and held nothing back. He taught everything he knew, exactly as he was supposed to. Yet the kids still couldn't grasp the technique. What more could he have done? The teachers all chimed in. "I agree. Let's skip the shuriken exam. Just like previous years, we could do a symbolic test of clone or transformation jutsu instead." But Irika insisted no. Avoiding the problem won't solve anything. The shuriken technique must be tested. The teachers hesitated, but the parents of those students are already upset about the former principal's decision. They feel we've failed their children if we deny graduation over this. Irika replied, meticulous and resolute. "If we allow these students to graduate as ninjas without a proper grasp of shuriken technique, and something happens to them on a mission because of that, then we truly will have failed them." A heavy silence fell over the room. The portly Chunin tapped the corner of his book with a pencil. The principal has a point. But if we really go through with this, the graduation rate this year is going to look pretty grim. Irika made the final decision. There's no need to discuss further. Shuriken Jutsu must be included in today's assessment. And it can't be a mere formality. It has to be rigorous, thorough. Anyone who fails won't graduate. As for those who choose to give up becoming a ninja and go another way, or repeat the year, the choice is theirs. As the principal, Irika had spoken so resolutely that no one else could really object. Still, inwardly, they couldn't help but mutter to themselves, "Sigh, there goes this year's performance bonus again." Putting down his pencil, the plump Chunin stood up. "Well then, just as the principal said, we'll focus this round on Shuriken Jutsu. I'll start preparing the exam materials and then gather the students." Irika said, "Not so fast. In addition to the Shuriken Jutsu assessment, we'll also add tests on the 3 basic ninja techniques, a showcase of each student's specialty jutsu, and a practical combat evaluation. Only after a comprehensive score will we decide who graduates." The staff were stunned. "Hey, is it really necessary to be this strict? Are we sure we're not just pouring oil on the fire?" A quiet chuckle broke the silence. It was Ebisu, the academy's teaching advisor, who'd been silent until now. He was, as always, dressed in his own eccentric style, but his black headscarf now bore a pair of decorative horns. The staff turned toward him. "Advisor Ebisu, is something amusing?" Ebisu composed himself and replied, "I laugh because you're all too young. Can't you see the deeper meaning behind Principal Irika's plan?" The staff exchanged confused glances. Deeper meaning? Adjusting his sunglasses at the bridge of his nose, Ebisu rose to his feet. Yes, there was that Shuriken Jutsu mishap before, and a whole group of students was neglected. But this year, we have many outstanding graduates. If we adhere to the principles of elite education, this comprehensive assessment is entirely justified. With everyone's eyes on him, Ebisu walked to the window, hands behind his back, his silhouette solemn as he continued. "The real issue before us is our responsibility for the students' futures. Shuriken Jutsu must be tested. But if we only test Shuriken Jutsu, we'll never silence those parents whose children are sure to fail. So what's the solution?" This is where Principal Irika's brilliance shines. A collective gulp was heard in the room. "That's right. Since a mistake was made, we might as well see it through. By raising the difficulty of this graduation exam across the board, only those truly qualified will become genin. People will see that even if a student passes Shuriken Jutsu, they'll still be eliminated if their other skills aren't up to par. That way, the focus shifts away from Shuriken Jutsu alone. Even if parents complain, what can they really say?" At this, Ebisu turned around and looked at Irika. "That's correct, isn't it, Principal Irika?" Well, actually, Irika was dumbfounded. In truth, he just felt that the graduation exams had been far too lenient over the years, almost like a game. Out of a sense of responsibility to the students and a desire to provide the village with true talents, he had decided to set a new standard for this year's class. But as for the specifics, he really hadn't thought things through in such detail. "Is that really true, Principal Irika?" But then, seeing the eager, hopeful eyes of all the faculty present, he couldn't bear to let them down. So, after steadying himself, he forced a deep, resolute tone and declared, "Yes, just as teacher Ebisu said." Amidst the astonished exclamations, they all forgot for a moment about the issue of performance-based pay. "So that's how it is." As expected of the principal, "Your vision is truly extraordinary. No wonder your class always produces so many top students. Although, to be fair, the gap between the best and the worst has gotten pretty wide. But that's just a minor flaw, really." Ebisu's voice surged with passion. Education was never meant to produce mediocrity. In the long run, polarization is not a bad thing. Elitist education should have been implemented long ago. Let's start with this. Very graduating class. I believe that students like Hyuga-Yu, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke will become the benchmarks for our elite program. Let's begin the graduation exams at once. I can hardly wait any longer. Meanwhile, the children of the graduating class were gathering one after another on the school field. Beyond the fence, on a grassy slope, 2 figures stood quietly. One was the elderly 3rd Hokage, the other, Kakashi Hitaki, who had only recently removed his ANBU mask. Up until then, Kakashi had served as an elite in the ANBU, consumed by missions of life and death, leaving him little time to bother with everyday matters. The shadows of his past haunted him, waking him countless times from nightmares in the dead of night. Unwilling to see Kakashi remain lost in darkness, the 3rd Hokage had suggested removing him from the ANBU and assigning him as a jonin responsible for a new squad of genin. so he could start a new chapter in his life. Now, dressed in the formal uniform of a Konoha ninja, only Kakashi's right eye was visible above his mask. That eye, tinged with melancholy and a hint of indifference, watched the lively young figures on the field as he asked, "Third, will my future students be among those children?" The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Assuming nothing unusual happens." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Unusual?" The third replied, "This year's graduation exam will be exceptionally strict. I expect very few will pass smoothly." "Oh," Kakashi replied flatly. Having graduated early from the Ninja Academy as a prodigy unseen in a decade, and having made Jonin by age 12, such so-called strictness didn't stir even a flicker of interest in him. To him, it was nothing more than a flock of fledglings just playing at being ninjas. Besides, he didn't really know much about the situation with these kids, including you. However, there was one exception. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the blonde, blue-eyed boy in the field and said, "That's Lord Minato's orphan, Uzumaki Naruto, isn't it? He looks energetic and nothing like the rumors say." The third Hokage smiled knowingly. "Haha, you haven't been keeping up. Much has changed since those days." Before Kakashi could ask further, Fugaku and Itachi approached together. Itachi greeted them with a gentle smile. "Lord Hokage, Kakashi-senpai, it's been a long time." Kakashi replied, "Itachi, you've grown up too. Are you here to see your brother?" Itachi nodded, his expression tinged with subtlety. "Something like that." Fugaku looked at Kakashi's covered left eye and said, "Kakashi, you've become an outstanding ninja. If Obito could see you now, he'd be proud." A bittersweet smile crept beneath Kakashi's mask. "I'm not worthy of such praise." Fugaku shifted his gaze away. "Lord Hokage, Itachi and I will head over there." Watching the father and son walk away, Kakashi sighed. "As someone who lived through that event, I can hardly believe we'd see a day like this." The third Hokage echoed his sentiment. "I feel the same. The changes in the police force over the years have even surprised me. Back then, everyone thought the Uchiha would break ties with the village for good. Sometimes I get the uncanny feeling that some invisible hand is guiding everything, keeping Konoha together." Kakashi chuckled. "That sounds a bit mystical, don't you think? Maybe you're overthinking it." The third Hokage shook his head and smiled. "Perhaps. Once you get old, your mind tends to wander." Thud! The dull sound of a cane echoed, coming steadily closer. A man approached, head bowed. From a distance, Fugaku and Itachi paused, their expressions shifting subtly as they caught sight of the newcomer. Kakashi's demeanor turned stern and guarded. Why would Danzo show up at a simple ninja academy graduation? Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe. As the Hokage, he knew the inside story. Over the past 5 years, Danzo had tried more than a dozen times to recruit Hyuga and Naruto, but for various reasons, he'd never succeeded. Yet he was still unwilling to give up. Feigning ignorance, Hiruzen asked, "Danzo, what brings you here?" Thud, thud. As he walked, Danzo's eyes flicked briefly toward the Uchiha father and son, then returned forward. "Oh, lately I've been having trouble sleeping, so I walk around a lot. I heard the academy was having a graduation, so I thought I'd come by for a look." Hiruzen's tone carried a warning. "Look if you must, but if you're not sleeping well, try not to dwell on things too much." You're right about that." Danzo lowered his gaze with a faint smile and came to stand beside Kakashi. Kakashi lowered his head in deep thought. Danzo would never have the leisure to come here, for no reason. For him to show up at this time and place, there could only be one explanation. Someone in this year's Ninja Academy graduation exam has caught his eye. Could it be Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke? The wind rustled through the trees, leaves shivering under its force as a blanket of dusky clouds crept across the sky. Out on the field, you let out a long yawn. Why isn't this starting yet? It's dragging on forever. If I'd known, I would have sent a shadow clone instead. Principal Irika led the faculty team forward. We will now officially begin the graduation exam. The assessment consists of multiple rounds and follows an elimination format. Those who fail the first round will not have the chance to participate in the next. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment. We have to pass eliminations just to become Genin? Yeah. Isn't the ninja school graduation exam supposed to be just a formality? Sensei, what happens if we don't pass? Irika replied. If you don't pass, you won't be allowed to graduate. Either you choose a different path outside of being a ninja, or you repeat the year and try again next time. Let's set off a storm. This can't be happening. We've worked so hard for 6 years just to become ninjas, and now you want us to look for other options? In a village full of ninjas, what else could we possibly do? I have dreams. I don't want to take over the family business. Last year's graduating class had it easy, but now it's suddenly strict for us? That's not fair. Irika's voice was stern. These are the rules. If anyone objects, you're free to leave right now. The field fell instantly silent. Outside the arena, Fugaka murmured, "Oh, they're getting serious now. This could be interesting." Itachi said quietly, "I wonder what kind of test it will be." Back on the field, Teacher A rolled out a massive shuriken target, its center marked with a wheel-like pattern. Teacher B drew a long white line on the ground. Teacher C handed out shuriken to each student, each weapon tagged with its owner's name. Iruka announced, "The first round is a shuriken test. Each of you will stand behind the white line. When you hear the command to begin, throw your named shuriken at the target ahead. The closer your shuriken lands to the bullseye, the better your score. Anyone who misses the target entirely is disqualified." "Huh, we're all throwing at once, not one at a time." Outside the field, Hiruzen mused, "Now that's a rather unorthodox set of rules." Kakashi said, "First of all, the target is fixed in the center. Although everyone stands behind the same line, your position along that line will affect your actual shooting distance and angle. That means the difficulty changes depending on where you stand. If you can realize this and secure a favorable spot ahead of time, then the competition has already begun even before anyone says start." Hiruzen took a slow puff from his pipe. "See? The clever kids have already started to move." Swish. While the other children were still digesting the rules, Shikamaru strolled unhurriedly to the center of the white line, the spot directly facing the target, giving him the best angle for throwing. Ino and Choji, after a tip from Shikamaru, quickly followed and took up positions on either side of him. After them came Shino and Kiba. The rest of the unnamed children realized what was happening a little late, but then rushed forward to claim whatever positions they could. By the end, only you, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were left standing where they were. Hinata whispered, "Naruto, shouldn't we go over there?" Naruto blinked. "But it hasn't started yet. Why is everyone suddenly running up?" Sasuke let out a dismissive snort. "Oomph. A true master doesn't need to play these little games. I'm unbeatable, so let them do as they please." You raise your small hand. "Teacher, I didn't get my shuriken." Iruka coughed awkwardly. "Oh, I forgot to prepare shuriken for Hyuga-yu. Well, you'll have to sit out this round. Please wait here for the next one." You protested. "Are you kidding me?" Banished in such a heartless way, you crouched down, a single lock of hair on her head swaying in the breeze like a tiny leaf, her whole posture radiating resignation and defeat. Outside the field, Kakashi watched with curiosity. Why was that child left out? Because Danzo was there. Hiruzen hesitated before replying. Her situation is somewhat special. "Oh," Kakashi responded mildly and lost interest. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were standing at the very edge behind the white line, making it the farthest and worst position for throwing the target. Iruka raised his hand. "Ready?" The children all lifted their shuriken at the same time. Drawing out his words, Iruka announced, "Star." Swish. But before he could even finish the word, Naruto's shuriken had already flown from his hand. Iruka was speechless. "Naruto, what's the rush? Are you in a hurry to get married or something?" Naruto scratched his head. "Sorry, it was just instinct." Hinata blushed scarlet. "Naruto's married." Sasuke sighed in exasperation. What an idiot. The kids who, even after 5 years, still harbored their prejudices against Naruto, cheered inwardly. Now Naruto's going to be eliminated. Serves him right. But gazing at the shuriken lodged squarely in the bullseye, Iruka said, "Go get it yourself. And let me make myself clear. If this happens again, you'll fail right away." The kids who weren't fond of Naruto grew anxious. Seriously, Iruka-sensei, why are you so biased towards Naruto? Is it just because he's not the loser he used to be? How's that fair? Off to the side, Kakashi observed, that last move alone shows solid fundamentals. As expected of the teacher's son, he's no ordinary kid. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and sighed. 5 years ago, Naruto's shuriken skills were a total mess. He must have put in an incredible amount of effort where none of us could see. Danzo, clearly enjoying the situation, snorted, letting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki do as he pleases, right on your nose. "Hiruzen, you sure have a big heart for a Hokage." Hiruzen just bowed his head in silence. Naruto retrieved his shuriken and returned to his spot. Iruka raised his hand again. "Ready?" Shikamaru quietly advised Choji and Ino beside him. "Listen to me. Wait a bit longer before you throw. Begin." A flurry of shuriken shot through the air. There was a cacophony of clinks and clangs as blades struck the target. Only about a dozen stuck. The rest missed entirely, some veering off course, others knocked aside by mid-air collisions. Kakashi was thoroughly dismayed. This year's class, that's just pitiful, isn't it? At that moment, the shuriken thrown by Team Inoshikicho hit the open spots on the target in quick succession. Itachi's lips curled into a faint smile. The children were dumbstruck. Wait, is that even allowed? Weren't we supposed to throw them all at once? Itachi exchanged thoughts with Fugaku. The rules only said to throw after the word begin, but never specified that everyone had to throw at the exact same time. Besides, unless you're overwhelmingly confident in your skills, there's no way to guarantee that your shuriken won't collide with someone else's in the chaos. Missing would be inevitable then. Fugaku crossed his arms. That Nara kid figured out the true intent behind the rules in no time, and chose the safest approach. To have such clarity of mind at this age, that's truly impressive. His gaze lingered on the shuriken that had struck the bullseye with a steep angle. For once, a rare smile appeared on his face. But what's even more impressive is Sasuke. He was the first to throw, without a hint of hesitation, and hit the bullseye straight on. He really is my son. Piece of cake. On the field, Sasuke, clearly pleased with himself, flashed a confident smile. As he glanced over, he saw Naruto still staring blankly at his shuriken and called out, "Hey, you big dummy! What are you waiting for?" Naruto looked completely bewildered. "I was just about to throw it, but suddenly my hand wouldn't listen. Seriously, it just slipped." Sasuke gave him a look of disdain. "You big dummy. Even your excuses are half-hearted. Why don't you just admit you zoned out for a second?" Listening to the banter between these two lively troublemakers, Fugaku raised his eyebrows. "Oh, so that's Uzumaki Naruto, the one Sasuke made as a sworn friend at school?" Itachi smiled. "Yes, they've gotten along well since 5 years ago. Friends and rivals too." But in his heart he thought, Naruto didn't seem to be making excuses. Did Mr. You step in just now? If both Sasuke and Naruto had thrown their shuriken at the same time, they would have collided, 3 centimeters before the bullseye. At worst, both would have missed the mark. But Mr. You must have foreseen this, and intervened to stop Naruto's throw. Why not stop Sasuke as well? Itachi stroked his chin, considering, given Naruto's character, this outcome actually makes more sense. As expected of Mr. Yu, he sees through everything and always manages to guide things to the result he wants, all under the guise of reason. Meanwhile, Danzo cast a sidelong glance. "You let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki get this close to Fugaku's son. Hiruzen, aren't you afraid the Nine-Tails will end up in Uchiha hands and cause chaos again?" Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, replied without even glancing over. "Don't project the dirty schemes of the adult world onto these pure-hearted children. Besides, everyone can see how the Uchiha have conducted themselves these past years." Danzo is unmoved. "When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams follow. I've never believed the Uchiha could really change their nature." Caught between the two, Kakashi felt thoroughly uncomfortable. With a soft thud, Naruto's shuriken landed in an empty spot on the target, marking the end of the first round of the shuriken test. The instructors checked the labels on the shuriken stuck in the target to confirm who had passed the test. The children who didn't make the cut sat on the ground, looking utterly lost, unable to accept that they wouldn't be graduating as genin. Irika stepped forward. "For the second round, we'll test the clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and substitution jutsu. Those of you who passed the shuriken test, please line up and prepare to demonstrate your techniques in that order." The successful students immediately gathered at the front. Irika glanced to one side. "What are you doing crouching over there playing with ants? Hurry up and get in line." You looked up. "Sensei, do you really think I still need to be tested? After all, ever since that bet with Ebisu 5 years ago, who didn't know how well you had mastered the 3 basic ninja techniques?" Irika said, "Since then, you haven't demonstrated the 3 fundamental ninja techniques. Who knows if you've been slacking off during your usual training? What if you've let your skills go rusty? Let me make myself clear. You started school a year later than everyone else. So if you can't show me something new, I'll have you repeat the year." You couldn't help but laugh. "Repeat the year? Is that even an option? Sensei, can I apply to just keep repeating? I don't ever want to graduate." Naruto exclaimed. "What? You's going to repeat the year? Then I want to repeat too." Hinata shyly added, I wanted to." Sasuke just gave a disdainful snort. The 3 of them rushed over to keep you company. Irika snapped. "What on earth are you all doing? Get over here and take your exams now." With a soft thud, you curled up into a ball and rolled forward, tumbling along the ground. The other 3 quickly followed, rolling after him in a playful procession. The second round of assessments began. One by one, the children stepped forward to demonstrate the 3 basic techniques. Nara Shikamaru passed. Yamanaka Ino passed. Hyuga Hinata passed. Their performances were proper and without fault, but nothing particularly stood out. Finally, it was Sasuke's turn. He glanced at Naruto, and a mysterious smile played on his lips. He strode forward, crossing 4 fingers from both hands in front of his chest. Naruto blinked in surprise. "Wait, that hand sign looks awfully familiar." With a sudden pop and a puff of white smoke, 3 shadow clones appeared beside Sasuke, each striking a different Kaki pose. Naruto was stunned. Hey, Sasuke, when did you learn my shadow clone technique? Sasuke lowered his hands from the hand sign. Oomph. Shadow clones aren't your exclusive trick. From the sidelines, Fugaku was surprised. Itachi, when did you teach Sasuke that technique? Itachi nodded. Just recently. But creating 3 clones is his current limit. Back on the field, Naruto teased. Just 3? You're really proud of that, huh? Sasuke shot back, brimming with pride, quality over quantity. My 3 are worth more than your whole unruly bunch. Iruka cleared his throat, interrupting their rivalry. Ahem. Sasuke, demonstrate the transformation technique. Sasuke and his 3 shadow clones all formed hand signs simultaneously. With 4 sharp pops and bursts of smoke, the original transformed into Itachi, and the clones became Fugaku, Mikoto, and Izumi, Sasuke's dearest family members. Fugaku looked on with emotion. That child. In another flurry of smoke, the shadow clones vanished, and Sasuke returned to his own form. He cast a meaningful glance at you, thinking to himself, I've mastered your trick of using air as a substitution. Watch closely. With a sudden burst of smoke, Sasuke reappeared 5 meters away, as if out of thin air. From his sidelines, Kakashi murmured, Flying Thunder God? But he quickly realized that he had made a mistake. No, he simply replaced the wood with an invisible medium, air, as the conduit for the body replacement jutsu. Itachi's little brother, you're quite impressive indeed. The 3rd Hokage smiled silently, puffing on his pipe, thinking to himself, Kakashi, you're in for a surprise soon as well. It was Naruto's turn. He swaggered confidently onto the field. Naruto and Ai-chan. With a voice as lively as Pikachu's, a young boy's innocent shout rang out from the sidelines. It was Ebisu, who had brought his proud pupil, Konohamaru, to watch the match. Naruto waved, calling out, Oh, Konohamaru, what are you doing here? Konohamaru yelled back, I'm here to see my big brother Naruto's heroic moment. Go for it. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Then keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. With his own little fan watching, he had to give it his all. Naruto lowered his stance, radiating energy as he formed hand signs. Brilliant blue chakra gathered around him, crackling with intensity. Sasuke, let me show you the real shadow clone jutsu. Ninja art, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Clouds of smoke billowed, and suddenly, the entire field was filled with Naruto's shadow clones. Hinata blushed, whispering, Naruto-kun, amazing. Most of those present had witnessed this spectacle years ago, so they weren't all that surprised. That kid, outside the arena, Fugaku's surprise quickly turned to contemplation. He's using the shadow clone jutsu, but not the Nine-Tails chakra. This is all his own power. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, Kakashi kept his surprise off his face, but inside he was calculating the number of clones. Naruto's chakra reserves are, at the very least, dozens of times greater than mine. Konohamaru's jaw dropped, his mouth forming a perfect O. After a long moment, he clenched his fist in front of his chest and shouted with excitement, Big brother Naruto, you're awesome. So cool. You really are destined to become Hokage one day. Naruto flashed a mysterious grin. Konohamaru, don't be so shocked. There's something even better coming up. He and every one of his clones formed hand signs together. Ninja art, harem jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Wow, Red Heart. Amid a swirling haze, enchanting figures began to appear, tantalizing and barely concealed. Hinata's face turned bright red in an instant. From farther away, 2 jets of nosebleed shot straight to the ground with such force that their owners were propelled into the air. Thud, thud. When they crashed back down, Ebisu was completely knocked out, unable to get up again. Iruka shot to his feet, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Naruto, what on earth were you up to in the sacred examination hall? Hurry up and change back, then start demonstrating the body replacement technique right now. Outside the arena, Kakashi's voice was full of concern. Lord Third, are you all right? The 3rd Hokage pressed a handkerchief to his nose, which was gushing blood. Despite his embarrassment, he managed to remain polite. As you get older, your blood pressure gets a little unstable. Don't worry about it. Danzo, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. After all these years, you really haven't changed a bit. Just look at yourself. With a loud thud, a chunk of wood fell to the ground amidst a puff of white smoke on the training field, the sign that Naruto had completed his body replacement demonstration. Even now, though Naruto had shed his reputation as the class clown, the body replacement technique still wasn't his strong suit. His performance was merely passable, not for lack of talent, but because of his personality. Finally, it was Yu's turn to take the stage. Kakashi, ever perceptive, noticed that as soon as you entered the arena, the atmosphere shifted, both among the spectators and those in the stands. Even Danzo, beside him, seemed to hold his breath. Kakashi's brow furrowed as he sensed there was more to this than met the eye. Could it be that child? Oh, just in time. Hayashi and Hisashi, the two Hyuga brothers, walked in together. Kakashi took it all in. Both the head of the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan had shown up. That could only mean the rumors were true. This child was indeed the rumored illegitimate son from the Hyuga branch family. The brothers' smiles faded to ice when their eyes fell on Danzo, as if some long-held grudge had resurfaced between them. Kakashi suddenly understood everything. So that's it. Danzo's real purpose in coming here wasn't Sasuke. It was that child, Hyuga-Yu. What is it that makes him so remarkable? The increasingly illustrious lineup of spectators outside the arena also caught Irika's attention. In all his years of teaching, he had never seen so many VIPs attend a ninja school graduation exam. Of course, he couldn't help but notice that some among them were especially controversial figures. Watching you stretching in place, Irika straightened and gave a solemn warning. What I said earlier about making you repeat a grade if you tried any new tricks, that was just a joke. Just perform as you normally would. Don't embarrass yourself, but don't stand out too much either. Got it. Just do my best as usual, right? You stood tall, twisted his waist to loosen up, and began forming hand signs. Outside the arena. Wait a second, that hand sign? I've never seen that before. A dazzling shower of flower petals rained down. Petals? Shouldn't it be smoke at a time like this? Hey, whoever said that ninjutsu special effects could only be smoke? But soon, no one cared about the special effects anymore. Yu's head and limbs suddenly detached from his torso, floating and writhing in midair. The scene was shocking, bizarre, and oddly comical, all at once. In the hush that followed a collective gasp, Irika, a little embarrassed, said, "You tell me, do you somehow have a misunderstanding about the clone technique? I did ask you to use it, but I never told you to split your body apart like that." Yu's body had indeed come apart. His head, arms, legs, and torso were each floating separately in midair. Though his body was divided, it wasn't as gruesome as one might expect. The edges where he was split were all smooth and neat. And as a side note, Yu's clothes hadn't split with him. They remained properly on his torso, while the sleeves and pant legs hung empty and limp. The children had never seen anything like this before. Every one of them stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Irika, still flustered, asked, "Yu, what kind of clone technique is this? Where on earth did you learn it?" Yu's head hovered 5 meters above the ground, and he was thoroughly enjoying his elevated perspective. Feigning confusion, he replied, "I really don't know. One day while I was practicing the clone technique, as usual, I accidentally made the wrong hand sign, and I ended up like this. Honestly, it scared me half to death at the time. I thought I was a goner." At this, Nichiza, who was observing from outside the fence, suddenly realized, "So that's what happened?" Nichizu asked, "What is it?" Nichiza answered, keeping his tone mysterious, "It must have been about 2 years ago. I got up in the middle of the night and suddenly saw a human head floating past my window. I thought maybe I'd been listening to too much heavy metal lately and was just hallucinating. But over the next few days, similar things kept happening. Eventually, I went to see the fortune teller outside the village." Nichizu said, "Ninjas aren't supposed to talk about the supernatural. That's a rule in Konoha. Why do you break it, Nichiza?" Nichiza replied, "Rules are rigid, but people are alive. The older I get, the more I feel that sometimes it's better to believe than to dismiss the possibility altogether." Nichizu conceded, "I suppose that's true. All right, so what did the fortune teller say?" Nichiza continued, "He told me that there was a mischievous spirit in the house, but it wasn't evil. Instead, it was there to repay a kindness, and, if I offered plenty of delicious food and money, I'd be blessed with peace and happiness. So I did as he advised, and sure enough, the strange occurrences stopped." Nichizu said, "So that means the floating head wasn't some mischievous spirit at all, but just you experimenting with his own version of the clone technique." Nichizu exclaimed, "Exactly. Looks like that fortune teller really took me for a ride." Nichizu, thoughtful now, said, "Now that you mention it, I once had a strange experience myself." Nichiza perked up. "Oh? What did you see, brother?" Nichizu lowered his gaze, reminiscing. "I remember it clearly. It was last year during the Bond Festival. After our clan's masquerade party ended, I, a little tipsy, began to dance alone in the moonlit clearing." Nichiza muttered under his breath, "Why didn't Big Brother invite me to join?" Nakayazu continued, "As I danced, swept up in the excitement, I suddenly realized My own shadow was dancing with me. Nichiza was stunned. Something like that? Wait, isn't that how it should be? Nakayazu replied. But the dance my shadow performed wasn't the same as mine. Nichiza said, could it be? Is the Nara clan up to their old family tricks again? Nakayazu grew secretive. That's exactly what I suspected at the time, so I quietly activated my Byakugan to check. But to my surprise, aside from myself, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Gulp. Nichiza swallowed hard. And then, Nakayazu answered, after that, the alcohol wore off, so I just went home and slept. Nothing strange ever happened again. He could hardly admit that he spent the whole night locked in a dance battle with his own shadow, and lost at that. Not far off, Danzo caught sight of Nakayazu and Nichiza whispering furtively to each other. He thought to himself, they must be talking behind my back. Meanwhile, in the field, Irika, after pondering for a moment, grew interested. So, this special clone technique of yours doesn't have a name yet, does it? Why don't I help you come up with one? You replied, it does have a name. I came up with it myself, reverse clone technique. The corner of Irika's mouth twitched. Come on, that's a bit abrupt. But in truth, reverse clone, that really does fit the technique. Irika asked, what makes your reverse clone so remarkable? You nodded eagerly. Unlike the shadow clone technique, the reverse clone doesn't split up your chakra. And as you've seen, it dramatically boosts your body's agility. Irika stroked his chin thoughtfully. For reference, could you tell everyone how you control each part of your body? You answered, even though my body is separated, it still feels connected. Look like this. Swish, 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 swish. Yu's two legs kicked freely through the air. Two tiny hands picked up a stone and, with a resounding crash, smashed it to pieces. Everyone was thinking, this is absolutely unbelievable. Irika asked, why are your body parts able to fly around? Is that a special effect of the reverse clone? You replied, I suppose so. In truth, the reverse clone does allow separated limbs to fly, but feet are an exception. The only reason Yu's feet weren't restricted was because of the Otsutsuki clan's innate ability to fly. Of course, you understood that Irika was sizing up the practical value of this newly invented reverse clone technique and whether it could be taught to others. So even if others managed to learn it in the future, if their feet couldn't leave the ground, it could always be chalked up to not having mastered the technique. Heh. Irika, ever diligent, asked, in this state, how exactly do you use ninjutsu? I am an Otsutsuki. I can use any technique without weaving hand signs. But of course, I can't say that out loud. Like this. Click, click. Use two little arms, the severed ends merging back together, became whole once more, and both hands formed a hand seal. Use torso, chest swelling with air. Whoosh. Suspended midair. Use small head spat out a blazing fireball. A chorus of astonished cries swept through the crowd. Wah! Irika exclaimed with genuine admiration. You never cease to amaze me, you. Off the field. Fugako asked, Itachi, what do you think of the secret clone technique that child used? Itachi replied, it has immense value in combat. There are countless tactics it could enable. It's nothing short of revolutionary in ninjutsu. However, there are notable drawbacks. Fugako nodded exactly. If the separated limbs are physically restrained, retrieving them would be troublesome. Unless, of course, the technique could be subdivided even further. But that's clearly unrealistic. Itachi's inner monologue. No, father, you're mistaken. This is just Mr. Yu's normal performance. I can't even imagine what he's capable of when he's not being normal. Kakashi, resting a hand on the wire mesh of the fence, sighed in awe. Looks like my eyes failed me. I never realized that kid was hiding such depths. Still, he thought to himself, well, I did invent an A-rank jutsu when I was his age, so it's not unheard of. For now, all I can say is that his talent as a ninja is extraordinary, though it's not quite at the level of being peerless just yet. On the field, Irika, following procedure, announced, all right, you've passed the clone technique. Now, let's see your transformation technique. Pew! Yu's scattered body parts fused together, landed lightly on the ground, and he stretched his limbs before forming a hand sign in front of his chest. That's a hand sign I've never seen before. Everyone present seemed to hold their breath at once. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As a shower of brilliant special effects stars scattered across the ground, you transformed, right before everyone's eyes, into a swirling ball of fire. The fireball hovered in the air, distorting the very air around it. Did he just use the transformation technique to morph himself into a living, flowing flame? Whoa, it's so hot. But the searing heat radiating from him made everyone realize an astonishing truth. No, it wasn't just mimicry. It was real fire. Off the field, Fugako leaned forward, Could that be a fire-release chakra mode? Itachi checked with his Sharingan. No, I don't see use. That child's real body. This must be a perfect fusion of chakra mode and the transformation technique. Fugaku murmured in awe. This technique is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Itachi nodded. Yes, that's right. It's akin to having a body made of pure elements, enough to render all physical attacks, and even most ninjutsu attacks, completely ineffective. Fugaku replied. That point still needs to be verified. On the field, Iruka took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his brow. He called out to the ball of fire. You, is that you? Yu's voice erupted with a fiery impatience. Hey, it's me, Iruka-sensei. Goodness, it really is him. This is supposed to be the graduation exam for the Ninja Academy, not a selection for the Kage. Why are you making things so over the top? How will future graduates ever measure up? Iruka asked, just to check if you've turned into fire. How are you still able to speak? You answered, when I become fire, the fire is my body. I'm speaking with my own body. Does that seem strange? Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense. Iruka pressed further. Then, let me ask, while you're maintaining this transformation, what happens if you're hit by an external force? You replied, you can try it and see for yourself. Iruka pulled out a kunai. Then I'll take you up on that, because whether this is really a transformation technique still needs to be tested. If you're going to show off, then I'll go all in too. Let's see how far this goes. With a swift motion, the kunai shot into the front of the fireball that you had become, and flew out the back, landing on the ground quenched by the flames, igniting a patch of grass as it fell. Fugaku gasped in awe. This really is elemental transformation. Unable to contain himself, he leaped over the fence and landed in the arena, with Itachi following right behind. Sasuke stared in surprise. Father? Brother? Gentlemen, Iruka looked toward the stands for guidance. Seeing Hiruzen's silent approval, he decided not to intervene further. Fugaku strode forward, oblivious to everyone else, and addressed the fireball. Hyuga-yu, my name is Uchiha Fugaku, leader of the Uchiha clan. I'm very curious. If this body of yours were struck by a water-release jutsu, what would happen? The fireball turned to face him, and with a grin, replied, honestly, I have no idea. I stumbled upon this technique by accident, and I've never tried what you're suggesting, uncle. Why don't we give it a shot? Fugaku answered, I don't know any water-release techniques. Itachi, you try. Itachi hesitated. Well, Yu's thoughts echoed in Itachi's mind. Don't worry, go ahead. Itachi replied with his own thoughts. Then forgive me, Mr. Yu. With practiced speed, Itachi formed 3 hand signs. Water style, water dragon bullet. A surge of water burst from his mouth, coalescing into a mighty water dragon that crashed down toward the fireball you had become. A cloud of scorching steam suddenly billowed across the field. Sasuke exclaimed, My brother's water release? It doesn't affect you at all. Itachi lowered his hands and turned to Iruka. Even elemental weakness doesn't apply. There's no doubt, this isn't fire release. It's a transformation technique. Iruka said, since Mr. Itachi has spoken, then it must be unquestionably true. Itachi thought to himself, every jutsu has its weakness, and this transformation technique of Mr. Yu is surely no exception. Indeed, the greatest weakness of this transformation technique is its massive chakra consumption. The phenomena it triggers require a constant supply of chakra to sustain, and if one is forced to disengage from the transformation, they will be left extremely weakened. Of course, for you, this side effect is practically negligible. But it's a different story for others, which is why this technique isn't suitable for wide adoption. Outside the arena, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe and sighed. Elementalization is a power countless shinobi have always dreamed of. But so far, only the Otsutsuki clan of Kirigakure, thanks to their unique physique, have managed to achieve it, and even then, it's imperfect. The second Hokage once tried to replicate this with ninjutsu, but his untimely death meant he could never realize that dream. Kakashi added, Still, I never imagined someone could accomplish this through a mere transformation jutsu, and that it would be achieved by a youngster who hasn't even graduated from the Shinobi Academy. Danzo's old hand gripped the head of his cane tightly as he glanced at Hayashi not far away, a glint flickering in his aged eyes. Hayashi and Hisashi, too, were stunned by Yu's display. Hayashi said, Your little one has surprised us all over again, Hisashi. I have to ask, are you sure you're fully human? Hisashi replied, Big brother, what are you implying? Hayashi chuckled. Each of your children is more extraordinary than the last. Hisashi smiled modestly. It's nothing really. Our clan's bloodline is strong, and it just so happens that both Niji and you are able to draw out its potential. And let's not forget Lady Hanabi. She's no less remarkable. Didn't she defeat one of our clan's jonin when she was just 8? Hayashi shook his head with a wry smile, but when he met Danzo's gaze, his expression cooled. He thought to himself, that old fox still hasn't given up on you. I'm my future son-in-law. Is he? Not a chance. You is our Hyuga clan's rare gem. There's no way I'll let Root get their hands on him. In the arena, you transformed back from the flames to his original form. Fugako pressed on. You, is it possible for you to transform into elements other than fire? You replied, in theory, I can use any chakra nature I possess. Fugako asked, could you show us? I'm very curious. You said, in that case, uncle, you'd better stand back a bit. At his words, Fugaku stepped away, giving you ample space to demonstrate. You formed a different hand seal. Fugaku exclaimed, oh, so each element requires a different seal. Suddenly, a wave of dry ice mist enveloped the area as you transformed into a cloud, drifting up into the sky. There came a gentle, rhythmic patter as rain began to fall from the cloud. When the rain stopped, the cloud vanished, and the raindrops that hit the ground turned into a field of little U's. Hith hith. The little U clones gathered together, merging into one big U. Fugaku clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Haha, this is truly fascinating. So ninjutsu can be used like this. Irika was left utterly speechless. Outside the arena, Hiruzen said, Kakashi, I'm curious. What are your thoughts right now? Snap. Kakashi gripped the wire fence tightly. This transformation jutsu is, without a doubt, S rank. To create such a technique at the age of 12. Other than the second Hokage, he must be the first to have done so. But I can't quite understand, why would a genius like that be here in the Ninja Academy? Hiruzen replied, to be honest, his talent for ninjutsu appeared very early on. Konoha's research division has reached out to him more than once, but he turned them all down. At that moment, Danzo interjected in his usual sly tone, not just the ANBU. Root tried to recruit him too. To possess such ability, yet refuse to serve the organization. That's a crime in itself. Hiruzen's gaze cut over. Everyone has the right to choose their own environment for growth, Danzo. Don't push your moral coercion onto a young leaf of Konoha. Danzo retorted sharply. Humph. It's precisely this mercy of yours at critical moments that has led Konoha from its former glory to its current decline. In that sense, Hiruzen, you two bear a lasting guilt, a crime for the ages. Caught between them, Kakashi reflected silently. Forced to become a tool in these power struggles, what crime have I even committed? Still, he was clear on his position. Lord Third, you brought me here for a reason. You want me to become that child's mentor Jonin, don't you? Hiruzen nodded. Yes. All right, I'm prepared for this. With a swift motion, Kakashi vaulted over the railing and landed in the arena. Danzo's thoughts darkened. Do they really think this will make me back down? Anything I set my sights on, I'll have, or I'll destroy. Irika-sensei, Irika called out. Kakashi stopped, pulled out a small orange book, and flipped it open. Carry on. Don't mind me. So, this was at the third Hokage's instruction. Irika understood. He turned and asked, Hyuga-yu, does that transformation technique you just used have a name? You touched his little horn thoughtfully. No, it doesn't. Fugaku jumped in eagerly. If it doesn't have one, may I name it? He nodded happily. Sure. Fugaku stroked his chin, pondering seriously. If you turn into fire, it's called fire-style transformation. If you become a cloud, it's cloud-style transformation. But since this isn't limited to any one type of change and depends on the user's own nature, how about calling it my style transformation? The scene fell into a moment of quiet. Father, shame washed over Itachi's face. Naruto's dad and Sasuke's dad. Could they be any more different? Total opposites. Ahem, Irika coughed, scratching his cheek awkwardly. How about letting me come up with something? You grinned. Hey, my escape transformation jutsu is just fine. It's me who's not worthy. Irika's head suddenly filled with little clouds of resentment, bubbling up and floating away. Fugaku, quite satisfied, stepped forward, gave Yu's small shoulder a gentle pat, and whispered, Get along well with my Sasuke, won't you? You smiled brightly. Of course I will. With that, Fugaku and Itachi stepped off the stage. Irika straightened up and announced, Hyuga-yu, please demonstrate the substitution jutsu now. After two back-to-back, jaw-dropping performances, everyone's eyes were wide, waiting to see what you would do with substitution jutsu. You pressed his small hands together, forming the hand seals. Suddenly, a flurry of fruit rained down in a magical effect. But you was still standing right there, unmoved. Grown-ups and kids alike stared, utterly baffled. Irika ventured, you, where's your substitution jutsu? The you standing there replied in a cool, detached voice, It's already activated. I'm not you. I'm Yu's substitute envoy. My name is David Shermiz. Irika's head tilted in confusion. a giant question mark practically floating above him. But then he quickly caught on. Oh, he's just joking around with me. Well, given his skill, no one could really doubt him anyway. So Irika said, all right, you. I'll count you as passing. But the you insisted. Hey, do I look like I'm kidding? Seriously, I'm not you. I'm David Shermiz, Yu's substitute envoy. Irika decided not to argue with him. Okay, I get it. Just then, Kakashi turned a page of his book, glanced up and said, he really isn't. Surprised, Irika asked, Kakashi-sensei, why do you say that? Behind his mask, Kakashi touched his nose and replied, this version of him smells completely different from before. They're nothing alike. You said, hey, spiky head over there, your nose is as good as a dog's, huh? Kakashi replied, and his way of speaking is totally different. The kid before was way more likable. You retorted, so you're just saying I'm annoying now? Watch it, or I'll give you a piece of my mind. Really? Even with Kakashi's confirmation, Irika still wasn't sure what to believe. Just then, Naruto crouched in front of you. These fruits were from Yu's fruit release. They were edible, so he didn't want them to go to waste. He started gathering them up. But Yu wrinkled his nose in disgust. Hey, could you not get so close? You smell like a walking musky fox. Huh? Naruto hugged the fruit and took a step back, his face suddenly serious. You're not Udai DeBayo. Yu replied, I already told you. I'm Yu's stand user. My name is David Shimizu. And just like that, Irika was finally convinced. He asked, so David, Shimizu, where did you go? David Shimizu answered, when a stand user appears, the original caster slips into the void. Well, considering your limited ability to understand, let's put it this way. You and I can never appear at the same time. Irika and the other teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Sorry, but I really don't understand the point of all this. David Shimizu explained, think about it. The body replacement technique uses something else to take the brunt of an attack in your place, right? It's a defensive ninjutsu. But what if the substitute itself is dangerous? What if, instead of just shielding you, it turns the tables and strikes back at the enemy? That's the tactical thinking behind my creation. You invented me for exactly that reason. In truth, Yu's original idea was to make the enemy take the hit directly in his place, a so-called living substitute, but that turned out to be impossible. Which makes sense. If such a thing were possible, what would be the point of a technique like Heavenly Hand Power? The ocular jutsu of the Rinnegan still holds its prestige. After all, there's a limit to what kind of dojutsu you can awaken with a single pair of eyes, a rule even the Book of Gods can't change. But with Yu's self-created stand user technique, the number of stand users isn't limited. He could turn defeated Otsutsuki into stand users, summon whichever one he needed, and use their unique powers and ocular jutsu. In this way, he shattered his own limitations. Of course, that's a story for another time. Irika asked, but you're clearly alive, right? If you take a hit for you, wouldn't you die? David Shimizu scoffed, humph. Unless you himself dies, a stand user can never die. Irika scratched his head. I'm getting more and more confused. What on earth is this guy? He said, for reference, could you tell us about your... At that moment, David Shimizu's gaze shifted to Hinata. Whoosh! He darted straight to Hinata's side, acting like a complete creep, sniffing her up close. Huh? Hinata was startled, shrinking back nervously. David Shimizu gazed at her in fascination. You smell amazing. I just want to eat you up. Hinata retreated in fear. Yukon, please don't do that. Hee, don't be scared. I'm not a bad guy. David Shimizu grinned, conjuring a golden, glittering poop-shaped flower in his hand. Hey, here's a flower for you. Have my babies, won't you? Huh? Having a baby. Hinata pressed her 2 fingers together, blushing shyly. Sorry, I can't agree to that because I already have. Naruto puffed up angrily. Hey, that David Poop, or whatever. Hinata, even if you're his, if he ever bullies you, I swear I won't let him off easy, believe it. You're so noisy. David Poopsmith stretched out his tiny hand, and like a machine gun, he fired poop from his palm, blasting Naruto clear across the training field. Hinata hurried over. Naruto-kun. Oh, did you see that just now? It was poop. He was shooting poop. Are you sure it was poop? No doubt about it. That smell, there's no mistaking it. Irika stepped forward and asked, David Poopsmith, what exactly just happened? David Poopsmith replied, that's my special power. You mixed vast amounts of poop with a huge dose of chakra to create it. All my abilities revolve around poop. Plus, since I'm a number 0 stand user, I'm completely synchronized with you himself. So as he gets stronger, I do too. Looks like my original is about to recall me. Before I go, here's a parting gift. Boom! A yellowish-brown aura exploded across the training ground. Erg! Irika was hit head-on. He dropped to his knees and vomited uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Off in the distance, Kiba, Akameru, hang in there. You returned. Sorry, everyone. My stand user must have given you all quite a show. Outside the field. Hiruzen, Danzo, Fugaku, Itachi. I got used to this a long time ago. Back on the field. You walked up. Iruka-sensei, does my transformation jutsu pass the test? Ha, ha, ha. Iruka clutched his mouth, struggling to breathe. He raised his teary eyes and said, You pass, you. For the rest of the exam, you don't need to take part. Just find a quiet spot, play around, and wait for your graduation notice and team assignment. As principal, I'm begging you. You grinned innocently. No. It's me who should be thanking you, Iruka-sensei. Iruka replied, Don't worry. I'll keep my promise to you. Hey, Yurashu, take care of me, everyone. Humming a little tune, you wandered off to the edge of the field. I have a little donkey I never ride. One day on a whim, I rode it to the market. All around the training ground, save for Danzo, everyone sighed from the heart. What an incredible kid. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Danzo turned around, leaning on his cane, and made up his mind. Hyuga-yu, if we let his talents continue to grow unchecked, he'll become an uncontrollable threat. For the sake of Konoha, if he won't serve root, then he must be eliminated as soon as possible. You sneered inwardly. Don't be so hasty, Danzo. Your fate is already sealed. This year's Chunin exams will be the end for you and Root. The third round of the exam. Showcase your best jutsu. A young student who had passed the first 2 rounds, yet was still not deemed worthy of a name, stepped forward. Sensei, I've already used my best jutsu, just now. The implication was clear. Other than the 3 basic ninja techniques, he knew nothing else. Iruka frowned. Didn't you study on your own? The child replied, full of conviction. You never taught us, Sensei. Iruka said, the school may not teach you everything, but why not study on your own after class? If you just wait to be spoon-fed, how can you ever stand on your own as a ninja? The student fell silent, unable to argue. Iruka sighed. All right, then just demonstrate your best jutsu again. With a puff, the child performed the transformation jutsu, then walked away, clearly dejected. Several more students followed, all much the same. After leaving the stage, they whispered among themselves. So strict, right? Can't we just go through the motions? For mere Jinin, the bar is set this high? We might as well all just go home and sleep. It was Choji Akimichi's turn. He set his bag of chips aside and walked onto the stage. Multi-size technique. With a burst, Choji ballooned into a massive ball of flesh, his chubby head tucking swiftly into his neck. Spinning rapidly, he rolled back and forth across the stage. He rumbled along, the sound echoing through the room. Iruka said, All right, that's enough, Choji. But the rumbling continued. Choji was still rolling. The roaring sound of his spinning drowned out everything else. Choji couldn't hear a thing outside his own thunderous momentum. As the human boulder tumbled on, he was headed straight for Ebisu, who was still knocked out for Naruto's sexy jutsu and hadn't gotten up yet. Iruka shouted, No, this is dangerous. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out, stretching and merging with the ball-shaped shadow beneath Choji. The rolling stopped abruptly. Shikamaru crouched on the ground, hands forming a sign. Shadow imitation technique, success. Iruka let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Shikamaru said, Sensei, that's my best jutsu. No need for me to do it again, right? Iruka nodded. That's fine. In fact, what you just did shows your skill even better. Well done, Shikamaru. Shikamaru released the sign and stood up, muttering, Such a drag, but at least I don't have to do it again. Ino stepped forward. Sensei, my technique requires a target to perform. Iruka looked around. Which one of you would like to volunteer as Ino's target? No one responded. Oh, what a hassle. Shikamaru shook his head and started to walk forward. At that moment, Hinata volunteered, let me do it. She was still holding Naruto's dirty, orange jacket that he had changed out of. Ino called out, Hinata, thank you, that's a big help. Shikamaru paused, pulling his foot back. Naruto stepped up, wait, let me do it. Hinata blushed, huh? Naruto. Outside the field, Hayashi murmured, brother, something's going on between those 2 kids. Hisashi remained silent. After a round of polite offers, it was Naruto who ended up as Ino's demonstration partner. I never thought Naruto could step up when it counts. Ino formed her signature hand seal, focusing on Naruto from a distance. Gulping anxiously, Naruto swallowed hard, unsure what was about to happen. Ino's gaze sharpened. Mind-body switched jutsu. Bang. Ino was sent flying backward, stunned and bewildered. What happened? The moment her mind touched Naruto's, a force bounced her right back. Hey, most of those present hadn't expected this at all. Outside the field, Fugaku observed, is it because of the 9 tails? It rejects outsiders trying to enter a Jinchuriki's body. Itachi answered, that's probably it. But the mind-body switch jutsu is incredibly flexible. If the users were strong enough, maybe they could even overpower a tailed beast consciousness for a moment. Back on the field, Naruto scratched his head. So your signature jutsu is cartwheeling? It is not. A cloud of dark frustration seemed to pop over Ino's head as she stubbornly got up. Let's try again. I refuse to believe this. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. It's no use, you know. That trick just won't work on Naruto. Ino looked around in confusion. Huh? Who was that? Who's talking to me? Shikamaru spoke up. Ino, use it on me. Ino replied. Shikamaru. He shrugged, time's ticking. There are others waiting, you know. All right. Ino shifted her focus, targeting Shikamaru. Mind-body switch jutsu. Buzz. Ino's body slumped to the ground. After a slight shiver, Shikamaru raised his hand and announced, Sensei, I'm Ino now. I've used the mind-body switch jutsu to enter Shikamaru's body. Irika nodded. Good, you pass. Next, Kiba and Akamaru took the stage. Kiba dropped to all fours. Akamaru, let's do this. Woof. Akamaru transformed into Kiba, and the two spun rapidly together, swirling past like twin tornadoes. Fawn over fawn. Boom. Boom. When the move ended, Akamaru changed back to normal, leaving two deep craters in the ground. Naruto scratched his head again. So, it's a non-stop spinning jutsu for a boy and his dog? Puffed. Hinata couldn't help but chuckle softly. No, Naruto, Fong over Fong is Kiba's clan's secret technique. It's really powerful. Naruto replied. Oh, is that so? Well, it's still not as impressive as you, Hinata. Hinata's cheeks flushed red. She lowered her head and fidgeted with her hands. Thank you for the compliment, Naruto, but I'm really not that amazing. It was Shino's turn to step into the arena. Naruto asked, By the way, who was that guy again? Was he really in our class? Hinata answered, That's Shino, from the Aburame clan. Naruto's eyes lit up in recognition. Oh, right. He's the son of that fierce man from the Aburame clan. The one we ran into when we accidentally blew up their septic tank. Hinata whispered nervously. Okay, keep your voice down, Naruto. Out on the field, Shino stood with his hands in his pockets, his hood pulled low and sunglasses hiding his eyes. He spoke in a deep, quiet voice. What I'm about to demonstrate is the Aburame clan's insect secret art. Among my clan, I'm the only one capable of this technique. As for why, it all goes back to the septic tank explosion 5 years ago. Before he could finish, Akamaru suddenly bolted from the arena, sprinting for dear life. Kiba gave chase, shouting, Hey, Akamaru, you traitor, wait for me. Shino continued. The dung beetle is a mutated breed of parasite. It thrives in chakra-rich environments inside, while feces. To raise them, you have to fill your body with it and infuse it with chakra. But the toxins can contaminate your blood and cause septicemia. The dung beetle, however, absorbs those toxins, protecting its host from infection. With a swift motion, Shino slid his right hand from his pocket. By the way, dung beetles are a kind of nano-level flagellate. They exist in a liquid state. His right hand turned pitch black, and a foul stench filled the air, thick and nauseating. A chorus of retching echoed around the field as the children, unable to hold back, vomited en masse. Even though Kiba and Akamaru had fled several hundred meters away, the smell caught up with them, and both collapsed to the ground. A thick, bubbling sound filled the air as Shino held out his palm. A massive, viscous black droplet formed, dangling from his hand like an enormous strand of mucus. This is a bug drop, composed of billions of dung beetles fused together. And it's just the tip of the iceberg of what I carry inside me. As for how it attacks, well, I can fling it at an enemy, or Irika couldn't take any more. Enough. That's enough, Shino. You pass. Please just put the bugs away. Shino replied calmly. I'm afraid that's impossible. Once the dung beetles are released, they can't be taken back. There's only one way. He extended his left hand, unzipped his collar, tilted back his head, and brought his right palm to his mouth. With a wet plop, the bug drop fell straight into Shino's mouth. Irika couldn't bear it. He collapsed dramatically, gasping, Kakashi, Sensei, the rest. I'll leave it to you. After taking over from Irika, Kakashi glanced lazily at the three who had yet to make a move, his listless eyes betraying little interest, before returning his attention to the Make-Out Paradise book in his hands. You three, each use your best jutsu to attack me, he instructed. Naruto was puzzled. Attack you? What's the point of that? Kakashi turned a page unhurriedly. At your age, it's normal to have mastered a jutsu or two. But what truly tests a ninja skill is the timing, when to use those jutsu. To put it simply, no matter how powerful a technique is, if you can't land a hit, you're just wasting chakra for nothing. Come on, don't hold back on my account. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. This guy's seriously getting on our nerves. Naruto called out, Hinata, you go first. Show this poser what you're made of. Okay. Hinata, unable to refuse, stepped forward and took up her fighting stance. Byakugan. She dashed forward, her movements sharp and decisive. It was unmistakable. Kakashi observed, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique, huh? Let's see how far you've come. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Swish, swish. As Hinata closed in, her palms darted and struck with the speed of the wind. Kakashi didn't even glance her way, yet his body slipped away with the agility of an eel. Even while dodging, he managed to keep flipping through his book. Hinata's attacks, though dazzling, failed to land a single hit. Huff, huff. By the time she was just halfway through the 64 palms, Hinata's rhythm had already fallen apart. Naruto watched anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Off to the side, Hayashi murmured, no matter how you look at it, Hatake Kakashi is still one of the top jonin. This challenge is far too much for the young lady. But Hisashi called out loudly, don't let your breathing get erratic. Focus on his feet. Every evasive move begins with the feet. If you catch that, you'll see the pattern. Father. Gathering her focus, Hinata's movements changed dramatically after the 36th strike, her attacks growing sharper and more unpredictable. Noticing Hinata's shift, Kakashi's own steps grew tighter and more deliberate. With another swift step, Hinata pressed in, her final palm strike driving straight toward Kakashi's abdomen, a move that seemed impossible to dodge. But in a flash, Kakashi retreated with a body flicker, narrowly avoiding the blow. Huff, huff, huff. Exhausted, Hinata collapsed to the ground, her face full of disappointment. On the sidelines, Hayashi said softly, brother. Hisashi remarked, she's improved much more than I expected, but there's still a long way to go. Back in the arena, Kakashi said, you didn't land a hit, but in the second half, you forced me to get a bit serious with my dodges. That shows you have plenty of room to grow. Well, let's say you've passed. Naruto, what do you mean even if I weren't just a kid, too short, and with arms not long enough, I would have definitely landed that hit just now. Sasuke. And honestly, as a jonin, you use the body flicker technique to dodge attacks that wouldn't even count as genin level? Don't you feel embarrassed? I'm embarrassed for you. Hinata. Naruto, Sasuke. It's because I'm not skilled enough. It's not this unfamiliar teacher's fault at all. Kakashi turned to the side. So you two aren't convinced? Sasuke. I just think you don't have the dignity of a real ninja. Naruto. Exactly. And what's with that mask, anyway? Are you hiding your face from the world or something? Snap. Kakashi closed his book with a soft click, thought for a moment, then said, all right then, I'll stand right here and won't move an inch. You two, use your best jutsu and attack me together with everything you've got. For a moment, Naruto and Sasuke were both at a loss for words. Naruto asked, but what if you do move? Kakashi's eyes curved into crescent moons with a smile. If I move even a single step, I'll take your last name. Uzumaki Kakashi. Now, that will be something. No more worries about running out of chakra ever again. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a nod, and each took a position on either side of Kakashi. Kakashi tucked his Make-Out Paradise book into his cloak. The reason he could make such a bold promise was because he was confident he knew these two kids' abilities inside out. The Uchiha specialty is fire style. Sasuke would probably use the Great Fireball. No, with his talent, it wouldn't be surprising if he unleashed the Phoenix Fire instead. As for Naruto, if his guess was right, he'd go for a massive Shadow Clone Assault. Both of their attack methods were things Kakashi could counter with ninjutsu. After all, Kakashi said he wouldn't move, but he never said he couldn't use ninjutsu. Kakashi kept his hands ready to form seals at any moment. Come on, then. Naruto crossed his fingers in front of his chest. Kakashi, just as I thought, Shadow Clone. Poof. A Shadow Clone appeared, but only one. Whoosh. Naruto spread his right hand, chakra gathering rapidly. Swish, swish. The Shadow Clone at his side helped his palm spin at high speed. The more Kakashi watched, the more he sensed something was off. Wait, that technique is... Good job, buddy. Poof. The Shadow Clone vanished. And in Naruto's hand, a condensed blue sphere of chakra, swirling with energy. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. The Rasengan. Crackle, crackle. On the other side, a sharp, piercing screech rang out, slicing through the air. FZZZT. Sasuke's eyes were shining, now adorned with two tomo. In his left hand, brilliant blue lightning danced and sparked violently. Kakashi was dumbfounded. Chidori. Outside the arena. Fugaku could hardly conceal his shock. Hey, Sasuke, when did you learn that kind of technique? Was it you who taught him, Itachi? Itachi replied, although I did learn how to use Chidori when I was teamed up with Kakashi-sensei in the ANBU, I don't have a lightning nature, so I couldn't possibly have taught Sasuke that move. Fugaku pressed on. Then how did he? Itachi fell silent. Most likely, it was Mr. Yu who taught him. Perhaps. Sasuke figured it out on his own. Out on the field. Here we go, Sasuke. Yeah, let's show him what we're made of. With a burst of energy, Naruto and Sasuke charged forward at the same time. The sheer shock and confusion left Kakashi so stunned that he forgot to form any hand signs. This is bad. I underestimated them. In a flash, Kakashi quickly adjusted his headband, revealing his Sharingan in his left eye. Swiftly, his hand shot out to either side, precisely grabbing both of their wrists. Naruto gasped, "Whoa, he's so fast." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. That left eye, is that the Sharingan? In a blur, Kakashi swung both arms, tossing Naruto and Sasuke aside with practiced ease. "You two." Snapping out of his astonishment, Kakashi still felt a bit dazed. Who taught Naruto the Rasengan? And who taught Sasuke the Chidori? Judging by how well they work together, I bet they've been practicing in secret for quite a while. Naruto let the Rasengan dissipate. Darn it, I was so close to hitting him. Sasuke let Chidori fade away. "Hey, tell me, where did you get the Sharingan in your left eye?" "Oh, that? It was entrusted to me by an old friend," Kakashi replied, as he pulled the headband back down to cover his eye. With a playful tone, he added, "Neither of your signature. Jutsu landed, so by rights, you both should have failed. But since you work together so well, I'll let you pass this time. Just remember, next time you might not be so lucky." Naruto and Sasuke muttered under their breath. "Next time? Once we graduate from the academy, who'd want to mess with this guy again?" Kakashi asked. "So, is there any other part of the exam? Can we wrap things up here?" At that moment, a staff member from the Ninja Academy came running over. "Excuse me, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi responded, "The final part of the exam, actual combat, is it?" He was about to suggest that all the students who passed should come at him at once, but after narrowly avoiding disaster earlier, he thought better of it. All students who passed the previous rounds head to the field for a free-for-all sparring session. The rule is to stop at a touch. No heavy blows allowed. At this point, Kakashi glanced over at Yu, who was crouching on the side, yawning repeatedly. He said, "Hinata, Yu, you're up as well." On the field, including Yu, there were 9 children who had passed the assessment. For the students of the Ninja Academy, combat experience was limited to one-on-one sparring sessions in class. This was their first time participating in a chaotic multi-person battle. At the outset, everyone felt completely at a loss. Kiba spoke up, "Hey, I've got a bold idea. Want to hear it?" Shino replied, "What is it?" Kiba grinned. "From what I recall, ever since he joined our class, he's never really suffered a setback." Choji chimed in, "Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case." Kiba continued, "Don't you want to see what it'd look like if he actually took a hit for once?" Ino asked, "You mean we all gang up on you?" Kiba nodded eagerly. "This is our last chance." Akamaru barked twice, as if in agreement. Ino turned to Shikamaru. "What do you think, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru shrugged. "Let's just do it." Seeing this, the others rushed toward Yu, surrounding him. Naruto immediately dashed to Yu's side, shielding him. "Hey, you guys are ganging up to knock you out? That's just dirty. I won't allow it." Shikamaru replied, "You're overthinking it, Naruto. This test isn't about elimination." Naruto was stunned. "Huh, it's not?" Sasuke said flatly. "Idiot, haven't you noticed? The rules don't mention any elimination criteria. They only vaguely told us to do a free-for-all, and they specifically said not to go too far. If it was an elimination round, they wouldn't be so ambiguous." Naruto frowned. "Then what's the point of this free-for-all?" Shikamaru explained, "It's probably meant as a practical exercise before we officially become ninja. The graduation assessment ended in the previous round, so there's no pressure about moving up anymore." Naruto turned, still uncertain. "Is that right, sensei?" The faculty exchanged glances. The chubby Chunin answered, "That's correct. Principal Irika intended this exercise to give everyone a taste of real ninja combat and to start nurturing teamwork." Shino added, "So, even if we all work together and take down you, he won't be eliminated. Naruto, I know you two are close, and I get along with you as well. But if we insist on being loyal to our buddies now, it just spoils the fun. Besides, from a tactical standpoint, we have to take you out first. If you want to know why, it's because he's the most dangerous one among us. If we don't deal with him early, we'll have to be on guard against him the entire time. Don't you agree, Naruto?" Even Hinata, though hesitant, agreed. "And Naruto-kun, I think you can is very dangerous too. You big idiot. I'm done indulging you in your dramatics." Sasuke decisively switched sides to join the enemy camp. He thought to himself, "Ever since 4 years ago, when you taught me Chidori in order to counter Naruto's Rasengan, I'd already given up trying to outmatch you. But if I can take this guy down, I'll do whatever it takes, no matter the cost." Gulp. Naruto swallowed hard, finally voicing something he'd suppressed deep inside for a long time. Sorry, you. Just this once. I want to see you flat on your back, defeated. And with that, he left you standing all alone, becoming a helper to the other side. Just like that, it became 8 against 1. You sighed helplessly. Is this really okay? Haven't I always shared sweets with you all? You think a few little treats will buy us off? Besides, the candies you gave me were wasabi-flavored. They almost sent me, and Akamaru, to the hospital. Woof, woof, woof. It's time you learned how dangerous the world really is. Kiba Inuzuka made the first move. Fawn over fawn. 2 tornado-like spirals hurtled toward Yu's position, crisscrossing as they attacked. Hif. Yu's figure blurred as he dodged with a swift movement. With a flick of his fingers, he shot 2 foul-tasting candies straight into Kiba and Akamaru's mouths. Thud, thud. Kiba and Akamaru both collapsed, eyes turning into cartoonish X's. Come on, then. Ibu beckoned them with a cocky gesture, practically asking for a challenge. Sasuke rapidly formed hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shuriken engulfed in flames swept toward you in a wave. You quickly formed his own hand signs. Earth-style mud wall. Boom. A wall of earth, intricately carved with tiny tentails reliefs, shot up before him, blocking the flaming shuriken. Expansion jutsu. Choji's body swelled rapidly, his round head sinking into his neck as he launched himself like a human cannonball, aiming straight at the mud wall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mud wall crumbled, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where did you go? Hinata, use your Byakugan to check, quick. Okay. Hinata activated her Byakugan, but her expression changed to panic. Yu was right beneath her, hidden in the earth. She tried to leap aside, but it was too late. Snatch! Yu's small hand shot out, grabbing Hinata's slender ankle. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. Whoosh! Hinata was yanked into the ground, leaving only her little head sticking out. Whoosh! Everyone quickly backed away. Boom! You burst up from the underground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This time, you have nowhere left to run. Choji charged up another human boulder, barreling forward with unstoppable force. Hey, you leapt, landing right on top of the rolling boulder, tapping his feet and breaking into a little dance. Whoosh! Naruto stepped in to block his path. I'm going all out now. Multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Within the billowing white smoke, an army of Naruto's shadow clones surged forth, willingly becoming human shields. They charged ahead one after another, quickly overwhelming the human bullet tank. Water-style, water formation pillar. Boom! A pillar of water exploded from the ground, shattering through the ranks of shadow clones. With you at its heart, it shot skyward. Whoosh! As the water pillar crashed down, the surging waves swept away the remaining shadow clones behind Naruto, knocking them all aside. Swish! At the very rear, Naruto's real body gathered a Rasengan. 2 shadow clones grabbed him firmly and, with all their might, hurled him forward. Crackle pop. Meanwhile, Sasuke had finished charging up his Chidori. Moving in perfect sync with Naruto, he launched his attack at you as he descended from midair, closing in from both sides. Sasuke's Sharingan flashed with sharp brilliance. Even you can't dodge a simultaneous onslaught of Chidori and Rasengan while falling. Kakashi felt that such a combo was truly dangerous, but recalling Yu's earlier displays, he chose not to intervene. In fact, not only did he hold back, he even unveiled his own Sharingan, observing intently. Let's see what trick you'll use to get out of this one. You gave a relaxed smile, pulling out a ninja flash bomb. No one had expected this move. Bang! A blinding flash swallowed everything. When the light finally faded, Naruto and Sasuke were both sprawled unconscious on the ground. You stood exactly where he had been, looking perfectly at ease. What just happened? No one could say. Shino commented, flash bombs have no effect on me. If you want to know why, it's because I always wear extra thick sunglasses. Secret technique, parasitic insects. Whoosh! From beneath his cloak, a dark swarm of insects burst forth, surging like a living shadow. These are just ordinary parasitic insects. As it turned out, Shino had considered his future teamwork and didn't want to trouble his teammates, so he hadn't relied solely on the more troublesome carrier insects. He kept those as a trump card. Besides, there were things parasitic insects could do that carrier insects simply couldn't. Hiv. Ninja art. Insecticide technique. SSSSHHH. You whipped out a can of potent insecticide and sprayed it into the air. Spritz, spritz. The insects fell to the ground, defeated. Shino sighed. You really didn't hold back this time. You replied, playing around is one thing, but battle is another. I always keep those separate. Whoosh. You used a body flicker, appearing right in front of Shino. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered if you'd used the carrier insects, but your chance is gone. His fist, perfectly calibrated, struck Shino's abdomen with precision. Shino had no chance to resist and collapsed immediately. But as he fell, a ninja smoke bomb slipped from his pocket. Poof! A thick smoke rose, sealing off everyone's vision. Whoosh! In that instant, a shadow darted swiftly across the ground, linking up right beneath Yu's feet. A sly smile curled at the corner of Shikamaru's lips. Shadow possession jutsu. Success. Thanks, Shino. As the smoke cleared, Yu found himself rooted to the spot. How cunning. All those earlier feints were just to set up this very moment, weren't they? Shikamaru replied, Yeah, that's right. Everything before was just groundwork to catch you with my shadow. But you've got too many tricks up your sleeve. I can't trust that this alone will work. That's why one last safeguard is in place. Right next to Shikamaru, Ino formed her signature hand seal and focused on you. Yu, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Honestly, I think you're pretty cool. Yu grinned. Yeah, you've got good taste. I'll show you around sometime. Ino blushed, then declared, But right now, I'm going to defeat you. Ninja art. Mind transfer, jutsu. Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Ninja art. Mind transfer reversal. Thud. Ino collapsed to the ground. Shikamaru called out, Did it work? If it did, answer me. You spoke up, it worked. Release the shadow possession. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed cautiously. What did we eat together for dinner last night? Yu's mind raced. Shikamaru was the only one who didn't try my candy last night. Right now, I can't read his thoughts, and with Fugaka watching. Me with the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's too risky to use Heavenly Resentment Bat. But knowing Shikamaru, he's probably just bluffing at a time like this. So you replied? We didn't eat dinner together last night. Shikamaru's lips curled in a sly smile. Correct answer, but you're not Ino. Ino would have asked me, Did we have dinner together last night? In a demanding tone. I don't know how you dodged the mind transfer, but I've got other ways to beat you. You said, Are you going to use shadow possession to make me pick up a kunai and hold it to my throat? A classic checkmate move? Shikamaru kept his hands locked in the jutsu sign, not relaxing for a moment. If you already know, why not just surrender? Honestly, I hate these troublesome situations. Well, actually it's not that much trouble because... Reverse shadow possession jutsu. Buzz. To Shikamaru's shock, he realized he'd lost control of his own shadow. What the? You bent down, grabbed a shadow, and flung it over his shoulder. Shadow, over the shoulder throw. Helpless in midair, Shikamaru managed a wry smile. Beating this guy is even harder than beating my old man at shogi. Crash! Shikamaru hit the ground hard and couldn't get up again. With that, the operation to take down Yu was officially a failure. The rest of the onlooking kids fell silent, not daring to make a sound. That was terrifying. Thank goodness I didn't pass. I think I'll just go home and inherit the family business. Let those monsters become ninjas instead. So these are the students I'll be teaching from now on? Third Hokage, you've really handed me a hot potato. Kakashi announced. I hereby declare this year's Ninja Academy graduation exam officially over. With the graduation exam concluded, Yu received his graduation certificate, along with the forehead protector that symbolized his identity as a Leaf Village ninja. His forehead protector was different from the others. It had two specially made holes to accommodate the little horns that poked out from his forehead. Hey, that's actually pretty thoughtful. Yu fastened on his forehead protector, officially becoming a genin of the Hidden Leaf. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, met with the children who had passed the exam, delivering to them a heartfelt lesson in love for their village. From today onward, you are officially ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. I entrust you with the will of fire, passed down through the generations. Pipe in hand, he gazed at the swaying pines and cypresses in the distance, speaking with deep emotion. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will never die. The flame will continue to light up the village and help new leaves sprout and grow. Naruto scratched his head. What does that mean? Hiruzen smiled. Good question. The burning of fallen leaves is a metaphor for the heroic sacrifices made by the older generation. The new leaves represent the youth. The true meaning of the will of fire is that the young are the hope for the future, and the elders must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the old are not meaningless. They inspire the next generation to become pillars of the future. Do you understand now, Naruto? Naruto replied. Oh, so that's it. That's amazing, believe it. You joked. Hey, why not just say it plainly? All this talk about leaves and fire. Someone who doesn't know better might think you mean that the leaves, once they leave the tree, get burned to ash, as if anyone who leaves the group will face a tragic end. Ahem. Hiruzen corrected him. You what we call is the spirit forged in blood and fire by the older generation of leaf ninjas. It's an energy that uplifts and inspires. Twisting its meaning like that isn't right. You grinned. Oh, I get it now, Hiruzen concluded. In any case, remember the will of fire. Both the future of the leaf and the entire ninja world rests upon you, fresh new sprouts. Naruto, looking at his shiny new forehead protector, declared, Oh, I'm definitely going to become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement in the village. Ah, that's the spirit. That's exactly the kind of attitude I want to see. After laughing, Hiruzen spoke in an official tone. The team assignments for your future squads will be announced tomorrow. For today, go home, get some good rest, and celebrate a little. But remember, don't get arrogant or complacent. Your journey as ninjas has only just begun. As he turned to leave, you exchanged a glance with Irika, signaling with his eyes, the matter of class assignments. I'll leave it in your hands. Irika nodded, his eyes answering. I'll do my best. When they were nearly at the school gates, Naruto suggested, Hey you, let's go have some Ichiraku ramen. I want to tell old man Tucci that I've become a ninja. All right, just give me a moment. Suddenly, something came to Yu's mind. He walked over to a shaded patch behind the school building, took out a small trowel, and dug a hole. Then he placed a single white seed into the ground and covered it up. Once he had finished, Yu put away his trowel and flashed a mysterious smile. Hee, after I'm gone, you'll have to stand guard for me and look after the juniors in my place. With that, Yu stepped out of the school gates. Turning back to look at the building, he murmured softly, Goodbye, my student days. As for the children who had failed the graduation exam, thanks to the third Hokage's determined support, they ultimately managed to graduate successfully. He explained it like this. Irika, I understand your desire to provide the village with the best talents, but I think we should implement stricter standards starting with the next class. This year's assessment will serve as a rehearsal, a wake-up call for future students. After all, bringing in major changes without warning is bound to spark controversy. Irika hesitated, but Hiruzen continued. I know you're worried that those children's shuriken skills might put them in danger during missions, but taking on tasks is also the best way to sharpen their abilities. We can't deny them a future just because of potential risks. Besides, from the moment they choose to become ninjas, they must always be prepared to risk their lives. That's how we all got here. How about this? Let them graduate first, then we'll regularly assess their abilities. Irika nodded. Understood, Lord Third. We'll do as you say. Good. Now let's discuss the team assignments. Hiruzen opened the roster, reviewing the files for all the graduates, preparing for the team allocations. Since last year, a large number of elite jonin have risen up, so the village began establishing specialized squads. As a pilot project, Team 3, led by Mike Guy, is the Taijutsu Specialization Squad, and has already shown promising results. The final lineup may have differed a bit from our initial plans, but their outstanding performance on missions proves that the concept of specialized squads is sound. This year, we've decided to form 2 more such squads. 10th Squad, the Leaf Village Tactical Specialization Squad, is composed of the children from the Ino Shikicho trio, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, with Asuma serving as their jonin instructor. 8th Squad, the Leaf Village Search and Tracking Specialization Squad, consists of Kiba Inazuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga, under the guidance of Kurinai Yuhi as their jonin instructor. Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, his aged eyes drifting over the photos of Naruto and Sasuke. As for Naruto and Sasuke, their situation reminds me somewhat of Obito and Kakashi in the old days. My initial plan was to assign that girl, Sakura Haruno, who has a wealth of theoretical knowledge and remarkable chakra control, as a balancing influence. But since Sakura skipped a grade and now serves as a mainstay of the 3rd Squad, we'll need to choose another careful and promising girl from among the remaining children, someone with the potential to become a medical ninja, much like Rin Noera once was. As Hiruzen's gaze moved toward the files of the other children, Irika seized the opportunity to interject. Lord Third, I have an objection. Hiruzen looked up. Oh, go ahead. Irika continued. I've heard stories about Kakashi and the late hero, Obito Uchiha. But Sasuke and Naruto are in a different situation now compared to Kakashi's old 2-to-1 team. Naruto has caught up and become a ninja every bit as outstanding as Sasuke. At this stage, the two of them are equals, running neck and neck. If we add a relatively ordinary child to the team, it will create a 2-to-1 dynamic again. The one who lags behind won't become a mediator, but instead may fall prey to self-doubt, unable to keep up, which would be detrimental to their growth. Hiruzen lowered his eyes, pondering. Then what would you suggest? Irika replied. Why not bring in someone who surpasses even those two, a true prodigy, creating a new kind of 3-way balance? No, perhaps 2-to-1 isn't the right term. This would be a 3-pronged formation, a true balance of power. Hiruzen mused, much like the legendary Sannin in their day. Irika nodded. Exactly. If this is a specialization squad, let's call it the Leaf Village Super Prodigy Specialization Squad. Hiruzen's gaze shifted to the final profile card. The genius you're referring to, the one who stands above those two, must be you, Hyuga. But geniuses are often proud and solitary. Will they really be able to get along? Irika reassured him, it won't be a problem. The three of them are already close friends in private. They don't need much time to bond. Hiruzen took a deep, deliberate draw on his pipe. In truth, Yu Hyuga's situation is quite unique. I was planning to have Kakashi Hitaki as his Jonin instructor and handpick 2 children with medical ninja potential from the A&B Reserve Unit to provide him with dedicated protection. Irika was taken aback. Is that true? This kind of treatment, truly unprecedented. Hiruzen suddenly changed the subject. But a Konoha Ultra Genius Special Unit? That does have a nice ring to it. Irika, tell me honestly, is this your own idea, or? Seeing Hiruzen's reaction, Irika decided to lay all his cards on the table. To be frank, it's both my own idea and Hyuga Yu's personal wish. I made a promise, and I don't want to set a bad example for my students by going back on my word. Of course, you have your own reasons for your arrangements, and, in the end, it's your decision that matters most. Hiruzen drew deeply on his pipe, falling into thoughtful silence. Irika thought to himself, so, the village already has plans for Hyuga Yu. As I expected, my suggestion alone probably isn't enough to change things. But then, to his surprise, Hiruzen said, very well, Irika, let's go with your proposal. Irika was taken aback. This. Hiruzen explained, Hyuga Yu is an extraordinary talent, a genius rarely seen. When it comes to geniuses, their own choices are worth considering. Besides, the fact that he entrusted this matter to you shows just how much he trusts you. Irika gave a wry smile. Trust, huh? If you ask me, he's always playing pranks on me, his teacher, and rarely shows any respect in the way he talks to me. Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Ho ho ho. But that's exactly how trust looks, isn't it? Just as I trust your judgment. Irika. Irika was both flattered and anxious. Lord Third, you give me too much credit. What Hiruzen was really thinking was this. Through this matter, Irika and Hyuga, you could form a strong bond. In the future, should any unusual circumstances arise, Irika could step in and mediate. Currently in Konoha, aside from Naruto, who, as the Jinchuriki, maintains the balance of power, the most likely source of instability is Hyuga Yu. Adding another layer of security is never a bad thing. Of course, such thoughts were best left unspoken. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another deep draw from his pipe, then made his decision. Very well. Kakashi Hitaki will serve as Jonin instructor. The Konoha Ultra Genius Special Unit will be formed, with Hyuga Yu, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha as its members, officially designated as Team 7. The next day, after receiving their squad assignments, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at the meeting point. As soon as they saw each other, sparks flew between them as always. Naruto grumbled, just my luck, ending up on the same team as you. Hey, could you maybe switch with Hinata or something? Sasuke snorted, if you're that unhappy, why not quit now and go find your little girlfriend? With just you and me, we'd be more than enough. Without you dragging us down, our mission success rate would probably go up tenfold. Naruto shot back, what did you say? So far, our matches are 51 wins for me and 50 for you. I've still beaten you by 1. Sasuke, when it comes to who can pull off a bigger mess, I'll admit you have me beat. I almost forgot. You're the one determined to become the Lord of Crap. Naruto, it's Hokage, not Lord of Crap. Sasuke, not willing to accept that? Fine, let's settle it the usual way. Let's have a match. The two of them each grabbed a handful of colorful pens from their ninja tool pouches, rushed at each other, and started wildly scribbling all over each other's faces. 3 minutes later, both of them were wiping their faces clean. Naruto, by the way, Hitaki Kakashi, that name sounds kind of familiar. Sasuke, did you forget? He's the silver-haired guy who crossed our path during yesterday's exam. Naruto, him? The guy who hides his face behind a mask, like he can't show it in public? Sasuke, don't underestimate that man. Last night, I asked my brother about him. Hitaki Kakashi is apparently a Jonin from the Umbu Black Ops of the Leaf Village. He's known as the Copy Ninja and Leaf Technician. With that Sharingan that doesn't even originally belong to him, he's copied over 1,000 jutsu. Naruto, over 1,000 jutsu? That many? How does he even have enough chakra for all that? Sasuke, whether he has enough is another matter, but the more jutsu you master, the more tactical options you have in real combat. In any case, even my brother recognizes Kakashi's ability. He's definitely no pushover. But of course, much of that is thanks to the Uchiha exclusive Sharingan. Naruto, wait, The Sharingan is exclusive to the Uchiha. Sasuke, you mean you didn't even know that? After all those bowls of ramen you've eaten? Naruto, no, it's just that I've seen yous. Boom. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, slamming into the ground and leaving a small, person-shaped crater. With a springy flip, you shot up out of the pit, but his momentum sent his head crashing right into a rock, so that his face popped out from the front side of the stone. Gentlemen, could I get a hand here? Naruto and Sasuke rushed over. One grabbed you, the other grabbed the rock. Naruto, how did you end up falling from the sky? You scared me half to death. Last night I used the principle of a mortar to build a human catapult and set it up in my backyard. It lets you launch yourself anywhere within range, so now I'll never have to worry about being late again. Naruto, that's amazing. Let me try it out sometime. Sasuke, but seriously how did you manage to survive flying all the way from so far off? Anyone else would have been smashed to pieces. Naruto, yeah, now that you mention it, how did you pull that off, Are you kidding? With 30% of my diamond body strength activated, my physical durability, except for the eyeballs, rivals out of the fully powered Susanoo. This is child's play for me. Hey, my bones are naturally pretty tough, and they're only going to get tougher as I grow. Naruto, so that's how it is. Sasuke's inner thoughts. Is that why he hasn't gotten any taller? All his nutrition is going into making his bones denser, so there's nothing left for height? You got a death wish, huh? 10 minutes later. Sasuke, by the way, we're way past the meeting time. Where's Kakashi Hitaki? Does he have no sense of punctuality at all? Naruto, when he finally shows up, let's teach him a lesson. Sasuke, a prank? I doubt anything would work on Kakashi Hitaki. Yu's expression brightened. Actually, I have an idea. Maybe we can give our new Jonin instructor a little welcome present. At the Konoha Memorial Stone, Kakashi stood before the names of his fallen comrades, quietly pouring out his heart. Hey Obito, did you know? Starting today, I'm a Jonin instructor. My 3 students are the brightest young talents in Konoha this year. Each of them shares a connection to you and me. Uzumaki Naruto, he's the child of our teacher Minato and Lady Kushina, and inside him is sealed the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, something that strikes fear into everyone's hearts. Uchiha Sasuke, your own clansman. Before even becoming a genin, he awakened the Sharingan, just like you once did. As for Hyuga Yu, he's probably the Hyuga clan's strongest genius in 100 years. Unfortunately, he was born into the branch family and carries the fate of a caged bird. Behind that carefree smile of his, maybe he hides the same burdens you and I once bore. If not, there's no reason Danzo would be so fixated on him. I really hope, this time, I'm wrong about that. To be honest, when I was assigned to be their instructor, my first instinct was to refuse. I wasn't sure I could handle the responsibility. But the third Hokage told me, aside from me, he couldn't trust anyone else. That kind of trust is heavy to bear, but I don't want to let the third down. Obito, Minato-sensei, and Rin, you'll be there quietly supporting me from the other side, right? After all, our bond started with the ties of teacher and comrade. Well, it's getting late. I should go meet my adorable students now. But honestly, none of those 3 kids is the easy type, especially Hyuga Yu. Judging by the combat skills he showed at the end of yesterday's test, he might already be on par with a Jonin. Still, for now, I should be able to keep him in check. I don't know much about what he's been through all these years, but I want to teach him, before his talent fully awakens, what it truly means to be a ninja. On the way to the meeting point, Kakashi reached for the bells at his waist. Yes, no matter how gifted you are, you must always value your companions and your team. In this world of shinobi, those who break the rules are called trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are worse than trash. Obito, I will pass on the creed you entrusted to me to them, just as you gave it to me. With this resolve, Kakashi arrived at the meeting place, greeting them with a smile. Sorry, I had something to attend to, and I'm a bit late. We met yesterday, didn't we? Still, if you want to become my students, I'll need to test you again, all of you. His words trailed off abruptly, for he saw that Naruto, Sasuke, and you each had a bell hanging at their waist. Naruto took the lead, saying, Hey, you're Hitaki Kakashi, right? We've decided to test you, to see if you're really qualified to be our teacher. If you can snatch the bells from our waists, then you'll pass with flying colors. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. After all, he was a man of the world, but he quickly regained his composure. The bell test was a tradition in Konoha. Both Hiruzen and Minato had used this trick in the past. So they somehow heard about this and are trying to turn the tables on me. Give me a taste of my own medicine? Times have changed. Kids these days are impossible to predict. But honestly, this was outrageous. It had always been the teacher testing the students. When had the students ever tested the teacher? Kakashi could have easily walked away and told the third Hokage to find someone else for the job. But as an elite Jonin of Konoha, As the famous Sharingan Kakashi, his pride would never allow that. What a joke. Where did these kids, who haven't even killed anyone yet, get the nerve to challenge someone whose hands are stained with the blood of shinobi? Did they really think that a little talent was all it took to look down on the entire shinobi world? Fine then. Are you all really underestimating me, Hatake Kakashi? He lowered his voice and asked, "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Say it again." In that instant, the aura Kakashi exuded was so intense, it sent a chill down Naruto and Sasuke's spines. Sasuke thought, so this is the direct Anbu Jonin who served the third Hokage for years? Just a hint of killing intent, and my back is frozen. Maybe, just maybe, his strength rivals even my father's. Naruto wondered, did our joke go too far? Is it too late to apologize now? They snuck a glance at you out of the corners of their eyes, and seeing his calm and composed expression, their confidence returned. That's right, you isn't panicking, so why should we? Naruto braced himself and said, come on, come and try to take our bells. If you manage to get them, we'll acknowledge you as our teacher. How's that sound? Kakashi, furious yet smiling, replied, all right, I accept your challenge. But remember, you're responsible for whatever happens next. Sasuke, defiant, retorted, let's see if you really live up to your reputation. 1 Jonin strength, and 2 Chunin-level opponents, is it? Kakashi calmly adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Naruto protested, hey, isn't this a bit much just for a bell-snatching game? Kakashi gave a gentle, almost sly smile. Is it really about the bells? What you're challenging here is the pride of a Leaf Village Jonin. Sasuke sneered, then let's see just how far that Sharingan of yours can see. Yesterday, Naruto and I were caught off guard because we didn't know your abilities, but it's different now. Plus, we have you on our side. From the subtle expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, Kakashi could instantly tell who the real leader among the three was. Kakashi fixed his gaze on you and asked, any time or location restrictions? You answer with a light chuckle. Hey, what do you think? Kakashi's face was unreadable. You all decide. I'm fine with whatever. He was genuinely annoyed now. You said, then there aren't any. All right, I understand. He clenched his fist, giving up any advantageous rules, so they really don't see me as a threat at all. In that case, be ready for what's coming. With a swift movement, Kakashi vanished from where he stood. Naruto shouted, he's gone. That's the body flicker technique. Sasuke's Sharingan spun to the 2-tomo form instantly. So fast, even my Sharingan can barely catch his silhouette. A dark blur flashed by in an instant. Sasuke warned urgently, Naruto behind you. Though Naruto's words betrayed his nerves, his reflexes were sharp. The moment he heard Sasuke's warning, he gripped his kunai and stabbed backward without hesitation. Kakashi, his Sharingan seeing through every move, sidestepped the kunai's blade and swept Naruto's legs out from under him. With a heavy thud, Naruto lost his balance and crashed to the ground, face first. Kakashi bent down, reaching for a bell, when suddenly the sharp sound of shuriken whistled from behind. With a puff, his body vanished in a cloud of smoke, replaced by a wooden log, a perfect substitution jutsu. Though the rescue had worked, Sasuke was unsettled. He had his back to me, yet managed to execute a flawless substitution at the ideal moment to dodge my shuriken. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto Kakashi, who had reappeared on the open ground. Forming hand signs, Sasuke was ready to unleash his signature fireball jutsu. But before he could complete the technique, Kakashi finished his own hand signs even faster. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Just as Sasuke's chest swelled, preparing to breathe out flames, a blazing fireball erupted from Kakashi's masked face, surging straight toward him. Sasuke was forced to abort his attack and leap aside to dodge. Damn it, this ability to act after and still come out ahead. What solid fundamentals it must require. It's flawless. So this is what it means to be a Jonin. With a harsh scrape, Sasuke darted backward, only to have his ankle suddenly seized by a hand thrusting up from the earth. This is used decapitation from below, using the fireball as a cover, but the real aim was this all along. Familiar with the technique, Sasuke reacted instantly, switching places with the log using the substitution jutsu. With a sharp sound, Kakashi burst out of the ground, his left eye's Sharingan narrowing in concentration. Both sides raced through hand signs and pressed their hands to the earth. Earth style wall. With a thunderous boom, a wall of earth sculpted with dog heads shot up before them. Wind style, great breakthrough. Again, a powerful blast of white wind slammed into the earthen wall, shattering it. The shockwave forced Kakashi back as he fixed his gaze on the small figure casting jutsu ahead, his expression grave. Using the Byakugan to see through my decapitation from below, then launching a wind-style attack the instant I surfaced. If I hadn't thrown up that earth wall to absorb most of the force, this would have been no joke. You had bought his teammates a critical opening. Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori were both primed, ready to strike. It was their second attempt at their joint attack, just a day after the first. Kakashi thought, it didn't work last time, and it won't work this time either. With a bang, he pulled out a smoke bomb and slammed it to the ground. You called out, "Hey, stealing my moves now, are you?" In a flash, Kakashi shot out of the smoke at incredible speed, appearing behind Naruto. Forming the tiger hand sign, he jabbed at Naruto's completely unguarded backside. Even if you've mastered powerful jutsu like the Rasengan, your basic ninja instincts still have a long way to go. Leaf Taijutsu secret art. 1,000 years of death. With a sharp poke, Naruto's face twisted in indescribable agony. But in the next instant, he vanished from within the swirling smoke. Kakashi realized a shadow clone was the one using Rasengan. With a swift motion, the real Naruto slid out from the grass, diving behind Kakashi and mimicked the same hand gesture. Sorry, but I learned my lesson from this move 5 years ago. Payback time. As Naruto struck from behind, Sasuke burst through the smoke in front, Chidori blazing in his hand. Kakashi, caught between attacks from both front and back, only sighed, "That's why I say you two are still too young." He ducked low, sweeping Naruto's legs from under him, the Sharingan locking eyes with Sasuke. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. With a dull thud, Sasuke's Chidori fizzled out as he collapsed to the ground. The sound of bells jingling filled the air as Kakashi removed them from their belts. Planting a foot firmly on Naruto's back, he looked over at you with the same imposing stance once used by Uchiha Madara. Using Naruto and Sasuke to wear down my chakra, then maneuvering the situation into a one-on-one with me. That's a clever tactic. But as I thought, you're hiding a darkness inside you that no one knows about. Are your teammates just tools to you, Hyuga? I'm being wronged here, sir. I was just letting them get some practice. Can we not blow things out of proportion? Is that really how you see it, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, I hope not, because that's a matter of principle. Still, you're not the kind of kid who can be brushed off with a simple lecture. You're like me. Geniuses with pasts we'd rather keep in the shadows. You look who's talking. I'm sunshine itself. Okay, I could practically photosynthesize. So are we getting serious now? If you don't want things to get bloody, just hand over the bells and listen to my lecture like a good student. Crackling. As he finished speaking, a surge of explosive lightning erupted from Kakashi's right hand. Naruto, hey, that move is... Sasuke, Chidori. Why do you know my Chidori? Kakashi, your Chidori? This technique is a ninjutsu I created myself when I was your age. Boom. Lowering his stance, Kakashi launched forward from Naruto's side, sprinting straight toward you with a powerful thrust. Yu's lips curled into a smile as she quickly formed a hand seal. Glue release, sticky board jutsu. A transparent, powerful adhesive seeped up from the ground. Squish. Kakashi's foot landed squarely in the glue, throwing off his movement. He tried to lift his foot, but his shoe stayed behind. When he stepped down again, his socks stuck fast. What? The scene shifted in an instant. What is this mess? Thud. After a comical dance of frustration, Kakashi gave up struggling, finding himself firmly glued to the spot. Ugh, I just want to disappear right now. Kakashi lay sprawled in the sticky mess, utterly defeated. Sasuke and Naruto picked themselves up off the ground and walked over. Naruto, gloating, serves you right for stepping on me. Now you know how tough I am. With a heavy sigh, Kakashi said, I give up. I admit I'm not qualified to be your teacher. So please, let me go, and I'll hand in my resignation to the Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged awkward glances, then explained, we didn't mean anything by it. It was just our way of welcoming the new teacher. Kakashi, welcoming me by gluing me to the ground, so I can't even stand up? Sasuke, well, in our circle, this is pretty much standard. Kakashi said, all right, I'm not really familiar with your group, but could you let me go first? Naruto replied, but will you still be our teacher? Kakashi hesitated. Well, let's talk about that later. Naruto protested. We can't just talk about it later. If you don't agree to be our teacher, then all our welcoming was for nothing. Kakashi quickly conceded. All right, I'll do it. I'll be your teacher. So, at the very least, could you help free my hands? They're stuck. I can't even form any seals. Sasuke gave a snort. So, the famous Kakashi Hitaki can look this pathetic too. If only I had a camera, I'd love to capture this moment, but I'll let it go for now. He tossed a few stones onto the glue-covered ground, creating stepping stones to walk on. With a kunai in hand, Sasuke carefully approached the spot where Kakashi had fallen. Hey! Naruto flashed a mischievous grin and crept behind Sasuke, his hands reaching out for trouble. Oomph. Sasuke's lips curled in a sly smile. Idiot, do you really think I'm not on my guard? After all these years, I know you too well. Just as Naruto was about to tap Sasuke on the shoulder, Sasuke spun and smoothly flipped Naruto over his shoulder. But Naruto wasn't so easily defeated. As he was thrown, he grabbed at Sasuke's shirt, refusing to let go. What the? The stone beneath Sasuke's foot wobbled, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the side. With a thud, Naruto soon followed suit, the two landing in a tangled heap. The two started bickering at once. You idiot! What the heck? Dead last, you moron. Move your huge butt. Don't shove it in my face. Say that again, and I swear I'll fart right in your face. I had garlic for breakfast. If you dare, I'll swear I'll finish you off here and now. Watching these two, Kakashi had already given up hope. Can this jutsu be broken? You replied, like water style, the glue style can't be undone once it's in effect. Kakashi sighed. All right then, can you at least help separate the glue that's sticking my arms together? Use something sharp, like a kunai, and I'll take care of the rest. You looked at him suspiciously. You're not going to shove my head into the glue and then make a run for it the moment you're free, are you? What has this kid been through to see right through me? Kakashi replied, Of course not. I am your supervising jonin after all. I have to set a good example. You said, fine, I'll help you. But you have to help Naruto and Sasuke too. I'm warning you. If you try anything, I'll stick you up with golden honey wax from head to toe. Kakashi had fallen close to you, so you didn't need to throw any stones. All you had to do was bend down and reach out his hand. But just as you bent down, something shot out from the background behind her, and with a loud clang, struck the back of her head. Thud! You toppled forward, landing face down. Immediately after, the flying object dropped right in front of Kakashi's mask. It was a shoe, a foul-smelling one at that. In the Hyuga household's courtyard, a device resembling a mortar puffed out smoke from its barrel. Hee, Hanabi couldn't stop laughing. It really fired. That's amazing. Hizashi exclaimed in shock. Where's my shoe? Why is there only one left? Inside the house, Hayashi was frantically searching for his missing footwear. Konoha outdoors at the mission assignment post. Hiruzen Sarutobi was personally overseeing things, assigning missions to the 3rd Squad, 8th Squad, and 10th Squad as they reported in. Only the 7th Squad had yet to show up. Hiruzen puffed impatiently on his pipe, waiting. Late on their very first day. What on earth is Kakashi doing? Tap, tap. The sound of a cane echoed as Danzo approached, a sly look on his face. Shall I go and greet them for you? Hiruzen replied curtly. That won't be necessary. I suggest you refrain from your usual tricks. Danzo scoffed, grouping those dangerous elements into one team. I really wonder what you were thinking. Uchiha Sasuke is one thing, but if something happens to the Jinchuriki or Hyuga, you'll never live it down. Hiruzen answered firmly. With Kakashi as their jonin leader, nothing will go wrong. Danzo just grunted, For your sake, I hope you're right. Evening. Boom, boom. A flock of crows soared overhead. Led by Kurinai Yuhi, the 8th Squad had just finished their weeding assignment and were heading back. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Akamaru leapt off Kiba's head and dashed down the path. The 4 followed Akamaru all the way to the 7th Squad's meeting spot, only to witness a truly bizarre scene. The entire 7th Squad was sprawled flat on the ground. Kurinai stared in disbelief. Kakashi, what happened to you all? Kakashi managed a sheepish reply. Well, there's been a bit of an incident. Good thing you're here. Please help us out. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru eagerly ran over and tried to bite Hayashi's shoe, but his paw got stuck to it instead. Kiba rushed forward to grab Akamaru, but as soon as he stepped on the shoe, he got stuck too. Luckily, his thick, fur-collared gray jacket cushioned his fall, so he sat up, took off his shoe, and planted his bare feet on the back of his coat. He warned, Careful, these things are super sticky. Once you step on them, there's no escape. Naruto, I'm coming to save you. Learning from Kiba's mishap, Hinata carefully stepped across the stones toward them. Naruto was lying on his side, unable to turn his head. Hinata, is that you? Hinata replied, Yes, Naruto. Naruto pleaded, Please, Hinata, help Sasuke first. He hasn't moved in over 2 hours. I'm really starting to worry. Eh? Hinata gasped in surprise, then immediately responded with a serious tone. All right. Sasuke was the first to be rescued from danger. After a quick check, it was confirmed that his life was not at risk. He had simply lost consciousness. When Naruto was finally pulled to safety, he clutched desperately at the front of his pants. 2 hours earlier, he hadn't been able to hold it anymore and had an accident. Kurinai helped Kakashi free his hands. Kakashi took out a scroll, used a kunai to scrape up some of the sticky residue, and placed it in the center of the scroll's sealing array, forming hand signs. Sealing technique. Homogeneous extraction. With a faint rumble, All the goo on the ground, even the bits clinging to their clothes and shoes, began to wriggle and were drawn into the scroll, where they were tightly sealed away. Kakashi put away the scroll, put his shoes and socks back on, and covered his left eye, which had been exposed almost all day, with his forehead protector. Utterly exhausted, he slumped to the ground and glanced to the side. Ah, over there. He was just waking up from a nap, stretching his little arms wide as he yawned deeply. Sighed. Kakashi let out a long breath and gazed up at the pale night sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. Starting tomorrow, I'm bringing diapers on missions. Outside the village, in the forest near Konoha, the underbrush rustled softly. You, Naruto, and Sasuke each took cover behind a tree. On the perimeter, Kakashi spoke in his ninja earpiece. How far to the target? You peeked out and replied, 50 meters. We can take the shot at any time. Kakashi said sternly, no killing. That cat called Little Tiger is our mission target. Listen up, we're not just supposed to bring it back alive. We can't even so much as damage a single hair on its body, understood? You replied, I know, that's exactly why I want to kill the tiger that's sneaking up on Little Tiger. Kakashi was alarmed. What? Did you say there's a real tiger? Stay where you are. I'm coming right away. But before he could move, the earpiece crackled with the sounds of battle and desperate cries. Damn it, why don't these kids ever listen? By the time Kakashi arrived at the scene, all he found was the corpse of a giant tiger, 3 meters long, lying dead on the ground with a meter-long bamboo shoot lodged in its rear. In Naruto's arms, the cat Little Tiger was trembling so much that even its tail stood upright in fright. Kakashi couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was I so worried about? After disposing of the tiger's body, the 4 of them set off on the road back. This was the 7th mission since the formation of Team 7. All their missions so far, as rookie ninja trainees, had been D-rank, tending to gardens, or searching for lost pets. Well, for you, these peaceful, uneventful days were his favorite. He wished he could spend his whole life doing nothing but D-rank missions. But Naruto was different. With his dream of becoming Hokage, he felt these missions were nothing but a waste of his life. At the mission handover point, the plump, well-to-do lady clutched Little Tiger in her arms, fussing over him. Oh my little sweetheart, you had me worried sick, she cooed, her voice dripping with affection. Hee hee, you naughty cat, just wait till we get home. You're in for it. This client wasn't just anyone. She was the wife of Lord Shu, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Having settled the payment, the lady was about to leave, thoroughly satisfied, when her eyes suddenly landed on you. She leaned in, her round face drawing close, a heart-shaped dab of lipstick blooming at the center of her lips. What an adorable little one. Would you like to call me Godmother? Yu's mouth twitched Conan style. Godmother? Honestly, if you keep this up, I'll hand you a bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce to rinse your mouth with. That was what he thought, but of course he couldn't say it aloud. Instead, he politely declined. Hee, I'm sorry, ma'am, but as Ninja of the Leaf Village, we can't accept rewards outside our missions. The adults present nodded inwardly in approval. Well said. Naturally, the lady was no stranger to etiquette. Oh, what a pity. Well, if you ever get tired of being a ninja, you can always defect and come to the Lord's estate. If any ninja dares give you trouble, I'll have my husband cut the village's funding. Everyone thought to themselves, what a domineering woman. No wonder even her own cat doesn't care for her. After the lady left with Little Tiger in tow, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, eyes scanning the mission roster. The next task for Team Kakashi. Babysitting Lord Shiju's children, running errands to buy things from a neighboring village, or helping to harvest sweet potatoes. Naruto could take it no longer. Crossing his arms into a big X, he protested loudly. No, don't give us these kinds of missions anymore. I want something bigger. Give us a real important job. Sasuke's face remained impassive, but deep down he agreed. He's right. These missions won't help me grow at all. When will I ever become a ninja worthy of standing alongside my brother? Hiruzen answered in his official tone. You're all still rookies, with little experience in real missions. Everyone starts out this way. By building up through simple tasks, you gain the experience needed to. Naruto interrupted, but those missions are just so boring. Thud. Kakashi's fist landed on Naruto's head. That's enough. Look, you hasn't complained at all. Naruto turned to you. Don't you think these missions are something anyone could do? Do we really need ninja for this? He blinked rapidly, sending a barrage of desperate hints. Come on, help me out. Say something. Fine. Honestly, whether it's D rank or S rank, there's not much difference. He scratched his head. Actually, I think these assignments don't really help us adapt to the life of a ninja. Seeing that you had spoken, Kakashi stepped forward and whispered, Lord Hokage, to be honest, with a team like this, these current apprentice missions are really a bit of a waste of talent. Hiruzen, drawing on his pipe, replied, "If that's the case, I'll assign you a C-rank mission. The task is to protect someone." He thought to himself, "I originally intended to use D-rank missions to temper these little prodigies, but it seems to have had the opposite effect. Very well, let's let them unleash their potential sooner rather than later." Naruto perked up with excitement. "Who are we protecting? Is it a feudal lord? Or maybe a princess?" Hiruzen smiled. "You're quite the impatient one. I'll introduce your client now. Come in, please." The door swung open with a flourish. A wave of strong alcohol filled the room, and a burly, thoroughly drunk man staggered and clutching a bottle. He didn't forget to gulp down a few more swigs as he entered. With a loud hiccup, he leaned against the doorframe and grumbled in a slurred, lazy tone. "What's going on here? Just a bunch of snot-nosed kids. Especially that shrimpy little one with the weird horns, soft skin, delicate hands, like he's never worked a day in his life. Are these supposed to be ninja? Hey, I asked for bodyguards, not babysitters." You thought to herself, "Hey, who are you calling Shrimpy? Don't think I don't recognize you. Isn't your name, what was it again? Shrimpy. Who are you talking about?" Naruto looked around, then suddenly realized and rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. "Hey, call me Shrimpy all you want, but don't you dare insult my friends. If you keep it up, I'll show you what a real ninja can do." "Enough, Naruto!" Kakashi quickly pulled him back. The drunken man straightened up, proud and defiant. "Listen up. I'm the renowned master bridge builder, Tazuna. I need you to risk your lives to protect me, all the way back to the land of waves, until I finish building my bridge." You slapped her forehead. "Ah, that's right, Tazuna. That's his name. And he lied about the mission. This isn't a C-rank job. It's actually A rank. After all, the ones after him are Zabuza and Haku. Mission in hand. At the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village." Tazuna eyed Kakashi warily. "Hey, are these kids really up to the task?" Kakashi was about to chuckle and reassure him, "Don't worry, you've got me, a jonin, with you." But then he glanced at you and told Tazuna, "Don't worry, our genin are much stronger than you think." Tazuna grumbled, unconvinced, "Humph, that doesn't make me feel any better." Meanwhile, in the woods outside the village, a few hidden assassins watched and waited for their chance. And from the shadows of the root organization behind them, another figure observed Yu's small silhouette with predatory intent. You let a faint, knowing smile curl at her lips. "Looks like this mission is going to be anything but boring. How will the addition of you change the dynamics of this familiar mission? Hey, let's keep our eyes peeled and see what happens." Normally, a C-rank mission wouldn't involve running into enemy ninja, but Tazuna lied. As they walked along the forest path, suddenly there was an odd and glaring puddle right in their way. From that puddle, the two assassins from the hidden mist would soon emerge. He was confident that he could stomp them out the moment they surfaced, but he decided to wait and watch a bit longer. After all, exposing Tazuna's lie was important. Kakashi also noticed the suspicious puddle, but he passed by without betraying any emotion. Suddenly, the two assassins burst out, fully armed and alarmingly swift. From the gauntlets on their arms shot out chains bristling with thorns, which immediately wrapped around Kakashi, binding him tightly. With a sickening rip, the two pulled hard on the chains. Kakashi's body was torn apart, exploding into a gruesome spray of blood. What? This shocking scene stunned Naruto, Sasuke, and even Tazuna himself. Assassin A sneered, "One down. Who's next?" In the original story, after thinking they'd killed Kakashi, their next target was Naruto. But this time, their eyes locked on you. Perhaps this was the legendary protagonist's aura at work. Without missing a beat, the assassins launched the same deadly move, aiming to tear you to pieces. Internally, you sighed, "Oh no, I really wasn't hoping to steal the spotlight." In a flash, both Naruto and Sasuke leapt into action. With a coordinated throw, their shuriken pinned the chains to a tree, and kunai stabbed through the holes in the shuriken, locking everything in place. With two solid thuds, they each landed a kick squarely on the faces of the assassins. A grunt of pain echoed from behind the impenetrable masks. The blow had landed, but the armor held strong. A voice seemed to whisper from the sidelines, "If you don't want attention, let's grant your wish." But the assassins weren't amateurs. With a metallic snap, they broke their chains free from the gauntlets and dodged to either side. They'd underestimated the team, assuming only the leader, a jonin, was a threat. Who knew even the genin were so formidable? They exchanged a quick glance. This isn't the time for a drawn-out fight. Take out the target. In a blur, they rushed straight for the stunned Tazuna. But before they could reach him, you flashed in front, blocking their path. Assassin B snarled, "You little brat, I'll take your head," and the old man's behind you. With claws merging into a deadly arc, they slashed straight at Yu's neck. "You've picked the wrong target." You grinned, and in a swift, sliding motion, shot low beneath their attack. Secret technique, skyward slide. What the? Caught off guard, both assassins were struck directly by the move, sent flying through the air before crashing down. Damn it, what kind of trick is this kid pulling? Swish, swish, swish. You kept shoveling back and forth, while the two assailants lunged and dropped, desperately flailing their claws, trying to tear the little guy beneath them to pieces. But you was too agile. They couldn't lay a finger on him. Fighting in midair is exhausting. Soon their waists went numb, and every ounce of strength was spent. They gave up resisting. Swish, swish, swish. You kept shoveling. Kakashi emerged from behind a tall tree and said, "That's enough, you. Any more and they'll die." On normal missions, when dealing with enemies who've lost the will to fight, Konoha's principle is to capture, not kill. Sasuke gazed at the pile of shattered wood on the ground. So, it was a substitution technique, after all. A jonin isn't that easy to take down. Naruto asked, "A substitution? Then why was there so much blood? I almost fell for it." With a sudden stop, you ceased his movements. Thud thud, the two missed ninja crashed heavily to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Kakashi half closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "In this situation, I didn't even need to step in. These three kids, honestly." The two collapsed assassins were bound to a tree with chains. Kakashi's tone turned serious. "Mr. Tazuna, I have some questions for you." Tazuna stammered, flustered. What questions?" Kakashi continued. "Those two are Chunin from the Hidden Mist, notorious for fighting to the death. If I wanted to, I could have finished them off instantly. The reason I watched was to find out who their real target was." Tazuna asked, "What do you mean?" Kakashi explained, "To put it plainly, who's being hunted? You or us? That's crucial. As it turns out, it's you. A C-rank mission shouldn't involve fighting ninja. This is at least B rank, but you only paid for a C-rank job. Maybe you have your reasons, but you're putting us in a tough spot." Tazuna sighed. "All right, I'll tell you the truth. There's a truly terrifying man who wants me dead." Kakashi asked, "A truly terrifying man? Who is he?" Tazuna replied, "He's the owner of the shipping company, Gato." Kakashi was shocked. "Gato? The world-famous billionaire? Why would he want you dead?" Tazuna answered, "Yes, that's him. In public, he's the head of a shipping company, but behind the scenes, he's a villain who colludes with ninja, seizing other people's property, even entire countries. About a year ago, Gato set his sights on our land of waves. With his wealth and brute force, he quickly took control of all sea transportation on the island. For an island nation like the land of waves, controlling shipping means controlling everything. The only thing that threatens Gato is the bridge we're building." Sasuke said, "So, they want nothing more than to get rid of you, the one overseeing the construction of this bridge. It seems those earlier ninja were also sent by that man named Gato." Naruto burst out, "What on earth are you all talking about?" Kakashi asked, "I still don't quite understand. Gato is such a dangerous figure that he's even sent ninja after you. Why didn't you say anything about this when you made the request?" Tazuna replied gloomily, "The land of waves is an extremely poor country. Even the Lord has little money, let alone someone like me. If I'd applied for a high-paying B-rank mission." His tone suddenly shifted as he began to play the victim. "Anyway, if you don't protect me, I'm as good as dead. But that's nothing you need to worry about. If I die, the only one who'll sob their heart out is my 10-year-old grandson. And my daughter, she'll live out her days in loneliness, hating the Leaf Ninja. But of course, none of that is your fault." Kakashi looked utterly helpless. All right. Once upon a time, Kakashi would have given in at this point. But you wasn't about to let it slide. He pressed on, "Mr. Tazuna, you're trying to guilt-trip us." "Huh?" Everyone was taken aback. You continued, "You lied to us from the start, and when you were exposed, instead of owning up, you're now playing the guilt card. You say you'll die. Your grandson will cry. Your daughter will resent the Leaf. Yet none of us from the Leaf owe you anything, nor do we have to clean up your mess." The atmosphere turned instantly tense. Naruto protested, "Hey, Sasuke, cut him off. Don't say a word. You's right." Kakashi simply observed, waiting to see what would happen. Tazuna, knowing he was in the wrong, said, "But I really had no other choice. Even if you ask for money, I have none to give. All I have left is a thick skin." You shook his head gently. "It's not about money, it's about attitude. The Leaf isn't a charity, but we're not heartless either. Show the right attitude, and everything can be discussed. Without it, there's nothing to talk about." Kakashi couldn't help but see you in a new light. The boy might speak casually in the village, but outside, he truly carried himself with dignity. Attitude, huh? With a thud, Tazuna fell to his knees. "Please forgive me for lying. I just wanted to survive and protect the future of the land of waves. I promise you, when the bridge is finished and our sea trade flourishes, we'll repay you double for this mission. So please." You asked, Is this the only thing you should be apologizing for? Tazuna looked up in surprise, then quickly bowed his head again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a little runt. You walked up, patted Tazuna on the shoulder with a small hand, and smiled. Hey, that's more like it. Come on, let's head to the land of waves. In the darkness of an underground hideout, on the throne, Kato confronted the man whose face was half covered by bandages, demanding accountability. They failed. I hired you at great expense because I heard you were the best. The man reached behind him for his massive sword. Enough talk. This time, I'll handle it myself and take those fools' heads. Faced with the menacing sword wielder, Kato relented. This time, there won't be any more mistakes, right? The ninja on their side are strong too, and after the Demon Brothers' failure, they'll definitely be on guard. A cold snort echoed from the throne as the man exuded an aura of dominance. Do you even know who you're talking to? I am the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi. After a long journey, a small boat drifted across the fog-laden seas off the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire. Ugh, hi! You clung to the boat's edge, retching uncontrollably. Naruto looked on with concern. Are you alright? How can someone as noble as me, an Otsutsuki, get seasick? Unbelievable. Sorry, I'm going to get some rest. With that, you summoned a small quilt from the scroll he carried, wrapped himself up, and lay down on the deck to sleep. Tazuna asked, Is he always like this, even on regular days? Kakashi replied, more or less. By the way, the mist is really thick. Everything up ahead is just a sea of white, someone remarked. The boatman said, We should be able to see the bridge soon. Follow the bridge, and you'll reach the land of waves. Sure enough, through the swirling fog, the outline of an unfinished bridge came into view. Naruto gasped in awe. Whoa, that's amazing. The boatman frowned. Hey kid, keep it down. You're lucky the thick fog let you take this boat. Didn't you notice I haven't even dared to start the engine? If Kato's men spot us, we're finished. Naruto immediately clamped his hands over his mouth, not daring to make another sound. We're almost at the border. The boatman glanced back. Tazuna, looks like we've made it safely so far. But just to be safe, we'll take the underground waterway where there are aquatic plants. Tazuna replied, Sorry to trouble you. After passing through the underground channel, the breathtaking scenery of the land of waves unfolded before their eyes. Haha, this is wonderful. It was Naruto's first time in a foreign land, and he was brimming with excitement. The small boat came to a stop at the dock of a house built on the water. The boatman said, This is as far as I go. Be careful, Tazuna. Tazuna grinned. Today's our lucky day. Kakashi, his eyes half-lidded and expression unreadable, thought to himself, If Kato sends more men, it won't be just Shunin. They'll be Jonin. This is going to be a hassle. Stepping onto the dock, Tazuna declared, Everyone, please see me safely home. Naruto carried Yu on his back, following behind the group as they made their way to Tazuna's house. Kakashi asked, Why didn't you wake him up? Sasuke replied, You have no idea. Once he falls asleep, there's just no way to wake him up, no matter what you do. All right then, Kakashi said, withdrawing his gaze. Inwardly, he thought, I'll have to correct this habit of his later. Out here, it's not like being at home. If he stays this defenseless, it's only a matter of time before it gets him killed. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound broke the quiet. Something was moving in the nearby grove. Naruto's senses sharpened. He instantly hurled a kunai toward the sound. Turns out it was just a rat, he exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi called out, Hey Naruto, tossing shuriken around recklessly is dangerous. Tazuna scolded Naruto angrily. Hey, you little runt, stop trying to scare people when there's nothing going on. Adjusting you on his back, Naruto scanned the area. That's odd. I could have sworn I saw a shadow just now. All at once, Kakashi's eyes sharpened. Without warning, he swept aside a clump of bushes. A shadow darted away in a flash, swift and elusive. Acting fast, Sasuke threw a kunai, pinning it right in front of the fleeing figure. The shadow froze in terror and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi stepped forward to investigate, only to discover a snow-white rabbit trembling before him. He frowned in confusion. A snow hare? But this is spring. Why is its fur still white? Everyone knows that a snow hare's fur changes color according to the length of daylight. It stays white during the short days of winter, but now, in spring, its coat should be brown. Noticing small details like this is second nature for a Jonin. Kakashi's guard went up instantly. This rabbit must have been kept indoors, away from sunlight. A snow hare bred specifically for use in substitution techniques. Whoever's after us is moving fast. Meanwhile, from a gap in the leaves behind them, someone watched in secret. Zabuza's hand moved toward the massive executioner's blade slung across his back. No wonder those demon brothers were defeated. That's not just any leaf ninja. That's the copy ninja, Sharingan Kakashi. Suddenly, the air shifted. A chilling gust swept through. Get down, Kakashi shouted. Naruto, still carrying you, threw himself to the ground at once. Sasuke sprang into action, dragging Tazuna down with him. A metallic clang rang out as the spinning executioner's blade hurtled overhead, embedding itself deep into a tree. In the blink of an eye, Zabuza landed atop the handle, his voice low and menacing. To think I'd run into Sharingan Kakashi here. My apologies. His eyes flickered to the old man behind him. Hand over the old man, if you don't mind. Kakashi said nothing, simply tugging his forehead protector aside, revealing the Sharingan eye beneath. Sasuke, watching, thought to himself, Kakashi's using the Sharingan right from the start. Could this enemy be a Jonin from the Hidden Mist? Kakashi readied himself, as if facing a formidable enemy. Naruto, Sasuke, protect Mr. Tazuna and you. The opponent in front of you is nothing like the two before this. Is out of your league. Let me handle the fight. That's how you fulfill your part in teamwork. Rogue Ninja of the Hidden Mist, Zabuza Momochi. Your opponent is me. Zabuza gave a sly smile. Well, I didn't expect to witness the legendary Sharingan so soon. What honor. Kakashi Hitaki, I've heard your Sharingan can instantly see through and copy an enemy's jutsu. When I was with the Hidden Mist Assassination Squad, I carried a handbook with information on you. It said, the man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu, Kakashi Hitaki. Crouching low, Zabuza's tone shifted. But let's save the small talk for later. I need to finish off that old man quickly. In a flash, Sasuke leapt to shield Tazuna, with Naruto, carrying you on his back, right behind him. Kakashi blocked Zabuza's path. Zabuza sneered. Looks like I'll have to defeat you first, Kakashi. With lightning speed, he vanished into the trees, reappearing atop the water. As he landed, he raised his left hand, while his right hand swiftly formed a seal at his chest. Kakashi watched intently, startled by the sheer volume of chakra Zabuza was channeling. Against the Sharingan, I have my own methods. All of you will meet your end here. Ninja art. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Leaves drifted onto the water, sending ripples across the surface as a thick, rolling fog surged up and swallowed everyone's vision. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. He's gone. This jutsu, it's kind of like use dry ice technique, but not quite the same. Kakashi, too focused to ponder the difference, spoke gravely. He'll probably come straight for me. Zabuza Momochi was notorious in the Mist Assassination Squad for his silent killing technique. He could take you out before you even realize it. And my Sharingan isn't at full strength, so you can't let your guard down. Not even for a second. A lump caught in their throats as Naruto and Sasuke immediately tensed up. The fog thickened, becoming even more oppressive and unsettling. Then, from deep within the mist, Zabuza's voice echoed with a chilling, deathly calm. 8 points, the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, and the heart. Tell me, which one should I strike first? Kakashi and Zabuza faced off, the murderous intent between these elite ninja crackling in the air. The intensity of it was so overwhelming that it shook Sasuke and Naruto to their core. Two rookies, realizing for the first time the raw terror of sharing the battlefield with someone who could annihilate a Jonin in an instant. Even so, Sasuke, who had grown far beyond his peers, was no longer so fearful that he'd want to end things himself right here. Sensing their unease, Kakashi glanced back and gave them a warm smile. Don't worry. Even though you two did some pretty over-the-top things to me recently, I would never let my comrades be killed. Not ever. Naruto cried out, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke snorted. Instead of showing off, maybe you should focus on what's ahead. Kakashi sighed. Such unlovable kids. A cold voice interrupted. Unfortunately, you're about to break your promise. In a blur, Zabuza suddenly appeared right in front of Tazuna, his executioner's blade raised to strike. With a sharp sound, Kakashi's Sharingan narrowed, and his kunai shot forward in a flash. There was a splash after being struck. Zabuza's body dissolved into water. Kakashi murmured a water clone. Another blur. The real Zabuza, attacking from behind, swung down his massive sword, slicing Kakashi clean in two. But once again, there was only a rush of water. Kakashi, too, dissolved into a watery form. Zabuza growled. Could it be he copied my water clone jutsu while we were in the mist? Suddenly, Kakashi's real body emerged, holding a kunai to Zabuza's throat. Don't move. It's over. Naruto gasped in awe. That was amazing. Sasuke thought to himself. The ninjutsu they're using, while nowhere near as strong as use, is timed with such precision and used in just the right moments. The true divide between ninjas isn't bridged simply by mastering one powerful technique, after all. You're too naive. This level won't be enough to take me down. Never. As he spoke, Zabuza turned his head. Hey, you're pretty sharp. While you were trying to calm those two brats, you copied my water clone with your Sharingan. Looks like you had your clones say all that just to distract me, so you could watch my every move in a mist. But suddenly, mid-sentence, Zabuza's body exploded into a splash of water. I'm not that easy to defeat, either. The real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, raising the executioner's blade high. The endless game of clones would have gone on, but Kakashi's chakra was running low. This time, the real one stood before him. With a desperate move, Kakashi bent down to narrowly dodge the deadly swing of the blade. The executioner's sword crashed down with tremendous force. Pulling it back would take time. To prevent Kakashi from counterattacking, Zabuza kicked him hard, sending Kakashi flying. As he prepared to give chase, he looked down, only to find iron caltrops scattered all over the ground. Sasuke was left in awe. The moment he was kicked away, Kakashi must have already predicted Zabuza's next move and instantly scattered the caltrops to block his path. The details. The battles between elite ninja are all about these tiny, intricate details. Whoosh! Kakashi was sent flying, landing on the water's surface where Zabuza had stood moments before. As he tried to get up, he realized the water clinging to him was unusually heavy. Even his normally spiky silver hair drooped down, weighed by the moisture. Sensing something was wrong, he thought, could it be? In a blur, Zabuza used the body flicker technique to appear behind Kakashi, his hands flashing through hand signs. Fool. Water style, water prison jutsu. Kakashi's pupils shrank. This is bad. A torrent of water, infused with chakra and impossibly dense, surged around Kakashi, trapping him in a prison of liquid. Kakashi thought to himself, I was planning to hide underwater to avoid his executioner's blade, but I didn't expect him to use this move. What a miscalculation. Zabuza sneered. Ha ha ha. You've fallen for it. Don't even think about escaping from here. As long as I keep you trapped, I can take my time. So, Kakashi, let's settle things between us later. I have a few others to deal with first. With his left hand maintaining the water prison, Zabuza formed hand signs with his right. Water clone jutsu. A ripple swept the surface, and Zabuza's water clone, hefting a copy of his massive executioner's blade, rose up before Sasuke, Naruto, and Tazuna. Kakashi, trapped, thought, maintaining the water prison while also using the water clone. I didn't expect his skills to be this formidable. Zabuza's water clone advanced, voice mocking, just because you wear forehead protectors doesn't make you true ninja. Only those who have survived life or death battles earn that name. The water clone pressed two fingers together in a sign. In other words, if you're not listed in my book, you don't even qualify. You're not real ninja, yet. Swish. Naruto cried. He's gone again. Sasuke, protecting Tazuna, activated his Sharingan, warning, Naruto, stay sharp. Thud. Naruto tried to respond, but with you on his back, he took the full brunt of Zabuza's powerful kick. He was sent flying, still clinging tightly to you, shielding her with his body as he crashed to the ground. In the distance, the real Zabuza scoffed, just a bunch of brats. From within the water prison, Kakashi shouted, You all, get Tazuna, and you out of here, hurry. That guy's out of your league. As long as he wants to keep me trapped, the real Zabuza won't leave this spot. And unlike shadow clones, water clones can't operate far from the original. If you can get some distance, you'll be safe. Go now. Clutching his aching stomach, blood trickling from his lips, Naruto gasped. So this is what a real ninja battle is. Every move could be fatal. Zabuza's water clone, sword at the ready, closed in. Kid, what's it you're carrying on your back? If you tossed it aside when I kicked you, maybe you'd have stood a chance. But as it is, you're finished. Naruto lifted his face and shouted, If you want me to abandon my comrades, I'd rather die. Zabuza's clone sneered. Oh, what a hopelessly naive brat. In the world of shinobi, people like you don't live long. But I suppose you're lucky. At least when you die, you'll have someone to accompany you. Without giving Naruto any chance to react, the executioner's blade came crashing down, merciless and swift. Kakashi's pupils constricted in panic. No, don't. A heavy clang rang out. With a dull, reverberating thud, the executioner's blade in Zabuza's clone's hand shattered into water. The force of the rebound sent a shock wave up the water clone's arm, nearly numbing it. Eyes wide in disbelief, he gasped, What? Are you carrying a chunk of iron on your back? You as tough as steel. You could take my Rasengan head on without a scratch. Your measly blade couldn't possibly hurt him. And one more thing. That little handbook of yours? You want to jot down a new name. The future Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. With a sharp whoosh, a Rasengan materialized in Naruto's palm, swirling with concentrated energy. A few nights earlier, after becoming a ninja, you said, "Naruto, don't you think forming the Rasengan with shadow clones is a bit of a drag?" Naruto replied, "Not really. It only takes a few seconds longer." You countered, "In high-level battles, every second counts. The more steps you take, the more openings you leave for your enemy." Naruto hesitated, "But I'm really not good at the rotating part." You explained, "That's just because you relied too much on shadow clones from the start. You thought you found a shortcut and skipped the crucial practice. It's like a kid who's just started using a computer and only pecks at the keys with one finger. No matter how fast they get, they'll never match the speed of proper typing." Under Yu's watchful eye, Naruto put in the hard work and finally mastered forming the Rasengan one-handed. With a resounding boom, Naruto's sudden Rasengan caught the water clone off guard, blasting him apart in a burst of water. The real Zabuza exclaimed, "What was that move?" Crackling energy filled the air behind them. Sasuke charged forward, his Sharingan gleaming with two Tomo, Chidori crackling in his hand with a sharp, piercing screech as he launched himself at full speed. Normally, Zabuza would have no trouble dealing with Sasuke, even with the Chidori. But right now, he needed one hand to maintain the water prison. Zabuza gritted his teeth. The Sharingan, that kid's an Uchiha, and that's a dangerous lightning-style technique. These two, they're no ordinary brats. Damn it, I completely misjudged their strength. From the very start, I should have brought Haku with me. A roar of water surged forth. Though he was unwilling, he didn't hesitate for a moment. With a swift swing of his beheading sword, he sent a ribbon of water slashing out to block Sasuke, dispelled the water prison, and vanished from the scene using the body flicker technique. A chilling voice drifted from a mist. "Next time, you'll understand what true hell is." Kakashi, sitting atop the water, muttered to himself, "This is getting more and more troublesome. It's already turned into an A-rank mission." You stretched languidly, opening his eyes. "Are we in the land of waves already?" Since Zabuza had retreated instead of faking his death this time, and knowing he could strike back at any moment, Tazuna didn't dare take team. Kakashi backed to his own home as before, for fear of endangering his family. Instead, he arranged for them to stay in a separate building. His daughter Tsunami and grandson Inari, as a result, were not present there. Outside, one of the foremen helping with the bridge, sounding utterly defeated, spoke up, "We've brought such terrible trouble down on ourselves. Now we can't even guarantee our own lives. Those ninja might protect us for a while, but not forever. We never should have gone up against Gato or try to build that bridge. I'm sorry, Mr. Tazuna. I can't lead everyone to their deaths. You'll have to figure something out yourself." Tazuna's fist crashed hard against the wall. Damn it. Have the people of this country lost the courage to fight back? Inside, Kakashi lay exhausted on his futon. "I didn't use up too much chakra, but because I used a Sharingan, I'll need at least a full day to recover." Sasuke was perplexed. "Is it really that bad? I never feel that way when I use my Sharingan." "That's because you're an Uchiha. It's your own eyes, so it's different for you. For me, it's another story." Kakashi glanced over at you, who was quietly tinkering with some little contraption. "By the way, are you really all right?" After all, he'd taken a solid hit from that blade. Even if it was a fake sword conjured by a water clone, a ninja's strength was nothing to scoff at. You twisted a thin piece of wire into a spring and fitted it into a clasp. "I'm fine. My back just feels a little like it's on fire." "Is that so? Then you're really lucky. But keep in mind, Zabuza could come back at any moment. He might even bring stronger reinforcements with him." Kakashi managed to sit up, pressing his hand to his left eye. "This isn't the time to be resting. I need to recover as soon as possible." Naruto piped up, "Hey why don't you give Kakashi-sensei one of your amazing candies? That'll fix him right up." Kakashi looked surprised. "Amazing candies?" Naruto explained. "Use candies help you recover your strength super fast. While I was practicing tree climbing with shadow clones, I relied on those candies from you to get back on my feet in no time." Kakashi still looked doubtful. "Is there really such a thing?" Sasuke replied, "Don't look so skeptical. While I was practicing Chidori, I tried one of those candies myself." Kakashi fell silent. You casually turned a tiny screwdriver in her hand and said lightly, "It's nothing magical. The candy just has a secret recipe that's been passed down in the Hyuga clan. That's why it works so well." Adopting a desperate, nothing-to-lose attitude, Kakashi said, "All right, let me try one." You put down her screwdriver, fished out a piece of candy from her pocket, and handed it to Kakashi. As soon as he ate it, his expression changed dramatically. This is..." With a thud, Kakashi collapsed to the floor. "Kakashi-sensei. Something's wrong with Kakashi." Internally, you thought, maybe the upgraded Ojutsu no Mikoto candy is a bit too much for Kakashi. But after he fully absorbs it, he should be able to use powers he couldn't before, due to his own limitations. You said, he probably won't wake up for the next 3 days. Naruto scratched his head in panic. Hey, if Kakashi-sensei can't fight, what are we supposed to do if that monster comes back? Sasuke clenched his fist. Looks like we'll have to handle it ourselves. Suddenly, the mood became deadly serious. There was no room left for joking. Hold on. You put down her tools and picked up a little invention of hers, a curved metal gadget shaped like a girl's hair clip, with sharp hooks on both ends. But Naruto, ever easily distracted, was instantly curious. Hey, what's that? You explained, this is a smile assist device. You just wear it on your head, hook it onto your lips, and twist the knob at the back. The hooks gently pull up the corners of your mouth, and through simple mechanics, your smile naturally appears, and can last all day long. Look like this. As she spoke, you demonstrated. Her small hands twisted the knob, the hooks tugged at her lips, and a fierce, toothy grin spread across her face. Naruto was amazed. Whoa, that's incredible. You can really keep that smile going forever. You grinned. People here have been oppressed for so long that they've forgotten how to smile. Without smiles, they lose the courage to resist. So, I made this smile assist device to help them find that courage again. Naruto said eagerly. Can you make one for me first? I'll need all the courage I can get when I face the enemy. Sasuke interjected, hey, is this really the time for that? Kakashi's out of commission. We need to figure out how to deal with that terrifying Zabuza. 10 minutes later, both Naruto and Sasuke were wearing the smile assist devices. Naruto's eyes were bloodshot. Ha, this is so much fun. Though my cheeks hurt a bit, I'm used to this kind of pain by now. Honestly, it's kind of addictive. Sasuke let out a powerful laugh as well. Ha, you're right. It feels like there's nothing left to be afraid of now. Inside a secret hideout, Zabuza recounted the details of the battle. Haku's handsome face was filled with astonishment. Were those ninja really that troublesome? Even you, Mr. Zabuza, couldn't gain the upper hand. Zabuza replied with a grave tone. The real problem wasn't just Kakashi Hitaki. The 3 genin he brought along. They each have formidable skills. And what's more, all of them know jutsu powerful enough to threaten me. Judging by their destructive force, I'd say they're at least A rank. Haku lowered his gaze and spoke softly. A powerful jutsu is like a weapon. Whether it's truly dangerous depends on who wields it. For someone of your caliber, sir, as long as you know your enemy's abilities, even if they're armed, it's nothing you can't handle. What truly concerns you must be something else, isn't it? Zabuza acknowledged him with honesty. You know me well. Yes, among those 3 brats Kakashi brought, one seemed to be holding back the whole time. Yet even with his guard down, he managed to block my clone's decapitating blade attack head-on, with nothing but his own body. Haku's beautiful eyes narrowed in focus. Could it be that child was wearing some kind of tough armor? Zabuza shook his head. If it were armor, my clone would have noticed the moment the blade struck. But there was nothing. That unknown kid must be hiding something we don't know about. Haku asked, seeking direction. Then, what do you want me to do, Mr. Zabuza? A shadow crossed Zabuza's gaze. Killing your enemy in direct combat isn't the only way. Kakashi has the Sharingan, and among his students is a boy from the Uchiha clan. They can both easily detect my chakra. They'll be extra cautious now. Before I withdrew, I made sure to leave them with some harsh words to keep their attention focused on me, just to give you the perfect opening. Haku, your ability to conceal your killing intent. Even I have to admit, it's beyond mine. And with your entrancing looks and disarming smile, you're the perfect person for this task. Haku, can you do it? With a gentle blush coloring his flawless face, Haku smiled pure and serene. If it's for you, Mr. Zabuza, I'll do anything, without hesitation. Zabuza bared his sharp, shark-like teeth in a grin. That's the smile. With that, you can make anyone lower their guard around you. Evening fell over the land of waves. After dinner, Naruto and Sasuke, restless for action, had gone to spar in the little grove an hour earlier and still hadn't returned. Grandpa Tazuna dutifully stayed inside the house, keeping a watchful eye on Kakashi. When boredom set in, he fished out Kakashi's most cherished possession, Make Out Paradise. Secret technique, quantum wave speed reading. Flutter, flutter. Yu's eyes darted rapidly across the pages, and as if the book had a mind of its own, the sheets turned themselves. The words seemed to spring to life, transforming into vivid animation that played out in his mind, scene after scene. In less than an hour, Yu had replayed the entire book in his head more than 100 times. He closed the book with satisfaction, savoring every detail. The pervy sage's writing is truly masterful. It's explicit but never vulgar, sensual without being repetitive. Even an old bookworm, like me, from the real world can't help but be hooked. No wonder Kakashi can't put it down. Maybe I'll draw a manga version of Make Out Paradise someday. But first, I need the pervy sage's permission. Suddenly, tap, there was a noise at the door. With lightning speed, you slipped make out paradise under Kakashi's covers. The door swung open. Naruto and Sasuke stumbled in, clothes torn and ragged, working together to carry an unconscious, injured girl. After gently setting her down, they collapsed onto the floor to catch their breath. You stood up. Who's this? Naruto, still panting, answered, Well, you on our way back, we found this girl passed out by the roadside. No matter what we did, we couldn't wake her. We were worried a wild animal might get her, so we brought her here. Sasuke, breathing heavily, scoffed. Humph. I told him to leave it. This idiot just had a medal. We can barely take care of ourselves right now. How are we supposed to look after someone else? Naruto shot back. But you helped carry her here too, didn't you? Sasuke grumbled. Humph. You stepped closer for a look. This is a man. What? Naruto and Sasuke blurted out in unison, completely taken aback. Naruto protested. No way. She's such a cute girl. Look at that fair skin, that delicate face, that beautiful long hair. And she's wearing a dress. You can't just decide she's a guy just because she's a bit flat-chested. You replied seriously. He really is a guy. Even if this person turned to dust, you would still recognize him. That was Haku, the white moonlight in the hearts of countless Naruto fans. Haku, barely clinging to life, had collapsed right along Naruto and Sasuke's path home. In that instant, you understood Zabuza's plan completely. He knelt down, brushing Haku's long hair aside, and revealed a sunbond needle embedded in his neck. Naruto gasped, Hey, how'd I not notice that earlier? Sasuke frowned. With an injury like this, there's pretty much no hope, is there? You thought to himself. Though the needle just barely missed the artery and nerves in the neck, even the slightest mistake would have been fatal. This was a gamble that we wouldn't leave him to die. A desperate move, if there ever was one. Hey, if we were playing werewolf, Bai would definitely be the kind of wolf who fakes their own death. You opened his eyes wide, and with a swift motion, his small hand pulled out a sunbond needle, pressing his finger against the acupoint on Bai's chest. Bai's body stiffened as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Naruto exclaimed, He's alive. Sasuke frowned. Can the Hyuga clan's acupoint technique really be used to save people? Bai panted, his dark eyes slowly regaining focus as he looked around in confusion. Where am I? Naruto explained, Well, it's like this. We found you all passing through the forest. After listening to Naruto's account, Bai's beautiful eyes sparkled. So you saved me? Naruto scratched the back of his head. We did bring you back, but the one who really saved you was you. Suddenly, Sasuke, without warning, forced Bai down and pressed a kunai to his throat. Naruto protested. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing all of a sudden? Shut up, you big idiot. Sasuke shot back at Naruto, then turned to Bai and demanded, The sunbond that injured you is a ninja weapon. Who are you really? And why were you targeted by other ninjas? A look of bewilderment flickered in Bai's eyes. I honestly don't know. You stepped forward and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. The Hokage once said that the missions ninjas carry out aren't just for protection. Sometimes they involve assassination. Those marked for assassination often have no idea why they're targeted. It could be a grudge against them or their family, or even the work of rogue ninjas who kill and rob without reason. Sasuke fell silent, lost in thought, as Bai coughed painfully. Naruto said, Hey, Sasuke, can't you see he's suffering? Sasuke finally put the kunai away and released Bai. If you can still move, you'd better leave while you're able. Naruto protested. He just survived a serious injury. Forcing him to leave now is as good as sending him to his death. Sasuke snapped. You're the one who doesn't get it. Kakashi's out cold and won't wake up for at least 3 days. We could be attacked by Zabuza again at any moment. We don't have the luxury to protect a stranger. Sasuke's words were spoken without much thought, but Bai caught their meaning, his gaze drifting to the bedding not far away. He simply smiled to himself. Naruto's kindness and Sasuke's reason. Both are strengths in their own right. Yet, too much kindness can backfire, and too much reason can seem cold and unfeeling. Both of them will grow in their own ways, and you didn't want to interfere too much. As for Zabuza and Bai, whatever choices they made wouldn't change anything, because as long as Hyuga was here, nothing would spiral out of control. Still, Yu's favorite thing was turning enemies into friends. Oh, except for Danzo. As Naruto and Sasuke continued their argument, Yu grinned and said, Taking care of one person or two, it really doesn't make much of a difference. Naruto protested. Sasuke shot back. Are you serious? Yu replied. Actually, there's no need for us to be so tense. Maybe Zabuza was just making threats and already ran off. Sasuke thought to himself. Yu usually doesn't do anything without a plan. If that's the case. He said, Fine, but let me be clear. You can stay, but don't get in the way. And if I catch you doing anything suspicious, I won't go easy on you. Haku bowed deeply in apology. Thank you. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. And so, Haku stayed with them. Hud, hud, hud. Night had fallen when a sudden rush of hurried footsteps echoed through the house. Tazuna burst in, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. This is bad. Something's happened. Catching sight of Haku's fair skin and delicate features, Tazuna's old eyes widened in amazement. Where did this beautiful young lady come from? Haku's cheeks flushed pink. Sasuke snapped. Enough. Tell us what happened. Tazuna blurted out. Ugh, this is terrible. The bridge. Someone's sabotaging our bridge. In the darkness, the unfinished bridge was crowded with onlookers. Move. Everyone, out of the way, quickly. Tazuna led the way, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku close behind. Strange. Where's that kid, you? Haku glanced back and noticed a small hand wedged between people. Reaching out, Haku gave a gentle pull. Pop, and you was freed. Haku smiled, lips pressed together. Those little horns are adorable, but I suppose they do get in the way at times like this. The empty word bubble, drawn in shaky lines, was filled with Yu's silent frustration. No kidding. Pushing forward was impossible. She was terrified she'd poke someone's hemorrhoids by accident. Tazuna looked around anxiously. What's going on? Where did Kichi go? His daughter Tsunami pointed upward. Uncle Kichi drank a lot and climbed up onto the tower already. Tazuna shouted, What? Why didn't anyone stop him? Everyone in the crowd quickly avoided his gaze. Tazuna cupped his hands and yelled to the top of the tower, Kichi, stop right now. Do you know what you're doing? A drunken hiccup echoed from the control room at the top. Kichi muttered, Huh? Oh, it's Tazuna. But it's too late for talk now. He slid open the crane window and shouted down, Hey guys, give me a hand. Tie all that damn steel and lumber to the crane arm. I'm dumping it all in the ocean. Dasna lost his temper. You drunken fool, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm the chief engineer of this bridge. Do you really think anyone's going to take orders from you? Yet, to his disbelief, the workers, already wearing their safety helmets, actually began loading the materials. Dasna shoved through the crowd, roaring, What do you think you're doing? Have you all gone mad? One of the loading workers replied. Mr. Dasna, building this bridge means going against Gado. Nothing good ever comes from that. Dasna shouted back. What are you talking about? Gado wants to monopolize sea transport and turn the land of waves into his personal property. This bridge is the hope of our nation, our courage to stand up to Gado. The worker retorted, Courage? Is that really worth more than your life? Think about your good son-in-law, Kaiza. Remember how he died. Kaiza. At the sound of that name, Dasna crumpled to the ground, as if the life had been drained from him. Naruto frowned in confusion. Hey, who is this Kaiza they keep talking about? It's my stepfather. He was a hopeless idiot. The speaker was a gloomy young boy standing off to the side, the brim of his round cap shadowing his face. He was about the same height as you. Before Naruto could ask more, the boy continued. You're the ninja my grandfather hired to fight Gado, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't do anything so foolish. Out here on this sea, no one can stand against Gado. With that, the boy turned and dashed away without looking back. Naruto squinted after him, puzzled. What's up with that short kid? At that moment, Tsunami stepped forward. I'm sorry for all the trouble. That was Inari, my son. Naruto's eyes widened. Your son? Then just now when he mentioned his stepfather. Tsunami's voice grew heavy. Yes, that was my second husband. He was once not just Inari's hero, but the hero of the entire land of waves. He led the resistance against Gado, but 3 years ago, Gado executed him in front of everyone. After that, Inari changed completely, and our people lost all courage to fight back. For a while, thanks to my father's rallying, everyone came together to build this bridge. But the events of 3 years ago still cast a long shadow. Uncle Kichi is usually a gentle soul, but after all that drinking, well, maybe he just set off what was already brewing inside. The truth is, everyone's spirit is broken. They just can't hold on anymore. Naruto clenched his fists. Damn it, I really want to teach that Gado guy a lesson he'll never forget. With a harsh clatter, the crane's arm lifted the loaded steel beams into the air. Naruto called out urgently, Hey, shouldn't we stop them? Sasuke replied coolly, Our mission is to protect Dasna, not this bridge. Don't say such foolish things. This bridge is Uncle Tazuna's life's work. Protecting it is truly protecting Uncle Tazuna himself. With those words, Naruto charged forward without a second thought. That idiot, he's always making us worry. Helpless, Sasuke dashed off after him. Haku looked at you with curiosity. Your comrades have gone ahead. Aren't you going to follow them? You replied. The people who might harm Mr. Tazuna could be hiding in the crowd. I need to stay alert and keep watch. Haku smiled softly. My, you're such a dependable child. Suddenly, a flurry of popping sounds echoed through the air. In a cloud of swirling white smoke, Naruto's shadow clones stacked themselves in midair, grabbing tightly onto the steel cables of the mechanical arm, desperately trying to cut them with kunai. Damn, these wires are so tough. Dead last, get out of the way. Sparks crackled as Sasuke gathered the power of Chidori. Sasuke, you really come through when it counts. Naruto pulled the stunned Tazuna aside to safety. Like I need you to point that out. Sasuke stepped on the backs of Naruto's shadow clones, scaling upward to the top. If you want to live, get back now. A sharp crack split the air. Lightning sliced through the steel cables. Tons of steel crashed down from above, pounding the bridge deck with a thunderous clang. The onlookers stared in shock. Hey, what's with those two? With power like that? Are they really ninja? This finally pushed Kichi over the edge. He'd been itching for a fight, and now he had one. Ninja, always sticking their noses where they don't belong. Fine, you want to let me dump this scrap, huh? Then I'll use my unbeatable mechanical arm to destroy the whole bridge. A deep, menacing hum filled the air. With a press of a button, the tip of the mechanical arm unfolded, levers spinning as the extended arm swung toward the pillars at the edge of the bridge. This terrified the crowd. Hey, Kichi, are you out of your mind? We're all still on the bridge. Kichi bellowed with laughter, wild and unhinged. Ha 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 ha. Let all fall apart. That way, I'll be the hero who saved the land of waves. A massive, shuddering crash rang out. The bridge's pillars stood firm, but the mechanical arm snapped at the point of impact. The crane's tower lost its balance, its frame twisting and groaning as metal protested under the strain. With a screech of metal pushed past its limits, the 100-meter-tall crane toppled toward the stunned crowd. It's over. It's all over. The collapsing crane, the helpless crowd frozen in despair. You raised 2 fingers in a seal. Water style, twin water dragon jutsu. A roaring torrent surged forth. See water rising from both sides of the bridge, twisted into the shape of dragons, coiling around the suspension tower. You shouted. You extras, if you don't run now, you won't even get the chance to eat something hot by the time the worst is over. Hurry, run for your lives. The crowd, finally realizing the danger, split into 2 groups, scrambling frantically towards either end of the bridge. A tremendous crash echoed. The water dragon couldn't fully support the weight of the tower. You frowned. To adapt to this A-rank mission, I ended up suppressing my chakra too much. His gaze fell on Dasna, who had been left behind. Haku's eyes flashed. This is the perfect opportunity to strike, but kindness ultimately triumphed over the cold-blooded nature of a ninja. Ignoring the risk of revealing his identity, he rapidly formed hand seals. Fortunately, the boy's use of water release has made it easier for me to cast my jutsu. Ice release technique. A sharp, splintering sound cut through the chaos. The water dragon solidified into an ice dragon, freezing the suspension tower in a tilted position and buying precious time for the crowd to escape. Just moments ago, the bridge had been packed with people. Now, it was suddenly deserted. A soft groan escaped from the middle of the bridge, where a small figure slowly got to his feet, still dazed. It was Inari. In the chaos, he had been knocked down and hadn't managed to escape in time. Haku's delicate brows drew together in worry. This tower is too heavy. My ice release won't hold much longer. Cracks splintered through the ice, spreading rapidly. Inari, directly beneath the tilting tower, remained completely unaware of the danger above. Dasna and Tsunami shouted, Inari, get out of there, it's dangerous. The ice shattered completely, and the tower, unstoppable, came crashing down. Inari's eyes went wide with terror as he stared up at the descending mass of steel. In a split second, a flash of orange. Naruto dove recklessly, knocking Inari out of harm's way. But the tower's steel frame was so massive, they were still within the danger zone. Peering through Naruto's tousled blonde hair, Inari saw the looming shadow overhead. Confusion filled his heart. Why would he risk everything to save me? Why, even now, is there not a trace of fear in his eyes? Electric sparks burst forth. Sasuke charged forward at full speed, Chidori in hand. Damn it, I have to make it in time. At 10 meters, he leapt with all his strength, but the lightning-fast Chidori still couldn't outpace the collapse of the tower. Tons of steel were about to crash down on Naruto's back. In that instant, Sasuke wished more than anything that he could take Naruto's place beneath the tower. A sharp crack split the air. Suddenly, a piercing spear of lightning shot past him, striking directly beneath the tower. As it rose, the lightning spear sliced cleanly through the steel frame, severing it effortlessly. What? Sasuke spun around in shock, only to see that the lightning spear had shot out from Yu's tiny hand, more than 50 meters behind him. His young Sharingan trembled. That move, what is it? Is that the Chidori's shape transformation? It was in fact a super extended version of the Chidori sharp spear. Clang! The lower half of the broken crane tower crashed onto the bridge, missing Naruto by a hair. Clang! The upper half slammed against the bridge's beam, taking the control cabin with it as it tumbled into the ocean below. Crackle! The instant the lightning spear was retracted, you vanished from sight in a blur. Whoosh! The fallen crane tower hit the sea, sending up a tremendous wave. Swish! You flickered back onto the bridge, dropping a still-shaken Kichi at his feet. Kichi had sobered up the moment the tower began to topple, and now, staring at the chaos around him, he was overcome by deep regret and lingering fear. What kind of foolish things have I done? Haku was the only one who had witnessed all of Yu's actions from start to finish, and his thoughts were filled with awe. This child's strength is simply unfathomable. Zabuza's concerns were not the least bit exaggerated. If we were to fight head-on, I might not stand a chance. Once on his feet, Inari turned to Naruto and asked, Why did you save me? Naruto replied, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Maybe you need a reason to kill someone, but do you really need a reason to save someone? Inari was taken aback. Aren't you afraid? Naruto scratched the back of his head, an utterly sincere smile spreading across his face. Because I believe in my friends, just like you believe in your father. And in that instant, it was as if a ray of light pierced the darkness that had locked Inari's heart away for 3 long years. Tsunami rushed over and pulled Inari into a tight embrace. Thank goodness, Inari, you're safe. Thank goodness you're all right. Inari reached out with his small hand, clutching at the back of Tsunami's shirt, his eyes brimming with tears. Mom, all this time, I lost the treasure Dad gave me. Can I ever get it back? Do you think Dad will be angry at me? Tsunami's eyes filled with warmth and tears. Silly child, Kaiza would be overjoyed. How could he ever be angry with you? Phew! With his nerves finally uncoiling, Tazuna slumped to the ground, gazing at the scattered steel and timber and the utterly ruined crane tower. Known for his tight-fisted ways, he was unexpectedly calm. You approached with a knowing look. With such heavy losses, you don't seem upset at all. Huh, maybe you're right. Dazna let out a relieved laugh, gazing up at the starlit night sky as he sighed. I always thought that as long as I could build this bridge, I'd be able to save this country. But now I see how short-sighted I was. The bridge can be built anytime. What we really need to repair right now is the bridge inside our hearts, the one called courage. You looked at him for a while, then half-joked. Your words are pretty deep, but I should remind you that handling what just happened wasn't part of our contract. That'll cost extra, you know. Dazna said, you're gonna be the death of me. How about I write you an IOU for now? You replied, I don't accept empty promises. Dazna pleaded, when you're older, I'll let you marry my daughter. By then, Inari will be grown up too. Buy one, get one free. You scoffed. I'm not going to be anyone's fallback plan. And don't think I don't know. You just want me to look after you in your old age. I'm not falling for that. Dazna groaned. You little rascal. How are you even more cunning than an old man like me? Fine, how about I treat you all to a hot spring soak? You glanced back at Naruto and Sasuke, who hadn't had a real break after a long day's work, and at Haku, whose mind was clearly elsewhere. Turning back, you said, all right, but I suggest you keep your wild ideas in check. Dazna panicked. Huh? What wild ideas? I wasn't thinking of peeking at that beautiful girl or anything. You grinned. Hey, that's not what I meant. I just think, if that beautiful girl stripped down, she might turn out to be even more of a man than you. After a brief, silent pause, Dazna's eyes flew open wide. Land of waves, outdoor hot springs, men's bath. You, Naruto, and Sasuke, together in the steaming water. Naruto craned his neck, eagerly awaiting, as through the swirling mist, Haku walked in gracefully, dark, flowing hair, a slender, elegant figure, the kind every girl dreams of. But as Naruto's gaze drifted downward, he saw what the white towel couldn't hide, and his fantasy was shattered in an instant. So he really is a guy. Reaching the edge of the spring, Haku set down his backpack, dipped a toe to test the water, stepped in, and made his way to a warm rock, sitting with elegance. Soon, a rosy glow lit up his pretty face. This feels wonderful. It's been so long since I've truly relaxed like this. Naruto, eyes drooping, mouth submerged below the water's surface, blew a trail of bubbles. Clearly, he was going to need some time to come to terms with the fact that Haku was indeed a guy. Sasuke, barely hiding his amusement, remarked, I wonder what Kakashi would say if he knew we were soaking in a hot spring while on a mission. Naruto chimed in, siding with the troublemaker. Well, it's his own fault for not working harder. But then again, what if that big guy with the giant blade and bandages tries to ambush him? You replied, every detail accounted for, don't worry. I've set up plenty of explosive tag traps around that house. If any enemy dares to approach recklessly, not only the person, but the whole house will be blown to smithereens. Oh, that's so reassuring. You're amazing, you. And we've got nothing to worry about. But if Zabuza never shows up, does that mean we have to stay here forever? According to the mission manual, it's up to the Jonin in charge to decide whether we stay or leave in such cases. At the very least, until Kakashi wakes up, we're staying put. At that moment, Haku joined the conversation. The Kakashi you're talking about, is he the one lying in that room? Why did he lose consciousness? Naruto answered, because Kakashi-sensei's chakra is limited, and just using his Sharingan a little bit makes him collapse. Sasuke cut in quickly. Naruto, you shouldn't just blurt out secret ninja information like that. Naruto shrugged. Oh, come on. Haku's not even a ninja, and he's basically our friend at this point. What's the harm in him knowing? Haku apologized softly. Sorry, I was just curious. I didn't mean to cause any trouble for you guys. It's fine. Naruto shot a secret glance at Sasuke and hinted, this guy's just a little uptight, always thinking the worst of people. As if Haku could ever be a bad guy. There's no way I believe that. Not in a million years. Sasuke snorted coldly. Humph, you're too naive. One day you're going to get yourself in serious trouble, and don't count on me to save you then. Haku pressed his lips together, smiling gently. You two really get along well. Naruto waved his small hand like a fan, denying it quickly. No, I get along the worst with him. If he ever gets captured by some villain, I definitely won't go rescue him. If I had to count on you, I'd rather handle it myself. Sasuke turned away, refusing to acknowledge Naruto. After a moment, he glanced back and said, by the way, Noticing you with half her chest exposed, Sasuke hesitated. Could it be? Sasuke ducked his head underwater to check. He was actually crouching at the bottom of the hot spring. With a complicated expression, Sasuke surfaced again. You spoke in a low, haunting voice. Forget what you just saw, and we can still be friends. Sasuke replied, quickly catching on. I didn't see anything. You nodded. Good. So, what was it you wanted to ask? Sasuke said, when you cut the tower's suspension, you used that lightning technique. Oh, that? It's a transformation of Chidori's form. I knew it. What? Are you interested? Sasuke's gaze darted away. Well, it's not that I'm really interested, but lately I've been wanting to study some new jutsu. So, I thought, maybe I could use it as a reference, you know. You grinned. Yeah, I can teach you. But you have to promise me one thing first. Sasuke asked, what is it? You replied, I'll tell you after this mission is over. Their time in the open-air hot spring flowed by, wrapped in warmth and camaraderie. Suddenly, Sasuke asked out of the blue, by the way, that water dragon that wrapped around the tower before, it suddenly froze solid. Was that you? Haku's expression suddenly grew subtle and unreadable. Naruto jumped in. I've been wondering about that too. You answered, it wasn't me. The atmosphere fell instantly silent. Naruto pressed on. Wait, if it wasn't you, then who did it? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Could it be that there was another ninja on the bridge with us at that time? You just shrugged slightly, glancing over at the bag Haku had left by the edge of the spring. Well, who knows? Sasuke dove deeper. Besides, a jutsu that can freeze water isn't among the 5 basic elemental styles. But I've heard my brother mention something similar before, eh? Technique from the Hidden Mist Village, once known for its bloody history. The Yuki clan, who were wiped out, possessed a Kekkei Genkai called Ice Release. Naruto's eyes went wide. You mean there was some on the bridge back then who could use Ice Release? Sasuke continued, yeah. Kakashi said Zabuza was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, right? If there was another ninja, they're using Ice Release, and they're also from the Hidden Mist, it's almost certain they're Zabuza's ally. The enemy was already right beside us, and I had no idea. This is no time for soaking in the hot spring. Just then, with a sudden rush of water, Haku stood up. Naruto and Sasuke stared in shock. You? Haku lowered his gaze. I had hoped to enjoy this peaceful moment a little longer. But it seems it's time to say goodbye. In a blur, he flashed to the edge of the pool. Sasuke recognized it instantly. That's the water body flicker technique. With a swift motion, Haku's hands flew through a rapid series of seals, his long hair lifting as if caught by an invisible wind. Ice release technique. In an instant, the steaming hot spring froze over, locking you and the others inside a prison of ice. Haku crouched, opening his bag. He quickly donned a white and green ninja outfit, tied up his hair, and placed a haunting white mask over his face. His entire presence shifted, cold and resolute. The icy spring was nothing compared to the chill of betrayal. Naruto demanded, you lied to us. Was it all a setup from the very start? Even when we saved you? I'm sorry. We are all shinobi, each bound to our missions at any cost. I am Lord Zabuza's tool, and even if it goes against my heart, I will fulfill my purpose as a tool to the very end. Though our time together was short, from you all, I saw a world completely different from the one I knew. Thank you. Before turning away, Haku added, the ice that binds you will melt within half an hour. It won't take your lives, but I still have to deal with Kakashi Hitaki. With a shower of glittering ice, Haku vanished from the scene. Naruto cried, it's my fault. I'm the one who dragged everyone into this. Sasuke replied, instead of regretting it, think about how we can break out of this situation. Don't you agree? But you was already gone. He's disappeared. With a swift whoosh, you emerged from the flying kunai beside Kakashi's bedside. Having engraved the sealing book into his mind, you had naturally mastered the flying thunder god technique. Picking up the kunai and gripping it tightly, you muttered to himself, Haku has realized I might have a way to escape. So before leaving, he deliberately claimed he was going to kill Kakashi, hoping to mislead me. After all, the real conflict between Zabuza, Haku, and us is about assassinating or protecting Tazuna. If Haku can complete the mission directly, there's no reason to go out of his way to kill Kakashi. Well, anyway, I came back here, the Flying Thunder God, because using this technique right in front of Naruto and Sasuke would be a bit hard to explain. A swirling white vortex spun from Yu's Byakugan, drawing him in. Byakugan, space-time transfer. Night had fallen as Haku leapt swiftly over rooftops, landing before the house closest to the Great Bridge in the residential district of the Land of Waves. It was Tazuna's home. With a flick of his sleeve, a sunbon needle dropped into Haku's hand. He was about to enter the house and finish the mission by killing Tazuna. Suddenly, a strange vortex appeared overhead, and Haku instantly stopped and retreated. You materialized, his small figure hovering in midair. In that instant, Haku understood he had underestimated this child after all. A low, guarded voice sounded from beneath the mask. Just what are you? Yu's little feet touched down softly. My name is Hyuga Yu. I'm a shinobi. Haku's eyes lowered. Hyuga, the prestigious clan of the Leaf. Their Kekkei Genkai is the Byakugan, but I've never heard of the Byakugan having space-time abilities. You dodged the question with a chuckle. Well, maybe it does. Haku straightened, his tone serious. You must have known I was a shinobi all along. Why didn't you expose me? You said, that wouldn't be any fun. Besides, police officers need to catch criminals in the act. If you haven't done anything wrong, I have no reason to step in. You really are an unconventional child, but at this point, I won't be holding back, Bai replied, lifting his sunbon and taking up a fighting stance. You tilted her little head and chuckled. Hee, are you sure you want to fight here? This isn't just Dazna's house, you know. Bai glanced at the ring of houses around them and said in a low voice, do you think I'd care about people who have nothing to do with this? You grinned. Hee, if that were true, you would have gone after Dazna back on the bridge. You wouldn't have bothered helping to save anyone. Bai, struck at his weak spot, could only relent. You really are a handful. Fine, let's move somewhere else. You pointed behind Bai. That bridge looks pretty sturdy. Let's fight there. Bai looked back and nodded. As you wish. Swish, swish. The two now faced off atop the Grand Bridge. You stretched her limbs, warming up. The loser has to grant the winner one request, okay? Bai responded sternly. Losers have no right to choose. Whether it's their fortune or their life, that's the rule of the ninja world. You straightened up, and her smile faded. What if my request is for you to kill Zabuza, and then I'll let you go? Bai answered without hesitation. Then I'd rather end it myself. You raised her hand to form the opposing seal. Very well, let's do this. Bai mirrored the seal. I won't hold back. Water-style secret art. 1,000 flying water needles. He struck first, turning water into countless sunbon needles that shot toward you from nearly every angle. Hee, I'll take that head on. Yu's small hands formed seals, and the windmill on her collar spun. Fire-style, grand fireball technique. Whoosh! A massive, towering fireball erupted from Yu's mouth, instantly engulfing the water sunbon. Bai exclaimed, he's using fire style against water style? There's absolutely no rhyme or reason to his attacks. Boom! The surging flames devoured the 1,000 flying water needles and continued barreling toward Bai's position. With a grave expression, Bai thought, but the power of this fire style, it's absolutely astonishing. Feeling the heat rush in, Bai retreated, his gaze flicking to the bridge beneath his feet. But fortunately, I've got the terrain on my side. He quickly formed signs with his hands. Water style, water formation wall. A torrent of seawater surged up from both sides of the bridge, forming a thick wall to block the flames. Crash! Yet the barrier was instantly vaporized, shrouding the bridge in clouds of steam. Even so, Bai, as a trained ninja, kept his composure in the face of danger. Though he was at a disadvantage from the very beginning, he never lost his composure, instead catching every subtle shift in the misty air. A shadow darted past with lightning speed. There you are. The moment he hurled his sunbon, the shadow flickered away, reappearing somewhere else. He retreated while keeping up his defense, predicting the shadow's next position and calmly throwing his sunbon, but every single one was dodged with ghost-like speed. So fast, unbelievably fast. He couldn't read his opponent's movements at all. A rapid series of footsteps suddenly thundered from all directions across the wooden planks of the bridge, the pressure and momentum generated by you alone rivaling the charge of an entire army. How about this, then? Haku's hands flew through a series of seals. Ice release, exploding ice crystals. With a sharp, crackling sound, the water scattered around his feet surged up, freezing into razor-sharp crystals that shot out in every direction. The sound of shattering ice echoed all around, fragments breaking again and again. A playful laugh rang out as the shadow closed in, delivering a swift, almost weightless sweeping kick. Caught off guard, Haku barely managed to raise his arms in defense. A heavy blow sent him flying. He crashed onto the surface of the sea, rolled several times, and finally steadied himself. Staring at the bridge dozens of meters away, he was shaken. What overwhelming taijutsu! Just how much power is hidden in that, although he found himself at a disadvantage right from the start. He didn't lose his composure for a moment, staying sharp and alert to every subtle movement hidden in the misty air. A shadow darted toward him. There you are. He flung his sunbon needles, but the shadow flickered away to another spot before they even landed. He retreated while fending off attacks, predicting his opponent's movements, and calmly hurled more sunbon, but every throw was effortlessly dodged by the shadow's uncanny speed. So fast. Unbelievably fast. It was impossible to read his movements. Suddenly, the planks of the bridge all around reverberated with pounding footsteps, each impact echoing with such force that the pressure felt as if an army were bearing down on him. Then how about this? Haku quickly formed hand seals. Ice release, exploding ice crystals. The water at his feet surged upward, freezing into razor-sharp shards, which shot out in all directions. The sound of ice shattering rang out again and again, a chorus of cracking and splintering. A chuckle preceded the shadow's next move. He was suddenly upon Haku, sweeping in with a deceptively light kick. Caught off guard, Haku raised both arms in defense. The blow landed with a thunderous impact, sending Haku flying. He tumbled across the surface of the water before steadying himself, eyes fixed on the distant bridge. In awe, he thought, what overwhelming taijutsu! How much strength is hidden in that unassuming little body. If I hadn't armored my arms with ice release, they'd be destroyed by now. Fragments of ice slid from beneath his sleeves. Then he saw you, poised atop the bridge's crossbeam, launching himself headfirst like a human battering ram. If I get hit by that horned head, I'll be crushed to pieces. Haku's hands flew through a complex sequence of seals, channeling a surge of chakra into the water at his feet, preparing his ultimate defense. Ice release. Ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. Ice surged up before him, forming a barrier so thick it seemed almost absurd. Yet, the instant Yu's head struck, the wall lasted less than a second before shattering. Luckily, in that split second, as the ice broke, Haku used the water body flicker to evade to the other side. You came to a stop amid the swirling waves, turning to face Haku. The veins at his temples bulged, a clear sign of the Byakugan's activation, but his lips still curled in a casual, almost playful smile. I think our warm-up is just about over, don't you? You're right. Haku took a deep breath, forming an intricate string of hand seals. Secret art of ice release. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Drawing power from the sea itself, dozens of dazzling ice mirrors solidified all around, forming a closed formation. In a flash, Haku slipped into one of the mirrors, and suddenly, every mirror reflected his image, each one raising a sunbon. This is the strongest ice release technique I can use right now. If this still isn't enough to stop you. A storm of sunbon needles burst forth from every reflection. Countless needles launched a relentless, all-encompassing attack from dozens of ice mirrors. Swish! Out on the sea, you spun on her feet, whipping up a swirling cyclone. 8 trigrams, infinite heavenly revolve. Boom! A whirling surge of white energy instantly cut off every single attack from the needles. In that expanding wave, powerful white fists burst outward in all directions. Crack! Crack! The sea swelled, and the ice mirrors shattered. Haku tumbled helplessly onto the water surface. Amidst his despair, a sense of resolve welled up inside him. Forgive me, Zabuza. I'm truly no match for this child. I can only die to atone for my failure. He formed a seal without hesitation and drove the needles mercilessly toward the vital spot on his own neck. Whoosh! You flashed in front of him, deftly catching his wrist. Swish! But Haku, with a sudden movement, pulled you into his arms. His voice was complicated. On the bridge, I saw you use body flicker to save that person. So I gambled that you wouldn't just stand by and let me die. I'm sorry for using you like this, but I have my reasons. I can't afford to lose. This ice release technique will freeze you from the inside out. This is the end. Secret art of ice release. Frozen touch. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Bone-chilling ice release chakra surged through you, freezing her solid from the inside out. Haku's uplifted hand trembled, then clenched tight. Crunch. Yu's frozen body shattered with the sound of breaking ice, scattering pieces across the sea's surface. With the last of his strength, Haku collapsed onto the water. His white mask slipped off, revealing a pale face still haunted by lingering emotion. Now, I can finally be a worthy tool for Zabuza, and keep on living. Crackle, crackle, crackle. But the shards of ice on the sea began to reassemble, taking shape once again into Yu's form. Haku's pupils contracted in shock. This can't be. You smiled. Hey, the ice release transformation technique lets you turn your body into ice element. Want to learn it? I can teach you. After I reunite you with Zabuza, that is... Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy windmill spun furiously. Swoosh. From beneath Yu's feet, the entire surface of the sea instantly froze over. Haku let out a bitter laugh. Our abilities aren't even on the same level. I admit defeat. Go ahead and kill me. Sizzle. Yu's eyes shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan, locking onto Haku's gaze. Come on, tell me where Zabuza is hiding. On the frozen sea. Freed from the illusion, Haku's will completely crumbled. I betrayed Zabuza. You crouched beside him, propping her chin on her small hand. It's not really betrayal, you know. No one can resist the illusion of the Sharingan. Haku forced a bitter smile, his voice desolate. Either way, I'm useless to Lord Zabuza now. I can't go on living as his tool. You gazed intently at Haku, your words layered with meaning. So, tell me, do you want to know what you truly mean to Zabuza? A faint glimmer flickered in Haku's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. I don't dare to think about that. I can't even allow myself to hope for it. You looked at Haku with a gaze that seemed to pierce right through to his soul. But deep down, isn't that exactly what you long for? To be cared for, not merely used, to be seen not as a tool, but as a real person in your own right. Haku remained silent. You continued, your eyes lingering on Haku, the weight of your words settling between you. A person's heart is like this frozen sea. If you never break through the ice, you'll never see what lies beneath. You're simply afraid of disappointment, and so you lack the courage to shatter that surface. But I can help you. Still, Haku said nothing, only clenching his fist tighter. With a flick of your sleeve, you stood up, turning your gaze toward the dark horizon. Your tone shifted abruptly. Never mind. Since you're not interested, I'll just go take care of Zabuza myself. In a flash, Haku seized your ankle. No, please, don't do that. What do you want from me? A sly smile played on your lips as your demeanor changed once more. Well, it goes like this and like this. After hearing your explanation, Haku looked at you in disbelief. And what do you get out of this? You laughed. Huh, there's nothing for me to gain, but nothing to lose either, right? Haku relented. Fine, I agree. But I have just one request. No matter what, promise me you won't harm him. You help Haku onto your shoulder. What about your two companions? Aren't you worried about them? I figured that ice wouldn't hold you for long, but you didn't break them out with you? Don't worry. Among this group, I'm not the only monster. The hot spring was frozen solid. Hey, Sasuke, say something. At his age, Sasuke's chakra reserves weren't all that high to begin with. After using Chidori back-to-back, he was completely spent, leaving him unable to fight off the biting cold of the ice for long. Come on, Sasuke, wake up, you hear me? With Sasuke still unresponsive, Naruto's frustration began to boil over. He struggled desperately to free his arms from the ice. If he could just form a hand sign, he'd shatter the ice in no time. But right now, his arms were so numb he couldn't even move them. They simply wouldn't obey him. Second by second, time slipped away, and Sasuke's situation was growing ever more dire. Damn it, I'm too weak. I can't do anything. Just as Naruto was sinking into despair, a voice echoed from deep within him. A voice he hadn't heard in a long time. Well, what a sorry sight you are. Naruto's pupils shrank in shock. You're the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails sneered. To think, the vessel of my power, relying on that little Hyuga brat for everything. Naruto shouted, shut up. You is my friend, and he's also helped me a lot. If you say one more bad thing about him, I'll punch you. Kurama snorted. Humph. He's just a little runt, whether I say it or not, that's what he is. But what really amuses me, Naruto, is you. Without Hyuga, you wouldn't get anything done. Naruto retorted. You taught me so much. Without his help, I'd still be dead last at the Ninja Academy. Kurama huffed. If you ask me, being dead last had more potential. Maybe that Hyuga you realized it too, which is why he stopped interfering so much in certain things. Naruto demanded. What are you trying to say? Kurama said, instead of relying on that brat, you'd be better off relying on me. Naruto's whiskers blurred, and his eyes flashed with the slitted pupils of a demon fox. A low, bubbling rumble echoed as red chakra bubbled up from his skin, cloaking him in the fox's shroud. The heat radiating from him melted the thick ice in an instant. With a mighty crash, Naruto scooped Sasuke up and leapt to the edge of the hot spring pool. Sasuke was stiff and frozen, teetering on the edge of danger. Naruto stared intensely at his own hand, now wrapped in a crimson fox's paw. He turned his palm over and pressed it to Sasuke's abdomen. Chakra surged, pulsing with a bubbling intensity. Kurama was stunned. What? He actually transformed my chakra instantly to match Sasuke's nature and transferred it into him. This kid, he's grown this much without me even noticing. While healing Sasuke, Naruto spoke to Kurama in his mind. Hey, Kurama, you're actually right. Until now, I've depended too much on you. I got used to his care and started getting comfortable with things as they are. If I keep going like this, I'll drift further and further from my dream of becoming Hokage. So from now on, I've decided I won't rely on anyone anymore. That includes you. But just this once, thank you. Kurama huffed. You little brat, always talking big. Without my power, you won't get very far. Naruto's lips curled into a smile. You're mistaken. I said I wouldn't depend on you. I never said I wouldn't use your strength. Since I'm the one giving you a place to stay, isn't it only natural I can call on your chakra? Kurama's eyes bulged with bloodshot rage. What did you say? Do you even know who you're talking to? Naruto smiled calmly. You can act as fierce as you want, but you don't scare me anymore. You know, while you were ignoring me, I kept having this dream, where we fought side by side. The Nine-Tails was beside itself with rage, desperate to break free and tear Naruto's throat apart. Stop dreaming. I am the greatest of all tailed beasts, the nine-tailed demon fox feared by the world, not some. Pet for a brat like you. Take a good look at yourself. You don't even deserve to carry my shoes, let alone command me. Get ready, because the next time I appear, I'll take your body for myself without a shred of mercy. With that venomous declaration, the Nine-Tails abruptly severed its connection with Naruto. Naruto mumbled to himself. In my dream, the Nine-Tails' real name was Q something? Maybe it wasn't. Whatever. I'll ask it next time I get the chance. As his chakra returned, Sasuke regained consciousness. He sat up, staring at the fading cloak of the demon fox's chakra that had just enveloped Naruto. This chakra doesn't belong to Naruto himself. Is this the power Itachi once mentioned? The so-called Nine-Tails sealed inside him? Naruto asked, how are you feeling? Sasuke's body was still a bit stiff, but he replied, I'm fine now. If you still got some strength left, hurry and get to Tazuna. I think that Ice Jutsu Ninja's real target is Tazuna. Attacking Kakashi was just a distraction. But Naruto, ignoring his advice, slung Sasuke's arm over his own shoulder, supporting him. Sasuke protested, Hey, I told you to hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Naruto grinned. Idiot. In times like this, do you really need to ask whether we choose our comrades or the mission? Besides, Yu's already gone to face the enemy. If he's gone alone, it means he's confident. We just have to trust him. A faint, barely noticeable blush crept onto Sasuke's face, and he huffed. You really are hopeless. Always messing around when you should be reliable. Don't think you can make up for your mistakes just by doing this. Whoosh. Well, the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi. Amidst a swirling void, you strode confidently right up to Zabuza. Those horns, you're the metal lump that kid was carrying on his back. Zabuza gripped his executioner's blade and slowly rose to his feet, his eyes narrowing. So you're here. That means you failed, didn't you? No matter. He was just a tool to me anyway. Ignoring Zabuza's words, you reached into his cloak. Swish. Zabuza instinctively leapt back, blade at the ready. But you simply turned over a small hourglass, setting it at his feet. Straightening up, he said, You have 5 minutes. I'll stand right here. You can use any means you want. If you can make me move even a single step, I'll let you go. When had the demon of the hidden mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, ever been taunted like this? Blood rushed to Zabuza's head, his eyes blazing with fury. You brat. I'll cut you to pieces with my executioner's blade. Zabuza grabbed his massive executioner's blade and strode powerfully toward you. You remained calm and collected, forming a hand seal with her small hands. Summoning technique, magnetic target. Clack! A fixed, disc-shaped target, about 1.5 meters tall, rose swiftly to her side. Suddenly, the stainless steel blade in Zabuza's hands refused to obey, as if eager to leap straight into the target's embrace. What the? Sensing something was off, Zabuza stubbornly refused to let go. Yet, blade and man alike, he found himself shuffling sideways in an awkward, almost comical dance toward the magnetized target. His rhythm completely thrown, Zabuza gritted his teeth. But he was no ordinary ninja. He'd seen the world. She summoned a magnetic target? But this magnetic force... You grinned. It's made from neodymium magnets, the strongest magnets known to man. Zabuza roared with rage. You think a cheap trick like this could bring me down? Crack! Veins bulged on his arms as he poured chakra into his feet, fighting back against the magnetic pull as he lunged for you. But his stride was ungainly, each step a clumsy, dragging shuffle. Not bad. You flashed another seal. Symmetrically opposite, a second magnetic target sprang to life. Twin magnetic forces. Zabuza's movements grew even more erratic. His sword hand shook uncontrollably. Yet, through sheer willpower and a tug-of-war struggle, he adjusted. His stance, gripped his sword with both hands, and managed to find a precarious balance between the magnets, launching a powerful thrust at you. But all his efforts became a mockery the moment a third magnetic target rose behind him. Three-way magnetic chaos, utter madness. Zabuza fought with every fiber of his being. He clung desperately to the sword, spinning wildly at the center of the triangular magnetic field, like a top caught between invisible hands. It was like Garen spinning with his judgment. Only this time, it was happening against his will. His bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. You brat! You crouched down, munching on sunflower seeds. Now, why not just let go? Haven't you heard? One doesn't need a blade to kill. Swish! To everyone's surprise, Zabuza actually let go. The blade didn't go flying. It simply hovered, suspended in mid-air. Swish, swish, swish. Zabuza's hands flashed through hand seals with astonishing speed. 44 in just 4.44 seconds. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Whoosh. A roaring dragon of water surged up from the earth, crashing into the second magnetic target. With a thunderous boom, the target's base was ripped from the ground, sent tumbling away by the dissipating water dragon. The three-way magnetic balance was shattered. Seizing the moment, Zabuza grabbed his sword, swung in a wide arc toward the second target, and brought his blade down on the disc magnet with deadly precision. Clang! The magnet snapped in two, the lower half still clinging to the pole, while the upper half stuck stubbornly to the blade's broad surface. Without missing a beat, Zabuza charged toward the first magnetic target. With another mighty swing, he split that disc magnet in two as well. The broken magnet spun through the air and snapped onto the other side of the blade. Now, the beheading greatsword, with its squid-like head, felt heavier than before, but Zabuza could still wield it with ease. Oomph. Who knows, maybe with this added weight from the magnet, it'll pack an even greater punch. Zabuza glanced over at you, who stood motionless. Kid, are you out of tricks yet? If you've got more, bring them on. I'll take whatever you throw at me. You smiled, glanced at the hourglass by his feet, and reminded him, you've got 2 minutes left. Zabuza's presence grew icy cold, but his madness faded. He brought 2 fingers together in a sign. I won't let your childish provocations cloud my judgment again. Secret art. Hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist billowed out, blanketing the battlefield in a dense shroud. That's right, he remembered now. His true specialty was the silent killing technique. As he activated the silent killing, a deep crimson chakra surged across his entire body. With astonishing speed, he darted toward you. When silent killing is active, I can channel my bloodlust through the mist, sensing every move my opponent makes. Oh, forming hand signs, are we? Suddenly, the ground was coated in a layer of jelly-like, translucent fluid. This was the counterpart to the sticky release, a different bloodline limit. Flow release. Thud. Mid-sprint, Zabuza slipped, landing squarely on his backside. With a dull thump, he bounced up into the air, thud, hit the ground, bounced over and over 10 times in a row before finally coming to a stop. Zabuza gritted his teeth, forcing down his anger. He scrambled to his feet, sword in hand, but with a splash slipped and fell again. After several failed attempts, he roared in frustration. Kakashi Hitaki, just what kind of ridiculous jutsu have you taught this brat? Yu's voice drifted through the mist. 1 minute left. Zabuza quickly formed hand signs. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. A torrent of water surged from his mouth, washing away the slippery residue from the ground. Sword in hand, he rose up once more, a demon back on the prowl. This time, no matter what ridiculous ninjutsu you try, my blade will sever your head from your shoulders. Yu's laughter echoed in the fog. Well, give it your best shot. Only 30 seconds left. With a swift motion, Zabuza skimmed across the water. As he closed in, he leapt, spinning 3.5 times in midair, his greatsword charged with lethal force, swinging it down at the back of Yu's head. A wild, guttural roar burst out, echoing through the mist. Rage and killing intent unleashed. Broken blade, beheading greatsword. A heavy, resonant clang rang out, and suddenly, Zabuza felt the weight vanish from his hands. A sharp whoosh followed. The broken blade, magnetized on both sides, spun through the air and landed dozens of meters away. The mist gradually faded. Zabuza stared at the beheading sword in his hand, now only a sixth of its original length, and fell into a deep silence. After a long pause, he tossed aside the broken blade, ripped the bandages from his mouth, revealing rows of sharp, shark-like teeth, and burst into a crazed, unhinged laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. You really are a stubborn kid, aren't you? His laughter echoed for nearly 30 seconds before it slowly faded away. The muscles on Zabuza's face had already stiffened. With a dull thud, he fell onto his back, gazing up at the sky with a blank expression, as if he had lost all purpose in life. He muttered, I'm done with swords. I'll never use a blade again. Zabuza, at last, decided he would never kill again. The last grains of sand slipped through the hourglass with a faint rustle. Yu, now released from house arrest, stepped forward. Her small hand picked up the broken sword Zabuza had discarded. Shaking her head, she murmured, Karma always comes full circle. The beheading sword still ends up with you. This must mean that Juzobiwa was always doomed. Even teaming up with Shursui couldn't change his fate. It seems he truly is forsaken by the heavens. Zabuza no longer cared about Yu's origins, nor how she seemed to know this blade's history. His eyes stared blankly at the sky, death the only thing on his mind. Kid, finish me off, will you? To die at the hands of someone like you. Maybe that's a fitting end for Momochi. Zabuza. You smiled softly. Do you really want to die that much? Is it because of Haku's death? Zabuza closed his eyes with a cold indifference. Tools, whether they're here or not. What difference does it make? Go ahead, do it. All right, I'll grant your wish. With a single touch to Zabuza's chest, Yu sealed his chakra, leaving him powerless to resist. Then, she bound him tightly with bandages. Zabuza protested. What are you doing? Hey, I'm taking you somewhere special. Yu slung the broken beheading sword, limited to 1/6 of its original size, across her back, hoisted the now mummified Zabuza overhead, and with a sharp swoosh, vanished from sight, deep within a cavern in the land of waves. Haku was tied high upon a pyre, his feet surrounded by a heap of firewood, the logs drenched in oil. Zabuza lay on the ground like a worm, his head turned to the side, staring intently at the boy on the pyre. Haku, you're still alive. Well now, you're about to witness, with your own eyes, the destruction of your precious tool. If you care for him, remember, you can always call for me to stop. You smiled innocently, holding a small bouquet of flowers, and walked toward the pyre. Zabuza understood exactly what you intended, but he still forced a stubborn smile. Do as you like. To me, that one is nothing more than a tool, through and through. You muttered under a breath. All right then, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. He used a little torch to ignite the firewood. With a sudden whoosh, flames leapt 3 meters high. The person tied to the pyre lifted his face. His pale features bore a pure smile, and in those clear eyes, farewell tears shimmered. Zabuza's gaze trembled sharply. The flames crawled up Haku's body, but there was no pained wailing, only a beautiful, tragic withering. Stop, stop! Zabuza forced out the words through gritted teeth, rough and strained. You turned around with exaggerated slowness, cupping his hand to his ear as if to hear better. What did you say? I didn't catch that. The crackle of the flames blurred the silhouette in the firelight, the shifting shadows pricking at Zabuza's nerves. I said stop. His eyes reddened as he roared from deep within his chest. You feigned ignorance. Why should I stop? Isn't he just your tool? And now that tool is broken. Isn't that what you always said? Finally, Zabuza revealed his true feelings. He's not a tool. To me, Haku is the most important person in the world. A sharp snap. Within the flames, the shadow twisted, losing all trace of its human form. It was all over. Zabuza clutched the bandages on his face tightly, but he could not stop the tears from flowing. Tears mixed with helplessness and regret. Zabuza. Footsteps and a gentle call sounded. What had burned was merely an ice release clone. The real Haku stepped out from the shadows. Tears of happiness glimmered in his eyes. In his wildest dreams, he never imagined Zabuza would weep for him so desperately. Haku. Having lost and found again, Zabuza lifted his trembling hands to cup Haku's cheeks, while Haku's own hands wrapped around Zabuza's. Two hearts, long bound by the cruel laws of the Bloody Mist era and unable to face their true feelings, finally reached each other through the warmth in their palms. And this time, there would be no tragic parting. Hey, you smiled in satisfaction, blew out the pyre, planted the little torch in the ground, and in a flash slipped outside the cave. Half an hour later, Zabuza and Haku emerged, supporting each other. After all, both had suffered wounds in their battle with you. Upon seeing you, Zabuza's cold expression returned. After all, his persona as the demon of the mist wasn't something that could be shed in a moment. But some things must be addressed, sooner or later. Zabuza said, Haku, you tell him. Haku nodded with a smile, stepped forward, and said, Mr. Yu, we've talked it over. We're giving up on Gato's contract. You patted the ground beside him, inviting Haku to sit. Haku sat down next to you, hugging his knees to his chest. You drew circles in the dirt with a small stick. So what are your plans for the future? Haku replied, Kirigakure is utterly intolerant of rogue ninja. Other than fleeing or fighting, we have nowhere else to go. At this point, we can't rely on anyone anymore. You. Well, I do have a suggestion. Haku, oh, I'm all ears. You. The Great Bridge of the Land of Waves is about to be completed. With the rise of maritime trade, the economy here is bound to flourish. If a hidden village were to be established here, its prospects would be bright. Haku, astonished. Are you saying you want to build a hidden village here? You. No, not me. I'm a ninja of the Leaf Village. It wouldn't be proper. More importantly, I don't want to. So this village should be built by you. That way, you wouldn't have to live as fugitives, constantly on the run, nor would you have to depend on others to get by. Haku lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Zabuza joined the conversation. Easy for you to say. But do you know how much money it takes to run a hidden village? Even if the land of waves prospers, that's not going to happen overnight. The current lord of the land of waves can't possibly come up with that much cash. You tossed aside the small wooden stick he'd been playing with and declared boldly, Don't worry about the funding. I'm only asking, are you in or not? Zabuza has studied you closely. This kid is from the Hyuga clan, right? The Hyugas are rich, sure, but that's the family's fortune. Could he really use it as he pleases? That doesn't seem likely. Or maybe he has some other means. With his abilities, it wouldn't be hard. But why is he so strong? Does Kakashi know? Does the Hokage know? If they did, wouldn't they keep him in the village as a secret weapon, instead of letting him roam free? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, and honestly, he couldn't be bothered to try. Fine. If he can get the money, then why not? Good. Then it's settled. You picked up the beheading sword, the limited edition, one of 6, that he'd been sitting on. Here, your sword, he said, offering it back. Zabuza frowned. Keep it. I told you, I'm done with swords. You replied, Oh, is that so? I remember this blade's supposed to repair itself with blood, right? They say it's unbreakable. Zabuza said, Yeah, that's right. It's been broken many times. Ever since its previous owner, Juzo Biwa, died, it's been in pieces. I had to cut down over 100 of Kirigakure's grunts before I could reforge it. Oh, I see. You bit his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the blade. Zabuza, with that tiny bit of blood, you won't even fix a millimeter. Suddenly, the sword, having absorbed used blood, was restored in an instant. Not only that, the newly mended blade gleamed a deep crimson. Zabuza, what? How is this possible? With the wound closed, you raised the towering scarlet blood beheading sword, the blade nearly as tall as himself, swung it toward the trees ahead, and brought it down with a mighty slash. Swish! A stunning arc of blood-red energy split the forest in two. You turned his head and asked Zabuza, who was staring at him in shock, So, do you still want it now? Zabuza hesitated, unable to answer. You sheathed his blade, slinging it across his back, and made a show of leaving. No. Well, in that case, I'll just hand it over to Konoha as a trophy. Wait. Zabuza called out to stop him. You paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were done with the sword? Zabuza's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he broke into a sly grin. I said I wouldn't play with the sword. I never said I wouldn't use it for other things. Zabuza had decided. He would never be done with the sword. You really are thick-skinned. You unfastened the executioner's blade and tossed it over to Zabuza. Zabuza caught the blade, his gaze sliding away as he muttered under his breath. You forced me to say something so embarrassing, and now you're calling me shameless. but I suppose, for the sake of this sword, I'll let it slide. Toot. Yu's ears suddenly grew larger. Hmm? Did you just say something? Zabuza replied. Nothing. By the way, why can your ears get bigger? Hey, it's not just my ears. I can make my nose grow longer too, you know. Toot. As soon as he finished, Yu's nose grew long and poked right into the ground. Expressionless, Zabuza commented, I'm finding it harder and harder to understand you, Konoha Jinin. Haku couldn't help but giggle at their bizarre exchange. Zabuza slung the blood-stained executioner's blade, radiant and striking like a crimson lotus, across his back. Watching Haku's demure, smiling face, he silently vowed, no matter what lies ahead, I will protect that smile. After the chaos of last night's bridge incident, the Land of Waves was greeted by a peaceful morning. Completely unaware that he had narrowly escaped death at Haku's hands, Tazuna made his way to the open-air warehouse. Staring at the abandoned half of the crane's framework, he was at a total loss. Repairing it was out of the question now. The upper half of the crane, along with the control room, had plunged into the sea. The cost of salvaging it would be enough to buy 10 new cranes. Tazuna sat on a crate, staring at the bridge's blueprints, frowning and muttering to himself. We don't have the money for a new crane. With what's left, we'll have to do everything by hand. Who knows how long that'll delay the project. Just then, Kichi arrived at the warehouse with the construction crew. Without a word, he dropped to his knees. Tazuna, I'm so sorry. Tazuna quickly set aside the blueprints and rushed over to help him up. Kichi, what are you doing? Kichi launched into a textbook apology. It was all my fault for getting drunk and messing things up for everyone. If I didn't kneel and beg forgiveness, I'd never forgive myself. Dasna, too, offered a textbook apology. No, this isn't just your fault. As the person in charge of building the bridge, I failed to recognize the pressure you were all under. I neglected my duty. From now on, let's work together, and I believe the bridge will be finished on time. With renewed determination, the construction crew rallied and returned to the site. But when they arrived, Dasna's wrench slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground in shock. Kichi, along with the rest of the nameless workers, all stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Ow! How is this possible? The sea had frozen over. White claws of ice reached up from the frozen water, gripping the bridge's pillars. The Land of Waves was a temperate place. Even in the harshest winter, the sea never froze. And now, with spring yielding to summer and the weather warming, such a sight should be impossible. People, in their ignorance, often ascribe what they cannot explain to the heavens. This is truly a blessing from above. With the ocean frozen, Gato can't get here. That's right. At least until the ice melts, we're safe. While the crowd erupted in cheers, Dasna wore a troubled expression. But that ninja, Zabuza, he's still somewhere in the Land of Waves, waiting to take my life. A cheerful voice interrupted. Don't worry about it. Zabuza won't be causing any more trouble. You approached with Naruto and Sasuke at his side. Dasna stared in disbelief. Is that true? You explained, last night while you were all asleep, Zabuza and his companion showed up. We defeated them, and he promised not to bother you again. Hearing this, Dasna's brief hope was quickly doused. And you believe someone like that? Why didn't you just finish them once and for all? You sounded a bit displeased. We have no personal grudge with Zabuza. Why should we go to such extremes? Dasna grimaced. But how can you guarantee they won't go back on their word? You're still young. You don't understand how cruel the world can be. Indeed, that's why you tricked Konoha, paying for a C-rank mission but expecting the work of an A-rank team. You didn't bother arguing further. If you don't believe me, I can call Zabuza here to personally promise you. Dasna's attitude instantly shifted. No, that won't be necessary. We're friends now, aren't we? No need to be so formal, haha. But by the way, isn't Kakashi Hitaki still asleep? The three of you handled this on your own. Naruto looked a bit conflicted and replied, Sasuke and I didn't do much. You took care of it himself. Oh, so that's how it is. Tazuna fixed his gaze on you. Wait a minute. Aren't you just a genin? Zabuza is a jonin, isn't he? And his partner must at least be a jonin too. You're a genin, and you could take on 2 jonin? Then why are you still a genin? You replied, that's because I just graduated from the Ninja Academy and haven't taken the Chunin exams yet. Well, alright then. Tazuna muttered inwardly. So, Zabuza's skills as a ninja aren't as formidable as I imagined. But then, how did Kakashi Hitaki get beaten so badly last time? Could it be that he was holding back on purpose? This world really is full of schemes and hidden traps. By the way, where's that handsome boy who was with you all at the hot spring yesterday? He's Zabuza's partner. What did you say? A cold sweat broke out across Tazuna's back in an instant. Fortunately, all the trouble has been settled. Now, as long as we finish the bridge before the ice melts. Naruto glanced at the small crowd behind Tazuna, barely 100 people, and scratched his head. Looks like you're still shorthanded. How about I help too? Tazuna smiled faintly. Naruto, I appreciate your offer, but all of us here are experienced bridge builders. When it comes to ninjutsu, you ninja have the advantage, but as for bridge building, well, multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. With a series of popping sounds and billowing white smoke, thousands of Narutos appeared, lining up in formation. Naruto declared, taking charge, it's true I'm not good at building bridges, but there's strength in numbers. Just leave all the heavy lifting to me and my shadow clones. Whoa, ninjas are truly incredible. Ninjas are so handy. With this, even without the tower crane, the bridge will definitely be finished on time. Now we can finally get a break from all this exhausting manual labor. Young man from the Hidden Leaf, you're practically the savior of the land of waves. Maybe we won't have to pay wages after all. Once the initial shock wore off, the people showered Naruto with praise. Yet beneath their compliments, each quietly harbored their own little thoughts that only they themselves knew. Tazuna's eyes grew misty with emotion. All right then, Naruto, once this bridge is complete, we'll name it after you. This kid might be a bit simple, but he's destined for greatness. If I keep him close when I'm gone, Inari will have a powerful protector. One has to admit, for an ordinary man, Tazuna truly had vision. Huh, name the bridge after me? Is that really okay? The one thing Naruto couldn't resist was being recognized by others. Surrounded by their cheers and praise, he completely lost himself. Sasuke shook his head. What an idiot. He's just too sincere. He had tried to stop it beforehand. Yet Naruto was full of determination. Most of the time, it's been you handling everything. I haven't been of much help at all, and honestly, I feel bad about it. At the very least, I should do something within my power to help out. Yu thought to himself, good thing this is a world ruled by chakra. Otherwise, with Naruto's habit of taking on everything himself and never asking for anything in return, he'd be an absolute favorite among exploitative employers. Pop, pop, pop. As these thoughts flitted by, a few white bubbles of resentment floated up from atop Yu's head. Unlike the black ones, the white bubbles were unique to Yu's own grievances. Huh? Why am I suddenly reminded of the cause of my kidney failure in my previous life? No, this won't do. We shouldn't complain about life. We must always keep smiling. This time around, I just wanted to take it easy. But what can you do when your abilities won't allow it? Guess I'll just have to become a ruthless boss. With that, a sly grin crept across Yu's face, the same one as the smile enhancer he wore. I'm going to use Gato's money to start an investment company, one that specializes in investing in talented ninjas. Hey, you two, if you're not going to work, go play somewhere else. Don't get in the way here. While Naruto led his army of thousands of shadow clones to help build the bridge in the land of waves, Sasuke wasn't sitting idle either. What were the terms you mentioned earlier for teaching me the transformation of the Chidori? Just say it. As long as it isn't eating crap, I'll agree to anything. Huh, eating crap. You're so behind the times, Sasuke. You had long since outsourced anything related to crap to his stand-in agents and to the next Hokage, Itachi Uchiha. Having left behind the dark chapters of his past and undergone a dazzling transformation, you now felt as smooth and spotless as a bar of premium laundry soap. You stated his requirement calmly. I want the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to hold a joint dance party. A joint dance party? What's that? That actually sounds kind of interesting. So exciting. Inside, Sasuke was practically clawing at the walls with anticipation, but outwardly, he only showed a bit of contemplation and a hint of hesitation. After all, having gone through hundreds of punishment games, he learned one thing well. Never let your true thoughts show on your face. A joint party? Huh? That's not really up to me. I'd have to go back and get my father's approval. It might be tough, but I'll do my best to convince him. Ha, Dad and the others will definitely agree. Our clan has been craving an event like this for ages. You could hear his inner voice as clear as day, but chose not to call him out on it. Then it's settled. We have a deal. Not wanting Naruto to catch him practicing in secret, Sasuke found a spot far away from the construction site. The transformation of the Chidori wasn't actually that difficult. However, at this stage, Sasuke's chakra was so meager that he could only use Chidori twice a day. This greatly limited the frequency with which he could practice. In the past, it was only after gaining the power of the Curse Seal and training under Orochimaru for 3 years that he finally mastered a whole series of Chidori's form transformations. Out in the open ground, you patiently demonstrated and explained form transformation is the advanced technique of Chidori. First, you need to fully master the Chidori at your current level. Sasuke, you still need to form hand seals to use Chidori, don't you? Sasuke nodded. Yeah, that's right. Start by practicing repeatedly, gradually reducing the steps for making hand seals until you can use it without any seals at all. Like this. With a sharp crack, Dazzling blue lightning burst forth from Yu's hand. Transitioning from using hand seals to not needing them at all is a process. It's not as though you can just decide to stop and do it instantly. The only way is to keep practicing and build up your proficiency. Crack. After forming the seals, Sasuke activated Chidori, but he was about to let it dissipate right away, so he could try again. You reminded him, don't let it go just yet. Try to maintain the Chidori, hold it for as long as you can, and let it fade on its own at your limit. This will help you build endurance and make the technique more usable. I see. Following the instructions, Sasuke maintained the Chidori for 20 seconds before it finally faded away. Ugh. As the lightning flickered out, Sasuke's knees buckled and he sank to the ground. You asked what's wrong. Sasuke replied, holding Chidori for that long uses up a lot of energy. Before I can use it again, there's a brief moment where my chakra is completely spent. But it's fine, I'll overcome it. He straightened his knees and formed the seals again. Crackle. Lightning flared once more, but this time it was clear Sasuke was struggling even more. Even his Sharingan, which he didn't need to activate, spun to life in response. He gritted his teeth, body taut, and features contorted as if in agony. Thud! 10 seconds later, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. You observed. You really don't realize where the problems are until you try. You're tensing way too many unnecessary muscles. Sasuke panted. Yeah, I guess it's just a reflex. You said, a reflex, huh? Fine. Open your Sharingan if you must, but why are you also clenching your pelvic muscles? Are you trying to draw chakra from somewhere else? Get rid of these bad habits. Sasuke, still catching his breath, replied, All right, I'll pay attention next time, but right now, I'm completely out of chakra. All right then. You reached into his pocket and poured out a handful of colorful candies. With a click, Sasuke popped the candy in his mouth, and his chakra was instantly restored. I never realized before how amazing Yu's special candies are. They restore chakra so quickly. With a burst of energy, Sasuke sprang up and resumed his training. After 2 more rounds of Chidori, Sasuke's chakra was depleted again. Yu was already peeling another piece of candy for him. Crackle. Crackle. Snap. Crackle. Crackle. Snap. 1 candy for 2 birds, again and again, an endless cycle. Sasuke's mastery of the Chidori was improving at an impressive pace. After about 1,000 repetitions, he could perform Chidori without needing to weave hand signs and could maintain the technique for over 60 seconds in a single go. This feels incredible. Using my ultimate move over and over, as if chakra cost me nothing. Sasuke burst out laughing, his excitement shining through the 2 dark cavities in his teeth. At least you're enjoying yourself. In just this short while, I've used up a year's worth of candy. You pouted, not truly heartbroken over the sweets, but tormented by the Chidori's high-pitched screeching, an intermittent, piercing sound that seemed to drill into her ears like a form of torture. In the end, you decided to silence Sasuke's soundtrack, using her secret technique, the divine Marsh River ear command. Truth be told, without the original sound effects, simply watching their facial expressions and reading their lips became its own kind of fun. She could imagine what the words would sound like in Chinese or English, letting her mind fill in the blanks. By dusk, after 2,000 rounds of Chidori practice, you dug into the very bottom of her pockets and fished out the last piece of candy, handing it to Sasuke for one final burst of energy. That should do it. Now, try working on shape transformation. All right. Sasuke focused, and the lightning of his Chidori flickered and coalesced, becoming wildly unpredictable. You offered some guidance. The essence of shape transformation is to turn chaotic chakra into order, and this order. With conscious effort, Sasuke drew the lightning together, making it denser and smoother. With even finer control, the lightning at his fingertips sharpened into a blade a meter long, a youthful version of the Chidori sharp spear. You thought to herself, Sasuke truly has a gift for shape transformation. He's figured it out so quickly. But Sasuke wasn't satisfied. 1 meter is my limit. If I try to extend it further, the whole structure falls apart. You replied, You've already crossed the river by feeling for the stones. From here, you can finish on your own. Of course, with your current chakra reserves, 2 meters is probably your max. The lightning receded from Sasuke's palm with a soft sizzle. He lowered his small, blackened hand and asked earnestly, So as long as I have enough chakra, I can keep extending this technique? Just like you did on the bridge. You smiled, her eyes full of meaning. You'll understand in time. The true maximum range of the Chidori Sharp Spear is 5 meters, the same version Sasuke now wields. Use 50-meter Chidori Sharp Spear, though, was achieved by unlocking it through the 8 Gates technique. If you've forgotten what the 8 Gates are, you can revisit Chapter 31. The days spent training were fulfilling yet fleeting. After an exhausting day, Naruto and Sasuke returned and fell asleep the instant their heads touched the pillows. Late at night, unable to sleep, you tossed and turned before wandering down to the frozen edge of the sea. I miss my little wife back home. Let's wrap up this mission soon. With a soft hum, Yu's body dissolved into light, which then gathered under the moon to form a tall, pale yellow figure. Light released transformation technique, Kizaru form. He crossed his arms, radiant beams of light forming a dazzling cross. In a sudden burst, beams of light rained down like a torrential storm, smashing the ice atop the sea to pieces. From afar, standing by the cave, Zabuza and Haku silently witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. Haku asked, "Why would our benefactor do something like this?" Zabuza replied, "Most likely to let someone in, someone who probably deserves it." With Naruto, the strongest volunteer, on their team, the bridge construction progressed at a pace as absurd as a crow flying an airplane. By the evening of the next day, the bridge's main structure was complete, and the remaining finishing touches seemed like a trivial matter. With a series of muffled pops, over 1,000 shadow clones vanished in swirling puffs of smoke. Naruto lay sprawled on the bridge's surface, the scent of asphalt still lingering in the air, basking in the fading glow of sunset. His grimy orange jacket shimmered with sweat, and the exhaustion and fulfillment etched on his face turned into a quiet murmur. The last time I was this wiped out was when I was training on the Raisin Shuriken under Yu's guidance. So it turns out Naruto was the first to start pushing himself. He had mastered the wind release. Raisin Shuriken a year ago, but after you pointed out its side effects, he temporarily sealed it away. Soft, careful footsteps approached. A small figure in overalls came up and handed Naruto a box of milk, a specialty from the Land of Waves. Startled, Naruto looked up and asked in surprise, "Inari, is this for me?" "Yeah." Inari's cheeks flushed red as he nodded, then shyly added, "Thank you for saving me before and for everything you've done for Grandpa and everyone these past few days." Naruto, caught off guard by the kindness, took the milk gratefully and gulped it down. Utterly satisfied, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing. It's the best milk I've ever tasted." "Thank you, Inari." Inari mumbled, "No need to thank me. Compared to what you've done, this is nothing at all." Naruto didn't quite catch that. What I've done really is nothing special, but if I can help everyone out, even just a little, that's more than enough for me. To be so sincerely honest, such people almost seem a bit out of the ordinary. Inari said, "I can't believe there are idiots like you out there." "Idiot?" Naruto retorted with an air of seriousness. No, I'm definitely not an idiot. In fact, I'm even better than a certain someone who calls himself a genius. And one day, I'll become the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village." Inari replied with a knowing look. "Only idiots insist they're not idiots. And by the way, that cold-faced big brother told me you used to be the worst in your class." "Huh?" Naruto's face turned red as he was exposed, unable to keep his composure. "Sasuke, that guy. I can't believe he's bad-mouthing me behind my back." Inari grinned slyly. "No, actually I just guessed it. I heard him call you dead last. There must be a reason for that. Seems I was right." Naruto exploded in frustration. "Ayakak, I can't believe I fell for your trick. Old man Mizuno was right. The world really is full of cunning people. Can't believe even a little kid like you could outsmart me." Just then, standing not far away with her back to the setting sun, Tsunami couldn't help but laugh. Inari's been talking non-stop about wanting to become a great hero like Big Brother Naruto ever since that night. Inari panicked. "Mom, what are you saying? I never said anything like that." Tsunami covered her mouth, feigning surprise. "Oh my, did I accidentally let slip what you said while dreaming?" So little Inari didn't want Big Brother Naruto to find out. "You're an idiot too, Mom." Inari yanked his hat down to hide his blushing face and darted away to the side. Watching this lively scene unfold by the bridge, Tazuna and the others couldn't help but burst into genuine laughter. If, in the beginning, their praise and gratitude for Naruto were driven by self-interest, after spending the past 2 days together, they had truly been won over by the boundless positivity radiating from this child. He really gave his all to help this country, never asking for anything in return. Sincerity has a way of crossing all boundaries, outshining doubt and calculation. Naruto was still the same Naruto, changing those around him without even realizing it. Tazuna gazed up at the grand bridge stretching over the sea, a spark lighting in his weathered eyes. Naruto Bridge. It truly lives up to its name. Just as everyone was about to call it a day and enjoy a well-earned rest, a fleet of ships flying black flags surged in across the water, exuding menace. Tazuna's face fell. Those are ships from the Gado Company. What was meant to happen had finally arrived. Inside the small house, Kakashi awoke from his slumber. Still dazed, he listened as Yu and Sasuke filled him in on all that had happened during his 3 days of unconsciousness. So that's how it is. If he didn't already have some understanding of these kids' abilities, he might have thought he was still dreaming. With his ever-lazy, half-lidded eyes, he stared at the horned, harmless-faced boy before him. I never would have imagined that Zabuza Momochi would actually be defeated by this child, and not only that, he was persuaded as well. It seems I really underestimated his abilities. He's definitely not just at the level of a regular jonin. Perhaps, calling him an elite jonin wouldn't be an exaggeration. Coupled with the natural camouflage that comes with being a child, it makes sense that Zabuza would let his guard down and lose. To be honest, at this age, to possess such strength, apart from Itachi, I've never seen a second person like him. In Kakashi's heart, he was already someone who could be compared to Itachi. Once he'd made sense of the situation, he turned his attention to himself. How strange. I've slept for 3 days, yet I don't feel the slightest bit tired. And this feeling of chakra, so full and abundant. I've never experienced anything like it before. Kakashi lifted the blanket and discovered Make-Out Paradise. That's odd. I remember putting this book in my jacket pocket. Could it be no? That's impossible. No one ever puts Make-Out Paradise back properly after reading it. Absolutely not. It must have fallen out when they were moving me. That's the only explanation. Kakashi tucked the book away, then said seriously, "By the way, has Naruto not come back yet? Now that the crisis is over, we'll stay one more night, then we can wrap up this mission and report back to the village." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. Thump, thump, thump. Tsunami burst in, breathless and anxious. Something's wrong. Something terrible has happened. It's a disaster. A huge disaster. Who is she? In this small country, there's a beauty like this? Come to think of it, she looks just like the woman on the cover of Make-Out Paradise. Kakashi had passed out early and never met Tizuna's daughter, Tsunami. Seeing her now, right after thinking of Make-Out Paradise, made the connection pop into his head. But as a professionally trained ninja, Kakashi knew to prioritize. He said, "Don't panic. Take your time and tell us. What exactly happened?" Tsunami replied, Gato has brought a large group of exiled samurai. They're after my father's life." Kakashi immediately realized, "Your father, Mr. Tizuna?" Sasuke cracked his knuckles, eager for action. About time. Let's take down the mastermind behind all this and get back to the village." With the Chunin exams coming up, he didn't want this mission delaying anything important in his life. Yu and Sasuke got ready to move. Wait a moment. Kakashi stood up, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You, Sasuke, you two don't need to fight anymore. Leave the rest to me." His gaze was sharper than ever. "If I let my subordinates handle all the tough problems, where's the dignity in being the team leader? How would I even write that in the mission report?" Swish. He straightened his forehead protector, buzz. The Mangekyo Sharingan, hidden beneath the 3 tomo, appeared in his eye. Sasuke was suddenly startled. "That's just like my brother's." Kakashi Hataki's face hardened, his fighting spirit ablaze. "Perfect. Let's see what this brand new Sharingan can do." On the bridge, the two groups stood locked in a tense standoff. A short man, leaning on a diamond-studded cane, strutted forward, surrounded by his bizarrely dressed samurai bodyguards. Naruto shielded Inari behind him with one hand, staring ahead. "Who's that squat guy with the lion's mane?" Inari's small hand clutched tightly at Naruto's sleeve as he gritted his teeth. "That's Kato." He could never forget the scene 3 years ago when his stepfather, Kaiza, was executed. His admiration for Kaiza, his dream of being a hero, it had all been crushed under Kato's swaggering cruelty. That man was his shadow, the very source of his fear, and the root of all the cowardice that had gripped the people of the Land of Waves. With each step Kato took, the people behind Naruto shrank back, retreating as one. Though Kato stood less than 5 feet tall, the imposing presence of his henchmen made him seem larger than life, like the Axe Gang in Kung Fu Hustle, sweeping in under a gathering cloud of menace. From behind his dark glasses, Kato's gaze flickered between the bridge and the crowd. His cheeks bulged as he chewed on something like beetle nut, muttering, "Everyone who should have died still lives, and the damn bridge is finished. What's that useless Zabuza doing?" Beside him, a burly, one-eyed samurai tapped his shoulder with the flat of his blade, bloodlust in his tone. "That's why you can't trust ninjas, Mr. Kato. You should have let us samurai handle this from the start." Kato snorted, making no effort to hide his disdain. Tizuna stepped forward. "Kato, I'm the one who decided to build this bridge. If you have a problem, take it out on me." Clang. Kato slammed his cane down, his villainy laid bare. "You naive old fool. Do you really think that with me here, it ends with just your death? All of you are going to die. And as for this bridge you worked so hard to build, it belongs to the Kato Company now. Don't worry, I'll squeeze every last bit of profit out of it." Swish. The samurai surged forward as one. Naruto formed a sign with 4 fingers. Ninja art. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Boom! From a cloud of white smoke, only about 10 shadow clones emerged. Naruto muttered, "Ugh, did I use too much chakra?" Kato frowned. That kid, is he a ninja?" Naruto's shadow clones charged in, kunai gleaming. A bratty little ninja. Thinking Naruto was just a child, a nameless samurai lunged at him, sword swinging, but he was promptly floored by Naruto's clones. That kid, he's got some real skills. Beside Gato, a young samurai dressed in a stylish hoodie and wearing a slightly crooked knit cap strode forward energetically, chewing gum. With a swift motion, his blade flashed out of its sheath. Aye slash. A sharp sound rang out. One of Naruto's shadow clones was cut down. The surrounding samurai cheered. "Zhuoli, you're the best." With a sudden movement, another fighter joined the fray. A burly, one-eyed samurai, Gato's personal bodyguard, Waraji. With their 2 main fighters leading the charge, the samurai launched an all-out assault. In no time, 10 shadow clones were taken out. The samurai pressed forward, menacingly. "Kid, if you've got any tricks left, you'd better use them now." The situation was overwhelmingly dire, but Naruto didn't back down for a moment. He was thinking fast and carefully. "With the chakra I have left, I can't take on all of them. My only shot is to take down that lion-headed guy, but get Gato through this crowd." And then, something completely unexpected happened. Inari, whom Naruto had been shielding behind him, picked up a length of pipe and stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Naruto. Seeing the small figures back in front of him, Naruto was stunned. Inari declared with resolve. "If we don't find our courage, then even if we finish building the bridge, we'll never be able to save this country." Behind them, Tazuna was moved to his core. "Inari," Naruto smiled. "Looks like you've found your courage again." Inari said, "Naruto, you're my second biggest hero." Naruto replied, "And your number 1 is your father, Kaiza, right?" Inari nodded firmly. "That's right, so I won't back down ever again." A surge of energy rippled through the crowd. Inari's courage was infectious. Everyone felt it. One by one, they picked up steel rods, wooden planks, iron pipe saws, anything they could use as a weapon, and gathered around Naruto. "When it comes to strength, we're not losing to a bunch of sword-wielders like them. Naruto, the energy you helped us save these past days, let's use it to fight these bastards. This bridge, built with everything we have, and this country, we'll protect them with our own hands." The land of waves had found its courage again. Gato's face twisted with frustration. What kind of nightmare is this? These worthless paupers, who have nothing but their miserable lives, actually dare to defy me? Kill them. I won't allow anyone to stand against me in this world. Never. The clash began, metal ringing against metal in a furious battle. The rogue samurai, most of whom were washed out from the land of iron, and only brave when picking on the weak, suddenly found themselves on the defensive against workers wielding whatever they could find and fighting with all they had. For a moment, the workers held their own. But once the initial surge of bravery faded, the tide would surely turn. This is the moment. If I can take down Gato now, everything will change. Naruto gathered a Rasengan in his hand, darting past the samurai, making straight for Gato. Seeing this, Gato shouted, "Zori, Waraji, stop that little brat for me." "TCH," Waraji sneered, slashing through the steel bar in Tazuna's hands. Without bothering to finish him off, he spun around and charged back. But Inari seized the moment, ramming a length of pipe hard into the back of Waraji's knee. "You damned brat." Waraji dropped to one knee, glaring at Inari with murderous eyes, and swung his blade down at him. Clang! The blow was intercepted, not by another blade, but by a sunbon needle. A boy in green, no one could say when he had entered the fray. Inari gasped. "You're—" The green-clad boy replied, "We've already met, remember?" Crack! Frost crept up the samurai blade, spreading to freeze Waraji's arm as well. From beneath a white mask came a cold, emotionless voice. "I won't let people like you run wild anymore." Samurai Zori blocked Naruto's path. "Out of my way, you weird wind freak. It's called style, you bumpkin." Zori unleashed his signature Iato slash, but Naruto, still sprinting, leapt nimbly over it, and on landing, stomped down hard on the back of Zori's sword, pinning it in place. Zori was shocked. How can your moves be so?" Naruto smirked. "You can't even tell a clone from the real thing, and you dare lecture a ninja?" Thunk! With those words, Naruto delivered a crushing kick right to Zori's smug face. Crack! Blood and teeth flew. Zori's eyes rolled back, and with a final wail before blacking out, he cried, "It was Waraji who said it. If you don't believe me, just rewind and see." Thud! Zori collapsed, utterly defeated. Now, surrender quietly. Naruto charged at Gato, who was left completely unprotected. Gato shrank back, slumping to the ground. Don't come any closer. Whoosh! The Rasengan in Naruto's hand dissipated, and he collapsed right in front of Gato. Damn it, my chakra's totally spent. Naruto truly lived up to his reputation as the unexpected ninja. Never predictable, no matter which way you looked at him. Ha 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 ha! The sudden reversal made Gato burst into laughter. Clambering to his feet, he stomped down on Naruto with his leather shoe and spat. Weren't you tough just a moment ago? Ninja like you are only fit to be my dogs. What did you say? Say it again. A voice, icy as the summons of the underworld. Gato looked up, and his scalp prickled in terror as he saw the one person he feared most. Zabuza. All around, the samurai lay sprawled in pools of blood, their fate uncertain. Kato forced himself to remain calm. Zabuza, why you're finally here. I waited for you for so long without any word, so I came over to back you up. Zabuza replied. Is that so? But there's someone here who wants your life. Kato laughed nervously. Haha, stop joking. With someone as reliable as you by my side, who could possibly threaten me? The one who wants your life is me, came the thunderous declaration. With a flash, Zabuza snatched up his massive blade and charged straight at Kato. Terrified, Kato dropped his diamond-encrusted cane and bolted, running for his life. Once Zabuza set his sights on his prey, there was no chance for escape. Suddenly, a swift, agile figure landed atop the bridge beam with a metallic clang. Zabuza's eyes flickered with surprise as he glanced to the side. Sorry, Zabuza, but I need this man alive, Kakashi interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. He has to be taken back to Konoha for questioning. The weight of his crimes can't be paid for in death alone. That's the condition under which Konoha has overlooked your actions. With his left eye half shut, Kakashi locked onto the scrambling figure in the distance, estimating. For an ordinary man like Kato, just breaking an arm would be enough to disable him. A crackle of energy surged. Kakashi's left eye focused. A flash of crimson light burst forth. Kamui! A distortion in space-time appeared at Kato's right arm. But in the instant the force contracted, it slipped and locked onto his head instead. Damn, this is my first time using this eye. It's off target. He tried to pull back, but it was already too late. With a sickening crunch, Kato's head was torn into the vortex of Kamui's dimension. Kato's headless body, driven by momentum, staggered forward several more steps before collapsing to the ground, legs twitching briefly, then lay still. A soft footfall landed beside the gruesome heap. He muttered to himself, just a moment too late. Well, nothing to be done. He pulled out a handkerchief and picked up a small blood-stained stone, quietly tucking it away while no one was watching. With Kato dead, the crisis in the Land of Waves was finally and utterly ended. The Mangekyo's power faded. Kakashi suddenly clutched his left eye, wincing. Ugh, that horrible feeling is back again. With a dull thud, his body listed to the side, and he toppled from the bridge beam, landing sprawled on the planks, unable to get up. Through his right eye, he saw Sasuke, rushing over at a sprint, and Kakashi's heart warmed. Sasuke, it's always you. But with a swift leap, Sasuke vaulted past Kakashi and hurried to help Naruto, who had collapsed in the distance. He scolded him, idiot, that's what you get for showing off. Bit off more than you could chew. Naruto was too exhausted to argue for once, and simply admitted, sorry for making you worry. Sasuke flushed and mumbled, I wasn't worried about you. Kakashi's heart took 100 points of damage in that instant. It was you who was considerate, coming to his side and feigning ignorance as she asked, Kato's head is gone. Did you glare at it so hard it disappeared? Kakashi replied with a serious explanation. That's right. Your candy is truly magical. After I ate it, I awakened this new Sharingan. The technique that twisted off Kato's head is a dojutsu called Kamui, hidden within this eye. You covered her face with her small hands, exclaiming in horror, Kamui? That's terrifying. With a lazy, dead-fish gaze, Kakashi glanced to the side and said, but as you can see, the cost is pretty frightening too. So, could you give me one more of those magical candies? You stood up. There's no more. Even if there were, I wouldn't give it to you. The upgraded, great atmospheric Jinbee's energy, even more potent than candy vendors, had awakened Kakashi's long-dormant Mangekyo power. The residual energy lingered along his chakra pathways, creating a kind of artificial vigor, something akin to an adrenaline rush. Originally, that fake vigor could have lasted for quite some time, but Kakashi insisted on showing off. Instead of finishing things with a simple attack, he went and used Kamui. He thought to herself, still, maybe this is for the best. At least his body and eyes have now gone through a round of adaptive synchronization. The burden, when he uses in the future, should be a little lighter. It's just like how a bicycle mechanic, after fitting on a new chain, will pedal it back and forth a few times, letting the gears and chain mesh more snugly. Yeah, it's a similar principle. Seeing you turn to leave, Kakashi called out helplessly, "Hey, can't you at least give me a hand?" You raised her little hand and shouted to the crowd, still gawking at Kato's corpse. "Could someone please bring a stretcher? Our teacher's down for the count." Kichi replied, We don't have a stretcher. Would a ladder do?" You called back, "Thanks for the trouble." Carried away on a ladder, Kakashi looked as though he had nothing left to live for. "Obito, open your eyes and see for yourself. These are my wonderful students." Somewhere in the shinobi world, enormous beast bones lay dormant between canyons, linking to a hidden underground lair. Whoosh! Obito Uchiha silently watched as a head was flung from the folds of space-time. Beneath his mask, it was impossible to make out his expression, but it was clear he was speechless. A certain eccentric, sitting in the middle of a stone chair in a squat reminiscent of a bathroom break, let out a teasing voice from beneath his mouthless, spiraled face. Such a long-distance delivery. The gift may be small, but the sentiment is heavy. Gurgling sounds filled the air. The severed head, treated like garbage, was tossed aside, and a lively crowd of white Zetsu started kicking it around, as if playing soccer. Obito wiped the blood from his hands with a handkerchief, his voice low and dark. "Kakashi's progress is much faster than I expected," Toby chimed in. "From now on, even your personal space isn't absolutely safe, you know? Because you never know when something bizarre might come flying your way. Well, if it's just poop, I guess it's not so bad." Regarding this, Obito wasn't particularly worried. The space-time dimension of Kamui is vast. Any influence Kakashi could have is negligible. Toby spread his hands helplessly. "Well, that's true." Obito's right eye, hidden under the mask, lowered as he spoke in a grave tone. "It's not Kakashi's eye that we need to guard against. It's the other one. Shursui has been with Akatsuki for 5 years now, hasn't he? On the day he defected from the Leaf, he used his Kodo Tsukimi to awaken the Mangekyo in Itachi. As the original owner of those eyes, 5 years should be more than enough for that power to recover. Kodo Tsukimi is one of the few ocular jutsu that could truly threaten me." Within Toby's dark, hollow eye sockets, a new depth emerged, his tone tinged with intrigue. "Should we eliminate this threat?" Obito fell silent, thinking deeply before replying in a low voice. "No, let's not act rashly for now. There's no sign Shursui has noticed my existence. If you're to make a move, his most likely target would be none other than the real pain." "Nagato," Toby muttered. "It's impressive that over these 5 years he's managed to sense, through the faintest clues, that pain isn't the true body." Obito nodded. "But even with all his skill, Shursui can't possibly know all of Pain's secrets. I believe he understands that himself. With a strategic-level ocular jutsu, like Kodo Tsukimi, he won't use it lightly unless he's absolutely certain. For now, let Kisame keep watching him." Rustling. As they spoke, black Zetsu and white Zetsu emerged from the ground before them, bringing shocking news. Just now, that snake Orochimaru betrayed Akatsuki and fled. Obito's gaze sharpened beneath his mask. So, he's finally done it. Right when Akatsuki is about to make a move on the tailed beasts. Black Zetsu said, "That guy knows a lot of Akatsuki's core secrets, including the existence of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. It's best to immediately send someone to deal with him." Obito's eyes gleamed with calculation. The Konoha Chunin exams are about to begin. Orochimaru has been secretly planning to build the hidden Sound Village in the land of Rice Field for years. The first batch of shinobi from his village are just now old enough to participate in the exams. For him to break with Akatsuki at this exact moment, is that really a coincidence? Black Zetsu asked. "You mean?" Obito replied. "Orochimaru might be planning something big against Konoha. If the Leaf suffers heavy losses because of this, it'll create the perfect opportunity for us to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For now, let's wait and see how things unfold. Of course, the gap left by Orochimaru still needs to be filled. Let's start recruiting new members right away." White Zetsu chimed in. "Speaking of new members, I just happen to have someone in mind." Obito said, "Oh, let's hear it." White Zetsu explained, "He's a kid from the Hidden Stone, a disciple of the Otsutsuki, born with explosion release. It said he's already caused several terrifying explosions in neighboring countries." Obito said, "Explosion release isn't exactly a rare ability anymore." White Zetsu replied, "But he's managed to combine ninja explosion release with traditional pottery techniques, creating explosives of exceptional performance. By the way, he's especially skilled in aerial combat. Maybe he could fill the gap in Akatsuki's capabilities in that area." Obito's interest was piqued, if only a little. "What's his name?" White Zetsu answered Deidara. Night had fallen, and all was silent. Yu slipped out of the small cabin alone, heading into the forest. A chorus of squeaks, tiny black mice streaked across the grass behind him. The corners of Yu's mouth curled up in a faint smile as he continued deeper into the woods. In a clearing nestled among the trees, Yu finally stopped. Rustling sounds. 3 figures clad in the unmistakable attire of Konoha's A&BU landed deftly on the tree branches above. From a moment he'd stepped outside Konoha's gates, the shadowy root had been tailing him. Now at last, they revealed themselves. Without hesitation, they struck. The confrontation was over in a blink. A sudden flurry sent birds and beasts scattering in panic. Stepping calmly over a mangled corpse, Yu approached the second, now crippled assailant, and retrieved a blood-stained pebble. Forbidden Jutsu, reanimation. A piercing scream tore through the night, raw and agonizing. The ninja's body was engulfed in swirling sand and dust, shrinking into a grotesque, dwarfish figure. Nearby, beside a scattering of scrolls and paintbrushes, a boy sat slumped on the ground. His voice was utterly devoid of emotion as he asked, "Why didn't you kill me?" In a flash, Yu appeared before him and stripped away his mask. The boy's face was so deathly pale, it seemed as if blood had never flowed through his veins, yet it was simply his natural complexion. Even confronted by such overwhelming, terrifying strength, there was no fear in his eyes, only confusion and a sense of loss. No name, no feelings, no past, no future. He had arrived in the story 3 years too early, and yet their meeting happened neither too soon nor too late. Sai, that was the code name given to him within Root. Sai could make no sense of Yu's actions or motives. All he could do was rely on his own logic. If he left me alive, it must be to interrogate me, to find out who ordered us to attack him. There's no other explanation. There's nothing you can get out of me. You might as well finish me off. His tone was calm, as if discussing something that had nothing to do with himself. Unmoved, even in the face of death. I know who you are. You're a member of Root, codename Sai. Danzo sent you, and you bear the cursed tongue eradication seal. You can't reveal anything about Danzo, no matter what. Yu's sudden revelation caught Sai off guard, his eyes widening in shock. And yet, the question remained, then why won't you kill me? Because A sharp interruption came from Gato. Where is this place? Where are Zabuza and those unruly peasants from the land of waves? Gato's death had come so suddenly that even after being resurrected by Edo Tensei, he hadn't grasped the situation. He thought he was still alive. Sai paid no attention to him, wholly focused on uncovering the answers he cared about. Chill. You gave him a silencing gesture, then turned to Gato with a playful glint in his eyes and said, "Mr. Gato, you're safe here. The Leaf Ninja who came after you. I've already taken care of them." Following Yu's gesture, Gato's eyes fell on a mangled corpse just 3 meters away. Other than a leaf headband, there was nothing left to identify the body. Even Gato, who fancied himself a man hardened by life's cruelties, was unsettled by such a grisly sight. The harmless smile on the boy before him only made his skin crawl all the more. Steadying himself, Gato asked, "W is that you're doing? Judging by the headband, aren't you a leaf ninja too?" "Yeah, that's right," you replied. "You killed your own comrade? What's in it for you?" "Money, of course. I grew up in a mountain village, dirt poor, and only became a ninja for the chance to escape poverty. I've always longed for a way to change my fate. When I heard the target this time was none other than the world-renowned tycoon Mr. Gato, I knew my chance had finally come." Yu's words were just the reassurance Gato needed. To his mind, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. Gato declared heartily, "A promising young man, a wise choice. Here's the deal. As long as you get me back home safely, I'll give you enough money to last a lifetime." Clang, clang. Yu's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. "Really?" Pushing up his sunglasses with a smug grin, Gato replied, "Of course. Let me tell you, my wealth could buy an entire country. Even the smallest fraction of it would keep you comfortable for the rest of your life." You asked curiously, "If you're so rich, why risk hiring rogue ninjas and exiled samurai? Aren't you afraid they'll double-cross you?" The question was a little forward, but with his life on the line, Gato had to answer, albeit grudgingly. "You don't understand. People like me never keep our money in obvious places. Even if they try to double-cross me, they get nothing out of it." You pressed on. "So where do you keep all your money then?" Gato frowned, struggling to hide his irritation. "In my secret vault, of course. Why do you ask?" You smiled. "Why?" "Because I intend to inherit your fortune." "An inheritance? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm still alive." Suddenly, something dawned on him. He stumbled back 3 steps and collapsed to the floor. You're not thinking of killing me, are you? And stealing all my money? Impossible. I'm telling you, it's impossible. The vault can't be opened without my own authentication. Unless you bring me there in person. He tried to keep me calm for now. Once they were on his turf, his private army would take care of this reckless brat. You spoke. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, Mr. Cardo, you're already a dead man. Cardo burst out laughing in disbelief. Haha, dead? How could that be possible? I'm clearly alive and well. You said, you can check for yourself, see if your heart is still beating. How ridiculous. I'm alive and breathing. How could I not have a heartbeat? Cardo scoffed, pressing his hand to his chest. But the utter stillness beneath his palm slowly wiped the smile off his face, leaving only a twisted grimace. Where's my heartbeat? I'm dead. I'm really dead. You explained truthfully, this technique is called reanimation. It was invented by the second Hokage. It can summon the souls of the dead into sacrificial vessels and keep them there indefinitely. In other words, it's eternal life. In an instant, Cardo was elated. Eternal life? Ninja techniques can do that? Ha 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 ha. With this immortal body, just imagine how much wealth I could accumulate. You grew excited as well. Exactly. Isn't that something to be thrilled about? Ha 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 ha. Cardo was beside himself with joy. Ha 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 ha. Hand in hand, the two of them broke into a lively tango under the moonlight. You called out, what do you get if you spell Kakashi backwards? Cardo replied, Kakadong. You pressed on. What's more than Cardo? Cardo shouted, Cardodo. You asked, and where is Cardo's vault? Cardo blurted, at XXXXXXX. All right, you're no longer useful. You took a step back, forming a hand seal with his small hands. Reanimation release. Whoosh. Cardo's body dissolved, falling to the ground as a pile of withered fragments. Sai could only stare in stunned silence as he witnessed the transformation from Cardo to nothingness. You turned around and beamed at Sai. Curious? Sai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You asked again, then do you want to keep on living? A look of confusion crossed Sai's face. He nodded, then shook his head. Oh, poor child. I almost want to send him on his way, though I'd feel bad for Ino. You said, I know you have an art book. The people in that book must mean a lot to you. Sai replied, yes, I do have an art book, but I have no memory at all of the people inside. Well, take your time to think about it. When you remember, just call for me. As he spoke, you pulled out a double color ball. This was a little gadget you had crafted using spatial principles. Go, Ninja Master Ball. With a rumbling sound, the Ninja Master Ball rolled to Sai's side. Suddenly, a seam opened in the middle, and Sai was sucked inside. The ball snapped shut. Its center flickered a few times, then settled into calm. You pocketed the Master Ball, vanishing into the swirling vortex of the Byakugan. That night, Cardo's secret vault was completely cleaned out. Hundreds of billions in assets vanished without a trace. At dawn, the mission in the Land of Waves was a complete success. Team 7 was about to begin the journey back to the village. On the return trip, after another gut-wrenching bout of seasickness, they finally reached the far shore, their homeland. What the heck? I'm not one of those Dragon Slayer wizards. If you go by the story logic, I should be the dragon that the Dragon Slayers can never defeat. So why am I saddled with all these bizarre attributes? If I can only be the protagonist by relying on these transformation balls, I'd rather hand the lead to Naruto or Obito. Suddenly, time froze, and a mysterious voice echoed from beyond. How about I just write you off? Focus on Double Kamui and Naruto's return. You muttered. What did I ever do to you? You want to snuff me out? By the way, who are you? What is Double Kamui, and what's this Naruto's return? There was only silence from the other side. After a moment, time began to flow again. Well, you had always been the adaptable type. Even when annoyed, all he'd do was grumble a bit. His biggest takeaway from this mission, if he had to take another boat, he'd rather spend time discussing the meaning of life with Orochimaru, or even dancing with Madara. Both seemed more practical. Next time I'll casually let Kakashi know I can use Flying Thunder God. That way, I can travel the ninja world openly and honestly. But then another question arose. What do I do if I need to go somewhere unfamiliar, where I haven't placed a marker? Hey, easy. I'll use my Byakugan space-time ocular jutsu to get there first and plant a Flying Thunder God Kunai. But how would I explain to Kakashi that it just so happens there's a Flying Thunder God Kunai at the mission site? I'll just claim my mastery of the technique is so profound that I no longer need the Kunai. Oh well, it's not like every mission involves going overseas. And if push comes to shove, I'll just wipe Kakashi's memory the old-fashioned way. With all these odd thoughts chasing the setting sun, Team 7 finally returned to the village by dusk. Kakashi wasted no time in submitting the mission report to the third Hokage. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, his aged eyes scanning the document beneath the brim of his hat. When he reached the line stating that, even without Kakashi's direct involvement, 3 genin had managed to defeat Zabuza and the surviving member of the Yuki clan. Hiruzen's pipe paused halfway to his lips. Kakashi, for his part, exercised discretion. He didn't mention that it was you alone who resolved the battle. Instead, he reported that you took the lead, with Naruto and Sasuke providing support. After a fierce and grueling struggle, they finally overcame their formidable foes. Even so, Hiruzen couldn't hide his inner astonishment. Hyuga, I always thought this child simply stood out in training. I never imagined his prowess in real combat would be so refined. He's grown so strong that, with some help, he could defeat 2 elite jonin. Setting down the mission report, Hiruzen looked up, wearing his trademark gentle smile, reserved for official occasions. I didn't expect so much to happen. You've turned a C-rank mission into the equivalent of an A-rank achievement. Well done. Here's the reward for this mission. Of course, the reward was calculated according to the C-rank standard. It was, after all, a share taken from the commission fee. Naruto was the happiest to receive his share. At last, his froggy wallet was a little fatter with several big bills. Hiruzen thought to himself, from now on, we'll need to scrutinize clients' requests more strictly. I can't let someone like Tazuna take advantage of loopholes again. Clack. He stamped mission complete at the bottom of the commission paperwork, then filed it away with similar documents. For the time being, there won't be any new mission assignments. Kakashi, focus on preparing your team for the upcoming Chunin exams. The Chunin exams, huh? Kakashi's ever-drowsy eyes revealed a trace of hidden concern. Not to mention you, who could rival even Itachi. Naruto and Sasuke's abilities were now well beyond the level of typical Chunin. Hopefully, there won't be a repeat of that embarrassing scene from the graduation test at the Ninja Academy. That wouldn't be fair to teams from other villages. Well, why am I worrying? Let those other guys experience a bit of my headache for once. Ha ha ha. With these secret, slightly wicked thoughts, Kakashi replied, Understood, Lord Hokage. By the time they left the mission center, the last rays of sunset were fading, giving way to the deepening night veiled in clouds. Tomorrow, we'll meet up. I want to discuss the Chunin exams with you all, Kakashi said. And with that, he disappeared, off to begin his solitary evening. Naruto grinned and suggested, Let's go get some Ichiraku ramen. You smiled and declined. You go ahead. Someone at home is probably waiting for me already. Naruto piped up, Oh, you mean Hanabi, right? I heard you mumbling her name in your sleep. When are you going to introduce us? Dreams. Do I talk in my sleep? What else did I say? The thought of silencing him flashed through Yu's mind for just a moment. You laughed and said, Haha, maybe you'll get the chance. After you left, Sasuke noticed the slightly downcast look on Naruto's face. Considerate as ever, Sasuke said, I'm not busy anyway. I'll go have some ramen with you. Just then, the 3 little members of Team 8 passed by and stopped. Naruto's face lit up with surprise. Hinata, you're back too. Hello, Naruto. Hinata's cheeks bloomed with a shy, rosy blush, but mindful of those around her, she didn't dare show her excitement too openly. Shino and Kiba had the same thought. Does Hinata really think her feelings for Naruto are still a secret? We got a family dinner tonight, so I'll have to excuse myself. I, need to get Akamaru the latest dog food. Woof, woof. The 2 good teammates tactfully made their exit. Naruto, cheeks reddening, was about to suggest, how about the 3 of us go eat together? But Sasuke cut him off. Just remembered I got something to take care of. You 2 go without me. With his hands in his pockets, Sasuke made a smooth exit. On the deserted street corner, the evening breeze swept by stylishly. Feeling inexplicably restless, Sasuke kicked a pebble aside. I'll just go home and eat whatever my brother's cooking. Crash! The sound of a plate shattering. Wearing an apron, Itachi was doubled over on the tatami, retching, a scene eerily reminiscent of the days he'd coughed up blood during his illness. This was Mr. Yu's recipe. Itachi had personally selected the ingredients, cooked, and tasted the dish himself. After 5 years and 108 disastrous meals, he had now conquered the 96th. From here on out, every dish was a hellish trial. Izumi rushed in at the sound, her pretty face filled with alarm. Itachi, what on earth are you doing? Huff, huff, huff. Itachi steadied his breathing. Have I been found out? 3 years ago, Fugaka had accidentally discovered his secret, and, with a look of utter shock, asked, Itachi, are you eating that? To keep everything about Mr. Yu a secret, Itachi claimed it was his own peculiar hobby and hoped Fugaka would turn a blind eye. To this day, he remembered the caring look in his father's eyes. Izumi, did you know? No, I didn't. With heartfelt seriousness, Fugaka said, Itachi, I know you endured a lot of pressure in the ANBU, but you really don't need to cope like this. In everyone else's eyes, Itachi was the perfect genius. If only he didn't have this one stain on his record. My mind is made up, father. There's no need to say more. If that's your decision, Fugaku replied solemnly, then as your father, I'll support you unconditionally. Just remember, wherever you are, you're never alone in this fight. Itachi's thoughts drifted back to the present. Itachi began, Izumi, listen to me, this is... But Izumi gave a bittersweet smile. You don't have to explain, Itachi. I understand. Uncle Fugaku, he's always been eating these things. Father. In that instant, Itachi understood the depth of Fugaku's intentions. Izumi crouched in front of Itachi, her eyes full of affection. So, from now on, let's share the burden together, shall we? Izumi. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of emotion, Itachi couldn't help but move closer. You silly skunk. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Sasuke came dashing home, overjoyed. Hey, big brother, what's for dinner tonight? Night had fallen, and the Hyuga clan streets sparkled with lantern light as he made his way home, greeted warmly by passing clansmen. Hey, isn't that you? Haven't seen you in ages. Must be at least 50 chapters now. The speaker was the son of the Hyuga bookstore's owner, a true bookworm, judging from his tone. He'd even managed to turn his Byakugan into nearsightedness from all that reading. Well, at least it helped with losing weight. Such a homebody. You replied cheerfully, hey, just got back from a mission. So you're a ninja now? Damn it. Seeing how you were as a kid, I thought you'd end up like me, living off the family forever. The homebody felt thoroughly betrayed. You thought to himself, honestly, I'd love to, but my skills just won't allow it. Hey you, how does it feel leaving the village for the first time? The world outside must be exciting, huh? This was Hyuga Isamu, the very picture of a classic Showa man, headband tied around his forehead, the ends trailing and fluttering as he walked. You sighed with feeling, still, there's no place like home. Isamu slapped you on the shoulder and laughed heartily. That's not what a real man should say. A man must cherish his homeland, but be ambitious for the world. Like that song. Goes, how does it go again? When injustice appears, give a mighty shout. Take action when it's time, storm across the land. Adventure through all of Kyushu. Yes, adventure through Kyushu. Back in the day, if Song Jiang had only possessed the power of the Byakugan, he wouldn't have been forced to surrender. Liangshan needed you, the 109th hero. Isn't this young master you? Such a handsome lad, can't go without a good pair of shoes. I've got sturdy, stylish shoes here. Perfect for home or missions, a must-have. You deserve the best. This was Hyuga's son-in-law, Long Yi, who, after gambling away his fortune, now made a living selling shoes on the street. These days, being a son-in-law, a security guard, or a street vendor seemed like a mark of destiny, and Long Yi ticked 2 of the boxes. Yet his life had turned out so bleak. But things shouldn't have gone this way. Imagine, 3 years as a live-in son-in-law, suffering all the Hyuga disdain, and finally getting cast out with nothing. Suddenly, Madara appears at the head of 100,000 white Zetsu, bowing low, Master, everything is ready. Shall we launch the infinite Tsukuyomi? The whole Hyuga clan erupts in chaos. Or perhaps, on the day of his return, the divine tree's blossoms erupted in full glory. Kagaya broke down in tears. He has come back. Black Zetsu lamented. Mother, in the end, you still can't forget that man. The entire Hyuga clan was in an uproar. He was not the kind of person whose actions were swayed by sympathy. So when he paused before the stall, it was truly because those boots had caught his eye. They were a pair of tall black boots. The details need not be described, for they were identical to those on the book's cover. He already had plenty of shoes at home, and was hesitating. Should he buy them or not? Longy grinned and said, Young master, you have an excellent eye. This is our shop's newest model. An extra thick, height-boosting boot with a built-in 25-centimeter lift. It'll make your height stand out more than ever. 25 centimeters. With the thickness of the soles added, wouldn't he shoot up to 1.50 meters? You was tempted, but then another thought crossed his mind. How is this any different from deceiving oneself with a ruler? If he bought these shoes, it would be like admitting he'd never grow taller. Excluding the 1,500 years spent in a coffin, he was only 12 years old. He wasn't ready to give in so soon. He was about to set the boots down and leave, when he caught a flash of disappointment in Long Yi's eyes. This was a man who had once lost his way, hit rock bottom, yet never bowed to fate. Now, having turned over a new leaf, he was rebuilding his life through honest work. What an inspiring story. How could a kind-hearted child like you not offer his support? I'll take them, he declared. In a little alleyway by his house, you put on his beloved battle boots and instantly shot up 30 centimeters. At 12, I'm already 1.50 meters. By the time I'm 24, won't I be nearly 3 meters tall? He joked to himself, picturing a ninja poster of himself growing taller as he dashed forward, just like those iconic posters of Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, and the rest. He could barely wait to get home and show off to his little princess. But when he pushed open the gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. Hanabi was wobbling around the yard on a pair of 3-meter stilts. When she saw you, her delicate face blossomed into a radiant smile. The sound of her steps echoed as she made her way over. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you forever. You, unable to contain his excitement, called out, "Get down here right now, or I'll have to spank you." Hanabi grinned mischievously. "Oh, are you sure you can even reach me?" "We'll see about that," you retorted. With a nimble kick of his foot, he shimmied right up the stilts. The stilts toppled onto the soft earth. Yuli, will you dare do this again?" You teased, sitting on Hanabi's lap. His 10 lively little fingers, separated only by the silky orange fabric of her kimono, danced across her slender waist, tickling her mercilessly. Hanabi burst into laughter, twisting and squirming as she was being tickled, her urgency almost palpable. Stop it. You, that's so ticklish." After the playful wrestling, you gazed at Hanabi's flushed face and asked, "Did you miss me?" Fuha. Hanabi was breathing heavily, but her eyes sparkled with delight. Her fair arms slipped out from the sleeves of her kimono, wrapping around Yu's neck as she murmured softly, "What do you think? You were gone for so long, never even caring whether I was eating well or sleeping soundly." Satisfied with her answer, you tapped Hanabi's nose with a finger, half joking. "How about next time you come along on my missions?" "Really?" Hanabi shot up, making you, who was still sitting on her lap, look rather flustered in this unexpectedly intimate pose. You grinned playfully. "We'll see how you behave." Hanabi's voice trailed out, half complaining, half teasing, her tone laced with a playful ambiguity. You stood up, her gaze shifting past Hanabi's shoulder to the front door. Eyes narrowed in suspicion. She asked, "Did someone come to the house?" Hanabi straightened, her expression turning serious. "Yeah, there's this creepy old man, all wrapped in bandages over one eye and his arm. He came to talk to my father, and even Uncle Hizashi was told to stay away." The door slid open with a rush. Before anyone appeared, a dark, oppressive presence swept into the room. Hanabi hunched over, hiding behind you. A sharp tap echoed. A cane struck the step, and then, emerging from beneath a gray robe, a pair of wooden clogs stepped forward. Spotting you standing unharmed in the courtyard, Danzo halted. For a split second, a steely glint flashed in his half-closed eyes, but it disappeared. As quickly as it came, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint, unreadable smile. Bowing his head, he strolled toward the gate at a measured pace. 2 EMB members in white followed close behind. Hud. No sooner had Danzo left than Hayashi rushed to the doorway, hurling a bag of salt onto the ground with a heavy thump. In Yamato culture, salt is believed to ward off evil. Hayashi gritted his teeth, fuming. That old vulture is pushing his luck. He's claiming, "You isn't Hayashi's son, but my own illegitimate child," and says he has proof. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if it were true, but I've never so much as flirted with anyone outside clan. Tap. Danzo left the Hyuga compound, making his way through the streets of Konoha. Perhaps the darkness that clung to him was so intense, passers-by gave him a wide berth, desperate to avoid crossing his path. Hyuga Yu has returned safely. Looks like the assassination squad failed. What a pity about Sai. His talent for blending art and ninjutsu. If given time, he could have become my right-hand man. Danzo muttered to himself. His regret for losing Sai sounded more like lamenting the loss of a useful tool than mourning a comrade. For Danzo, on one hand, he coveted Yu's talents. On the other, he considered the risks these talents might pose to Konoha if they grew unchecked. Because of this, he harbored both the desire to recruit Yu and the intention to eliminate him. The failed assassination attempt was not beyond his expectations. That's why today, he deliberately tested Hayashi's attitude, even throwing out what he believed was explosive information that could put Hayashi under his thumb. Namely, the assertion that Hyuga Hayashi was in fact Hyuga Yu's biological father, and that the boy had been adopted by Hizashi only to preserve the main family's reputation. Yet Hayashi's reaction today seemed to deny Danzo's assumption. His murky gaze dropped to his own shadow. Could it be there's a deeper secret behind Hyuga Yu's origins? At the corner where light and shadow mingled, a desolate alley stretched ahead. This path led straight to Root's underground base. A low, almost imperceptible droning floated on the stifling night breeze. Danzo came to a halt, holding his breath to listen, his brow slowly creasing. What's that sound? Behind him, his two personal guards, Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Toryun, had also heard the strange noise. Their eyes darted about before all three sets of eyes locked onto the sky at 12 o'clock. There a swarm of small bees buzzed closer, their wings a trembling blur. Yamanaka Kaze murmured, "Those are hornets." The buzzing grew louder as the swarm made a sharp dive downward. Aburame Toryun asked, "Are they coming for us?" "Oomph." Danzo snorted coldly, releasing his grip on his cane. His right arm slipped free from its bandages, and together with his left hand, he formed a hand seal before his chest. With a rush of air, he drew a deep breath, the lines of his face tensing with the effort. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A compressed blast of air shot from his chest with a thunderous boom. But the bees scattered in an instant, deftly evading the attack before regrouping swiftly. Yamanaka Kaze exclaimed. They recognized and dodged Lord Danzo's jutsu. Are these ninja bees being controlled? As an insect user, Aburame Toryun realized the gravity of the situation. If that's the case, those bees might be laced with deadly poison. Danzo snatched up his cane and turned to flee. Kaze and Toryun covered the rear as the three of them sprinted madly for the mouth of the alley. The swarm chased them relentlessly, the buzzing growing ever closer. Even as Danzo ran, he glanced back out of the corner of his eye and drew a grim conclusion. There's a traitor in the Aburame clan. As a member of the Aburame, Toryun felt compelled to defend his people. Lord Danzo, to my knowledge, no one in our clan can control ninja bees. Aburame techniques require one's body to serve as an insect hive, but bees can't be hosted within the human body. Danzo's gaze darkened. Let's just assume that's true for now. With that, he flung a kunai tag with an explosive note behind him. A violent blast erupted, scattering the swarm once more. The wind in the mountains cried out, "If only we could use fire release right now." But as luck would have it, none of the three present knew how to use fire release. Fortune was on their side, though. The end of the alley was just ahead. Once they reached the open space, the bees wouldn't pose much of a threat anymore. A low, ominous buzzing filled the air. Suddenly, from the direction of the alley's exit, another swarm of bees appeared, cutting off their only escape route completely. Danzo's face darkened, his expression thunderous. That's enough. We'll fight poison with poison. With a swift motion, Toryun Aburame ripped off his black robe, revealing well-defined muscles beneath skin veiled in a dusky purple hue. As the son of Sakura Aburame, his nano-sized venomous insects were a lethal weapon in their own right. Yet such tiny insects had their limitations. They could only infect their targets through direct physical contact, forcing their master to rely on close-quarters combat. Perhaps sensing the dangerous aura radiating from Toryun, the bees hesitated, not daring to draw near. Danzo's gaze shifted. Fu, use your jutsu to find out who's controlling these bees. I want to see who dares to set a trap for me right at my doorstep. At once, Lord Danzo. Yamanaka Fu formed a seal and closed his eyes. Mind-body transmission. Search. Whatever he sensed made his eyelids tremble. When he opened his eyes, disbelief was written all over his face as he stared at Toryun. My search, it reveals that the one controlling the bees is... It's you, Toryun. Toryun was stunned. What? That's impossible. Danzo's gaze grew murderous, his eyes fixed coldly on Toryun. Fu hurriedly added, but I believe this is a trick by the real manipulator. Toryun wouldn't use a crude ploy so easily exposed. Besides, if he wanted to attack, he has far more effective methods. He could simply use his hand, covered with venomous insects, to touch someone directly. No sooner had Fu finished speaking than he noticed that Toryun's insect-covered hand was pressing down on his own unsuspecting shoulder. Fu stared in shock. Toryun, you... Toryun stammered, no, I didn't mean to. My hand just moved on its own. Danzo would hear no more. He seized Fu's ninja blade and, with a swift slash, decapitated Toryun. A crimson spray shot 3 meters into the air as Toryun's headless body convulsed briefly before falling still. With a harsh snap, Danzo immediately sliced off Fu's right arm as well. Fu screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding stump. But even with Toryun dead, the swarm did not disperse. Had they killed the wrong man? With a metallic clang, Danzo coldly tossed aside the ninja blade and addressed Fu. Whether Toryun betrayed us or was being manipulated, he is no longer trustworthy. Stop the bleeding now. Yes, Lord Danzo. The buzzing grew louder as the bees swarmed in from all sides. So they really think I'm an easy target. Danzo peeled away the bandage from his right eye, a battle-hungry grin curling at his lips. Perfect. I'll use these damn bees to shake the rust off this old body. Wind style, true vacuum serial waves. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Blades of wind, sharp as bullets, burst forth with violent speed. The little bees darted desperately, trying to evade the barrage. Danzo moved with ease and confidence. Useless. With this right eye, I can see right through your every move. One by one, the bees were struck down, falling to the ground. Elsewhere, Wind finished binding his right arm and stood up. Gazing at Toryun's lifeless form, he made a silent vow. Toryun, I will find the one pulling the strings behind all this. I'll get justice for you, no matter what. Swish. He grabbed his ninja blade and charged in a swarm, his swordsmanship swift and precise as he cut down bee after bee. After a fierce battle, the ground was littered with tiny bee corpses. Danzo bent down, picking up a bee that was still twitching, and brought it close to his face, fixing its stinger with a cold stare. Go ahead, try another move. Whiz. Suddenly, the bee's stinger shot out. Danzo clutched his eye and collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Yeah, my eye, my eye. The next morning, you met up with Naruto and Sasuke on Main Street, and together they headed to the meeting point. Naruto walked on the left, Sasuke on the right, and you in the middle, a formation the three had fallen into naturally. You thought, these two blockheads haven't even noticed I've gotten taller. Naruto glanced at Yu's shoes, secretly thinking, Yu's actually wearing height-boosting insoles. Should I bring it up? Sasuke, meanwhile, frowned inwardly. What's up with you? Is he trying to be funny? With those legs and that torso, even Naruto would notice something's off. He can't be serious, right? Never mind. I'll just ignore it. Sasuke spoke up. My dad said there was a bee attack last night. Even one of Konoha's top officials got hurt. Naruto gasped, what? That's terrifying. I'm never messing with a beehive again. As he glanced down, he noticed his shoelace had come undone. He squatted to tie it, and Sasuke slowed his pace to wait for him. You trudged ahead, frustration written on his face, and walked straight into a tall figure coming around the corner. Thud! The tall figure stumbled and landed squarely on the ground. The girl walking beside him looked on in shock. Ouch! That hurts! Even the black bodysuit and the streaks of purple paint on his face couldn't hide his childishness, or his fiery temper. Who else could this be but Kankuro? And the girl with him was Temari, carrying her iron fan on her back, her light-colored knee-length robe highlighting her spirited presence. The mesh shoulder strap peeked out, and her long legs were hard to miss. Temari and Kankuro, what are they doing here? Oh, you paused for a moment, then quickly recalled the reason. It seems that the genin from other villages have already gathered in Konoha for the upcoming Chunin exams. After getting up, Kankuro grabbed you by the collar, acting just like a delinquent from the Heisei era, and shouted, Hey kid, do you walk around without watching where you're going? Are you blind or something? Ah, here comes a familiar scene from the story. But this time, the one who triggers the incident isn't Konohamaru. It's you. A true strong person never loses their temper over something trivial. Even when called names, they can just laugh it off. Besides, who hasn't been young and reckless at some point? Kankuro, to his credit, is still quite a character. Don't be so mad. Here, have a piece of candy to help you cool down. You took out some Oa Gitsuheim candy she'd made the night before and offered it to Kankuro as a sign of goodwill. Temari's cheeks flushed pink. Oh my, what a cute little guy. Maybe he's even my type. Kankuro, however, wasn't having any of it. His fierce face came so close, it was almost pressed against the little horn on Yu's head. You think you're better than me, don't you? Apologize right now, or you'll regret it. Behind you, Naruto and Sasuke glanced over with sympathetic expressions. This kid really is out of luck. You gave a faint smile and reached your small hand toward Kankuro's arm. Hey, you pest over there. Would you mind taking your filthy hands off my little brother? The cold warning came from a masked ninja in white, who had appeared unnoticed atop the wall. Kankuro turned to the source and was startled. That uniform. He's from the Konoha Umbu. Is he really this little guy's brother? He forced a stiff smile. Hey, can't you be reasonable? Your brother wasn't watching where he was going and bumped into me. From behind the mask, a pair of pale eyes narrowed, silently conveying, say one more word, and you'll regret it. Kankuro was chilled to the bone. What kind of eyes are those? It feels like my heart is about to stop. Damn it, if I back down now, I'll lose face. So you just want to bully us because you have backup? Well, we Sand Ninja aren't exactly pushovers. He let go of Yu's collar and made a show of reaching to unstrap the puppet from his back. Kankuro, stop making a fool of yourself. If you start a fight here, you'll be dead in an instant. At some point, a red-haired boy with a gourd on his back had appeared, hanging upside down from a tree, his face completely devoid of emotion as he spoke. Kankuro was horrified. Gee, Gaara, when did you get here? I've been here the whole time. With a rustle, Gaara released his grip from the tree, spun in the air, and landed smoothly on the ground, his emotionless eyes fixed on you. Judging from the proportions of his limbs, he must be wearing height-increasing shoes. His real height couldn't be more than 120 centimeters. Yet when he collided head-on with Kankuro, who was carrying his puppet, he didn't budge an inch. Clearly, his mastery of taijutsu was impressive. Those pale eyes of his. Could he be from the Hyuga clan of the Leaf? That would certainly make sense. And then, the two people standing behind him showed remarkable composure, even when they saw him threatened by Kankuro. It was obvious they had absolute confidence in his abilities. Oomph! At this thought, Gaara's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. State your name. Naruto stammered. Me? You want my name? Gaara replied coolly. I have no interest in you. What did you say, you eyebrowless weirdo? Naruto shot back. Before you ask someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Sasuke interjected, hands stuffed in his pockets as he strode forward. He thought to himself, that guy's fast, maybe even as fast as Kakashi. Judging by the headband, he must be from the Sand Village, here for the Chunin exams. This could get interesting. Temari's cheeks flushed a little. Wow, he's kind of handsome too. The Leaf really is a great place. Maybe I'd like to marry and move here someday. Gaara of the Sand. Gaara finally announced after a pause. Hey, I'm Hyuga. Nice to meet you all, you said, as harmless as ever. Hyuga, is it? I'll remember your name. Gaara turned away, then shot a cold remark at Kankuro behind him. Let's go. You're making a fool of yourself. Sorry. Kankuro apologized, but before leaving, he shot you a sharp glare, as if to say, don't let me catch you alone. Temari's gaze lingered on you and Sasuke for a moment, reluctant to leave, but eventually followed her teammates. Once the Sand Trio had gone, you and his friends looked up at the top of the wall. Big bro, you're here. With a swift motion, Neji leapt down from the wall, removed his mask, and revealed a clean, bright smile. Hey, little brother, Naruto, Sasuke, it's been a while. Unburdened by the grief of losing his father, Neji had chosen a very different path from the one he once walked. At 7, he was specially selected from the Ninja Academy for the AMBU reserves. By 8, he'd become a Chunin. At 12, a Jonin. At 13, he'd officially joined the AMBU and was promoted to squad leader in the same year. AMBU missions kept him busy and away from home. He rarely had time to see friends, but the bonds between them remained unchanged. Big bro, what brings you here? Your teacher Kakashi had something urgent come up, so he asked me to pass on a message. Neji slung an arm around Yu's shoulders and whispered, by the way, the Holby incident, was that your doing? You grinned. Ha, you sure know me best, big bro. Neji chuckled. You're something else. But be careful. Danzo's had his eye on you for a long time. It's only a matter of time before he makes his move. You, don't worry, I will. This Chunin exam will be the final curtain for Danzo and Root. At the same time, it will also be the stepping stone for Itachi, driving away the formidable enemies invading Konoha and ascending to the seat of Hokage. Land of fields, deep within a sunless underground cavern. A labyrinthine layout, shadowy corridors, and serpentine candelabras flickering with ghostly flames, all adding an eerie chill to the air. At the end of the passage rests a black coffin, its sides carved with mysterious totems that shimmer with an elusive, shifting glow. Orochimaru sits poised on his chair, his vertical pupils reflecting a keen, intellectual light. Kimimaro and Kabuto stand respectfully at his side, while the Sound Four kneel before him in reverence. A faint smile tugs at the corners of Orochimaru's lips, his deep, hoarse voice trembling with barely restrained excitement. 5 years at last, the moment has come. From the closing chapters of Part 15, when Orochimaru's group first witnessed the unearthing of the mysterious coffin, to now, 90 full chapters have passed. Regrettably, it didn't stretch to 100, but perhaps that only proves the author's reluctance for pointless filler. 5 years ago, from the unearthed coffin and the strange chakra lingering within, Orochimaru caught the scent of truth. For all his vast learning, he still held a profound awe for truths yet unknown. Yet he fancied his eyes had been kissed by the gods of omniscience themselves, that he possessed the instinct to glimpse new truths through the lens of those he already understood. But that very instinct, his pride and joy, had been humbled by the ancient depth lying before him. The blow was sobering, and it forced Orochimaru to confront a chilling possibility. The truth contained within this coffin far exceeded anything he could comprehend, and whatever his original intention, he might have already opened a forbidden Pandora's box. His yearning for the forbidden even drove him to abandon his previous research, staking everything on this single coffin. Yet even as a gambler possessed by obsession, Orochimaru was never reckless. If he couldn't unravel the coffin's mysteries directly, he would start with the lingering chakra it contained. Before long, he made a breakthrough. This chakra doesn't belong to the coffin itself, but to someone or something that once lingered inside and left it behind. As a pioneer of life sciences in the shinobi world, Orochimaru held firm to the belief that the living are always more valuable to study than the dead. Preparing for both possibilities, whether he found this mysterious being or not, Orochimaru made plans on both fronts. On one hand, he mobilized every resource, sparing no expense to track down any clue to the whereabouts of the coffin's former occupant. On the other, he turned to research, developing a way to reawaken that residual chakra and use it in live experiments. His earlier work with the cursed seal provided a rich foundation for this theory. After 5 years, Orochimaru finally mastered the technique and was ready for his first living trial. The Sound Four, kneeling devoutly before his throne, were to become his experimental subjects. Orochimaru's slit-pupiled eyes lingered on the four, his words both a warning and a promise. Sakon, Konoha, Jirobo, Kuya. Apart from Kabuto, you were the earliest to follow me. You bore the curse marks, burdened without complaint, and awakened the transformation of curse mark level 2. Your talent is beyond question, but the experiment ahead of you now is nothing short of a brush with death itself. Are you willing to accept it? The four sound ninja, suppressing their fear, answered with the resolve of those prepared to die. To be chosen by Lord Orochimaru is already the greatest honor for us. So what if it means death? Orochimaru swept back his long black hair from his shoulder, beaming with satisfaction. Excellent. Whether you succeed or fail, you will carry the truth forward, and both body and soul will ascend to a higher state. With a sudden whoosh, Orochimaru's neck elongated, and his fangs sank into the curse mark on Sakon's neck. A sizzling sound filled the air as the three-tomo-shaped curse mark was instantly erased, replaced by a gray, diamond-shaped seal. Anyone who's seen Boruto would recognize that mark. It was a karma. Within the Otsutsuki clan, the karma seal comes in black and white forms, but this gray, a shade between the two, was something else. Thus, this pseudo-karma form, developed by Orochimaru, could be called the gray karma. As the flame-like markings of the gray karma unfurled, Sakon and Yukon, two souls sharing one body, felt every cell inside them torn apart by invisible claws. There wasn't even time for a scream. Their bodies crumbled to ash on the floor. Kidamaru and Jirobo soon followed the same fate. Tayuya seemed to have foreseen her own end. She closed her eyes, as if surrendering to fate. Lord Orochimaru, please wait. Orochimaru's approaching neck paused, then curved around Tayuya's shoulder to regard the youth who'd spoken up. Kimimaro, do you have something to say? Kimimaro spoke with quiet composure. The four have similar talent. If it failed on the other three, it's unlikely to work on Tayuya either. I can do it, as long as it's for your ambition. Lord Orochimaru, my life means nothing. Kimimaro calmly interrupted Tayuya's plea to die, that is, if your sacrifice is truly meaningful. Orochimaru's voice grew low. Kimimaro, you're not suggesting. Kimimaro stepped forward, pulling open his shirt to reveal the curse mark on his chest. Exactly. Let me be the test subject. Kabuto, standing by the chair, adjusted his glasses and spoke with a knowing air. Kimimaro, you do realize your current condition, don't you? Kimimaro's expression darkened. Yes, I understand. My body won't last much longer. Kabuto replied. You're still of use to Lord Orochimaru's plans yet to come. Kimimaro said. With Lord Orochimaru's power, that plan would hardly change with or without my involvement. My last remaining strength should be used where it will be of greater value. Kabuto glanced up. Lord Orochimaru, what do you think of Kimimaro's words? A low, sinister chuckle escaped Orochimaru. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck snaked back from Tayuya's shoulder and lunged, sinking his fangs into Kimimaro's chest. Indeed, Kimimaro, if it's you, perhaps you might just bring me an unexpected surprise. A searing sound, like the hiss of branding iron, filled the air as the gray wedge was imprinted, its flame-like pattern spreading outward from the mark. A guttural cry tore from Kimimaro's lips, raw and agonized. His body did not disintegrate, but the pain was so immense that even his handsome face twisted beyond recognition. Orochimaru and Kabuto watched intently, their eyes unblinking. Every moment of transformation in Kimimaro's body was precious data for their experiment. A sharp, cracking sound echoed as the markings reached his shoulder. The overwhelming power coursing through Kimimaro began to fracture his body, gray flesh sloughing off in the fissures. His screams grew ever more harrowing. Whole swathes of skin peeled away, exposing stark white bone beneath. A flicker of disappointment passed through Orochimaru's vertical pupils. So, this is your limit. But then, something miraculous happened. The spreading flame pattern began to contract, drawing back to Kimamaro's chest and solidifying once again into the static gray wedge. The battered body healed at a remarkable pace, restoring itself to its former state. With a heavy thud, Kimamaro collapsed, losing consciousness. Kabuto's voice trembled, caught between hope and disbelief. Did it work? Orochimaru struggled to contain his excitement. Kabuto, run a full medical examination on him, immediately. The results left Kabuto completely stunned. Kimamaro's illness, it's completely cured. A sharp, gasping sound escaped Orochimaru, his slitted eyes ablaze with awe. Subarashi, is this the power of the so-called child of the coffin? Just a fraction of it, and it can bring the dead back to life, restore flesh to bone. He turned his gaze to a dimly lit wall. Not one lined with cold experimental tools or human specimens, but a wall filled with warm, personal photographs. Every frame captured the same person, someone utterly out of place in such a dark and forbidding space. These were the clues Orochimaru had painstakingly gathered over 5 years, all pointing toward a single possibility. A possibility, and nothing more, for even now, that person was shrouded in mysteries that even Orochimaru could not unravel. That was why he was so eager for the upcoming Chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf. He had to see the truth with his own eyes. Could it really be you? I can hardly wait to find out. Yukon. What? The Chunin exams require teams of 3 to participate. After listening to Niji's explanation, Naruto looked at him in surprise and asked for confirmation. Niji replied, "It's always been this way. So, fortunately, you didn't turn into a loner, otherwise you wouldn't even be eligible to take the Chunin exams." The unspoken meaning was clear. You really ought to thank my little brother for helping you live like a proper person. Handing the Chunin exam application forms to the 3 of them, Niji began giving instructions with the nagging concern of an old lady. Fill out these forms, and, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, meet in classroom C301. None of you lack ability, but don't get careless. The exam will be full of tricks and traps. If you fall for them, your teammates will suffer too. Especially you, Naruto. Read every question carefully. Pay attention to the examiner's intentions. Do you understand? Naruto pulled a face and grumbled. All right, you don't have to go on and on. Come on, we're partners in crime from the great sewage tank explosion, and now he acts like he's the voice of experience, lecturing me like this. If he ever annoys me, I'll spill everything about those old days. Let's see how he handles being an ANBU squad leader after that. If Niji could hear Naruto's thoughts right now, he would have been secretly delighted. Trading your future as Hokage for my career as the ANBU squad leader? That's a deal I'd take any day. Maybe I should beat you to it and spill the beans first? I've got another mission. We'll hang out next time. With that, Niji put on his animal mask, raised 2 fingers, and in a puff of white smoke, vanished from sight. He let out a sigh. ENB, you really are busy. Naruto huffed. How come even this guy has started copying my shadow clone technique? Sasuke mused. The Chunin exams, huh? I wonder what kind of people we'll run into. That red-haired guy with the strange gourd on his back from earlier. He felt strong. Gaara of the Sand. When Itachi used to tell me about ninja from different countries, I think he mentioned that name. He's the son of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and if I'm not mistaken, he's also the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shikaku. That means he's got the same kind of monster inside him as Naruto. With that thought, Uchiha blood began to stir restlessly within Sasuke. If I run into him, I'll defeat him myself. Naruto said, it's still early before 4 o'clock. Let's go grab some Ichiraka ramen. Sasuke retorted, all you ever want is ramen. Can't you try something different once in a while? You'll end up malnourished. He wanted to say, maybe next time I'll invite Naruto over to try some of Itachi's delicious home cooking, but he was too shy to say it out loud. After they finished their ramen, Naruto suggested they go hang out at their secret base atop the Hokage Rock. Sasuke thought it was a bit inappropriate to mess around in broad daylight, so he proposed they go warm up in the little grove instead to prepare for the exam. He stopped in his tracks. You two go ahead. I've got something else to take care of. What is it? Mr. Kakashi isn't feeling well today, so I'm going to check on him. Huh? He's sick? I thought Niji said Kakashi had something come up at the last minute. You lied without batting an eye. Brother Niji told me in secret Kakashi's actually sick, but so that we wouldn't get distracted before our exams, he made up an excuse about being busy. So that's how it is. Let's all go visit him together, then. No, it's not really appropriate for all 3 of us to go see someone who's unwell. I guess you're right. You're always so thoughtful. Then, please pass along our regards to him. I will. You watched as Naruto and Sasuke headed off toward the small grove, his expression turning a touch complicated. He certainly wasn't about to waste time visiting Kakashi. There was something else he had to do. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, would soon fall prey to Orochimaru's deadly scheme on his way to Konoha. Even if Orochimaru's goals had shifted from before, there was no way he'd pass up the chance to destroy Konoha by manipulating the Sand Village. Although there was a rift between father and son, Raza was, after all, Gaara's biological father. If you truly wanted to befriend Gaara, turning a blind eye now would be unconscionable. I should go. With a whoosh, you slipped into the swirling vortex conjured by his Byakugan. 30 kilometers south of Konoha, in a narrow valley, a crucial pass for travelers from the Sand Village. Wind release, great breakthrough. A sharp, rushing wind tore through the air, cutting down Raza's bodyguards and leaving them lying in pools of blood. Peering through a crack in his shield of golden sand, Raza instantly recognized the figure blocking his path. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold, indifferent smile. He offered no reply. Why waste words on someone already as good as dead? High on the ridge behind, a red-haired girl stood braced against the wind, flute poised to her lips. Demonic flute, illusory sound chains. A haunting melody pierced the golden sand defense, weaving a disorienting spell that buzzed relentlessly in Raza's ears. It wasn't enough to ensnare a ninja of Raza's caliber in a genjutsu, but it did disrupt his chakra flow. His golden sand faltered, leaving an opening, through which a silver-haired youth in white, ethereal as moonlight, surged forward. From his forearm, a massive bone spear erupted, driving straight through the weakened sand defense. Bang! Raza narrowly escaped using a substitution technique, and in that instant, used his collapsing sand to trap Kimimaro. Shing! From the flank, Kabuto Yakushi darted in, his right hand glowing with chakra, his surgical blade slicing cleanly, leaving a wound across Raza's shoulder. Thud! Raza lashed out with a powerful kick, sending Kabuto flying. As Kabuto tumbled backward in pain, a sinister smile flickered beneath the pale glint of his glasses. Raza tried to summon his sand to finish off Kimimaro, but a numbing sensation crawled up his body, his hands refusing to obey him. Poison! Sensing that something was wrong, his expression changed drastically. It's over. Orochimaru gripped the Kusanagi sword, which he had drawn from his mouth, and launched a deadly sneak attack at Raza. Clang! But just then, something shot out of Raza's ninja tool pouch in a strange arc. It was a tactical ninja flash bomb. Bang! A blinding white light engulfed everything, masking the scene from view. When the light finally faded, only bloodstains remained on the ground. Raza had vanished without a trace. Slash! Kimimaro broke free from his shackles of gold sand. Tuya leaped down from the high ground, and Kabuto pushed himself up from the floor. The three stared at the spot where Raza had disappeared, each with a look of shock and suspicion. Pushing up his glasses, Kabuto spoke in a low tone. Was that flash bomb Raza's backup plan? But even so, with his body paralyzed, he shouldn't have been able to use instant body technique. Orochimaru fell silent, replaying the scene in his mind. Despite some guesses, he ultimately couldn't piece together the truth. The plan to assassinate the Kazekage has failed. Lord Orochimaru, what should we do now? Killing and replacing the Kazekage was meant to give us a legitimate reason to borrow Suna's military strength, holding back Konoha's ANBU and Jonin forces, and buy me a chance to kill Sensei Sarutobi. But that's not the only way. Still, if we want to infiltrate Konoha with Kimimaro and Tayuya legally, the Kazekage's escort identity makes for an excellent cover. A sly smile flickered at Orochimaru's lips. It doesn't matter. Those three children exist precisely for moments like this. Bring them here. Forbidden technique, reanimation jutsu. AR, Sakan, Kimuru, and Jirobo, who had all died in the Grey Wedge experiment, were resurrected through the reanimation jutsu, while the three Otogekyur genin, Zaku, Kin, and To, were engulfed by dirt, screaming in agony. Rather than harboring resentment at being used as test subjects, the three revived ninja knelt as if bestowed with a great honor. Lord Orochimaru, thank you for not abandoning us. Please command us as you wish. Orochimaru said, you three will take the place of To, Kin, and Zaku in the Konoha Chunin exams. And Kabuto, because of your ties with Danzo, Lord Sarutobi has always turned a blind eye to your repeated participation in the exams. Though it may arouse some suspicion, let's use this as a way to divert his attention. Have Kimimaro and Tayuya pose as Chitose Karai, and Ken Misumi attend the Chunin exams as Konoha ninjas. But remember, do not reveal your true strength too soon. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I understand. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, inwardly awestruck by Orochimaru's meticulousness and daring. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, opened his eyes, When he realized that the person who had just rescued him from right under Orochimaru's nose was a child about the same age as Gaara, his face was filled with utter shock. Who? Who are you? What kind of being are you? Thud, thud. You caught the bouncing ball with a casual hand, her innocent smile radiating harmlessness. My name is Hyuga. I'm a ninja, 4th Kazekage Raza. Saving you comes with a price. I need you to promise me something. Otherwise, well, I might just have to stuff this ball somewhere you really wouldn't like. 4 p.m., outside classroom C301 in the Hidden Leaf Village. Izumo and Kotetsu, disguised as children, blocked the way of the exam candidates here, their voices dripping with sarcasm and mockery. Yet even amidst their taunts, they didn't forget to emphasize the importance and mission of a chunin, elevating the gravity of the exam and stirring a sense of awe for the chunin exams in the hearts of the genin. The Leaf's methods might have been a bit crude and heavy-handed, but they were undeniably effective, leaving the genin looking completely bewildered and intimidated. However, not everyone was buying it. Sasuke said coldly, "Instead of flaunting your mediocre jinjutsu here, why don't you drop the act and let us through? We're heading to the 3rd floor." Izumo smirked. "Oh, you saw through our illusion? Not bad, kid." With a flicker of light and shadow, the disguised 2nd floor reverted back to its true form, revealing that it had been masked as the 3rd floor. But just seeing through a jinjutsu isn't enough. In a flash, Kotetsu charged straight at Sasuke. This was the moment that Rock Lee had intervened in before, but this time, there was no one to stop it. Crack! Sasuke caught Kotetsu's fist with his palm. Locked in a stalemate, Kotetsu raised an eyebrow. "Well now, I didn't expect you to have that kind of arm strength. So is defense all you've got? But do you dare strike back?" Sasuke grinned. "Save it. Anyone bold enough to disguise the exam room like this has to be a staff member for the chunin exams. If attacking a staff member means disqualification, then I'd be the one losing out, wouldn't I?" Kotetsu flashed an approving smile. "You're a sharp one, kid. I'll count to 3, and we both let go. I'll let you through." Sasuke nodded. "Sounds good to me. 1, 2. But before Kotetsu could say 3, his face suddenly twisted, turning a deep purple. Naruto had crept up behind him, silent as a shadow, and unleashed a perfectly executed 1,000 years of death. With a pop, the transformation jutsu broke, and Kotetsu reverted to his adult form, curling up on the ground in agony. Izumo immediately dropped his disguise and rushed to Kotetsu's side, concern etched on his face. "Hey, are you okay?" Trembling, Kotetsu managed to stand. "I am fine. This kind of thing, I have a pretty high tolerance for it." Attacking a staff member would indeed result in disqualification, but since the chunin exams hadn't officially begun yet, those rules weren't in effect. After the minor incident, Izumo and Kotetsu let them pass. "Yo, my beloved students." Up on the 3rd floor corridor, Kakashi, who had been waiting there, closed his book Make Out Paradise and greeted them with a smile. Naruto exclaimed, "You're not sick?" Kakashi looked puzzled. "Sick? Didn't Niji tell you? I'm one of the proctors for this exam." Sasuke shot you a suspicious look, as if asking, "So if you didn't visit him in the hospital, where did you go?" You whistled softly, shifting his gaze away. He couldn't very well admit that he'd snatched the Kazekage out from under Orochimaru's nose, threatened him not to reveal who saved him, and told him to turn a blind eye to Orochimaru's attack on the Leaf Village. You quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, how did you end up as a proctor for the chunin exams?" "Well," Kakashi scratched his head. "It turned out that after going home last night, he had a nightmare. His 3 students ran wild during the chunin exams, causing utter chaos. Fearing that nightmare would come true, he took the initiative to ask the 3rd Hokage for a new role as a supervisor during the exams. Following the rules that staff must avoid conflicts of interest, he had Niji pass on a message for him." Kakashi leaned in and whispered, "All of you need to take it easy, especially you. If you've got 10 parts of strength, use only 5 or 6, understand?" You protested. "Is that really necessary? I'm just a genin." Kakashi was left speechless. "Yes, technically you're a genin, but precisely because of that, it's even more of a problem." Kakashi straightened his clothes and put on a more serious expression. "Listen, you. It's not a crime to be outstanding. But you need to understand this. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be blown down by the wind. The village's higher-ups are watching you. You're still young, and you don't understand the darker side of this place." He thought back to his own shadowy past. There was more than one occasion where he'd nearly fallen victim to Danzo's schemes. He didn't want to see the same thing happen to his own students. Kakashi became stern. "So, if I sense anything going wrong, I'll have to use my special authority to disqualify you from the exam." You sighed inwardly. "Sigh? I thought I was being low-profile enough, but apparently not." Still, Kakashi's intentions were for his own good. Even though this kind of protection was unnecessary, After all, Danzo wouldn't live to see the end of the Chunin exams. But kind-hearted as he was, you decided to accept Kakashi's concern. After all, Kakashi was the teacher he had chosen himself. You grinned. Hee, I get it. Honestly, I've decided to use only about 10% of my skills for this exam. I'll keep my word. That's good. Wait, only 10%? That's unnecessary. If you hold back too much and fail the exam, that completely defeats the purpose. Of course, as your teacher, I hope all of you will smoothly become Chunin. Kakashi seemed to misunderstand just how much 10% strength really was. But he was being entirely serious. As they entered exam room C301, candidates wearing different styles of forehead protectors and a variety of outfits, all of whom looked anything but friendly, turned their gazes toward them, each with their own motives. Familiar faces were few and far between. Most of the room was filled with genin from other villages. Naruto exclaimed, "Whoa, there's so many people. I didn't expect so many genin." Sasuke scoffed, "Teach, look at you so sheltered. The world of shinobi is far bigger than you think." Yu's eyes swept over the crowd, and he instantly spotted the anomalies. There among the crowd were Sakan and Jirobo, brought back by the reanimation jutsu, as well as Kabuto Yakushi and even the disguised Kimimaro and Tayuya, all hiding in plain sight. With a moment's reflection, Yu quickly grasped the situation. So that's it. They can't just impersonate the Kazekage and swagger in with their subordinates. So they switched up their plan, sneaking in under the radar. Looks like this Chunin exam really won't be boring at all. Kabuto had come with a mission, but unlike before, he now had a much better understanding of the trio's abilities. That meant he couldn't play the role of a helpful guide like he did in the past. One wrong move now, and things could go horribly awry. Even so, despite all he'd heard about Yu, Kabuto remained deeply skeptical as he watched him. Yu, could he really be the child of the Coffin Lord Orochimaru spoke of? Suddenly, there was a sharp burst of sound as a cloud of white smoke filled the air, drawing everyone's attention to the front of the classroom. There stood Ibiki Marino, flanked by a group of intimidating proctors as they made their entrance. His voice, deep and commanding, echoed throughout the exam hall. "I hereby announce that the first round of this year's Chunin exam will now begin." Everyone knew the rules of the written test, but let's quickly go over them once more. There are 10 questions in total. Points are only deducted for wrong answers, and the team's final score is the sum of all 3 members' scores. However, if even one team member gets a 0, the whole team is disqualified. Additionally, if you're caught using any non-ninja methods to cheat, you lose 2 points for each infraction. Lose all your points and you're out. Now, here's the real trick. Officially, the exam tests your academic knowledge, but in truth, it's designed to assess your ability to gather intelligence using ninja arts. And there's a twist within the twist. All of this is just misdirection. The real challenge only comes with the 10th question. The 153 examinees in a room each received a random number as they handed in their registration forms, then took their assigned seats for the test. They called it random, but there was definitely something fishy about it. None of the 3-person squads were seated together. You sat in the middle row, near the center, flanked on both sides by unfamiliar extras. Judging by their manner, these two seemed to be teammates. The exam questions were ridiculously simple. As someone who always studied diligently, you could answer them all with ease. Yet you didn't feel like doing the work yourself. So you glanced at the automatic pencil in your hand with its little white rabbit clicker. You're quite a clever little pencil now. Secret art, Sazakarubi no Me. This was a secret technique pushed by the Book of Gods, and its effect was truly magical. It could imbue an object with a specific mode of action. Put simply, it was like programming code into a tool. Click, click, click. You released your grip, and the pencil began answering the questions on its own. This scene left the extra from the grass country, seated on your left, utterly dumbfounded. He snapped out of his shock and immediately tattled. "Examiner, he's cheating. His pencil is moving by itself." Whoosh. Ibiki, along with the staff and all the other examinees, turned their eyes toward you and the miraculous pencil on your desk. It really was moving on its own. How could that be possible? The examinees in the back rows couldn't see clearly. Some even stood on tiptoe, craning their necks for a better look. Ibiki's eyes narrowed. You remained composed and answered, "If you aren't looking at my exam paper, how do you know my pencil is moving by itself? Aren't you the one cheating?" The tattletale was dumbstruck. Ibiki declared, "Candidate number 26, you are guilty of low-level cheating. -2 points." The protest was immediate. If you put it that way, then not just me. Everyone saw it. Ibiki snorted, "You have a point. In that case, everyone gets 2 points deducted." Grumbles of discontent rippled through the exam hall, resentment bubbling up everywhere. But all the hostility was directed at the tattletale. Feeling the murderous glares from every direction, sweat broke out on the candidate's back. He slumped into his seat, glaring at you viciously. Shorty, just you wait. If I get a chance in the next round, you're done for. You thought to yourself, not a chance, small fry. Crash. He tore his own exam paper to shreds. A blatant act of provocation. Ibiki and the staff turned frosty eyes his way. The candidate went pale. No, it's not like that. My hand moved on its own. Ibiki's voice was cold as ice. To openly destroy your exam paper. This is a first in the history of the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha. You and your teammates are hereby permanently disqualified. From now on, none of the three of you may ever take this exam again. Now get out of my hall. To your right, and behind the troublemaker, his two teammates from the grass village rose with grim faces. It was clear they'd never be on speaking terms again. As the candidate was dragged out of the exam room by the staff, he kept shouting, "No, it's not true. I've been framed." Ibiki knew perfectly well what was happening. Of course I know about these things. After all, a person's eyes never lie. He must have been compelled by some irresistible force to tear up his own exam paper. And that force, Ibiki was certain, came from the child sitting beside him. Hyuga-yu. Even though Ibiki saw through this, he still chose to punish the candidate. It wasn't because he favored his own village's ninja, but because, deep down, he despised the act of tattling. Eliminating competitors is understandable. But as a ninja, you should use the honest and proper methods that befit a shinobi. He murmured, Hyuga-yu. The kid who made such a stir during the Ninja Academy graduation exams. His reputation is well-deserved. After this brief incident, the exam returned to normal. Naruto stared at the test paper, completely at a loss. Over the years, with Yu's help and his own hard work, he had finally shaken off his reputation as a class dunce. But no matter what, written tests had always been his Achilles heel. What should I do? What should I do? If this goes on, Yu and Sasuke will get dragged down by me. Oh, and this time, Hinata wasn't sitting next to Naruto during the exam. Sasuke noticed all of this and felt a pang of anxiety. That idiot Naruto doesn't even realize what's going on. Should I give him a little hint? But then he caught a glimpse of Yu, who seemed utterly unbothered. If Yu isn't worried, then there must be nothing to fear. I'd better focus on finishing my own exam. Even I don't know how to answer this question. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke scanned the room and settled on the figure in a white cloak with a shaved head. Bald head, that's Sakura, isn't it? Her handwriting is so smooth. Even though she skipped grades to focus on taijutsu, her theoretical knowledge hasn't slipped at all. With a rapid, fluid motion, Sasuke began copying Sakura's answers using his Sharingan, his pen moving effortlessly across the page. And so, half an hour of the exam passed in this fashion. Suddenly, Naruto remembered Niji's advice. Your abilities are all up to par, but you need to be especially careful about the traps and tricks built into the exam. Read each question carefully, figure out what the examiner really wants, especially you, Naruto. Wait a minute, the examiner's intentions, could it be? He glanced surreptitiously around the room. Sure enough, everyone's behavior seemed off. Could it be? He replayed in his mind the words Ibiki had used when explaining the exam rules, and, like a bolt of lightning, realization struck. So that's it. The point of this exam is to let everyone use ninja techniques to cheat. Legally. Seeing Naruto's face light up with sudden understanding, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. That thickhead fool finally figured out. With half an hour left, he should be able to wait. All at once, a disastrous thought occurred to Sasuke. Besides Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Rasengan, I don't know any other ninjutsu at all. But ironically, neither of these jutsu was any use in this exam room. Realizing this, Naruto slammed his head against the desk, making a loud banging sound. Ibiki thought to himself, Uzumaki Naruto, even in the Ninja Academy, his grades were excellent. Could it be that he's using some sort of jutsu by banging his head on the desk? The proctors exchanged glances, seeking guidance, but Ibiki simply shook his head, signaling for them not to interfere. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto continued pounding his head on the desk. Although the other candidates were clearly annoyed, after learning from what had happened before, everyone chose to ignore him, fearing they'd be accused of cheating again. Except for one person. Naruto. A voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's mind. Is that Hinata's voice? Naruto looked around, bewildered. This time, Hinata hadn't been assigned to sit near him. Do not look at me. I'm using Hearts in Harmony Jutsu to speak with you telepathically. Hearts in Harmony? Where did you learn a jutsu like that? It was Yukun. He taught me in private because when I can't see you, I still wanted to be able to talk to you. Naruto blushed, his face turning red. In Naruto, right now I'm sharing my Byakugan vision with you. But the sharing jutsu needs us both to form hand signs together. The sequence is... You taught you this too, huh? but nothing escaped Yu's notice. Hee hee. So, Hinata's using that jutsu, but honestly it's not really necessary. In the back row, Ino gazed at Yu's back, an idea forming in her mind. Back during our graduation exams, for some reason, my mind transfer jutsu didn't work on you. But now, his guard is completely down. Hee, time to settle the score from back then. Let me take a peek at your answers. With a mischievous grin, Ino formed a hand seal and aimed her jutsu at Yu's back. Mind transfer jutsu. Yu murmured softly, girls really do hold grudges. Mind transfer reflection. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ino's consciousness was bounced away by Yu, ricocheting off the walls and straight into Hinata. Buzz. Hinata's mind was overtaken by Ino, instantly cutting off the shared Byakugan vision, plunging Naruto back into crisis. Now, inhabiting Hinata's body, Ino was momentarily confused. What's going on? I clearly aimed my mind transfer at you. Why did it land me in Hinata's body instead? One glance at Hinata's test paper, and she was shocked. Every single question was answered. Come to think of it, even though Hinata's always busy whispering sweet nothings with Naruto, her grades never slip. Buzz. As the jutsu wore off, Ino returned to her own body and began filling in her answers. In the exam hall, every genin was resorting to their own unique tricks. Gaara, brow furrowed, shot urgent glances. Kankuro, hurry up. Kankuro's face was tense and uneasy. For some reason, his puppet, Crow, was refusing to respond, as if its joints had been welded shut. Ha! When it comes to settling old scores, boys are just as fierce as girls. Useless piece of junk. I guess I'll have to do it myself. Gaara was losing his patience and decided to take matters into his own hands. With a soft, gritty sound, he opened his palm, and sand gathered, forming a sand-eye, optic nerve connection established. Out of the corner of his eye, Gaara glanced at you. A self-moving pen. Could Hyuga use ability, like mine, be to control some kind of medium? But Gaara was less interested in the correct answer than he was in the special abilities of his chosen prey. The sand rustled again, dispersing and then reforming right next to you. Hey, Sand-Eye, come here. You reached out, grabbed the sand-eye without hesitation, and popped it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This unexpected move left even Gaara momentarily stunned. A low chuckle built in Gaara's throat, then erupted into wild, echoing laughter. Interesting. This is truly fascinating. 15 minutes before the end of the first exam, Ibiki announced the 10th question. It was this. Do you choose to answer the 10th question? If you don't, you lose your qualification and must leave the exam room. But if you choose to answer and get it wrong, not only you, but also your teammates will be barred from ever becoming Chunin, condemned to remain genin for life. Well, the fear of dragging your teammates down is touching, but for a ninja, information can be even more precious than life. If you hesitate and miss crucial intel, you might end up causing even greater harm to your comrades. That was the real purpose behind Ibiki's 10th question. In other words, it was a stress test. But from the perspective of the test takers, it felt nothing like that. Protests erupted at once. The first to speak up was Kiba Inuzuka. Hey, what kind of garbage rule is this? Plenty of us have taken the Chunin exams before, but I've never heard of anything like this. Woof, woof, woof. Ibiki threw back his head and burst out laughing. Too bad for you. This year, I make the rules. The room was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, you acted as if nothing had happened. Calmly, he erased all his answers with an eraser, then started scribbling and doodling on his test paper with his pencil. After a brief, tense silence, the first examinee finally cracked under the pressure and chose to withdraw. I quit. And then, the chain reaction began. Me too. There's always next year. Sorry, I don't want to be a genin for life. Damn it. At this moment, the one suffering the most on the field was undoubtedly Kankuro, whose puppet had been tampered with by you, leaving him unable to use it. Under normal circumstances, even if the 10th question was extremely difficult, he could still rely on his skills to cheat and try to get the answer. But without his puppet, he was completely powerless. If I lose my chance to become a Chunin forever, because of this, Gaara might actually kill me. Rather than face that, maybe I should just quit now. At worst, he'd only take my arms. Damn it. Why did the puppet have to break down at a time like this? And with all these proctors watching, there's no way I can take it apart to check. Just as Kankuro was about to raise his hand. Bang! Naruto's small hand slammed down hard on the desk. All eyes in the room instantly turned to him. Naruto stood up. With a resolve echoing his past determination, he declared his dream in front of everyone. Even if I remain a genin my whole life, I'll keep striving to become Hokage, no matter what. And Naruto. Hinata was filled with pride for him. After being interrupted by Ino's mind-body switch and losing the shared Byakugan vision, Hinata had wanted to offer her help again, but Naruto gently refused. He felt it would be dishonorable to rely entirely on Hinata's help for his results. And besides, Sasuke would see right through it. That's all I have to say. With those words, Naruto sat back down. The room grew quiet, but you could see the tension in the candidates' faces ease, their anxiety softened by his determination. Ibiki was surprised, though. Did that outburst just steady the wavering hearts of these candidates? Sweeping his gaze across the room, he paid special attention to Kankuro. Is there anyone else who wants to quit? Kankuro, who had nearly raised his hand, clenched it into a fist instead. Even a Leaf Village genin kid has this much guts. What am I so afraid of? For a puppet master, the arm is everything. If Gaara takes my arm, my career is over. It's as good as dying, so I might as well go all in. Seeing that no one else was quitting, Ibiki broke into a booming, unexpected laugh and announced that everyone remaining had passed. As expected, the room erupted once again, shock, confusion, disbelief, all at once. Facing the barrage of questions, Ibiki removed his head covering, revealing a scalp scarred like the surface of the moon. Drawing on his own bloody past, he explained the reasoning behind the test. And so, the candidates left with valuable lessons and a sense of triumph. In the end, 72 candidates passed the exam. 24 teams in total. He set down his pencil and looked out the window. Now, it was almost time for another reckless troublemaker to make their entrance. Creak. Sure enough, the window shattered and a blur streaked through the air, landing on the ground. But before she could even toss her kunai to either side, her signal to commence the second round of the exam, her foot slipped out from under her, and with a thump, she landed squarely on her backside. All was silent. Even Ibiki was speechless, along with everyone else in the room, each one thinking, we'd rather pretend we don't know this person. Anko Mitarashi stood up, rubbing her sore behind. Huh? That's so odd. Why is the floor so slippery? Ibiki, did you let a candidate bleed out on the ground or something? Ibiki replied, the floor is perfectly clean. You must have just slipped on your own. Ah, never mind, Anko muttered, sweeping her gaze across the room with evident displeasure. Why are there still so many of you left? Ibiki, wasn't your first exam a little too easy? Ibiki answered, well, this year's candidates are actually pretty impressive. Then let me do the honors of cutting these numbers down by half. Or more. Perhaps she was trying to salvage her dignity, or maybe there really was something wrong with her. Anko announced, now then everyone crawl your way, yes crawl, to the site of the second exam. Gather in front of the forest of death. Ibiki protested, there's no rule like that, is there? A soft shuffling sound filled the air. A small figure was already leading by example. He pressed himself flat to the floor, pulling his knees and pushing his hips, worming his way toward the door. Anko blinked, then burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Ha 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 ha, what a funny little guy. Sasuke muttered, that you. He's moving like a maggot. I can't let you embarrass himself all alone, declared Naruto, and promptly morphed into a maggot as well, crawling right after him. And Naruto, wait for me. Hinata, cheeks flushed, joined in, wriggling after them. You guys, Sasuke sighed, but in the end, he couldn't let himself be left out. Swallowing his pride, he followed suit. In times like these, we have to stick together, Shino said, trailing after the others, with Kiba, Ino, and Choji close behind. Man, what a pain, Shikamaru grumbled, bringing up the rear. Anko fixed her gaze on the dumbstruck examinees. What are you all waiting for? Still clinging to your cool, aloof personas? This is the exam room. Don't expect any special treatment. This is ridiculous. The whole of Konoha is out of its mind. I swear, I'm filing a complaint after this is over. The rest of the candidates reluctantly dropped to the floor. Disguised as Kenbishi Misumi, Tayuya asked, Hey Kabuto, do we really have to do this too? Kabuto hesitated for a long moment, then took off his glasses, slipped them into his pocket, and said with a blank expression, For Lord Orochimaru's plan, it's not worth fussing over such a trivial matter. Damn it, something about this village just feels off. Outside, the representatives from the other villages, waiting for the exam to end, witnessed a truly bizarre scene. 72 examinees formed a wriggling line, inching toward the site of the second exam, the Forest of Death. What is this? Some kind of bizarre play? Kakashi looked at a few familiar faces at the head of the line and muttered, I think I can guess what happened. Later, Ibiki was collecting the completed exam papers when he stopped in front of one that stood out. This particular answer sheet bore clear signs of erasure and correction. In the blank space, a large, exaggerated doodle of a comical face. To erase the correct answers and replace them with meaningless graffiti. Such reckless behavior, as if he's seen right through my intentions and is acting with complete impunity. Or perhaps he just thinks it's fun? In any case, this Hyuga-yu is certainly an interesting little fellow. At that moment, Ibiki's own expression was a perfect mirror of the doodle on the paper. The 44th training ground of the Hidden Leaf, also known as the Forest of Death, was encircled by more than 44 locked entrances. Rivers and dense woodland ran throughout the area. Lurking in the forest were venomous insects and fierce beasts. At the center stood a tall tower, roughly 10 kilometers from each entrance. The 24 teams that advanced were each given either a heaven or an earth scroll. After signing a waiver, each team would enter the training ground from a different entrance. Everything needed for survival, including food and water, had to be procured by their own hands. Over the next 5 days, in the unforgiving environment of the Forest of Death, they would face an extreme survival challenge, while battling by any means necessary to seize the opposing scrolls. That was the content of the second exam. Once the waiver was signed, there was no turning back. It was forbidden to look at the scrolls during the exam. To break through, a team had to gather both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the tower at the center of the training ground with all 3 members intact. In other words, the second round of the Chunin exams was the Ninja World's version of Battle Royale. Right on schedule, as the proctor at the entrance announced, the second exam begins. One team after another streamed in through the various entrances surrounding the Forest of Death. After entering through entrance 18, Yu slowed his pace, watching the backs of Naruto and Sasuke as they ran ahead, lost in thought. Orochimaru is somewhere in this forest, and so are Kabuto and the Sound Five. If they all come for me, it could be troublesome. Guess it's time to bring out that old trick. Secret technique. Divine concealment. Whoosh. Yu's form faded completely, becoming utterly transparent, his chakra vanishing without a trace. The second Tsuchikige's dustless, bewildering cover could achieve something similar. But the divine concealment, a secret technique bestowed by the Book of Gods, was on a different level entirely, far beyond the skills of any mere Tsuchikage. It allows the user, as the subject, to disappear, leaving only the object behind, and observe the outside world from a godlike perspective. However, the moment any interference with the outside world occurs, the divine concealment technique will be immediately dispelled. To put it simply, once Yu activates the divine concealment technique, he vanishes completely from everyone's memory. Yet the fact of his existence and the impact he has had do not disappear. Instead, everything is rationalized as if it had always made sense. Such a powerful technique already touches upon the very laws of causality. And yet, the opportunity for Yu to obtain this technique came from a simple game of hide-and-seek he played just last year. After Yu disappeared, Naruto and Sasuke hurried deeper into the Forest of Death. Sasuke said, "Out of the 24 qualifying teams, we're the only duo. We'll be facing opponents with more members than us. This is a tough situation. So one of us has to take the lead. Naruto, we need to work together so well that we surpass the teamwork of a 3-man squad. That means you'll follow my instructions this time, got it?" Naruto, though a bit disgruntled, was well aware of his own shortcomings. Reluctantly, he agreed, "Fine, just this once, I'll listen to you." A rustling sound swept through the forest ahead. Suddenly, a barrage of shuriken filled the air, descending upon them. With a series of sharp clangs, Naruto and Sasuke dodged swiftly, knocking down the incoming shuriken with their kunai. Once they'd steadied themselves, Sasuke scanned their surroundings with a Sharingan. To throw such an absurd number of shuriken at once. Could this be a joint attack by several teams? But dropping down from the lush leaves and landing gracefully on a tree trunk was just a single girl. She wore a pink cheongsam with a side-fastened top, her hair styled in twin buns. Unfurling a massive summoning scroll, she pouted at the 2 boys, who were now on high alert after evading the attack. "TCH, you two sure are quick on your feet." Naruto recognized her immediately. "It's her, the girl who used to bicker and flirt with Neji before he joined the ANBU. If I remember right, her name is Tintin. Nice work. You managed to split those 2 up." With a swish, a figure in green landed on the ground below, standing tall and straight. His right hand, bandaged, was raised diagonally across his chest, and above his large, piercing eyes were 2 impressively thick eyebrows. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look. "Who on earth is this guy? You may not know me, but I've heard plenty about you." Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, the top 2 graduates of this year's ninja class. "So, you're a previous graduate?" Sasuke asked. "That's right. My name's Rock Lee, and I'm 1 year ahead of you." After introducing himself, Lee fixed his gaze on Sasuke and declared in a firm, ringing voice, "Uchiha Sasuke, I officially challenge you." Naruto protested. "Hey, why are you challenging Sasuke and not me?" Without shifting his gaze, Rock Lee replied, because you and I are the same, we both started at the bottom, but rose up through our own hard work. Sasuke, though, is different. As the words fell, Lee darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight at Sasuke. Naruto rushed to cover him in an emergency move. Sasuke shouted, Naruto, don't interfere. This is between me and him. Naruto protested. Didn't you just say we should work together as a team? Sasuke retorted. That's a separate matter. Once a Uchiha accepts a one-on-one challenge, there's no backing down. Besides, keep your eyes on that woman in the tree. She's a tough one. With that, he brought his hands together in front of his chest to form a seal. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The famous Uchiha fire technique. Impressive power, but too slow. A wave of heat surged forth, but in a flash, Lee changed direction. The blazing fireball missed its mark, leaving Sasuke stunned. He dodged my jutsu with such ease. Thud! Suddenly, Lee appeared before Sasuke and delivered a sharp upward kick, sending Sasuke hurtling into the air. What such heavy force? Whoosh! Lee leapt after him, relentless in his pursuit. Bang! Sasuke activated the substitution jutsu just in time to evade, while Lee was still descending. Rock Lee, your speed is indeed remarkable. If I hadn't trained my own speed while working on Chidori, even if my eyes could follow you, my body wouldn't keep up. Sparks crackled. Lightning danced in Sasuke's palm as he lunged with astonishing speed toward the spot where Lee was about to land. This Chidori, which I practiced relentlessly on the Land of Waves mission without hand seals, links perfectly with my substitution jutsu. There's no way you can dodge while falling. Take this. Lee thought, he's even stronger now than when we graduated from the academy. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. Suddenly, a green aura shimmered around Rock Lee's body. Sasuke's pupils contracted in shock. That green glow is that. Boom. Suddenly, a golden blur surged between them. A powerful figure forced Lee back, disrupting the opening of the first gate of the 8 inner gates, and seized Sasuke's wrist, stopping the Chidori in its tracks. A white cloak floated gently to the ground as a calm voice spoke. We're all on the same side. There's no need to fight to the bitter end unless absolutely necessary. Staring at the familiar bald head, yet a Sakura who now seemed like a stranger, Sasuke was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. You? Sakura greeted him with calm composure. Sasuke, it's been a while. It wasn't so long ago, just during the last exam, that Sasuke had used his Sharingan to copy Sakura's answers. He called out, Haruno, how's the enemy? Sakura replied, already taken care of. Unfortunately, they had the same Earth Scroll as us. Naruto blinked in confusion. Up in the tree, Tintin sighed. Come to think of it, Lee still hasn't figured out Sakura's true gender. Sakura looked at Lee and cautioned. Lee, that move you just used is a forbidden technique. If you use it too soon, you'll end up being a burden later on. Lee bowed his head. I was careless, Sakura. Sakura released Sasuke's hand, turned around, and said, let's both do our best. See you in the arena, Sasuke. I believe the fruits of your training over these years are more than this. Sasuke gripped his reddened wrist in silence, struggling to calm the mix of emotions swirling inside him. Naruto stood wide-eyed as well. Sakura. Is that really Sakura? Sasuke simply couldn't reconcile the mysterious figure before him with the annoying, clingy girl from his memories. She didn't have the Sharingan, yet she caught my hand when I used the Chidori. Did she react purely on muscle memory? What on earth has she experienced all these years? After Team 3 left, Naruto and Sasuke encountered a squad from the village hidden in the rain. With overwhelming strength, they defeated them easily. From the unconscious Rain Ninja, Sasuke retrieved the Heaven Scroll. I didn't expect it to be this easy to collect both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Naruto, ever eager, exclaimed, let's dash straight to the tower. But Sasuke thought it over and shook his head. No, that's not wise. Who knows how many teams are lying in wait along the way. If we rush now, it's like announcing to everyone that we've got both scrolls. If we get ambushed, it's anyone's guess who will win. We should take it slow. He stowed the scrolls in his ninja pouch, ready to move on. Suddenly, Naruto's stomach gave a painful twist, and his face twisted in discomfort. I gotta go to the bathroom. That's what you get for picking random mushrooms to eat. Food poisoning, huh? Go on, I'll cover you. No, please don't. That's just weird. Want to watch me go. You think I want to? I'm just worried someone might attack you while you're occupied. Naruto pressed his hands together, pleading, just let me handle it myself, please. I mean, it's fine for the little stuff, but for the big one, I just can't do it with someone watching. He really is picky about the strangest things, just like his brother. Sasuke instructed, don't go too far, got it? Got it. Naruto hurried off toward the distant bushes with an urgent shuffle. Wait a sec. Sasuke called out to him. Just in case, let's come up with a code. Old 8 secret mini burgers, 3 meals a day, worry-free. Got it, got it. Can I go now? I'm about to have an accident. Go already. Naruto bolted into the bushes at lightning speed. Stacking the 3 unconscious rain ninja together, Sasuke sat down on top of them, lost in thought. Come to think of it, who taught me that saying about old 8? Why can't I remember? Clouds drifted above, like a gray veil masking the face of the sun. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying with it an ominous foreboding. That was an amazing pull. Right now, I feel like I could face any opponent with ease. Naruto strolled over, looking thoroughly pleased, a spring in his step as if he were walking on a breeze. Sasuke rose from his human bench with a solemn expression. Naruto, give me the password. The password? Oh, right, there was something like that. Naruto paused, thinking for a moment. If I recall, it was Grandpa eats secret burgers, 3 meals a day, and never a worry. Oomph. Sasuke's face turned cold. In a flash, he hurled a kunai, laced with an explosive tag straight at Naruto. Boom! Naruto dodged nimbly, but the explosion roared behind him. He glared ahead. Sasuke, what the heck was that for? Sasuke's voice was icy. You're not Naruto. The real Naruto could never give the correct password. Naruto protested. You're underestimating me. It's just a simple, rhyming sentence. Who couldn't remember that? Sasuke replied. Under normal circumstances, maybe. But when Naruto's doubled over with a stomachache, there's no way he could remember that. And even if, by some miracle, he did, the real Naruto would never ignore an explosion behind his back. Oh, a shadow crossed Naruto's face, twisting it into something dark and unsettling. Sasuke's tone was grave. But I have to admit, your transformation jutsu is impressive, down to the smallest detail. Show us who you really are. A low, rasping laugh escaped. Well then, as you wish. With those words, Orochimaru revealed his true form. Having made sure to memorize the faces of all the examinees, Sasuke was instantly certain. You're not one of the candidates. Indeed, this time, Orochimaru hadn't bothered to disguise himself as a fellow examinee. He had simply strode boldly into the forest of death. He offered no pretense. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Orochimaru. The moment that name left his lips, Sasuke felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Itachi had once told him, besides the 3rd Hokage, there were 3 ninja in the Leaf Village whose strength rivaled his own. They were the 3rd's former students, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. In the great wars of the past, these 3 had earned a legendary title together. Orochimaru, you're one of the legendary Sannin. Oh, Orochimaru paused, then quickly understood. So, it was Itachi who told you my name. Swish. Realizing the danger he faced, Sasuke immediately put some distance between them, his mind racing with questions. Orochimaru, you're supposed to have fled the Leaf. Why show up in a place like this? Orochimaru spoke calmly. To be honest, I'm searching for someone. Searching? What kind of person? I don't have any clear memory of them, except for something they carry, something I also possess. As he spoke, he reached into his robe. Sasuke, startled like a frightened bird, recoiled once more until his back slammed hard against a large tree. But to his surprise, what Orochimaru pulled from his garment was not a weapon, but a stack of photographs. The photos showed nothing but empty backgrounds, blank spaces devoid of any people. Sasuke was puzzled. What are these photos supposed to prove? They can't prove much. That is, except for this one. Orochimaru slid a single hidden photo from the pile of empty shots and flicked it with his fingers. With a sharp snap, the photo cut through the air, grazing Sasuke's cheek and embedding itself into the tree trunk behind him. Ignoring the stinging cut on his face, Sasuke glanced at the photo out of the corner of his eye. It was a group picture of Team 7, Kakashi smiling, with his hands resting on Sasuke and Naruto's shoulders. Sasuke's mind thundered with realization. Could it be? The person he's looking for is Naruto? Orochimaru let out a low, chilling laugh. Relax. I know everything there is to know about you, Naruto, and Kakashi. The one I'm searching for definitely isn't any of you. But, given those empty photos, there's one thing I can be sure of. The person I want is closely connected to all of you. Sasuke was incredulous. What nonsense are you spouting? Team 7 is just me and Naruto. Orochimaru's gaze turned dark and profound. Then there's only one possible explanation. Someone, using a power that defies logic, has altered everyone's perception, including mine. For all we know, that person might be watching us from the shadows right now. Sasuke shouted, utter nonsense. Then let's put to the test, shall we? Orochimaru slid a finger beneath his lower eyelid, caressing his bloodshot eyeball, his murderous intent palpable. If I torture you to death, let's see if that person will show themselves. A crushing wave of killing intent erupted. For a split second, Sasuke had a vivid vision of himself suffering 1,000 gruesome deaths. His knees buckled. He dropped to one knee, drenched in cold sweat. Just this bloodlust alone is overwhelming. Kakashi, Zabuza, they can't even compare. So this is the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru struck. Sasuke's legs shook uncontrollably. Even his heartbeat seemed to be seized by Orochimaru's will. Move, damn it. I am Itachi Uchiha's brother, the pride of the Uchiha clan. Even if I die fighting, I cannot show fear. Agony from a kunai, piercing his flesh, snapped Sasuke out of his paralysis. At that same moment, the two tomo in his eyes matured into three. The appearance of the third tomo signaled the completion of Sasuke's Sharingan, his powers reaching a new level. His entire aura shifted from within, his fighting spirit surging to new heights. To turn the terror before battle into the wellspring of one's resolve, and thus awaken new power in the eyes. As Itachi's brother, you never cease to surprise me. In the midst of their banter, Orochimaru suddenly halted, his arm darting forward. From beneath his sleeve, 3 serpentine hands shot out, lunging straight at Sasuke in unison. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. He's altered his close combat into a mid-range attack. Looks like even he's wary of my Sharingan. Having overcome his fear and regained his confidence, Sasuke deliberately chose to tangle with his formidable foe. He retreated in a winding path, with the snakes slithering in relentless pursuit. Do these snakes actually have minds of their own? No matter. Either way, they won't catch up with my speed. Suddenly, he felt resistance at his heel, and he lost his balance, tumbling backward. The culprit? 3 Rain Ninja, stacked together like a bench. The very formation Sasuke had arranged himself. Damn it. Thinking fast, Sasuke used his foot to snatch up a kunai poking from a Rain Ninja's tool pouch and flung it forward. The central snake hand was pierced, but the other 2 accelerated, instantly coiling around Sasuke's arms just as he was about to weave the substitution jutsu sign. Now you can't use your substitution jutsu, can you? You know, Sasuke truly advanced substitution doesn't need hand signs. Too bad you won't get to see it. With a whoosh, the snake hands recoiled, yanking Sasuke toward Orochimaru, who was closing in. But Sasuke kept his cool. I might not know signless substitution, but I do excel at signless lightning style. Crackle. Lightning burst from Sasuke's palms, coursing through the twin snakes and jolting Orochimaru's body to a sudden halt. This is... Never underestimate the power of a Uchiha. With a mighty heave, Sasuke pulled Orochimaru towards him, dropping his weight and, copying Lee's Leaf Rising Wind, kicked Orochimaru squarely under the chin. The snake's grip weakened. Sasuke tore his hands free, crossing his fingers before his chest. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. A clone sprang from the dissipating smoke, launching a 2-stage aerial kick before vanishing again. Sasuke's fingers flashed through more hand signs. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Boom. A blazing fireball roared skyward, blasting Orochimaru further up into the air. He crashed down with a heavy thud. Kunai clenched between his teeth. Sasuke spun a Fuma Shuriken in his right hand, while in his left, for kunai gleamed between his fingers. Gathering his strength, he hurled them all at once. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken embedded themselves in the trees. Sasuke tugged the wire attached to the kunai in his mouth, pulling the surrounding lines taut. Orochimaru had barely risen when wires from every direction snapped tight, binding him fast. The steel wires dug into his flesh with a harsh creak, enough to make most people cry out in pain. Yet Orochimaru, instead, smiled as if basking in a gentle breeze. Combining 2-stage taijutsu with shadow clones, followed by the Uchiha clan's signature fire style, and then seamlessly chaining it together with the Sharingan's windmill triple blades. Truly impressive. But, I'm curious, just now, when I landed, you had a clear chance to attack me directly. Why go through the trouble of binding me? Don't tell me you actually think these wires are enough to capture me alive. Sasuke's Sharingan glimmered with a sharp, penetrating light. In Itachi's words, you're an extremely dangerous man. If I don't keep you tightly restrained, I can't guarantee my killing blow will land. These wires may not hold you forever, but a moment is all I need. Crackling energy burst in the air. Sasuke's left hand was wreathed in vibrant blue lightning, while his right hand gripped the forehead protector that symbolized his allegiance to the Leaf Village. Orochimaru, you are a rogue ninja from the Leaf, and you've conducted countless inhumane human experiments. I don't know why you infiltrated the Chunin exams, but here and now, I'll bring you to justice in the name of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's slit-pupiled eyes gazed at the fierce lightning gathering in Sasuke's palm. That lightning-style technique, it's Chidori after all. Kakashi really does have a soft spot for you, doesn't he? Don't get it twisted. Chidori isn't something Kakashi taught me. This is a technique I mastered on my own. Sasuke charged forward like a thunderbolt, launching his deadly Chidori at Orochimaru. When he was just 3 meters away, Orochimaru, his limbs still tightly bound, opened his mouth and spat out a snake to counterattack. He can spit snakes out of his mouth, too. Sasuke's sprint faltered for a split second, but on a narrow path, only the bold prevail. With my Sharingan and confidence in my insight, I will not lose to anyone. In a flash, he twisted his body forward by 1/2 meter, dodging the snake strike. At the same time, he caught the serpent at its vital spot, with his right shoulder blade, while his left hand thrust forward another 1/2 meter, his palms lightening, extending out an extra 2 meters. Chidori spear. A piercing crack resounded. The tip of the lightning lance drove straight into Orochimaru's heart. Sasuke's gaze burned with intensity. These eyes see everything clearly. You're not a clone or some other trick. Use the few seconds you have left to regret your reckless appearance before me, and suffer the consequences of underestimating the Uchiha name. Orochimaru chuckled. Hith. From start to finish, that was quite the show. Your combat skills are already close to Jonin level. But it's pointless. With the techniques you know, you're still far from being able to kill me. Suddenly, the snake Orochimaru had spat out recoiled from beneath Sasuke's shoulder, straightening up. An arm reached out from the snake's open jaws. The old Orochimaru crumpled into nothing but a shriveled snake skin, while a new, glistening Orochimaru emerged from a pool of viscous fluid, shaking out his head and shoulders with a sinister grace as he rose to his feet. Sasuke's jaw dropped, his mouth opening and closing in speechless disbelief. After a long beat, his soul cried out, "What are you exactly?" Good question. Orochimaru smiled wickedly and said, "I am the immortal Orochimaru, one who seeks to grasp all truths of this world. I already have a chosen candidate, but I don't mind keeping more options open. Sasuke, your performance in battle has piqued my interest. I'll designate you as my backup vessel, provided, of course, that you manage to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands formed a sign before his chest. His neck twisted and elongated unnaturally, coiling around Sasuke. Sasuke instantly sensed danger. With what lightning chakra remained his left hand, he shielded his face. In a cold flash, Orochimaru sank his fangs deep into Sasuke's left palm. A sinister brand burned itself into the center of Sasuke's palm, a gray wedge searing into his flesh. Fiery marks spread from his palm, crawling up his arm in jagged lines. Sasuke clutched his left arm and collapsed to the ground, curling up as a harrowing scream echoed through the forest. Orochimaru watched coldly from the side. Just like Kimimaro, he didn't die instantly. Whether he can withstand the conditions of this gray wedge is still unknown. But there must be some common trait between Sasuke and Kimimaro. That much is certain. He glanced around. Yet even now, the child of the coffin has not appeared. Could it be my hypothesis was wrong after all? At that moment, the wild fruits cradled in Naruto's arms tumbled to the ground. Wide-eyed, Naruto shouted, "Hey, what did you do to Sasuke?" Orochimaru turned slowly, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. "As you can see, I'm toying with Sasuke's very life." Sasuke, his hand nearly reduced to fibers, stretched it desperately towards Naruto and shouted hoarsely, "Naruto, run. You're no match for this guy." With a heavy thud, the thumping of a heartbeat thundered, and crimson bled through his consciousness. A pillar of red light erupted from the depths of the forest. The sky darkened in an instant. Deep within the forest of death, birds and beasts scattered in terror. Orochimaru gazed at the figure before him, a monstrous form wreathed in dense, burning red chakra, for tails lashing behind it, eyes gleaming with a savage, eager light. Naruto, transformed, standing before him like a miniature Ninetales unleashed. How interesting, Orochimaru mused. He brought his crossed thumbs to his mouth and bit down sharply. A battle between monsters was about to explode. Orochimaru bit into his finger and slammed both palms onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous crack, a giant serpent materialized from the summoning circle, its massive shadow looming as it lunged forward and swallowed four-tailed Naruto whole. But the intense heat burned right through the serpent's spine. Naruto, like a crimson cannonball, burst forth, hurtling straight at Orochimaru. A deafening explosion shook the forest. With a furious punch, Naruto smashed Orochimaru's face into something resembling a Picasso abstract painting. Ugh! Orochimaru let out a miserable cry as he was blasted backward, crashing through 7 massive trees before landing in the mud, battered and disheveled. Naruto dropped to all fours and charged like a beast unleashed. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. From Orochimaru's sleeves, 10 serpents shot forth. Naruto tore them apart with his bare hands. Then his clawed hand pierced straight through Orochimaru's chest. You really play rough. With a guttural gurgle, Orochimaru's body dissolved into earth and mud. Naruto circled, eyes wild, his fury boiling over. Snap! The real Orochimaru emerged from the ground behind him, hands flashing through a series of seals with practice speed. Summoning Wicked Serpent Wave. With a bang, a giant serpent surged up from beneath Naruto, launching him high into the air before he could react. Orochimaru's seals danced, his long hair whipping around him. Wind style, great breakthrough. A monstrous gale roared forth, tearing up swathes of trees and burying Naruto beneath the flying debris. Naruto's howl echoed through the chaos, his crimson chakra arms extending and thrashing wildly, shredding any tree that dared approach him into splinters. Mini serpent array. In the distance, Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, his mouth gaping wide. From the depths of his throat, like a portal to another dimension, an endless torrent of snakes poured forth, slithering outward to fill a wide fan-shaped area. They piled atop one another, forming a surging wave of writhing bodies. The advance of the serpentine tide was accompanied by the gleam of blades flashing from their mouths, their menace growing tenfold with every moment. Even Naruto, lost in his berserk rage, was startled for an instant by this monstrous sight. But in the next breath, Naruto raised both fists above his head and slammed them down into the earth with all his might. Boom! The ground exploded with a thunderous roar, sending snakes and dust flying in all directions, scattered high into the sky. Boom! 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 He hammered the earth again and again, shattering the mini serpent array until the attack completely collapsed. Amid the ruins, Naruto suddenly grew still. A low, bubbling sound issued from the tip of his tail as he released several dense chakra orbs. The spheres gathered above his gaping maw, quickly compressing into a single, shadowy, pulsating ball of chakra. Crack! The instant the sphere fully formed, the ground beneath Naruto's feet buckled and collapsed under the strain. Naruto swallowed the dark orb in one gulp. With a muffled thud, his small body ballooned into a round shape, heat streaming in. Hisses from between his clenched teeth, and his gaze, blurred with murderous intent, locked unerringly on Orochimaru in the distance. So you're going there, are you? At last, a grave look flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He bit his finger, drawing blood, and slammed both hands onto the earth once more, summoning Jutsu, triple Rashomon gates. Boom! 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 3 massive iron gates, each carved with fearsome demon faces and hung with bells, rose up before him. A rolling, thunderous sound filled the air. From Naruto's maw, a torrent of golden light erupted, sweeping away everything in its path and leaving a scorched, radiating scar across the land. He was no longer sent flying and buried headfirst in the ground by the aftermath of that move, like before. At the edge of that devastated land, surrounded by battered white snakes, Orochimaru stood unscathed. It was inevitable. At this moment, Orochimaru had not lost his prized arms, nor was he weakened at the threshold of reincarnation. With full preparation, he was entirely capable of battling Naruto in his four-tail state, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. Naruto threw back his head and let out a guttural, anguished roar, as if desperate for even greater power, undeterred by the fact that even the tailed beast bomb could not harm Orochimaru. Orochimaru's vertical pupils narrowed as he realized something crucial. No matter how provoked he is, it shouldn't be possible for him to unleash 4 tails at once, unless the 9 tails power was released before loosening the 8 trigram seal. That's right. 5 years ago, during the Mizuki incident, Naruto was pushed to his limit after witnessing Iruka being tormented and burst out with 3 tails, until you intervened. Since then, the 8 trigram seal had weakened, but the secret was closely guarded. Almost no one knew, except for those directly involved. No matter how skilled Orochimaru was at gathering intelligence, he still needed a clue to act upon. As Naruto's thirst for power grew, the 5th tail began to emerge, flickering at the edge of manifestation. The 5th tail, that should be the limit I can handle. I'll end this at once with the Yamada no Jutsu. Orochimaru's face hardened with murderous intent as he prepared to weave his hand signs. But just as the 5th tail began to show, it suddenly receded. What? Orochimaru's raised hand froze in midair. Naruto clutched his head, his voice straining with barely contained rage. You long-haired monster, get away from Sasuke right now. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with surprise. Such a thing is possible. Astonishingly, the fox cloak surrounding Naruto began to fade away on its own, without any outside interference. Orochimaru stood facing the wind, his hand running through his hair, a seductive smile on his lips. What's truly terrifying is not unleashing 4 or 5 tails, but at the very brink of losing control. Suppressing the 9 tails rampage with nothing but your own will. Your growth and talent far exceed my expectations. This power, rivaling that of a tailed beast, is something you can undoubtedly master. The instant Naruto's fox cloak completely vanished, Orochimaru's neck stretched in a serpent's lunge, and his fangs bit deep into the palm of Naruto's right hand. A burning hiss. The pear-gray wedge that matched Sasuke's was branded onto him. Orochimaru's head withdrew, his gaze turning dark and mysterious. The one he had been waiting for, the one who should have emerged from the coffin, still had not appeared, making him start to doubt his own predictions. He picked up the Kusanagi sword and walked over to the unconscious Sasuke, raising the blade high in the air, hesitating. Forget it. If the puzzle is solved too soon, it takes away the fun of the mystery. With a metallic clang, the Kusanagi sword plunged into the earth. Orochimaru vanished in a swirl of black wind. You emerged from the shadows and pulled the Kusanagi sword free, murmuring, if you had struck with that sword, I would have had no choice but to step in and stop you. And at that point, I'd have to beat you half to death, then use Jinjutsu to control you, just to fulfill the promise I made to Itachi 5 years ago. He gazed at the gray marks on Naruto's right hand and Sasuke's left. The gray karma. Did Orochimaru develop it using chakra from the coffin? Since it evolved from the curse mark, Orochimaru's will is still mixed in, which is why it's gray. But if I choose to, I could easily erase Orochimaru's will from the karma. Come to think of it, isn't this just another way of making Naruto and Sasuke into vessels for my Otsutsuki reincarnation? He scratched his head. But the karma technique doesn't disperse my power, and it can even grant those who receive it additional strength. After all, the Otsutsuki reincarnation method called karma was invented by my dear old Otsutsuki father. Night fell. In the southwest of Konoha's Forest of Death, by a riverside 6 kilometers from the central tower. 3 Rain ninja bit players, Shigeru, Bayu, and Midar, were grilling fish over a campfire. For ninjas, lighting a fire while camping is a big taboo, but the exam rules clearly state that all survival resources must be obtained on your own during the test. In the end, a fire was inevitable. After all, kids from the village hidden in the rain have a fondness for fish. Their names might ring a bell for longtime fans. That's right. Back when the second exam first began, they became the tragic foils to highlight Gaara's terrifying power. They were all crushed into a rain of blood by Gaara's sand burial. What a terrible fate. But this time, luck was on their side, and they managed to avoid that deadly encounter. The commotion from the south at dusk was so loud we could hear it from far away. Who knows what kind of monster was fighting over there? Let's hope we don't run into it. Even if we do, there's nothing for them to gain from us. Shigeru and Midar both looked at Bayu. Bayu said sheepishly, sorry, I accidentally lost the scroll. It's fine. We still have 4 days left, plenty of chances. The further we go, the more likely we'll run into teams who have both scrolls. Exactly. If it comes to it, we can always try ambushing someone outside the tower right before the end. I'll walk from south to north, and from dark into light. I want everyone to see me, but not know who I am. The trio's discussion was abruptly interrupted by a mysterious singing voice that appeared out of nowhere. They turned instinctively toward the sound. A drifter was humming The Pretend Monk, making his way through the southern thicket. He wore a conical hat atop his head and balanced a pole across his shoulders. On either end of the pole dangled Minzwa and his companion. Brightly visible at his waist, a scroll emblazoned with the characters for heaven and earth was boldly tied. Goodness, this bewildering display left the 3 of them utterly dumbfounded. If you see that I'm a little tired, please pour me a bowl of water, would you? If you've already fallen for me, then please kiss my lips. As you strolled by, still humming his tune, he glanced over and greeted them. Hey, fellas, where's the grilled fish? Just finished grilling it, about to eat. You offered a friendly reminder. When you're camping, remember to close your tents. There are a lot of poisonous insects around here. Oh, thanks. He turned his attention back to the path and continued on, singing as he went. I have these feet. I have these legs. I have 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. I want everything there is to want, but I want neither hatred nor regret. If you want to love me, don't be afraid of regret. One day, I'll spread my wings and fly away. I don't want to stay in one place, and I don't want anyone to follow me. The three watched you as he disappeared into the distance. I've never heard that melody before. Is it a folk song from the Leaf Village? We could have just asked for the song's name. After the exams, let's go by the record. Wait, the exams? Aren't we in the tuning exams right now? That kid is all alone, and he's dragging along 2 deadweights. Well, and he has the heaven and earth scrolls, doesn't he? Haha, that's right, I saw it too. What's so funny? Hurry up and go after him. No sooner had the 3 departed than you doubled back, set down his pole, and picked up the freshly grilled fish, munching away contentedly. If they don't chase after me, maybe they'll escape disaster. But the greed of the weak, truly, it's the original sin. 3 kilometers away. Sand burial. Screams pierced the air. Gaara opened his umbrella, shielding himself from the exploding sand and the rain of blood that followed. By a twist of fate, the trio chasing you crossed paths with Gaara, who, having collected both scrolls, was heading straight for the tower, unwittingly repeating the mistakes of those before them. Kankuro stared at the bloody scene, a chill running through his heart. This is too brutal. That's the 9th one already along the way. He's not even bothering to hide his bloodlust. Could it be that Shikaku is about to awaken? Gaara tossed aside his blood-splattered umbrella, then glanced back over his shoulder. Kankuro and Temari instinctively took 2 steps back. After a brief pause, Gaara turned away and continued on his path. Temari thought to herself, just now, he was seriously considering whether to kill us too. Kankuro, I've had enough. Just being with this guy is enough to drive anyone insane, even if you don't end up dead. Half an hour later, shooting exam, backstage. Hey look, some of the contestants have already made it into the tower. The surveillance cameras in the central tower were streaming the footage live. On the screen appeared the trio from the hidden sand village. In all the years of the exam, I don't think anyone's ever cleared the test on the very first day. What's even scarier is that little sand kid with the gourd on his back. He doesn't have a single scratch on him. Seeing this, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. The first to arrive wasn't you and his team. Looks like he really did follow my instructions and kept things low-key. Ibiki and the others, meanwhile, were discussing something else. Earlier, we heard a huge commotion in the forest. Umbu have already checked it out. The damage was astonishing, but they didn't find any casualties. There's still a chance that the bodies were completely obliterated, though. We'll have to wait until the second round is over and compare the head count to really know what happened. By the riverside, Sasuke woke up. That guy called Orochimaru is incredibly dangerous. This isn't just about the exam anymore. We have to report this to Kakashi right away. You said, don't worry. What happened here? The people outside already know about it. Sasuke had always trusted you, without question. Naruto, what's wrong with him? At that moment, in order to protect you, he went so far as to use the Nine Tails' power. The Nine Tails? So how did Naruto break free from its control? Naruto overcame it by his own strength. By the time I got here, that guy called Orochimaru was already gone. After a long silence, Sasuke looked at the palm of his left hand. Right, Orochimaru left this strange mark on my hand. Naruto's got one too, on his hand. What? Sasuke checked immediately, and sure enough, there was an identical mark on Naruto's right hand. What is that guy really after? First, he calls us his favorites, then talks about spare vessels and all that. It's probably just a mess with our heads. No need to take it so seriously. Clenching his fist, Sasuke fell deep into thought. Although his memory was a bit hazy, he vividly recalled the moment the mark activated. A surge of chakra beyond imagination rampaged through his body, and he knew that wasn't even the full extent of its power. If he could master the strength, maybe surpassing you wouldn't be impossible after all. The desire to win, once dulled by harsh reality, was reignited in Sasuke's heart by this ominous mark. But that was all, nothing more. Without hatred as his driving force, surrounded by the love of his family and the care of his clan, the thought of running away would never even cross his mind, no matter what happened. Before long, Naruto woke up as well, and after a warm and heartfelt conversation, things seemed to settle. The scrolls. Oh no, the Heaven and Earth scrolls are gone. He was just about to say that the scrolls were safe with him, tucked away for safekeeping, when suddenly there was a rustling sound from the bushes behind them. Sasuke and Naruto, startled like birds at the snap of a bowstring, instantly assumed a defensive stance. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not your enemy. A refined-looking young man with glasses strode out, both hands raised in a gesture of peace. Seeing the Konoha forehead protector on the newcomer, Sasuke demanded, "Who are you?" "My name's Kabuto. You could say I'm your senior." Sasuke wasn't buying it. This is an exam. Even if we're from the same village, that makes us rivals. Kabuto smiled faintly and reached into his coat, producing a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls. As you can see, I've already collected both scrolls. With those words, he He placed the scrolls on the ground in front of them. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. Sasuke frowned. What's your game? It's not really a scheme, Kabuto replied, pushing up his glasses. I got separated from my teammates, as you might have guessed. During the Chunin exams, dropping out is not an option. In this forest of death, being alone can be fatal. So, weighing my options, I've decided that surviving and getting out of this forest is more important than the results of the exam. I'm willing to give up my scrolls. Just ask that, as fellow Leaf Ninja, you let me tag along until we reach somewhere safe. Of course, if you'd rather take the scrolls and leave me here, I'd understand. I won't hold it against you. With that, Kabuto knelt down, bowing deeply in a formal gesture of humility. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, both silenced, and, in the end, thoroughly convinced by Kabuto's convincing performance. What do you think? Let's take him with us. Having another person isn't a bad thing. Sasuke stepped forward, picked up the scrolls, and warned, just so you know, if you try anything, I won't go easy on you. Thank you so much. Kabuto stood up, and behind the glare of his glasses, a subtle, enigmatic smile flickered across his lips. You thought to himself, well, watching an Oscar-worthy performance up close without paying a cent, definitely worth it. Days passed as they wandered through the forest of death. For days had gone by already. Yet, the tension of a survival challenge seemed completely lost on Team 7. Although they'd had a few skirmishes, most were easily handled by Naruto and Sasuke. So, in these few days, Kabuto hadn't gathered any useful information, his doubts only growing deeper. Could Hyuga really be the child of the coffin that Lord Orochimaru suspected? Despite the lack of clues, he continued to dutifully play the role of their experienced upperclassman. Having grown quite familiar with Naruto, they would chat about everything from the stars above to the philosophies of life. Hey, Kabuto-senpai, you're pretty strong yourself, so how come you've never passed the Chunin exams? Not even once after 7 tries. Naruto asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, answering in his usual calm and measured tone. My talent is average. While my skills are beyond a typical genin, the Chunin exams are a team event. Personal strength alone isn't the key to making it through. Maybe I just lack dependable teammates like you, Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but beam at the praise, scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. Well, once I become Hokage, I'll make sure you get promoted to Chunin. No questions asked. Sasuke sighed, exasperated. You're already thinking about pulling strings, and you're not even Hokage yet. Kabuto responded to their banter with a gentle smile, then turned his gaze toward you, who was quietly fishing nearby. By the way, today's the last day. The other teams have probably already made it to the tower. Shouldn't we pick up the pace? Sasuke asked. Kabuto, haven't your lost teammates try to find you? You have both the Heaven and Earth scrolls, right? Kabuto sighed. Well, looking at things now, I suppose they might have met with some misfortune. After releasing the fish he'd caught, you carefully removed the Earth scroll he'd used as bait from the hook, collapsed his fishing rod, and tucked it into his ever-present treasure chest. He stretched lazily. I think we've had enough fun. Let's head to the tower and meet up with everyone. Well, that was something. He'd practically treated the survival challenge like a weekend camping trip. The 4 of them started toward the tower, only to be stopped in their tracks by a sudden ambush. 3 figures emerging from the shadows. Jirobo, Sakon, and Kidamaru. A smirk played at the corner of Kabuto's mouth. Finally, they're here, the undying bodies of the reanimation jutsu, empowered even further by the curse marks. If Hyuga is hiding anything, there's no way he'll escape now. Still playing the role of the upperclassman, Kabuto warned, stay sharp. Look at their headbands. They're from Sound Village. Naruto blinked. Sound Village? Kabuto nodded. Yes, a ninja village established in a land of rice fields in recent years. I have no intel or background information on them at all. Sasuke scoffed, his Sharingan flaring, 3 tomo spinning into view. Perched in the trees, Sakon's gaze darted between Naruto's right hand and Sasuke's left. He whispered to his companions, Hey, do you see that? Both those brats have the marks Lord Orochimaru bestowed. Jirobo clenched his massive fists. If it were Kimimaro, I'd understand. But those marks, power beyond what any of us should bear, have ended up on a couple of clueless kids. That shorty in the middle, he's probably Lord Orochimaru's main target. As for the other 2, I'll tear them apart myself. A sinister hum crackled in the air as the curse marks surged across their bodies. Under the thrall of the reanimation jutsu, Sakon instantly entered his second stage transformation. Jirobo and Kidamaru followed suit, their power swelling as the curse mark spread. That kind of chakra? What's going on? Sasuke instantly realized how serious the situation was. Naruto, you be careful. These guys aren't your average genin. Naruto replied with a grin. Don't worry, we're not your average genin either. The twin demons attack. Sakura and Jirobo made the first move. Empowered by their cursed seal state 2, even an ordinary blow from them could split mountains and shatter stone. Their overwhelming force made Sasuke unwilling to take the attack head-on. He bent low and smoothly dodged Sakura's arm blade slash. After going through that fight with Orochimaru, facing these guys who are neither here nor there is no pressure at all. But it wasn't just that single battle with Orochimaru that transformed him, at best. That encounter gave him the courage to face strong opponents without stage fright. What truly changed Sasuke was the gray wedge branded onto his left hand. Compared to when he first received the curse mark, even without activating it, his basic strength had skyrocketed. Crackling. As he dodged, lightning burst from Sasuke's left hand, slicing through Sakura's cursed, transformed body. There's no blood. Something's not right about this guy's body. A deep rumble echoed out. On the other side, Naruto unleashed a massive Rasengan, slamming Jirobo to the ground. The air filled with the swirling of dust as both of their bodies began to heal right before their eyes. Sasuke was shocked. No, these guys, they're not human. High in the trees, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Sakura and Jirobo, Konoha, now transformed by Cursed Seal State 2, strung his bow with spider silk and formed an arrow out of dense, golden resin spat from his mouth. He pulled it taut, fixing his aim on you. Let's see if you're gold or just a straw dummy. It'll be clear soon enough. Secret technique. Spider war bow. Piercing lament. Whoosh. The arrow tore through the air towards target. Yu's head suddenly tucked into his shoulders, and the arrow shot straight toward Kabuto's face. Kabuto's eyes went wide, and, acting on pure instinct, he dodged just in time. With a thunderous crash, the arrow buried itself deep in the ground. Yu quickly moved to support the still-shaken Kabuto, his voice full of concern. Senpai Kabuto, are you all right? I am fine. Kabuto steadied himself, his heart still racing. Did I imagine it? Or did his head just vanish for a second? Yu, still a bit bewildered, said, By the way, Senpai, your reflexes are incredible. That must be Jonin-level skill. Kabuto managed a dry laugh. You flatter me. It's just the reflexes I've picked up from years of scrambling to survive. You gazed ahead, puzzled. It's so strange. These guys all have bodies that just won't die. How are we supposed to deal with that? Senpai, I've noticed these past few days that you're really knowledgeable. Can you explain what's going on here? Pushing up his glasses, Kabuto replied, It's probably a forbidden technique known as Edo Tensei, the reanimation jutsu. Naruto blinked. Then what? Sasuke's expression turned grave. I've heard of that jutsu. Itachi once told me about it. The second Hokage of a leaf was a forbidden jutsu specialist, the creator of many evil and terrifying techniques. Edo Tensei is one of them. By sacrificing a living person, it brings back the souls of the dead. I never thought I'd actually witness it here. For once, Naruto understood what was going on. How could someone who is Hokage invent something so wicked? You asked, did Itachi ever tell you how to counter Edo Tensei? Sasuke replied, he did. You can physically restrain their bodies, or use a sealing technique. Naruto groaned, but I don't know any sealing jutsu. That was enough. You had been waiting for Sasuke to explain the workings and weaknesses of Edo Tensei, so he could step in naturally. You spoke up. As for sealing techniques, I didn't know a few basics. Naruto and Sasuke gasped in unison. You know sealing jutsu? Kabuto's eyes became unreadable, a subtle shift in his demeanor. There was a rustling sound as Sakura and Jirobo, reanimated by Edo Tensei, began to recover. Naruto, Sasuke, keep those two busy for me. I'll focus on sealing the spider on the tree. Yu instructed, his mind racing. Kabuto had come armed with intel about him. If he tried too hard to hide his abilities, it would only arouse more suspicion. Better to show just enough here. With a flurry of hand signs, snake, boar, goat, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake, Yu's fingers wove the seals before he pressed his hands together in a final gesture. Sealing art, Reaper, Death Seal. As the jutsu took effect, the phantom of the Shinigami rose up behind you. But his version of the Reaper Death Seal was subtly different from that used by the third and fourth Hokage. Normally, after casting, the user's soul would be bound to a frame, destined to become a sacrifice to the Shinigami along with the soul being sealed. Yet Yu's soul was not bound. Perhaps it had something to do with the blade pressed against the Shinigami's throat. A hand gripped the sword, emerging from thin air, its true nature unknown, but clearly not benevolent. The Shinigami let out a chilling sound, a laugh that was almost a cry. Cold sweat broke out on Kabuto's face as he blurted out in shock. What is this jutsu? Why was it never recorded in Lord Orochimaru's scrolls? The Reaper Death Seal was a forbidden art of the Uzumaki clan, never even mentioned in the Leaf's Book of Seals. You had deduced the jutsu half a year ago, reverse engineering it from the hand seals alone, self-taught, and this was only his second time using it. He still remembered the first time. He sealed away a rampaging, wild donkey. Naruto stammered, amazing. Sasuke cut in, don't just stand there. Let's focus on the mission. Naruto and Sasuke charged at Sakura and Jirobo. The shadow behind that kid gives me an incredibly bad feeling. Sensing things were going south, Kidamaru quickly tried to make a tactical retreat. You reached out his hand. Snap! Kidamaru was instantly frozen where he stood. Why can't I move? You lowered his hand and said, don't panic. It's just a simple binding technique. The binding technique, true to its name, immobilizes the target. Officially classified as a D-rank ninjutsu, it used to be considered the fourth standard technique alongside substitution, clone, and transformation jutsu in earlier days. The stronger the ninja, the more effective the binding, but the technique itself is limited. It can only be used on those much weaker than the user. Because of this, its practical use in combat is limited, so it's rarely seen and has even faded from memory. But for someone like you, who excels at overpowering weaker opponents, this technique never fails. Let's get started, dear Reaper. With a rattling sound, the Reaper flicked the prayer beads on his wrist. His arm, covered in sinister curse marks, stretched out from his oversized sleeve and grabbed Kidamaru by the chest. How can this be? With a scream of agony, Kidamaru's soul was wrenched from his sacrifice. As the dust settled, Taiya's corpse fell lifeless from a tree, her eyes wide open in death. Witnessing this, Jirobo and Sakura were momentarily stunned. In that split second, Naruto and Sasuke struck from behind, sending them stumbling forward. Snap! Snap! The Reaper's hands split into two, dragging their souls out as well, leaving only the corpses of Jirobo and Sakura behind. You said, I'll let it go this time. Next time, I'll have to ask you for something. After swallowing all three souls, the blade pressed against the Reaper's throat was withdrawn. A chorus of wails and laughter echoed as the Reaper returned, his harvest complete. The curtain fell on the dead demon consuming seal. Kabuto snapped out of his shock, adjusted his glasses, remembered his duties, and probed. That's a sealing technique I've never seen before. I'm really curious, who taught you that? You smiled with a hint of mystery. Hey, want to learn? I can teach you. Kabuto was taken aback. For a moment, a genuine spark of interest flashed in his eyes. But then, realizing the implications, he slipped into his senior tone, offering a word of caution. Better not. Forbidden techniques almost always come with unknown risks. That's my advice as your upperclassman. Never use forbidden jutsu recklessly. With an innocent look, you replied, got it. The dangers a technique poses to its user depend on the restrictions of the mystical gates. If all the gates were unsealed, then every technique would become forbidden. That kind of domain, someone like Kabuto, who prefers to pick up what others have left behind, probably would never reach in his lifetime. But someone like Orochimaru, who's adept at innovation, just might have a chance. Kabuto lowered his gaze, carefully studying Yu's subtle expressions, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. I can't see through him. At all. What goes on in his mind is a complete mystery. That sealing technique he used just now was terrifying, but still, it seemed, to fall within the realm of regular ninjutsu. It hasn't yet touched on that unknown territory Lord Orochimaru yearns for. So based on this alone, I can't conclude that Hyuga-Yu is the child of the coffin. I'll have to keep watching during the third exam. Both Yu and Kabuto kept their own thoughts hidden from one another. Sasuke stepped forward to inspect the bodies of the three sacrificial victims. These three, all wearing Sound Village headbands. Could it be? He began to piece things together in his mind. Naruto also let his imagination fill in the blanks. They were betrayed by their own comrades. If I ever find the person who did this, I'll give them a serious beating. With his kind heart, Naruto buried the bodies of Toph and the other two, so they wouldn't become food for wild beasts. From there, no obstacles blocked their path. The tall tower stood within reach. Two ninja, each wearing a Leaf Village headband and black cloth covering their faces, waited ahead. Naruto whispered, "Who are these guys?" "Staff members." Sasuke raised his kunai, alert. "No, I remember them. They're examinees too." Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise. "Akitan Kai, Kim Misumi, you're here." "Huh?" The two glanced at Kabuto in astonishment. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto stepped forward. "They're my teammates. I got separated from them." "You made it through? That's a relief." Akitan, Kai walked up. "Kabuto, how'd you get lost just going for water? We thought you'd been taken out. We waited here not expecting much, but you made it back." Kabuto scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. I got a bit careless and ended up lost. Naruto was shocked. Kabuto-senpai. As smart as you are, you can get lost too? Oh, it happens once in a while. Kabuto smiled as he walked past Naruto. Naruto called out, reluctant to part. Kabuto-senpai. Kabuto replied, from here on, we might find ourselves on opposite sides in the next exam. Before we part, let me share some advice from someone who's been through this. Getting lost isn't scary. The real fear is losing your way in life. Keep your eyes on your path and walk it straight and true. Naruto answered with resolve. I'll remember that, Kabuto-senpai. Sasuke muttered under his breath. So, does this mean everyone's happy now? Akitan Kai and Kin Misumi were actually Kimimaro and Taiyuya in disguise. The real reason the three had infiltrated the Forest of Death was to investigate Yu's secrets. Of course, when it came to covert missions, Kabuto was the true expert, which was why he'd chosen to act alone. Did he regroup here because he wanted to take part in the next exam? I don't want to be under constant surveillance. Yu scratched his head. Sorry, I accidentally lost your scrolls. Kabuto's eyes widened. What did you say? Sasuke. Hey, then how are we supposed to pass the exam? You pulled out a pair of Heaven and Earth scrolls. Actually, I've been holding on to our own set of scrolls all along. Naruto. What? You should have told us earlier, You replied. Well, you never asked, did you? You, Naruto, and Sasuke pushed open the large side door of the tower and walked inside. Because they had lost their scrolls, Kabuto and his teammates were left standing outside, refused entry. Akado Yoroi said, as for the scrolls, we gathered some spares along the way. Let's go in. After thinking it over, Kabuto shook his head and declined, forget it. There are some things we wouldn't be able to explain. It took me a lot of effort to build up my image as a reliable upperclassman in those three kids' eyes. Besides, Lord Orochimaru has already left the gray wedge on both Naruto and Sasuke, which means he's made his move. Maybe we're not needed for now. A sharp rip. Kimimaro tore off Akado Yoroi's human skin mask, revealing his true face. He gently touched the gray wedge on his chest, which had replaced his curse mark. The power of the gray wedge is almost too much even for me to suppress, but those two kids seem completely unaffected. Could it be their talent surpasses my own? If that's the case, am I no longer an important piece to Lord Orochimaru? Don't worry, Kimimaro. The reason those two can stabilize their gray wedges is entirely thanks to the presence of the third child. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a low, husky voice. Orochimaru emerged from the darkness, now dressed in a Konoha ninja uniform, his long hair tied back. The new look gave him an unexpectedly captivating presence. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto and the others bowed respectfully. Orochimaru smiled. There are too many eyes and ears here. Let's find somewhere more private to talk. The wind stirred, sending a few leaves tumbling down. In the blink of an eye, all of them vanished. At a secluded corner in the hallway, away from prying eyes, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, listening as Kabuto reported on their operations. Kidamaro, Sakan, and Jirobo, they were all taken out by Hyuga-yu, using a sealing technique none of us have seen before. Through Edo Tensei, I've already observed that jutsu. Do you know the origins of that technique? Orochimaru's gaze grew distant and deep. Inside Naruto, there's only half of the Nine Tails chakra. Where the other half went remains an unsolved mystery. But I've always suspected, back when Minato died, aside from the 8 trigram seal, he must have used another, even more terrifying sealing jutsu. One strong enough to erase half of the Nine Tails from the world completely. Before I began my research on the Divine Coffin, I gathered some clues, but could never be sure. After seeing you use that jutsu, now I'm certain. That is the one called Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Even among the Uzumaki clan, masters of sealing, it's considered a forbidden art. But the Dead Demon Consuming Seal demands the user's very soul as its price. Kabuto was taken aback. A sacrifice of one's own soul. Yet why is Hinata, you completely unharmed? Orochimaru's smile was bright and enigmatic. He is the child of the coffin. In that case, everything falls into place. A strange, unsettling silence followed. Kabuto carefully ventured. Perhaps it's a bit disrespectful to say this, but what if the technique used wasn't the Reaper Death Seal? Orochimaru laughed softly. Kabuto, your attention to detail is still not sharp enough. Have you already forgotten what I just mentioned? Kabuto paused, the words echoing in his mind. Suddenly, realization struck. You mean, the reason Naruto and Sasuke's gray wedges remain stable is entirely because of Hinata-Yu's presence. Do you have other evidence to support your theory? Orochimaru's gaze dropped, and he countered, let me ask you, have any of you noticed a discrepancy in your perceptions? Kabuto and the others exchanged uncertain glances, all feeling lost. No, we haven't. Is that really the case? Orochimaru's back lifted away from the wall. The art of concealment, whether activated or dispelled, never leaves the affected party with any sense of something amiss. But Orochimaru was a master at gleaning truths from the smallest clues. Even during his previous encounters with Naruto and Sasuke, he deduced certain inklings from scattered hints. He pulled a small notebook from his robe. To be thorough, I recorded the entire process of meeting and fighting Naruto and Sasuke, as well as how the gray wedges were left in this notebook. Afterwards, I compared what I'd written with my own memories, and I discovered something astonishing. During that whole conflict, I had absolutely no recollection of Yukun in my mind. Therefore, I can conclude that the person who interfered with me using such an extraordinary technique was Yukun himself. He is the child of the coffin. The expressions of Kabuto and the other two grew sharp and intense. If Hinata-yu is the child of the coffin, then after emerging from the coffin, why did he so purposefully seek out the Hyuga clan in Konoha to reclaim his heritage? Surely such a divine artifact couldn't have originated from the Hyuga clan, could it? Orochimaru's gaze fell once more. That's another thing that puzzles me. It's also why, even knowing that only Yukun could be the child of the coffin, I still can't be absolutely certain. In any case, Yukun is a vast repository of truths. My curiosity about him, now, even surpasses my desire to take over his body. Kabuto habitually pushed up his glasses, striving to compose himself. Since we're certain now that Hinata-yu is the child of the coffin, what's our next move? Orochimaru replied, there are only two ways, force or cunning. As things stand, the power he wields is far beyond what we can perceive, so force is out of the question. Kabuto was unwilling to accept it. We know he's the one we're looking for, yet there's nothing we could do about it. In that case, our second goal this trip, destroying Konoha, is also out of the question. Orochimaru, however, smiled with hidden meaning. Not quite. Yu is aware of our presence, yet he hasn't used force to interfere with us. Why do you think that is? A common interest. Exactly. My guess is that Yu wants to use us to achieve a certain goal. That's why he's turned a blind eye to our infiltration of Konoha and, more importantly, to the destruction that's about to unfold. Kabuto was confused. He's allowing us to destroy Konoha? I don't get it. What's in it for him? Isn't he comfortable living in Konoha? Orochimaru's eyes glinted. It probably has to do with the Uchiha clan. With Danzo's methods and the Uchiha's reputation, that clan should have been wiped out 5 years ago. But somehow, they survived and even managed to turn the police force's reputation around. Who else but you could pull off such a miracle? I suspect he doesn't want to get his own hands dirty, so he's hoping to use us. Kabuto said, if we know all this, aren't we just playing right into his hands by going along with it? Hiv. Orochimaru chuckled, then stuck his hands in his pockets and strode off with a flare. If this is the only way to seek out the truth, then even if I become nothing more than a pawn, I'll keep moving forward. As he watched the person he admired walk away, Kabuto was left deeply shaken. To think that someone like Orochimaru could become so obsessed, so reckless for the sake of his pursuit. Just who is this Yu Hyuga, really? Entering the tower through a side door, Yu and his two companions waited in a small room. On the wall hung a scroll bearing a calligraphic inscription. If there is no heaven, one must use wisdom to prepare for opportunity. If there is no earth, one must follow the source to seek advantage. When the twin scrolls of heaven and earth are opened, the dangerous path becomes the righteous path. This is the ultimate principle of, and marks the talent of a true leader. The third Hokage. Heaven and earth? What's that supposed to mean? Naruto stared at the scroll, thoroughly confused. Yu chuckled to himself. The third really knows how to keep things interesting. When the twin scrolls of heaven and earth are opened, is this a hint that we need to open both the heaven and earth scrolls? Naruto and Sasuke each gripped a scroll, exchanged nervous glances, and then pulled them open. Sizzle. Suddenly, the character for person appeared boldly on the scroll. Sasuke shouted in alarm. This is a possession technique. Naruto, throw the scroll away. Thud. The two scrolls hit the floor, and the techniques merged. With a loud puff, a dependable-looking man appeared in a cloud of white smoke. No more suspense. It's just like the original story. Irika said, you really made me uneasy. You were so late. I was really afraid you'd get yourselves into trouble. Irika-sensei, why did you show up here in such a dramatic fashion? We Chunin are actually supposed to greet the candidates for the second exam here. It just so happens that I was chosen to be your messenger, someone especially important for you. Messenger? That's right. You sure do have a knack for showing up at the last possible moment. Irika closed his pocket watch with a warm, beaming smile. Congratulations on passing the second exam. I was actually planning to treat you all to some Ichiraka ramen to celebrate, but I didn't expect. Hooray! Naruto leaped into Irika's arms, shouting like an overjoyed child. Hooray! Hooray! Yay, I'm so happy. Irika gazed at Naruto with a look of deep affection. For Naruto, you was the first peer who freed him from loneliness, while Irika was the first adult willing to risk his life to protect him. Both were irreplaceable. So that's how it is. Having recovered from the surprise of Irika's appearance from the scroll, Sasuke's curiosity got the better of him. Irika-sensei, what would have happened if we'd opened the scroll in the middle of the exam? Irika's expression turned serious. This exam is all about your ability to faithfully complete your mission. In other words, if a candidate opens the scroll on their own, the order we've received is to render anyone who's seen the contents unconscious until the second exam is over. At this point, Irika paused and glanced at you. Of course, in rare and special circumstances, there may be exceptions. But even if, by chance, the candidate doesn't lose consciousness, the moment the scroll is opened, they are automatically disqualified. Even if they make it to the tower, they will not pass the exam. Irika's words were tactful. This additional rule was clearly designed to prevent certain loophole behaviors, like you knocking out the examiners. So that's possible too. You thought to himself, if I'd known, I would have just opened it. I'm not interested in becoming a chunin anyway. It would have been the perfect excuse to slip away and take out Danzo. But then again, sooner or later doesn't really matter. Sasuke asked, by the way, what's with that inscription on the wall? Naruto said, who cares what it means? As long as we pass the exam, that's all that matters. Irika replied, that won't do at all. As your messenger, I'm here to explain to you the chunin principles written by the third Hokage himself. Naruto blurted out, there are principles for being a chunin. Of course, not just for chunin. Even Genin, Jonin, and even the Hokage all have their own guiding principles. Tell me the secrets of being Hokage, quick. Naruto whipped out a pen, ready to jot down notes on his hand. Irika cleared his throat and said, the secrets of being Hokage. Well, let's save those for when you actually become Hokage. For now, what I want to talk about are the lessons for becoming a chunin. Heaven refers to the mind, and earth refers to the body. If you lack heaven, you must use wisdom to prepare for opportunities. In other words, you butt it in with a joke. If you're not smart, then you'd better carry a smartphone when you go out. I absolutely won't respond to that. Really, what is a smartphone anyway? Ever since he was in school, he was always blurting out strange words no one understood. Irika continued, ignoring the interruption. Take you for example, Naruto. What you lack is the mind, so you should focus on studying and gaining knowledge to be ready when missions come. Naruto shot him a sulky look, his silence a clear protest. If you lack earth, then you need to build up your foundation to gain strength. Irika's gaze swept across the three of them, finally settling on Sasuke. Sasuke, in your case, your stamina isn't quite up to par. Just like the saying goes, you should train every day and never slack off. Sasuke thought to himself, you really think I don't train? But Itachi once told me, Naruto is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Competing with him in stamina is about as wise as challenging a hippopotamus to a mud-flinging contest. Of course, Irika couldn't hear Sasuke's inner monologue. If one can master both mind and body, then even the most dangerous missions can be brought to a good end. In other words, with the right skills, you can turn crisis into opportunity all by yourself. Sasuke asked, so the last word in the Chunin's code. What's missing there? Is it people? Irika smiled approvingly. Exactly. Add the word people, and you reach the pinnacle of the concept. That's the mark of a true leader. With that, he turned to you. That's something you need to work on as well. Remember, a chunin is like a team captain. It's your duty to lead the team into action. Sometimes you're just too childish, never serious enough. Missions are no child's play. You just love using examples, don't you? Always showing off your supposed wisdom. Naruto interrupted. You've got great leadership skills. On that mission in the Land of Waves, when Kakashi-sensei was unconscious, it was you who led us and got the mission done. Irika replied, I know all about that mission. You succeeded because of his own outstanding abilities, not because of teamwork. That's not enough to make a truly qualified chunin. You said, unconcerned. So this is the wisdom you've gained from over 10 years as a chunin? Thanks for the lesson, but I think I'll just stick to being a genin. Irika's frustration practically bubbled from the top of his head. In short, my duty as a messenger is now complete. Through this door lies the arena for the third round of the exam. Irika-sensei, we're going in. Good luck. I believe in all of you. You. Watching the three students walk away, Irika suddenly called out to you, his eyes filled with earnest hope as he looked at the most unique student he'd ever taught. You turned back, his gaze brimming with gratitude. A large hand and a small hand clasped together. Irika said, do your best. The talent you possess is a treasure, not just for the hidden leaf, but for the entire shinobi world. Thank you, Sensei. No matter how far I go in the future, I'll never forget everything you've taught me. Irika's eyes welled with tears. This little rascal, every now and then, he really knows how to say the right thing. When the small hand slipped away, Irika noticed something left in his palm. Looking down, he realized it was a crumpled candy wrapper. You called back. Sensei, could you throw that in the trash for me? Irika burst out laughing. Huh, as expected of my student. Your sense of environmental responsibility is impressive. But the smile faded from Irika's face. I swear, sometimes I just want to stuff him in the trash and set it on fire. The venue for the third round was deep within the forest of death, at the heart of the towering observation tower. Stands with protective railings encircled. The central arena, at the edge of which stood massive sculptures depicting the iconic hand signs of the shinobi, as well as an electronic scrolling display. The Hokage himself presided over the scene, surrounded by Leaf Jonin and exam officials, a testament to how seriously this third round was taken. The candidates who'd made it this far watched as Yu and his two teammates finally arrived, fashionably late. Those who knew them found it odd at first, but then, with a moment's thought, the truth dawned on them. They must have treated the second round like a leisurely field trip. Those unfamiliar with them, though, tended to underestimate them. Take, for example, a certain younger brother, who was, in fact, an older sibling. Kankuro sneered inwardly. Humph, if they barely scrape through an exam like this, those guys can't be anything special. Temari's gaze flickered between Yu and Sasuke, her heart skipping with delight. One's adorable, the other's cool. How am I supposed to choose which one should be my future husband? Maybe I'll just have both. Gaara, meanwhile, stared intently at Yu. With his different perspective and higher standards, he saw things in his own way. He thought, 5 days in the forest of death, and yet there's not a speck of dust on him or his clothes. Unable to contain his excitement, a grin crept onto his lips. Fascinating. He really does have the skills. I can't wait to fight him, to turn him into yet another soul swallowed by my sand. Of the 24 teams that entered the second round, only 5 remained. They were Gaara's Sand Team, and from the Leaf, Team 3, Team 7, Team 8, and Team 10. Well, aside from being tricked by Yu and missing out on the fight, most of the notable contestants, Kimimaro, Tevia, and the others with well-known names, are all present. By the way, this year's Chunin exams are being held as a joint event between the Sand and Leaf villages, reflecting their alliance. Some smaller ninja villages are also participating, but the Mist, Cloud, and Stone villages, other members of the 5 great nations, haven't sent any competitors. Standing among the genin, Yu glanced out of the corner of his eye and spotted a tall, lean figure leaning against the railing in the western stands, watching this direction. Orochimaru. Sure enough, he's managed to slip in here. With his cunning, he's likely noticed something already. Well, let's just keep things tacit between us for now. The third Hokage took the stage, offering the usual ceremonial words and introducing the purpose of the third exam. The essence of the Chunin exams, he said, is not just about friendly exchanges between allied nations. It's a microcosm of war itself. Then, Hei Gecko entered, his arrival marked by a fit of coughing, and announced the next phase, the preliminary round of the third exam. The contestants broke out in murmurs. Preliminaries? Why are there preliminaries? Can't we just move on to the next round? Hei coughed again, then explained in a weary, sickly voice. The first 2 stages this time were too easy. Too many have passed. So according to the rules, we'll hold a preliminary round to reduce the number of participants for the next exam. Still, many examinees didn't understand why things were being handled this way. Hei patiently clarified. As the Hokage mentioned earlier, many distinguished guests will be watching the final matches. Time is limited, so we can't let things drag on. If you feel unwell, or after hearing my explanation you don't wish to continue, simply raise your hand to let me know. This preliminary round is not a team event. If you withdraw, it won't affect your teammates. If there are no objections, we'll begin the preliminaries right away. With that, Hei coughed a few more times. His frail appearance made people worry. Sensei, you seem to be in the worst shape of all. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you should go rest instead? Hei Gecko, a man as silent as moonlight and as fleeting as a gust of wind, remains the unattainable white moonlight in the hearts of many Naruto fans. There's so little known about this man's life. Aside from being a special jonin of the Leaf and the lover of Yugao Yuzuki, the rest is a mystery. Yu used his Byakugan to examine Hyade's internal organs. He suffered from severe chills for a long time. The cold has damaged his lungs and spleen, leaving a lingering illness. Even if the sand's poison hadn't gotten to him, he wouldn't have made it to Shippuden. Forget it. I'll look for a chance to give him some acupuncture and try to strengthen his health. Seeing that no one raised their hand, Hey Gecko announced, there are 5 teams, 15 people. Because the number of participants is odd this time, to ensure proper matchups before the preliminaries begin, we will select one lucky contestant who will get a bye in this round. A bye means you don't have to compete in the preliminaries. You advance to the next round automatically. Tintin exclaimed, wow, that's some crazy luck. With a faint smile, Hey Gecko replied, luck is a kind of strength too. In time, you'll come to understand that. The giant screen began to spin with a dramatic hum. A crisp chime rang out. The lucky contestant to receive the bye was Tintin. For a moment, Tintin was stunned. Then she leapt up with joy. Hee awesome. I can advance without even fighting. Not having to battle meant she wouldn't have to reveal her jutsu in front of everyone. For a ninja, information is a matter of life and death, and keeping her technique secret would give her a better chance in the next round. Hey Gecko cleared his throat. Ahem. As for the remaining 14, you will be paired off for 7 matches. The winners will qualify for the 3rd round. The preliminary matches are one-on-one real combat with no restrictions. The fight continues until one side is dead, collapses, or surrenders. So if you want to live, don't hesitate to give up early. He added, however, if I judge that the outcome is obvious, I'll step in to stop the match in order to keep the body count to a minimum. Alright, let's announce the names of the first round's competitors. All the ninjas in the audience turned their eyes back to the big screen. With a low hum, the names scrolled before freezing in place. Sasuke Uchiha versus Sakura Haruno. It's her. Sasuke looked over in surprise at the unassuming girl standing quietly among the crowd, dressed in a yellow bodysuit, a white cape, and sporting a shaved head. They had already crossed paths in the forest of death. A look of disappointment flickered across Rock Lee's face. I really wanted to defeat Sasuke with my own hands here, to prove that hard work can surpass genius. Looks like I missed my chance. Sakura's expression was much calmer than expected, but beneath that calm, a complex mix of emotions still shone in her bright, determined eyes. Hey Gecko spoke again. Will the 2 contestants for this match remain on the field, please? Everyone else, head up to the stands. Though Naruto no longer held on to feelings for Sakura, he still cast a conflicted glance at his friends. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Sasuke, give it your all. Sasuke responded firmly. You don't even have to say it. No matter who I'm up against, I won't be stopped here. The rest of the crowd moved to the stands. Sasuke and Sakura remained on the field, facing each other. Sasuke teased, that annoying guy from back then finally looks a bit like a real ninja. I don't know what you've been through all these years, but all your efforts will be denied by me. From the moment you became my opponent, everything was decided. If you want to blame something, blame your own bad luck. Sakura replied calmly. A strength that needs recognition from others isn't true strength. No matter whether I can defeat you, Sasuke, my heart will never waver in the slightest. Rock Lee cheered. Well said. That's the spirit of a true man, just as I recognized. Sasuke recovered from a moment of shock and retorted, Humph, you're pretty good with words, but let's see how you handle yourself when it comes to fists and feet. I think, Sasuke, you won't be disappointed, Sakura responded, her voice steady. She took a deep breath, bent her knees slightly, shifted her weight downward, and assumed a unique opening stance. Yu's eyes lit up. That's Wing Chun. At the edge of the arena, Hey Gecko shouted, begin the match. In Sasuke's mind, fragments of information about Sakura quickly pieced together. Team 3 is specialized in taijutsu. Watching her easily block both Mai and Rock Lee's moves in the forest, her taijutsu skills now are at least on par with Rock Lee's. Itachi once taught me, in battle, play to your strengths and avoid your opponents. That means steering clear of the enemy's strong suit and targeting their weakness instead. Sakura's strength is her taijutsu. I should avoid close combat. But her extraordinary speed, honed through taijutsu, also lets her dodge my long-range ninjutsu with ease. So the most effective and unpredictable method is undoubtedly. Sasuke closed his eyes for a brief moment, and when he opened them again, the 3 tomo of the Sharingan glimmered in his pupils. Yes, using Jinjutsu through my Sharingan. Just a single glance, and this fight will be over. But while Sasuke was caught up in his own confidence, Sakura had already taken the initiative. With a simple body flicker technique, she blurred across the arena. To Sasuke's Sharingan, her approach was a dazzling flash, a fleeting shadow, closing in on him in an instant. Then, with a speed so swift that even if Sasuke noticed, his body could barely react, she unleashed her tried-and-true leaf, Rising Wind. Thud! A heavy impact pounded his jaw, a sharp, tearing pain shooting through him. His small frame, like a bamboo stalk bent backward, was sent soaring skyward. Ugh! Hit again, the same move Rock Lee used, but Sakura's speed and power are on a whole different level. No, I have to use the substitution technique right now, or else. The thought flashed through his mind. As he rose through the air, he lifted his small hand, ready to form the seal for the substitution technique. But Sakura seemed to have predicted his every move. Before his hands could even meet in front of his chest, Sakura leapt after him, seizing his wrist in a firm grip. What? Sasuke couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Suspended mid-air, their eyes met, inevitably, unavoidably. Sasuke's gaze was filled with confusion, astonishment, and even a trace of secret delight. Sakura's eyes, by contrast, were as calm and unfathomable as a still, ancient well. It's over. The verdict came from Sasuke himself. The swirling light in his Sharingan eyes was proof enough that his Genjutsu had been unleashed. Without specialized training, no one can withstand the Genjutsu cast by these eyes. From the moment you looked into them, your defeat was sealed. But what followed was a sudden, crushing pain from his captured wrist. Sasuke's shock was palpable. How is this possible? She didn't fall under my Genjutsu. With a powerful motion, Sakura forced Sasuke's arms apart, then drove her knee hard into his unguarded abdomen. A strangled gasp escaped Sasuke as pain twisted his face, and his body crumpled to the ground, utterly spent. Sakura let go, allowing Sasuke to slump like a rag doll onto the floor. The soles of her black ninja sandals scraped across the ground, and her white cloak slowly settled over the back of her pale yellow bodysuit. Looking down at the curled-up Sasuke, Sakura didn't pursue him further. Instead, she glanced over at Hate Geku, signaling him with her eyes. Hate stepped forward and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Up in the stands, Naruto gripped the railing, calling out anxiously, "Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing? Get up now. Idiot, you're so noisy." Clutching his abdomen with one hand and supporting himself with the other, Sasuke managed to sit up from the ground. He coughed habitually. After clearing his throat, Hate asked as a matter of routine, "Uchiha Sasuke, do you wish to continue fighting?" "Of course. An attack like that isn't enough to take me down." "Very well, the match continues." Hate retreated to a safe distance. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, Sasuke stood up, a battle-hungry grin spreading across his lips. "I see now. Your instincts can anticipate my moves, your willpower can resist my Genjutsu, and your strength in taijutsu is unbelievable. In every way, you've become a real monster, Sakura." "A monster? Is that what you see me as?" Sakura murmured quietly. "If this were 5 years ago, being called that by Sasuke would have driven me crazy. But now, oddly enough, it feels as refreshing as a spring breeze." A faint smile played on Sakura's lips. "I lost my hair, but I gained my strength." Her unexpected reply caught Sasuke off guard. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Fascinating, truly fascinating, Sakura. Fine, I admit it. You're the first woman among our peers to actually catch my interest." "What?" In the stands, Rock Lee looked thunderstruck. "Haruno is a girl. Chidori, twin stars." Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and crackling blue lightning surged to cover both his hands. Up in the stands, Kakashi leaned forward, tense. He's using Chidori with both hands at once. When did Sasuke's chakra control allow him to do something like that? In the shadows, Orochimaru's lips curled into a knowing smile. It seems adapting to the Gray Wedge has utterly transformed young Sasuke. Even in its dormant state, the Gray Wedge grants him a boost on par with the second stage of the Cursed Seal. Still, I wonder if that will be enough to handle that little girl who appears to have undergone a genetic mutation. A sharp crack tore through the air as Sasuke, his Sharingan blazing with insight, wove twin arcs of lightning between his hands and launched at Sakura in a flash of thunder. Though Sakura had tempered her body to a formidable degree, she knew she couldn't take a direct hit from Chidori head-on. She decided it was wiser to evade than to clash. As Sasuke pressed the attack, he sneered. "What's wrong? I thought you could predict my moves. Or is it that you see them coming, but don't dare to face me?" He remembered Itachi's lesson well. When facing an opponent just out of reach, but not untouchable, go for the mind first. The moment doubt cracks their resolve, that's when you strike. Yet Sakura seemed utterly unfazed by his taunts. Her focus was elsewhere, her mind working through another problem. "Sasuke's even stronger than when we met in the Forest of Death. He's wielding such powerful lightning techniques with both hands, and his movements don't falter for an instant. Could it be?" With a rapid series of flips, Sakura landed at the far edge of the arena. Wary of a feint that might send him tumbling out of bounds, Sasuke held back from a reckless pursuit, carefully studying Sakura's intent. What's she planning at this distance? Sakura drew a deep breath, steadying herself. In the stands, Might Guy murmured, "Is she about to use that technique?" Sakura crouched low, pressing her fist to the ground. Sakura's style, breath of the earth. Just as confusion flickered across Sasuke's face, a violent surge erupted from beneath his feet. A deafening crash filled the arena as Sasuke was hurled skyward, blood scattering in the air. Sakura sprang after him, her body a blur, shadow dance of the falling leaf. The white bandages unwound from her arms, lashing tightly around Sasuke and binding him fast. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I have to end this quickly. If I drag this out, the mysterious mark on your left hand might activate. A deep, vibrating hum filled the air. 8 gates release. Third gate, gate of life, open. With a thunderous burst of chakra, Sakura's power swelled, rivaling even Lee's might when he opened the 5th gate. Spinning Sasuke in a dizzying arc, she drove him headlong toward the ground. Secret taijutsu. Inner lotus, Sakura's bloom. With an earth-shaking impact, Sasuke crashed into the floor, leaving a crater in the boards and lying motionless. The bandages binding him snapped apart as Sakura straightened, raising her hand to signal the referee. Hey, Gecko, stepped forward. After counting off several seconds, Sasuke still showed no sign of rising. Ahem, ahem, with a cough, he solemnly declared, Uchiha Sasuke has been defeated. Sasuke, beaten by Sakura, and stopped at the 3rd round of the preliminaries. This was something none of their peers present had anticipated, especially Ino. As Sakura's oldest friend, her companion since childhood, Ino knew better than anyone what Sakura used to be like. That girl who once proclaimed, a woman's hair is her life, who would throw herself into love for the boy she liked without a second thought, had, without anyone noticing, risen to heights Ino could hardly even dream of reaching. Sakura's figure was right there, seemingly within reach, yet impossibly distant. Ino gripped the railing tightly, murmuring to herself, maybe I should shave my head to show my resolve too. Buzz. On the big screen at the edge of the arena, the pairings for the 2nd round appeared once more. Temari versus Yamanaka Ino. Ino lifted her bandaged, long leg and prepared to step over the railing. Shikamaru cautioned her, be careful of that woman, especially her fan. I know what I'm doing. Ino leapt down from the stands, a kunai spinning deftly in her palm. Temari unstrapped her giant 3-star fan and planted it firmly beside her. No doubt about it, she was a formidable woman. Every movement radiated confidence and an assertive aura. At least in terms of presence, Ino felt completely dwarfed by her. Realizing this, Ino undid her hair tie, letting her pale blonde locks fall freely over her shoulders. She placed a hand on her hip and locked eyes with Temari, her gaze full of open challenge. Feeling the competitive spark, Temari shot back. What are you staring at, ugly? Ino snapped right back. I'll stare if I want. What are you going to do about it? Temari smirked, her words sharp as ever. So you got guts, huh? Come on, leave village brat. Let's see what you're made of. On the sidelines, the 2 supervising jonin, Baki and Asuma, both flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, ahem, even Hate couldn't stand it anymore. Ninjas shouldn't fight with words. They should use real weapons. Both girls turned to him and replied in perfect unison. Then why don't you start already? Grumbling to himself, little angry bubbles popping above his head, Hate muttered, begin the match. Whoosh! Temari swung her giant fan, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. With a puff of smoke and the thud of a wooden log hitting the ground, Ino reappeared at a distance. Oh, Temari raised an eyebrow. Quick reflexes. You're not juiced up on something, are you? Ino thought to herself. Good thing I was ready and formed the substitution jutsu sign the instant the match started. So that's what the fans for wind-style techniques. But swinging something that heavy isn't easy. Like you said, I just need to catch her after the wind-up. Ino crouched swiftly, her hands forming that classic hand sign. Huh? What kind of sign is that? Temari looked puzzled. Outside the arena, Baki, the Sand Village Jonin, shouted, that's the mind-body switch technique from the Yamanaka clan of the Leaf. If it hits you, it's over dodge now. Temari instantly raised her giant folding fan, shielding herself in front. The mind-body switch failed. Ino clicked her tongue in frustration. TSH, that's so underhanded. Asuma protested, giving tactical advice to your own genin from outside the arena. That's against the rules, isn't it? Baki shrugged indifferently. No one said it wasn't allowed. Ahem. Hey, Gecko interjected. Let's not make a habit of it. Whoosh. Ino kept her hands poised in the mind-body switch sign, dashing around the arena at high speed. Temari, relying on the sound of Ino's footsteps, turned her body with each step, always keeping her fan between herself and Ino for protection. Good. She's now focused on defending against my mind-body switch, using that fan as a shield. She can't see what I'm doing behind it. Seeing no way to use her jutsu, Ino immediately switched tactics. While sprinting, she pulled out a kunai and hurled it at Temari. Clang! The kunai struck the fan with a sharp metallic ring and fell to the ground. With Temari's focus momentarily shaken, Ino doubled back and threw another kunai. Clang, clang, clang. After a few rounds of this, Temari's rhythm was successfully disrupted. With a flourish, Ino reached in her ninja tool pouch and pulled out a ninja chain, looping it over a ceiling beam, gripping both ends tightly, and called out, "Next time, I'm throwing a kunai with an explosive tag attached." Temari frowned, forcing herself to stay calm. "Relax. My giant folding fan is tough enough. Even an explosive tag can't break through its defense." Ino thought, so she figured out my plan. Temari's mind raced. Her jutsu needs her to keep her hands in that sign. She can't use it while throwing a kunai. Next time she throws, I'll seize that instant and fan her right out of the arena. Tap. The sound of footsteps suddenly stopped. She stopped moving? No matter. Wherever she is, I know her position. And so, a long moment of tense silence passed. Temari smirked inwardly. "So you want to play mind games? Fine. If you don't move, neither will I. But the moment you make a move, you'll be the one to lose." Still, Temari stayed cautious, inching her hand quietly into her ninja pouch. Clang! A kunai clattered sharply against the fan once more. Now, Temari swung her massive fan, sweeping it toward the spot she predicted. Whoosh! The air howled, and the chain rattled loudly. To her shock, Temari saw Ino suspended midair by the chain, hands forming the technique sign and locked onto her. Temari's eyes widened in alarm. "No!" Ino flashed a confident smile. "Hey, the tables have turned. Mind-body switch technique." A low hum filled the air. Temari's body jolted violently, her mind seized and overtaken by Ino. On the other side, Ino's own body fell from the chain, dropping toward the ground. Shikamaru sighed. "Ino, for you, that was already impressive. All that's left is to simply raise your hand and surrender." Ino, still controlling Temari, lifted her hand, but to her shock, she saw something stuck to her palm. This is a delayed, explosive tag." She immediately tore off the explosive tag, slapped it onto the fan, and flung it away. Boom! Though she avoided a direct hit, the shockwave from the blast still sent her flying. Caught in the aftermath, her mind-body switch technique was broken, and Ino's spirit snapped back into her body. Temari staggered to her feet, blood streaming down her arms. Ino's voice trembled, still shaken. You set up a trap like that. Weren't you afraid you'd get caught in it yourself?" Temari, wounded but defiant, picked up her giant war fan, raised it high above her head, and shouted, "If you're afraid of dying, don't become a ninja." Shikamaru shuddered, thinking, what a terrifying woman. Pity the man who marries her in the future. Ugh, Ino tried to get up and dodge, but her knees were injured from her fall earlier. Frustrated, she could only raise her hand before taking another hit and declare, "I forfeit." Whoosh! Temari's giant fan stopped inches from striking. Coughing softly, Hate called out, "The winner is Temari." "A wise decision, and you're even better than I expected." Temari folded her fan with a flourish and strode off the field with a cool confidence. Ino exited the arena, supported by Asuma. Once again, the big screen flickered, the names of the next competitors locking into place. Naruto Uzumaki versus Hinata Hyuga. The names displayed on the screen sent Naruto into a frenzy. What kind of messed up brackets are these? I have to fight Hinata? There's no way I could actually hit her. And if I win, Hinata won't have a chance to become a chunin. Maybe I should just... Up in the stands, Naruto was about to raise his hand and forfeit. Gently, you placed her small hand on Naruto's left shoulder. "Naruto, if you let Hinata win this way, she'll feel like she's holding you back too, you know. Naruto wrestled with himself. But I... Kakashi's large hand landed firmly on Naruto's right shoulder. "Naruto, remember, you're a ninja. Giving up at the last moment isn't fair to you or to anyone else. Look, that girl already has resolve in her eyes." Hinata was already standing on the arena floor. What am I even thinking? If I forfeit, would that really make Hinata happy? No, that's about whether or not I truly see her as a fellow ninja. With a determined gaze, Naruto vaulted over the railing and landed in the ring. The two, bound by a silent promise, stood face to face. "Naruto, please give me your best." "Hinata, I'm counting on you too." Their voices rang out in unison, and they shared a smile. Their smiles faded, expressions turning serious in an instant. Byakugan activated. Naruto's chakra pathways were laid bare, with an unusual chakra reaction in his right hand catching Hinata's attention. "Naruto, your right hand," she asked warily. Naruto reassured her. "Just a mark left by some weirdo. It's nothing really, don't worry about it." Hinata pushed down her concern for now and launched her assault on Naruto. Her footwork was nimble and her palms flowed gracefully, each step tracing the pattern of 8 trigrams, every strike aimed at a vital point. In front of the man she loved, she was giving everything she had in this battle. Sensing Hinata's resolve, Naruto responded in earnest, his steps steady and his defense watertight. Their movements were perfectly in sync, advancing and retreating in harmony. It looked less like a duel and more like a dance shared by 2 partners. From the sidelines, Kakashi rested his hand on the railing, tapping his foot in time with the rhythm. Usually he's so scatterbrained you'd never notice, but Naruto's taijutsu, it's really reached a whole new level. So strong, so much stronger than when we sparred last time, Hinata marveled inwardly. In the midst of an exchange, she suddenly switched tactics, unleashing a close-range strike, an empty palm. With a resounding blast, a wave of white energy sent Naruto skidding several meters back. All right, my turn to step things up. Naruto smiled and formed a hand seal. With 2 sharp bursts, shadow clones charged in from both sides. Hinata held her ground, parrying left and right, then seized an opening to counterattack. Her strikes were swift and precise, 2 clean hits, and the clones vanished in puffs of smoke. Suddenly, Naruto himself came at her, Rasengan in hand. Hinata ducked low, sweeping her leg toward him. But with a thud, it turned out this Naruto was another shadow clone, Rasengan and all. All eyes turned to see. The real Naruto was hanging upside down from the ceiling, hands weaving signs. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. That sign, could it be? For years, all I knew was Rasengan and Shadow Clone. During our first exam, everyone else cheated with Jutsu, and I was left floundering. It's great having a signature move, but having more skills never hurts. My knowledge of ninjutsu is way too narrow. Sasuke copied my Shadow Clone technique. I don't see why I can't borrow his fireball. What's wrong with that? Fire style, great fireball jutsu. While suspended from the ceiling, Naruto exhaled a blazing sphere of fire, like a miniature sun, engulfing the entire arena in its heat. Kakashi could hardly believe his eyes. That's the great fireball? Temari exclaimed. Whoa, who'd have thought that guy was hiding this much power? Gaara remained silent. Kiba barked out in alarm. Naruto's really going all out. Isn't he worried he'll roast Hinata? Akamaru yapped in agreement. Shino spoke quietly. I think he truly believes Hinata can handle it. Naruto shouted, Hinata, I know you can do this. As the scorching wave surged in, Hinata drew a deep breath, her feet spinning gracefully as she whipped up a spiraling wind. Stretching out her arms, she unleashed chakra from every tenketsu in her body, pouring out in a brilliant surge. 8 trigrams palm, rotation, boom. A hemispherical dome of chakra rose up, holding back the sea of fire and shielding half the arena. And this dramatic scene unfolded just as Hayashi pushed open the door. He couldn't hide his shock. Rotation? That's Hinata. Boom! Waves of flame exploded and danced across the arena, leaping wildly from place to place. Yet there was one untouched spot, the very place where Hinata stood. Hinata pressed one hand to the ground, her breathing a little ragged, but her face glowed with irrepressible joy. I did it, I finally did it. Naruto-kun, father, you'll both be so proud of me. Hayashi's expression grew complicated, and he fell silent. Since you arrived, the Hyuga family's atmosphere had softened. Things were no longer so rigid. His approach to Hinata's upbringing had changed, too. Not as strict as before. But less strict didn't mean he no longer had expectations. Hayashi clenched his fist. Just how much has that child endured and worked for, all outside my sight? Thud! Naruto landed in front of Hinata and reached out his small hand. Naruto-kun, Hinata grasped his hand. Naruto spoke with heartfelt sincerity. I'll become Hokage and make you the brightest, most beloved Hokage's wife. Hinata nodded, her cheeks flushed. And I'll become the wife worthy of Naruto-kun. Ahem, ahem. Hate coughed, covering his mouth with a fist, and asked in a low voice, aren't you two going to keep fighting? Hinata replied, No, I've lost. Naruto-kun has already defeated me. Hate nodded. All right then, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto and Hinata exchanged smiles, holding hands tightly. Hey kid. Hayashi stood outside the ring, arms folded. Father. Hinata's hand reflexively tried to pull away, but Naruto held on tight. Naruto, still holding Hinata's hand, turned to face him. You're Hinata's dad, right? Hayashi struck the imposing pose of a father scrutinizing his future son-in-law. You're both still very young. I'll allow a certain level of closeness, but anything beyond that will have to wait until you pass my test and truly become part of this family. Understand? Hinata's face turned scarlet. She wished she could vanish on the spot. Beyond that, Naruto scratched his head, looking puzzled, then brightened. Oh, you mean kissing? Hinata and I have already kissed. An uproar swept through the onlookers. What did you just say? Hayashi's veins bulged on his forehead. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to storm over and settle things right away. Staff members rushed to restrain him. Lord Hayashi, please calm down. Fighting a genin would be undignified. Take it up at home. Let go of me. I'm challenging that boy to a duel. Hayashi was half-dragged, half-carried toward the exit, his white eyes fixed fiercely on Naruto. Be good to my daughter, or I'll cut you down. Bang. The door slammed shut. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru barked with boundless excitement. BZZZ. The giant screen flickered, then locked in on the names for the next matchup. Rock Lee versus Gaara. On the arena, Gaara stood motionless. After defending against Lee's rapid close-range attacks with his shield of sand, he shifted from defense to offense, sending a hand of sand erupting from the ground, grasping toward Lee. Swish, swish, swish. Lee flipped backward in quick succession, landing gracefully on the tip of the massive hand seal statue's finger. In the stands, Temari smiled and said, he's fast, astonishingly so. But his attacks aren't nearly strong enough to break through Gaara's sand shield. On the other side of the stands, Mike Guy gave a thumbs up. Lee, go for it. A shiver ran across Lee's face. But Guy-sensei, you always said I could only take these off when it was time to protect the people most important to me. Guy winked encouragingly. Don't worry, I'm giving you permission. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Lee broke into a joyful laugh. He pulled up his pant legs, unfastened the heavy ankle weights engraved with the word perseverance, lifted them in both hands, and then let go, letting the weights crash freely to the ground. Kakashi thought to himself, ankle weights? That's such an old-school training method. Kankuro scoffed, so he's just a bit lighter now. It won't make the slightest difference against Gaara. Boom! But when Lee's weights hit the arena floor, they kicked up a tremendous cloud of dust, leaving everyone in the stadium dumbfounded. Kakashi muttered, Guy, you really are something else. A subtle smile tugged at Sakura's lips. Lee murmured, this is nothing, really. These ankle weights aren't even my limit. But, Haruno, no. Haruno-senpai, her weights are 3 times heavier than mine. Whoosh! In an instant, Lee vanished from the statue, launching a storm-like assault against Gaara. The crowd gasped in shock. He's so fast. Thud! The sand shield managed to keep up, but Lee's fist stopped just a hair's breadth from Gaara's cheek. Thump! Before Gaara could react, sand exploded behind his head. Crash! As Lee's foot struck down, kicking up another blast of sand right in front of Gaara, Gaara's face finally betrayed a look of astonishment. Swish! In a flash, Lee appeared midair, sand still swirling at Gaara's feet. Twisting his body, Lee brought his heel down with a thunderous smack, slamming it into the top of Gaara's head. Gaara's head jerked downward, pain sending bloodshot lines through his eyes. Temari and Kankuro cried out in unison. He actually hit Gaara! Whoosh! Shaoli landed 3 meters away, then sprang forward once more, launching into a barrage of relentless blows as fierce and swift as a sudden downpour. Each strike landed solidly on Gaara. Thud! 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 Gaara staggered back under the assault, his shield of sand faltering, as if it were nothing more than an illusion. But after this frenzied offensive, Shaoli's expression grew increasingly grave. From the second solid hit onward, something felt off about his attacks, a strange sensation like scratching an itch through a boot, as if his blows were no longer truly landing. With no other choice, Shaoli leaped back, watching warily. A low, menacing laugh echoed from Gaara. Gaara lifted his head, his face cracking as he grinned with a twisted, savage delight. The armor of sand on his face was peeling away in fragments. Kankuro's face clouded with worry. He's really covering himself with sand. I haven't seen that look on his face in a long time. Though I sensed something had changed during this Chunin exam, the Gaara who was always calm, polite, and expressionless has become more and more agitated. Now, another Gaara has awakened completely. If anyone falls into his hands at this moment, it will be a gruesome fate, no doubt about it. Gaara's cruel laughter intensified, and the broken armor of sand gathered wildly, once again enveloping him completely. Under Shao Li's stunned gaze, Gaara spoke with icy detachment. Is this all you've got? That bald woman, she's your teammate, isn't she? You two fight in the same style, so you must have the same teacher. When she fought Uchiha Sasuke, she suddenly unleashed a surge of powerful chakra. If you share the same master, then you must know that move as well. A hungry smile crept across Gaara's face, his eyes shining with anticipation. Use that move against me, come on. Shaoli lowered his gaze, pondering deeply. He's seen Sister Sakura use the 8 gates technique, and yet he's still unafraid. That means he must have a way to deal with it. After all, Sister Sakura's 3rd gate is nearly as strong as my 5th gate, the gate of limit. If he's not intimidated even after witnessing that, it means that even if I use my own gate of limit, I still might not be able to defeat him, if that's really the case. Xiaoli clenched his fists and looked down at his shoes. Perhaps the only way to break this deadlock is to finally unleash the full power of these legs. He bent over, reaching for his shoes. A wave of realization swept through the crowd, all thinking the same thing. Wait, could those shoes be weighted too? Mike Guy's expression changed in an instant. Stop, Lee. Half a year ago, a mysterious man wearing a Kamen Rider mask appeared before Xiaoli. Rock Lee, may I ask you, what is the secret to your hard work? Xiaoli answered sincerely. When you are desperate to prove something, the drive to work hard comes naturally. The mysterious man murmured, desperate to prove something? Huh? But what I want to prove goes against the very idea of hard work itself. Xiaoli asked, then, what if there's someone you'd protect at all costs? The mysterious man pondered, if there's someone I'd go to any lengths to protect, that person would be myself. Yes, I must fight for my own sake. To fight only for yourself, that reason for striving, isn't it rather flimsy? Xiaoli was unconvinced, and was about to correct him, when the man had already vanished. On the ground lay a mysterious pill and a slip of paper. The note read, hey, if you want to gain even greater power, just swallow this. Xiaoli hesitated again and again, but in the end, he couldn't resist temptation and ate the pill. After taking the pill, he developed an intense case of athlete's foot. It grew worse and worse, to the point that, unless he sealed his feet with special shoes, the stench could knock out anyone within 100 meters. Yet, keeping his feet wrapped up tightly only made the condition worse. In this vicious cycle, Xiaoli's athlete's foot had become truly abominable. Once, Mike Guy had to be hospitalized for 3 days after experiencing the smell up close. Afterward, he solemnly warned, listen, Lee, unless you're facing an enemy you defeat, even at the cost of your comrades' lives, never, ever take off your shoes. Wait, Lee. Mike Guy's cry rang out as Xiaoli looked up. Sensei Guy. With a grave expression, Mike Guy said, Lee, there's no need to go this far. But Xiaoli was resolute. Sensei Guy, in this fight, I don't want to lose. Seeing his beloved student's determination, Mike Guy silently pulled out a gas mask, covered his face tightly, and gave a thumbs up, then promptly fainted. Thank you, Sensei Guy. Rock Lee steeled himself and broke the seals on both his feet. He inhaled sharply on the arena stage, held his breath, and released the seals on his feet. Can you imagine it? Those feet were pitch black, completely covered in fungal infection. Athlete's foot is known as foot ringworm. The so-called air is just an abstract description, not real gas. But Xiaoli's feet lived up to the name. His athlete's foot had become a tangible force. Just like a massive diesel engine, thick black smoke billowed out continuously. The black fumes quickly filled the enclosed arena, transforming it into a chamber of toxic gas. The first to fall were Kiba, Inuzuka, and Akamaru. With a terrible cry, both boy and dog tumbled over the railing. The crowd erupted in chaos. What's happening? What's with that black smoke? It's athlete's foot. It's that kid's athlete's foot. Kakashi's knees buckled, and he clung to the railing, barely able to stand. Guy, just how many years has it been since he washed his feet? Thud. Lord Hokage. This is bad, Lord Hokage. He's suffocating. Hurry, open the vents. Get rid of this damned foot odor. The ninjas scrambled in a panic, the entire exam hall descending into utter chaos. Yet you, Naruto, and their friends stood there as if enjoying a pleasant spring breeze. Naruto said, is it really that bad? I'd say it's just a little stinky. Hinata murmured, it's not that terrible. You added, on the stink scale, this would be at most level 8. For context, the stench of Konoha's sewage pits ranks at level 7. Level 8 is 30 times worse than level 7. It was only because these kids had spent years dealing with old 8 that they developed a resistance to foul odors, allowing them to withstand this indiscriminate foot attack. As the doors and vents were thrown open, the stench became more bearable, though the ninjas present could barely remain standing, pressing cloths or wet towels to their faces just to cope. The fully outfitted medical team carried Kiba and Akamaru out of the hall. Hinata said regretfully, Kiba-kun. Shino commented, Kiba is probably going to hate Lee for this. If you want to know why, it's because Kiba, who carries the dream of becoming Hokage, had pinned so much hope on this Chunin exam. To be eliminated before even fighting, anyone would struggle to accept that. Hiruzen finally regained consciousness. The crowd of ninjas gathered, concern etched on their faces. Lord Hokage, are you alright? Hiruzen replied. I'm fine, just choked on a bit of smoke. In a shadowed corner, Orochimaru sneered. Humph, Sarutobi-sensei, you really are getting old. Isn't it time to retire? Hey, Gecko stepped forward and suggested. Lord Hokage, since this was an accident, I propose we reserve Kiba Inuzuka's spot until the final round of this preliminary. If he hasn't regained consciousness by then, we can consider him disqualified. What do you think? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, let's do that. Ibiki asked. By the way, Hate, you were standing so close. Are you alright? Hate replied. I lost my sense of smell a long time ago. No matter how bad the odor, it doesn't bother me. However, he glanced at the arena, where Gaara, dizzy and barely standing with the help of sand-formed arms, looked utterly miserable. Hate murmured. Right now, the one suffering the most must be that Sand Village boy. From the stands, Baki, the Sand Jonin, shouted, Gaara, hold your breath. Obviously, I don't need you to tell me that. Gaara held his breath, shook his head hard, and forced himself to focus, dispelling the sand arms that were supporting him. Foot odor, it seemed, was a double-edged sword, harming both friend and foe. In wielding these black feet, even Lee himself had to hold his breath for a long time. Hold my breath, huh? Amidst the thick, swirling foot stench, Lee's gaze remained calm and piercing. It's impressive that you can remain clear-headed and respond so effectively, even under these circumstances. But as someone who has undergone intense taijutsu training, I can hold my breath for up to 5 minutes, even in the heat of a fierce battle. You, on the other hand? 2 minutes. That's your limit, isn't it? With a sudden burst, Rock Lee's black-clad feet struck the ground with determination as he unleashed a relentless series of attacks on Gaara. Each strike landed in rapid succession, echoing with force. The real advantage of the foot technique isn't just in the strength it brings to taijutsu, but in the added effects it inflicts and the psychological pressure it exerts on the opponent. As time passed, pressure built up in Gaara's lungs, and his eyes began to redden with strain. At last, he couldn't take it anymore. Deprived of oxygen, the sand armor covering him could no longer repair itself as quickly as it was breaking apart. Now was Lee's chance to press the attack. Desperately, Gaara threw up both his arms, sending sand exploding outward to force Lee back. With no time to regroup for a counterattack, Gaara gathered all the sand he could control, forming an all-encompassing shield around himself. Inside the sand shield, Gaara collapsed to his knees, greedily gulping down the limited oxygen in this hidden refuge. Yet the lingering stench inside made his stomach churn violently. The inner walls of his sand shield trembled as the grains shook in agitation. Clutching his head with both hands, Gaara's wide eyes gleamed with a manic smile, just like that of a child with a disability. Hif, halala. Mother, you've endured so much, haven't you? I'm sorry for making you suffer through such a foul stench. Don't worry, I'll finish him off. No matter what happens, I don't care anymore. Outside, Lee continued to pound against the sand wall, his attacks relentless, but in his normal state, his taijutsu simply wasn't enough to break through. This won't do. If I drag this out any longer, once my breath runs out, I'll be taken down by the foot technique myself. I have to decide the outcome right now. In a flash, Lee leapt back 10 meters. This technique will drastically shorten the time I can hold my breath, but it's the only way to shatter that sand barrier. Guy-sensei, believe in me. This is the moment for Konoha's black leg to charge forward. With a fierce motion, Lee crossed his arms. His skin, except for those black-clad feet, turned the color of burning charcoal. With a primal roar, he unleashed his power. The fifth gate of the 8 gates released. A surge of green energy erupted around Lee in a blazing aura. Kakashi, watching intently, exclaimed, "The fifth gate of the 8 gates technique. This child is a true genius." Lee's muscles and bones crackled and snapped, resonating with raw energy. With his pupils vanished, his eyes locked onto the sand barrier, ready to break through. That layer of sand is the strongest defense there is. To pierce through it, I need a taijutsu technique that focuses all my power into a single point. The inner lotus won't work here, so I'll have to use my own original move. Lee raised his right leg. Secret technique, athlete's foot armor. The green aura of the 4th gate gathered, forming an airtight seal that compressed the swirling energy around his foot. Like a layer of armor, it wrapped tightly around his right leg. He braced himself with both hands on the ground, squatting down to build momentum. The left leg, unarmored, blasted out a burst of energy that propelled him forward. With the force of the 4th gate behind him, Lee thrust out his right leg in a fierce kick, like a dragon tearing through the waves. Aha! Assault of the Hong Kong foot. Assault of the Hong Kong foot. Lee's foot, clad in the black armor of compressed energy, drove straight at the shield of sand. Through the eye of sand on the shield surface, Gaara watched this scene unfold and immediately manipulated the sand, causing spikes to erupt from the shield. This moment was almost identical to when Sasuke first unleashed the Chidori years ago. With the Sharingan, Sasuke could distinguish attacks and dodge even at high speed. But Lee had no such ability. He relied purely on raw courage. And this time, his gamble paid off. He was so fast that the instant the spike sprouted, his right foot had already shot into the shield, delivering a devastating blow to Gaara. The sand crumbled away with a rushing sound. When the sand spikes were just 3 inches from Lee's skin, they suddenly softened, collapsing into a harmless pile. Up in the stands, Kankuro gasped, "Impossible." He broke through Gaara's absolute defense. Inside the shield of sand. "What's this hot, stinky stuff?" "Ah, it's athlete's foot. It's athlete's foot. Mom, what's wrong? Are you overwhelmed by the smell too?" Gaara let out a guttural wail of despair. Drip. Suddenly, a thick drop landed in Gaara's palm. The slightest touch would set his nerves on edge. "Huh? What's this sticky mess?" "Ah, it's blood, my blood, eh?" Gaara's eyes went bloodshot, and his whole being was thrown into utter chaos. Crunch. The shield of sand began to contract. Sensing danger, Lee tried to pull his leg free, but the sand gripped him tight. "This is bad. If this keeps up, my leg will be crushed by his sand." In a desperate move, Lee decided to risk everything. He took the chance of a lifetime and released the 4th gate. The reason his foot could be armored was because the chakra from the 4th gate formed a tight shell around it, compressing the energy outside. The lifting of the seal meant the barrier was gone, and the protective shell around his foot disappeared as well. Instantly, the power of athletes. Foot could no longer be contained. Then, within the completely sealed-off confines of the sand shield, that overpowering stench erupted in full force. This was nothing short of a gamble. He was betting on whether Gaara would be knocked out by the smell first, or if his own foot would be crushed before that happened. Fortunately, luck was on his side, because just then, the sand shield stopped tightening and began to soften. With a wild, desperate cry, Lee summoned every ounce of his strength and yanked his right leg free. Thud! Thud! The moment he pulled it out, his right leg was numb from the sand's constriction, and, combined with the aftereffects of opening the 8 gates, he staggered back a few steps and collapsed. He couldn't even hold his breath anymore. The stench invaded his nostrils, and he went limp, sprawled on the ground. "Sorry, Guy-sensei. I've already given it everything I've got." With a crashing sound, Gaara's protective sand shield finally fell apart. Kneeling amidst the lingering fumes, Gaara's mouth hung open and his eyes rolled back, while the sand armor covering his body sloughed off completely. "This is bad." Maki, the sand village jonin, cried out in alarm. "Gaara, hang in there. You mustn't give up." This was about more than just winning or losing. It was a matter of life and death. Ever since Gaara became the host of Shikaku as a child, he'd never had a peaceful night's sleep, because the tailed beast would seize any chance to take over his body whenever he dozed off. If Gaara lost consciousness now and Shikaku went berserk here, causing casualties, including the Hokage, the consequences were unthinkable to Maki. Thanks to the 4th Kazekage being saved by you, there was no fake order from Orochimaru to destroy the Leaf Village together. So Maki truly dreaded seeing such a disaster unfold. Suddenly, Gaara pitched forward, his forehead striking the tiled floor, and he lost consciousness completely. A chill ran down Maki's spine. It's over. Everything's over. On the Leaf side, of course, no one knew the inside story. Their attention was still on the match itself. Never before had there been a situation like this. During the preliminaries, both contestants had lost consciousness and couldn't continue fighting. After a bout of coughing, Hate Gecko spoke up in his usual unhurried tone. "Lord Hokage, in this case, I suggest we call it a draw for now. Once they wake up, we can have them take the written test." Hiruzen, pipe in hand, pondered for a moment, then said, "The schedule is tight. The 3rd round is set for noon tomorrow, and we need to allow the candidates time to rest. It's really not practical to delay the preliminaries any further. How about we just let them both advance?" Hate replied, "Well, if both advance, the number of participants tomorrow could be odd, which means we can't pair everyone up for matches evenly." Rijan said, "When the carriage reaches the mountain, there will always be a road. We'll find a way to resolve this. These 2 candidates have both demonstrated a level of skill in this match that will make them highlights of tomorrow's competition." Moonlight Gale nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I understand." But Baki was beside himself with worry. Now's not the time to be thinking about the exam. Shikaku is about to go berserk. Only the Kazekage scold. Dust magnet release can restrain Shikaku, but the Kazekage has vanished without a trace. This is bad, really bad. At this rate, we might all die here. Clearing his throat, Moonlight Gale landed back in the arena. I hereby declare that the match between Gaara and Rock Lee ends in a draw. Both are granted permission to advance to the third round of the Chunin exams. Gaara and Rock Lee were both carried away on stretchers. Baki was stunned. What's going on? Gaara clearly lost consciousness. So why didn't Shikaka go on a rampage? Could it be? What no one realized was this. Just as Gaara slipped into unconsciousness, a third party broke into his mind. Facing the tiny figure before him, Shikaku cackled. Who are you, brat? How dare you show up before the great Shikaku? Yu's spirit form replied. Heh, who I am isn't important. What matters is that you behave yourself. Shikaku babied. Shikaku froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, clutching his belly. You? You think you can order me around? Try it, and see if you survive. With that, he lunged at Yu's spirit form, claws outstretched. A thunderous crash resounded. But what greeted him was a sudden, towering barrier, the gate of the great god. With a heavy slam, Shikaku was pinned down hard. What? This is a six paths technique. Impossible. How could there be a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths in Konoha? I refuse to believe it. Not in a million years. Hey, you've got it wrong. I'm not a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Being compared to him would only drag me down. You casually slapped a giant strip of tape over Shikaku's mouth, then slipped out of Gaara's psyche. Gaara, see you in the third round. I'll have a little gift for you. A present from friend. Heh. Outside the arena, the giant screen spun, then froze, displaying the next matchup. Hyuga-Yu versus Kankuro. Kankuro grinned, baring his teeth. Heh. That little runt. Finally, I got you right where I want you. You strolled up the steps to the stage at a leisurely pace. Hif hif. He glanced around, stretched his arms and legs, and looked for all the world like he didn't have a single clever thought in his head. Seeing this, Orochimaru, who had been watching from the corner, chuckled with great interest. He stepped forward, resting his arm on the railing and leaning in at a 45-degree angle. Yukuin, is this how you present yourself before others? It's precisely because of this that those around you are deceived, mistaking you for a typical genius. On the field, Kankuro said coldly, Kid here, your Wambu brother can't back you up. If you lose your life in a bit, there'll be no one to complain to. You pointed a small finger at something behind Kankuro. Is your confidence all because of that toy you're carrying on your back? Toy? As a master of puppetry, Kankuro's pride was wounded by the remark. What do you know? That's my prize puppet, Crow. You exaggeratedly responded. Wow, if it's called Crow, can it fly? Does it call like a real one? Kankuro snapped. It's just the puppet's name. It has absolutely nothing to do with the actual bird, got it? From outside the field, Baki called out. Kankuro, calm down. Don't let your opponent mess with your head. Can't you tell he's trying to get to you? Kankuro managed to steady himself. You're from a Hyuga clan, aren't you? No wonder. You've got to be a Kugan, so you can see my Crow all wrapped up in bandages. Clang. He unstrapped Crow, ripped off the bandages, and 10 chakra threads shot out from his fingers, latching onto the puppet's joints. But now I'll show you what happens when you anger a puppeteer. It's not pretty. I'll be waiting. Black's secret technique. Poison needle barrage. Click, 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 click. Under the control of his threads, Crow advanced, its limbs snapping into place. The mechanism in its mouth sprang open, firing a quick volley of small, green, poison-tipped needles in a tight, rapid burst. Yet you dodged the toxic needles with astonishing agility. Swish! Kankuro spun around, yanking Crow into position to block Yu's path, sealing off his route forward. I have to admit, kid, you're faster than I expected. Well, the Hyuga clan is famous for its taijutsu, after all. But my next move is designed just for your eyes and your speed. No matter how quick you are, it won't help you now. Kankuro gave a sharp flick of his fingers. Black's secret technique, poison smoke bomb. Bang! Crow's joints popped open and it launched a poison smoke bomb, which landed at the center of the arena. A thick, toxic mist billowed out, engulfing Yu's side of the ring. Kankuro declared confidently, now, your movements are trapped inside that zone. SHSH. Poison needles swept indiscriminately into the toxic fog, their impacts ringing out with sharp metallic echoes. Whoosh! Suddenly, the poison mist began to shrink rapidly. Kankuro shouted, What's happening? The poisonous mist quickly dissipated, leaving the ground littered with toxic needles. In one area, however, a defensive target stood tall. A target now studded with those very needles. Bang! The target vanished before their eyes. Clearly, it had been summoned with a spirit-calling technique. You lifted his head with a grin and said, No matter where you aim your poison needles, as long as I block what's in front of me, that's enough. After all, poison needles don't turn corners. Beneath his palm, you pressed down on a scroll. The last wisps of poisonous mist were swirling toward the center of the scroll, drawn to the character For Seal. Recognizing the technique, Kakashi was stunned. That's the evil sealing method. Does he really know such advanced sealing jutsu? With his deep knowledge of Kankuro's puppets, Maki saw even more. Even if that kid could use such sealing techniques, exposure to the poisonous mist should have paralyzed his body instantly. Yet he was able to summon a target with a spirit technique, then use the scroll for sealing. Could it be that he's completely immune to the poison? That's impossible. After all, that puppet, Crow, was crafted by the legendary genius puppet master of the sand, the Red Sand Scorpion. This kid, something about him just isn't normal. Standing up and putting the scroll away, you asked, "Are your puppet tricks finished?" "You got to be kidding me." Kankuro, furious, manipulated his puppet. Secret black art, kunai from the mouth. This time, he fired a rapid volley of kunai, each one attached to an explosive tag. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions came one after another, relentless. Hit all to viva, hit all to viva, hit all to viva. You somersaulted again and again, always managing to dodge the blasts at just the right moment. Temari was entranced. Wow, he's so cool. Not only is he adorable, but his skills are incredible. Honestly, he's even more suitable than that Uchiha Sasuke to be my future husband. Maki finally understood. So that's it. The Hidden Leaf's genin are truly full of hidden talent. The gap in strength is huge, Kankuros being played like a fool. But though Maki had keen insight, his own strength limited his imagination. He still believed Kankuro had a chance to turn things around. Kankuro's only hope now is the secret, lethal mechanism hidden inside Crow. It all depends on whether he can lure you into the trap. Sensing Yu's extraordinary agility, Kankuro dropped any trace of underestimation, ready for a true battle of wits and skill. Kankuro thought, this substitution jutsu, I only get one shot. I have to make it count. Swish. In a rapid flurry of manipulation, he deliberately let Crow reveal a small opening, giving Yu just the angle he needed to attack. Swish. Sure enough, Yu darted around Crow, making straight for Kankuro. A sly smile crept on a Kankuro's face. You fell for it. You're still too young. At the very last moment before being hit, Kankuro used the body replacement technique to swap places with Crow. It must be said, this was a truly brilliant use of the substitution jutsu. With a swift motion, the bandages in his hands snapped tight, binding Crow and Yu together. In this situation, the one restrained wouldn't even be able to form the hand signs for a substitution jutsu. Hyuga-Yu, you're a bit stronger than I expected, but I still don't understand why Gaara values you so much. This is the end. Black's secret technique. Main trunk 6 blades. 6 curved blades, 3 to the left and 3 to the right, spraying out from Crow's front, arranged like a ribcage. When the target is bound so closely to Crow, there's no doubt about it. This is a sure kill mechanism. But in a flurry of scattered petals, you vanished. Kankuro exclaimed, "What?" Baki was stunned. That was actually a shadow clone. Kakashi, unfazed, remarked, "Is that really so surprising?" Suddenly, from the ground beneath Kankuro's feet, a small hand shot up and grabbed his ankle. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. In a flash, Kankuro's entire body was dragged underground, leaving only his head exposed above the surface. With a clatter, the now uncontrolled Crow collapsed limply to the ground. Thanks for the match. You emerged from the earth nearby, gave a polite nod, and under the gaze of the entire arena, walked toward the stands. Orochimaru's vertical pupils gleamed with excitement. He's savoring the thrill of battle, just as I revel in the pursuit of truth. Hey, Gecko announced, the winner, Hyuga-Yu of the Leaf. The next 2 matchups followed. Shino Aburame faced Choji Akimichi. Shino claimed victory. Kiba Inuzuka was set against Shikamaru Nara, but since Kiba didn't return to the arena in time, Shikamaru won by default. And so, the preliminary round before the 3rd stage exam concluded perfectly. That night, as you and Naruto left the exam hall together, tap! A tall figure blocked you into a corner, a slender arm pressed assertively against the wall. Facing Temari's commanding, sharp-featured face, you thought to himself, am I being wall-slammed? The fishnet fabric peeking from Temari's half-open collar exuded an enticing allure. She bent down, eyes locked on you, and made a bold invitation. Hyuga-Yu, little brother, I really like you. Go out with me. You instantly replied, sorry, you're just not my cup of tea. The next day, the 3rd round of the Chunin exams was held in the Leafs arena. It's worth mentioning that the 3rd round was originally scheduled for a month after the preliminaries. The reason it was moved up so much was thanks to Yu's efforts, both overt and behind scenes. You hadn't wanted to go to such lengths, but Danzo had been making too many secret moves lately. Not only had he gone to Hayashi to stir up trouble, but he'd even started plotting in private about Hanabi. Even someone as kind-hearted as you couldn't take it anymore. Settling things early with Danzo and Root, and putting Itachi in the Hokage's seat. That's the only way you could enjoy a peaceful life in Konoha, free from constant trouble. Before the Chunin exams, invitations had already been sent out to all corners of the land. Even the daimyo and his entourage had gathered in the spectator stands. The event was grand and ceremonious. The sky, however, refused to cooperate. A gentle rain fell from above. Yet, this did nothing to dampen the guests' enthusiasm. In the prime seats, beneath a distinguished umbrella that set him apart from the crowd, sat the fired daimyo, Shu, leisurely fanning himself. I've heard the level of this year's examinees is exceptionally high. Even the prodigy from the Uchiha clan didn't make it to the finals. Is that true? He asked. Accompanying the daimyo was a shadow clone of Kakashi. Indeed, Your Excellency, Kakashi replied. The one who defeated Uchiha Sasuke was actually the star pupil of Jonin Might Guy, Haruno Sakura. She's shown rare talent in taijutsu and exceptional chakra control. Shiyu hid half his face behind his fan, intrigued. Oh, Haruno Sakura. Is it? That's quite a name. I look forward to seeing her in action. By the way, hasn't the Hyuga clan also produced a young genius recently? My wife mentioned something about it. Well, nothing too remarkable, Kakashi said, his eyes drooping. He thought back to before the Land of Waves mission, how the daimyo's wife had indeed taken a liking to. You. Who would have guessed that rumor actually reached the daimyo's ears? You. May your days be filled with freedom and good fortune. In the contestants' waiting area, the 9 who passed the preliminaries gathered together. You, Naruto, Shikamaru, Shino, Temari, Gaara, Haruno Sakura, Rock Lee, and Tenten. It should have been 8 advancing, but Gaara and Rock Lee had drawn in a tie, earning a joint promotion. So there were 9. Ibiki Marino addressed them. Since we have 9 contestants moving forward, to ensure proper pairings, just like in the preliminaries, we'll need to select one lucky person. Temari chimed in. Oh, so someone gets a bye again? Ibiki shook his head. No, not this time. Instead, one of you will be eliminated outright. What? The group was stunned. Tenten protested. Hey, you can't be serious. If someone gets eliminated just like that, they won't even have a chance to compete. Talk about rotten luck. That's right, it's just that kind of misfortune. Ibiki said sternly. Listen up, rookies. Your worth isn't nearly enough to shake the rules of this exam. If you can't accept that, you might as well give up on being a ninja. Luck is part of your strength. In reality, there are plenty of people who are destined to be great shinobi, but never even got the chance to be born. They died in the womb. Compared to them, you're already fortunate. With that, Ibiki picked up a box. In this box, you'll find number cards that correspond to each of you. Normally, the numbers range from 1 to 8, but there's also an extra card, number 0. Whoever draws number 0 is immediately eliminated from the competition. Shikamaru wished fervently, please, just let me draw the 0 card already. It wasn't just because he hated hassle. His stomach was acting up at this very moment. The trouble started yesterday. Choji had lost to Shino, and Asuma, wanted to cheer him up, took the whole team out for barbecue. The meat wasn't exactly fresh, and now it seemed like Shikamaru's appendix was flaring up. The drawing finished. Is it me? Well, it can't be helped. If you ask me why, I'd have to say I truly have no control over the luck of the draw. Shino gazed at the card with a 0 on it, and let out a sigh of resignation. No one could have guessed that the only member of Team 8 to make it this far would be leaving the 3rd round in such a way. But in a way, it was for the best. Shino's undefeated 1-on-1 record remained unblemished. The rest of the contestants drew their numbers as follows. Tenten, number 1. Yu, number 2. Sakura, number 3. Lee, number 4. Temari, number 5. Shikamaru, number 6. Gaara, number 7. Naruto, number 8. Ibiki announced. The matches will proceed in order of the lowest adjacent numbers. 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, 5 versus 6, and 7 versus 8. After these 4 matches, the winners will advance to the semifinals. 2 will go on to the finals, and the final victor will be decided then. Now, contestants 1 and 2, please step into the arena. The rest, wait in the contestants area until your turn. Advancing through a bye in the preliminaries, and now I'm up against Niji's little brother right off the bat. Sigh, luck really doesn't last forever. Tenten lamented her rocky start. Perfect chance to teach my unmotivated brother Niji a lesson, and maybe impress my future sister-in-law. You grinned, ready to play matchmaker. Temari looked at Yu's small, determined figure and muttered, Humph, the man who made me stumble with my first confession. I'm not giving up that easily. I'm looking forward to our match. She shot a glance at Shikamaru, but quickly lost interest and looked away. My opponent this round seems like a pushover. Yu and Tenten stepped up to the front of the arena. Yu, go for it. Yu, you can do it. Hanabi, dressed in a bright red kimono and waving two tiny fans, cheered wildly from the stands. Hayashi and Hisashi watched her with matching headaches. Sasuke, full of regret, muttered, "If only I had performed better in the preliminaries, I wouldn't be stuck here in the audience. After this round, you and Naruto are bound to go even further, while I'll be stuck as a genin for another year." Itachi tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, Sasuke. Becoming a chunin or jonin is just a title. It doesn't necessarily reflect your true strength as a ninja." Down in the arena. As the referee for this match, Genma Shiranui stood in the center of the arena, a sunbon clenched between his teeth. "Oh, Hyuga-yu. So this is the dark horse of this year's exams. Even back at the Ninja Academy, this kid was already carving out legends. I can't wait to see how he performs." He spoke in a deep voice. "I don't need to explain the rules, do I? It's a free-form battle until one side steps out of bounds, falls, surrenders, or dies. But unlike the preliminaries, if someone's in mortal danger, I won't step in to save them. So, know your limits and fight accordingly. That's all." Shinui Gema vanished from the field in a swift movement, taking position outside the boundary. Tenten unfastened her enormous summoning scroll from her back, thinking, "Niji's little brother. I've seen him a few times, but we've never really spoken. I should at least say hello. You, Raichi? Hey Tenten, you should marry Niji." With this most unconventional greeting, Tenten's face flushed bright red. "What are you talking about, little brother? Why would I marry Niji?" You replied. "Niji talks about you in his sleep all the time, you know. Niji says my name in his dreams." The blush faded from Tenten's cheeks. She pinched her chin, pondering. "I don't think I ever did anything to deserve a grudge from him. Unless is he still mad about that time I stole his pudding?" You tilted his head, puzzled. "Pudding?" Tenten huffed. "Yes. Because of that pudding, Niji didn't speak to me for 3 whole days. I got so mad I bought every single pudding from the Leaf Village convenience store and ate them all in one day. Even now, just looking at pudding makes me want to gag." "Oh, Niji, this is a serious case. You need help." You asked, "When did that happen?" Tenten thought for a moment. "Let's see, about 5 years ago, I guess." Back then, Niji hadn't really figured things out. Later, after I talked with him, he did promise to try and get closer to Tenten. Heckling came from the audience. "Hey, are you two going to fight or not? We didn't come all this way just to watch you chat." You said, "Tenten, let's fight and talk at the same time." "All right, I'll tell you all about Niji's most ridiculous antics as we go." With a flourish, Tenten leapt high into the air. Spinning rapidly, she unfurled her massive scroll in a dazzling sweep, summoning and hurling a rapid-fire barrage of ninja tools. Ninja tool technique, continuous barrage. Whoa, what a spectacular fighting style. There's no way anyone could dodge all those weapons. Looks like this match is as good as over. Facing Tenen's assault, you unleashed his signature secret move. Secret technique, lateral dash. While flitting back and forth, you skillfully dodged the hidden weapons, helping Tenten unlock the coveted title of Master of Outlining the Human Form. Hey, that kid just split into several copies of himself. I know, that must be the clone technique. Whoosh. In just a few seconds, an entire scroll was summoned. Tenten landed gracefully and began to recount story. "There was one time he was training with me behind the mountain. There were a lot of Jizo statues there. You know Jizo statues always have their eyes closed, right? Well, he went and drew big, bold eyes on them. Thick brows, lashes like little combs. I told him that was disrespectful to the gods, that he'd get punished for it. Guess what he said?" You asked, "What did he say?" Tenten puffed up with indignation. He scowled and said, "My punishment is you." Puffed. Niji must have been trying to show off his sense of humor, though he totally misjudged the timing and atmosphere. It had the opposite effect. Still, that's progress. At least he tried. You asked, "When did that happen?" Tenten replied, "About 4 years ago." I see. The next attack is coming." Tenten crouched down, placing 2 scrolls at her side and forming hand seals with both hands. Tool technique, twin rising dragons. Boom, boom. A huge cloud of smoke billowed out over the arena. As the 2 scrolls unfurled, they twisted upward like twin dragons. Tenten leapt to where the dragons crossed, hanging upside down as she swiftly summoned weapons, her hands a blur. Swish, 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 swish. A torrent of ninja tools descended, covering the sky. This time, there's no way to dodge them all just by jumping around. Secret technique, Dusty Mirage Fortress. You dropped low and swept your leg rapidly, faster and faster, kicking up a storm of sand that formed an all-around protective barrier. The clatter of metal rang out as the sand blocked the ninja tools, sending them scattering all around. Hey, was that some kind of Earth-style jutsu? Honestly, it just looked like a regular sweeping kick to me. Swish! Tintin landed and bounced up again, arms wide. Her 10 fingers pulled taut on steel wires, drawing the fallen ninja tools up to hover in midair, all pointed at you. Kankuro, that's the same trick a puppet master uses, but instead of chakra threads, she's using steel wire? Tamari, all show and no substance. I could blow all that away with a single swing of my fan. Swish! Tintin's fingers danced. A volley of ninja tools hurtled straight at you. You formed a hand seal. Wind style, gale slicer. Whoosh! A blade of wind swept out, slicing right through the steel wires at the ends of the ninja tools. Clang! 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 The tools crashed to the ground, completely neutralized. Tintin stared at her limp fingertips, feeling as if a pianist had lost her beloved violin. You lowered your hands, now finished with the hand seals, and solemnly said, "Go on. What other embarrassing stories do you have about Niji?" Tintin looked down, recalling. There was this one time we went out to eat. After the meal, I grabbed a handful of napkins to wipe my mouth, and then Niji. Did he say you were being wasteful? If it were just that, I could have lived with it, Tintin said with a wry smile. He put down his bowl and launched into a long speech about how many steps it takes to turn a tree into paper. Then, he claimed that if there's no buying, there'll be no cutting, and told me to think about how the trees must feel. And once he was done, he pulled out a leaf and started to wipe his mouth with it. You felt a chill creep across his scalp. Brother Niji probably wanted to show off his environmental awareness and broad knowledge, maybe trying to add a touch of dark humor to the mix. But he really had no sense of timing. When did this happen? 3 years ago. 3 years ago, huh? Then maybe there's still hope. Swish! This time, you made the first move, hurling shuriken after shuriken up into the sky. Tintin had seen this before. Use signature high arc shuriken throw. Once tossed high into the air, the blades would descend in a deadly arc, striking from above before anyone realized it. So, Tintin quickly summoned a steel umbrella from her scroll and opened it over her head. But this time, used shuriken went even higher than usual, and for a while, nothing came falling down. With her mind drifting, Tintin recalled the past. Remember that rainy day when we shared an umbrella on our way home? I know, the kind called Nai umbrella, right? I was walking on his right, and he held the umbrella in his left hand. The rain ran right off the edge and straight onto my head. And then afterward, he tried to justify it, saying that dumplings soaked in water become more springy. What nonsense! That was 2 years ago. After that, Niji joined the ANBU, and we started seeing less and less of each other. So when you suddenly brought up the idea of me marrying him, something like that, Yu's expression grew serious. Then, how do you really feel about Niji? Tintin replied, I wouldn't say I like him. You asked, so do you dislike him? Tintin answered, no, I don't dislike him. You pressed, if you had to pick between liking and disliking, which would it be? Well, Tintin hesitated, her cheeks turning red. I guess the opposite of dislike. You grinned. See? That settles it. Tintin quickly protested. No, I can't just give myself away like that. Liking someone is one thing, but marriage is a whole other story. You said, then how about we make a bet? If you lose, you'll have to marry Niji. Tintin replied suspiciously. A bet? Don't tell me you mean whoever loses this match. Honestly, I know my own limits. I never planned on winning against you. You chuckled. No, that's not it. The bet is that I'll wow you with my shuriken technique. If I can amaze you, you'll have to agree. Tian said, amazed? To be honest, little you, back when we were in the Ninja Academy, I watched you and Sasuke compete with shuriken. I was already impressed then. But so, many years have passed, and I know you've only gotten better. Still, your sister's standards have grown, just as sharp. So, maybe you can surprise me, but to truly amaze me. You replied, if you can't be amazed, then there's no need for marriage. Tian relented. All right. Let me see your shuriken skills then. You looked up at the sky. I've already used them. They're about to come down. Several seconds earlier, the shuriken you had thrown skyward began to rain down, but instead of targeting Tian, who was standing defensively with her iron umbrella, they struck the ground all around her. The shuriken landed in rapid succession, circling Tian and forming a perfect heart shape on the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment. Was that just luck? How could it be just luck? My goodness, what an extraordinary display of shuriken technique. Tian's eyes widened in shock. Wow, your shuriken skills have really surpassed what they were back then. This is just unbelievable. I'll admit I'm surprised, but little. No matter how dazzling ninjutsu is, it should always be grounded in real combat effectiveness. So, though I'm impressed, I'm afraid I can't say I'm truly amazed. Sorry. With that, Tian slowly closed her steel umbrella and adjusted her forehead protector. Just then, With a swift, sharp sound, a lone shuriken struck her forehead protector, ringing out with a metallic clang. Tian staggered back 3 steps, her expression once again filled with astonishment. You explained that earlier display was meant to lower your guard, to trick you into closing your umbrella. I anticipated your move. But Tian countered, yes, you predicted me. But did you notice I adjusted my forehead protector just now? And what does that mean? It means I anticipated your prediction. You pointed a small finger. Is that so? Then maybe you should look at your feet. Tian looked down, only to see 9 shuriken at her feet, arranged in a tiny heart shape. You had anticipated her anticipation of your anticipation. A tingling sensation shot from her toes to the roots of her hair, electrifying every cell in her body. Clutching her chest, Tian gasped. Was this all part of your calculation too? You smiled. Are you amazed now? Tian clenched her fists. All right, a bet's a bet. If Niji dares to propose, I'll dare to marry. You laughed. Whether you're amazed or not, isn't it all up to you in the end, Tian? I think you already knew the answer in your heart. Tian finally let down all her defenses, completely convinced. Little brother-in-law, I admit it. You've won me over completely. From the audience, Niji murmured to himself, so, does the groom get a say in all this? Realizing there was no point in continuing the fight, Tintin decisively conceded defeat. As she left the stage, Yu's gaze swept over the audience, searching. Hanabi waved her arms and legs excitedly. You, I'm over here. You smiled and waved back. I saw you ages ago. As if anyone could miss the fact that you're my wife. His eyes shifted toward the back corner. Orochimaru, as expected, was blending into the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on you. You looked away, thinking to himself, I wonder when Orochimaru will make his move. Without the sand as backup this time, he'll probably rely more on Kimimaro, his trump card, or maybe he has something else up his sleeve. Well, whatever he's planning, Itachi can keep things under control. Orochimaru's destruction of the leaf is really just a convenient way to put Itachi in the Hokage's seat and get rid of Danzo for me. A perfect smokescreen. As he walked off into the distance, Orochimaru's earpiece crackled with Kabuto's voice. Lord Orochimaru, our forces are in position. When do we begin? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed. No need to rush. It seems he still wants to play a little longer. From exit of backstage, Sakura made her way into the arena. Near exit B, Lee was sitting on the steps, head in his hands, looking utterly dejected. You walked past him. Though, in secret, he had once sought Lee's advice on hard work while disguised as the masked rider and even gifted him the secret weapon. Athlete's foot pills. On the surface, the two of them had no real connection. So you didn't pause to greet him and simply headed up the steps. Wait a moment, please. Lee called out, stopping you. You paused at the turn, turning back to ask, what is it? Lee lowered his head. After yesterday's preliminaries, I learned a few things. The reason Sakura, no, my junior Sakura, chose to train in taijutsu with me all those years ago was because of you, wasn't it? You answered honestly. All I did was tell her that a life without effort has no right to complain. I never told her what to do. The path she chose was her own. Lee's hands trembled as he clenched his fists, staring at you from close up. 5 years. For 5 whole years, I've looked up to Sakura, my sworn brother in arms and role model for hard work. And she turns out to be a girl. How am I supposed to handle this? You laughed. That's really just because you're too dense. 5 years, no matter how you look at it. You should have figured it out by now. Yarg, exactly. That's the problem. With a sudden movement, Lee shot to his feet, his fingers digging into the watermelon rind in his hands as he broke down. For 5 whole years. I never realized she was a girl. She never said a word about it either. In this situation, she must not see me as a guy at all anymore. You replied, then why not just go with the flow? Keep treating her as your buddy. Lee slumped. If only it were that simple. I'm not afraid to tell you. After finding out she's a girl, I just can't see her the same way anymore. I think, somewhere deep inside, I've started to feel the kind of feelings a boy has for a girl. You said, so you're attracted to her, huh? And no, it's not like that at all. Come on, admit it. You totally are. All right, fine. Maybe just a little bit. Only a tiny bit. That's totally normal. You're at that age, after all. Though, I have to say, your taste is pretty unique. Thump, thump, thump. Lee bounded up the steps, landing right in front of you, grabbing his shoulders and shaking them. Because of you, she's changed the course of her whole life. You two must be pretty close, right? At the very least, we can talk to each other. Then, could you put in a good word for me? Just like you helped Niji and Tintin get together. These things depend on fate, you replied. The couples I've helped were all destined for each other. So you're saying there's no hope for me? You shook your head. I'm just saying I'm not going to play matchmaker, but I'm not going to get in the way either. And even if I tried, wouldn't mean I could guarantee anything. Lee took a step back. Then, could you at least give me some advice? You frowned and removed Lee's hands from your shoulders. It's better to rely on yourself. If you like her, go after her yourself. Thud. Lee's fist struck the wall. What on earth was I just doing? This is clearly something I have to face on my own, yet the first thing I did was pin my hopes on someone else. Forget about Sakura. Even I would look down on myself. Can I really call myself Konoha's green beast, Guy Sensei's #1 student? I'm a disgrace to my teacher. Having figured out what really mattered, Lee's confusion melted away. His eyes blazed with determination. Sakura, I'm coming for you. And with that, Rock Lee flipped onto his hands and dashed toward the event hall, running on his palms. Watching Lee disappear into the distance, you murmured, so, their misguided youth finally begins. But Lee, you'll come to realize some things can't be changed no matter how hard you try. Even so, the fact that you tried will be enough to comfort you when the inevitable failures of youth arrive. Youth is a lie, a form of wickedness, and those who sing its praises are merely deceiving themselves and those around them. Always face your surroundings with affirmation and positivity. Even some fatal failures will be heralded as symbols of youth, transformed into cherished memories of the past. Well, I'm getting off track. This isn't some troubled teacher's romantic comedy about youth. This is just the Naruto story, full of hot-blooded antics and a bit of absurdity, set after a twist in the timeline. Playfulness is one thing, but competition is another. At the Chunin exam arena, my feelings are clear, Junior. Once this battle is over, please go out with me. With a pounding heart, Lee declared his feelings all at once, then shut his eyes, awaiting judgment. Sakura was silent for a long moment before her rosy lips parted. Lee. Yes. Lee placed his hands firmly at his sides, standing ramrod straight. Sakura smiled sweetly. It must have taken a lot of courage to speak your heart like this. Thank you for your admiration, but I already have someone I care for. Lee was rejected. For a moment, disappointment flickered across his face, but he showed no sign of regret. To earn your favor, Junior, he must be an outstanding ninja. Sakura glanced toward the stands, then turned back with composure. He's someone with immense potential, though he hasn't yet found his path. But I believe that very soon, he'll open his eyes and discover his way forward. At her words, Lee straightened up, right hand clenched at his back, left hand raised before him, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he looked at the girl he'd once considered his closest friend, now his rival. Junior, please give me your guidance. From outside the arena, Gama Shiranui shouted, Begin! The battle commenced. Lee made the first move, dashing around the arena at high speed while watching Sakura's every action. Sakura held her opening stance, feet moving lightly, always keeping her center line, facing Lee. The advantage of a taijutsu ninja lies in close range, rapid attacks to seize the initiative, leaving the opponent no time for hand signs, and using fists and kicks, sometimes even more effective than ninjutsu, to strike vital points. That's why in the early days, even Sasuke couldn't match Lee. But when both fighters are taijutsu users, it all comes down to who can grasp the first opportunity and control the flow of the fight. Lee circled the arena 3 times, unable to find a good opening to attack. As expected, since we trained under the same master, my junior knows my opening moves far too well. There isn't a single gap in her defenses. Xiao Li immediately shifted his thinking, a direct frontal assault, seeking an opening by countering each move as it comes. No, my junior's physical strength and fundamentals are every bit as solid as mine. This has been proven time and again in the tens of thousands of sparring matches we've had. If I want to defeat her, I must catch her off guard. But how can I do that? Perhaps, in the end, I'll have to resort to the footwork surprise? Whoosh! As Xiao Li was deep in thought, Sakura vanished from where she stood. A gust of wind rushed in from the side. Xiao Li hurriedly raised his forearm to block the attack. Lee, I know exactly what you're thinking. Bang! Sakura's sweeping kick struck Lee's forearm while she was airborne. Without waiting for Lee to react, she used the momentum to stay aloft, spun her body, and delivered a second, devastating axe kick straight toward the top of Lee's head. Lee snapped back to his senses, quickly raising both arms to block, and just managed to stop the lethal blow. His body bent backward with the force, but he used his core strength to rebound and steady himself. Sakura flipped in midair, landing gracefully 3 meters away, then sprang forward again in a flash. Xiao Li staggered back 3 steps, barely finding his footing before steeling himself, and charging up to meet her head-on. What followed was a barrage of fierce punches and kicks, drawing astonished cries from the audience. Wow, is this really the level of taijutsu between genin? This is incredible. Haha, but is that bald haircut for real? They're both amazing. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, but experts see the technique. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, observed every detail of the battle, as though he were fighting alongside them. No, whether it's strength, speed, or technique, Sakura completely outclasses Rock Lee. Right now, Lee's attacks are brief and desperate, mixed with forced defense, and he's close to his limit. Crack! After a fierce collision of legs, a sharp sound echoed. Xiao Li's shin had fractured. Racked with pain, Xiao Li's movement slowed, and he took a solid punch to the face, stumbling as a spray of blood arced from his mouth. A rush of adrenaline numbed his pain. His body stiffened, but he ducked at the last second to evade Sakura's swing and launched a counterattack. His stance, an upward kick aimed at his opponent's chin, a move designed to send one flying high into the air, was the legendary Konoha Rising Wind. If it succeeded, Sakura would be met with a relentless storm of follow-up attacks. The fact that Xiao Li could recover from a blow, dodge, and immediately counterattack took even Sakura by surprise. Lee, you're growing stronger with every fight. But Sakura adapted instantly. She leaned back just enough for Xiao Li's rising kick to brush past the tip of her nose, missing by a hair's breadth. With fluid motion, Sakura locked Xiao Li's rear knee with her left hand and gripped his ankle with her right, seizing the initiative once more. Lee pressed both hands to the ground. When he couldn't free his legs by force, he hooked his left leg around Sakura's waist. Once he latched on, he lifted his fist from the ground and hammered rapid punches at Sakura's foot. Thud, 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 thud. Sakura quickly retreated, her steps chased by the relentless force of Lee's fists, leaving a trail of imprints on the ground. With no other choice, Sakura released Lee's right leg, broke free from his left with brute strength, then drove a straight punch right into Lee's abdomen. A heavy blow landed, sending Lee flying backward. He crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach with his left hand, while his right wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. 10 meters away, Sakura drew a deep breath, crouched low, and pressed her fist to the earth. Lee's pupils narrowed. That Sakura-style breath. Ignoring the sharp pain twisting through his abdomen, he rolled out of the way on the spot. A blast of force erupted where he'd just been, shaking the ground. Boom, boom. Another pair of shock waves burst out, one after another, further back from the initial impact. Lee barely dodged them, and not until he had scrambled 25 meters away from Sakura did he finally allow himself to catch his breath. The Sakura-style breath transformed chakra into a burst of energy, channeling it underground to attack from below, without damaging the surface, a sudden assault from beneath the enemy's feet. It was a nearly impossible taijutsu technique to defend against from a distance. With her current strength, Sakura could unleash the breath technique 3 times in succession within a 20-meter radius. During the third exam's preliminary round, Sasuke had been blindsided by this very move, launched skyward, and Sakura seized that opening to defeat him in a single breath. Up in the stands, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. So that move, it's actually a 3-stage attack. Huffing and gasping, Lee struggled to his feet. Though exhausted, his face was filled with nothing but sincere admiration. Sister, you really are unbeatable. Your hard work matches mine, and your natural talent surpasses me. It feels like the gap between us was set from the start, and now that I know you're a girl, my respect for you is beyond words. Still, even if that gap stares me in the face, I refuse to give up. Lee's eyes blazed with renewed fighting spirit. He crossed his arms over his chest. Sakura's gaze was steady. You just used the 5th gate, in your fight with Gar yesterday. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. If you open it again now, you'll be bedridden for at least half a month. Lee looked up at her, hope shining in his eyes. Sakura, would you be willing to take care of me? Sakura smiled calmly. As comrades, it's only right that we look after each other. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lee's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the blazing fire of youth. Even if it's just for friendship, that's more than enough for me. 8 gates release formation. 5th gate, open. A thunderous surge of energy exploded forth. A surge of green flames erupted, and Lee's entire skin turned a deep crimson. Boom! He shot forward, his powerful fists thrusting ahead. A resounding crack echoed in the air as his punch landed. A sonic boom exploded right behind his fist, rippling through the air. Sakura was forced back. Hood, 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 hood. The air shuddered with wave after wave as Lee launched a relentless storm of attacks. Caught in the midst of those ripples, Sakura was swept along, her yellow bodysuit and white cape showing more and more fist marks and scorched traces from Lee's feet. Bruises blossomed across her sturdy muscles. She was hurt. After all, She wasn't made of steel. What's more, the chain techniques under the gate of opening far surpassed ordinary human reflexes. Sasuke was stunned. What kind of move is that? I can't even keep up with my Sharingan. This was the first time Sasuke, who had lost consciousness during the preliminaries, witnessed Lee opening the gate of opening. Lee's gate of opening ends with the primary lotus. I have to seize that moment. As she drifted on the waves of battle, Sakura's eyes sharpened. Whoosh! The bandages on both her arms loosened and suddenly shot out, enveloping the air to her side. She was anticipating exactly where Lee would appear. Violent capture. Swish. Lee had barely materialized before the bandages wrapped him up tight. What? He tried to break free using the explosive strength of the gate of opening. Snap! But Sakura released streams of band-like chakra from her palms, making the bandages unbreakably tough. Whoosh! Sakura flipped upside down. Lee, even though we both train in hardstyle taijutsu, remember, unyielding strength alone will break. Whether it's hard or soft fist, only a balance of strength and flexibility can take us further. 8 gates release formation. First gate, gate of opening. Lotus of manifest Sakura. Boom! When the dust settled, Rock Lee lay motionless, unable to rise. Sakura stood tall beside the crater, her white cloak billowing, her shaved head shining, her gaze calm and unwavering. I hereby declare the winner of this match, Sakura Haruno. With Genma Shiranui's announcement, Sakura hoisted the unconscious Lee onto her shoulder with one hand, turned, and strode off the field with effortless confidence. After a moment of stunned silence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause that went on and on. Genma Shiranui called out, "Will Temari and Shikamaru Nara please come to the arena?" Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Backstage, Shikamaru's face turned as white as a sheet, sweat dripping down in big beads. Oh no, my stomach can't take it anymore. What am I going to do? If I have to drop out because of diarrhea, I'll never be able to face Asuma again. But if I go out there now, I might just have a public disaster in front of everyone. Just as Shikamaru was about to fall into despair, a small hand landed gently on his shoulder. At the Chunin exam arena, Temari stood confidently with one hand on her hip beside her upright fan. Her eyes, sharp and spirited, watched her opponent, who had arrived late, and she mocked him with a smirk. So slow. A weakling ought to have the self-awareness of a weakling. If you're afraid to die, why not just forfeit? In the preliminary rounds, Kiba and Akamaru had withdrawn after being caught in Lee's attack, which meant Shikamaru advanced without even fighting. He'd never shown his strength before, and with his background character looks and lazy air, it was only natural for Temari to assume he'd lucked his way into the third round as just another small fry. Facing Temari's taunt, Shikamaru simply slid his hands into his pockets, a rakish grin playing on his lips. "Hey there, prickly little princess. Want me to help you pluck out some of those thorns?" Temari frowned. Up in the stands, Asuma was startled. Is that really Shikamaru? He's not acting like himself at all. Shikaku, arms folded across his chest, watched his son on the field with narrowed, thoughtful eyes. Temari bit her thumb, thinking to herself, this guy always seemed so meek and quiet, but now he's actually acting flippant? In that case, no need to hold back. I'll just blow him away. With a sharp snap, Temari unfolded her 3-star fan, braced herself with both hands, and swung it forward with all her strength. Wind-style, Kamaitachi. Asuma cried out, "This is bad." Shikamaru's gotten careless. He stepped right into her attack range from start. A violent gust rushed forth, kicking up a wall of sand and dust that soared dozens of meters into the air, shrouding everything in blinding obscurity. From a spectator's stance, Kurenai Yuhi said, to be struck head-on by such a powerful and wide-ranging wind style, no substitution jutsu could save him. Even if he survives, he'll be badly injured. Asuma muttered, what's gotten into Shikamaru today? He'd never make such a rookie mistake. Down on the field, with a clang, Temari lowered her fan and smiled in triumph. Too easy. Is that your best move? It's great for cooling off in the summer, if nothing else. The lazy drawl drifted out from the swirling dust. What? Temari's face changed in shock. As the dust cleared, Shikamaru stood there, hands still forming a seal, his entire body wrapped in a layer of blackness. Whoosh! With a motion of his hands, the blackness slid away from his body and flowed back down to the ground. His own shadow. Asuma shot to his feet. That technique. Shadow possession jutsu. When did Shikamaru learn to use it like that? Shadow possession. Shikamaru used this move in the movie Inheritance of the Will of Fire, wrapping his body in shadow for defense. But it consumes a massive amount of chakra and offers only limited protection. So, as an adult, Shikamaru rarely ever uses it. All the more so when it comes to Shikamaru in his youth. It was simply impossible for him to master it, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to stop Temari's wind release. So, Shikaka Nara gave a knowing smile. I see, so that's how it is. She held a stunned expression for a full 10 seconds before she finally snapped out of it. When she looked at Shikamaru again, there was no trace of disdain in her eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to be the one hiding your true strength. It was wrong of me to underestimate you as just some nobody. But let me be clear, that last move, I wasn't trying to kill you, so I held back a bit, understand? Shikamaru picked at his ear, his tone deliberately provoking. You don't need to tell me that with words. I honestly don't get it. Well, you've got guts, don't you? Whoosh. Temari swung her fan once more. Wind release. Great sickle weasel. Boom. A gale, several times more powerful than before, tore forward in a furious assault. Whoosh. Shikamaru's figure flickered, darting to the flank. Temari was taken aback. Such speed. Aside from Baki-sensei, he's the first to dodge the great sickle weasel head-on. Shikamaru formed a hand sign right where he stood. Zip! His shadow shot out, racing toward Temari. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Temari folded her fan and flipped backward in a series of evasive somersaults. So it's confirmed now. His specialty is manipulating shadows. But why does he always stop before using his technique? Could it be that he can't use it while moving? No, that's not it. He's worried about misjudging the distance between us while moving and being unable to defend against my wind release. Temari retreated all the way to the edge of the arena. Whoosh! The tip of the shadow halted 3 meters in front of her. So this is the maximum range of your shadow technique. A knowing smile curled at the corner of Temari's lips. I see. Now I fully understand your ability. No matter how far it stretches or shifts, it can't exceed the surface area of your shadow, right? Shikamaru. Huh. So what's your plan then? Temari. My plan? Do you really think I'd tell you? Shikamaru. How about we make a bet? Whoever loses has to do whatever the other says, for life, that sort of thing. Temari mused inwardly. For life? Is this guy falling for me, or something? She answered coldly. Aren't you a bit old to be saying such things? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Shikamaru. What's wrong, are you scared? The Kazekage's daughter only has this much courage. Oh, Temari arched an eyebrow. That's a rather childish attempt at goading me. But fine, I'll play along. For life, huh? I don't mind having another lifelong servant. Just don't regret it in front of all these senior Leaf Village shinobi. Shikamaru chuckled, don't worry. The men of the Nara clan never regret their moves once they're made. In a flash, the halted shadow suddenly surged forward, stretching out and connecting with Temari's shadow. Temari's face changed drastically. What? How can this be? Shikamaru explained, ordinary shadow imitation jutsu is indeed limited by the surface area of the shadow, but my version is an upgraded, high-endurance model. Temari gritted her teeth. You were bluffing me from the very start. Shikamaru replied with a sly smile. No takebacks now. This is for life, you know. Temari seethed inwardly. From the start, he had the confidence to catch me directly with a shadow, but he deliberately made it stop and brought up that ridiculous lifelong wager. How infuriating to think I've been tricked by such a lazy, shameless guy. This might just be the greatest mistake of my life. Her heartbeat pounded thump, thump, thump. Under the pull of the shadow imitation jutsu, Temari's arm lifted against her will. She shut her eyes in total despair. What was he going to do to her? Surely he wouldn't demand she be his servant for life. If it came to that, she'd rather finish him off and end things herself. Shikamaru spoke up. I forfeit. Temari was stunned. What? The flush of water echoed as Shikamaru strode out of the restroom, looking thoroughly refreshed. Ah, that feels so much better. I really owe you for this one. I was worried he'd hold a grudge over that time I refused his candy, but I was overthinking it. Turns out he's a real stand-up guy. I never expected he'd actually volunteer to take my place in the match against that terrifying woman from the sand. Well, no matter what the outcome is, I have to treat him to a good meal. As the fourth match began, a gloomy rain began to fall from the sky. In the middle of the arena, Gaara emerged from the shadow of his own footsteps, the iconic gourd of sand slung over his back, his face set in its usual scowl. His opponent, Naruto Uzumaki, walked in from the other side, drawing jeers and mutters from the villagers gathered beyond the walls. Look, it's that kid. Yeah, the Nine-Tails brat. That child brings nothing but bad luck. It's bad enough they didn't lock him up. Now, they're letting him be a ninja? What was the third Hokage thinking? I hope he gets killed out there. It'd be doing the village a favor. By now, Naruto was utterly unfazed by such prejudice. In fact, he felt as if he were basking in a warm spring breeze. He was no longer alone. Irika had taught him kindness and forgiveness. You had shown him how to face life's hardships with a smile. Sasuke had given him bonds and the drive to grow. Hinata had offered him gentleness and care. Now, with the dream of becoming Hokage burning in his heart, all he cared about was pushing forward, come rain or shine. Not a bad look on your face. Shinui Gima bit down on his senbon, gave a satisfied smile, and then stepped off the stage, leaving the spotlight to the two contestants. Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaara. Let the battle begin. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and greeted his opponent in his own unique style. Yo, hey, eyebrowless guy, you're pretty tough, huh? But your opponent today is the future Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara remained as expressionless as ever. Suddenly, sand burst out from the gourd on Gaara's back. There it is, his sand manipulation ability. Naruto brought his hands together in front of his chest and performed his signature hand sign. Ninja art, multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. With a rapid series of explosive sounds, white smoke billowed one after another. Gaara was instantly surrounded by an army of Naruto clones. The crowd outside the arena erupted in astonishment. Hey, what is that? Some kind of sorcery? That's got to be the Demon Fox's magic, right? Irika called out. That's the multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. It's not some kind of magic. But his small voice of support was quickly swallowed up by the roar of the crowd. On the field, the overwhelming number of shadow clones even brought a flicker of surprise to Gaara's eyes. Here we go. Naruto's army of clones launched a full-on assault, an all-out frontal charge against Gaara. Gaara stood his ground, while the flowing sand swirled in midair, shifting shapes and smashing every clone that drew near. But the clones kept coming, wave after wave, and those on the outskirts hurled kunai and shuriken from every angle. Gaara's brow furrowed. Sand shuriken. With a rushing sound, shuriken formed from sand shot out in all directions, suppressing Naruto's clones time and again. But there were just too many of them. The sand Gaara carried was starting to run thin under the relentless onslaught. In truth, during the preliminary bout against Rock Lee yesterday, Gaara hadn't used his full power. His most fearsome ability is drawing and manipulating vast amounts of sand from his surroundings. But in the confines of an indoor arena, that skill was completely neutralized. But now, in this wide-open outdoor battlefield, Gaara could finally unleash his full potential. How interesting. Each one of you is more fascinating than the last. A thrill lit up Gaara's face as he crouched down, pressing his hand to the earth. Sand waterfall flow. A thunderous rumble shook the arena. The entire landscape of the Chunin exam field began to change. The hard-packed surface cracked open. The bedrock beneath shattered and surged up as sand, transforming the ground into a miniature desert before their eyes. What the? Naruto stared in disbelief. The audience gasped in shock. Heavens! This kid, he's terrifyingly strong. Incredible. He's way beyond the level of a regular genin. The sound of sand roared like a raging tide, filling the air. A torrent of flowing sand swept across the entire field, shattering Naruto's army of shadow clones in waves. Caught off guard by Gaara's true strength, the real Naruto was tossed helplessly within the cascading sands. Damn it, I underestimated him. His real power is far more terrifying than I imagined. At this moment, there was not a single safe spot left on the arena. Gaara bellowed. You have nowhere left to run. A massive wave of sand, 10 meters high, crashed down toward Naruto. Hinata cried out in anguish, Naruto! The wave engulfed Naruto, swallowing him whole. Gaara crouched low, both hands pressed into the sand, preparing to unleash his sand burial. In the stands, many spectators jumped to their feet. That's right, finish off that damn demon fox for us. Kill him, little hero of the sand. We thank you on behalf of all those lost souls. But just as Gaara was about to clench his fists, he hesitated. Uzumaki Naruto, are you also a poor outcast, despised by all? His thoughts drifted back to his own tragic childhood. Seeing Gaara's hesitation, the crowd grew frantic. Hey, Sandboy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish him off. Get rid of that pest for us. Yeah, exactly. You have no idea. There's a terrifying monster sealed inside that demon. It's the Nine Tails. Someone was about to blurt out the secret, but another quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and gestured for silence. Don't say out loud. That's classified information. Hinata clutched her hands to her chest, tears trembling in her eyes. It's too cruel. It's just too much. And there was another boy, fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. At last, unable to contain his anger, he shot to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs. That's enough. Shut your filthy mouths, all of you. 13 years ago, it was the Nine Tails that caused that disaster, not Naruto. Sasuke, Fugaku and the surrounding Uchiha clan members stared at the boy in shock. Itachi smiled, pride shining in his expression. After this rebuke, the entire arena fell dead silent. The crowd sat down, lowering their heads in shame. Deep down, they all knew the truth. But they had chosen to compromise with their own weakness, instinctively shifting their anger onto someone else. Beneath his breath, Sand Jonin Baki muttered, "So the boy is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is the perfect chance to weaken Konoha's power." In a cold voice, he commanded, "Gaara, do it." "That's an order." Gaara's eyes hardened. He clenched his hands tight. Sand burial. The sound of rushing sand thundered through the arena. The sand tightened from the bottom, its surface rising and falling in wave-like ripples. Under this terrifying pressure, no one could possibly survive. But Naruto was a ninja full of surprises. Boom! Amidst the towering plume of smoke erupting from the sand waterfall, Naruto, clothes in tatters, stood tall atop a massive creature. Gaara stared in stunned disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. What shocked and confused him wasn't the enormous beast beneath Naruto's feet, nor was it the fact that Naruto possessed the power to summon such a creature. No, the true source of his bewilderment was the confident, innocent smile on Naruto's face. At last, Gaara demanded, "Why? Why is it that even though the people here treat you like a monster, you can still smile so happily?" Naruto's smile didn't waver. "Do you want to know?" Gaara pressed urgently. "I want to know. Tell me, does he, too, harbor a monster within that no one else knows? Has he, too, spent all this time utterly alone?" Naruto placed a hand over his heart. "No wonder when I first met him, I felt something strange here. Maybe it's because we're the same kind." Lowering his hand, Naruto sighed. "I really wish he could meet the incredible person who changed me." Gamabunta spoke up. "This place looks like a big tournament. Lots of familiar faces in the crowd. Kid, I don't know how little runt. Like you managed to summon me, but since we've got an audience, I won't make it hard for you. That brat over there, he's the enemy, right?" Naruto replied, "Sorry, but you can go back now." Gamabunta blinked. "Huh." Naruto apologized earnestly. "Really, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you next time, Boss Toad." Gamabunta snorted. "Oomph. Since you know how to show respect, I'll let it slide this time." With a pop, Gamabunta vanished into a cloud of white smoke. Naruto dropped from midair, landing on the sandy ground. "Tell me, your answer." Gaara still fixed Naruto with a piercing gaze. Naruto let out a slow breath, then raised his hand and made a startling declaration. "I forfeit. Sorry, I made this decision on my own." In the contestant waiting room, Naruto put his hands together in apology to you, then explained, "It's just that guy. There's such loneliness in his eyes. He must have never had anyone care about him. So I thought." "You finished for him," smiling. "You want me to give him some special attention, right?" Naruto nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's exactly it. You know me. I'm not great with words. I can never get my point across. If it were up to me, I might not manage it all. Plus, he's really strong. I'm not even sure I could beat him." "I understand. Leave it to me to—" Just as he was about to turn away, a thought struck her. "By the way, I only taught you the hand signs for the summoning jutsu, yet you managed to call forth the Great Toad without ever forming a summoning contract. That's truly impressive." "Yeah, I think it's unbelievable too. I tried so many times in private and always failed. I guess it must have something to do with that. Strange mark left on my right hand by that long-tongued woman, right? What exactly is this? Should I ask Kakashi-sensei about it later?" Naruto gazed at the ashen wedge in the center of his palm, murmuring to himself. You simply smiled, saying nothing, and turned to walk away. Naruto called out, "Hey, where are you going? Your match hasn't started yet, has it?" Waving a hand behind him, you replied, "Just heading to the restroom. I need to prepare a little gift for that guy." Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "A gift? In the restroom? What kind of gift could you possibly prepare there? Don't tell me." Chunin Exam Arena. The first match of the semifinals, Sakura Haruno vs. Temari, was raging on under the rain. Ninja art, wine scattering sand. Temari swung her giant 3-star fan, whipping up a fierce, sand-laden gale that sent Sakura's attack flying back. That bald girl, she couldn't even beat Gaara's watermelon-haired teammate in the preliminaries. Honestly, her raw power must far surpass mine. Temari lowered her fan, feeling a surge of relief. But luckily, the sand Gaara left behind during the last battle is still on the field, perfect for my use. Sakura tried once more, attempting to break through from another angle. "It's useless." Temari swept her fan again, summoning an indiscriminate storm of wind and sand that blocked Sakura's advance. Most crucially, the swirling sand obscured Sakura's vision, making it impossible to pinpoint Temari's position. Sakura was completely on the defensive. Temari declared with confidence. Give it up. My greatest weapon is my range. I won't give you a single opening. Sakura braced herself and tried to push forward against the wind, but after just a few meters, her shoulder was sliced open by wind blades laced with sand. Forced to retreat, she was left searching for another way in. Temari lowered her fan. Perfect. My slicing winds can injure her little by little. As long as I keep this up, no matter how strong she is, she'll break down from all the accumulated wounds. Up in the stands, Kakashi was discussing the match with Guy. To be honest, that Iron Fan Princess from the Sand Village is a natural counter for taijutsu users. Taijutsu relies on swift, close-range moves, but there isn't a single blind spot in that girl's defenses. If a taijutsu fighter charges into those blade-like winds, they'll only end up getting hurt even worse. Kakashi, as expected of my rival, you saw through the situation on the field at a single glance. But Sakura, that child, she's not only hardworking, she's also a thinker. Trust her, she'll soon find a way to counter this. Sakura clenched her teeth around a strip of bandage, wrapping up the wound on her shoulder. She gazed at her own fist, lost in thought. All at once, she threw a punch into the air, aiming upwards at an angle. Whoosh, whoosh. The arc of her fist stirred the air, and in that instant, a miniature whirlwind spun up, sweeping dust with it before dissipating after a few seconds. It works. I can do this. A small smile crept onto Sakura's lips. She blew on her fist, and her biceps bulged, veins outlined clearly beneath her beige, form-fitting outfit. Temari frowned. What is she up to? Sakura, gathering her strength, unleashed the same punch. This time, faster and more explosive than before. Boom! A powerful whirlwind erupted from her fist, sweeping up sand and dust as it whipped across the arena. I'll call this move the Sakura-style whirlwind. With a deep breath, Sakura began punching the air in quick succession, each blow conjuring another whirlwind. Dozens of whirlwinds darted back and forth, colliding and merging with each other. In no time, they fused into a single, massive tornado, large enough to ravage half the battleground. Kakashi was stunned. Whoa, wait, is this for real? Swish! After creating some distance between herself and the tornado, Sakura threw a straight punch into the air. The surge of wind pushed the tornado straight toward Temari's side of the arena. You must be joking. When it comes to manipulating wind, I won't lose to you. Temari gripped her fan tightly with both hands and spun wildly in place. A wild gale exploded forth, and within seconds, a sandstorm tornado, just as fierce as Sakura's, was unleashed. Crash! The two tornadoes collided with a tremendous roar, wrestling for dominance with a terrifying intensity. But then, although the winds seemed evenly matched at first, after a few seconds of struggle, Temari's gale began to falter. Temari's face twisted in shock. How can this be? Might Guy grinned and revealed the secret. Sakura's tornado is natural wind, propelled by her fists, unless it's blocked by something. Even stronger, it won't stop. But Temari's is a wind-style jutsu created with chakra. It's bound to run out of power sooner or later. Boom! After swallowing up Temari's wind jutsu, Sakura's tornado began to sway unsteadily. Just then, Temari noticed Sakura in the background, still punching the air, constantly steering the tornado's direction. So that's it. Now I understand. She can't control the wind directly. She has to guide it by generating gusts toward me, forcing the tornado in my direction. If that's the case, this tornado is a double-edged sword for her. The arena filled with the sound of swirling winds, growing ever fiercer. Temari began to fan the wind, determined to push that tornado back and make Sakura taste the consequences of her own move. A roaring wind surged through the arena, the tornado swaying wildly from side to side, sand and dust swirling so thickly that it blanketed almost the entire field. Coughing and spluttering, Temari realized too late that the sandstorm stung her eyes, making it impossible to see. Stay calm, she told herself. Sakura must be in the same predicament as me. And she was, except Sakura, was a taijutsu practitioner. Holding her breath was second nature, and her skill in locating by sound was formidable. Temari's cough a moment ago had given away her position. With a sudden whoosh, Sakura's robe snapped in the wind as she closed in on Temari at astonishing speed. Not good. I've been too focused on that tornado, but it was only a diversion. She must be closing in on me right now. Suddenly realizing her mistake, Temari raised her fan, desperate to conjure a protective gust. But she was too late. A powerful fist crashed against the iron fan with a resounding clang. The impact sent her three-star fan flying from her grasp. Temari staggered back 3 steps, only to see that fist had stopped just an inch from her face, close enough to feel the force but not to strike. With a resigned sigh, Temari admitted defeat, her voice calm and sincere. I've lost. And so, Sakura defeated Temari and advanced to the finals. The second semifinal match was about to begin. Gaara returned to the arena, deep in thought, still puzzling over Naruto's decision to surrender when victory had seemed within reach. But his opponent, Hyuga, had yet to appear. Genma Shiranui glanced at his watch again and again, growing anxious. Outside the arena, murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. What's going on? Why hasn't the Hyuga kid shown up yet? A visitor from another village sneered. Maybe he got scared off by such a strong opponent. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp tap on the back of his head. A small fan, emblazoned with Goyu, had struck him. Hey, who's throwing things? That's dangerous. Up in the stands, Hanabi turned her head away with a huff, muttering, serves you right for bad-mouthing you. Still, she couldn't help but worry. You, where did you go? Genma Shiranui checked his watch for the fourth time, his voice tense. If he doesn't arrive soon, we'll have no choice but to... Sorry to keep everyone waiting. With that familiar laugh, Yu strode briskly into the arena. On his back, he carried a gourd just as large as Gaara's. Inside the ring, the two finally faced each other as opponents, Yu and Gaara, standing toe-to-toe. Gaara tore his mind away from thoughts of Naruto's forfeit and focused once more on the match before him. Because ever since the encounter on the streets of Konoha before the Chunin exams, Gaara had sensed that Yu was hiding something extraordinary. He yearned for a battle, desperate to defeat Yu and utterly deny his very existence. No matter how reserved a person is, when faced with an opponent they perceive as being on their own level, they can't help but become talkative. That's a universal rule in every battle manga. Gaara declared, Hyuga, I've finally waited long enough to face you. And that gourd on your back, what's that supposed to be? Are you trying to cosplay as me? You replied, if I really wanted to cosplay you, I'd shave my eyebrows and dye my hair red. This gourd, of course, has its own purpose. Gaara snorted. There's a detail that others might have forgotten, but I remember it clearly. During the first exam, you were writing with your own pen. Right then, I guessed you. Must have some sort of ability to manipulate objects. If I'm not mistaken, during the first round, when Kankuro's puppet suddenly stopped moving, that was your doing, wasn't it? Kankuro blurted out. So that's what happened? I always wondered why my puppet suddenly started working again after the first exam. On the field, confronted by Gaara, exposing his secret, you smiled and said, you're sharp to have figured that out. But at this point, I'm not planning to hide this ability anymore. After all, I promised Naruto I'd look after you. Gaara paused, taken aback. Naruto Uzumaki, did his sudden surrender have something to do with you? Yu's tone was enigmatic. Does that really matter to you? Gaara gripped his own shoulders tightly. What I care about even more is this. Even though everyone around him sees him as a monster, why can he still smile like that? Wouldn't any normal person want to wipe out everyone who's ever hurt him? Alone, self-serving Azura, radiating a frightening aura. At least 100 times a day, such thoughts must flash through Gaara's mind. If there weren't still forces around him that could restrain him, he'd probably have acted on them already. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Gaara pressed, his urgency clear. Hey, tell me, why is that? Yet you answered with something else entirely. You know, the two of you are actually very much alike, both in background and experience. Gaara frowned. Background. You nodded, purposefully raising his voice. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son. That's impossible. The fourth Hokage, the hero who sealed the Nine Tails and saved the village. Why would he seal the Nine Tails inside his own son? No way, that can't be true. If it was, why wouldn't the third Hokage have told the people? Naruto, what? I'm the fourth Hokage's son? Sasuke, there's actually such a thing? Hokage-sama. Information of this level is top secret. Aside from a very few jonin and the Umbu in the Hidden Leaf, no one else should know. How'd that kid find out? The third Hokage, pipe in hand, lowered his gaze beneath the shadow of his hat. Considering the child's standing in the Hyuga clan, it's not surprising he learned of it from the elders. The fact that he said it publicly. Could it be he wanted to stand up for Naruto? Sigh. A harsh and sorrowful laugh suddenly cut through the crowd. Gaara's laughter, wild and despairing. As I thought. You spoke with deep meaning. You got it wrong. Minato and your father, Raza, are not the same. Gaara, what's the difference? Both turn their own children into weapons. They're cut from the same cloth. There's no difference at all. In the stands, Raza, the fourth Kazekage, had just returned after escaping Orochimaru's ambush. His head hung low beneath his hat, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. You shook his head. Your father, Raza, implanted Shikaku into you with the intent of making you a weapon. But the fourth Hokage, Minato, acted out of love for Naruto. He hoped Naruto could bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki, and so he turned the Nine Tails into Naruto's strength. Gaara pressed his hands to his eyes in pain, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Ha ha ha. So you're saying it's just me, right? Because he was loved, he could smile like that while You quickly clarified, Naruto doesn't know any of this himself. The real difference between you two isn't there. Gaara's eyes burned with desperation. Then tell me, where is it? You replied slowly. The difference is that Naruto, from the very beginning, never once saw himself as a monster. Gaara froze, stunned. He clutched his head, tormented. You mean the problem is with me? No, that's not it. I didn't know love once. I won't accept it. You said gently, Yashimaru. A sharp, slicing sound broke the air. Gaara's head snapped up. You smiled softly. I know everything about you. So, you really can't be blamed for some things. But if we want to change our circumstances, it always has to start with ourselves. Such an unusual display of empathy only made Gaara more guarded. You're one of my father's people, aren't you? You slapped his forehead in mock frustration. Ah, what a mistake. I forgot just how sensitive and fragile his heart is. With people like him, you have to win them over with strength first, so that they'll actually listen to what you have to say. Still, there was one thing you felt he had to make clear. I'm a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Your father doesn't have nearly enough power to order me around, you know? Gaara chuckled. Haha, you're right about that. Well then, let me be clear. I am Gaara, the Azura who loves only himself. I will defeat you, kill you, and utterly deny everything you stand for. Only then, can I finally be myself. Such twisted logic. To put plainly, what he really needs is a good, hard lesson. You smiled and said, how about we make a deal? Whoever loses has to grant the winner a favor. Gaara sneered. You won't get the chance. My way of fighting is simple. I crush my enemies into pulp. Hyuga, your fate is to be ground into nothing. You touched his little horn. So scary. But what if you lose? A sudden roar. Sand surged wildly from the gourd on Gaara's back. If I lose, you can grind me into pulp if you want. You grinned. Don't be so obsessed with turning people into mush. It's creepy. How about this? If you lose, you have to change your title from now on. Gaara of the Dungfall. Doesn't that have a nice ring to it? A rumbling gurgle erupted, this time from the gourd on Yu's back. Sand and dung. An all-out battle to the death was about to begin. A murky cloud hovered above Yu's head, its stench spreading all around. Gaara demanded, what in the world is inside your gourd? You replied, the cycle of nature's bounty. Gaara snapped, that's just dung. Are you mocking me? With a swift motion, the sand waterfall from above Gaara's head swept forward. Not to be outdone, Yu's dungfall surged up to meet it. The two forces clashed in midair. Sand and dung tangled, collided and struggled, turning the space between them into a chaotic battlefield worthy of demons. The spectators outside the ring felt their breath catch in their throats. Kiba, what is that kid doing up there? Hey, is he actually fighting with dung? Someone tell me. Please. I asked that really dung. Just then, a sticky lump splattered onto the backrest of someone's seat. Summoning his courage, the man dabbed a bit and tasted it. His face contorted in horror, then broke into a crazed grin. It's dung. It really is dung. The battle on the field grew more intense. Gaara's face twisted with rage. How dare you underestimate me? The monster arm of sand. Sand gathered, forming a massive arm that looked just like Shikaku's, reaching out with brute force. You will not be outdone. The monster arm of dung. The dung caught in the sand monster's grip condensed, forming a monstrous arm of equal size and strength. And so, the monster arms of sand and dung began an epic arm wrestling match in midair. Gaara shouted, how much chakra did you have to pour into that dung to make it this hard and strong? You replied, just a little bit. Gaara, what? You. If it's to keep a promise to a friend, no amount of chakra is too much. Boom. The monstrous sand arm controlled by Gaara was smashed hard into the ground by the monstrous dung arm under Yu's command. D. Gaara's hands flashed through a vicious sequence of signs. Sand shuriken. The fragments of sand that had bounced up from the impact gathered into a flurry of shuriken, hurtling toward you from behind. With a low rumble, the dung you kept at his side formed a sturdy wall, blocking the sand shuriken's assault. Yu's small hands formed another series of signs. My turn. Dung shuriken. The monstrous dung arm broke apart, splitting into a volley of shuriken, shot straight at Gaara. Sand at Gaara's side responded, rising to form a sand wall, fending off the dung shuriken. Why do you always copy my techniques? Copy? No. I'm showing you the similarities between dung and sand, the superiority of dung, and the replaceability of sand. Superiority? Replaceability? Huh, that's hilarious. Up to now, aside from that stench that only attracts flies, in what way is dung superior to sand? A strange, squelching sound pulsed through the air. Suddenly, behind Gaara's sand wall, a layer of yellow-brown seeped through, and the wall began to collapse beyond his control. Gaara's face turned ashen. Dung. The grease in the dung has contaminated my sand. As you can see, once the sand's been tainted, it's useless. You advanced on Gaara, and it can be combined with ninjutsu like this. Yu's little hands flashed through more signs. Dung Dragon Bullet. Whoosh. A torrent of dung surged from the gourd, twisting skyward to become a soaring dung dragon, which came crashing down over Gaara's head. Gaara didn't dare take it head-on. He vanished in a blur, using the body flicker technique to escape. Boom! The dung dragon struck the ground, splashing up a golden, soupy wave. Seeing Yu's feet, Gaara's lips curled into a menacing grin. You're finished. His palm closed. Suddenly, the sand at Yu's feet wrapped tight around her ankles. With a sharp tug of Gaara's hand. Whoosh! The sand snatched Yu, flinging her high into the air, then slammed her fiercely down at Gaara's feet. Yu muttered, I got careless. I didn't dodge. Gaara stretched out his hand. Sand coffin. A cascade of sand from Gaara's gourd swept over Yu's body. Suspended in the swirling cloud of sand, Gaara spread his fingers wide, exuding the aura of a desert tyrant. To put it plainly, all you can control is what's inside that gourd. But I command the sand of the very land around us. There's no comparison. You failed to guard against this. And now, let your fresh flesh be an offering to my mother. Snap! As soon as the words left his mouth, Gaara's hand clenched tightly. Sand burial. A sharp, crushing sound echoed through the arena. The sand, compressed to its absolute limit, formed a small human-shaped silhouette. Gaara's expression flickered with hesitation. Something's off. It doesn't feel right. The sand didn't crush him. Why? This shouldn't be happening. The sand, still molded into a human outline, suddenly sat up from the ground, shaking off the grains to reveal an utterly unharmed Yu. Yu picked up the little pinwheel from the back of his collar, its blades now crumpled from being squeezed by the sand, and sighed in distress. Oh, my beloved little pinwheel, it's all wrinkled now. Yu. Gaara's face was a picture of shock, as if he had just seen a ghost. Yu smoothed out the creases in the pinwheel and pinned it back on his collar. With a gentle, creaking whir, the pinwheel began to spin once more. Suddenly, from the gourd on Yu's back, a torrent of filth erupted, surging forth like a volcanic explosion. Wait a what? The spectators outside the arena were so stunned, their eyes seemed to pop right out of their sockets. For a moment, they even forgot to notice the overwhelming stench that flooded the air. Yu stepped forward, lowering his voice to a whisper that only the two of them could hear. Let me tell you a secret. This gourd is actually a sacred treasure called the Heavenly Sake Gourd. It was originally meant to hold an endless supply of sake, but as you know, ninja are forbidden from drinking before the age of 20. I'm only 12, still a long way to go. So, I repurposed it and turned it into the Heavenly Waste Gourd. Now it's filled with an endless amount of, well, you get the idea. How much you get depends entirely on your own strength. Tempted yet? Hit. Gaara, now as exasperated as Sasuke, shouted, What are you? With one hand half covering his face, Yu lowered his gaze, adopting a solemn tone. The bells of Gion Monastery toll, reminding us of life's impermanence. The twin Sala trees wither, showing that prosperity fades into the ages. I am Yu Hyuga, just an ordinary genin from the Leaf Village. It was a dramatic self-introduction. If only it weren't for the erupting gourd and the rivers of filth pouring from the sky. With a muffled thud, the gourd was sealed shut, its final burst painting the sky with unspeakable color. Yu pressed down with a small hand, and a colossal waterfall of filth crashed down. Gaara's scalp tingled with dread. He refused to sit and await his doom. Mata, it's not over yet. Airborne sand protective wall. A wild, desperate cry echoed as Gaara raised both arms. All the sand in the exam arena surged up, forming a barrier that shielded the entire field from the downpour of filth. Gaara burst out laughing, triumphant. I blocked it. I actually blocked those filthy torrents. But victory was fleeting. As the overwhelming tide seeped into the sand, Gaara's strength faltered. The sand barrier collapsed, the foul mixture raining down indiscriminately. Gaara's sand gourd broke apart, transforming into his final shield of sand. An earth-shaking crash resounded. When the dust finally settled, the sand shield that had protected Gaara crumbled away. He was gasping heavily, limbs pressed against the last patch of untouched ground, breath ragged, completely drained of chakra. Even the armor of sand that had covered his body was beginning to break apart. Above, the sky was thick with dark clouds, and suddenly, the rain began to pour in torrents. Battered and weary, Gaara stood in the deluge, looking more disheveled than ever. With his sand armor gone, the icy touch of the rain seeped straight through his skin, making him shiver violently. Desolation colored his voice as he murmured, "So this is what rain feels like, so cold. And the human heart, isn't it just the same?" Footsteps echoed, squelching through the muddy ground. Someone approached from the curtain of rain. Gaara's face twisted in terror. "No, stay away. Don't come any closer." The figure drew nearer, until they stood right before him. Gaara, resigned, squeezed his eyes shut. Then, quite suddenly, the cold rain was shut out. Overhead, he heard the gentle pitter-patter, reminiscent of what he remembered as the sound of blood splattering against an umbrella's fabric. Yet, apart from the stench of filth all around, there wasn't the faintest trace of blood in the air. Gaara opened his eyes. In front of him stood Yu, holding an umbrella over his head, and in the other outstretched hand, a piece of candy wrapped in a cartoon wrapper. "Hey, take this. If you eat it, we'll be friends. From now on, whatever happens to you, Gaara the Sand Waterfall, is my business too. I promise." A team of fully equipped medical ninja lifted Gaara onto a stretcher. As he was carried away, Gaara stared blankly up at the sky, still clutching the candy Yu had given him. Friend. The word echoed in his mind, a concept he had never truly understood. He knew it would take time to grasp its meaning, before he could give you an answer. Seeing Gaara carried from the field, Baki, the Sand's Jonin, immediately moved to follow. "Baki, wait. Kazekage-sama." The fourth Kazekage, Raza, quietly rose to his feet. "Let me go." Inside, the medical room prepared for the Chunin exams. After asking the Leaf's medical nin to give them privacy, Raza approached Gaara's bedside. Gaara's tone was flat. "So you've come to mock me? I've failed completely as your weapon. If you want my life, just take it." Leaning against the wall, Raza gazed silently out the window. "That child, Hyuga-yu, what did he say to you at the end?" "I was too far away to hear clearly." Raza's motive for confirming this was unclear, but Gaara answered truthfully. "He said he wanted to be my friend." Raza asked, "And what did you think?" Gaara replied, "I don't know what it means to have a friend, so I haven't figured out how to refuse him." A friend. That child is so determined to reach Gaara. Raza's eyes dropped, filled with thought. 10 days earlier, you had saved him from Orochimaru's grasp, and had asked for a reward, one that Raza found utterly bewildering. "Be a good father." Outside the window, the rain whispered gently, while Raza's heart was heavy with unresolved worries. A good father. He really knows how to make things difficult for me. The Jinchuriki played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of power among the shinobi villages. Unlike Konoha, Sunagakure did not have the luxury of strategic depth or abundant reserves of fighting strength. In such circumstances, whether or not they could nurture a capable Jinchuriki would determine the fate of Sunagakure for decades to come. As Kazekage, it was his duty to set strict demands for Gaara, even if it meant suppressing all emotion, testing whether Gaara could truly control Shikaku's rampages. Once he had decided Gaara was a failure, he even contemplated executing his own son to eliminate the risk of Shikaku going berserk. Even if Gaara was of no use, at the very least, he shouldn't become a threat. A good village and a good father. He could only choose one. Deep down, he longed to be a good father, yet he was shackled by the cruel rules of survival in the ninja world. That was why his heart wavered between being a good leader and being a good father. If he hadn't, Gaara would not have survived this long. It was precisely this inner conflict that you had seen through, which was why you had offered him the chance to be a good father. You never said that Raza's failure as a father would doom Sunagakure, nor did he promise to protect the village just to put Raza's mind at ease. After all, from both a personal and moral standpoint, there was no need. All Raza needed was an excuse to face his own heart. You had given him that excuse. If it's to repay the debt I owe that child for saving my life, then choosing to be a good father is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Now, the only thing standing in Raza's way was the uncertainty in his own heart. I was the one who created Gaara's twisted nature. Now, after all this, is it still possible for me to make amends? It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. This thought echoed in his heart, dissolving his hesitation. He pushed himself away from the cold wall, lowered the hands that had been pressed to his chest, and walked towards Gaara. Gaara. So, it's finally time to make his move. Raza's gaze shifted away, awkward and uncertain. Then, breaking with all precedent, he said, "Gaara, all these years, I've never held you, have I?" Huh? Gaara was taken aback, frowning. "What do you mean by that?" Raza asked tentatively. "That is, can I hold you?" Gaara's eyes widened in shock. After about 5 seconds, he replied, his tone icy cold. If you're planning to stab me in the back while I'm off guard, there's no need to put on an act. Just get over with. Spare me the pretense. You're starting to remind me of the smell of athlete's foot again. Ah, it seems the rift between father and son cannot be bridged so easily. Raza sighed inwardly, then looked up and said solemnly, Gaara, your mother. I don't want to hear it. I won't listen. Hearing the word mother, Gaara instinctively thought Raza was about to rip open his old wounds. He desperately covered his ears. Raza cried out anxiously, Your mother, Karura, she... Bloodshot veins burst in Gaara's eyes. Ah, stop talking. Raza shouted, She loved you. Gaara's pupils shrank dramatically, his eyes widening in shock. What did you say? Raza spoke in a low, heavy voice. Your mother loved you until her final breath. The sand protected you not because of Shikaku's will, but because of your mother, Karura, her will to protect her child. A single, hot tear traced its way down from the corner of Gaara's right eye. Raza knelt to the ground, confessing his remorse. I'm sorry. Only now, after everything, do I finally tell you the truth. All these years, hearing the word mother, Gaara instinctively assumed that Raza was about to tear open his old wounds. He desperately covered his ears. Raza pleaded anxiously, Your mother, Karura, she... Gaara's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging. Yeah, stop. Just stop talking. Raza shouted, She loved you. She always loved you. Gaara's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Raza spoke in a low, heavy voice. Your mother loved you until her last breath. The sand that always protected you. It wasn't Shikaku's will. It was the will of your mother, Karura, her determination to protect her child. A hot tear slid down from the corner of Gaara's right eye. Raza knelt on the ground, confessing his guilt. I'm sorry. Only now, after everything, am I telling you the truth. All this time, I treated you as a weapon. For the hidden sand, hoping you discard your feelings and fulfill the role of a Jinchuriki. But today, I finally realize how deeply I was mistaken. Gaara stared at him, dazed. Why are you willing to tell me this now? Raza replied, Because I've faced death, and it forced me to look into my own heart. Gaara pressed further. What happened? Raza explained, On my way to the Leaf Village, I went through a life-or-death ordeal. I almost lost everything. The one who saved me was that child you. Chunin exam arena. The rain had stopped, and a rainbow arched across the sky. With the sun beating down, the stench in the air grew even stronger. The people in the stands were voicing their frustration and complaints. Hey, can't someone do something about all that filth down below? This feels like watching a play in a public latrine. Even Lord Kazekage couldn't stand it. He still hasn't come back. Lord Hokage, the crowd, is getting restless. Should we delay the match? Maybe we should finish cleaning the arena before holding the final round. Hiruzen pondered. This looks like a huge job. It might not be done before nightfall. Since it's the last match, perhaps everyone can bear with it for a bit longer. Afterward, I'll host a feast to make it up to them. For some reason, an uneasy feeling gnawed at him, as though a great disaster was looming. After the staff managed to calm the crowd a little, Gunma Shiranui, now wearing a protective mask, stood by the arena entrance and called out, Will the two finalists please step forward? Yu and Sakura made their way in from the staging area. Seeing that Yu was no longer carrying that terrifying gourd on his back, the spectators all let out a collective sigh of relief. Kakashi's shadow clone teased, So Lord Daimyo, do you still want that child to come live with you? The daimyo hid half his face behind a small fan and answered tactfully, Oh, well, the ventilation in my residence isn't the best. Allow me to reconsider. On the soft earth, Yu and little Sakura stood face to face. Yu grinned and asked, Hey, how are you holding up? Sakura replied with a smile, I'm fine, already used to it ages ago. With a hint of mischief, Yu asked, Would you prefer just a sip, or to drink with abandon? Haruno Sakura struck a pose of total commitment and declared boldly, I'll go all in. Drink as you please. She took several deep, steadying breaths, fists clenched tight at her waist, and settled into an attack stance. The look in her eyes was utterly different from when she faced Sasuke, Lee, or Temari. Now, her gaze burned with fierce fighting spirit, sharpened by resolve, yet remained cool and focused. Up in the stands, Sasuke, having tasted defeat at her hands, felt his heart tighten with suspense. How will you handle that monster? Beside him, Itachi's eyes were somber. No, you're mistaken, Sasuke. The real question is how that girl called Sakura will face the monster before her. I think, deep down, she already knows. Elsewhere among the spectators, Orochimaru watched with keen interest. That girl, whose genetic mutation is now beyond doubt. How much of Yu's true strength can she draw out? The anticipation is delightful. A sudden explosion of movement. Sakura charged forward, her step unadorned but as swift and thunderous as a lightning strike, throwing a straight punch aimed right at Yu's face. Yu raised a small hand and blocked it head-on. A percussive impact rang out, air swirling chaotically. Sakura's eyes sharpened. She pressed on, left hook, right hook, uppercut in rapid succession. Yu deflected the hooks with a single hand and leaned back just enough to dodge the uppercut. Her free hand, held behind her back, extended 4 fingers in a quick jab towards Sakura's chest. Sakura's pupils contracted. In a flash, both hands snapped up, intercepting Yu's striking hand just 3 inches from her chest. Yu smiled calmly, drew her hand back, formed a fist, and instantly struck again. With a muffled thud, Sakura slid 5 meters across the ground, stopping only when she caught herself with one fist braced against the earth, blood trickling from her lips. Ugh, that was a ruthless inch punch. Did I break 3 ribs just now? With the back of her hand, Sakura wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and slowly rose to her feet. 8 gates release formation. The 3rd gate, the gate of life. A green aura, as fierce as Lee opening the gate of pain, erupted and engulfed her whole body. Sasuke exclaimed, "That's the move." During the preliminaries, she used that very state and tossed me hard to the ground. But now, even after unleashing the gate of life, Sakura didn't attack immediately. Instead, she carefully assessed her surroundings. Yu smiled and offered, "Need me to give you some firm footing? That thing is about to fall, and it'll make quite a mess. Wouldn't want to ruin your clothes." Sakura was taken aback for a moment, then responded loudly, "Onegai shimasu, please do." Yu quickly formed a hand sign. Earth style, Kronos Emperor. With a deep, rumbling roar, a statue rose between the two of them. The statue depicted a young, powerful nude man, his physique athletic, his expression resolute, his muscles full and vibrant with life. One could almost sense the pulse of blood coursing through his veins, lending an even greater grandeur to the heroic figure. The sculpture bore a name, David. A chorus of astonished gasps swept through the audience. Might Guy exclaimed, "Kakashi, you really have taught this kid some impressive skills." Kakashi replied, "That's not my doing. I couldn't teach something like that, even if I tried." Asuma observed, "The attention to detail in this sculpture is truly remarkable. It's a rare work of art. What do you think, Kurenai?" Kurenai's bright eyes followed the defined lines of David's torso downward, lingering at a certain angle. With a curious glint, she studied it for about 3 seconds before finally averting her gaze. Twirling a lock of her softly curled hair, she muttered, "How would I know about things like this?" Suddenly, Sakura performed a dramatic aerial flip, landing squarely atop David's head. Everyone watched, their curiosity piqued. What was Sakura about to do? In a swift motion, her white cloak billowed as the muscles in her back relaxed. A hidden zipper, tucked between the lines of her muscles, became visible and, under the tension of her body, unzipped itself automatically. Revealed on her back was a scroll, fastened securely. Kakashi's Sharingan flickered as he scrutinized the scene. Then he gasped in shock. "That's a weight memory scroll? A rare type of summoning scroll. It allowed an object to be stored while its weight was preserved, a tool reserved for only the most extraordinary circumstances." Sakura formed a hand seal. In an instant, 2 solid lead balls, each a meter in diameter, materialized from the scroll. Sakura caught one in each hand, holding them aloft with ease. The crowd stared, dumbstruck, as Sakura let go, allowing both massive lead balls to plummet freely to the ground. With a thunderous impact, the ground below erupted in 2 enormous craters. Dirt and debris splattered up, streaking David's legs with mud. A collective gasp swept through the arena. Kakashi exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? That Sakura girl has been carrying things like that around all this time? Guy, which of you is actually insane now? Her or you?" Guy chuckled. "She knows exactly what she's doing. After all, her goal is to become a ninja who surpasses every Hokage who came before her." A chorus of cracking sounds echoed as Sakura's bones audibly shifted and braced. With a sudden burst, she shattered David's head underfoot and soared 100 meters into the air. The aura of the 8 gates surged around her raised right leg, its edge sharpening into a blade-like form. Cherry blossom slash, soaring swan. In a heartbeat, she plummeted down at breakneck speed. The force of her downward kick unleashed a slicing shockwave, rending the earth ahead and climbing the very walls meant to shield the audience. In a flash, Yu narrowly evaded at the last possible moment, hurtling through the air as he unleashed a blazing great fireball. A wave of scorching heat swept over them. With a casual flick of her hand, Sakura tore the fireball apart. Her figure shot upward, launching a fierce, relentless assault on you like a raging storm. Haha, fighting you is just so much fun. The most exciting battle I've ever had. Yu was brimming with excitement. For the first time in ages, he activated his Byakugan, engaging Sakura in a head-to-head clash. Bang, 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 bang. In a blur of yellow and white, their figures collided at a speed far beyond what the eye could follow, the air splitting with thunderous sonic booms. Up in spectator stands. This is terrifying. Are all the genin from Konoha monsters? To the untrained eye, it was pure spectacle, but the experts read between the lines. Niji spoke quietly. Big brother, what do you think? Hayashi replied. After this fight, Yu's talent will be completely exposed. We'll need to guard him more closely than ever. Hanabi-chi or Goyu, don't lose to that moon sister. Sasuke frowned. My Sharingan can't keep up. Itachi, watching through his Mangekyo, commented, Yu has taken absolute control. Boom! After a violent collision, the yellow blur was sent flying, crashing hard at the base of the statue of David. Gasping for air, drenched in sweat, Sakura panted, it's completely useless. He looks so slender, but hitting him is like striking a mountain. I braced myself, but I never imagined the gap in our strength would be this vast. She landed, and with a heavy rumble, the statue of David toppled over. Yu's voice was full of meaning. Is that all? Are you really finished? I'm not so sure. Sakura sighed. So you saw through it all? Under your Byakugan, of course. Every secret I carry is laid bare. Kakashi asked, is Sakura hiding some kind of secret? Might Guy answered solemnly. Sakura was born with 2 hearts. It led to a rare miracle. After the 3rd gate of life, her 8 gates follow 2 separate paths. Guy's revelation shocked Kakashi. 2 routes after the gate of life? Does that mean? Guy nodded firmly. Exactly. The gate of pain, the gate of limit, the gate of you, the gate of shock, and even the gate of death. They're perfectly symmetrical. When opened, the power unleashed is doubled. As Konoha's foremost technician, Kakashi understood at once. He'd studied the 8 gates and could open some himself, so he knew the implications. Double the power means double the risk. The gate of pain already inflicts real harm to the body. Just opening it once might paralyze her completely. 2 paths may sound promising, but it's really a dead end. Unless she chooses to stop at the gate of life, the gate of pain is her gate of death. Might Guy spoke in a deep voice. From the very start, I told her about the consequences. But that kid's answer was unwavering. Please teach me, Guy-sensei. I want to become the strongest taijutsu ninja. In the arena, Sakura Haruno clenched her fists tightly. The 4th gate of pain, open. A thunderous eruption. A surge of green energy burst forth, fierce and wild. To withstand such power, her muscles swelled to their absolute limit, transforming her into a demon of raw strength. Kakashi stared hard at the scene, demanding, and then? You actually taught her how to do it. Might Guy, as if oblivious to his friend's reproach, answered with pride. That child's physique is extraordinary. She endured double the force of the 4th gate of pain, relying on her exceptional body to withstand it by sheer will. Kakashi's fists tightened. And after that, the gate of limit? The gate of you? The gate of wonder. Are you trying to get her killed? I misjudged you, Guy. Guy's gaze turned somber. Of course I know. Some things can't be conquered by willpower and effort alone. So, when she set her sights beyond the gate of pain, I taught her an ancient technique. Kakashi turned to Guy. An ancient technique? Might Guy smiled. Kakashi, have you ever heard of Qigong? In the arena, Sakura took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Kakashi exclaimed, Qigong? You mean that fleeting chakra conversion art from before the Warring States era? Might Guy explained, by guiding your spirit, you can convert chakra that exceeds your body's limits into an energy called nun-ki and wield it outside your body. To master Qigong, there are 3 strict requirements. First, an overwhelming source of chakra eruption. Second, extremely refined mental control. Third, superhuman willpower and drive. These 3 are indispensable. Even I couldn't master Qigong. After I became a jonin at 18, I tried practicing for a while, but eventually gave up. I told Sakura she could keep training the 8 gates on one condition. She had to master Qigong, and she didn't let me down. In just 3 months, she did it. With Qigong, she broke through her own limits. From the 5th gate of limit onward, Sakura is both a steel fist master and a Qigong practitioner. A sharp sound cut through the air. Sakura opened her eyes, planted her feet firmly, and crossed her arms over her chest. The 5th gate of limit. Open. A powerful explosion. The green energy condensed, then erupted into a jagged, semi-transparent white aura, crackling around her like saw teeth. Sakura looked straight at you, her eyes blazing. Thank you for waiting. I haven't quite mastered this mode, so it took me a little while. Yu's face was full of astonishment. Amazing. You can even transform like this? Can I run an experiment? Sakura stood tall, resolute. Go ahead. You took a shuriken in your hand, spun your wrist, and hurled it forward with all your might. Blazing shuriken burst. With this shuriken technique, even steel plates would be no match. Yet Sakura caught the shuriken with her bare hands, and with a gentle squeeze, it crumbled into iron dust. You followed up by tossing kunai tide with explosive tags around Sakura. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosions faded, Sakura stood there, completely unharmed. Amazing. You meant every word. That layer of white aura alone had at least the defensive power of the first stage of the adamantine body, rivaling the skeletal form of Susanoo. Might Guy commented, Nen energy acts as powerful armor. With the intensity Sakura achieves in her gate of limit state, she could stand still and take Little Lee's attacks head-on without a scratch. Plus, Nen energy covers her whole body, no weak points at all. As everyone knew, ninjas were famed for their high offense and low defense. Even the strongest rarely dared to take a direct hit with their own body. Kakashi added, if none can serve as armor, it must also massively boost attack power. On the field, Sakura asked, can I attack now? You replied, go ahead. The two of you launched into an even fiercer exchange of hand-to-hand combat. None was just on the surface. For Sakura, the foundation was her own gate of limit-level chakra. You simply drew your own conclusion. Her offensive power could match the second stage of the adamantine body, on par with the Crow Tengu Susanoo. And she had a level of mobility that Susanoo could never hope to match. Boom! In the heat of battle, you weaved in a powerful air palm strike, sending Sakura flying back. She took the blow without injury and quickly analyzed, it seems in close combat, I still can't best him. And she drew both hands back and thrust them forward. Whoosh! A trail of Nun energy shot from her palms like a comet's tail. The speed, astonishing. Kakashi exclaimed, is that? Might Guy explained, unlike chakra, which needs hand signs to transform into ninjutsu, Nun can be used in a far more direct way. Like this, fired as a Nun energy wave. He paused, then added, of course, I've never used them myself, so all these techniques are things Sakura has figured out on her own. Curious to see the power of the Nun wave, you feigned surprise and didn't dodge. Boom! The Nun wave exploded into a terrifying sphere of energy. Within the swirling energy, you stood unharmed, though your expression grew serious. To be honest, even father's and uncle's rotation might not be able to block that. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sakura launched Nun waves one after another. You responded by firing off fireballs from your small hands, matching the force of her Nun waves. Boom, boom, boom. As Nun waves and fireballs collided, they burst into swirling cyclones of energy. Outside the arena, the spectators were already numb with shock. Hey, do ninjas these days not need to form hand seals anymore? That Sakura kid, we're not even sure if what she's using counts as ninjutsu, but as for Hyuga-Yu's fire style, if you're skilled enough, it's possible to use it without hand seals. Irika, who said this, didn't sound very convinced himself. Genmashira Inui watched the scene from the sidelines and muttered to himself, even if you can perform jutsu without hand seals, what about chakra? That kid's chakra seems almost limitless. What kind of monster did the Hyuga clan produce? It's unfathomable. Surely, Lord Hokage can't just ignore this. At the highest seat in the stands, Hiruzen Thurtobi gazed down at the spectacle below, taking a deep drag from his pipe. Hyuga-Yu has already displayed power in this Chunin exam, surpassing the first Hokage at that age. Danzo's suspicions may not be unfounded. No matter what, after this exam, it's time to thoroughly investigate Hyuga-Yu's background. Boom, 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 boom. Huff, huff, huff. Sakura's relentless waves of psychic energy were all intercepted by Yu, and the drain on her stamina left her breathless and unsteady. So strong. I'd always thought Yu was hiding her true strength, but I never imagined it went this deep. If this keeps up, I'll be completely exhausted. Right now, there's only one move left. I have to take the risk. Whoosh. The barrage of psychic blasts ceased. You also stopped firing fireballs and said, are you going to use your finishing move? Yes. Sakura nodded firmly. You smiled. Go ahead. All right. Whoosh. Beneath Sakura's feet, a whirlwind gathered, lifting her skyward. Kakashi exclaimed, she can fly? Might Guy explained, that's Sakura's psychic technique, Sky Dance. It's her own original move. If she's using Sky Dance, it means she's resolved to unleash that technique. Suspended in midair, Sakura formed a gesture with both hands. Ino gasped, that hand sign mind-body switch. Sakura adjusted her hands, making sure Yu's small figure was perfectly centered within her gesture, and murmured, "No, Ino, this is the method I use to focus all my psychic energy into a single attack. Qigong Cannon." Whoosh! The psychic energy enveloping Sakura swelled. Then suddenly a pillar-shaped beam of light shot downward, tearing into the ground. The spectators could only feel the blinding white light, instinctively squeezing their eyes shut. Rumble, 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 rumble. The white light came and went in a flash. When people opened their eyes again, the spot where you had just been standing had turned into a gaping chasm. Well, calling a chasm might be an exaggeration, but at the very least, from the surface, it was a pitch-black hole. Wait, are you serious? She blasted a hole through the ground from that high up? After an attack like that, can that kid named Hyuga you still be alive? Sakura landed beside the crater, so exhausted her limbs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. You lay at the bottom of the pit, unscathed and feeling no pain. Only his clothes were torn and tattered. Ugh, the scene felt oddly familiar. You instinctively reached up to touch his tiny horn, still there. He sat up, a frog at the bottom of a well. Even though the ground was soft, falling to this depth is pretty wild. This move definitely isn't as strong as Evening Elephant, but it's on par with Daytime Tiger. And this was only the 5th gate. Sakura's really out to make a statement. With a swift leap, you sprang back up to the surface. Seeing you lively and full of energy, Sakura managed a wry smile. You really are something. You thought to himself, don't get discouraged. Let's say my defense is at 10,000. Your attack just now was at least 4,000. Among everyone here, only a handful could pull that off. He asked, still up for another round? Sakura struggled to her feet, trembling, and replied, I'm out of none, but I still have a little Domin chakra left. Save it. My clothes are filthy. I need to head home and change. With that, you tossed a piece of candy to Sakura. This is... Sakura had tasted this candy years ago. Just one piece could instantly restore her chakra. Yu's expression turned serious. I need a favor from you. Sakura asked, what is it? You said, if there's any chaos here in a moment, help me get Hanabi to safety. Hanabi? You pointed with a small hand. That little flame over there, that's her. Following his gaze, Sakura saw, sure enough, a little figure in a red kimono bouncing around in the stands. Turning back, Sakura's eyes grew serious. Chaos? What are you talking about? Well, let's just say I reserve the right to the final explanation. You formed a hand seal. Divine Concealment Jutsu. With a soft whoosh, Yu's figure vanished, along with the chakra, and even his presence faded from people's minds. Sakura stood there, clutching the candy. Outside the arena, Gama Shiranui called out, Haruno Sakura, your solo exhibition is over, isn't it? Sakura replied, it's over. Gama said, then please leave the arena. With all eyes on her, Sakura walked out. What an unprecedented Chunin exam this has been, especially that girl, Haruno Sakura. She's remarkable. After so many years, she's the first to ever earn a solo exhibition. Looks like it's about time for us to head home too. The audience, still savoring the excitement, began preparing to leave. Orochimaru's eyes glinted darkly. Get ready, Kabuto. In the dim corner, Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold white gleam as a shadowy smile curled at the edge of his lips. Whoosh! In a swift motion, he vanished, only to reappear seconds later in the center of the arena, right in the midst of the crowd, under everyone's gaze. Huh, who is that? Is there another event coming up? Yeah, of course there is. It's the spectacular final act, including the Hokage, every leaf ninja present, and the civilians. Your lives are about to reach their grand finale. Kabuto pushed up his glasses again, moving with deliberate composure as he took out a small vial and poured the blood containing the first Hokage's cells onto the ground. After 5 extra years with the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had managed to gather intelligence even more thorough than before. This included research on the demonic statue of the Outer Path and the secrets of White Zetsu. Orochimaru, obsessed with the study of the divine coffin, naturally wouldn't handle these matters himself. Such tasks were delegated to his assistant, Kabuto. The demonic statue of the Outer Path is actually the husk of a monster called the 10 Tails, whose true form is also known as the Divine Tree. Using the samples that Lord Orochimaru brought back, I spent years creating that weapon. To summon it here takes nothing less than the first Hokage's cells. Swish, swish. Kabuto formed hand seals and pressed his palm firmly to the ground. Summoning, exploding soldier tree. A thunderous rumble shook the arena. The tree, cultivated in Orochimaru's distant laboratory, was summoned in a flash. Its roots rapidly snaked underground, spreading throughout the Chunin exam site and taking hold. Kakashi and the other sharp-eyed ninja stared in shock. With style. At that moment, hidden among the crowd, the Leaf Genin, Kin Michiru, stood up. Her disguise faded, revealing her true identity. Tayuya. A sinister crackling filled the air as the curse mark spread across her body, flaring up to its second stage. Gripping her flute with both hands, she began to play a haunting, otherworldly melody. Demon flute, phantom sound lock. Thud, thud, thud. Ordinary people, and even ninja below Chunin rank, were helpless against the flute spell. One by one, they collapsed. It was only then that the crowd realized what was happening. It's an attack. Someone's plotting an assault. Quick, protect the daimyo. That flute player's up to something. Take her down. Whoosh. A wave of leaf ninja surged toward Tayuya. Whoosh. Sakan appeared at Tayuya's side, his disguise dropping to reveal his true identity. Kimimaro. With a sharp, grinding sound, countless bones erupted from the ground, sealing off every escape route for the ninja. Swish. 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 Before the panic could subside, a new threat emerged. Streams of blue chakra began to pour from the bodies of the fallen, all surging toward the giant tree in the center of the arena. Might Guy shouted, "Hey, Kakashi!" The chakra of the unconscious people is being drained. Judging from everything, it must be connected to that gigantic tree. Kakashi's gaze was grave. I have a terrible feeling. Something truly catastrophic is about to happen. A strange, low rumbling filled the air. One after another, pale figures crawled up from the earth, and in the blink of an eye, a white-clad army gathered in the arena. The ninja shouted in terror. What are those white monsters? Itachi Uchiha's eyes were dark and heavy. According to the intel from Shursui, those are white Zetsu, members of the Akatsuki. I see. So even without replacing the Kazekage and winning the support of the sand, Orochimaru dared to act so boldly. This is the source of his confidence. Kabuto looked around at the countless white Zetsu, estimating their numbers to be in the thousands. Our forces are still a bit lacking, but as more people here fall unconscious, more soldiers will emerge. Orochimaru raised his gaze, staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat atop the audience stands, his face hidden beneath a straw hat. Orochimaru's slitted eyes gleamed. Sensei, Sarutobi, I wonder, what are you feeling at this very moment? With a sharp clap, Orochimaru pressed his hands together in a seal. Summoning, reanimation jutsu. A thunderous crash erupted as two coffins, long prepared, burst up from the ground. With a heavy clang, the lids fell away, and two towering figures staggered out, coming to stand beside Orochimaru. A chilling hiss filled the air. Now then, let's begin the destruction of the leaf. Because Orochimaru's mastery of the reanimation jutsu was still limited at this point, the reanimated Hashirama and Tobirama were mere shadows of their former selves, their strength only a tenth of what it once was. Hashirama said, "This is the reanimation jutsu. The very thing I dreaded most has come to pass, after all." Tobirama demanded, "Ninja who summoned me from the afterlife, state your name and your purpose." Behind them, Orochimaru's raspy voice rang out, blunt and unyielding. "I'm Orochimaru. I will use your power to destroy the Leaf Village." Before either could react, he thrust a pair of kunai, inscribed with talismans, into the back of their heads. A sinister sizzle filled the air as smoke rose, and in that instant, Hashirama and Tobirama were utterly reduced to Orochimaru's puppets. From the rooftop terrace at the very top of the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi witnessed it all, his heart writhing with anguish. "Orochimaru, how far? You've fallen. You'd stoop to manipulating space and time, summoning two former Hokage with forbidden jutsu, just to destroy your own home." Orochimaru looked around the arena, his gaze cold and calculating. "The greatest threat here may not be you, Sensei, but you're the one I most desire to kill. Now go, my Hokage, greet your beloved disciple for me." With a thunderous crash, Hashirama and Tobirama smashed through the ground, charging toward the rooftop. "Protect the Hokage." Seeing this, Niji and Xiong, along with the other squad captain from the ANBU, quickly rushed back to support. Kakashi stepped in to block Orochimaru's path, his gaze cold and sharp. "Orochimaru, you're the mastermind behind this attack, aren't you?" Orochimaru smiled pleasantly. "Kakashi, your eyes, they're not what they used to be. I never imagined that, even without being an Uchiha, you could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Something rare even among their own clan." Kakashi's eyes flickered with a clever glint. "To be honest, it surprises even me." Orochimaru chuckled. "So, are you planning to use the power hidden in your left eye to kill me?" Kakashi replied, "That does sound tempting. But knowing you, I doubt you'd recklessly put your true self in front of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru grinned. You were always smart, even as a child. So, what will your clever mind come up with now? Kakashi answered, simple. I'll defeat the clone you've placed before me, force out your real body, and settle things then. Crackling thunder erupted from Kakashi's palm, taking the shape of a fierce hound made of lightning, which he hurled forward, lightning chains arcing behind it. Lightning style, lightning tiger rampage. Orochimaru's vertical pupils glimmered. You really don't hold back, do you? On the other side, Kimimaro stood guard in front of Tayuya. The ground bristled with grotesque bones, making the surrounding leaf ninja hesitate to approach recklessly. Guy's arrival became the pillar of support for everyone present. Guy-sensei, we have to take down the woman with the flute, but the man in front of us, his abilities are extremely troublesome. Yeah, I understand. Guy stepped in front of the other ninja, his eyes sharp as lightning. Sensing hostility, Kimimaro glanced back at Tayuya. Tayuya, your mission is complete. Leave this place. Tayuya protested urgently. But I want to do more for Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro cut her off. I don't want to be distracted protecting you. Withdrawing now is more meaningful than staying. Though reluctant, Tayuya could not disobey. Understood. But please be careful. She put away her flute and prepared to withdraw from the fight. Leaving? Not so fast. A leaf chunin immediately dashed after her, only to be struck by a bone projectile that tore through him, leaving him dead in a pool of blood. The leaf ninja could only watch helplessly as she escaped. Might Guy glanced at his fallen comrade, then at the bones scattered across the ground, murmuring to himself, to wield bones as freely as weapons. What a troublesome ability. If memory serves, you belong to that warlike clan that once plunged the village hidden in the mist into chaos. The Kagaya clan, wasn't it? Orochimaru really did find himself some formidable allies. But to stray so far at such a young age, your life as a shinobi will end here, wasted in vain. If it's for Lord Orochimaru, I'd gladly lay down my life, no matter the cost. With that, Kimimaro slowly pulled down his shirt, revealing the gray seal emblazoned on his chest. Might Guy's pupils shrank in alarm. A searing pattern, like burning coals, spread from Kimimaro's chest, crawling over his entire body, as a terrifying storm of chakra erupted and raged around him. Without a moment's hesitation, Guy unleashed the fifth gate, bracing himself against the onslaught. What on earth is this chakra? All the nearby shinobi fell silent, as if frozen with fear. With the gravity of a seasoned warrior, Guy barked, "Everyone fall back. Leave this one to me. Go help Asuma and the others with those white-clad enemies." But, go. Be careful, Guy-sensei. Meanwhile, members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans worked together to evacuate unconscious civilians from the area, moving them to safety. Once the last civilian was secured, Itachi's gaze darkened. It's about time we joined the battle, too. A sudden, agonized scream shattered the air. Sasuke clutched his left hand, the gray wedge upon it resonating violently with Kimimaro. Sasuke. Sensing danger, Itachi's eyes spun into the Mangekyo Sharingan, locking gazes with Sasuke. Tsukuyami. With a heavy thud, Sasuke collapsed, sweat pouring down his face as the gray wedge receded. Before losing consciousness, Sasuke managed to whisper, "Brother. Naruto." "He is one too. Please, I'm worried." Itachi, half shielding his left eye, spoke in a low, steady voice. "Father, please take care of Sasuke, and keep an eye on Naruto as well." Fugaku cradled Sasuke in his arms. "And what about you?" Itachi replied, "I have my own path to follow." He would fulfill the promise he'd once made to that extraordinary person. Even if he couldn't recall their name or face, the vow itself remained vivid in his heart. "Lord Hayashi, there's no time to lose. We should go now." "Yes, I know. It's just..." Hayashi's thoughts lingered on Hanabi's safety. Suddenly, Sakura landed before him. "Lord Hayashi, please entrust this girl to me. I'll take her somewhere safe." After a brief, searching look, Hayashi nodded. "Very well. I leave her in your care." Sakura tucked Hanabi securely under her arm and hurried off towards a safer place. Hanabi stared at a banner that read, "Yuyo, keep going." Her little face was full of confusion. "Yuyo? That's strange. Who is Yuyo? It feels so familiar, but I can't remember." "How odd. I remember now. Yuyo is a ball. At the Hyuga clan's residence. You emerged from the concealment of a secret technique, selected a fresh set of clothes from the wardrobe, and stepped before the mirror to adjust the bow at her collar. Hey, whether it's life or death, you gotta have a sense of ceremony. With a swift movement, you slipped into the white vortex unleashed by the Byakugan. The entrance to the root's underground base. A shimmering red ring, identical to the one worn by Kinshur, hummed into existence behind Yu's head as she hovered in midair. Martial weapon, Powigami. Yu's voice was low and resolute. I have decided as an Otsutsuki to execute Danzo. Inside Root's shadowy underground headquarters, Danzo stared into the flickering, elusive firelight before him. A subordinate in white, masked and diminutive, appeared and sought orders. Orochimaru has launched a full-scale assault. With our current strength, the village will surely suffer heavy casualties. Should Root join the battle? Danzo's eyes glinted, inscrutable and cold. So, this is how Hiruzen's era comes to an end. The subordinate lifted his masked face, a hint of worry beneath the hawk-like mask. If our support falls short, and even if the third dies in battle, your path to power may still be. During Hiruzen's reign, Danzo had tried more than once to seize the position for himself, always failing in the end. Eventually, Danzo understood. The Hokage is not chosen by seniority. Hiruzen's death alone wouldn't guarantee him succession. To become Hokage, he needed the village's approval, especially the support of the elite Jonin. If Hiruzen falls, the next, the fifth Hokage, will likely be Jiraiya or Tsunade. But whoever it is, they will be easier to control and to replace than Hiruzen ever was. Nothing can be achieved in a single leap. I have endured in the shadows for so many years. A few more days mean nothing. This move is only to drag Hiruzen down from his pedestal. The next will be Root's true ascendancy, our grand assault from the shadows to the front stage. Brilliant as always, my lord. Go, keep watching. Report to me the moment anything changes. At once, with a swift movement, the small leader vanished into the darkness. Danzo gripped his cane, preparing to rise and stretch his legs, when suddenly, the flames before him snuffed out. A chill spread through the air, seeping into his bones. Danzo's mind raced. This icy presence, could it be? A deafening blast tore through the base. Amid the swirling smoke and debris, you dragged the corpse of the subordinate across the ground. Hearing the commotion, Root agents rushed in. When they saw the grisly scene, they roared, "Who goes there? How dare you invade the heart of Root?" You said nothing. After all, who answers the questions of the dead at a funeral home? Prepare to die. Several drew their blades and charged, only to be seized and lifted into the air by an invisible, overwhelming force. What sort of jutsu is this? Mishinu Yusuno. With psychic power, she could reshape and manipulate objects at will, people included. Their blades twisted and broke in their hands. Their bodies contorted into grotesque, unnatural shapes. Tendons snapped, bones splintered, a symphony of agony, their screams a chilling accompaniment to the massacre. With a tight squeeze of Yu's delicate hand, all fell silent. Shards of steel, torn limbs, and the coppery stench of blood infused the air with the grim poetry of slaughter. You walked through the blood, searching. The Root members who arrived next dared not attack, only daring to form a wary circle around her. After all, these men were seasoned warriors, accustomed to living on the edge of a blade. They were shaken, but none of them backed down. A few among them exchanged glances, then crouched together. They stabbed their ninja swords into the ground, forming hand signs with their free hands in front of their chests. Lightning release, ground surge. Crackling energy coursed through their blades and into the earth, racing instantly to Yu's feet and enveloping his entire body. For a moment, he seemed frozen in place. The lead ninja shouted, "Now's our chance." He can't even use a substitution technique right now. A burly man flickered behind you in a blur, raising a massive, jet-black broadsword and bringing it down toward Yu's head. Clang! The blade snapped and flew apart. The big man's face drained of color. How is this possible? In his moment of shock, Yu's small, unreasonable hand punched a perfectly round hole in the man's chest where the blade had just failed. As for the lightning release, ground surge, well, for you it was no more than the static shock you get from wearing a wool sweater in winter and touching a doorknob. Utterly insignificant. But the big man was resolute. Knowing he had no chance of survival, he wrapped his arms tightly around you and shouted to his comrades, "Kill us both. Don't hesitate." Kunai knives rigged with explosive tags rained down in a flurry. A thunderous series of explosions erupted, lighting up the chamber in a cascade of fire. Just because the Foundation was Konoha's shadow didn't mean everything about them deserved condemnation. There was tragedy and heroism within their ranks. These ninja were flesh and blood, too. Even with their emotions suppressed, they still bore the name of ninja, carrying out their own brand of justice in the darkness. But the Foundation had to fall, because their justice stood in stark opposition to Yu's ideals. When the firelight faded, the self-sacrificing warrior had been blown to pieces, while Yu stood unscathed in the same spot. The rest of the Foundation members were petrified, a single absurd question echoing in their minds. Is he even human? A rush of footsteps echoed through the chamber as the Foundation's remaining defenders converged on the scene, gathering atop the bloodstained, floating cross-bridge suspended in the air, ready but unmoving. So you're all here. With a whoosh, you soared upward, activating his Byakugan. The little windmill at his collar spun rapidly. Divine Wave, Archaic Warrior's Fusion. From the crimson halo behind his head, a storm of blood-red weapons descended. An ultimate killing technique once used by Otsutsuki Kinshiki against the five Kage, including Naruto and Sasuke. For the Foundation, it was utter annihilation. The relentless barrage turned the shadowy underground lair into a pool of blood, a hellish inferno marking the climax of this massacre. Drip, drip. Corpses were strewn everywhere, blood seeping from the broken bridge's edge like a waterfall plunging into an abyss. The vast Foundation headquarters was now empty, silent, and soaked in blood. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking stone echoed from the far end of the dark corridor, growing steadily nearer. Danzo paused before the broken bridge, gazing at the white figure suspended midair. As expected, just as I predicted, he gripped his cane tighter, his face twisted with fury. Hiruzen, open those dim old eyes of yours and see for yourself. This is the price of indulging outsiders. You declared calmly. To be honest, whether it's you or the Hokage, my staying here has nothing to do with your indulgence or lack thereof. The only reason I've let you live this long is because I'm laying the groundwork for the next Hokage. Have you ever seen someone go to a funeral parlor and talk to the dead? Ah, well, that's not so unusual. Many do it to remember the departed. Danzo barked. Just who are you? He lowered his head, thinking for a moment. I am someone beyond your imagination. Oh, beyond imagination, is it? Then let me paint you a picture of death. Let your true self be revealed. Thud! Danzo tossed aside his cane and pulled his right arm free from trappings. Though the Uchiha clan was not annihilated, Danzo, ever in close contact with Orochimaru, had still gotten his hands on numerous Sharingan through other means. These eyes came from a test subject of Orochimaru's, known as Shin Uchiha. Swish! As the bandages unraveled from his right arm, 10 identical Mangekyo Sharingan, cloned from Shin Uchiha, spun wildly along his arm. As many of you know, Shin Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan is unique. It can be mass-produced through cloning. Its power lies in the ability to control marked objects. Whoosh! You descended slowly to the ground. Ah, are you about to use Izanagi? Go ahead, I'm waiting. Hearing you utter the name, Izanagi, Danzo faltered for an instant. But he quickly formed the necessary 3-hand seals to activate the jutsu, shook a kunai from his sleeve, and charged forward without fear of death. You closed his eyes, then opened them again. The Mangekyo Sharingan had fully awakened. Now, dance like a clown and put on a show for me. Danzo lunged. Kunai aimed at Yu's face, but was abruptly halted by the exoskeletal arm of Susanoo shielding Yu. This is... Danzo was stunned, suspended in midair by the skeletal hand of Susanoo. He demanded, why do you possess the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan? You replied coldly, what? Is arson reserved for officials while the common folk can't even light a lantern? Crunch. The skeletal hand squeezed, crushing Danzo into pulp. Izanagi triggered. Danzo was reborn a short distance away. Wind-style, vacuum wave. Boom. A powerful blast of wind-style chakra struck Susanoo's back. Godspeed step. Swish. You flashed behind Danzo. Susanoo's fist came crashing down, flattening Danzo in an instant. Whoosh. Danzo was reborn in midair, hands forming seals, his wrinkled mouth puckered as he unleashed a furious barrage. Wind-style, vacuum sphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blasts of wind, sharp as bullets, struck the shoulder bones of Susanoo. You spoke up. By the way, Danzo, just so you know, it was Sure Sway and I who tipped him off all those years ago. That's how he learned about your plans and managed to escape. What did you say? Danzo's face twisted in utter shock. Clang. Yu's Susanoo lunged forward, its giant sword thrusting out, skewering Danzo and suspending him in the air. Conspiracy, it's all a conspiracy. From the moment you set foot in Konoha, it was all part of a monstrous plot. Whoosh. Danzo's body vanished from Blade. Yet, he didn't reappear within sight. He was a little surprised, gazing thoughtfully down toward the abyss beneath the bridge. Boom. A burst of white smoke erupted, and the furious roar of a beast echoed from the depths below. You murmured, so, he's upset, not brainless. Whoosh. A terrifying, all-devouring gale swept forth, so powerful that the suspended bridge above began to splinter and collapse. Ah, That bridge you wanted to see sealed away? That's not happening. As the bridge crumbled, you and his Susanoo plummeted into the abyss below. Down in the chasm, the dream taper raged, inhaling madly, while Danzo stood atop its head, his gaze sharp as a blade. Wind style, great vacuum sphere. Boom! With the dream taper's help, Danzo unleashed his most powerful wind style, tearing open the front of Susanoo's skeletal frame. The weak spot of Susanoo is right there. Did you think Danzo would just charge in, shouting that line without a plan? Instead, his hands shifted, forming another seal, arms crossed before his chest. Wood style, nativity of the world of trees. Crack, crack, crack. Massive, powerful trees burst forth at the dream taper's feet. Crackling, snapping, twisting. The Mangekyo Sharingan, embedded in his arm, all lit up at once. The tips of the trees twisted together in a massive drill, driving straight toward the fissure in Susanoo. Oh, using Shin Uchiha's eyes to guide the wood's path. Crack, crack, crack. The wood style pierced into Susanoo's wound, expanding outward, forcibly tearing its bones apart. Danzo drove straight in, seizing you by the throat, landing once more atop the dream taper's head. He demanded coldly, "What else have you kept from me? Speak now." "Let me think," you replied. "Right, that piece of candy you ate 5 years ago? It was made of dung." Danzo's face grew even colder. "What else?" You said, "Oh, and all those strange dreams you've had over the years? I arranged them." "You mean to say, all those dreams I've had the past 2 years, of Hanzo, Inoki, Hiruzen, the Raikage, and Chiyo of the Sand. Those were all you're doing?" "Yes, the shinobi from water, and what couldn't last more than 3 nights. But you managed to endure for 3 years. Later, when I saw how much you seemed to enjoy it, I simply decided to stop letting you dream at all." Enraged and humiliated, Danzo roared. "Once I take your eyes, I will tear you limb from limb." As soon as the words left his mouth, Danzo reached for Yu's eyes, but no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't gouge them out. "Damn it, what's going on here?" When his fingers failed, Danzo impatiently pulled out a kunai and tried to pry the eyes out. Throughout this struggle, you kept his attention fixed on the Sharingan in Danzo's arm, ready to activate Izanagi at any moment. Snap! The kunai snapped in two, one broken piece wedged at the corner of Yu's eye. Danzo, utterly exasperated, shouted, "Why is this happening?" You asked quietly, "Do you really want my eyes that badly?" Danzo, almost possessed, replied, "Of course. The sooner Uchiha's eyes awaken, the greater their potential. I don't know why you have Uchiha blood, but your Mangekyo is destined to be the perfect fit for me." "I see. If you want them so much, I might as well give them to you." Bang! Yu's eyeball shot out of its socket, striking Danzo with such force that he was sent flying. 2 long optic nerves trailed from Yu's eye, whipping through the air as Danzo was battered and tossed about, finally tumbling off the top of the dream taper's head. Furious, Danzo manipulated the surrounding trees, sending them crashing toward the dream taper in a frenzied onslaught. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yu's optic nerves wrapped tightly around the wooden branches, then constricted sharply. Crack. The wood was crushed into splinters. Whoosh, whoosh. The optic nerves retracted, pulling both eyes smoothly back into their sockets. You leaned down and gently stroked the dream taper's head. "Poor thing. From now on, you'll stay with me." Secret art. Contract rewriting. With a twist of the summoning contract, you seize control of Danzo's summoned beast, the dream taper. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The dream taper opened its gaping maw and launched a close-range suction attack at Danzo. "You miserable beast. How dare you betray me?" In a fit of rage, Danzo hurled a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag. With a flick of Yu's small hand, the kunai exploded midair, blossoming into a fireball. Whoosh! Danzo was sucked into the dream taper's mouth, torn to shreds in an instant. Whoosh! Danzo instantly regenerated where he had stood, his face grim. Without a word, he began weaving hand signs and slammed his palms onto the ground. "You leave me no choice, now die." Summoning, grand explosive flame array. Rustle, 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 rustle. The ground revealed a hidden network of explosive tags, peeling away their disguise and converging toward the dream taper. This was Hanzo's ultimate technique, which Danzo had mastered. Since it required elaborate preparation, he hadn't used it in his chance encounter with Sasuke years before. "Awoo!" The dream taper trembled on all fours, letting out a terrified howl. Danzo held 2 fingers upright before his chest. Detonate. Rumble. Thunderous explosions shook the world to its core, swallowing the entire scene before his eyes. Root's underground base, its main structure shattered, began to collapse in its entirety, the very framework crumbling to ruin. Danzo stood at the edge of the gaping void left by the collapse, gazing at the falling debris and swirling dust, his expression tinged with regret. No matter how strong you are, no one could survive an explosion like that. What a pity. Your eyes could have been put to good use by me. He looked down at his right arm, at the eyes embedded there. Only one left still open. Muttering to himself, he said, "Used up 9 eyes, have I? Well, at least I've eliminated an unstable element for Konoha." Suddenly, a triumphant beast's roar rang out, slicing through the haze. Danzo's pupils constricted in shock. How was this possible? As the smoke cleared, the monstrous Baku appeared, utterly unscathed. Clad around its massive form was the complete, armored manifestation of the Susanoo. Majestic armor, Dream Baku. Danzo stared in disbelief as you, standing within the helmet of the Susanoo, spoke coldly. "Let me show you what true wood release really means." With a sharp clap, you pressed his palms together. The little windmill at his collar spun furiously. Would release, true, several thousand hands. The ground trembled as Yu's colossal Buddha statue surged upward. Its broad, smiling face made up a third of its enormous head, and it sat atop a lotus pedestal, its round belly jutting forward. Beneath the lotus, wheels allowed it to glide forward with unstoppable force. Just like Hashirama's great Buddha, a fan of arms spread out across its back. Yu, not yet versed in sage jutsu, could not add the sage art prefix to his technique. But while sage art set the upper limit, Yu's true several thousand hands came at full power for his current level, no less devastating. After all, his plan was to eliminate Danzo without anyone knowing, right under Orochimaru's frontal assault, so that everyone would naturally assume Danzo had fallen to Orochimaru. Facing the great Buddha, Danzo's face was stricken with terror. You'd think he would gasp in disbelief and cry out, "Impossible! How do you know that, Jutsu?" But the truth was different. I see now. It's all Orochimaru's doing. You're one of his experiments, working with him inside and out, plotting to take me and Hiruzen out on the same day, to seize Konoha and the title of Hokage. High atop the armored Baku's head, you smiled and asked, "And if that's true, what then?" Danzo gritted his teeth, glancing down at the 10th Sharingan on his arm, half shut. "If there's life, there's hope. As long as I survive, there's always a chance to rebuild. I cannot die here. Not while my mission remains." Without another word, he turned and fled. You murmured, "You're overthinking things. Did you really think you could escape?" Crack. The mask of Susanoo lifted, and the dream taper opened its massive mouth, sucking in air. Danzo, in his desperate flight, grew more and more unsteady. He looked just like a hamster scrambling on a spinning wheel. Buddha manifestation from above. The Buddha's fist extended, then came crashing down with a thunderous roar. After the deafening tumult, in the debris at the sunken heart of the earth. Huff, huff, huff. Danzo lay prone, gasping for air. The last eye on his hand squeezed shut. 10 minutes of Izanagi had brought him to his absolute limit. Rumble. The lotus platform carried the great Buddha forward, drawing close. You sighed mockingly. "Looks like the show is over for you." Ah! Danzo lifted his wrinkled old face and pulled up the bandage covering his right eye. It wasn't Uchiha Shin's Mangekyo, but a pattern no one had ever seen before. Whose eye is that now? This belonged to an old comrade of mine, the right eye of Uchiha Kagami. Hyuga-yu, to be honest, I should thank you. If you hadn't forced Shursui to escape, and I hadn't urgently sought a replacement, I wouldn't have stumbled upon this eye by sheer chance. Danzo rose to his feet. The power of this right eye surpasses even Shursui's Kodoe Mitsukami. With it, I now stand truly invincible. You shrugged. You really are like building a latrine next to an osmanthus tree, sometimes fragrant, sometimes foul. Well, go on, let's see your act. Danzo raised his right arm and fixed his gaze with his right eye. Heavenly fire of divine command. Whoosh! A layer of invisible flame ignited on his right arm. It dispels darkness, turns decline into prosperity, and it can even restore sight to a blind eye. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. On Danzo's arm, the eyes that had gone blind snapped open one after another. Yu's face lit up with astonishment. Hey, seriously? Sizzle. When the 10th eye opened, a streak of fresh blood trickled down from Danzo's right eye. Overdrawing the power of the eye, forced it back into a 3-tomo state. Alas, to bring light to the darkness comes at the cost of burning oneself. A Mangekyo harboring the heavenly fire burns out even faster than a normal one. Still, at least in this battle, I can keep Izanagi going as long as I need. You stroked your chin thoughtfully. There's a way to restore sight, too. The Book of the Gods describes a secret art. Not a dojutsu, but a forbidden technique. That trades years of life for vision. I may not lack longevity, but who wouldn't want to live longer? Kagami's right eye could come in handy for me after all. Danzo formed hand seals. Sizzle. Izanagi activated once more. You unconcerned asked, so where's Kagami's left eye? Danzo sneered. Don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You chuckled. No matter. I'll find it myself sooner or later. Swish, swish, swish. On the back of the true thousand hands, the depleted arms were swiftly replenished. Seeing this, Danzo immediately turned and fled. Some people never learn, do they? Once again, the dream taper began to inhale with a monstrous pull, but this time Danzo had wised up. He spun around and unleashed a wind release. Vacuum. Great sphere, using the recoil to propel himself out of the dream taper's grasp. Then, without looking back, he bolted for the exit as fast as he could. It seemed, Danzo knew full well he was no match for you. He had decided to devote the entire 10 minutes granted by Izanagi to nothing but running for his life. This was no joke. With Izanagi's unique properties, there was a real chance he might actually escape. Clearly, a countermeasure was needed. You raised a small hand and shot 4 black rods toward the cardinal directions, forming a quick seal with 2 fingers. 4 crimson ray formation. Whoosh! A crimson barrier surged up from all 4 sides, completely sealing off Root's underground base and transforming it into an airtight chamber. Danzo was overwhelmed with despair. This is a barrier jutsu that requires the combined power of 4 Kaga-level shinobi, and he just cast it alone. What kind of monster did that scoundrel Orochimaru create? It was clear now. Danzo was utterly convinced that you was an artificial human engineered by Orochimaru. With nowhere left to run, Danzo resolved to make a desperate stand. No matter how strong he is, his chakra can't be unlimited. If it comes to it, I'll stake the light of this right eye and use Izanagi to go all out against him. Then go ahead and try. Buddha's manifestation on the summit. Fists of the massive Buddha came roaring down like a storm. A whirring sound filled the air as Yu's miniature windmill spun faster than ever before. For the next 10 minutes, this Buddha on the summit will not relent. Thunderous impacts crashed down, one after another, as the Buddha's fists regenerated and struck again and again, launching a relentless, infernal onslaught. Just like that, the assault continued, unbroken, for a full 10 minutes. To be sure of seizing Danzo's right eye, I can't turn him into mincemeat. I'll have to land a precise, killing strike the moment he activates the eye's power. With a final snap, as the Buddha's onslaught drew to a close, the armor of the Sinnoh dissolved around the Dream Taper's form, and Yu's gaze shifted back to the Byakugan. Dream Taper, you can go home now. We'll play again another time. With a soft pop, the Dream Taper vanished amidst a shower of falling petals. Yu's Byakugan pierced through the dust and confusion. Danzo's second use of his Izanagi had run out. Amid the haze, he prepared to prolong his life by sacrificing the eye on his right arm once more. Yu's fingertip flared with golden light. Light release, laser. A sharp beam of light shot forth, severing Danzo's right arm with unerring precision. A pity. There would be no repeat performance of a spectacle where the Hashirama cells consumed Danzo. Flooded with adrenaline, Danzo ignored the pain. His desperation to survive drove him to forcefully activate Izanagi with his right eye. Clack! A kunai whistled through the air, and Yu emerged right behind it. Flying Thunder God, second step. Hand it over. Yu's nimble hand flashed like lightning, gouging out Danzo's right eye in one swift motion. Arg arg! Danzo's agonized scream echoed ceaselessly, as if a pig were being slaughtered. Yu held the freshly plucked eye in his hand. A tiny, sinister bat appeared at his side, and Yu swiftly attached the stolen eye to it. Ha! 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 Danzo collapsed to the ground, clutching the bleeding socket of his right eye with his left hand, his breath wheezing like an ancient bellows. Yu fished a piece of candy from his pocket, and with a tone of concern, asked, "Hey, old man, are you all right? Want a piece of candy?" A man can be killed, but never humiliated. Even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone Danzo. He clenched his yellowed teeth so hard they ground together, and his bloodshot left eye glared at you with a savage fury, as if he wished to tear the dwarf before him limb from limb. But soon, he forced down his anger and humiliation. "Hyuga-yu, it seems I've met my end of your hands today. Before I die, I ask that you answer me one question honestly, or I will die with regret. Ask away. With such overwhelming potential, why would you join the Hyuga branch family and willingly accept the caged bird seal?" Yu pondered for a moment, his gaze turning somber. Call it a whim, or perhaps something long premeditated. In part, it was for war, in part for peace. But if I must be honest, at the heart of it all, it's because I thought it would be fun. Fun? Heh, ha 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 ha. Danzo was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild, incredulous laughter. In that case, let me show you something fun as well. His laughter twisted into a grimace. Suddenly, he dropped the hand covering his right eye, and with a sudden motion, formed a series of hand signs. A sizzling, searing force burst forth. You froze. From his neck, a black curse mark began to spread and climb up his skin. The curse seal of retribution. Yu's face drained of color. What is this? Danzo staggered to his feet, a victorious yet resolute smile playing on his lips, the look of a man who had achieved his plot and was ready to face death. Surprised, are you? When I had you by the throat, I planted this curse seal to bind your actions. I knew someone of your strength wouldn't be held for long, so the timing had to be perfect. I waited for you to let your guard down and come close. Hyuga, I admit you're strong. At your age, you're already the equal of the first Hokage, but you're still too young. Your recklessness and arrogance, those are your weaknesses. With a sudden motion, Danzo tore open his shirt, revealing a withered chest marked with a complex sealing pattern. For the sake of the ninja world, for Konoha, here and now, I'll take you with me, even if it costs my life. Reverse 4 symbols sealing. You cried out in horror, no, don't. A roaring, swirling force exploded forth. The blood in Danzo's entire body turned pitch black and erupted outward, a sure sign that the 4 symbols reverse seal was about to activate. Just kidding. With a sizzle, the curse mark on Yu's body faded away in an instant. Danzo's face went deathly pale. How is this possible? You laid his cards on the table. First, I joined the Hyuga branch family because the caged bird seal. Honestly, it can't restrain me at all. Second, being part of the branch family means you old foxes are far less likely to pay close attention to me. And third, it's just as it sounds. You and I aren't even on the same level. In a blur, as Danzo's eyes filled with despair, Yu's Byakugan unleashed a swirling vortex of space and time. This is your parting gift, a chance to experience what it's like to surpass even the Hokage before you die. And as a bonus, you'll help me clean up the battlefield, so I don't have to bother with the mess. Just before leaving, Yu flicked his finger, sending an upgraded Dakenheim candy straight into Danzo's gaping mouth, wide open from shock. Boom! In an instant, Danzo's chakra surged, reaching levels on par with the second Hokage. The 4 symbols reverse seal, inscribed on his body beforehand, ballooned into a sphere. In the blink of an eye, the colossal 1,000-armed cannons, countless scattered arms, and even the 4 red yang formation encircling the entire underground root base were all swallowed by the expanding black sphere. Whoosh! The black sphere contracted, sealing everything within into Danzo's body. The ground that once had vanished. Danzo plummeted from midair, and with a heavy thud 10 seconds later, he landed in the silent depths below. His legs twitched once, and then all signs of life faded away. Whoosh! The vortex of space and time spun once more, and Yu reappeared at Danzo's corpse. Since he'd revealed his origins to Danzo, there was never any intention of letting him speak another word. Knowing Danzo could potentially be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, you had to ensure there would be no loose ends. But handling the corpse alone wouldn't be enough. Danzo had close ties with Orochimaru's group, and there could be pieces of his biological material hidden elsewhere. You had no interest in running around to collect every little scrap. So, why not block every path forward and leave others with nowhere to go? Working around Danzo's body, you drew the necessary seal, then took a small porcelain vial and pulled out a white ant. This particular ant had been caught gnawing on furniture and was now to atone for its crime. You would make it pay its dues. The ritual was ready. A proper seal, the deceased's biological material, and a living sacrifice. You formed the necessary hand signs. Impure world reincarnation. A crackling sound filled the air as Danzo's corpse was reduced to ashes. The white ant curled into a ball, was swept up in the swirling dust, and gradually took on Danzo's form. You greeted him cheerfully. Hey, only a few seconds apart, but I miss you already. The reanimated Danzo crumbled. What do you want from me? You said softly, there are a few things I forgot to tell you. Danzo, reanimated by the impure world reincarnation, replied harshly. An old man like me has nothing to say to you. How can that be? I can't let you die without understanding everything. You continued calmly. Back then, on the eve of the negotiations between the Uchiha and the Leaf, you ordered someone to kidnap Sasuke to threaten Itachi and killed 2 of your own subordinates. That was me. Danzo's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. You paused, then dropped another heavy revelation. And the next Hokage was supposed to be Uchiha Itachi. We decided that together 5 years ago. What did you say? Danzo staggered back as if struck by lightning, then collapsed to the ground in shock. You stepped forward. All the malice you harbored towards the Uchiha ultimately turned to poison in your own veins. Even now, can't you see, Danzo? Danzo's head hit the ground with a dull thud. If it weren't for you, you struck at the heart. No, even without me, your fate would still have been sealed by Uchiha Sasuke's hand. This is the inescapable law of cause and effect. Tears streamed down Danzo's face as he laughed bitterly. Karma. Retribution. I spent my whole life scheming, but in the end, it was all for nothing. So be it, so be it. Perhaps having lost all hope, or simply wishing to escape this world, or maybe having seen through the tragedy of his own life, his soul, at last, was freed. A faint hiss sounded as dust settled, leaving only the frail remains of an ant. Once the soul of a reanimated corpse breaks free from its living sacrifice, it can never be summoned again. You plucked a daisy and placed it at the burial site where the white ants return to the earth. May you find peace on your journey. Leaving all disputes behind, you vanished into obscurity. I have fulfilled my promise. Now, Itachi, it's your turn. At the Chunin exams, an army of white Zetsu, spawned by the exploding soldier tree, clashed fiercely with the Leaf's ninja. These white Zetsu, unenhanced, were weaker than even a Chunin. The Leaf ninja found them easy enough to handle at first, but whenever they knocked one down, 3 more, or even more, would appear in its place. The fight seemed endless, and as their stamina ran low, the ninja found themselves struggling, their complaints growing louder. Itachi, by observing the situation, quickly grasped the true nature of the problem. The chakra of the ninja expend is being absorbed by that tree, which then spawns even more enemies. If this keeps up, it's a vicious cycle. We have to find a way to destroy that tree. Itachi's arrival did not go unnoticed by Kabuto. Light glinted off Kabuto's glasses as he muttered to himself. Itachi, huh? I've heard countless tales about you from Lord Orochimaru. Let's see if you live up to your legend. A swarm of white Zetsu surged toward Itachi. Fire style, great fireball. Boom! A roaring fireball erupted, blasting away the white Zetsu that had drawn near. Do adjusted his glasses and said, do you really think you can break through and get close to this tree? Don't kid yourself. More white Zetsus charged forward, fearless and relentless. But after a brief moment of thought, Itachi pressed 2 fingers together to form a hand sign. Ninja art, crow assassination technique. A cacophony of cawing filled the air as countless crows circled overhead. Crows. Do raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. What use could such things possibly have? One crow landed on Itachi's shoulder. His right eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, flashed for an instant. Amaterasu. With a sharp burst, black flames ignited the crow on his shoulder. The bird burst into the air, setting the entire flock ablaze. The blazing swarm scattered, raining down like living firebombs, instantly transforming the surroundings into a ring of black fire. Inside the ring, the white Zetsus perished in agony. Outside, they hesitated, too wary to rush in. Do's expression darkened in silence. If the tree weren't so far away, and the crows could have reached it before burning out, the battle would already be over. In a swift motion, Itachi unsheathed his sword and slashed through the black flames ahead, carving out a path as he surged forward. Do couldn't help but admire him. Impressive. A ninja with well-rounded talent, brilliant tactical mind, always achieving the greatest results at the lowest cost. No wonder Lord Orochimaru spoke so highly of you. He pushed his glasses up again, a shadowy smile playing on his lips. Then let me show you something interesting. Here's a secret. This soldier-producing tree can do far more than just spawn white Zetsu. As its creator and summoner, I can channel the first Hokage's would release through it. With a sudden clap of his hands. Would release. Nativity of a world of trees. A thunderous rumble shook the ground as the tree's roots exploded outward, thick trunks surging up from below, twisting and writhing toward Itachi as he ran through the firelit path. Itachi halted abruptly, his ninja blade flashing as he slashed down the oncoming vines with lightning speed. But the wood release was simply too overwhelming. No swordplay could overcome such force. So, getting close won't be that easy after all. In one swift motion, Itachi sheathed his blade. His Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed as crimson chakra erupted, forming the skeletal frame of Susanoo around him. Kabuto narrowed his eyes. So that's Susanoo. Just like Shursui, you've awakened his power as well. Itachi Susanoo raised its hand, muscle and sinew forming over the bones. In its palm, a fiery red magatama began to take shape. Kabuto's pupils shrank in alarm. That's a ranged weapon. It can't destroy the tree. So the target must be me, the controller. He immediately manipulated the trees to twist and tangle, trying to throw off Itachi's aim. The Yasakani Magatama can be understood as Susanu's shuriken technique. As long as the shuriken technique for me, there are no blind spots. Whoosh! The Yasakani Magatama sliced through the barely perceptible gap between the trees. Kabuto's eyes widened in alarm, and he tumbled away in a desperate roll. Thud! The Yasakani Magatama buried itself in the soft earth. With his heart still pounding, Kabuto muttered in relief, "What a shame. The fact that you managed to throw the Magatama through the cracks between the trees is impressive, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, in a puff of white smoke, the Yasakani Magatama transformed into Itachi. He turned himself into the Magatama, using Susanoo to hurl himself over. Is he insane? With that force, if he'd hit a tree, he would have been shattered to pieces. Such is the courage that comes with true mastery. In Kabuto's moment of shock, Itachi's gaze met his. Tsukuyami. Kabuto crashed to the ground. After a few seconds that seemed to stretch into an eternity of torment under the illusion, Kabuto's body slackened, and he collapsed, stiff as a board. Moved by a rare sense of mercy, remembering Kabuto's past, Itachi looked up at the towering tree before him. This tree is Kabuto Yakushi's masterpiece, the product of his devotion. Everything has two sides. It can bear beautiful flowers or it can bear poisonous fruit. It all depends on how it's used. Rather than destroy it, reclaiming it would be far more meaningful. With a flash, Susanoo ignited once more, enveloping Itachi in heavy armor. He transformed into the form of a crow Tengu. From the gourd in his hand, a blazing crimson sword flared to life and pierced straight through the heart of the tree. Totsuka blade. In a rush of sound, the tree trunk, along with the sprawling roots beneath the earth, liquefied and surged along the blade of the Totsuka sword, streaming into the gourd, sealed away perfectly. The army-producing tree was sealed, and although the white Zetsu that had already been created were not destroyed, their numbers could only dwindle from now on. They would never increase again. The ninja locked in fierce combat with white Zetsu, noticed the commotion and instantly realized what had happened. That was Itachi, wasn't it? Incredible. He truly is the genius of the Uchiha clan. In a blur, Asuma landed beside Itachi. Need a hand, Itachi? Itachi replied. Asuma, if you could please see to Kabuto Yakushi and arrange for him to be properly secured. Asuma glanced at Kabuto, unconscious on the ground, and hesitated. He was Orochimaru's accomplice. You didn't finish him off? Itachi answered. Since he's completely lost the ability to fight, he's effectively our prisoner of war. And our village's policy has never been to eradicate prisoners. Besides, Kabuto possesses valuable information about Orochimaru. For the long term, it's wiser to keep him alive. After pondering for a moment, Asuma nodded and said, I understand, Itachi. Leave it to me. As a representative of the young ninja in the village, your sense of the bigger picture is truly flawless. With that, Asuma led Kabuto away, and Itachi did not continue the fierce battle with the white Zetsu. Because these white Zetsu were merely meant to tie up Konoha's forces. The true struggle that would decide life and death was taking place on the 3 battlefield above the spectator stands. Boom, boom, boom. There, Might Guy was locked in combat with Kimimaro. Kakashi was facing Orochimaru, and, reanimated by Edo Tensei, the first, second, and third Hokage, together with the Hokage's personal Anbiyu, were all caught in a ferocious clash. Orochimaru's assault is even fiercer than I imagined. Kakashi-sensei has awakened the Mangekyo, but his chakra is limited and he'll soon be spent. Might Guy, unless he opens the 8th gate of death, may not be able to match Kimimaro, who wields the power of the Ashen Wedge. In that case, Itachi relaxed his clenched hand, his eyes closing into shadow. I have no choice but to activate Sage Mode. Amidst the chaos, Orochimaru kept a close eye on the events unfolding below. The army-spawning tree has been sealed away. Itachi must have used the Totsuka blade, the very artifact I once coveted above all others. To think it would end up in Itachi's hands. No matter. Aside from Yukuin, nothing else really interests me anymore. You shouldn't let your mind wander in the middle of a fight with me. Kakashi, working in tandem with the Shadow Clone, drew a chain of lightning between their palms, slicing through the air at blinding speed. Lightning style, lightning transmission. Crack. The lightning chain severed Orochimaru at the waist. A hiss and a slither. From Orochimaru's wounded waist, countless snakes erupted, lashing out to seize his upper body in midair and yank it back together, rejoining his torso with a sickening twist. With his waist now grotesquely realigned, Orochimaru turned back to face Kakashi, a hint of amusement in his voice. Hith, Kakashi. Ui. Didn't expect you to advance so far in just a few short years. If I'm not mistaken, that child must have tinkered with you a bit, hasn't he? Poof! The shadow clone vanished. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. The child you mentioned, could it be? Orochimaru tilted his head with a sly smile. Curious, are you? I could let slip a little about that child's origin, if you'd like. I'm not interested in stories from the enemy. If I'm curious about anything. Kakashi's eyes, dark and cold, suddenly locked onto Orochimaru's head. I'm more interested to know, can a man still stand after his head has been twisted off? Kamui. Crunch. Orochimaru's head was twisted off by Kamui and sent spiraling into the void of another dimension. Thud. His headless body slumped to the ground, limp and lifeless. Huff, huff. Kakashi, with his left eye half shut, gasped for breath. Compared to when I used it against Gato, the location and speed of the barrier's appearance were both more precise and much faster this time. At last, I finally managed to deal with Orochimaru. Suddenly, Orochimaru's headless body sprang upright with a sudden, jerking motion. In that instant, Kakashi was struck dumb, as if he'd seen a ghost. How could this be possible? A rustling sound rose up. From his severed neck, a hideous, pale white serpent slithered out, its body shedding tiny snakes as it moved. With a guttural hiss, the serpent opened its enormous, blood-red jaws. From its mouth, a brand new Orochimaru emerged, landing amidst a pool of viscous liquid. The white serpent shot straight into the new Orochimaru's mouth, while the original, headless body collapsed into a shriveled snakeskin, which dropped to the ground and was quickly devoured by the slithering, scattered snakes. The little snakes scurried inside Orochimaru's sleeves and up his pant legs, disappearing within. There was a series of sharp, snapping sounds. Before Kakashi, still frozen in shock, Orochimaru gave a languid roll of his neck, smoothing his hair with an almost seductive grace. What a shame. With your skills, you still can't kill me. By the way, as that child's teacher, aren't you just a little bit curious about his origins? On the other side, Might Guy and Kimimura's battle had reached a fever pitch. There was a thunderous crash. Might Guy, enshrouded by the blazing aura of the Sixth Gate, leapt into the air. His fists blurred as he punched with lightning speed, the friction with the air igniting blazing spheres of fire that rained down like a sudden storm. Morning Peacock. Fireballs battered the stands, leaving them riddled with gaping holes. As the dust finally settled, Guy landed, surveying the field. From within the inferno, Kimimaro strode forward. The burns on his body healed instantly, mended by the searing energy that surrounded him. So even the morning peacock has no effect on him. Guy's gaze was sharper than ever. Those mysterious gray markings spreading from his chest. That must be the source of his power. Even with less than a third of the gray wedge's power unlocked in Kimimaro, it already far surpassed the strength of the cursed seal. Kimimaro spoke, that fiery barrage you unleashed. If I were my old self, I'd be finished now. You're very strong, but it's not enough. Try that next technique. Might Guy crossed his arms over his chest. The seventh gate, Gate of Shock, opened. With a deafening roar, his sweat vaporized, bursting into a brilliant blue aura that soared 10 meters high. What? Kimimaro's expression changed in an instant. An even stronger move? If I rely on my body alone, I might not withstand it. He slammed his palm to the ground. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Bone Giant. A harsh, cracking sound echoed through the battlefield. Sinister bone spines rose from all around, forming a half-bodied skeletal giant reminiscent of Susanoo. Might Guy clasped his fingers together and struck with all his might. Daytime Tiger. Boom! A roaring white shockwave, shaped like a ferocious tiger, swept across the battlefield. It shattered the giant bone warrior, and carrying Kimimaro with it, hurled him to the far end of the spectator stands. A thunderous rumble echoed as the spectator stands collapsed into rubble. Amid the ruins, Kimimaro hung his head in exhaustion. Huff, huff, huff. Guy braced himself on one hand, gasping for breath. This enemy is too dangerous. I must make absolutely sure he's truly defeated. Ignoring his fatigue, Guy forced himself to his feet and charged toward the rubble, ready to deliver the decisive final blow. Crack! But his fist, aimed squarely at Kimimaro's face, was caught in midair by Kimimaro's upraised palm. What? Guy's expression shifted in an instant. A crackling sound. Kimimaro's body was now marked with even more of those gray wedge-shaped patterns spreading across his skin. He lifted his head, and a small horn jutted out at an angle from his forehead. The violent impact of Daytime Tiger had only accelerated the unsealing of the gray wedge. Thud! Guy kicked off Kimimaro's chest, using the momentum to break free and leap back, putting distance between them. His knuckles throbbed with pain, and wariness crept into his eyes. His strength, it's increased again. Kimimaro stood up, dusted off his sleeves with a calm smile. That last move was impressive. I almost didn't make it. If I'd taken 2 or 3 more hits like that, I probably wouldn't be getting up again. To think, in this era of peace after the Warring States period, someone could take a direct hit from Daytime Tiger and still be standing. Guy managed a wry smile. Looks like this is going to be a tough fight. Thunder rolled overhead, atop the terrace, above the spectator stands. The Rui staff swept in Hiruzen's hands, shattering the encroaching forest of wood release. A crashing sound of splintering would fill the air. The second Hokage struck swiftly, and in an instant, waves of water surged like a flood. Amid the mighty torrent, Hiruzen planted his staff and stood firm. Tobirama dashed forward in a blur. Hiruzen tried to raise his staff in defense, only to find the Rui staff ensnared by wooden branches rising from the water, holding it fast. Not good. Swish. At that moment, Niji, clad in the white garb of the Umbu, unleashed the technique you had taught him in a dream. Shinkasho, the divine empty palm. Boom. A palm strike, many times more powerful than air palm, blasted Tobirama directly backward. 3 other Umbu division captains, including Xiang, landed in formation nearby. Wrenching his staff free and spinning it in a dizzying flourish, Hiruzen took a defensive stance and called out, "I can just barely manage. Facing 2 Hokage at once, but if it's one-on-one, I'm confident I can win. Niji, Xiang, please hold off the second Hokage for me." With the assistance of Niji, Xiang, and the other 2 squad captains of the Umbu, Hiruzen managed to suppress the reanimated first Hokage. The arriving sealing team quickly sealed away both the first and second Hokage. Huff, huff, huff. Hiruzen leaned on his staff, catching his breath. On the staff, Inma, the Monkey King, opened his eyes and asked, "Hiruzen, are you all right?" Panting heavily, Hiruzen replied, "Huff, huff. I'm fine. Let's rest for a moment, then we'll move out to support the other battlefields." Inma looked at him with concern. "You don't look quite yourself. You've really been pushing yourself too hard all these years." The truth was, Hiruzen had spent many nights caught in vivid dreams, each night visited by countless beautiful women. He became so lost in these pleasures that he neglected the real world, and over time, his health had suffered greatly. But this was hardly something he could share with others. The strange complexities and secret sufferings of it were his burden alone. On the battlefield below, Orochimaru was telling Kakashi about the mysterious coffin and how you was the child of that coffin. Kakashi was stunned. "Are you serious? Are you saying that you is actually the child of the legendary sage of 6 paths?" Orochimaru replied, "That's the conclusion I've drawn based on what I know so far, though it's not definitive. In science, hypotheses can be wild and imaginative, but conclusions must be drawn with rigor." Kakashi's expression grew grave. "If that's true, then the implications are enormous. Of course, that's assuming you're telling the truth." Orochimaru's voice took on a strange heaviness. "Kakashi, I'm not telling you this to drive a wedge between you and the Leaf Village. I suspect he knows the truth about his origins. He longs for a place to belong, which is why he hides his true self and joined the Hyuga clan in Konoha. There's a kind of loneliness you may not understand. The more power someone holds, the more isolated they feel. Geniuses stand above the world but find it unbearably cold at the top. The way you lives is his way of finding joy in hardship. As his teacher, you should consider things from his perspective." Kakashi retorted, "This is absurd. Every word you say is laced with concern for him, yet your actions say otherwise." Orochimaru replied with a complicated smile, "Perhaps, but I've said all I needed to. It's true that I came for that child, but my actions toward Konoha are driven by personal grudges." Kakashi's gaze hardened. "Then I'll just have to stop you right here. If breaking your neck isn't enough, I'll remove your entire body, even if it costs me my life." "Heh, too bad. Removing my whole body is something you simply can't do." With a mocking laugh, Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance toward the rooftop. It seemed the time had come. With a swift motion, his long hair swept through the air as his hands flashed through a rapid series of hand signs. A thunderous explosion shook the scene. A colossal creature with 8 heads and serpent bodies rose before Kakashi, towering and overwhelming. Its sheer, despair-inducing size made Kakashi feel powerless. So this is Orochimaru's Yamada technique. With a violent sweep of its tail, the serpent flung Kakashi through the air. The storm of the second daytime tiger subsided. Guy, having exited the 7th gate of shock, collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Kimimaro emerged from the ruins, moving to end Guy's life. But the distant commotion caught his attention, making him pause and gaze into the distance. That is Lord Orochimaru's Yamada technique. Is he about to play his final card? Without another thought for Guy, Kimimaro dashed toward the rooftop. Guy's face changed dramatically. No, he's headed for Lord Hokage. But Guy was mistaken. With astonishing speed, Kimimaro reached the sealing team side and snatched away the bandages restraining the first and second Hokage. Niji tried to intercept him, but Kimimaro kicked him off the rooftop with a single blow. Thus, unobstructed, Kimimaro stood before the Yamada no Orochi. Using the power of the Grey Wedge, he absorbed the sealing techniques and released the two Hokage. Dropping to one knee in respect, he declared, "Lord Orochimaru, I have brought you the core you required." From the central serpent's mouth, Orochimaru emerged in his true form. Well done. Two of the great serpent's heads lunged down and swallowed the reanimated first and second Hokage whole. Sage Art, Yamada Core Technique. With a thunderous roar, the Yamada no Orochi, having absorbed the first and second Hokage, swelled to an even greater, terrifying size, threatening to crush the entire arena beneath its weight. Hiv. The chakra I extracted from the divine coffin not only allowed me to develop the Grey Wedge technique, but fundamentally transformed my body. Now I can command the power of Ryuchi Cave's sage arts perfectly. With the two Hokage as the core, this Yamada technique possesses the power to utterly destroy Konoha. Orochimaru's gaze turned toward the rooftop. Sarutobi-sensei, it's time to say farewell. In a flash, from the fourth maw of the Yamada no Orochi, a sphere of purple chakra rapidly gathered, its target unmistakably the rooftop where Hiruzen stood. Sage Art, Yamada Grand Sphere. In the blink of an eye, the purple orb shot forth. The resulting explosion shook the heavens and the earth, making it the sole focus of the battlefield. The assembled shinobi cried out, "Lord Hokage!" No one believed that anyone could survive a direct hit from such an attack, least of all Hiruzen. With a heavy thud, Might Guy's fist struck the tiles, his gaze brimming with grief and fury. This is unforgivable. There's no choice. I have to use the gate of death. But just as he steeled himself for death, amid the torrent of explosions, the crimson chakra giant stood firm and unyielding. A mirror shield gleamed before his eyes. Uchiha Itachi, the crow, Tengu Susanoo, wielding the divine tool, the Yada mirror. Yet, Itachi's appearance was unlike before. His entire body, including his robes, was suffused with a brilliant scarlet glow. Though Sarutobi was gravely wounded, his mind remained clear. Incredulously, he gazed at the young man's back before him. "Itachi, are you truly Itachi?" Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered with a crystalline clarity more vivid than ever. "Forgive me, Lord Hokage. Entering this age mode demands an immense amount of time. Fortunately, I managed to arrive at the last moment." Sarutobi exclaimed, "Ryuchi Cave? No, wait. Is this the silent sage art of Shikatsu Forest?" Itachi nodded in silent confirmation. Sarutobi sighed in awe. To think, someone whose innate chakra reserves were never remarkable has, through sheer will and effort, advanced far enough to master sage arts. And not just any, but the Shikatsu Forest. Sage art, the one most suited for those who wield ocular jutsu. The next generation is truly astounding. Still, when did you visit Shikatsu Forest to meet the slug sage? I never heard a word of it. No matter. The safety of Konoha now rests with you. I entrust it all to your hands. Defeat Orochimaru here, protect the village, and uphold our will of fire. Itachi's body was once frail. Had things gone as expected, he would have succumbed to an incurable illness before reaching adulthood. 5 years ago, on the day he encountered you, he took the elixir, fundamentally transforming his constitution. His congenital deficiencies healed, his chakra grew day by day, eventually reaching the threshold needed to wield sage arts. 3 years prior, during a journey, he rescued a baby slug from the jaws of a giant serpent. That very sluglet was a descendant of the Shikatsu Forest slug sage, thus forging an unbreakable bond with the sacred land, and making Itachi, after Uzumaki Mido, the second person ever to master this unique sage art. Each of the 3 great sanctuaries possesses its own style of sage arts. Ryuchi Cave emphasizes physical energy. The body undergoes dramatic transformation. Emotions grow wild and fierce. It can be activated in a flash or sustained for long periods, and is known as the transformative sage art. Shikatsu Forest, conversely, focuses on spiritual energy. To enter sage mode, the heart must attain utter serenity, requiring prolonged meditation. Hence, it is called the silent sage art. Because the Uchiha Sharingan manifests spiritual energy, this sage art is especially suited for them. Mount Myaboku seeks balance between body and mind, harmonizing both to draw upon nature's power. Thus, its practitioners possess the strongest control over external natural energy and unparalleled perception. This is the harmonious sage art, the very same taught to Naruto and, long ago, the Sage of Six Paths. After the Sage of Six Paths became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he created his own unique Six Paths sage art. Later, his son Azura drew inspiration from many sources and invented the powerful free sage art, which did not require the chakra of the Ten Tails to wield tremendous might. In later generations, this free sage art could only be manifested in reincarnations of Azura, who possessed the power of wood release. If the reincarnated individual had enough talent, they would naturally master it as they reached a certain age, without needing a teacher. This is the origin of the mighty sage techniques once wielded by Hashirama Senju. Thus concludes our brief foray into the history and science of sage art. In the stands of the Chunin exam arena, faced with the colossal Yamata no Orochi, towering nearly 100 meters tall, even the daunting form of Itachi's Crotengu Sunu seemed dwarfed by comparison. Orochimaru let out a sigh. Itachi, I never expected you to master sage art as well. But even so, you can't bring forth the complete form of Susanoo, can you? After all, you don't possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A thunderous crash. The serpent heads of the Yamata no Orochi lunged and snapped in relentless succession. Susanoo's great sword swept through the air, severing head after head. But the rate at which the heads regenerated was terrifying. Barely had one hit the ground before a new one sprouted in its place. Having already learned the secrets of the sword of Tatsuka, Orochimaru, whose true body was concealed within the central serpent's head, did not dare approach recklessly. The height difference between them made it even harder for Itachi to land a fatal strike. The Konoha shinobi watched the battle unfold from afar. Every one of them struck silent with fear. This was far beyond anything they could hope to intervene in. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between Yamata no Orochi and Susanoo raged for a full minute. By this time, the arena floor was littered with severed serpent heads. How about this, then? Seeing that the stalemate could not be broken, Orochimaru suddenly changed tactics. Channeling the power of the first Hokage sealed within the Yamata no Orochi, he unleashed wood release, wood dragon jutsu. With a tremendous roar, wooden dragons rose up in front of the Yamata no Orochi, their roots and branches entangling as they surged towards Itachi Susanoo. Hiruzen gasped in alarm. Itachi, watch out. That's the first Hokage's wood dragon. If it wraps around you, it'll drain all your chakra. Yes, I understand. Itachi responded calmly, using the Yada mirror to ward off the approaching wooden dragons. Working in tandem with the sword of Tatsuka, he sliced through dragon after dragon. Inside Susanoo, Itachi formed a series of hand seals. Sage art, Dance of the Phoenix. With a sharp whistle, a pillar of fire 10 meters long erupted from Itachi's mouth, transforming into a lithe fire phoenix. Its wings whipped up fierce gusts as it dove, targeting the central head of the Yamata no Orochi. So you're trying that, are you? Orochimaru remained unhurried, borrowing both the water release of Tobarama Senju, sealed within the serpent, and the sage energy of Ryuchi Cave. Sage art, twin dragons and phoenix. Two serpent heads, one on either side, unleashed enormous water dragons from their gaping jaws. The water dragons wound around the fire phoenix, and, with a deafening detonation, both were obliterated, sending a billowing cloud of steam rolling across the battlefield, shrouding everything from view. Crack, crack, crack. Using the cover of the rising steam, Itachi unleashed his signature shuriken technique with Susanoo. One after another, the Yada Magatama, each ablaze with the black flames of Amaterasu, rained down with deadly precision upon the Yamata no Orochi. The black fire soared and surged, engulfing the monstrous serpent's entire form. Orochimaru frowned. This is proving to be quite troublesome after all. Kimimaro, I need to shed the Yamata no Orochi's entire skin. Buy me some time. At once, my lord. Kimimaro stepped forward from the ranks, and without hesitation, unleashed the dance of the early fern. With each pounding stride, bone spurs burst from the earth, twisting and intertwining to assail Itachi's Susanoo. I've noticed something from the start. Your mirror only protects the front of that chakra giant, doesn't it? In a blur, using the cover of the dance of the early fern, Kimimaro whipped around with hurricane speed, coming up behind Susanoo. And behind you, that's your weak spot. Dead bone pulse, dance of the 8 chains. With a vicious crack, drawing on the power of the cursed seal, bone erupted from his arm, twisting together into a spear 10 times more powerful than his previous cursed marked state. With all his might, He drove the bone spear into Susanu's back. Crunch! The armor of Susanu's Tengu form was pierced right through with a single blow. Young man, don't think I'm just a figurehead as the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi sprang into action. His staff, the adamantine staff, extended with a thunderous boom, sending Kimimaro flying. Kimimaro hit the ground, scrambled up, and his eyes glinted coldly. There's another weakness. The feet. Crack, crack, crack. The bone spurs of the dance of the early fern erupted beneath Susanu's unguarded feet. But Itachi was never one to be undone by mere weaknesses. Almost as soon as the bone spurs appear beneath him, he leapt high into the air with Susanu, shifting from defense to offense. The Yada Magatama flew in rapid succession, not at Kimimaro himself, but every possible route he could use to advance or retreat. As Susanu hurled the Magatama, Itachi formed hand seals midair. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As the Magatama sealed Kimimaro's escape routes, two shadow clones swept in from either side. Susanu shifted into its second form, wielding the Yada mirror not just as a shield, but as a weapon. Thud! Kimimaro was sent flying by a smashing blow from the Yada mirror. Waiting in his trajectory, the second shadow clone's Susanu stood poised, mirror in hand. Thud! The Yada mirror bounced Kimimaro right back, slamming him again into the first clone's mirror. He was batted back and forth, over and over, trapped in a relentless cycle. Secret art, twin mirror rebound. Hud, hud, hud. Kimimaro was ricocheting helplessly, completely at their mercy. Damn it, I can't stop. Yet with every bounce, air resistance gradually sapped his momentum. It was only a matter of time before he'd come to a halt. Sensing this, the two shadow clones, maintaining Susanu, slowly drew closer, shortening the rebound path. And in that crucial instant, the twin mirrors closed in for the kill. Clang! The two Yada mirrors slammed together, trapping Kimimaro tightly between them. Now, you have nowhere left to run. The mark on your chest is just like my brother's. It's Orochimaru's handiwork, isn't it? The Itachi clone facing Kimimaro's front narrowed his left eye, a glint flashing within. Tsukuyami. A deep hum resonated. Even with the power Kimimaro possessed now, he could not withstand the Tsukuyami enhanced by sage arts. Within that illusionary world, where every second stretched into eternity, his mind suffered devastating torment. The horn on his forehead faded away, and the markings retreated into the gray wedge on his chest. Lord Orochimaru, I am so sorry. Kimimaro's consciousness slipped away. Bang! Bang! Itachi's two clones vanished within a swirl of smoke. Now, Itachi stood face to face with the newly molted Yamada no Orochi. The final battle was about to begin. The Yamada no Orochi shed tons of snake skin, which was consumed by the black flames until nothing remained. From among the new heads of the revived Yamada no Orochi, Orochimaru's vertical pupils lowered, his voice cold. Kimimaro was defeated so easily. I expected him to at least drain more than half of your sage power. Itachi replied with quiet gravity. No matter how abundant or scarce my chakra, my guiding principle has always been to seek the greatest victory at the smallest cost. After all, the world is vast. There will always be someone stronger than you. We shouldn't focus only on the present, but always keep an eye on the future. To most, these words would sound like some profound philosophy of life. But Orochimaru heard the meaning between the lines. So, you two have touched that mysterious realm. Indeed, Orochimaru never truly believed that you was the child of the Sage of Six Paths. The evidence so far only allowed for tentative conclusions. In his own theory, there existed civilizations far mightier than the shinobi world, and the one revered in legend, the Sage of Six Paths, might be nothing more than a mere shadow of that greater civilization. He had a powerful hunch. You was closely connected to that civilization. No present means no future. You and I are the same kind, but our paths diverge here. As his words faded, all seven of the Yamada no Orochi's heads, except the one housing Orochimaru, simultaneously spat out massive Kusanagi blades. 7 swords descended at once. Though the Yada mirror managed to block them, the blades continued to extend, pushing Itachi's Susanoo backward. Screech! The 7 swords scraped along the mirror's surface and plunged deep into the ground beneath the spectator stands, their sharp edges burrowing further into the earth. Orochimaru let out a wild, manic laugh. This battlefield is far too cramped for the likes of us. Why don't I erase it entirely? Crack! Crack! The serpent heads rose in unison, dragging the sword blades through the ground, slicing through the entire spectator area. Itachi's eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. The stands are about to collapse. Everyone, get away from here. The quickest thinking shinobi managed to escape, but those who reacted too slowly fell with the collapsing stands or were buried beneath the rubble. Clang! Yamada, no Orochi, and Susanoo crashed down together onto the ruins. As the Kusanagi sword withdrew back into the earth, the massive serpent's body coiled tightly and began to spin at dizzying speed. Sage art. Mischief of the wind spirits. A relentless gale howled, tearing up rocks and hurling them through the sky. Cries of agony rang out. Many ninja and white zetsu, unable to dodge in time, were struck down by the flying debris. Shielded by Susanoo, Hiruzen gritted his teeth in frustration. That damned Orochimaru. He's destroying everything, friend and foe alike. Those white zetsu are nothing but pawns. Orochimaru never cared whether they lived or died, Itachi replied. With a series of swift hand seals, Itachi summoned a green glow to his palms and pressed them to Hiruzen's most grievous chest wound. Hiruzen stared in astonishment. This is medical ninjutsu? When did you learn that? Itachi answered, Lady Katsuyu taught me. But I'm no specialist. My skills can't compare to Lady Tsunade's. Yet as Hiruzen felt his wounds knit together, he thought to himself, even if it's not Tsunade's level, it's at least as good as Shizun's. After finishing the treatment, Itachi spoke firmly. It's done. Please, lead the ninja away from here. Only then can I focus completely on Orochimaru. Never in his wildest dreams did Hiruzen imagine he'd become a burden one day. Unwilling to accept it, he clenched his staff, his old eyes burning with anger as he stared ahead. At the very least, let me deliver a wake-up blow to this disgrace of a student. As the serpent's spinning halted, Hiruzen sprang forward. The staff in his hands grew to massive proportions, and with every ounce of strength, he brought it crashing down on Yamada no Orochi's head. Orochimaru, you traitor, take this, my iron staff. A thunderous impact echoed. A single serpent's head was brutally smashed into the ground. Landing and leaping again for a second strike, Hiruzen was suddenly seized by a searing pain in his back, freezing him in place. The staff slipped from his grasp as he collapsed to the earth. Panting heavily, Hiruzen lay flat on his back, gazing at the slanting rays of the setting sun, sorrow etched across his face. Time spares no one. Even I can't deny old age. Itachi rushed to check on him. Hiruzen's lower back muscles had torn completely, and worse, his spine was injured. Shaking his head in regret, Itachi said quietly, This wound is beyond my help. The medics risked everything to reach them, lifting Hiruzen onto a stretcher. As he was carried away, Hiruzen called out, Itachi, once this calamity ends, you must succeed me as Hokage. I entrust it to you. Defeat Orochimaru and save our village. With Hiruzen and the others evacuated, Itachi turned his gaze to Yamada no Orochi, who was slowly lifting its battered head from the ground. Mr. Yu, is this the outcome you wanted to see? He bit his finger and swiftly formed a seal with blood. Summoning Jutsu, three-legged golden crow. With a resounding burst, the technique was unleashed. The three-legged golden crow, towering and resplendent, descended before their eyes. The weasel leapt onto its back, summoning the Tengu Susanoo, standing tall, sort of 10 fists in hand, charging straight toward the serpent head where Orochimaru lurked. So you're getting serious now? Orochimaru smiled, his sinuous body recoiling as 8 serpent heads gathered and unleashed a barrage of Yamada orbs. A piercing cry split the air. The three-legged golden crow wove nimbly through the torrential storm of orbs, occasionally firing dazzling golden feathers in swift retaliation. Boom, 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 boom. The Yamada orbs bombarded the arena with relentless fury. Itachi paid no mind to the explosions behind him, his focus locked on his enemy ahead. His eyes darted swiftly, analyzing every movement. Orochimaru's true form is moving rapidly within the body of the 8-headed serpent. To prevent me from predicting his next move, 3 of the serpent heads are firing orbs to block the most advantageous angles for my attack. Under these circumstances, striking his true body directly is almost impossible. However, Itachi still spotted a flaw. I've already pinpointed the location of the 2 Hokage who were swallowed by the serpent. They can't move. With a sharp whistle, the three-legged golden crow veered to the flank, cleverly drawing the orb's trajectory aside. Suddenly, Itachi leapt from the golden crow, deflecting the incoming orbs with a Yada mirror. Fixing his gaze on 2 of the serpent bodies, he seized a flawless opportunity. One masterful strike pierced through both. The first and second Hokage, positioned as the Yamada core, lay directly in the sword's path. This stroke was the very definition of transcendent skill. A deep, resonant rumbling echoed forth. The bodies of the first and second Hokage, revived by Edo Tensei, now riddled with fractures, broke free from Orochimaru's control, regaining their senses at last. Tobirama, who stopped us? Was it Hiruzen? Hashirama, no, brother, you're mistaken. This is the power of the Uchiha. Tobirama, damn it, the Uchiha beat us to it. What in the world is Monkey up to? Still, at least the village can be saved. That muffled rumble continued on. Their dust-laden souls, drawn by the blade, flowed into the gourd of the sword of Totsuka. Thud, thud. The living sacrifices used for their Edo Tensei, the red bronze armor and sword Mitsu, collapsed onto the ruins, eyes wide open in shock. A deep, rolling thunder shook the ground. With the technique of the Yamada core broken, the eight-headed serpent shrank rapidly, now standing nearly equal to Itachi's Sage Mode Susanoo. With a sharp burst, the three-legged golden crow vanished into the haze. Orochimaru, it's time to drag you out into the open. As Itachi landed, his right eye narrowed in focus. Amaterasu,